This young man was so startled, he almost fell back when he opened his eyes to see a face close to his. Are you awake? If you're awake, check the history of beast tamers to start with. Tran Thu, after hearing this, transformed into a confused little deer. Ha ha. What beast tamer? Did I go to the wrong class? Tran Thu hesitated. The situation didn't look good. Better to get out of here quickly. Tran Thu smiled faintly. Yes, Teacher Lee. This question is very valuable. It's better to keep it for everyone to answer. I won't bother anymore. Ha ha. Old Lee grabbed Fa by the collar and pulled him back. Where are you going? I am now one of the 5th-year Beast Tamer class members, and the students below are looking at Tran Thu with contempt and whispering. Io fell asleep on his first day of switching classes. The people in the regular class are all trash. I really don't know what the teacher is thinking. I heard that contract spirits are still considered a top-tier talent, and I just can't find the words. And still having no idea what those people are saying, suddenly the system screen pops up, almost making the young man pee his pants. Activate the silent choice. Bow your head and say nothing. The reward for completing this task is a little bit of beast tamer power. Choice 2 is to open your hand and sincerely say that you originally wanted to use my status as a top student to be friends with everyone. But instead, I was only met with rejection. I failed. I'm just a foolish kid who knows nothing. The reward for completing is a notice of expulsion from Kim T High School, Branch 2 in Namjiang City. Option 3 is to accept the help of the lower ice faction. The reward for completing is a low-level fire magic potion. Tran Thu poked her finger forward, still wondering when the school had integrated so many kinds of technology. Actually, no one else can see the system. Maybe you're the only one special enough to see this meaningless scene and think the crazy god is just sleepwalking? What are you doing, reaching out and pushing in the air? And don't forget who was crying and making a fuss to get into the Beastmaster class yesterday. If you can't answer, go back to the regular class early and see how disappointed your parents are. Is that Ha Bang? The female bodhisattva may not know you, but she has remembered this kindness. So Tran Thu responded confidently, as if she understood everything. In the 5th year of the Restoration era, China's territory saw the emergence of the first multidimensional space, leading to many fierce dark monsters escaping and awakening the contracted spirit beastmasters. Although the young man answered confidently, he actually understood what was really going on. What the heck? Isn't it the 21st century now? Where is this? Isn't this the original world after all? Teacher Lee said with a hard-to-describe look of displeasure. Do you think I'm blind? Go back to your seat, and if there's a next time, don't sit here again. Tran Thu returned to her seat with a big question mark in her mind. Did I travel to another world? The two worlds are running parallel. Wasn't old Lee a math teacher before? And also, when am I going to transfer classes? Why is this system so strange? It arrived unexpectedly. A notification sound rang out again, announcing the reward. The young man looked around blankly, asking if anyone else heard what he was hearing. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Tran Thu suddenly realized, could it be that the main character system only exists in cartoons? The young man slumped his head on the table, unsure whether to feel happy or sad, causing everyone in the class to feel confused and internally groan. Main character. I am the main character. Half a day passed. The bell signaling the end of class rang out. Tran Thu hurried to the cafeteria, finally able to eat. He still needs to find Da Li to ask about the current state of this world. Feeling tired, he hears the noise outside the hallway and wonders, did the delivery truck explode or something? Loud noises rang out. Vuong Man, are you okay? That 3rd-year classmate, stop bullying others and take him to the infirmary. Trinjik tilted his head and said, Little Wang, you've lost to me for 3 months straight. Sikin, how did the class monitor from the 5th grade turn out? That's right. Don't forget to bring the beast control crystal for me this afternoon. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward before being called back by the blonde-haired student standing behind him. When he turned back, Trindik's gaze immediately met Tran Thu's. The young man quickly denied, It's not me, it's not me. Amidst the chaos and awkwardness, Ha Bang steps in to help you. She angrily shouts at Trindish, What's the point of always using those cheap tricks? If you have the guts, fight me. Trindik sneered at that. Hey, isn't this the 5th grade class monitor, Ha Bang? What's going on? You're afraid 1 beast pearl isn't enough, so you want to give me another? This guy's so annoying I might as well declare a ban outright. Let's go. To the battle hall, I'll take on the entire 3rd-year class alone. If I win, I will return double the spirit beast orbs that Wang Mang lost earlier. Tran Thu stands behind, hands clasped, confident. You want to fight? This is my specialty. Are these guys around here making fun of us? Is this new kid the one who just transferred in? No wonder he's the dumbest in the regular class. The 5th grade class is getting worse and worse. They can stuff anything inside. That's what people who haven't used a spirit contract are like. The jeering laughter grew louder, making Tran Thu's face contort in anger, unable to hold back his fury. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, warning them with a fierce glare. The guys saw Tran Thu's attitude and started whispering again. Oh, he's really coming back. Let's go! Let's go! Hurry up and watch the fight! Until they left, Tran Thu secretly thought about fighting. Spirit contract, these words have appeared very often since the beginning. That kid's smile is really sneaky. With my years of experience making mistakes, there's definitely something wrong. I don't like owing others favors. The scene shifts to the competition arena, where the 3rd and 5th grades are almost full to watch the show. Trindik, leading the 3rd-year class in the duel, smirked confidently and said, "Ha Bang, I admit your strength is very powerful, but I didn't expect your mind to be so foolish." He challenged our entire class again. "I'll take your beast crystal first." Ha Bang didn't bother to argue, directly acted, gathering spiritual power to summon the ice wolf beast. Tran Thu and the others saw that scene, and their faces changed in shock, because that was a 5th-level spirit treasure beast. Trindik and his friends also looked terrified because they were only 4th-level spirit masters. He tried to reassure them, saying, "Don't panic, higher levels don't mean anything. With more than 20 of us charging at it, we can crush it." So everyone simultaneously summoned their spirit beasts, but the appearance of those spirit beasts left Trindik utterly panic-stricken and hopeless. The level 4 skull warrior, the level 3 violent monkey, the level 3 mud monster, the level 3 scorpion eater, the level 2 green vacuworm. They may be weak, but they stick together. So everyone charged forward before even touching a single hair of Han Wolf. It roared and sent them flying in all directions. Trindik tried to calm everyone down, saying, "Don't panic, switch back to manual mode. My blue-green worm." Trindik continued to control. Everyone enter control mode. The group of spirit beasts gathered, then surrounded Han Bing's wolf. When it jumped up to pounce, the octopus ran up and pulled its leg back. Trindik smiled broadly, while Ha Bang remained calm, arms crossed, looking very composed. In less than 5 seconds, the group was defeated by Han Bing's wolf, crashing into each other loudly. Watching from the side, Tran Thu couldn't help but wonder if she had a contract with a spirit. "How do I get it out?" The boy sitting next to him muttered. "Haven't I been right there the whole time since it started?" Then he pointed at the chair, and as he looked down, he was startled to see a Gramagu, some creature lying flat under the dazzling yellow chair that looked just like its color. Tran Thu's heart was once again jolted with fear. The friend standing nearby looked at everything and sneered, thinking to himself, "I just thought about it, and it's already gone. No wonder they call him an ordinary class student. Ha ha ha, such a weak contract spirit. Even if it's always outside the beast space, it's not threatening at all." Tran Thu looked at the system panel and sprayed glue. This is her contract spirit. The system panel content is as follows. Slim, yellow contract spirit with comprehensive attributes belonging to a special creature race. The sleeping genius can remain in a dazed state for a long time. Its defensive power is enhanced, its colossal functions surge forward in a furious charge. Damage depends on the weight of both sides. Facing an enemy over 10 pounds heavier, use the path. The forced potential level in the contract belong to the summoner Tran Thu, a level 1 beast tamer with an ordinary talent for beast taming. The young man beside him is still sleeping and drooling. Tran Thu's face is twisted in confusion. Why does he look so stupid? Is the potential just a boost? It's no different from a decorative item. This level of thievery doesn't even give him the right to fight. He placed it on his stomach and sighed in frustration. Aren't we the main characters? We should be some kind of divine beast or divine dragon or something. Suddenly, the system appears again, and the young man jumps in surprise as he reads it. The first option in the hall is to cheer loudly for Gu Chang to encourage the ice breaking. The reward for completing is Slim Gold's obedience +1. The second choice is to have 2 commanders shout loudly for everyone to stop fighting. The reward for completing is a pouch of food for the contract spirit. The third option is to take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch a full assault on them. The reward for completing this is a huge amount of beast control power. Hearing this, Tran Thu smiled very sinisterly, as if he had found his purpose. Below the arena, Han Bing the wolf is being attacked by other spirit beasts and is wounded. The sorrowful bones have pierced many spears into the wolf's body, causing blood to flow continuously. It screams in pain. Ha Bang, seeing this, frowns with great worry and clenches her fists. Tran Thu suddenly attacked Trindik from behind, kicking him into the wall and then covering his head with a sack, dragging him away like a corpse while everyone else was distracted. If he dares to utter any damn words, just a cough will get him punched instantly. Then, Tran Thu keeps kicking him until he has no choice but to beg for mercy. "Do you know who I am? Cough, cough." Tran Thu kicked enthusiastically and replied, "You think I care who you are? Remember this. I don't change my name or my family name. Namjang Trung, the powerful arena master of the martial world, loses Trin Dik. Han Wolf quickly regains the advantage, roaring as he beats those creatures as if sending them to their ancestors. Seeing the opportunity, Ha Bang orders Han Wolf to turn the tide. A good opportunity. The extreme cold domain will take care of all of them at once. Han Sui roared and finished off all the spirit beasts while the fifth-year students celebrated. The third-year students grew angry and internal conflicts and arguments broke out. The one who was hit with stones the most was none other than Zheng Yi. He shouted, "Help! Someone ambushed me, causing chaos in the hall, thinking he was a mutated contract spirit." Then they all went to report to the Spirit Bureau and yelled, turning into a demon goat. Some others were unafraid and started fighting fiercely. Tran Thu stood aside, watching Trindish get hit again by Tan. The system has notified that the conditions have been met, and the reward has been sent to the beast tamer. A friend walks out and asks, "Tran Thu, where are you going?" The young man crossed his arms and replied, "I went to the bathroom to relieve stress." Tridich, unable to stand up on his own, had to be carried out on a stretcher. "You keep trying to blame Chu, but it's definitely someone from your fifth-year beast tamers class. I'm not done with you yet." Tran Thu stepped forward, taking the opportunity to grab his pointing finger. "Don't spit blood and blame others. In our fifth year of beast taming class, we all are straightforward and upright, so how could we commit such wrongful acts?" Trindick retorted stubbornly, speaking more and more incoherently, causing Tran Thu to press his finger so painfully that he almost fainted. "Don't worry, Trindick, I will personally investigate, and with Tran Thu's reputation, I will definitely give you a satisfactory result." With one hand still holding the summoned beast, he sighed softly. "Oh my, how pitiful." Finished, Tran Thu and Slim leisurely head home. As they walk, the young man thoughtfully considers that a level 3 contract spirit is needed to fight, and he's only at level 2 as a beast tamer. There's still a long way to go. Holding the summoned beast up high, the young man wondered in confusion, "Do you also level up? If so, does that mean the levels of the spirit contract and the beast tamer are synchronized?" Just then, Habang stepped forward and handed you the blue gem, leaving the young man puzzled and confused. Habang said, "If you hadn't stepped in today, I wouldn't have won so easily. This beast spirit orb is for you." Fearing exposure, Tran Thu pretends to be innocent. "What do you mean, attack or something? I don't know anything." "The Habang family finds this acting style so boring. I've already seen all the fertilizer you hid in that bag. The battle between these beast tamers is extremely dangerous. You really have no awareness at all. Doing that will only hurt yourself." Tran Thu tried to dodge and ran frantically, running and talking at the same time. "Ha ha ha. Hi, it's nothing. Really, I love ambushes the most." Habang also didn't chase after him, just crossed his arms and sighed. "He's right. A good kid like you shouldn't be playing on your phone while driving." Tran Thu probably thinks he's a good kid, so he sings happily as if he's really in the world of flowers, but he can't escape from reality. He's texting his friend about what happened today. "I don't know who that guy is, but he's really convincing. He's a top-notch brother." As he passed through an alley, a loud noise made him turn back. A woman was being robbed of her bag by 2 thieves, but they couldn't succeed. She kept shouting for help. The robber said he only wanted to steal her bag, not her beauty. "This woman is furious. Even if they get my body, they won't get my heart." Tran Thu stared blankly, still stunned. Is this a robbery or an assault? The system appears again, and I quickly choose the first option to ignore it and leave. The reward is a bit of beast control power. Option 2. Fear not evil. Bravely go and take down the 2 thugs. The reward is a large amount of beast control power, but be aware it could be life-threatening. The third option is to stop the gangsters. The reward for completing this is learning how to refine large quantities of medicine and unlocking basic alchemy skills. At this point, the young man also knows what he needs to do next. You immediately went to the place of the robbers and shouted, "Stop!" in broad daylight, in the cold night, yet you commit a crime in front of so many people. Big Master Zhang here definitely won't let you off easily. While the 2 robbers looked back in panic, the woman had already run away desperately, swearing, "Oh, and next time I see you, I will punch you in the face. Remember that for me." Tran Thu continued riding his bike, smiling like a harvest had come. As the reward system confirmed, the reward had been sent to the space vault and the herbal plant page had been unlocked. Hearing this, he was startled. The medicinal herb plant? Back home as usual, my mother cheerfully told me to wash my hands before coming to eat. Tran Thu looked at his father sitting on the sofa, thinking to himself, "Still okay? At least my parents are still my parents." Back in his room, he took out the test tube, muttering at the stingy system for only giving low-level medicine. The medicine seemed meant for consumption. He angrily poured it into a glass and drank it all. While eating, the young man asked curiously, "Do your parents also practice summoning beasts?" "Your father thought you were joking because he works in a summoning unit." Then he remembered, put down his bowl, took out the gift box containing the low-level fire flame potion he just drank, a reward for his diligent work. Tranthu recalled the almost vomiting scene and stood frozen for a few seconds after drinking the potion, hesitantly asking if the medicine was valuable. Dad firmly confirmed that of course the fire flame potion can permanently increase the fire attribute of the contract spirit. Such a bottle would cost several thousand yuan. After hearing this, Tranthu was shocked and couldn't believe how high the price was. His father explained further that each bottle of medicine was crafted with all the pharmacist's effort and time spent observing changes before it could be produced. The failure rate is extremely high, so this is incredibly valuable. Your mother continued, sighing. It's a pity that the young lady's contract spirit isn't of the fire attribute, so she sold it and bought some daily necessities instead. What happens to the person who drinks it? Holding the cup in his hand, Tranthu had nothing to say. A few thousand yuan gone in one sip, and anyway, you can't get it back. He returned to his room and carefully studied the system interface on the screen, which displayed numerous types of poisons but remained locked. Among them, he paid special attention to the powerful poison that could permanently enhance the strength of contract spirits. Looking at the ingredients, he guessed they were easy to find, mainly giant flower, which seemed to be a potion ingredient from a different dimension. Suddenly, his phone rang with someone challenging him. The sender is Black Iron Sovereign inviting you. The lone wolf wants to fight you. Do you agree? Tranthu read the message and smiled. This kid came just at the right time. No one else. It's Zheng Dali, the person whose identity you've spread everywhere. By the way, Tranthu asked Daluk if there was a place selling Daluk flowers. Daluk on the other side thought he was weak or something and needed to buy that, so he made a fuss, claiming his father needed it, leading to a series of misunderstandings. So, the final punchline of the conversation is, do you have money? Lend me some. The machine on the other side suddenly lost signal. The scene shifts to a laboratory where alchemists are testing something. Although this world has a history of over 100 years of medicine crafting, due to the unpredictable and random nature of the drugs, the process is very complex and delicate. Interdimensional products have not yet been precisely analyzed by humans, and there is still no method for mass production. Just scan the ingredient code for the medicine, and the system will perfectly control the refining process, producing higher yield and quality than a grandmaster alchemist. The annual salary of a senior alchemist can reach hundreds of thousands, and the more revered alchemists hold a status and income that are hard to match. After reading, Tranthu drooled. If the information is correct, he's about to get rich, and with money, he can craft medicine for Slim. On the second day at the entrance of the black market, the two young men were stopped by the guards here. These two are none other than Tranthu and Dailuk. Sorry, without a level 5 beast tamer, you cannot enter. Tranthu kept pleading, urging her to go ahead first so they would have a way out to meet again later. The blonde-haired young man simply said, "Get lost," causing the two to quickly dig a hole and crawl away. Tranthu, holding Dali's hand, awkwardly walks out. Dali, feeling down, mutters, "Tran B, it seems we can't get in this time. Next time I'll have my dad bring you over." As the two guys walk away, a figure suddenly flashes by. It's Xiao Wu. Tranthu immediately sped up, knowing that only Xiao Wu could save them now, and he pulled Dali to run towards her, successfully drawing her attention. Xiao Wu, who had been top of the class for years, turned around at the call, and the two young men suddenly appeared, happily introducing themselves. "Sister Tiovu, I am Tranthu from the Beast Tamer class, and this is Truong Dailuk. Nice to meet you, Sister Tiovu." Tiovu coldly replied, "What do you want from me?" Tranthu used her acting skills, pretending to be weak and tearful, and begged, "Senior, we want to go shopping at the black market but can't get in." "If you're going, could you possibly bother to take us inside with you?" Xiao Wu didn't think much and agreed right away. That's also why these two young men managed to get through. After the plan succeeded, Xiao Wu bid farewell, saying, "I have to go now. You two can explore on your own." Inside the bustling market, there are vegetables, eggs, and exotic beasts. The two young men, like they just descended from the mountains, gape in amazement at the high-level beast tamer selling potions that can turn contract spirits into golden-ranked divine beasts. And there's a promotion where buying flowers for over 50,000 grants you a secretary. Ignoring everything else, Tranthu's gaze casually falls on the bright red giant force flower on the table. The bald uncle. "Boss, how much for the giant force flower? 5,000. Before he could answer, Zheng Yi suddenly rushed over from somewhere and offered 10,000, then sneered. "I'll pay 10,000. I'll take this flower." "Tranthu, you shameless person. If you dare to attack me, I won't let you off. You want a big flower? Wait until the next life." Tran too was stunned. How did he know I was the one who ambushed him? While thinking, Dolly suddenly whispered in my ear, I told everyone this was your fault. I'm helping you become famous. No need to thank me. After hearing that, Tran Thu just wanted to comb his hair. At this moment, I hear the system's voice again. Option 1 is to compete with Zheng Yi here. Mock him for being weak and useless. The reward is the average strength of the beast tamer. Option 2 is to give the item to Trindic and give up on buying it. The reward is a 10% increase in slim gold size. Option 3 is to persuade Trindic to see money as dirt. Buying the fake giant flower is expensive and made with colored medicine. The reward for completing the task is a mid-level wind attribute potion. Hearing this, Tran Thu grinned widely, so this giant flower was fake. I'm a man of integrity and conscience. I choose option 3. He cleared his throat, offered 20,000, and challenged him that today he must get that flower no matter how high the price. Trindic, naive and believing it was real, smiled at him with innocence. If I had your guts, I wouldn't let you pass here. Tran Thu smoothly played his role, making their confrontation like two evenly matched opponents, neither willing to give in so much, so that the money quickly rose to 50,000. In the end, game over Tran Thu ended with a confident smile. As the winner, he had to accept defeat. Generously giving the flower to Trindic, then happily left, not forgetting to promote a cheap product. That's right, Class President Trin. Next time you need a pen, you can come find me quickly. I guarantee a special price. As he just paid, Trindic still looked clueless, but something felt off to him. On the way back, Tran Thu was in a good mood, and Dailuk turned to ask, Tran Thu, are you really going to give the big flower to Trindic like that? So what do you plan to do then? The young man replied calmly, It's okay. I let go of that flower, but I gained happiness, made Trindic spend money like water, and received a reward. This is true joy. As I was lost in thought, I suddenly remembered what that friend had just done to me. Tran Thu lost her temper. No way, you bastard. How dare you betray me? Dailuk, holding his head, explained, I didn't do it to make you more famous, so don't hit me. Are you guys brothers or what? Just fight if you want. Why summon contract spirits? Tran Thu looked around in confusion. The beast behind him was not his. It was the 7th level blazing firebird. Ed Aliet looks up in confusion. If not you, then who else could it be? Isn't it true that the black market can't summon contract spirits? After taking a closer look, both of them realized it was little sister Xiao Wu, the fiery older sister surrounded by flames. Ironically, this flame bird was being overshadowed by something dark. The system now presents options for Tran Thu. Option 1, release the golden slim and fight directly to defeat the shadow monster. Reward completed, the level of the beast tamer increases by 1. Option 2 is to abandon them in panic and run away. Reward for completion, Slim's attack skill level increases by 1. Choice 3 is to first capture the leader and then ambush the owner of the monster. The completed reward increases Slim's gold medal attribute by 5%. Note that you will receive guidance from the system to lock that person's position. Dailuk, standing behind, looks excited. It seems the outcome has already been decided. Tran Thu turned to pat his shoulder confidently. I'm here. It's not certain who will win or lose yet. Come on, Dailuk, let's fight. As he spoke, he stretched to reveal the bag of fertilizer hidden on him. Dailuk was immediately horrified. You're really scared, and you even brought a bag of urea with you. The one attacking to demonstrate is a level 9 shadow monster. So it turns out this person was just playing with the automatic target locking function, huh? Tran Thu suddenly appeared behind the monster controller with a sinister look, sneaking quietly. But it turns out to be a level 9 beast tamer. Just then, the golden slim jumped in front of him, making him startle. Damn it, where did this pile of shit come from? While he was still panicking over the appearance of the gold slim, Tran Thu had already pressed a bag of shit onto his face. Seizing the opportunity, the young man kicked him in the groin, causing unbearable pain deep into his core. Trindic, the third-year class president of the beast tamer class. We got him drunk, and then we'll decide what to do next. For Class 1 of Number 3 High School, Vuongdong, do you think we'll get into trouble if we do this? The guy kept begging and pleading not to be hit anymore, taking the opportunity to quickly act and overpower the monster. When everything was over, Xiaowu saw the two young men look extremely surprised. Was it us? Before she could say anything, Tran Thu raised 2 fingers. Sister Xiaowu, no need to be polite. We're here to protect the people. Tiuvu smiled. So you also came because of Lu Vonghia? When Tran Thu heard the name Laquat, he was also startled. Actually, he only just learned about this name now. Regarding Lu Vonghia, he has also been taken into custody. Tao Vu's face shows clear joy, and he truly thanks you for this arrest. I will remember this kindness. If you ever need anything, feel free to talk to me anytime. Tran Thu's eyes lit up as she began to think. Necessary, huh? Sister Xiaowu, can I come work at your family's 666 pharmaceutical company during summer vacation? Xiaowu asked back. You want to work as a guard at the pharmaceutical company? Do you know that to become a medicinal alchemist, you need to master complex pharmacological knowledge and go through countless experiments? But the pharmaceutical company might allow you to conduct experiments without examining the herbs. This is the best option for you right now, Tranthu replied firmly. No, I want to go there to become an alchemist. I thought everything would go smoothly, but in the end, the young man was still rejected by Xiaowu. Still, she agreed to let him apprentice first. Even if it was just an apprenticeship, at least he would have the chance to get involved in alchemy. From that day on, he was looked at with a completely different gaze. Tranthu is so talented, others fight with contract spirits, but he fights in close combat. Indeed, it opens up a new horizon of creativity. Your reputation now surpasses Hua Tiovu, and just your UA bag alone is enough to make people emulate you for a lifetime. A male student even offered, "Do you still have the UE bag? Give me one. I want to hang it in my room to ward off bad luck." Tranthu Nhu is accepting the praise, but in reality, he has no nerves to feel embarrassed. Just as he was getting excited, he suddenly hears a shout, "Get out of the way, don't block my dad's path." This person is Trin Nam, who just stepped in and immediately made his presence known. "Are you Tranthu? You're the one bullying my sister and then tricking her into paying 50,000 for fake goods." Before Trin Nam could reach out to touch me, Tranthu grabbed his wrist. Then, 3 options appeared from the system. Option 1, let go of Trin Nam's hand and let him slap himself. At that moment, he smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Brother Nam, you're so relaxed." The reward for completing is to receive the nickname Instantaneous Trang Tuan Kiet. The accessory increases rice consumption efficiency by 50%. Option 2 is to respectfully say, "Big brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Zhang Dali." The reward for completing this is a 10% increase in the slim gold form. Option 3 is to fight back directly and show your own style. Keep in mind that Trin Nam is a level 6 beast tamer, and the reward for completing this is a skill book. As I read this, I still dare to fight Liu Wuyi, a level 9 beast tamer. So how could I be afraid of a level 6 beast tamer? I decide to step closer to Zheng Nan and challenge him, whispering, "So what if it's me?" "You're not convinced?" Immediately, Tranthu slapped him hard without hesitation, leaving Trin Nam stunned. "Are you trying to die?" He is so angry that flames burst out all over his body. Tranthu is teasing, "How is that possible?" That's all it took for him to summon a spirit. "If you dare to summon, we will call the Spirit Control Bureau." A friend of ours, seeing this, also started to argue. That's right. The government has long issued laws regulating beast tamers, prohibiting them from summoning contracted spirits at will. If you dare to summon, you're definitely dead. Trin Nam couldn't control himself and kept getting more agitated. "If you dare, come with me to the school's summoning beast shop." Tranthu knows he doesn't dare, so he pushes him further. "Do you think I'm like you? Are you willingly getting yourself beaten up? Seriously, you've played the game for over 180 minutes. Your brain must be completely fried. What are you trying to say? You even slapped him across the face. If there's nothing else, just leave," a few friends whispered among themselves. Tranthu should be more careful. Trin Nam is very aggressive. When he's angry, he dares to do anything. Tranthu still crossed his arms. Does he think he can boast in front of anyone? He dares to do anything, then let him create a test paper. As soon as she turned around, she saw Lao Lai approaching. Everyone must stay seated and stay calm. Mr. Li announced formally that we have 3 days off tomorrow. During these 3 days, remember to study so you're prepared for the final exam next month. Trần Thủ vẫn dạng chăm chú vào màn hình hệ thống phía trước. Làm nhiều như vậy chỉ dễ slim cố dục 3 kỹ năng chiến đấu. Even if we fight seriously, I won't lose easily anymore. Lao Lai continued. Additionally, to motivate you, the first place will receive the Spirit Awakening pill. If you're in the top 5, you'll be rewarded with a mid-level beast taming token. If you're in the top 30, you'll receive a beast taming pearl. Everyone, remember to work hard. Hearing about the Spirit Awakening pill, Tranthu raised his head, looking excited. Spirit Awakening pill, is this the legendary medicine that can give you a chance to acquire a skill for your spirit contract? Even though Slim already has 3 skills, having 1 more wouldn't hurt. Finally, school was over, and Ha Bang quietly approached Tranthu and asked, "Hey Tranthu, do you need me to come over and tutor you at home?" The young man shook his head and said he didn't need it, then left, leaving Ha Bang to stay behind, feeling wistful. "I'll get ready for the interview first, and then focus on studying at home." A friend walking with Tranthu looked surprised. "Wow, you just refused Ha Bang's invitation like that?" After walking a short distance, a group of people had already blocked the way ahead. Tran Thu still kept a cheerful expression. Hey, isn't that Mr. Nam? Why does his face look even more swollen? The man in front of Trin Nam pointed at Tran Thu and said, Don't be so unreasonable. Wait until we get back, and you'll pay the price. Come on, guys, get him! The friend with him hesitates seeing that. Tran Thu said to reassure him, Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Immediately after that, Tran Thu not only didn't make a move, but just shouted loudly, Help me! The third-year students want to kill me. In just a few seconds, all the school security guards appeared. Tran Thu speaks in a weak and pitiful tone. Mr. Vuong is one of those people who said they want to punish me to remember his lost youth. Uncle Vuong was furious. Glancing at Trin Nam, Are you trying to take someone's life? Trin Nam keeps trying to justify himself, saying he didn't do anything to them. Tran Thu broke down crying again. Uncle Vuong, I'm really scared. That Trin Nam guy dares to falsely accuse us in front of your face. Mr. Vuong, seeing this, was filled with anger and glared at Trin Nam once more. You still dare to falsely accuse others in front of me? He hurriedly explained. I didn't do it. Just then, a calm man approached and asked, What's going on? Old Lee, standing nearby, also chimed in. Boss from afar heard the noise and asked, Trin Nam, the exam is coming up. Why aren't you studying instead of causing trouble here? Trin Nam just pointed to Teacher Lai, that Tran Thu guy. Before he could finish, Lao Lai cut him off immediately. What about Tran Thu? He still knows how to catch wanted criminals, while you're just causing trouble here. What? She helped catch the wanted criminal. Tran Thu remained silent, her eyes focused on Vuong Kien from the Tran Lin Bureau. Master Lai continued scolding Trin Nam. So the leader of the Tran Lin Bureau came here especially to give Tran Thu a reward. But all he does is cause trouble for me. Hurry back and study hard to become talented. Trin Nam drooped like a wilted eggplant and quietly left. Old Lee has also told everyone to go back now, and he gently introduces Tran Thu to Vuong Kien. This is the 100,000 feelings of the Tran Lin Bureau. Although Tran Thu was craving grapes like crazy, he still had to play the humble role. No need. Serving the people is what I should do. Vuong Kien smiled warmly and took it. And besides, I have something I want to ask you. I want to ask you how you managed to find his location back then. Tran Thu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Even though the system guided you, it definitely couldn't tell, so you just had to see that person's evil look, which clearly shows he's not a good person. Wang Qian almost fell off his chair. Is that all? What if he's not the one after all? Tran Thu was confident. That's right, we covered the bag so he couldn't see clearly. These off-topic answers made Vuong Qian frown in frustration as if the questions were over. He said, Anyway, thank you for saving Hua Tiaovu. You can go home now if there's nothing else. Tran Thu also didn't hesitate. Okay then, I'll go ahead now. Goodbye, teacher and Uncle Vuong. Until you turned and walked away, Wang Qian was still hesitant. Is it really just a coincidence? Immediately after, Tran Thu and Dai Luke went to find Xiao Wu and greeted the sister, saying, I am Tran Thu, a classmate of Hua Tiaovu. I have an appointment with her to interview for a medicinal alchemist position. From afar, a bespectacled woman approaches the arena. Do you want to become an alchemist? Tran Thu patted her chest. Yes, I want to give it a try. This older sister insisted. This is not a place for kids to come and play. Go back now. What's wrong with Xiao Wu? Everyone keeps bringing people to the company, only causing trouble for others, so don't let them come in anymore. This woman pushed the guard to kick both of them out. My interview hasn't even started yet. It's over. At this moment, the system's mission details reappear. The first option is to stay silent and go home disappointed. The reward is to receive the title of Dead Before Training. The performance comes with the charisma of a loser +1. Choice 2 is to seize the opportunity. Give that girl a kick to strip her of her charisma, ignite her anger, and instantly go into defense mode. The reward for completion is the power to control the beast herd. The third option is to sneak into the laboratory to find an opportunity. The reward for completing the task is an increase in the shared attack skill level by 1. Dolly turned to ask, not knowing what to do now. Tran Thu stood there, thinking that although he really wanted to choose the second option, there were some drawbacks. In the end, he decided to look for an opening to run inside. Dai Luke ran ahead, slapped him on the butt teasingly, and shouted, Follow me, you fool! The two guards, seeing this, were furious. You little brat, stop right there. Meanwhile, Tran Thu successfully sneaked inside, while Dai Luke was knocked out outside. You've worked hard, brother. By the time one of the guards turned around in surprise, Tran Thu was already gone. Luckily, there's a set of clothes where you're standing, so the young man just put them on without thinking much. With that, Tran Thu confidently walked into the alchemy area as if he belonged there, even greeting everyone there like old friends. Just after entering, the young man was already overwhelmed. Are there really so many great elixirs here? The system has confirmed that the ingredients for the Great Power Potion are sufficient. Will you proceed with the crafting? After a few seconds of hesitation, Tran Thu happily pressed the crafting button, then performed a few gestures, quickly producing several bottles of bubbling liquid. The system reports that the low-grade Great Power Potion has been successfully crafted, with a current purity of 3 out of 10, unlocking the mid-grade Great Power Potion. Next to them, the two alchemists gape in amazement at the scene. No way. Is this really the Great Power Pill? You've already refined 13 bottles in one go. Tran Thu thought to herself that this alchemy system was too powerful, basically never failing as long as she had enough herbs. Just then, her older sister, who had previously chased Tran Thu out and silenced her, covered her mouth to stop her from speaking. "Oh, it's you! You're actually that impressive?" Tran Thu was deeply hurt and shot back immediately. "I'm just a kid here for a walk. No need to call the guards. I'll go by myself." That sister looks panicked and apologetic. "Sorry, I was careless earlier and didn't realize you are a genius alchemist." The older sister immediately bowed sincerely. "If possible, I would like to invite you to become an alchemist in our department." Tran Thu's eyes sparkled, and the system immediately presented two options. And option one is to agree with Hua Tan Tweet and become a professional alchemist for the company. The reward is unlocking all the potion recipes, and the spirit contract will disappear. The second choice is to agree only to part-time work during the summer break and remain committed to becoming a beast tamer. The reward is the power of the beast. The young man begins to hesitate. Although the first reward is very tempting, just a moment of unlocking would make him the top alchemist in the world, but he chooses a different option. "You chose to become a beast tamer?" Tran Thu stroked his chin and replied, "Sorry, my journey is to travel around, so I can only stay here during the 2 months of summer vacation." Although Tran Thu only agreed to work temporarily during the summer vacation, Hua Tan Tweet still provided him with many benefits, and Dai Yu and also agreed that if he could reduce material losses during refining, he would receive corresponding rewards for 3 consecutive days of the holiday. Tran Thu spent every day at the 666 Medicine Manufacturing Company crafting pills. 3 days have flown by, and now the young man is holding Slim gently, stroking its head. "I hope this time I won't be disappointed." He made Slim gulp down all the test tubes. It obediently drank everything, its belly full and swollen to the point of being a little uncomfortable. Tran Thu looked surprised as Slim's belly swelled up and quickly shouted, "It's about to give birth! It's about to give birth!" Slim's big body let out a satisfied grunt and then collapsed into his arms. You check Slim's strength data and see it has increased by 20% thanks to this medicine, but to continue boosting it, you must use a mid-grade super strength drug. Recently, your supply of the 666 basic formulation from the company has run out. Luckily, Hua Tiuvu had helped him make a pass for the black market before. He'll go there tomorrow. The next day, Tran Thu carried his backpack and headed straight to the black market. That's just how life is. The world still revolves around money, and as long as you pay, the materials are right there. As soon as he arrived at the public restroom, he was startled to face 2 crucial life choices. Option 1 was to practice alchemy at home, and option 2 was to do it in the bathroom, with the reward being high school history knowledge. Without hesitation, Tran Thu chose the option to refine medicine in the foul-smelling bathroom. Looking at that bathroom, he just wanted to faint and get it over with. Why choose this place when the world is so vast? Tran Thu pinched his nose and held his breath as he rushed into this hell on earth. A guy hurriedly runs into the bathroom, clutching his stomach, but after knocking on the door for a long time, no one comes out, trembling all over. His friend quickly calls for help. After waiting without any response, the guy was confused. Could it be that no one was there? Unable to break the door, he decided to climb up, but as soon as he looked inside, he was shocked. What the hell is this? Is there someone practicing alchemy here? Inside, Tran Thu is proudly holding the medicine tube and drinking from it greedily. The guy outside is stunned. What is going on here? Until Tran Thu put on her backpack and left, the other person was still stunned. Truly impressive. Such a great deed should be shared online. And so, the information spread easily on social media. Astonished, a high-level alchemist who usually works in the lab was seen creating a light yellow potion in a public restroom. Is this ultimately a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? The alchemist created a new type of toilet medicine and drank it all in front of others. Is this the legendary art of behavior or not? Wherever Tran Thu goes, she is watched and whispered about. The young man has no idea what's really going on. What the hell are those people even doing? Why are they staring so intently? Could it be that they've discovered I'm actually the long-lost son of a wealthy family? While still in a daze, the green snake suddenly lunged at him, making Tran Thu startle and gasp. He quickly summoned Slim to fight the snake one-on-one. Slim and the snake fight fiercely in a blaze of smoke and fire. Tran Thu grits his teeth in anger because they dared to ambush him. From afar, Tran Thu has spotted the cheater targeting him. They have no sense of sportsmanship, but still dared to ambush him. This time I'll see how I deal with killing that kind of person who has no sense of sportsmanship. Tran Thu nonchalantly walks toward the tree where the guy is standing. He still has no idea and is still proud of himself. My snake has already become a mid-level contract spirit. This time I want to see where that Tran Thu runs off to. Hearing my name called out, Tran Thu straightforwardly replied, "Where else could I run but straight to you?" Although it was clear that Tran Thu was the attacker, for a moment, the student felt as if he had just seen the Grim Reaper coming to take his life, his body recoiling and rushing back only to crash into a tree. Tran Thu leapt forward, exuding an ominous aura. That guy was so scared he trembled and collapsed to the ground, his face pale as if he'd seen a ghost. Tran Thu clenched his fingers tighter, his smile becoming more and more distorted and strange. "I thought I was someone important, but it turns out you're just Trin Nam's henchman, sneaking up on my father. Today I'll show you what happens to those who ambush him." It's already too late to turn back in fear now. A swift and one-sided massage scene unfolds. A short while later, that guy was beaten into a pig's head and collapsed under the tree. Tran Thu turned and walked away. Slim has successfully crushed the mischievous green snake. Just after the fight, they heard footsteps approaching, apparently because the spirit contract battle attracted the Tranlin Bureau's personnel. Tran Thu was a bit rebellious, but also knew when to be afraid. He looked at the person lying on the ground and left a final warning. "This time I'll let you go for now, but next time, if you dare to do that again, I will definitely make you and your spirit contract die with nowhere to be buried." The snake was pressed down further, forcing it to spit out more blood. Watching Tran Thu's back, the student trembled as he sat up. "I have truly changed." Tran Thu returned home, gave his parents the 10,000 reward money from the Tranlin Bureau, and explained everything clearly. "This is the reward of 90,000 from the Tranlin Bureau. The 9,000 remaining for your purchases are in this card. Not needed anymore? Are you sure you and your father aren't just second-generation rich kids?" Tran Thu's father chuckled, took a sip of water, and said to him, "Don't worry about it. It's not needed at home anyway. It's getting late. You have school tomorrow. Rest early." Tran Thu nodded and went to his room, watching his parents happily chatting in the living room. The young man lost in thought, wondering why his family, who worked regular jobs, seemed to have so much money. And besides, Mr. Lee and Uncle Jong are both people of status, and they even call my father boss. So maybe there's another reason behind it all. Well, if there's really a secret, my father will tell me sooner or later. I might as well go to sleep first since I have school tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and Tran Thu entered the classroom still yawning and sleepy. The classmates gathered in front of him, staring intently with unblinking eyes, frightening Tran Thu into freezing with fear. What the hell is going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Lao Li opens the door and steps in. "Tran Thu, come here for a moment." Tran Thu responded softly and followed half asleep. As soon as they entered the room, Mr. Lai immediately asked about the main issue. "Did you go to the black market yesterday, Tran Thu?" Tran Thu's face paled, her smile becoming strained as she felt anxious inside. "Could it be that I got caught hitting someone yesterday?" The young man stammered in panic. "Please, sir, listen to my explanation." But just as Tran Thu was about to speak, old Lee raised his phone and asked, "Is this person you?" Tran Thu was stunned, took the phone to check, and it was the shocking headline article. "The person making the drugs in the public restroom, below, are still many shares and comments." Tran Thu was panicked. "Oh my God, it's really popular now. I just made a random type of medicine. I didn't expect it to be known all over the city. If it's about this, then I feel relieved." Tran Thu handed the phone back to the teacher, nodded, and smiled, saying, "It's me." Old Lee also felt relieved, not intending to blame you. "I knew it was you all along. Even though only a corner of your face is visible, I can always recognize your arrogant attitude. But now, everyone online is looking for the person in that public restroom. Lately, you need to be more careful to avoid illegal traders coming your way." Tran Thu nodded obediently. "I understand. Tran Thu's matter is just like that now." Habang and a blonde boy happened to walk in at this moment. Mr. Lee told them both that this time he called them here to inform them that the school plans to have some of the top students in the final exam for the special 12th grade. After hearing this, Tran Thu was startled. The special 12th grade. In previous years, the special 12th grade was only held in the second semester of 12th grade. Why are they holding it earlier this time? Tran Thu looked at Habang deep in thought, feeling more and more puzzled. Did something happen? After school, I took my bike and left with Truong Dailuk. Daili happily said, "You're famous now." Tran Thu modestly replied, No, it's just a casual photo." I had no idea I would become so popular that the whole social media would be hunting me down. Suddenly, Tran Thu stopped the bike, looked at a crowd by the roadside, causing Dolly to follow behind and almost crash into the back of the bike. Based on Tran Thu's gaze, it was a group of people dressed like impoverished staff, demanding debt from a girl accompanied by a young girl. Dolly asked, "What's going on? Do you know them?" Tran Thu shook her head and said, "I don't know her." The reason the young man was watching so intently was because the system displayed a choice. The first option is to cover your eyes and walk past, muttering that you see nothing at all. The reward is a skill book on violent assassination. The second option is to resolutely help the girl out of trouble, with the reward being moderate beast-taming power. The third option is to join the evil faction and force the girl to return the money. The reward is a tarnished reputation. The spirit contract's personality effect turns into evil and ruthless, which I am not used to, but I am brave and righteous, and it is my creed. Tran Thu shamelessly said, "I'm not used to it, but being brave and chivalrous is my lifelong creed." As he spoke, he threw his bike aside, and Dai Luke also tossed his bike onto the roadside before happily running after Tran Thu. "You guys are brave, I'll join you." The debt collectors immediately grew alert as Tran Thu and Dai Luke approached. "Kid, what do you want to do?" Just as Dolly was about to say hero saving a beauty, Tran Thu suddenly shifted from being cool to timid, covering his face with both hands and shaking his head repeatedly. "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." The scene suddenly fell silent. Jang Dolly was stunned and terrified. Is this guy Tran Thu just pretending to be righteous here just to say this one sentence and then want a hero to save a beauty? How would Dolly know that just saying that sentence would grant him the skill? Seeing the reward from the system, Tran Thu let out a sigh of relief. As he was about to retreat, the girl hiding behind the young lady looked at him with a resentful gaze, or rather, at the debt collector behind him, but Tran Thu still felt guilty. And once again, his heroic spirit flared up. Tran Thu pointed at the debtor's cheek, eyes wide, shouting, "You useless fool, all you know is bullying women." He went crazy and shouted, "You bastard, what did you say? Stop right there for me." The debt collector, angered, chases after Tran Thu. Tran Thu and Dai Luke quickly ran away, while the debt collectors hurriedly left. Seizing the moment when they weren't paying attention, Tran Thu provocatively added, "Hurry up and chase me. If you catch me, I'll give up." Tran Thu and Dai Luke ran to a crowded place, hid inside a building, and casually picked up 2 sticks each to disguise themselves. Just after disguising themselves, the debt collectors passed by, but their eyes seemed to be only for show and completely ignored the 2 hiding nearby, continuing to chase after others. In Dai Luke's eyes, Tran Thu's behavior was truly unusual and suspicious. "Even though I've fallen behind them, why do I feel like your condition is getting worse?" Tran Thu warmly put her arm around Dai Luke, saying, "Let's go, I'm in a good mood today and I'll treat you to a meal." Suddenly, a car stopped right in front of them. Dolly suddenly assumed a defensive stance, startling those around him while it was unclear if he was scared or not. Tran Thu also summoned her Slim, ready to fight, but as the car door opened, it was a familiar face. "Son, miss, get in the car." This person is none other than Trong Dai Luke's father. They quickly got into the car, and Mr. Trong smiled at Tran Thu and asked, "Miss, I hear you've been studying beast-taming classes." He truly has ambition. Unfortunately, Dolly doesn't have the talent for beast-taming, or I would have taken him to the Black Iron level too. Because he has a system, even staying still makes him very strong. But how could Uncle Trong talk about it so casually? Tran Thu asked curiously, "Can you tell me about the other dimension?" Uncle Zhang smiled and asked, "Do you want to go?" "Miss, although there are many valuable resources inside, the beasts are also very fierce, and without strong strength and a trustworthy beast tamer, it's too risky. I advise you not to take the risk." What Uncle Trong said is indeed not wrong at all. Your strength is not enough, but with the system, it might not be impossible. But Tran Thu still politely thanked him. That night, in Tran Thu's room, she immediately began serious training after returning. Serious training means absorbing all the knowledge from the system's rewards, but if I want to take a step further now, I still need a lot of medicinal herbs. The black market is no longer enough. If given the chance, I still want to visit another dimension. Tran Thu happily opened a book introducing other spaces. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the notification sound showed a message from Habang. Does this shy look mean something to me? Could it be a confession? Tran Thu's mouth moved faster than her brain. Should have said it earlier. How could a girl be the one to confess? He hesitantly typed, "You like me, right? Fine, I'll let you pursue me." I didn't even have time to press send before Habang sent another message asking if you could lend her some money because she's about to break through to level 6. Beast Tamers and wants to buy a mid-grade beast pearl from the black market. Huh? After such a long wait, I thought a system task suddenly appeared. Choosing option 1, I said generously, What kind of relationship do we have anyway? Why ask to borrow? Don't be so polite. Tell me exactly how much you need. The reward for completing this is a small amount of summoning power. Choosing option 2 is to shake your head and quickly say, "Hey, I have money, but I don't lend it out." The reward for completing this is a 10% increase in slim yellow size. Option 3 is looking up at a 45-degree angle and saying with regret. And talking about money really affects feelings, and the reward is a drug that causes loss of control. Option 4 is pounding the chest proudly and saying that friends will lend you this money, but with interest. The completed reward is high school level geography knowledge of magical beasts. Tran Thu looked around and chose the reward from option 4. Now that you have most of the high school knowledge, adding the geography of beast taming makes entering 12th grade completely manageable. Tran Shu then messaged Ha Bang, "I will lend you this money, but with interest." The next morning, Tran Thu brought the money and the magical beast orb to Ha Bang as promised. Ha Bang politely said, "Thank you." Tran Thu chuckled and said, "Why thank your friends? Just write me a thesis praising me instead." Ha Bang angrily endured. "Fine, I will do it and go back to class." As Tran Thu was about to go to the bathroom, she suddenly ran into Chow Tu Min, also known as Chow Map, an old classmate from her usual class who had been beaten so badly her head was swollen. As soon as he saw Tran Thu, Chow Map rushed over, threw his arms around her, and tearfully complained, "An Thu Trin Nam and Trin Dich in class 3 are bullying me." Tran Thu raised her finger to stop that fat guy from rushing at her. "Lung, aren't they supposed to not fight with ordinary people? Are you provoking them?" Chow Map looked extremely innocent. "I peed on them." Tran Thu laughed so hard he choked on his own saliva, knelt on the ground, slapped the dirt, and giggled uncontrollably. Chow Map, crying and begging, said, "Brother Thu, I know you're very strong now. Can you help me vent my anger?" According to Lee, the one at fault is Chow Map, but the target is those two people, so there's no reason for Tran Thu not to take responsibility for this. He stood up, patted Chow Map on the shoulder, and said, "Okay, but with extra money. I want your shop to sign a cooperation agreement with me." "Huh? But my family's situation, I can't take control of it," Tran Thu said warmly, putting his arm around Chow Map. "It's okay. When the time comes, you just need to push forward. Now let's talk about how you're going to get your revenge." "Wait a moment. Are you saying Trin Dick is now with Trin Nam at the hall attending the graduation ceremony?" "Very good. Very good. Old grudges and new ones, it's just the right time to settle everything together." On the stage, the principal was still passionately giving a speech about the future and life after graduation for the upcoming 12th grade graduates. It didn't take long before Tran Thu saw Trin Dish and Trin Nam sitting and attending the graduation ceremony. As expected, it's here. He sneaks inside quietly, dressed like a thief, unnoticed by anyone, and gently hides behind their chairs. They still talk about the future innocently and carefree, like Trin Nam might get into a top beast tamer university. Tran Thu pretended to tie his shoelaces when suddenly Trin Nam asked, "So recently Tran Thu hasn't caused you any trouble, right?" Trin Dick bit his nails, gritted his teeth, and widened his eyes. "No, I've been hanging out with those guys lately. He wouldn't have a chance to attack me. So when do you plan to teach that kid a lesson?" Trin Nam shook his head and whispered, "He's not simple. He could seriously injure Ngo Lai. Wait until you gather enough people and then deal with him." Trin Dish was startled and terrified when he heard this. "What? Big Brother Ngo is a level 4 beast Tamer and he was also injured?" Trin Nam exhaled, rubbing his forehead. "Maybe he's hiding his true strength, so this time we can only find some thugs to teach him a lesson." After hearing that, Trin Ditch gritted his teeth and cursed. The other world Tran Thu is really a bastard. After sitting for a while, Trin Dick stood up to go to the bathroom. Tran Thu happily grinned, just having sat there listening to them scold him. And now the opportunity had come so quickly. Truly a gift from heaven, yet he thought he'd have to wait a bit longer. Tran Thu immediately followed Trin Dick into the bathroom, while Trin Nam just happened to turn back to his brother's spot. For some reason, Trin Nam suddenly felt this back looked incredibly familiar. In the bathroom, while Trin Dick was still dealing with his own troubles, resentment crept in again. "Good afternoon, Trin. Are you in the bathroom?" The look on Tran Thu's face and the pile of feces in his hand reveal there's no good intention here. Trin Dick tried to turn and run, but Tran Thu was faster, leaving Trin Dick with no chance to escape. The foul-smelling feces rushes forward without a wasted movement, leaving only darkness and a strange, foul odor around Trin Dick. Trin Dick froze in place, shouting curses. Tran Thu coldly grabbed his head and pushed him into a corner. This time Trin Dick was more alert, quickly summoned Ko Lao Lin to fight back. Tran Thu saw Ko Lao Lin in the bathroom corner glaring at him and silently thought, "If only I had a KU Woke Lin too." And so, The golden Slim appeared. Slim immediately grew larger, and Holo Lin was crushed in an instant, unable to resist. Tran Tu turned around with a cold glare and said, "This time no one can save you. Trin Nam dares to use a beast tamer from society to deal with me. If I don't deal with you harshly today, you won't understand why the flowers bloom. All you can hear now are desperate cries for help." After beating him to a pulp, Tran Thu felt incredibly satisfied. Tran Thu happily walked out of the bathroom, singing along. The sky today is truly beautiful, and the scenery everywhere makes people feel relaxed. But as soon as he stepped out, Tran Thu bumped into Trin Nam. And of course, Trin Nam wasn't alone. A group of followers was blocking the bathroom door. Trin Nam smugly stood with his hands on his hips. "It's definitely you." He looked directly at Tran Thu and asked sternly, "Where is my younger brother?" "Your brother, Trin Deek. I saw him go into the women's restroom." Trin Nam coldly ordered, "Watch him for me." Then he headed toward the restroom, while his followers immediately surrounded Tran Thu. Trin Nam suddenly stopped, and although Tran Thu's calm demeanor made it easy to trust him, he knew his personality wasn't exactly innocent, so he turned to check the men's restroom. Not seeing anyone, Trin Nam began to believe that Trin Dich had indeed gone into the women's restroom, but he still wasn't reassured and decided to go in and check. As he stepped in, he was startled to see a pile of goat dung covering Trin Dick's head. Trin Nam hurriedly rushed over to check on his brother. Right after Trin Dick left, a new mission appeared with 4 options. Tran Thu quickly glanced over and found that the first 3 rewards were quite tempting. However, the reward for the 4th option is exactly what he needs right now. Just complete the mission, and he will be able to upgrade his beast pet 1 level further. And with that, the 12th grade was no longer an unreachable goal. As for how to turn that guy's father from an ally into an enemy, Tran Thu was confident in his way with words. Just finished the mission, Tran Thu immediately switches to a sarcastic tone, walks over, and puts his arm around the most persuadable underling. "Don't be too tense. My relationship with Jung Nan is actually pretty good, so don't think we're close friends since childhood just because I seem fierce." That guy looked at Tran Thu with suspicion and asked, "So you still bully his younger brother?" Tran Thu smiled gently and replied, "It's just a joke. Actually, Trin Deech is also my younger brother. We often play chase like that." That guy still isn't fully convinced, but he's starting to accept it more easily. Tran Thu continues to cast his next bait. "Just think about it. If there really was a conflict, I would have run away long ago, so why am I still standing here talking to you?" Not stopping there, Tran Thu continued to put her arm around the others, appearing friendly, and added, "I tell you, since I was little, Trin Nam has loved acting, and every year there are a few times like this." In just a few minutes, everyone was completely fooled by Tran Thu's words and believed them wholeheartedly. Trin Nam, who was just then bringing Trin Deek, battered and bruised out and overheard this, felt that something was off. Tran Thu still enthusiastically tells the story, unaware that the person being talked about just came out of the bathroom. "At first, we played even more cruelly than now, and Trin Nam even dressed as a woman to make me play the role of a heartbreaker." Trin Nam angrily shouted, "What are you guys doing, Wang Yu?" The group of Wang Yu still laughed loudly about what happened to Tran Thu and casually replied, "We're just chatting." "Trin Nam, you really know how to play? We didn't expect you to have that side of you." Trin Nam, feeling more and more confused, annoyedly asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about?" The friend awkwardly touched his reddening shoulder and said, "Trin Nam is just acting. There's no need to scold like that." Tran Thu sneered, "Nam is like that. Easy to play along. Everyone has to understand. Let's all be a little more accommodating." "Trin Nam, don't be mad at your good brothers. All right, it's not too late anymore. You all have your graduation ceremony tonight, so disperse now." All of Trin Nam's friends leave without suspicion. Tran Thu waved goodbye, saying, "You guys go ahead. Nam still isn't out of character. Shall I help him?" As he watched Trin Nam's friends leave, his smile suddenly turned dark and full of intent. "Nam, now let's get started." Tran Thu stepped forward, covering Trin Nam's mouth with her hand, silencing him. The group of friends, just gone a short distance, suddenly heard strange sounds from behind, as if someone was calling for help. Each of them briefly had a bad thought, and so, not long after, everyone hurried back. As they rushed into the bathroom, they saw him sitting on top of Trin Nam, punching and kicking his face until he looked completely out of it. When they entered, Tran Thu pouted and casually said, "Well, it seems we've been discovered, huh? Getting tricked so badly, I have to say it's more bitter than anything." "You dare to deceive us? You're really good at fighting, aren't you?" "Today I'll show you what it really means to be good at fighting." Tran Thu is using the same old trick again. "No, no, no. Everyone is civilized. If you attack, I will scream." Trin Nam was knocked out cold, and hearing the word scream, his mind suddenly cleared and he thought to himself, "Scream. Last time this kid just shouted and the security guards arrived. It's now after school hours, and if he yells again, the final exams are coming up soon. If I can injure his contracted spirit, he won't be able to attend the special class anymore. This kind of revenge feels much more satisfying than just beating him up." Trin Nam's face twisted as he immediately said, "Wait a minute, Tranthu, you're a beast tamer. If you have the guts, let's fight it out at the Beast Taming Guild." Usually Tranthu would refuse immediately, but this time the system presented options. The first choice is to beg for mercy and ask Trin Nam to spare her. The reward is to earn the title of coward, with an effect that may soften the opponent during the attack. The second option is to directly refuse and run out of the bathroom. The reward for completing is an intermediate-level beast tamer ability. The third choice is to nod in agreement and win the Battle of the Spirit Pact. The reward for completing the task is a slim, yellow, innate understanding of the heavenly armor. Tran Tu begins to turn and look at Trin Nam to consider. After that choice, I am now a level 5 beast tamer, so fighting Trin Nam at level 6 might still be possible to win. But seeing the others all at level 5 and 6, the young man looks worried. This time, whether I win or lose, these people will take the opportunity to beat me up badly. Habeng is the strongest in my class, but she might not even be able to beat them. But if it's just that person alone, no matter how I analyze it, Tran Thu responds clearly, "I agree, but I doubt your character. I want to find a witness." At the Beast Tamers pavilion, Tran Thu quickly secured Hua Tiovu as a witness. Trin Nam glared at Tran Thu, realizing he could only confront her directly during the decisive battle. Having Hua Tiovu as a witness made Tran Thu feel much more at ease. He politely exchanged a few words with Hua Tiovu. "Don't worry, little Vu, I'm confident. Even if I wasn't, I would have to do it anyway, since talent like mine is right at the door." Tran Thu and Trin Nam quickly rushed to their positions, their fighting spirits high. The whistle sounded, signaling the start of the match, and both immediately summoned their contract spirits. On Trin Nam's side was a majestic, sharp, and fierce blue eagle, exuding an overwhelming aura at first sight. As soon as it appeared, it roared and soared into the sky, then dove straight down to attack its opponent. In an instant, its razor-sharp claws pierced through Tran Thu's Slim, lifting it off the ground. Seeing Slim struggle, small and fragile in the enemy's claws, people couldn't help but feel worried. Slim also seemed to realize the unfavorable situation, and a sense of urgency ignited within it as it tried to find a viable strategy. The eagle's speed is superior. If they continue fighting normally, they will surely lose. Zi Engi needs a different move, a breakthrough. Under the ring, Slim still fights on bravely, struggling to hold out every second, but Trin Nam's eagle shows no mercy. Wave after wave of claws slashed down, causing Slim pain. Just as the audience began to think Tran Thu would lose, he suddenly welled up with tears, his eyes pleading, and broke down crying. "Stop fighting, I give up." This unexpected move only makes Trin Nam more proud than ever. With the advantage in hand and seeing the opponent want to retreat, his mind only grew more excited, especially when he saw the chance to destroy Tran Thu's contract spirit forever. Trin Nam ordered decisively, determined to give Slim a lesson it would never forget, to show what true strength really is. The eagle let out a deafening cry and swooped down with majestic might like a bloodthirsty predator. Tran Thu was just waiting for that moment. Wasn't this the opportunity? A strange smile gradually appeared on Slim's face, his eyes turning red. Trin Nam was momentarily startled, his heart skipping a beat, feeling an ominous sense when seeing that expression. "What will come, will come." Slim suddenly fights back fiercely. It erupts with fierce intensity. Normally, Slim doesn't know how to fly, but the golden Slim can hover in the air with a powerful burst, surprising opponents by getting close unexpectedly. In that moment, Trin Nam's eyes turned red, blood rushing to his brain, and he had only one thought left. It's all over. As soon as it reached the right height, Sim suddenly used a special skill to become gigantic. From a small creature, its body immediately swelled to an enormous size, even 6 or 7 times larger than that eagle. The bluebird struggled beneath Slim's body. Trin Nam was terrified, surprised that Tran Thu's spirit contract was so powerful and had multiple skills at once. Trin Nam also isn't a fool, he just ties his own hands. If he can't fight back, he can't fight back. In front of Hua Tiovu, there's nothing he can do, so he can only admit defeat. Tran Thu snorted proudly, shrank back, wrapped around her arm, and then disappeared. He walked towards Hua Tiovu, and she left together. Ji also ran over to Trin Nam, looking worried. Trin Nam sighed, his whole body swollen and battered. Cough, cough, I'm fine. I won't be at Namjiang High School anymore, so don't pick a fight with Tran Thu again. Tridit could only grit his teeth and obey Trin Nam's words. I understand. I will stay away from him. Outside the schoolyard, Hua Tiovu and Tran Thu walked leisurely together for a while. Earlier, Hua Tiovu watched that match and couldn't help feeling curious. Tran Thu, is your spirit contract in S level? It feels even more powerful than my fire control. Tran Thu smiled and said, Of course not. My spirit contract is the SSS level universe champion. As they were walking, Tran Thu suddenly saw a Chow map ahead. Tiovu asked in confusion, Are you the great cosmic champion? I have never heard of this spirit contract before. Tran Thu did not answer Hua Tiovu's question, only managed to smile and say they would talk next time before hurriedly running towards Chow map. Hua Tiovu watched the person leave, her impression of Tran Thu growing deeper. Now he was already a level 5 Beast Tamer. If he could obtain a Beast Tamer pearl during this time, he might be able to join the special class. Tran Thu also didn't realize how highly Hua Tiovu thought of him. Right now, he's only focused on finding someone to talk business with Chow Map's mother. I've avenged you. Now let's go find a business deal for your mother. Chow Map looked at Tran Thu with surprise. Right now? But he didn't ask much and took Tran Thu straight to his house to talk with his parents. After a long round of empty explanations, Tran Thu finally got what he wanted and happily said goodbye to Chow Map before leaving. Although since unlocking the high-grade super strength potion in the black market, they haven't been able to gather enough ingredients to craft it, the cooperation deal has now been finalized. Chow Tiu-min's parents also agreed to leave the ingredients. In another space, no need to worry about ingredients for making medicine, but their family doesn't sell medicine. Tran Thu sighed, wondering what to do with the bottles of medicine at home. At this moment, Tran Thu's thoughts drifted back to the black market. Slim doesn't need the powerful medicine. Leaving it here is useless, so maybe it's worth trying the black market. The black market is still crowded as always, and Tran Thu quickly finds a corner to set up shop, placing his bottles of powerful medicine on the stall and actively selling. Come and see. Come and see. Fresh, mid-grade, powerful medicine here. Genuine and absolutely authentic. 10 times the price for fake ones. Everyone passing by definitely shouldn't miss this. Basically, his medicine is mid-grade but sold at a cheap price, making Tran Thu sneer at the stupidity and poor eye for quality of these people when suddenly a cunning con artist approaches him. Kid, your scam methods are outdated. Do you want to learn some new skills from me? Just 998 is enough to learn how to scam in the black market. If you can't sell it, you'll lose out, so learn a bit. Tran Thu looked at the book title and was speechless, gathering all the black market scams. What the hell is a rare edition? Tran Thu directly waved his hand and said, Are you serious about scams and even have a book? And a rare edition too. Your eyes fall on the billboard in front of you. I know how to attract more customers now. Took out a stack of money, handed it to the con artist and whispered, Sir, I have something I need your help with. The person holding the money left and returned shortly after with a group of people, all of whom were actors that the con artist had helped him hire. Tran Thu looked around and said, Not bad. All 5 features are quite ordinary, suitable for the work you want. Let's get started. Damn it! Do you understand the order of things or not? They even dared to argue with me, exchanging words, and by noon, everyone rushed into a chaotic fight like an action scene from real life. Tran Thu calmly stood behind the stall, observing the crowd with an amused look, a smug thought crossing his mind. Sure enough, as long as there's something interesting, there will be spectators watching them perform so well that I almost believed it myself. Hey everyone, come buy some goods. I just picked up the medicine bottle pretending to intervene, but in reality I was showing off in a subtle way. Stop fighting, don't fight over the 800 yen mid-grade powerful medicine. As soon as he finished speaking, passers-by immediately froze, turning to look at Tran Thu with surprised eyes. Is the mid-grade super strength medicine worth 800 yuan real or fake? At that moment, someone from the chaos staggered over and crawled to Tran Thu's feet. The bruised-handed person stammered, Give me the mid-grade superpower potion, or I won't close my eyes in death. Before receiving the potion, they suddenly collapsed and died, a perfect display of acting mastery. Seeing the group fight fiercely and then collapse, the crowd's suspicion turned into disbelief and finally into panic. Before long, genuine customers started coming to Chen Truk to buy medicine. The boss gave me a bottle of mid-grade powerful medicine. I want it too. Tran Thu smiled happily, quietly signaling okay to the actors lying on the ground. In no time, the stall was completely cleared. He handed the extras that the old con artist introduced to a stack of money, nodding, satisfied. Thanks, everyone. Let's work together again next time. The curtain falls on the act. Now Tran Thu prepares to move on to the next phase, acquiring ingredients to refine top-grade powerful medicine. He gazes at the black market with an excited look, already sketching out a clear plan in his mind. In Tran Thu's room, a series of top-grade elixirs are produced one after another with the help of an automated system, ensuring they are crafted quickly and flawlessly. Tran Thu smiled and nodded, hoping Slim wouldn't disappoint him this time. He laid out a pile of powerful medicine in front of him, and then summoned Slim. As soon as Slim saw the medicine, he immediately sprang up and rushed over at his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, all the medicine was swallowed, his belly swollen and full of energy, with his strength increasing by another 20%. Tran Thu gently pats Slim's head, feeling very satisfied. With this level up, he is confident the upcoming final exam will not disappoint him. Time has flown by, and the exam day has arrived. In the classroom, Lao Li stands solemnly at the podium, scanning the class with his eyes before declaring with gravity, "Students, today is your final exam day." After finishing the cultural subject, the next step is to gather at the Beast Taming Pavilion for the Beast Taming exam. I hope everyone can achieve good results. The exam has started. Under the desk, Tran Thu hurriedly writes, moving at a lightning-fast pace, because he had already mastered all the knowledge beforehand. But as soon as he finished the exam, a new mission suddenly activated. Tran Thu looked up and just happened to meet the intense gaze of Elder Lai staring at him fixedly. Tran Thu silently sighed, looking back at the mission list, feeling a wave of helplessness inside. Oh my, this really is a tough choice. However, the reward was too tempting for him to ignore. To avoid being caught, Tran Thu decided to take a risk. He picks up the exam paper and starts fiddling with it, turning it back and forth, making crackling sounds in the quiet classroom. Within seconds, all eyes are on him and Mr. Li like radar detecting a signal, and they immediately walk over to Tran Thu's desk. The mission is complete. I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems the mindset of students taking the exam this time is too fragile. Lao Li frowned and pounded the desk twice before scolding sharply, "If you don't know how to do it, just sit still and don't flip the exam paper back and forth." Tran Thu obediently nodded and smiled. "Yes, sir." The teacher just turned to the podium, and I immediately buried my head in the desk for a nap. The exam was done. The reward was received. What's better than resting now? When he woke up, the exam paper had already been collected. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense because this test was too difficult. A close friend approached and asked, "This exam was really too difficult. How did you do?" Tran Thu smiled calmly. "It's okay as long as I finished. The beast taming test is starting soon. Let's go over there." At the Beast Tamers Guild, where practical exams are held, students line up in a long queue waiting for their turn, and Tran Thu and his friend quickly join the line. Half an hour later, it was finally Tran Thu's turn. Before entering, Shaolin patted your shoulder and joked, "Be careful, if you lose later, don't cry." Tran Thu chuckled loudly and then stepped inside, confidently showing the demeanor of someone with real strength. The classmates were all surprised that in such a short time, he had reached level 5. Scratching his head innocently, Tran Thu put on his usual modest expression. "Oh, even though it's only been a month since I went from a first-level beast tamer to a 5th-level beast tamer, I really am still too weak." Everyone just listened and looked at me with awkward smiles. While Tran Thu was happily chatting with friends in class, old Li strolled over, scanned the Beast Tamer Hall, and smiled. "All right, the final exam is over, and the results will be sent to everyone's phones then. Everyone, disperse now, and I hope you all have a pleasant holiday." The students gradually started to leave after hearing that. Amidst the chaos, little Lin took the opportunity to sneak beside Tran Thu, his voice excited and full of admiration. "Kid, you're impressive, already at level 5 without saying a word. So during the break, do you want to come to my beast taming school and train together?" Tran Thu smiled and shook her head. "I don't need to. I still have work to do." "What do you mean you still have things to do during the break?" Tran Thu raised both hands to the sky with a serious and heroic expression, as if declaring a great mission. "Of course. Doing something meaningful." 10 days later, at the 666 Pharmaceutical Company, the laboratory was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. After a short break, Tran Thu has built a certain reputation and prestige in the Alchemist community. Everyone here now respects him, even calling him Master Tran. Wearing a pure white lab coat, Tran Thu walks into the room with confidence, as if he owns the world of alchemy. For him, risking his life on missions just to earn a few experience points is too exhausting. It's better to make medicine quickly, safely, and effectively. Everything was going smoothly, until one day, while he was diligently making medicine, Hua Thun Tweet entered holding a bouquet of giant force flowers. Her face was serious, her voice steady but carrying an ominous hint. Xiaotran, this is the company's last batch of dolly flowers. Tran Thu was startled, eyes wide open, shouting in surprise. What? Is the company about to go bankrupt? Hua Then Tweet's lips twitched slightly, her face showing helplessness. Can you have a little more faith in the company? Recently, a new emerging force has been competing for the supply of powerful flowers. However, the company's expedition team had already set out to another space to gather new resources, so the situation would soon improve. Just then, the system's mission board lit up. Option 1 is to join the company's beast tamers to venture into another space for an adventure. The reward for completion is a specialized contract spirit skill book. The second option is to speak up and say, then hurry up and sneak away. The reward for completion is an average beast tamer strength. Miss Hua, I also want to go to another space. After receiving the nod of approval, Tran Thu immediately returned home and began preparing his gear. At last, he had the chance to go to another dimension. This time, he won't be careless. Whether it's a mission or a new experience, he can't forget the essential items. He spreads out the gear on the table looking at them and wondering whether to bring everything, as he has no outdoor survival experience at all. At that moment, New Suk suddenly remembered something, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and gently tapped his forehead. Oh, that's right. Tran Thu quickly searched through her belongings, almost forgetting the survival skill book given by the system. She grabbed the skill book and then summoned Slim. He placed his hand on its head and transferred the skill in. Immediately, Slim's stats were greatly boosted, and it gained an incredibly powerful new skill. Key Contract Spirit Undefeated Appapap. This is a powerful passive skill. Any creature suppressed by Slim will be completely unable to use their skills. Except when facing an opponent whose spirit contract is of a higher level than a major realm, Tran Thu looked at the new skill information with a satisfied nod. He thought to himself that this skill was truly powerful, so he was almost done. Just a quick sleep, and he'd be ready to set out tomorrow morning. At that moment, the phone suddenly kept vibrating with a series of message notifications. Tran Thu looked down and saw that he was second in the class and 20th in the entire grade. These results were truly something to be proud of. As expected, as soon as the scores came out, the phone immediately rang. Old Lee called, and as soon as he answered, he heard a loud voice from the other end. Congratulations, you've been admitted to the special 12th grade. Lai's voice was full of joy and surprise, so much so that even Tran Thu couldn't help but feel happy. You frown and think, Lao Lai, isn't this already part of the plan? You're grown up, but still can't keep your composure. Lao Li from the other end of the line was truly moved. I was very surprised because I had previously misunderstood you. I really didn't expect you to be a golden turd. Tran Thu, in her moment of pride, hadn't reacted yet after hearing that. 2 seconds later, his mind suddenly jolted. What do you mean? Golden poop? Old Lee continued nonchalantly with an unchanged expression. Don't worry about these small details. All right, I have to inform one more person. Remember to study hard during the break. After finishing, the phone also buzzed. Tran Thu smiled a mischievous, devilish smile. Are you in such a hurry? Then I also have to tell my friends this good news. Without hesitation, he immediately drafted a group message to all his friends saying I've been accepted into the special 12th grade. As expected, the reaction from friends was a storm of messages. Everyone was amazed. She kept praising, while Tran Thu sat listening to her constantly ringing phone, her face glowing and her nostrils flaring as if they might expand. Humble? Not in today's dictionary. But this happiness still isn't enough to satisfy him because, for him, entering another dimension is even more impressive. Once he conquers that place, he will become a legend, not just part of the special class. After a busy day of preparations, Sim has curled up and fallen into a deep sleep. Tran Thu stretches and then gets into bed. He muttered to himself, if I don't sleep now, I'll sleep tomorrow and forget everything. The next morning, as planned, Tran Thu was at the company's gathering area to head to the other dimension. In the car, he sat next to Hua Tiovu, accompanied by 2 high-level beast tamers, as Tran Thu gazed out the window and saw a heavily guarded area gradually come into view in the distance. From the outside, you could hardly see what was inside. That was the gateway to another dimension. As soon as Tran Thu finished thinking, Xiao Wu happily announced it to Tran Thanh Nguyen. Hearing that, Tran Thu immediately asked, Thanh Nguyen Town, does it have a space gate or is it another space? Just then, their car stopped, and Xiao Wu turned to explain like a universal tour guide, saying the space gate is just designed to prevent unqualified people from misunderstanding it as another space. The actual space is inside the Thanh Nguyen forest within Thanh Nguyen Town. She got out of the car still talking, saying, in Thanh Nguyen Town no transportation is allowed, we have to get out. He agreed without hesitation. They arrived at the checkpoint, Xiao Wu swiped his identification card for his rank, and then the system announced success. Please proceed. Tran stood outside, lost in thought, realizing that inside she would also need to verify her identity. And as a beast tamer, she might not even have the right to enter. After a moment, her steps gradually moved forward. In Than Nguyen town, the bustling crowd made him silently assess that it looked no different from an ordinary city. But in reality, there were many spirits here. Suddenly, Xiao Wu spoke sternly, saying, "That's right. You must absolutely say that here you have to obey Uncle Joe and follow the rules." She even looked serious and warned that if not, the soldiers would deal with you on the spot. Tran was startled and frightened. How could he handle troublemakers right here with such power? He nervously stared at the shiny gun and nodded repeatedly. "I understand. Other spaces are the most important areas of the country. The most important rule here is to ask Uncle Chow first before anything happens." The expedition quickly clarified. "It's not as complicated here as you think. Just avoid fighting and causing trouble." Tran nodded kindly at him, saying, yes. I've always been well-behaved and never caused trouble." After walking for a while, the team stopped to give instructions. "All right, we've arrived at the hotel we booked. Let's rest here and continue our journey tomorrow." The three of them agreed and went into the hotel together. After eating and resting, night had fallen. In the restaurant, the food team didn't see Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu really doesn't want to eat?" Tran explained that Xiao Wu said she wanted to rest. Hearing that, he didn't ask anything more. "Fine, let the girl rest. Serve me a portion of braised rabbit meat, steamed fish, and crispy locusts." Chow Keat smiled happily and replied, "All right. My brother heard the names of some dishes sound a bit frightening. Are you scared because they're made from ferocious beasts?" The man explained, "Of course, Than Nguyen's bed is near the small town, so ferocious beast meat isn't too expensive and is considered a local specialty here." "Oh, Huang Vi's gang, coming to cause trouble. Isn't that the famous beast taming guild?" the elite group said sarcastically without interest. "Huang Chan Huang, you still not satisfied after being beaten last time? Are you not convinced?" Little Two couldn't hold back and immediately threw a punch, saying, "Are you trying to die?" Huang Vi ordered to stop the fight. Two-Tone quickly pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, then told his men to sit and eat. Two-Duan just shrugged and said, "Let's eat too." Suddenly, something appeared that made him startle. The mission notification system displayed 3 options: summon a slim yellow demon to fight directly, quietly eat your meal, or show some color to Huang Vi's men. The enticing rewards made Tranthu's eyes light up, and he immediately leveled up to Black Iron. Just as he was about to make a move, he spotted some soldiers outside. "Uncle Joe, if I use the spirit contract to fight them now, what would be the consequences?" The guy nervously advised Tranthu not to get too excited, saying we wouldn't be punished but would be killed on the spot by the army. But in his mind, he was cursing silently. Wasn't it true that he had always been the one causing trouble and fighting? Tranthu looked dejected and thought, then I can't choose one, but if I choose 3, there will be conflict and the soldiers will come, but if I choose 2, I won't be satisfied. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he put his hand in his pocket. "It's done, you sly fox. I'll go show them some color." He tried to hold him back, saying, "Don't go." Then Tranthu boldly stepped forward and slammed the table, declaring loudly like a superhero, "I'm here to show you some colors. What do you want to do, kid?" He took out colorful sheets of paper, pretending to be excited. "Here, take a look. This is red." The man stared in confusion. Then Tranthu pulled out another paper and said, "This is yellow. The things you're doing, leave them speechless." Meanwhile, Tranthu keeps rambling like a preschool teacher teaching kids to recognize colors. "And what color is this?" "Yes, it's green." The guy angrily shouted and cursed. "Are you racing us, kid? I really want to show you some color." Xiao Tzu pointed behind the guards to warn them. Seeing that, Huang Vi could only mutter to himself to control his emotions. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Your life is like a play." Tranthu kept provoking them, and although the Thi were furious, they had to endure and watch their expressions, perhaps having recognized the true colors. "These cards are for you to practice at home whenever you're free. No need to thank me." Huang Vi almost looked pale, but still quietly calmed himself. So angry it was making him sick, and no one to replace him. After teasing them, he urged the real team forward. "Uncle Shai, let's go." He chuckled softly in agreement. "All right." As he turned away, he whispered softly, "Little Tron, are you really not afraid of offending Huang Vi?" Tranthu pretended to be innocent and replied, "I only taught them to recognize colors. I didn't offend them." The real team is not so easily led astray, and as he walked, he warned that Huang Vi's temper is irritable and unpleasant. Even though this time you only kindly taught him about colors, next time don't get so worked up. Otherwise, after leaving Tran Nguyen, if he causes trouble for you, it won't be good. He still remained cheerful and unshaken. It's okay. He doesn't know me, only uncle. Moreover, as she spoke, Tran Thu lightly touched her bag and thought to herself, if she really did that, her system still wouldn't know who was winning or losing. Two people walk through the thick fog of bones, and you can't help but wonder. Uncle Chow, is this the entrance to Than Nguyen town? Kuk Duan softly explained. Tomorrow morning we will cross the Than Nguyen forest into another space. And Tran Thu Nhu discovered something that startled her. At the edge of the forest, soldiers were escorting an iron frame, and they were also carrying an injured person. One of them shouting, "A mutated green-eyed snake. The highest bidder will get it." Immediately, many people came to offer prices from 10,000 to 20,000, and the price kept rising sharply to 80,000. In just a few minutes, it reached that amount. Surprising, Tran Thu. Could a basic-level ferocious beast really sell for such a high price? The expedition team smiled and explained that a normal blue-eyed snake isn't worth much, but if it's a mutated one, it's a different story. Snake liver can enhance beast control ability, and the snake's eyes have a chance to help Spirit Con. Tracks understand keen vision skills. He patted your shoulder to urge you on, so they didn't want to sell the ferocious beast, but rather this probability. All right, it's late now. We should head back too. Hopefully this adventure will bring us some luck too. In their house late at night, everyone is sound asleep. Tran Thu, awakened, couldn't help but wonder, what was that sound? Then the system menu appeared, offering to go alone to the Beast Tamer Association or to sleep peacefully. He yawned tiredly. Another night had come. Tran Thuong sat there, lost in thought, thinking that although increasing Slim's defense by 5% was pretty good, it was only a temporary upgrade, while the guidebook for crafting new medicines was the long-term solution. After some consideration, he got off the bed, and as Tran Thu put on his shirt, he made a decision. Ming chose one. Then he sneaked away like a ninja. Outside, he quickly ran on, still excitedly calling out in his mind, "The Beast Tamer Association. I'm here." Tran Thu looked up at the tall building in front of him and couldn't help but admire it. It turned out to be the Beast Tamer Association. He confidently stepped inside, carefully observed his surroundings, and then began to speculate that they could handle many different kinds of business here, including trading information, maps of different spaces, monster images, and the mission hall. There are too many services here, but in the end, he decided to check the mission hall. The search bar displayed a row of mission boards collecting green herbs and catching blue-eyed mutated snakes. The highest board caught the eye with the quest to hunt the Ice Wild Lord Rabbit. The system prompted me to accept any normal level quest, so I chose 2 to hunt the Ice Wild Lord Rabbit. Tran Thu imagined the giant rabbit helplessly thinking to himself, "Are you kidding me?" Although this bloodline isn't strong, even if it is more cowardly, it's not something a 5th-level beast tamer like me can invest in. But then I suddenly realized my own strength. Slim relies on its physique to attack. If it were to grow larger, Slim could increase by 1, which means other skills would also level up. So Lan La approached a guide and asked, "If I don't complete the mission, what kind of punishment is there?" Gao Feng politely responded, "Hello, sir. Accepting the mission requires a deposit, and if you fail, the deposit will be deducted." Hearing that, Tran Thu quickly inquired, "So how much security deposit is needed for the Ice Wild Lord Rabbit mission?" Thinking to himself, he now has about 10,000 yuan. If it doesn't work out, it's like buying skills with money. His enthusiastic attitude made him feel a bit embarrassed. "This mission is announced by the army. No deposit needed. As long as you succeed in the hunt, you get the reward." Hearing this, Tran Thu quickly understood and immediately made a decision. "So it's free. You better seize the opportunity quickly. I'll take it." That night, although the moon was already high, people were still bustling around the tower. Tran Thu held the mission paper she had just received. After a quick read, he started to worry. This mission is truly very difficult, not only requiring extreme luck, but also strong abilities. Then he secretly felt relieved and let out a long breath. Luckily, the system only told him to accept it and didn't say he had to complete it, so he could just pretend not to see it. Tran Thu yawned lazily like a sleepy lion and mumbled, "It's too late. I should go back and rest." In a moment, he left the building and was walking briskly on his way home. Tran Thu carefully tiptoed into the room, lay down, and drifted into sleep as if nothing had happened. The next morning, the air was fresh and cool. The expedition leader led the team and shouted, "Let's go! Today we should head to another space within Than Nguyen Forest." He nodded excitedly and obeyed the order. Yes. In the dense bone forest, there is a large gate guarded by many soldiers. The expedition group slowly approaches, each person taking turns to swipe their cards to enter. Tran Thu confidently steps into the fog, as the layer of bones thickens with each step, revealing more of the scene behind. After the layer of bones disappeared, everything reappeared, making him jump in fright. The scene made him scream in terror. Is this the pure spirit forest? Kukdon nodded in confirmation. Yeah, let's go. Leaving the spirit suppression base. In the sky, a seemingly ordinary bird is flying, but in fact it is a surveillance device deliberately tracking the group. Down here, Tran Thu remains unaware as the bushes behind shake slightly. He jumps in surprise, turning around like in a horror film just in time to see a snake appear and rush at him with lightning speed. Damn it! Everyone was startled by this unexpected situation and anxiously called out to Tran Thu. But he was not afraid and even smiled with delight. Tran Thu immediately released Slim, his palms shining with a dazzling golden light. It appears in a giant form, its enormous body pressing down on the snake. It struggles to attack and tear at him but cannot break free from Slim's control. Tran Thu stepped back and let out a sigh of relief. Watching the struggling snake beneath Slim, he stuck out his tongue playfully. Haha, I can't reach it. Suddenly, I jump in front of it to tease. I'm back. It's so angry it trembles, but can't do anything. Tran Thu jumps back again, out of reach. Everyone watching him keep jumping around, provoking the snake, felt confused. At this moment, it secretly noticed Slim lowering his guard, then seized the opportunity to open its mouth and rush toward Tran Thu. As expected, it was defeated by Slim before it could attack. Tu Duan sighed and lamented why this was happening to a mere 5th-level old snake. Then he summoned a spirit and decided to give Hak Lang a little feast. Black Wolf quickly swallows the snake and reminds everyone to keep moving. Let's go. Xiao Yu, sitting on the fire flame bird in the sky, is scouting the way ahead. The fire flame is immediately summoned by her, looking proud as Xiao Yu sits confidently on its back. Tran Thu, who admired Tu Vu, offered to carry her backpack, but she refused, saying she didn't need help. However, he stepped forward, quickly grabbed the backpack from her hands, and then rode the fire flame so fast that she couldn't protest. It's okay. Tell me something. I've already entered the special 12th grade, so in the future we'll be college friends and help each other out. Did you pass the special class? He replied shyly with a smile. Yes, I just barely made it. That humble response left her at a loss for words. Tran Thu patted her back and ordered, Xiao Huo can now fly. Seeing the two of them, the real squad shook his head in disappointment and then told Dang Quan to go. He silently evaluated Tran Thu. His reaction speed, contract spirit, and combat strength were all very good, only to furrow his brow and conclude that he was just a bit cunning. The two of them started moving in the direction of the flames. Tran Thu sat behind, carefully observing the surroundings, and suddenly he noticed something. There was a giant peony. Not far from them, a giant flower hung on the cliff, and Dong Quan couldn't help but praise, Kid, you have 1,000-mile vision? Thực doanh cẩn thận gian dở, quanh các loài dược liệu hoặc khoáng thạch quý hiếm diệu cổ hung thủ canh giữ. Mọi người thì thầm, Lao Đang, cậu về khe uất linh của cậu gì kiểm tra một chút gì? He pushed up his glasses and nodded slightly before obeying. A blue light appeared in Dong Quan's hand, and then a fierce blue chameleon materialized. He immediately ordered it to scout ahead while they hid behind the large rock observing the situation, and the chameleon approached the magnolia tree. At that moment, countless ice arrows shot towards them. It moved skillfully to dodge the attack. A pack of fierce rabbits with sharp claws immediately surrounded the chameleon. The rabbit opened its mouth, faintly glowing blue light inside, and the stream of light turned into arrows flying straight at the chameleon. This time it couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly, quickly freezing solid. Seeing that, the real squad immediately recognized this was a Bangda rabbit and quickly ordered Hak Lang to retreat. Black Wolf growled and charged straight at the rabbit herd. The fierce attack made the rabbits panic and flee. Within its sharp claws lies immense power. With a single swipe, it easily defeated the two ice rabbits. With that strength, in just a few minutes, the entire rabbit herd was completely destroyed. A fragile girl like Xiao Wu is terrified by what she sees. Meanwhile, Tran Thu behind her is completely different, his eyes shining, muttering incomprehensible words, wondering whether dill or cumin tastes better. Hearing that, she suddenly felt disappointed. I was hoping Tran Thu would be scared. What am I actually thinking? At this moment, he suddenly jumped off the fire spirit's back and shouted, Big Black Dog, don't eat that rabbit. Seeing him land, he took out a bag to pick up the rabbit, and the real team reminded him, Little Tran, the wild level rabbit has no value at all. He happily replied, I know I don't plan to sell it. I just want to keep it for roasting tonight. A few minutes later, Tran Thu had already gathered a full sack. Now that there are no more spiritual beasts guarding the giant flower, I can't wait to look up at the cliff. Let's pick the flowers next. Tran Thu put his backpack on the ground and took out a small silver scepter. With Slim's help, he easily climbed up the cliff. The real army below praised, "You're quite good at materials science, and know you need a silver item to pick the giant flower." Hearing that, Tron Thu proudly boasted. Of course, scoring 396 points in the cultural subject, do you understand? That made him burst into laughter. 396 points. Do you really think Uncle Chow never went to school? No matter how good he is at cultural subjects, very few people can score above 380. Even if others don't believe it, you don't really mind. Yes, maybe be so. Seeing how skillfully he picks the giant flowers, the entire team was amazed. Is Chan Chu's movements already so proficient? After putting it away, Tran Thu turned back to discuss. I am very good at storing things, so for now just leave it at my place. He was busy spraying deodorizer and only gave a brief reply. All right, just leave it at my place for now. Once the task is done, the squad signals to move out. Let's continue forward. Xiao Yu and the boy rode on Fireflame to scout ahead. As they set out, Black Wolf suddenly sensed something in the bushes. It immediately roared. Thukdoan was the first to react. Something's wrong. There are a swarm of steel-toothed rats ahead. Without thinking, many quickly summoned their contract spirits. Black Wind Eagle, come out! As soon as it appeared, the real squad immediately signaled the soldiers to climb up. The two hurriedly moved onto the little eagle's back, and he reminded Xiao Wu to have Huoyan fly as high as possible. She obediently followed the instructions. Even though she had flown high up, the real squad still worried and kept giving orders. It should be fine, don't fall down. Not long after they left, loud noises came from the forest below. Tran Thu turned around in curiosity and shouted out loud, "Oh my God, the mice turned into lovers!" At this moment, a swarm of fierce, steel-toothed rats appeared on the ground, each howling as they rushed through the bushes, immediately targeting the players. They ran while shouting for help. "Save me!" Now everywhere in the forest is filled with cries for help. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, "Can we help them?" Kuiduan shook his head gently, unable to bear it. Under the steel teeth of the mice, the players fell one by one. Only Lam Chi quickly climbed up the tree. When he reached a safe spot, he turned back to see if the situation had ended. But contrary to Lam Chi's expectations, the rats had swarmed the tree trunk. What? They've started gnawing on the tree again. The situation is getting more unstable, and Shiduan immediately signals, "Xiao Wu, leave here." The gnawing sound was so unsettling that she and Tran Thu both felt uneasy. Then Xiao Wu sent Hua Diem soaring into the sky, far away from this terrifying place. Lam Chi quickly realized from the tree that someone was there to save me, but the real squad deliberately turned away as if they didn't hear anything. Seeing this, he felt utterly hopeless. If that's the case, at this moment Lam Chi suddenly let go of both hands, clutching the tree to summon the contract spirit. Even if he died, the giant green snake appearing would be the moment he fell from the tree, taking you all down with him. Upon receiving the order, it immediately charged towards Thukdoan. He quickly adjusted Zhao Ying, narrowly escaping danger. In just a few minutes, the players on the ground were taken out by the swarm of mice, leaving no one behind. Thukdoan felt helpless because he couldn't do anything to help them. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a prominent, nut-encased mouse among the swarm. After examining its shape carefully, the Reality Legion cautiously warned everyone, especially since it was a Lord-level steel-toothed mouse. Everyone must sit firmly and not fall, or they will die. Two giant spirits flying in the sky have attracted its attention. Now, all four of them are nervously watching every move of the swarm of mice. After a few minutes of observation, it seemed to realize it couldn't do anything, and signaled the entire swarm to leave. The swarm of mice moved at a terrifyingly fast speed to find a new target. After they were gone, Tran Thu finally let out a sigh of relief. They're gone now. Xiao Wu felt confused and asked, "Why didn't we save them just now?" The team seriously explained, and you've seen it too, that person wants us to die with them. Lam Tin and other spaces are not the same, where there are strict laws and strong enforcement agencies. But this place has no laws, so even if you get killed, no one will know. In the end, he advised, you hope I won't be a bad person, but also don't want me to be a good person at the wrong time and place. After hearing these words, she obediently replied, I understand. Tran Thu, sitting behind, also sighed, surprised that Uncle Joe said such words. Even though the situation is under control, the troop still remains uneasy. All right, we should leave now. If they come back, it won't be good. Under the setting sun, the two birds fly together to a safe place. By the time they arrived, night had fallen. In the quiet forest, Tran Thu Than was peacefully sitting and roasting the rabbit. Seeing you pull out a small food box, I understand immediately, so you brought seasoning. No wonder it smells so good. Tran Thu smiled proudly, bringing it along mainly because he was afraid of being hungry. Not long after, the food was ready and he praised, "Yeah, the taste isn't bad." "That's right. Tonight we need to take turns on guard. Zhao Trun and old Deng will watch first. I and Zhao Wu will take the second shift." The two kids obediently responded while munching on rabbit thighs. All right, after eating and cleaning up, it's already midnight. You and Dangquan quickly fell asleep while on guard outside the tent, unaware that countless eyes were staring at you from the darkness. A long night passed quickly, and finally dawn broke. Everyone stepped out of the tent. Dangquan looked around suspiciously, feeling like something had been watching us all night. Then he turned to ask the real team leader, "Captain, did anything happen during the shift?" He shook his head vigorously. "Nothing at all." Dangquan scratched his head in confusion and said maybe it was just my hallucination. Shiduan ran his hand through his sparse beard. "A hallucination? On the other side, Tran Thu sat on the fire chariot, waving her hand to call the two. "Uncle Joe Laodang, we should set off now." He nodded in agreement. Next, the two of them rode on the black-feathered eagle and took off into the clear blue sky. The group led by Tran Thu went deeper into Than Nguyen Forest, facing more and more ferocious beasts each day. With Heilang by their side, they had spent 7 days without any danger. During these 7 days, everyone caught 3 blue-eyed snakes and gathered many medicinal herbs. After 7 days, they all gathered together. Shenduan stands before the announcement and says, "Today is our last day in Tham Nguyen Forest." Everyone lifts their spirits and must not fail on the final day. A few young Dongthan replied, "I understand." The 4 of them turned to face forward, ready to continue their journey. He was startled and looked around, unsure which way to go. Tran Thu seemed to realize something and immediately pointed in a direction. The system appears with 3 options. Turn left to challenge the level Hak Tiet beast, turn right to gather level 2 Tiet Hak fruits, or move forward to explore Thang Nguyen Forest. Tran Thu shows a confident and dedicated expression, even telling himself what lies ahead. I silently resolve myself. Then this time I'll give it my all. Dang Jun suddenly asks from behind, "Captain, which way should we go now?" Tuduan also hesitated and couldn't give an answer. "Let's go ahead and hear your opinion first." "Uncle Chow, wait a moment. Let me do a quick fortune-telling and then we'll decide." "Do you still know how to read fortunes?" Tran Thu scratched his head and took out a deck of cards. "I know a little, just a little." Then he threw 3 cards onto the ground. Tran Thu didn't even bother to look and just pointed in one direction. The fortune-telling result told me to go right, and everyone witnessed the entire process in silence. Thuk Dewan looked down at the cards and muttered, "Right side is right side. Anyway, I don't know which way to go." Everyone continued walking in the direction Tran Thu Chi indicated. It seems that Dang Quan sensed something and suddenly turned around. At this moment, he spoke up. "Captain, we haven't seen any ferocious beasts on the road." "Makoo! Why do I feel like something's wrong?" Suddenly, a pig with sharp tusks stopped and charged at us. It ran over, making a loud, echoing sound that terrified Dang Quan. Tran Thu raises his hand to summon a spirit and shouts, "Watch out, old man!" Slim suddenly appears from above, crushing the wild boar, then smirks with satisfaction, as if planning a sneak attack right in front of me. "You're not worthy yet." The wild boar below still struggles to stand up and uses all its strength to toss Slim into the air. The wild boar gathers its strength, its tusks and claws turning red, stomping the ground as if preparing to attack. It quickly charged at Slim with great force. Tran Thu Hat Huang shouted loudly, "Slim, come back!" Following the call, Slim disappeared before the wild boar. Black Vulture soared to take its place to fight the wild boar. The Extreme Squad recognizes this species, a blood-level mutated wild boar. Looks like we're in trouble this time. He frowns as he looks ahead. This time, 2 spirit contracts need to fight together. The wild boar just knocked the spirit away when Hak Lang appeared behind. Black Wolf rushes toward the wild boar, charging at the blood falcon, blood splattering everywhere. It growls loudly, baring its sharp fangs and claws. The wild boar was knocked back and let out a loud cry, landing with a long slide that shattered the ground and rocks. Hak Lang and Little Eagle teamed up to attack the opponent, tearing at the wild boar while the remaining dog bit into it. The boar stops grunting for a few more sounds, its power surging even stronger. Thuk Dewan shouts loudly, "Not good. It's about to use its skill, Little Eagle. Attack with your soul." Little Eagle quickly follows the command, soaring high and emitting a blinding golden light. The wild boar, confused and bewildered, watches in surprise. The black wolf on the other side also swiftly slashed with its claws, blood splattering everywhere. The wild boar was completely knocked over after that attack. The team feels relieved. Luckily, it didn't activate its passive skill, or else we would have been in trouble. He suddenly realizes something and becomes happy again. But why do the mutated level beasts suddenly appear here without reason? There must be herbs or minerals nearby. The black vulture soaring in the sky sensed something unusual. Under the dense trees, second-level crystal core fruits appeared. Everyone gathered those fruits at the designated spot. Tuduan patted Tran Thu on the shoulder and praised him. You really are the lucky star of the team, and you even got second-level iron shell fruit. This time, we're truly coming back loaded. He snapped his fingers proudly. I told you, I can read fortune. Dang Quen stands up and reports, I've finished dealing with the wild boar so we can continue our journey. Tuduan cheerfully responds, Okay, let's go. The group continued moving down the road, dragging the unconscious wild boar, when suddenly he leaned close to Tran Thu's ear and said, Little Tran, old Dang, I owe you my life. Rest assured, I am a man of gratitude, and I will repay you. Tran Thu politely said, No need, it's all minor. A snake suddenly rushed out of the bushes towards everyone. Before he could do anything, Black Wolf had already caught the green snake. Stay alert and watch your teammates. Everyone must stay focused and not get distracted. Dong Quan knew he had been careless earlier and looked dejected. I understand now. The sky is still clear and cool, but it's already evening. He turned back to announce, Today we will rest here for the night and head back tomorrow morning. Everyone replied in unison, Okay. Tran Thu was very excited when he saw the beehive on the tree. Today, we are lucky to have a feast. Then he commanded his pet, Xiaolang, go get the honeycomb and help me. Xiaolang immediately obeyed. Tran Thu, holding the honeycomb, showed it off to everyone and said, Today, I will make wild boar with honey sauce for everyone. The flickering flames illuminated the pile of beast bones nearby. Dang Quan is chatting with Tran Thu. I say, Little Tran, you should decide to go to university to study Beastmaster. It will definitely be better than working as a Beastmaster. You dismiss that idea, forget it, you're burying the legendary future beast tamer. Plus, my team's cook, Jing Dadao, cooks much better than you. He frowned and thought, Indeed, you're not bad as a beast tamer. You're 17 years old this year, right? Hearing the question, Tran Thu wondered, What's wrong? Dang Quen said something surprising, also around my daughter's age. After hearing that, you shake your head and say, I don't need you to introduce your daughter to me. I don't want it. I don't need it. Seeing that, Dang Quan raises his hand to hold the phone. Why do you act like I've been wronged? I didn't say anything. I just wanted you two to make friends and get to know each other. Old Dang, you should have some conscience. Are you trying to send my nephew to jail? The phone shows a picture of a tiny girl with her hair tied on both sides. You call this the same age as me? Dang Quan even argued back. Isn't it just about 10 years difference? Then he sternly reproached. Is this a matter of being 10 years younger? This is a crime. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the innocent. Stop this right now. Don't mention it again or I'll really get angry. The options reappear. Choose to roll 5 meters to the right or believe you have a headbutt ability. Seeing those options, Tran Thu opened her mouth in shock. Then without a word, she kicked Dang Quan to the ground. It turns out that right where he was standing, a giant beast's leg suddenly appeared. A giant bear roars in front of Dang Quan and Tran Thu. Panicking, he shouts toward the tent, Help me! The black bear is attacking now. He Vuong quickly flies in to help in that situation. The real regiment stepped out to check on everyone. Are you all okay? Tran Thu turned back and replied, No problem. Suddenly, he turned pale and pointed over there, saying, No, the black bears have allies too. A group of black bears charged at them angrily. He gapes in horror, all of them entering a combat state. Liet Diem soars into the air, and the expedition seems puzzled, clearly having defeated the Beast Lord, so why are so many territorial bears attracted? Tran Thu was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. He seemed to have guessed that maybe it was because we ate honey. They are all surrounded by the black bears. Fireflame, Black Vulture, and Slim continue attacking the bears. One bear suddenly stands up and growls loudly. They stomped their feet on the ground, creating thunderous sounds and shaking the earth. Due to the earthquake, Tran Thu and Xiao Wu struggled to stand steadily. The execution squad angrily shouted, The damn beast is dead, and then unleashed power in his hand. He commanded his summoned beast to attack the black bear with bites and scratches. Thuk Doan couldn't help but worry about the other side. Xiao Wu was being careful. The black bear rushes towards Xiao Wu, intending to pounce on her, but Li Huo's flying sword counterattacks, and Slim also delivers a powerful stab to the bear's stomach. It shivered with cold and shouted directly at the defeated opponent, Smash this abomination for me. The black bear hugged Slim's entire body, determined to fight to the end. The coffin lid, cough cough, can't contain the black bear. At that moment, the black wolf rushed over and clawed the bear, making it bleed. Tran Thu couldn't believe it. Is this the strength of a dark iron contract spirit level? Even when injured, it remains very powerful. All the bears are defeated. It's over. Luckily, I wasn't planning to complete the mission to kill the Ice Lord Rabbit, or things might have been even worse than now. My mind is still racing. With the current situation, I almost peed my pants. I need to go to the bathroom first, or else if I encounter something else later and really pee myself, that would be a disaster. The system suddenly appears with options. Choose to pee right next to the grass or stand on the tree to pee down. Seeing the choices, Tranthu is just stunned. What's going on with this system? Going to the bathroom, as if picking flowers, he just had to ignore it. All right, I'll go along with your idea. Tranthu clings to the tree trunk and climbs up. You chose option 2, standing on the tree to expose the small bird between Thantien and Bakhnyat. Tranthu sighed contentedly, feeling so comfortable that she was granted the ultimate skill +1, with the duration extended. Suddenly, he realized something, and Tranthu's face turned pale. Wait a minute. There was a wet animal appearing below, soaked with his urine. Its face was furious beyond measure. The Ice Lord Rabbit. Tranthu was crying and running wildly. Oh my god, damn it, the Ice Bunny Lord has arrived. Suddenly, Tranthu hurriedly ran over from somewhere, surprising Xiao Wu and Thuk Doan, who looked on in astonishment. The large tree nearby was slashed carelessly. The main cause was the sharp claws of the Ice Bunny beast. Seeing it getting closer, the more frightened he became, the more he curled up and ran away. Damn it, am I really meeting a monster this time? I've already encountered a Lord-level creature twice. The expedition immediately issues a serious warning upon realizing the danger. This ice hare is at least an A-rank spirit contract, while our strongest black wolf is only C-rank. It seems we're in real trouble this time. The furious glare of the ice hare becomes even sharper as a loud roar echoes across the mountains and forests. At the same time, blue rays of light radiated around, and its kind appeared as well, giving him a fright. It is calling its allies. Among the 36 stratagems, the expedition decides to choose the most feasible option. Hurry and run. After everyone is safely on the spirit's back, he carefully warns them not to let any ice sphere hit, or they'll definitely be doomed. Xiao Yu nodded understandingly, and seeing the ice hare setting up an ambush below, Tranthu was so terrified he almost felt his heart jump out. After identifying the target, they opened their mouths wide to shoot out powerful beams. You used your calmness to resolve the crisis. Xiao Wu soared higher, while Flame and Little Eagle spread their wings and skillfully dodged each attack. The ice snow hare felt deeply resentful and immediately ordered its followers to chase after. At that moment, Tranthu was no different from the white moonlight they were pursuing. The poor animals sitting idly are caught in the storm of rage. High in the sky, Fire Flame and Little Eagle must flap their wings faster to dodge those deadly attacks. Wherever they go, the Ice Beast army turns everything into ice. Even the huge bear was given an early hibernation by the Ice Bunny. Now they are filled with arrows of resentment launching their attacks. Seeing the situation more tense, Thuk Duan questioned. No way, if we keep running, we'll all be doomed. Xiao Tran, what exactly did you do? Why do I feel like it's targeting you? There's no other choice. Tranthu had to reveal the shocking truth. He just accidentally peed on that rabbit. Everyone was stunned into silence after hearing this answer, and he could only shake his head in frustration. You're truly a genius. Then he expressed himself with a look of despair. The snow hare is famous for being very clean. Let's just run away now. This time it really won't let us go. Thanks to Tranthu's warning, Fire Flame and Little Eagle had to give their all to fly with all their might. 10 minutes later, the situation was no better, as the ice rabbit herd was almost upon them. In this situation, all you could do was encourage it. Be patient. 30 minutes have passed since Little Firebird, and they still haven't given up, fighting even more fiercely. After a brief moment of 2 hours, the ice hare was still chasing, but had stopped attacking. Tranthu saw a golden opportunity and suggested, Uncle Chow, turn back and fight. Now, only the exhausted Ice Lord Hare remains. You try to persuade everyone, if you don't confront them, we will have no way out. The self-organization understood, and immediately summoned a dark energy in the palm of their hand. Tiny Lang's space wall instantly appeared with sharp teeth, ready to attack. The ice snow hare froze as it sensed the deadly aura from the opponent. Everyone took turns jumping to the ground safely. Tranthu quickly watched the confrontation between the ice hare and Little Wolf. Tiu Lang's clawed foot is ready to tear apart the opponent, and in an instant, the two forces collide head-on. The Little Eagle immediately spreads its wings to assist. It circled behind the ice bunny and was about to strike, but unfortunately it was noticed by its glaring red eyes. The ice hare immediately shot a freezing arrow at the enemy. Xiaolang could only muster his strength to defend. Seeing this, Thuk Doan looked worried. It's over. Hak Lang is about to freeze. In that tense moment, Dui suddenly appeared and shattered the arrow into the tiny pieces. Over here, Trantho was extremely proud of her rescue attempt. You think a surprise attack will succeed? Dreaming. Then immediately order Little Wolf. It is frozen in place. Don't retreat. Attack now. Seizing the opportunity, it roared loudly and charged forward, then teamed up with Little Eagle to launch a continuous attack, leaving Icehair dazed no time to react. Surrounded, it immediately entered berserk mode. Luckily, Tranthu reacted quickly and retreated. As expected, the icy arrows were shot out fiercely too fast to see. Because of the prior warning, no one was injured. As soon as the attack ended, he immediately ordered a counterattack. Taking this opportunity, everyone rushes forward. Slim and Hoadium also join the battle. The other wing, Little Wolf and Little Eagle, are beginning to gather their strength. But strangely, the Icehair only faintly smiles mischievously. It stomped the ground to gain momentum, causing the earth beneath to crack under the intense pressure. And in an instant, the shadow of the Icehair appeared high in the sky. It easily lands, crushing Little Wolf, as the surrounding leaves gradually freeze into small chunks of ice. Tranthu sensed something strange and raised her hand to stop the other spirits. Don't go there, the temperature around is dropping. The Icehair releases a powerful energy with swirling ice blocks as Dong Jun watches sorrowfully over Xiaolang, who is being restrained. What should I do? Hailang still hasn't escaped. If we don't save him now, he will lose his life. Su Tuan is just as anxious. Little Tran, what should we do? In the tense situation, Tranthu gently smiled calmly. Just leave it to my nephew. Slim understood the look of trust immediately and then slowly stepped forward to face Tho Bangda, but Xiao Wu still remained uneasy. Tranthu, letting Slim go over there now, is it not risking his life? Yet he still appears very confident. Could I really sacrifice myself? Slim, go ahead. It obeyed the order and rushed towards the enemy. Slim's swollen body directly pushed the little wolf out of the danger zone. Seizing the opportunity, Tranthu immediately ordered Hoadium. Little Firebird caught it successfully, capturing the small wolf from above. Huoyin, after achieving its goal, flapped its wings and flew away, making the ice bunny furious. It glared angrily at Sim, but only received an innocent and naive look in return. Icehair snarled and cursed, "Go reincarnate for me!" Tranthu sensed the danger and immediately retracted, about to enlarge and tease again. "Please come back." As soon as he finished speaking, a freezing rain fell, forming a huge cold flower. Faced with that scene, he quickly summoned spirits to fight back. It grew larger then. Seizing this moment, they worked together to strike the Icehair before it could react, with Xiaolang delivering a final blow with a divine kick. After everyone's efforts, it was defeated and collapsed on the ground. Tranthu let out a sigh of relief, finally crossing over to the afterlife. Xiao Wu is overjoyed and tightly holds Tranthu's hand. "We did it. We really did it. Tranthu, can you see? Can you see?" You gently pat her head. She's over 10 meters away from me. I'm not blind. I wouldn't get so excited about it. Calm down. Calm down. Suddenly, both of them hesitated and let go of each other's hands, while the real squad was busy inspecting the frozen rabbit corpse, a beast lord worth at least $1 million, so let's quickly gather the spoils and leave Than Nguyen Forest. Everyone cheered together happily. Everything has come to an end. Huadim and Little Eagle flap their wings high in the blue sky. Tranthu smiles brightly. Finally back home. Everyone stopped in front of a town guarded by many guards, and the extreme excitement announced that they had finally returned. After so many days of hardship in the depths of the bed, he was now so happy, he cried. This time everyone has worked hard. After exchanging the items for money, I will transfer the funds to you. Xiao Tran, you also have a share. Tranthu quickly reached out to refuse. No need, Uncle Chow. You're being too polite. You've already put the collected herbs into your bag. The money can be divided among everyone. This statement left Dang Quan and the expedition speechless. He quickly opened his bag and was utterly amazed. Your movements are really quick. I smile and say, you're too modest, too modest. Since the sun is gradually setting, the team quickly arranged everyone and said, tonight everyone stay here and get things in order. Tomorrow morning we will return to Namjiang City. Everyone understood clearly and responded in unison, yes. The silent night covers the sky, with only the bright moon shining in the midnight. While everyone was fast asleep, Tranthu quietly took the ice rabbit head in his hand and went outside to the Beast Tamer Association. The staff member who saw that head kept stammering, "Are you really the Ice Lord of the Beast Guild?" It's ridiculous to make Tranthu speak more seriously about this. If it's not the Ice Lord Rabbit of the Beast Clan, then what is it? Hurry up and finish the mission for me. Nah, but he doesn't seem to trust you very much. Wait a moment. Let me confirm first. Not long after, Tasson, a soldier from Tron Lin Quan, was also brought along. "Hello, I'm Tron Thu, your brother. Would you like to try some rabbit meat?" Tasson politely declines. "No need, sir. What you handed over is indeed a snow leader rabbit. Please provide your ID, and the Huohei points system will automatically record it." After checking the documents, he suddenly raised his voice. "You're only 17 years old?" Tran Thu nonchalantly replied. "Does it look like it?" Tasson raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice tinged with admiration and praise. "No, just a bit surprised that a 17-year-old can hunt the Ice Lord rabbit." "All right, the 50 flower cultivation points have been added to your ID card. You can come to the government office any time to exchange for resources." Hearing that, Tran Thu happily left. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." He nodded goodbye. "All right." His eyes followed the figure's back, and Tasson couldn't hide his amused smile. The next day, the troop's car stopped in front of the apartment. The man smiled and said goodbye to Tran Thu after taking him home. "Goodbye, little Tran." He waved back and said goodbye before entering the room to study the resources. "This time I harvested the giant lotus flower, the iron seed fruit, and I might be able to arrange the knowledge herb for the enlightenment fruit. Maybe I can try making a mental strength potion or a basic defense potion." Tran Thu closed his eyes and focused on sensing his surroundings. In his private space, his skillful hands quickly crafted new bottles of medicine. After finishing, Tran Thu commented that indeed, the system-based medicines were not bright and had a very high failure rate. "With so many herbs, I made 9 bottles of basic defense medicine and 6 bottles of mental strength medicine. Suddenly a new idea came to mind. Maybe I should test the effectiveness of these medicines." Then he ordered, "Slim, drink these." Slim happily drank each one without hesitation. Its belly is swollen, feeling refreshed as it rests on the bed. The system immediately sends a notification. Slim's defense increases by 1, and his willpower increases. Because the results didn't meet expectations, Tran Thu started to get angry. You can only try to hold back from exploding. The system cannot be discarded. The free gift system can't be discarded. In the end, Tran Thu decided to gather all the potion bottles into his bag to handle them differently. "All right, I'll take this batch of medicine to the black market first. Before I even start, you've already called someone to discuss it." "Hello, Diluc, I'm back now. Come with me to the black market." Tran Thu just smiled without saying anything. Then he curiously asked again, "So Tran B, where are we going to the black market?" With a mysterious look, he glanced over and proudly replied, "To let you see the gold content of the black market brothers." The two of them arrived at the familiar spot where the old stall used to be. Tran Thu noticed the empty space. "Old Wang isn't here today. You just spread out the tarp muttering like you're dying in a time of decline, working hard at scams, really hopeless." Dai Lu's face paled at this, and he instinctively looked around with suspicion. "Tran Bai, have you stooped to the point of doing scams?" Tran Thu angrily retorted, "My stuff is real. The medicine is real. Do you understand?" Then he raised the medicine bottle with a TikTok live selling attitude. "Now I will show you my reputation. I don't need to do anything. Customers will come anyway." Dai Luke looked on in disbelief, responding with a middle finger full of contempt. Suddenly, 2 tall men approached Tran Thu's stall. La Tuong gently inquired about the price. "How much is this medicine per bottle?" Tran Thu answered calmly, 8,000 per bottle. He immediately changed his attitude, his face twisting as he cursed. "Is this medicine made from gold, or is the medicine made from gold?" At this moment, Tran Thu looked confused, not understanding the hidden meaning. "What do these words mean? I just feel like something's off somewhere." Trin Hao quickly raised his hand to stop La Tuong, calmly said, "Give me a bottle," then took the medicine from Tran Thu's hand, examined it, and couldn't hide his suspicion, asking if this medicine was genuine. Tran Thu started to feel uncomfortable from the suspicion. "Do I open a pharmacy and sell fake medicine to you?" Trin Hao frowned and repeated the question as if waiting for a different answer. "I asked you, is this medicine real or not?" "Your patience has run out instantly." You questioned sharply, "Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you want to buy or not?" He leaned in close to your ear and said in a harsh tone, "If this medicine of yours is real, I will definitely buy it. But if it's fake, what?" Then Tran Thu couldn't take it anymore and tiredly suggested, "If it's fake, I will drink it myself." "Are you satisfied now?" "Just wait a moment, brother. You haven't paid yet, so you can't drink it." Suddenly, a pair of handcuffs clamped onto his wrist. Then his whole body was forcefully pushed to the ground. Dolly was shocked and shouted, "Trandi, you were about to rush to save your friend when La Tuong also lunged from behind and gave you the same experience. Don't move." Trin Hao raised his professional license and declared, "The Namjiang City Spirit Bureau will not tolerate resistance, or you will be executed." Tran Thu and Dai Luk remained silent in fear, later in the detention room, isolated from the outside by iron bars. The two of them sit inside under police supervision, and Daliu sighs with a hint of melancholy. "Brother B, you really are my older brother. Is this your black market calling ability truly extraordinary?" Trenthu also complains, "No, I didn't know. That's not how the script is supposed to go." "Hey, I think you guys have the wrong person. We are all good young people. Last time I even caught a wanted criminal." Trin Hao coldly told him to stop talking nonsense. "We've been investigating your fake drug operation for half a month." La Tuang shined a flashlight directly into Tranthu's face to interrogate him. "Tell me, where are your accomplices hiding? If you cooperate, you'll be spared." "Big brother, I really am not the one selling fake medicine." At the same time, he thought to himself that after just one trip to another space, everything had changed when he returned. Trin Hao's face grew even more serious. Truly, he couldn't help but shed tears over a coffin he didn't see. "Let's go. We'll bring the victims to identify them and see what you have to say about this." "Look, is that him?" The crowd immediately pointed and shouted, "It's him! It's him! The powerful helper. It's because of him that our contract spirits all spat on soldiers and had stomach aches." Tranthu was stunned by the scene before her, sweat pouring down her face as terrifying visions flooded her mind. Am I really going to become a fake drug dealer? Facing the anger of the crowd, Tranthu was very worried, but still tried to stay calm to resolve the issue. "Smile drinks the medicine like water. If my medicine really had a problem, why is it fine?" After a moment of hesitation, he still spoke up. "Do you all really believe that I sold you that medicine?" Tavu quickly shouted, "Yes, I bought from you," and confidently held up his phone. "These people are also part of your group, right?" It was he who said that all those medicines were genuine. There's a photo of Tianba on his phone with a familiar patterned border. Tranthu immediately realized that Vuongbot had connected everything in his mind. No wonder he wondered why he hadn't seen him earlier. It turns out he had run away. Then he apologized with a smile to the victims. He is a professional con artist. The two of us really don't know each other and are not on the same level. Think about it. Has there ever been a problem when I took my medicine? The expressions of the crowd remained full of suspicion, with no trust in him at all. Not knowing what to say, Tran Thu glanced and saw a familiar figure. Vuong Vuong Keen slowly approached, his presence causing everyone to instinctively make way. Trin Hao immediately stepped forward to greet the captain. He nodded gently and looked over. "Tran Thu, why are you here, ma? What is going on here?" Trin Hao whispered to him quietly about what had happened. "Captain, here's what happened." After hearing this, Vuong Kien turned to question Tran Thu and the other two. "How do you explain this situation?" He then raised his cuffed arm, tears streaming down his face. "Uncle Wang, we are truly innocent. No matter how much money we owe, we could never sell fake medicine." Then he kept talking nonstop. "Moreover, the medicine is from Company 666. If you don't believe it, I will call someone from the company to verify with you." Vuong Kien shot Trin Hao a glance to show his understanding, then quickly nodded, signaling he had accepted and finally received his call. Tran Thu quickly opened the message. Thuk Doan had invited him to dinner an hour ago, and he quickly reported that he had been arrested. In just a moment, he recovered enough to say he would come immediately. Tran Thu's face instantly lit up with confidence as he waited. The sky outside Tran Lin Bureau has been darkening from the early morning until nightfall, as the two of them sit in the interrogation room waiting until they are exhausted. The door to the room finally opened, and the prison team appeared, laughing loudly. "Little Tran, how's prison food?" Tran Thu looked exhausted like a soggy, sticky cake. "Uncle Joe, stop talking. If you keep speaking like that, sooner or later I'll have to regret in the cell." He turned to greet Wang Qian. "Brother Wang, long time no see." He also happily greeted back. "It's been a while since we last met. You didn't say anything about etiquette and went straight to the main point. Old Joe, are the powerful medicines that he sells on the black market all from your company?" Tuyen Doan apologized with a standard smile. "Indeed, they all belong to our company." Wang Qin accepted the answer easily without any suspicion. "So, that's how it is. Then there's no problem. You kids can go home." The real squad signaled to the two people waiting and fidgeting to leave their seats. "Let's go, kids." Outside the town's spirit bureau, the sky was darkening, and they all raised their hands high, feeling light and playful, as if their strength had been reborn once more. "Tranby, why do I feel like I'm a new person?" "I also feel the same way." The behind-the-scenes crew seems to have seen the two malfunctioning characters fleeing and suddenly approaches to whisper a few words. "Are you guys crazy?" Tran Thu flicked his finger and shook his head, showing he's been through a lot. Uncle Chow, you don't understand. We're not like you, honest people who follow the law, and we're not regulars at the spirit suppression office either. The group shifts the subject and asks around. Right, the Beast Tamer Guild is having a party. Are we going there? I'm not going anywhere. Let's meet another day. We'll see each other another time. He sensed that you had something difficult to say but didn't ask, only nodded. Okay, let's get in the car and go. Dolly looks over and asks, Tron B, this really isn't like you. You're not going to work the night shift this time. Tranthu's face is full of implication. There's something important to do. I want to catch the counterfeit drug dealer. Tran B, I support you. Tranthu gently pats his shoulder in sympathy. He's truly my good brother, but how should we investigate this? A tall figure appears in Dolly's mind. I have a friend who might be able to help us. He's known as the clueless rookie savior from Namjiang, and he can handle anything. Before such a high-level introduction, I was also moved and asked with hope, so I didn't hold back about his true identity and immediately gave my answer. Duang Hafi, the butcher, and the atmosphere of high-class chemistry instantly turned awkward. Trantu looked like she had just eaten a big fire. Dai Li quickly explained, Don't worry, what I said is true. I'll come find you early tomorrow morning to broaden your horizons. You should also know the prominent figures in the upper class of Namjiang City. Tranthu obviously didn't trust him much either, and draped his arm over Dai Luke's shoulder, pulling him along. All right. The next morning, the early morning sunlight shone on the shimmering reflective buildings. Tranthu keeps yawning, making Dai Luke annoyed. I told you to rest properly. Today, you're coming with me to meet a senior expert. What's wrong with you? That's all it took to make you sleepy. Your mental state is only at 30%, and you can't help but sigh. Big brother, it's 6 a.m. now. He shrugged and explained, This can't be delayed. If we're a little late, he'll close up. I'm telling you, Dali, you haven't been brainwashed, have you? A butcher who can investigate counterfeit drug sellers? Faced with this suspicion, Dali became angry. Have I ever lied to you? Have you ever heard that phrase before? Usually I don't know Tato Nam. Even if he's a hero, it's useless. Just as I was about to calm him down, I suddenly felt something flying towards my back. With lightning-fast reflexes, you catch the strange object and shout like a hero in a movie, Who is that? You dare to ambush me. What you caught is a pink pig's hoof. As Tranthu and the others are still amazed by this strange, deadly weapon, a voice suddenly rings out. I never expected Tato Nam's reputation to be so great. Even the two little characters like you have heard of it. Not far away, there is a pork stall, and standing in front of the counter is a tall, muscular man. Ta Nam with a muscular build, messy beard and hair, wearing a cute pink apron with tamarind patterns. Tran Thu was stunned like a statue, and Dai Luke recognized a familiar face happily greeting him. I'm Dai Luke, Mr. Ta. Oh, it's you. The kid from last time asked me to investigate his background. That made Tran Thu freeze. Investigate his background? Dai Luke quickly took back the ham from Tran Thu's hand and silently judged his flattering expression, truly doubting that he might not be his biological son. No wonder he's your son. If you are the one who did this, you probably will be introverted for the rest of your life. But Dai Luke shows no shame at all and remains cheerful and polite. Here is your translation. Here's your ham hock ta. You don't hide your admiration. I didn't expect you still remember me. Tanam is just as enthusiastic. How could I forget? I still remember what color pants you were wearing that day. Faced with the image of a loving young man, I deliberately made Tranthu scream out loud. Something's not right with these two. Dai Luke smiled to reassure you. Ha ha, don't worry about these small details. I put my arm around Tranthu and introduce him. Ta, my friend has something he wants to ask for your help with. Tanam, with sparkling eyes, asked curiously, Do you also suspect that I might not be your biological son? Tranthu's face turned pale as he firmly refused, No, I have no such need. Both Tranthu and the other person were standing in front of Tonam's stall when he suddenly spoke. No, I'm looking for someone. He smiled gently, but then said something that made listeners want to fall over. Tell me a little about your background, appearance, height, and how you go to the bathroom. Tranthu froze, looking like a lost deer before he could react. Tanam suddenly pulled out a large cleaver and stared at him with a threatening gaze. Is there a problem? Making you sweat and stammer, you reply, No, there's no problem. Then Tranthu showed a photo of Thienba asking for help. But I only have one photo, is that okay? Tanam seriously states the cost. Fine, 50,000, come find me 3 days later. You like you've been struck by lightning, shouting like someone's been robbed. How much? 50,000. He muttered angrily and turned away to call for greater strength. Forget it, selling Wang Bata isn't worth 50,000. Suddenly, the system notification appeared before your eyes. The system presents 3 options. One is to let Tato Nam help obtain a large number of spirit beasts. The second option is to find someone else to receive the top-grade powerful potion, or you can handle it yourself and get a mid-grade beast pearl. Dali notices Tran Thu's dazed expression and asks what's wrong. Tran B. Tran Thu turned around happily, agreeing with To Nam. 50,000 is completely fine. Deal done. The other two are stunned, speaking in unison like fans spoiled for a movie. Boss, you're quick to switch sides. You shake hands with him, your eyes shining with trust. 3 days later, one hand delivering money and the other delivering goods. Just then, another customer arrived at the shop, and he quickly changed his expression to a friendly smile to greet them. How much do you want? 1.5 kilograms, right? I'm telling you, Deli, is he really trustworthy? If the Tranlin Bureau can't handle it, how could someone like him, a pork butcher, do it? He nodded firmly, assuredly. You can only trust him to do temporary work. You still look at him with suspicion. Tran Thu scratched his head, thinking for a moment, then nodded. All right, I have to check it out anyway. If it really doesn't work, I'll consider the 50,000 as buying a large amount of summoning power. After making the decision, he informed Dai Luke, let's go to the Summoners Guild together. On the surface, Tran Thu appears calm, but secretly he is distressed about losing 50,000 and needs to find it elsewhere, so he goes to check if the Summoner Guild has any jobs. Dai Luke gently suggests they go. Suddenly, he remembered something and started telling a story as he walked. That's right, Tran B. In August, I plan to go to Kyoto to take the Kyoto Spirit Master University entrance exam. This information is still too new to Tran Thu, and she can't help but wonder. The college entrance exam? What do you mean? You proudly explained that you participated in the entrance exam first, meaning you took the university entrance exam earlier. You were about to protest, saying that's not right, but you were interrupted by the crowd. San was chasing after Li Hua, running and shouting, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Li Hua was not afraid at all, even threatening those blocking his way. Get out of my way. Tran Thu was stunned, opening her mouth in shock, having encountered so many things just on a single trip outside. You immediately saw the system prompt offering 3 missions. Catch the thief to earn a small amount of beast control power, help pedestrians to receive fake medicine, or cheer and urge others to make way to gain the cheerleading villain title. 4 is to run at the same speed as the thief, unlocking the new medicinal illustration book for protection. Tran Thu gritted his teeth because of the generous reward, his eyes shining with righteousness. Yeah, you shouted and chased after him, then stopped and raised your hand. Tran Thu eagerly chases after Li Hua, who is flustered. During the pursuit, he shouts loudly, threatening that if he keeps following, he'll send him to sell salt. Instead, it was Tran Thu's arrogant look and dirty finger. Then he ran up to be level with Li Hua, making him cry out of fear. Oh no, this is bad. I've met someone who's not afraid of death. He grits his teeth and snarls at you like he's facing an enemy he can't defeat. Finally, he threw the bag back and said, "Here's your bag. Stop chasing me." Unexpectedly, Tran Thu ignored the bag and kept running alongside him. Accordingly, the great force quickly joined in. I'll join too. San just retrieved the bag and called out to the others not to chase anymore. The bag is here. No one listened to her, leading to the scene of 3 people running side by side. You even took the chance to talk to him. Do you want to torment him? I like it. 10 minutes later, Tran Thu and the other continued happily running, while Li Hua, caught in the middle, was exhausted and begging. Brothers, I know I was wrong. Please don't chase me anymore. He's now truly scared, crying and begging non-stop. Grandpa, please forgive me. I really can't take it anymore. If I run any longer, I'll spit blood. Please let me go. Despite Li Hua struggling, Tran Shu is still monitoring the system. What's wrong with the system? Why haven't you received the reward yet? You're blaming others, so this thief is the same. No more spirit left. The system didn't give me a reward, so he dared to stop running. Suddenly, he put his arm around Li Hua, and the strong man beside him also put his hand on his shoulder. Tran Thu cheerfully said, "As long as you don't die while running, keep going until you drop dead." They ran through a square, and the adults there praised them. Is this chasing the sun? Truly admirable for young people today. Full of youthful energy. Someone agreed, yes, unlike my lazy kid, he's still sleeping. Keep going, keep going. Half an hour has passed, and Li Hua is exhausted and withered. Dali and Tran Thu just started to tire, dripping with sweat, while he was about to receive his ticket to Heaven's Gate. At this moment, the system announced the unlocking of new illustrated books and a speed boost potion, and he happily thought, finally, it's here. Both of them simultaneously withdrew their hands from Li Hua, who was now so exhausted that his limbs were numb, lying sprawled on the ground and crying out in protest. Hey, I only stole a bag. Do you really have to treat me like that? Stop talking. Do you see anything behind me? Tran Thu suddenly looked serious and pointed behind himself, asking. Li Hua forced a smile and replied, The Namjiang City Spirit Suppression Bureau. Hearing that, his face immediately darkened with a murderous aura, as if he was about to hit Nutu. Very well. Now go over there and surrender yourself, or else, he quickly said, I will leave right now. Immediately, he ran into the bureau under the triumphant gazes of the two people from Tranthu. Suddenly, the boy waved his hand to call him over. That's right, what's your name? But he actually stopped and answered, Li Hua. Then, the two of them from Tranthu's group looked flushed, and he even patted his chest, feeling the scarf around his neck shining more brightly. Only then did they leave, and he asked as he walked, So, you said earlier you wanted to take the college entrance exam early? If you go, does that mean I'll be left here alone? Daili scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'll wait for you in the imperial capital. Tranthu replied softly, All right, I wish you success. Tranbai, what exactly are we doing at the Beast Tamer Association? There are countless missions announced in front of them. Earn money, accumulate points. I still don't quite understand. Making money? We're still students. What money are we supposed to make? What points to accumulate? He confidently points to the mission board and says, Of course I can. See, isn't this already here? The mission is to investigate the fake drug dealer with a reward of 100,000 Huaxia coins. Later, I want to visit the Beast Taming Resources Bureau in Namjiang City. What do you plan to do? He then refused sadly. I can't go this afternoon. I have to train with the Spirit Master, so I might not be able to go. He gently stroked his chin, forming a simple plan in his mind. In this world of beast tamers, although tamers are the masters, there are also other supporting professions like spirit lords, herbalists, and healers. Exactly as its name suggests, it is a profession that provides assistance to the spirit contract. You imagine a chef, for example, where the spirit master uses ferocious beasts as ingredients to prepare dishes for the spirit contract. Tranthu couldn't help but smile proudly at Dali, surprised that he also wanted to become a nanny later on. She waved happily to say goodbye. All right. Then get ready for the exam and cook for my slim in the future. He happily agreed. All right, I'll head back now. You watch as Dali's figure gradually disappears into the distance. Then Tranthu also turned around and walked away confidently. An hour later, he was standing in front of a large old building, thinking to himself that he didn't expect the Beast Taming Resources Bureau to be so poorly managed. When Tranthu stepped inside, what caught his eyes was an old man, making him wonder why there was an elderly person here. Then he politely asked the receptionist, Hello, I am here to use my Huaxia reward points. She enthusiastically replied, Please show your ID card. Tranthu then took out his card. The receptionist looked surprised when she saw it. A high school student? She handed you a large notebook. Hello, you can exchange now. This is the exchange notebook. Tranthu carefully examined each word in the notebook, pondering that although there were many items here, and they might be limited, since I am only an apprentice beast tamer without resources of black iron level or higher, I might as well use these items. Tranthu suddenly realized something, pointing at the book, and muttering in his mind, Herbs from other spaces will gradually become rare. Many places will start to lack herbs. I should still exchange for better herbs. He quickly scanned the item list and said, Hello? I want to buy 5 giant-level medicinal fruits and 7 first-level iron crystal fruits. She smiled softly and replied, Okay. After completing his goal, Tranthu immediately left. The old man saw everything, smiling and muttering like a CEO, finding it a bit amusing. The boy casually strolled along the walkway, lost in thought. Today has truly been a day of great harvest, not only completing missions but also gaining a bunch of medicinal herbs to happily practice alchemy, when suddenly a large crowd surrounds and blocks the path ahead, making me wonder, is there something fun to watch? Tranthu pushed through the crowd to find out. In front of him, Mei Le was shouting at a little girl fiercely. If she wasn't the one who stole, why was there money missing from her sister's wallet? Why is your phone broken? You suddenly realized. Huh? Isn't that Nunu? Tranthu immediately shouted her name loudly. Nunu. The girl also recognized him. Brother Tinnitur. Brother Trandi Nunu immediately ran over and hugged Tranthu tightly. Miley is furious and questions him angrily. Are you a family member? The girl's face was tearful as she explained that she found this lady's wallet while playing here. Mom said that if you find someone else's wallet, you have to return it to the owner, so I waited here. He held both of her hands tightly as if trying to comfort her. The disappointed girl continued, saying that the woman accused her of taking her love and even damaged her phone. Sigh. Nunu blames herself with sadness. Brother Tronby, did I do something wrong? Mei Le still looks annoyed and scolds angrily. This parent, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Go to the police station or handle it yourself? Tran Thu gently pats the girl's head to comfort her. It's okay, I'm here. Your face looks furious, like you're saying it's over for me. With murderous intent, you stare at my Li. What do you want to do to settle this? The system displays 3 options. Accept the compensation and gain the title and effects. Skip and receive the middle-grade cold medicine. And the third is to fight with reason to gain control over a large number of summoned beasts. Mei Lei, shamelessly demanding double the amount lost as compensation and insisting on changing her phone and wallet for new ones, or she will report to the police. Tran Thu laughed so hard she almost lost her jaw, dreaming on and then directly exposing her tricks. I already said there was 1,000 yuan and a phone in the bag, but there was nothing inside. Of course it wasn't my bag. What would I keep in it? Realizing she had been caught, Mi Lei was so angry her eyes nearly popped out, but she dared not say a word. He suddenly snatched the bag she was wearing on her shoulder and said, "Give it to me!" At this point, Mi Lei is still stubborn and unreasonable, claiming the bag isn't hers, maybe it's yours. But Tran Thu calmly lifts the gold bag and makes a small request. Now the contents of the bag don't match what you claimed. How can you prove this is your bag? Then she confidently declared in front of everyone that inside was my ID card, with the name Hach Mi Lei on it, and told him to take it out and check. Tran Thu looked a bit hesitant. Sister, are you telling the truth? Isn't this really your mother's ID? This time she will probably turn inward and stay that way for the rest of her life. Look at that guy. Who would have thought Tran Thu would be more persistent? What can a name really prove? She might be named Hach Mi Lei. I could also be named Hach Mi Lei. That can't prove anything. Hearing this, Mi Lei immediately welled up with tears, pretending to be the victim. Don't play tricks and bully women. How can a man like you bully women? You frown and hold the woman, comforting her while arguing back. Well, you're an adult, so why don't you just admit you're acting like a child trying to deceive? Everyone witnessing this also finds it completely reasonable. That's right. Then Mi Lei shouted fiercely, "What do you really want?" Tran Thu made a serious proposal. Sorry, Nunu, things have come to this point. Lei just lowered his head slightly to apologize, but you immediately retorted, too quiet to hear. He yelled angrily in my face. It was like being punched in the ears. Sorry. Tran Thu crossed her arms, looking quite satisfied, thinking this was acceptable, then gently crouched down to ask Nunu, "Do you forgive her?" Young girl Duong, with big round eyes, looked at him. "I forgive you." The system immediately displayed a notification, awarding a large number of beast taming points. Tran Thu turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw the bag back to Mi Lei. That's right, you should be a bit more kind. That day was truly a clear sky with white clouds and golden sunshine. After taking the elevator for a while, he also brought Nu home. The girl felt a little sad inside. Brother Tran Thu, did I do something wrong today? Should I not have picked up what was dropped? Hearing that, Tran Thu gently placed his hand on Nu's head. No, I didn't do wrong. Picking up what was dropped is right. It was the older sister who did wrong. It's already late. Let's go home now. That words helped Nu resolve her inner conflict, so she happily waved goodbye to you. Okay. Goodbye, Tran Thu. Tran Thu quietly watched the girl go inside. Although she deliberately falsely accused Nu of trying to scam money, luckily I arrived just in time. If not, I worry that she might not dare to help others in the future. Everything is settled now, so you can rest assured and leave. When he got home, Tran Thu immediately hung a do not disturb sign right in front of the door, then happily muttered to himself that he would work hard on refining pills from now on. Soon after, he sat in meditation with Slim, after opening the pill refining space. And the next afternoon, Tran Thu muttered to himself, the 2 days of training are finally over. The system immediately displayed a notification. Physique and defense power increased by 10. Both you and Slim are in good spirits. From this angle, I can quickly take a risk against the Black Iron Beast Tamer. You stretch yourself out to shake off the fatigue and then have a meal and a good sleep. We can go look for Tato Nam tomorrow. Finally, the next morning has arrived. Tran Thu walks leisurely down the street humming a tune, wondering what news he will bring today. Hoping for good news. Suddenly someone called out to Shiki. Tran Thu immediately turned around to see who it was. So it turns out that was Ha Bang. Tran Thu was quite surprised and asked her, Ha Bang, why are you here? Ha Bang also happily replied, perfect timing. I was about to pay you today since you're here. I'll settle it now. Tran Thu smiled politely. No need to rush. I don't lack money. Even so, your hand immediately pulled out your phone. So, bank transfer or cash? She got caught in a double-cross scheme and froze for 2 seconds, then still calmly paid and transferred the money. At that moment, I borrowed 200,000 from you, and based on the bank interest rate, it would be just right for Tran Thu to quickly cut in and say, No need to calculate interest anymore. Habang looked panicked, as if she was saying it for real. Are you not going to charge interest, Tranby? Are you feeling okay or something? You look pleased with yourself and smile slyly. I just want to help you. Her heart immediately raced, sensing that something was about to go wrong. Sure enough, Habang was the confidant Tran Thu trusted in her youth, and that's how it was. Then he continued to babble in her ear, I think the king isn't the mastermind. The real culprit is someone else, and I'm worried there might be more high-level beast tamers involved. I can't handle this alone, so I want to ask for your help. Habang happily nodded. All right, I'll just take helping out as a bit of fun. Tran Thu suddenly saw the familiar Tato Nam. He was cutting meat, and upon hearing the call, he rummaged through his pocket and took out a pair of sunglasses. Tao Tonam puts on sunglasses to look cool. Have you brought the money yet? Tran Thu grinned. Of course I brought it. Where is my stuff? You immediately demanded it. I want to check the goods first. He immediately held up 2 sheets of paper. Before they could act here, Habang snatched the fan away first, in broad daylight. Are you still acting in a Hong Kong movie? Tran Thu immediately held back his laughter. Then the two of them carefully examined the object in their hands. As they inspected it, Tonam analyzed and advised, my investigation can confirm that this person is currently at this abandoned construction site. Moreover, I have to warn you that there are many beast tamers there and it's very dangerous. His gaze gradually became serious. Tran Thu rubbed his chin and thought to himself, although he suspected there were beast tamers, if they really encountered one, he then turned to discuss with Habang, do you dare to go? Her face was determined. What was there to fear? She immediately switched to a reckless mode. Then let's go. Protecting the people from harm is what matters. We have nothing to fear. How ironic. Instead of leaving, Tanam treacherously called to inform someone else. Hey, Tran Thu has already arrived at that abandoned factory. Before them now was an old, desolate battlefield. Tran Thu compared it to the picture. Perhaps this is the place. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching came from inside. Yu and Habang immediately hid in the bushes nearby. Someone has gone outside. Habang, let's run away. Tianba stepped out and looked around nervously while they held their breath to avoid being detected. Tran Thu Zhang looked up and realized that the old king was discussing plans with you. Tranby, what should we do? Should we catch him? You should stay quiet and wait. Now is the time for the professionals to act. Your eyes become extremely excited, then secretly move toward Tianma. Tianba notices something is wrong and immediately stands up and runs away. Mother, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have taken that little bit of money. As he just moved his foot, the light above his head was blocked. Huh? Why is it suddenly so dark? Tran Thu quietly covers the guy with a sack as he becomes distracted. Tianba stumbles around, lost and unsteady. Let me go! Behind Tran Thu, he stepped back a few paces, crouched down, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and quickly delivered a super kick toward the guy. Immediately, Tianba collapsed to the ground. Tran Thu approached and grabbed his pants, just as Habang saw the action. You still shamelessly take off your shirt, making her blush and shout out loud. Oh, Tran Thu, you're not that perverted, are you? Tran Thu suddenly turned around. Huh? Your expression changed, and you hurriedly explained. Oh my God, your point has a problem. He's a man. Habang felt a little shy. Yes, the issue is that he's a man. Tran Thu always feels helpless around her. Sister, I just wanted to disguise myself, to blend in and see what's going on. You're thinking about something, Hanbang gradually understood the meaning. Yeah, I got it. If you do nothing, I won't think anything either. You quickly bring Tianba's belongings inside, and don't forget to remind him before leaving. All right, I'll go in first. Wait for my signal and then act. She asked curiously what the signal was, and Tran Thu winked in response. Holly goes out towards the scam gang. They are now sitting together discussing. When Von Fung saw him, he shouted, Old Wang is back, and just in time as everyone is planning the next move, you should listen in too. Tran Thu nodded. Tao Yang sternly emphasized, Brother Van, this time we've alarmed the Spirit Guard office. This won't be easy. Van Fung gritted his teeth in anger, recalling the months he sacrificed himself in another space for just over 100,000 to 200,000. That's right. 10,000 billion is enough for us to take risks many times over, especially now that there's no longer a leader, and we can't go into other spaces anymore. He listened to their conversation for a while and realized that these people used to be part of the beast taming corps, but since there was no longer a leader, they started to scam. Van Fung's mind was racing, and now there's no way out of the city. We should go to Huang Tran and hide for a while. Then they turned back to look at Tran Thu. Xiao Hao asked curiously, so what should he do? Van Fung calmly suggested, why not bury him? Hearing this, Tran Thu's face grew paler. No way! I just disguised myself to get in here and now I'm about to be sent away forever. A quick notification appears with 3 options. 1 shouting, "Big brother, don't kill me," 2 warning the opponent in a deep voice, and 3 pretending to be scared, all with rewards. Trenthu, frightened, stepped back, unsure which option to choose. Although these rewards weren't bad, the 3rd reward was the best. Trenthu immediately shouted, "Wait, you can't do this to me!" Tao Duong's group approached Trenthu. Watching as you scared him so much, he changed his tone. He even raised his fist to threaten. "Old king, you have to have value in this life, so tell us why we shouldn't destroy you." Hearing that, you also shuddered in fear because doing so was impolite. The words just spoken made him even more contemptuous. "Look, he's so scared he's stammering." Tao Duong put his hand on Tiu Tan's shoulder. "Little Tiu, let him see that you're not cut out for this." Trenthu didn't bother to stay and ran away, shouting help. "You want to run?" But he didn't care, and kept running with all his might. Suddenly, a beast appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. The innocent voice of Tiu Tan echoed behind him. "Ha! Isn't it better to just accept it quietly?" Its eyes looked at Trenthu as if wanting to devour her, and just as she was confused and unsure what to do, a notification appeared. You gained a reward. Violence proximity +1, damage skill +1. Empowered, he raised his hand to cast a spell. "My armor is indeed very big, but mine is bigger." He just stood there, looking on, not understanding a thing inside. At this moment, a Slim sneaks up from the ground, startling everyone. "What's going on?" Trenthu stood behind it and gave the order, unleashing a violent attack. Slim obediently obeyed, radiating a powerful glow. Trenthu removed her mask and smiled with satisfaction. Too bad. That arrogant attitude makes Tao Yang furious. He prepares to charge at him. "Damn it, he's not an old king. Even a 6th-level beast tamer dares to challenge us, brothers. Take him down." As soon as they received the order, they summoned their spirits. Their appearance was enough to make Trenthu a bit nervous. "Huh? It's a fire element spirit. No, I can't fight them alone." He withdrew the command and asked to start sleeping, then quickly closed his eyes. His massive body transformed into a defensive stance. Tao Duong sensed something was wrong and warned not to go through, but somehow he realized he had fallen into Trenthu's trap and decided to escape. "At this moment, all the dragons are flying straight toward you. You're not escaping." This is Tiu Tan's voice as he rides on its back while Trenthu quickly reads the Halihu signal. The ice shards then pierced straight into Lam Diu's claws. Van Fung angrily approached to see if there were any accomplices. It turns out the one coming to save the day is Ha Bang. "Trenthu, are you all right?" Trenthu cheerfully replied, "I'm fine. You handle this bird. This one is mine," and then both Xiaolong and Lum rushed into the fight like moths to a flame. On this side, you gently step closer to Van Fung, making him panic and shout stop, while Trenthu smiles eerily before pulling out a bag to cover his opponent's head. "Your face also looks more wicked now. You dare to stab me with a needle again. This time I'll make sure you wish you were dead. What's meant to be will come." Trenthu attacked Van Fung several times, causing him to collapse unconscious in pain. Van Fung's accomplices were still stunned, not understanding what had happened. You started massaging and warming up your hands and feet. Then it was their turn. Van Fung asked nervously, "It's been so long and Tong Mok still hasn't come in. Did something happen?" That kid is easy to deal with, but if they're from the Spirit Suppression Bureau, everyone feels uneasy and runs in all directions. Never mind, we'll hold our ground for now. Tao Duong pointed to the nearby door. "There is a back door here, let's go this way." But as soon as they stepped in, they had to stop suddenly. It turns out that little Lang was already lying in wait with a fierce look in his eyes. Wen Feng, unfazed, was just a 6th-rank spiritualist who charged forward, and both the fire element and the wild boar received orders to attack simultaneously. For a moment, Xiaolong lost its bearings as flames surrounded it, and Dung Pig directly struck its face, then rammed into it, causing Xiaolong to spit blood. Ha Bang watched this with great pain. Bang Lang turned to ask Trenthu for his opinion, but he just shrugged and temporarily helped me control them. Ha Bang also followed suit. "All right, I'm starting to control the energy now and will strike again at Little Wolf, while keeping the fire element and pig dung in place. I'm trying to hold on. Hurry up, I can't last much longer." It is at this moment that Trenthu loudly shouts in triumph. Slim activates its attack skill, quickly breaking through the wall and rushing in. Slim mercilessly crushes his 2 opponents. Van Fung, furious, curses aloud. "Do you think a level 6 spirit contract can cause chaos?" Dark Beast unleashes its savage skill. It heard the command but couldn't move. A minute passed, and still nothing happened, leaving him and Tao Yang standing there helpless. Slim keeps pressing the wild boar's head down until it squeals. After a moment, it can do nothing but whimper, while its nostrils continue to emit smoke. Both of them looked on with changing expressions. Only Tran Thu was smirking proudly. Gentlemen, aren't you feeling confused in this situation? All right, stop struggling and surrender peacefully. Then he took out 2 more bags, making Habang ask in surprise, where did these 2 pea bags come from? He didn't answer, but pressed them directly against the face of the 2 guys. That action was enough to make her turn pale. Tran Thu happily took out her phone and called, "Hello, Uncle Wang, come to West City quickly. I've caught the scammers at the black market." So they had to stay at the Spirit Beasts Bureau from morning until late evening, but Tran Thu seemed very pleased when they went out. It's like everything has been settled, and at last I am cleared. The taxi pulls up in front of the 2 of them. I have to go to the Beast Tamers Association now. Do you want to come with me? No, I have to go home and eat dinner. Tran Thu got into the car and said goodbye. Then I'll head out first. See you again, Kaijiang. Habang also responded. All right. Under the night sky, the car sped away, soon pulling up in front of the Beast Tamers Association. As soon as he got out of the car, he put on a very excited look. This time, not only did he successfully deal with the scammers, but he also might get 100,000 in reward. It's really amazing. Suddenly, Tran Thu saw the back of someone very familiar. Oh, isn't this To Nam? Quickly turning back with sparkling eyes and a seductive smile, Tran Thu's expression became extremely shocked. To Nam. Tran Thu grabbed To Nam's shoulder, forcing a forced smile that was full of discomfort. Why are you here? Has your pig farming business expanded to the Beast Tamer Association? The burly man puffed out his chest and raised his voice, saying, I came here to check the mission. The information explosion surprised him. Are you a beast tamer? Your attitude seems to offend him. Is there a problem? As a beast tamer, selling meat is also reasonable. Tran Thu hurriedly explained, reasonable and fair. Seeing that the boy was obedient, To Nam did not push further. Go do your work, Tran Thu replied with a smile. Oh, okay, thank you. Here is the card with the basic information I received from the Tran Lin Bureau. Then he continued, I accept the mission. Tian Wu read the information on the card. All right, please wait a moment. He looked up at you and announced, Sir, your mission to investigate the counterfeit drug dealer has been completed. The reward for the mission is 50,000 spirit stones, which will be automatically transferred to your card. Tran Thu enthusiastically rubbed his hands and said, Thank you. To Nam, stunned by the reward, cursed under his breath. Damn it, was this mission 10,000? The cow's blood splattered everywhere, and he immediately demanded money. You're a dishonest middleman, give me 50,000. Your face suddenly went pale, large beads of sweat rolling down your forehead. It's over. I forgot he's still here. But the panic was only in his mind. Tran Thu's finger jabbed hard into his chest as he shouted, Cunning. Do you know what I've been through? 5 of them. His relentless questioning was turned against him, with a fierce tone that sounded like a 1,000-year-old grudge. The 5 criminals. Do you know how I was today? Do you know? I risked my life against 5 criminals. My acting skills are top-notch. I even punched him in the chest to demand money. A total reward of 100,000. You take 50,000 for my information fee. No way, you have to pay me at least 10,000. To Nam was speechless, his thick eyebrows furrowing tightly. Can you stop acting so much? The guy couldn't be bothered to argue further. Come on, if I have no news from me, do you think you can catch him? Tran Thu reluctantly waved his hand. All right then, I'll give you a little more money. Who said you're my good brother? Then he gently patted his shoulder as a farewell. Good brothers, it's getting late. I should head back now. Before To Nam could realize anything, you had already fled in a blur. The guy's scream echoed down the hallway as Tran Thu ran. Damn it, I got duped by that kid again. You look so proud that even your facial muscles change, bragging about how clever you are at fooling others. The weather is clear and you sit under a red banner that reads Spirit Stabilization Bureau Certified Elixirs, constantly selling to customers. Over the next 10 days, thanks to the certification from the Tran Lin Bureau, Tran Thu's medicines sold out extremely quickly on the black market, bringing him a significant amount of money. In the Beast Tamers Hall, he confidently placed an order with his backpack on his back. How much remaining in the warehouse? I'll buy it all. Soon, people without herbs like you started purchasing and bought a lot of great power flowers, making the receptionist smile a perfect 10. Thank you very much. Taking advantage of the gap between alchemy and selling medicine, Tran Thu earned 3 million flowers of Ha, but your purchase of flowers has attracted a lot of attention. Night gradually falls over the Hatin Pharmaceutical building. In the conference room, the voice of an angry man echoes. This month's sales of Dali drug have decreased by 70%. Investigate it for me. The boss of the Hatin Pharmaceutical company slammed the table and stood up. I want to find out who dared to touch the company's juicy profit of our pharmaceutical company. In Tran Thu's room, you are fiddling with the pile of infusion tubes on the bed while Slim sleeps beside you. At that moment, the phone beside him rang, catching his attention. The screen showed a message from Lone Wolf Power wanting to matchmake with you. After reading, Tran Thu was extremely confused. What kind of trick is he up to now? At that moment, another notification popped up from him. The chubby friend apologized, saying he's not worthy. Without thinking much, he immediately called Dai Luke. The ringtone echoed, with the cheesy lyrics making Tran Thu annoyed, loving his lonely figure passing through the dark alley, loving his unyielding appearance, loving how he overcomes despair, never shedding tears. As soon as he answered the phone, he was almost deafened by the other person's voice. Dai Luke, what are you doing? He helplessly explained, Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I matched with Lam Nya Y. Hi, don't mind these details. I'm preparing to go to the capital tomorrow. Are you coming? Just as they were going together with Sister Phuong Tu, a system task prompt appeared in front of Tran Thu, offering a choice. Go to the capital with Trung Dai Luke, or continue setting up and expanding street stalls. You just read carefully and pondered. Could this also be an option? Actually, I've been earning a lot of money lately, so going out is fine. You quickly agree happily. Okay, then let's go tomorrow. I have nothing else to do. Once I achieve my goal, I'll visit that guy Lam and think things over. Okay, see you tomorrow. Oh, right, I don't have any money. Remember to bring the travel expenses to cover me. The veins on Tran Thu's forehead began to bulge. It's all for this purpose, isn't it? Your laughter comes through the phone again. I have something to do. I'm hanging up now. See you tomorrow. There's nothing I can do. I can only sigh helplessly. This Zhuang Dali is really a troublemaker. Since we're leaving tomorrow, I have to start preparing today. You hummed softly while packing a few clothes into your bag, tidying up. The next day, the weather was very favorable with a clear sky and the sun shining everywhere. The train slowly starts moving along the track, and Dali keeps complaining in frustration. Tranby, why didn't you book a plane ticket? With a relaxed expression and head held high, Tran Thu began to spout his philosophy. Nowadays, people live too hurriedly, and the fast pace makes us lose ourselves. We need to learn how to slow down. I don't want to hear any more fake words, so I sneer in disdain and speak in human language. You're not easy to get along with either, so I snorted in annoyance. The plane ticket is too expensive. Tran Thu had to comfort him by putting her arm around his shoulder. All right, riding the train isn't so bad. Isn't it almost there anyway? Dali is annoyed as he looks at his friend. Is your destination only 8 hours away? Suddenly, a broadcast announcement rings out saying the train is approaching Bailey City, yet you still keep joking around. Ha 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 ha, that's not it. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted your rescue story, mentioning a theft. The mission menu reappeared with 2 options and rewards. Intervene to stop the crime, or keep sleeping and pretend not to see. Time was running out, and he glanced at the thief who was starting to run in this direction. Without thinking much, Tran Thu seriously pulls a bag out of his pocket. Dali is curious and looks over. Oh, Tran B, what are you doing? You proudly hold it up in front of the opponent, protecting the people. He suddenly notices the strange claw inside. The figure just ran past. A shadow had already enveloped him completely. Before he could understand what was happening, he was suddenly covered all over and screamed in panic. Who is it? Unfortunately, no one bothered to answer him. Instead, a metal claw swung straight into his head, and the ringing echoed all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Tran Thu and Dai Luke happily high-fived in front of their masterpiece. Perfect. They returned the bag to the girl who was robbed, while the thief was taken away by the 2 police officers. Then Hin kept bowing repeatedly to show her gratitude. Thank you both. Thank you both. It was only then that she suddenly noticed something unusual. It seemed that Than Han had realized who had just helped her. Is that you guys? Tran Thu and Dai Luke both stared at each other with confused expressions. Tran Thu sneered and clicked his tongue in disdain, then calmly let out a highly arrogant remark that made Than Han furious. Although my charm is incredible, please don't use this outdated method to start a conversation. In the end, Dali saw that you didn't seem to recognize who it was, so he gently pulled Tran Thu's arm and whispered, It's the loan shark. You're kidding, right? I lend money at high interest? How could I forget? He almost ran out of words and had no choice but to repeat himself. The person who approached and covered his face then said, I can't see. I can't see. Dai Luke's words helped him recall that it was her. Then Han was stunned when Tran Thu didn't recognize him. Do you not remember me anymore? I already said back then that I definitely couldn't see. She huffed in annoyance. Luckily for her, you noble people left directly at that time. Of course, Tran Thu's mouth isn't sweet either. Debts must be paid. That's only natural. Now she's just curious about why the two of them are on the train. So, you want to go to the capital too? Yes, I want to take the entrance exam for the Spirit Master University. Tran Thu didn't seem to notice that she was trying to change the subject. Are you saying you went to the capital to escape your debts? The question made her jump, as if she were guilty. Her face flushed and she tried to avoid eye contact. No, I've paid off my debts. I'm just here for sightseeing. Dai Luke awkwardly covered Tran Thu's mouth to stop him from speaking further. It's okay, forget about him, he's gone now. The three of them continued sitting and talking, and he started to speak. That's right, she came to the capital for tourism. As time passes, night gradually falls over the southern station of the capital. Outside the station, the two strong men waved goodbye to Than Han. They said they enjoyed talking with her today and were glad to meet again. See you here. And then they both slowly left the place. At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing their attention. Look at their legs. Those two perverts immediately perk up and start searching. Where are they? Where are the legs? A shadowy figure suddenly rushes past behind them. Under the stunned eyes and gaping mouth of the big guy, Tran Thu was kicked away. Damn it, are there thugs? Before he could react, Phuong Tu delivered another slap to the back of his head with a loud smack. Furious, Tran Thu turned around and shouted, Bastard, who hit me openly? Let me tell you. Right now you are provoking the fierce enforcer of Namjiang. The cruel slap echoed again, silencing the young man's threatening bravado. The fierce one from Namjiang, right? Tran Thu was in so much pain she was crying, holding her head. Enough already. Enough. It didn't stop there. He hurriedly shouted, Truong Dai Luke, save me! And then Tran Thu had to endure another blow. Sister Phuong Tu, I was wrong. Little one, huh? Do you realize your mistake now? Your sharp eyebrows arch with each sarcastic remark. Aren't you supposed to be very brave? Dai Luke took the chance from behind to go and tattle. Sister Phuong Tu, Tran Bi is really too arrogant now. It's right for you to teach her a lesson. Immediately, Tran Thu, the traitor to you, gritted her teeth. You kicked him in the butt out of anger to see if I would hit you, and Da Li was dodging and yelling. Miss Phuong Tu, save me. She looked at them joking around and chuckled before speaking up to stop them. All right, no more noise, I'll take you guys out to eat. The two of them immediately agreed. Sure, at the night snack stall there are many people going out to enjoy delicious food and gaze at the stars. Fangxi sat at the table and asked Tran Shu. Tran Bi, I heard you've become a royal beast tamer and joined the special class at Namjiang High School. He chuckled and nodded, unable to hide his talent anymore. But she suddenly crossed her arms seriously, telling him to stop joking and asking if he wasn't embarrassed to show off his talent in front of her. If you have the ability, try to get into the Huaha Academy. It's not surprising that you assured her you would get into the Huaha Academy. Dailuk Fanchen patted Tran Thu on the shoulder and said, Well done, with spirit. We'll be waiting for you in the capital. Then he happily asked, By the way, Sister Phuong Tu, wasn't it you who took on a mission from another dimension? She nodded and said, Yes, just returned 2 days ago, close to a 3-star black iron creature. Tran Thu was startled by how surprised she was. 3-star black iron. Thinking about the hierarchy above black iron divided into 1, 2, and 3 stars, with 3 stars being the highest and once breaking through, entering the white-silver realm. How can it be said so casually? At that moment, we almost got wiped out by the 1-star Ice Frost Lord Black Iron Rabbit. As the three of them were talking, a voice suddenly interrupted. Isn't this the famous Phuong Tu? Bai Yuan, blushing, was helped over by Ziyi and Wang Qi, and it was the first time I saw her eating with that man, and moreover with 2 of them. Her discomfort was evident on her face. Seeing Prince Ngia cover his mouth, Vuong Te quickly stepped forward to explain, Phuong Tu, it's just a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Our eldest brother drank too much. Bak Nguyen again ignored what he said and pushed his hand away. What is she afraid of? Her beast tamers are not even here. Phuong Tu Chi gently smiled and said, It's okay, go ahead. He pointed at her, slurring and shouting. I told you she wouldn't dare do anything. In the end, Bai Yuan was helped by Ziyi and taken away. Wang Qi turned back to greet her. Goodbye, Sister Phuong Tu. She nodded towards Tran Thu, signaling to him, and he immediately understood and nodded. The specialized sack was passed quickly from hand to hand. Phuong Tu's sneakers moved swiftly forward, tearing through the wind as she charged toward her target. Bak Ngui, still rambling with his companions, didn't notice her suddenly appearing silently. Before he could finish speaking, he was completely covered by the sack, causing fear in the other two. Phuong Tu seized the opportunity to punch him repeatedly, while Tu Ngia and Vuong Te's faces turned pale as they shouted, What's wrong with her? Does she want to help him? Of course they didn't dare, only knowing to clench their fists in anger and stay still. Bai Yuan angrily tore off the sack from his head. Huang Si, he immediately lost his temper and summoned his spirit. You want to die, right? You want to die? Do you think you're worthy of saying that? Of course, her contract spirit will also appear when she shouts, Shich Viem Long. The fire dragon growls and looks toward Bak Nguyen, to the crimson flame dragon. The snake in front of it was no different from a toy. It hadn't even had a chance to do anything before being caught by the crimson flame with its claws. Then the spirit snake was battered back and forth like a toy, finally thrown to the ground, weakly hissing and lying still. At the same time, Bai Yuan was kicked right in the face by Huang Tu, and Dali and Tran Thu stared in shock at the fight. After finishing the fight, she calmly turned back to them. Let's go. Let's head back. You and he took the chance to walk past Bai Yuan and sneered. Damn it. Being looked down on like that made him angry, and he kicked over everything around him. In the hotel room, Tran Thu's voice rang out. So these guys are your classmates tonight? Why are you so weak? You got beaten by your sister and couldn't fight back. She supported her chin with her hand and replied, Most of your classmates are weaker than you. What's the big deal here? Tran Thu didn't say anything, just gave a thumbs up in disbelief. And then she still reminded them not to imitate her, and if they meet them in a few days, just run away. You still can't beat them now. Dai Luke and Tran Thu together replied, I know, don't worry, sister. After giving them the instructions, she also stood up to say goodbye. All right, I'm leaving now. You guys rest up. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up to tour the capital. In less than a second, his snoring echoed before Tran Thu could understand what was happening. Seeing that, he ignored it and pulled his legs onto the bed. Well then, I'll go to sleep too. But 2 hours later, Tran Thu's eyes were still wide open, unable to sleep soundly. He sat up on the bed and thought to himself, maybe I should go for a walk outside. The streets of the capital are still busy at midnight. Tran Thu blended into the crowd and sighed, this is the capital after all, still lively late at night. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a place. The old ghost's grocery store is still open with lights on. The magical beast pearls. You look at the displayed items related to magical beast pearls. It is the heart inside a mutated beast's body. If eaten, it will directly increase the beast tamer's power and is used for beast tamers of black iron level or higher. Tran Thu asked curiously, Boss, how much for this basic level magical beast pearl? Ma Kui Than, the shop owner, calmly quoted 50,000. He turned pale and shouted, Is it really that expensive? What about that black iron level pet pearl? The old man continued to quote 600,000. His gaze fell on a glass bottle. This is a giant spirit that appeared in Tran Thu's mind. The heart of the Kung Fong Eagle Lord is worth 2 million stars, and then he fell into confusion and bewilderment. Because at this moment, the system's choice menu appeared. Either leave here to receive a top-grade fire spirit potion. Option 2 is to buy Kong Fong Ung's heart and receive the Rebound Power Book. Option 3 is to reveal that the item he's researching is wild boar bones and gain intermediate-level beast control ability. You grit your teeth, watching these strange choices. Isn't this reward just forcing me to buy that 2 million heart? Among the 3 important herbs, Tran Thu secretly calculated that Kung Fong Ung's heart has a chance to make the contract spirit comprehend its innate skill. But overall, I have a total of 2 million yuan. But the other 2 reward options are different. At this point, the demon wolf impatiently speaks up to subtly dismiss. Listen up, my friend, you can't afford this either. If you're not buying, then go quickly and don't interfere with my business. In this difficult situation, he could only awkwardly scratch his head. How could I not buy it? I'm just doing a little research. At that time, Long Tran Thu also understood that money is just material, and skills are still more important. Then he randomly pointed at the items on the display cabinet. This one. That one. All the herbs in this shop. Along with all the pet pearls from another shop, the old man immediately changed his attitude and asked, Do you want everything? Tran Thu's cheeks flushed as she finished. I don't want any of it. Then she pointed at the heart inside the glass jar and said, I want it. On a high wooden shelf on the wall below, there were various rare herbs. The old man happily hands over the item. Here is your heart. He smiled calmly and took it, but inside he was crying out in silent tears. Wow, that's 2 million. The deal is done. Tran Thu immediately summoned his spirit and held out the precious heart in front of Slim. Xiao Jin, eat it. As soon as you finish speaking, the precious item is swallowed by it, gurgling. The scene just now has shaken the demon's inner world, especially when using a 2 million coin heart to feed a Slim-level creature. Now everyone with money is willing to go all out like this? After digesting it, it's satisfied and let out a sigh. You should open Smile's system panel and check it out right away. You've truly comprehended the aura. A series of newly updated information related to new skills appears there. Reading this, Tran Thu couldn't help but feel delighted and sigh. 200 billion is worth it. The clear blue sky above the tall buildings marks the 3 days later, when Phuong Tu takes Tran Thu and Truong Dai Luke on a tour of the Hua Ha Academy. On the arena, a fierce battle of A-rank spirit contracts is underway. After witnessing the strength of the Huaxia Academy, Tran Thu is determined to take the exam there. 3 more days pass, and it's still a clear day. Inside the hotel room, Dolly has already prepared and gently calls the deeply sleeping boy. Tran B, I am going to compete. You force yourself to open your eyes and cheer him on. Keep going. I'm waiting for good news from you. He turns and leaves, leaving Tran Thu to fall back into sleep as the bright sunlight streams through the apartment and gradually disappears behind the tall buildings. Tran Thu is still sleeping soundly in the room when suddenly the phone rings. He reached out to grab the ringing phone. As soon as he answered, he heard Dolly shouting for help from the other end. Tran Bai, urgent, I've been blocked by someone. Then the phone screen only showed that Dai Luke had turned off. Tran Thu immediately jumped out of bed and hurriedly rushed toward the door. A while later, with the sun still not set, a taxi suddenly screeched to a halt by the roadside somewhere, and he quickly got out, heading toward Dai Luke, who was being blocked, shouting loudly without hesitation, Dai Luke. Tran Thu hurriedly pushes through the crowd. What's going on? The person opposite saw your appearance and sarcastically said to Dolly, So this is the arrow piercing through the clouds and thousands of troops you mentioned? Your murderous gaze tells me you want to cut the nonsense. Who are you? Tran Thu immediately started analyzing him upon seeing him. This chubby guy clearly looks like a pampered young master, but what about the bodyguards behind him? Me? I am Chu Dabak of the Chu family in the capital. Your brothers are too arrogant. They provoked me at the exam and said they would beat me. In his mind, he thought if they really fought it wouldn't be impossible, but he asked casually, so what was the result? By the way, I caused him more psychological damage. I already beat him. I'm 5th. He's 50th. So you can't help but laugh with satisfaction then. If that's the case, beating you is just beating you. Saying and doing are a sign of respect for you. Tears welling up in his eyes and his heart cracking, Da Bai, now furious, shouted loudly, No more talk. I'll give you 2 choices. Fight my bodyguard or fight my spirit contract. The 2 immediately turned around to discuss and ignored him. Tran Thu asked curiously, in this situation, why didn't they call Phuong Tu? Dai Lu was forced to helplessly reply, I called her, but she didn't answer. Maybe she's busy. He then impatiently looked at them, wondering if they had finished thinking. At this moment, the system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Choose one, accept the challenge, and win. The reward is a 10% resistance boost for Slim. Choosing 2, run away, and you will receive the control power. Option 3 is to fight Big White when the bodyguard is unprepared, increasing Slim's speed by 5%. So he immediately adopted a serious attitude and asked, What strength do you have? Dai Bai's tone is modest and unassuming, but the beast tamer is level 8 and shows a very disdainful look. Hearing this, Tran Thu keeps sweating and thinks to himself, it's really not easy to provoke. Hua Xiao Wu, who is only at level 7, is already leading among us. At this age, being at level 8 shows a big difference between Nanjiang and the capital, and his bodyguard is also very difficult to deal with. In the end, he gritted his teeth and silently made a decision. All right, I'll give it a try. Meanwhile, see how far Slim has come after swallowing my 2 million. Both sides glare at each other with a tense atmosphere. You coldly agree, fine, I will fight you. He turns to discuss with his subordinates. Have you already investigated their identities? Can I hit it? The bodyguard hurriedly replied, Yes. They only come from a small city in the south. Tran Thu is also giving instructions to his friend. Look, soon you'll check the situation. If I lose, then you run. Absolutely. Do not look back. Dai Luke responded with a grunt, and both of you stood side by side preparing to fight, simultaneously summoning spirits with the shadow bridge. When the big white appeared, the chubby flying spirit looked very funny. Tran Thu really couldn't hold back and had to cover her mouth. I didn't expect your contract spirit to be a rare flying spirit. I was so angry that I turned red and shouted at you. Wait a little longer and you'll feel better, but you've already laughed so hard your jaw is crooked. Ha ha. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable now. You're laughing so hard you're cramping. Wait for me a moment. He becomes even more furious, pointing his hand at Tran Thu and ordering the spirit to attack him. It begins gathering power according to its master's command. In an instant, a huge energy sphere was launched toward your spirit. Surprised by the sudden attack, you froze in shock. Luckily, Slim managed to jump in and block that attack. But Phai Thien Chu didn't stop there, continuing to fire energy spheres at it. Daibai excitedly shouted, "Ha ha! Looks like you're about to lose." Tran Thu, annoyed, radiated with intense, killing intent. Slim then focused on strengthening his defenses and used a sweeping attack to clear the barrage of energy beams from Phai Thien Chu. Tran Thu was tense, calculating in his mind that if the fight continued like this, he would definitely lose. Then it slightly frowns, decides there's no other way but to try, and at the same time it seems to sense you and immediately falls into a furious rage, firing out. It kept sweeping its techniques toward Phai Thien Chu. Daibai immediately reacted and shouted, "We've been prepared for you all along." Slim's entire body suddenly swelled, increasing in size sixfold, now resembling a giant ball standing tall before the enemy's spirit. But he seems to have everything under control, as if it was all part of his plan. Luckily, I guessed you would do this. As Slim charges to attack Phai Thien Chu, he simultaneously orders his contract spirit to use the shrinking skill, causing it to emit smoke as a sign of recovery. Once done, it frantically throws balls back at Slim. The mighty one activating his bones also asked, "Tranby, what now? Run away." Tran Thu quickly raised his hand to signal, "Don't rush, I have another way." Then he grasped the aura matching his spirit. At the moment, Phai Thien Chu is frantically attacking. Slim opens its mouth to gather a wind technique, still standing blankly because it doesn't understand what is happening. Daibaku still doesn't realize the problem and laughs dismissively. If you don't run away, what do you want to do? Slim's side continues to follow the command and collide. Phai Thien Chu suddenly becomes immobile. Seizing the opportunity, it braced itself to unleash the attack, Violent Sitting Smasher. Its spirit was instantly controlled, and it let out a sharp cry. He was extremely surprised by what was happening before his eyes. Unlike Big White, he let out a faint breath of relief, secretly thinking that he never expected the combination of 3 unrelated skills to actually be effective. Then analyze its mechanism, with the wind controlling direction, collision providing momentum, and violence creating power in the air. Tran Thu, with a cold smile of a victor, gathers everything together, finally turning against the wind and transforming perfectly. He was so furious that his blood boiled as he shouted, "You country bumpkin bastard! You dare to hurt my contract spirit!" The 2 guards understood and moved closer to the 2 of you, but you still stood in front of Dali and glared at him. "What do you mean by that? Do you want to go back on your word?" Big White pointed directly at Tran Thu and shouted fiercely, "So what if I go back on my word? Charge at me!" He ordered his subordinates again. Charging forward, they all rushed towards him simultaneously. Tran Thu easily leans to the side to avoid it, then focuses and commands his spirit contract. Slim skill collision. Slim smoothly jumps up and then launches a series of rapid attacks along a zigzag path. You and your great strength approach. Big White with a twisted smile, wanting to take back your words, right? Then simultaneously, they apply the extremely powerful left-hand rule to his face. Then go ahead and break your word. I'll give you 1 more punch to even the score if you want to fight us. After that, Tran Thu pressed his cheeks firmly and warned, then learned to tell the difference later and stop showing that kindergarten tiger face to threaten. "People you can't touch, don't touch them, understand?" Having spoken, he calmly turned and walked away, with Dali leaping happily after him. So he raised his eyebrows again, looked over, and said, "Follow me. I will always make you feel excited." Suddenly, Chu Hien, Chu Dabai's uncle, appeared in front of the 2 of them. Tran Thu temporarily pretended to stay calm and face him, and they silently passed by each other. Only then did he wave to Dali with a smile. "Run!" A long tentacle shoots toward the 2 of them with the man's shout, "Get back, I can easily catch them up high." Then he throws your group forcefully onto the ground nearby. Tran Thu kept lamenting inwardly. "Damn it, why didn't I see this coming?" With this aura, it's obvious he's a dark, iron-level beast tamer. Then he hurriedly rummaged inside his pants pocket and, upon pulling out his phone, was speechless at the shattered device. And he is busy holding his beloved nephew, asking, "Han, are you okay?" Dabai holds his chest, looking very weak. "I'm fine, but Phai Thien Chu, uncle, you must help me take revenge. My mind is starting to go into a state of tension. This time, I really failed miserably. Only the Phai Thien Chu has ascended, but is still twitching in a corner." Chu Xuan, with an angry look, stares fiercely at Tran Thu, his hand clutching his phone, trembling even more. The thug swaggered up and threatened him, saying, 200,000 for treatment, is there a problem? But Tran Thu was sweating cold from the bold words of the powerful figure. "Are you trying to steal 200,000? You could buy so many pigs with that amount." He still looked fierce, so he immediately summoned his spirit and asked in a stern voice, "Do you not want to hand it over?" Both of them turned pale with fear. Tran Thu quickly waved his hand and said, "No, ignoring his growing nose and starting to boast about how rare and valuable this kind of extraordinary divine beast is. Then he smiled again to please them. Can we call someone to bring money here since neither of us has any? Chu Hian raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Who? Are they your relatives? The guy wondered to himself, not sure if they had some kind of background. Tran Thu quickly clarified. I have an older sister who is studying at a university in the capital. So he quickly ordered, then tell her to bring the money here. He simply thought, there are countless universities in the capital. What could be so scary about a student, right? Dali quickly made a call to the other party. Hello, sister. Tran Thu and I are waiting for you at Lingju University. Please bring 200,000 here. Are you done calling? I responded immediately. Yes, there are many people here. Let's go to the beast taming pavilion and wait. The sky is clear with white clouds drifting by. Over here, Phuong Tu just finished her call and couldn't help but think something was off. When Dai Luke calls her, he always calls her Sister Phuong Tu, so it seems they've run into trouble. Then she turned to her friend Than Di and asked for a favor. Can I borrow your wind ability for a moment? I have something to take care of. The vast blue sky remained unchanged as Tran Thu sat in a corner praying, guarded closely by the Da Bach group. Ali was worried and asked, Tran Bi, do you think Sister Phuong Tu can handle this? He replied with a look of boredom. It's okay, if it really can't be fixed, just pay the money. But his face had already fallen into the state of a 200,000 capitalist slave. Selling a little more medicine could make it back, just want to pay. Then pay. He was extremely surprised by his friend's words, but that was 20. Chu Hian here casually cracked his knuckles, looking a bit relaxed. Let's fight a little. You're from a small town and dared to mess with our Chu family. You're really asking for it. Before he could finish speaking, Big Brother was already punched in the mouth. Then Lian Huan kicks from Chu Hian's position. Who told you to hurt my niece's contract spirit? A low-level beast tamer who dares to be so arrogant. Tran Thuong sat curled up in a corner, trembling and sweating. You seem a bit sympathetic towards him. Could it be that you've mistaken him for someone else? Daoli, you've suffered enough. I will offer a sacrifice for you. But judging by your appearance, I can't guarantee I won't hit myself when the time comes. Thinking of this, she immediately shoved a bag of blood into her mouth. At this point, Dolly had been beaten to the point where his parents couldn't recognize him, and he shouted loudly, Are you blind? I'm not a beast tamer. Chu Hian made a suspicious gesture with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? Did you hit the wrong person? At the same time, Da Bai pointed at Tran Thu and shouted, Uncle! This is the beast tamer who hit me! Then he raised his fist and approached him. It's okay, I'll hit you again just like that. But as soon as he swung his fist down, he quickly spat out a burst of blood from his mouth. Chu Hian was stunned by this. Hey, what's going on? Big Brother, I am injured. Fatty Phai Tian, I am guilty. Big Brother hit me with another punch. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat blood again in front of the panicked man, then quietly chuckled to himself. Ha! When he first sold medicine on the black market to undercut prices, old Huang deliberately made this blood bag. Luckily, I haven't thrown it away yet. I wonder if it's expired already. The two of them are terrified and silently curse at the same time. Is there no risk of a murder happening? And Tran Thu pretends to stagger as she walks toward them. Big Brother, hit me, I am guilty. Snap. Chu Hian desperately shouted and urged, No, don't come over here. You mustn't come over here. I look like a flickering candle and speak in broken words. No, I have to go over there. Boss, hit me quickly. Cough, cough. If you don't hit me, I'll feel very ashamed. Cough, cough. After finishing, he spat blood directly into that guy's face. Chu Hian quickly caught you and shouted to call an ambulance, while Dai Luke, stunned, looked at the blood bag in his hand, then understood and mimicked the same action. Tranbai, if you leave, I will absolutely not live alone. The two of them stared in shock at this surreal scene, sweating profusely. Suddenly, they heard a door opening. Clang! Phuong Tu was extremely shocked by this scene. Tran Thu, the mighty one, the fire of rage burning in Phuong Tu's eyes is all of you. In front of her are Tam Khan Tran Thu and Dai Luke lying in a large pool of blood, their murderous aura making Dai Bak and Chu Hian pale with fear. She shouted angrily, Do you want to die? Chu Hian barely managed to say, Wait, before being kicked hard in the stomach, sending him flying away. Before he could recover, Phuong Tu charged forward, Go to hell. Facing the fury of a woman, Chu Hian could only raise his hands to defend himself. Seeing himself in danger, he felt a bit panicked, claiming he was just an ordinary student. Then, both of them jumped back, giving each other a moment to catch their breath. It seems, this time Chu Hian intends to strike first. flexing his arm to attack. But Voiliet Dien suddenly appears behind Phuong Tu. However, before it can act, Wiem Long roars fiercely. A fireball is about to send Da Bai's butt to the eternal realm. The raging flames engulf its body, combined with the powerful force pushing Da Bai completely backward. It already has deadly wounds, but that's still not enough. The flaming dragon slashed down mercilessly with its claws, leaving deep cuts on Da Bai's thick skin. It was even tormented by sudden flames erupting from the marks left by the fire dragon. Chu Xian was stunned to see his spirit about to bid farewell forever. How is she so strong? Damn it, looks like I have to summon the sea spirit contract to escape. Thinking quickly, he raised his hand and ordered, "Big White, hold them back." The three of them finally took their positions, ready to make a quick escape. Of course, Phuong Tu wouldn't let them escape so easily. "Do you want to run?" As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned Hailong and ordered, "Stop right there, for me." Chu Hien was so frightened that he was stunned and wondered, "Damn it, why is it an S-rank dragon? Who could this possibly be?" In an instant, Hailong released a stream of freezing air, freezing both himself and the bird mid-air. It then flew up and kicked the ice block down to the ground. Dai Bak and Chu Hien were now lying on the floor bleeding, but the fire of hatred in Phuong Tu's heart was not yet extinguished. "Take revenge for my two brothers." The evil snake was about to strike when Tran Thu and Dai Luke shouted loudly to stop him. "Don't do it, Miss Phuong Tu. Killing people is illegal." Their calls made Phuong Tu startle and stop all her movements. With tears in her eyes, she turned to look at them. "Are you still alive, Tran Thu, Dai Luke, my children?" Tran Thu hurriedly explained, "We are still alive, but you just came in and hit us so hard we were stunned. Now we can only react." Phuong Tu, still a bit suspicious, pointed at him, so seeing the blood on his body, Tran Thu kept reassuring her, "It's fake, just a blood bag." Hearing that, Phuong Tu took a deep breath and angrily kicked Tran Thu. "Stupid." He kept begging desperately while she chased him, causing him to fall over. "I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong." Chu Hin, witnessing the scene before him, timidly said, "Big brother, big sister, we're about to be roasted dry." His words made Phuong Tu startle and turn around. She pauses her punishment. "All right, I will deal with you all later." Tran Thu and Dai Luk obediently sat with their heads bowed in repentance. Then she confidently stepped in front of Dai Bak and Chu Hien and said, "Let's go." What exactly happened? It was just a moment before sunset. Phuong Tu was stunned and exclaimed, "Do you want my sister to pay you 200,000 yuan?" Chu Hien, still terrified by her power, immediately waved his hands and admitted fault. "Oh, no more, we were wrong." Knowing we were in a winning position, Phuong Tu smirked. "Really?" Without hesitation, she turned to ask her two younger siblings. "Tran Bi, Dai Luk, what should we do?" Tran Thu and Dai Luk didn't take long to lie down and throw a tantrum. "Sister Phuong Tu, I feel a terrible headache. Maybe I should use 100 petal beads to heal you. You two don't stay unsteady anymore, or we might need a fierce beast lord to calm you down." Chu Hien saw that the two victims, who had just been lively moments ago, were now in critical condition and could only grit their teeth in silence. If you threw it, Phuong Tu was ready to catch. She pretended to look sympathetic at him. "It seems my two younger siblings are seriously injured. What do you plan to do?" Dai Bai and Chu Hien were backed into a corner, and he began to negotiate. "We agreed to pay 300,000 for medical expenses." But hearing the proposal, Tran Thu felt even more pain than when he was beaten. Just 300,000? Another bag of blood was stuffed into his mouth, then spat out from Tran Thu's mouth, looking truly horrifying. "My internal organs are also in bad shape." The two on the other side were already annoyed by Tran Thu's fake act, but Phuong Tu's two spirit beings didn't pretend at all. Chu Hien quickly suggested, "Then add 4 basic level pet pearls and 1 mutated beast." Hearing that pleased her, he immediately stood up as if nothing had happened. "Zheng Jiao." It's almost evening, and Tran Thu starts flattering her on the way out of the building. "Sister Phuong Tu, you're really so cool." However, Phuong Tu was not satisfied and scolded you to go away. "I haven't settled the score for your pretending to be dead yet." Without hesitation, Tran Thu explained to Dali, "Sister Phuong Tu, I was acting out of urgent necessity. That punch was so strong, and I am so thin. If I had been hit, I would definitely have died." Yes, we only did it out of necessity. Finally, you're finally angry. All right, let's consider it settled. Don't do that again next time. Seeing that their sister has stopped scolding, both of them happily obey. "Yes, I will follow your majesty the queen," Fang Xi replied gruffly. "All right, stop flattering me. You can arrange those things yourselves." Then she turned back and instructed, "Tran Bi, tomorrow I will take Daluk outside. Please help me queue at the beast department of Huaha Hospital." Bing Shuanglin has some issues. Tran Thu wondered to himself, is K Wuk Lin having problems? He obediently nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand, Sister Phuong Tu. The next morning, at Hua Ha Hospital, warmed by the sunlight, inside the beast taming department, the line of people waiting was as dense as ants, when suddenly Tran Thu's phone lit up with a notification. A new message from Wang Fong. Brother, do you need anything? I can do anything. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. You can do anything. A new message from Vuong Phuong appeared. Of course, I can do anything. Cheap. Seeing this, Tran Thu felt like a fish in water. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Without hesitation, he made the request but was immediately blocked by her. Coincidentally, I am now at Huaxia Hospital and need someone to queue on my behalf. Please come here quickly. This made Tran Thu extremely suspicious. Such a simple matter, and she still refused, claiming they have all kinds of services. This person must be a scammer. Moreover, Bai Yang came out to announce, sorry everyone, please be patient, I have something urgent to handle. Hearing that, you couldn't help but feel anxious. No way. Could this really happen again? As soon as he finished speaking, a control panel appeared offering 3 options to make him a villain. Tran Thu felt torn inside. This system really made it hard for him to choose. If that's the case, then it turns out you weren't too troubled when you decisively picked up the doctor's coat and happily put it on without hesitation. Finally, Dr. Tran Thu has started working. No problem, just leave it in the air conditioning at home. The endless advice goes straight into the ground, no big deal, just show it some movies. Trust me, I'm a doctor, I definitely know what I'm doing. After 2 hours of hard work, Tran Thu stretched and yawned deeply, finally sending them away so he could check out his stream reward. A notification appeared showing that he earned a brutal level reward +1, making him laugh uncontrollably. Just as Tran Thu was feeling pleased, he suddenly saw Phuong Tu leading Dai Luke over. Tran B, you excitedly stand up to greet them. Sister Phuong Tu, you finally arrived. Seeing Tran Thu's appearance, she stepped closer and scolded him. Are you still pretending to be a doctor here? But he immediately explained while taking off his shirt. Ha ha ha, isn't it just so I can line up faster? Dali can't help but worry. Aren't you afraid of delaying others' medical examinations? Then Tran Thu confidently assured them, don't worry, I have my plans. I told them to come back tomorrow for a checkup. Nothing serious will happen. Bak Duong then turned back to look at them and said, huh? Why are there only 3 of you? Report immediately, or it's just 1 person. Doctor, recently my dragon bone has been feeling weakened. His strength has decreased by 20% and he can no longer swallow or absorb food and medicine. He replied calmly, I understand. Then he performed a full checkup on it. A while later, Bak Duong happily reported that everything was fine. Just ate the wrong thing, and once it digests, it will be fine. Fang Su felt relieved to hear that. That's good then. After stepping outside, they also ran into an acquaintance of Xiao Than Han. Than Han was just as surprised. Miss Phuong Tu, do you 2 know each other? But she seems more surprised. Little Than Han, does that mean you 2 know each other too? Dai Li then forced a nervous smile and said, yes, we know each other. Suddenly, Phuong Tu changed the subject unexpectedly. That's right, Xiao Than Han. Why did you come to the K Wuk Lin Hospital? Is something wrong? At this point, her face showed clear worry. Well, earlier due to life circumstances, I borrowed some money and to pay it back I entered a competition which caused K Wuk Lin to get injured. Earlier, without money, I just improvised as needed. Tran Thu's expression couldn't hide her curiosity as Than Han explained. Then Namjiang High School refunded the tuition fee, so I had money to go there and treat him. This statement made you gasp in surprise. What? Did Namjiang High transfer the tuition fee to you? She didn't hesitate to explain. Yes, I was originally a student at Namjiang High School, but Namjiang High School paid for my transfer to the special class. After uncovering the information, Tran Thu finally realized, so the special class must be us. Than Han asked, curious. Classmate, are you also a student in the special class? Hearing that, Dali quickly answered on his behalf. Yes, Tran B also got into that class. Tran Thu thought to herself as she looked at her with suspicion, knowing that only talented students could enter the special class and it must have been very difficult to get in. Why did the school pay to recruit her? Does she have something special about her? Without hesitation, he directly asked, what is your talent? Why did the school pay for you to transfer? Than Han replied modestly, perhaps because my beast taming talent is excellent and my spirit contract is grade A, which immediately dispelled all of Tran Shu's doubts. Sorry to bother you. Inside, I can't help but feel resentful. The talent for beast taming is divided into normal, excellent, outstanding, and extraordinary. The higher the talent, the more efficient the cultivation of beast taming power. I didn't expect this person to be a genius like Hua Tio Vu. Then Than Han prepared to leave. Sister Fuang Tu, I'll go see the doctor first. Fuang Tu happily waved goodbye. Okay, we'll talk more later. Then she turned to sternly remind Tran Bi. From now on, you and Xiao Than Han are classmates, so you need to take care of her. Seeing her say that, Tran Thu crossed her arms and looked disappointed. With such a good talent, she doesn't need my care. Fuang Tu, after hearing that, showed her displeasure. Come on, in just a month, going from an ordinary person to a level 6 beast tamer doesn't make me an ordinary person. Finally, Tran Thu had to agree. I understand. I will take care of her. Then he started to ponder again. That's right, Sister Fuang Tu. Are you taking us out to play tomorrow? The words going out to play made Fuang Tu excited. Yes, tomorrow I will take you to Tai Than Mountain. The next day, in a majestic natural setting, she led Tran Thu and Dai Luke on a mountain climbing trip. After a while, she suddenly turned to ask them, Tran Dai Luke, when was the last time we went mountain climbing? Last time was probably before my exam. Tham Hui happened to pass by and then praised, your physical condition is also very good. Dali also politely replied, your health is also good. Do you have any secret to staying healthy? Tham Hui asked breathlessly. A secret to staying healthy? Without any hesitation, he eagerly said, that's staying up late. Staying up late every day. Look at me. I'm already 24 years old this year, and I still look very healthy. This made all three of them fall silent. As night falls, it seems that Tran Thu and the group have found a place to rest. Let's set up camp here tonight. All right, let's get some rest early and absolutely don't stay up late. Because if we do, that person's current state will be our tomorrow. Dai Li listened and also responded seriously. It makes sense. Then let's cook something to eat. A little while later, the three of them sat by the campfire with Hai Long, enjoying their meal. Honestly, the current situation makes me feel like I'm in a different world. Then he pointed at something on the tree canopy. If it were another world, I would definitely think it was a beast. However, it seems no one is listening to him at all. Suddenly, a look of shock appears clearly on Tran Thu's face. The creature you see starts shaking violently. You immediately shout, Hey, Miss Fuang Tu, there's a beast! As soon as Tran Thu finished speaking, she looked up sharply with a keen gaze, just as the black-armored insect charged toward them. Fuang Tu immediately responded to the attack of the black armor bug and ordered the Crimson Sea Dragon to absorb energy. The entire body of the black armor bug immediately froze, and then the three of you approached to check it out. This is a black armor worm from the Demon Marsh Plain. Judging by its appearance, it seems to be a hybrid of the black armor worm and lamtin insects. Fangxi knelt beside it to analyze. The 100 years of the Plain of Demons had once fallen, and although quickly suppressed, some ferocious beasts still remained in Lamtin. Her eyebrows furrowed. If it was just this kind of ferocious beast, it wouldn't normally be a big deal. But then she stood up with visible concern on her face. If the black armor insect Yuan So remaining on Mount Tai Than is from 100 years ago, then it's a serious problem for us too. But as soon as Fuang Tu finished speaking, she saw her two reckless brothers already preparing to run ahead. Miss Fuang Tu, what are you waiting for? Let's leave Tai Than Mountain first and then call the Tran Lin Bureau to claim the reward. Tran Thu suddenly paused to think. That's not right. Our order is wrong. We should call for the reward first and then run away. Then he immediately dialed the Tran Lin Kuk. Oh my god, something's happened on Tai Than Mountain. There's a ferocious beast from another dimension here. What? It's not an ordinary beast, it's enormous. Hello, this is Fuang Tu from Huaha Academy. I found an unpure blood black armored insect on Mount Tai Ching causing trouble, so I came to investigate. Something caught Fuang Tu's attention. A swarm of black armored insects flying above their heads. No more hesitation, she immediately warned the other end of the line. Something's wrong. There are also many tourists at Tai Than Mountain where the black armor worms appeared. Quickly notify the Beast Tamer Corps to come here. She said, then turned to the two young beasts on the other side. Dali, Tran Bi, run quickly. Tran Thu was now rushing with Dali to escape. Sister Fuang Tu, run quickly. Watching her brave siblings run without needing to be told, she could only remain silent. But everyone's safety pulled Fuang Tu toward danger. No, there are so many tourists on Mount Tai Than. I can't just run away, I have to go over there. Just as Tran Thu was hurriedly fleeing, he realized the choice had been activated again. The notification appears with 3 options. Stop the black-armored insect, run quickly to ensure your own safety, or broadcast live for the online viewers. Immediately, he turned to Fuang Tu and asked, Lady Fuang Tu, can the Black Iron 3 Beast Lord fight back? Tran Thu's words surprised her. You can test its strength. Fuang Tu cautiously replied, If it's Hak Thiet Ba, I can only hold out until the beast cavalry arrives. Without delay, Tran Thu immediately requested to join the fight. All right then, we're not running anymore. Let's deal with it. Daliet really doesn't like being called we at all, huh? Fuang Tu, not wanting to waste any more time, led the two of them as they set out. Then let's go. Although Dali doesn't want to, you have been caught by Tran Thu. Let's go. In the end, all three of us chased after the horde of black-armored insects amid his panic. The fierce battle is in full swing and highly intense. The black-armored insect lord roars loudly, and its swarm charges forward all at once as if they've been given a bonus. Suddenly, something caught its attention. A giant fireball was flying toward to attack at lightning speed. This attack caused a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth. As the dust settled, the dark armor insect lord was cursing non-stop in a disheveled state. Fang Tzu quickly warned, "Be careful, hide well." But before she finished speaking, the person had already vanished. From afar, Tran Thu and Dai Luke hid in the bushes, signaling that they had escaped safely. Their actions made her feel annoyed and want to speak, but she had just taken a brutal hit, and the dark armor insect lord was very vengeful, only wanting revenge. Fuang Tu quickly conjures two streams of fire and ice, her face full of excitement, ready to strike as it approaches. The crimson flame dragon charges forward first, unleashing a fiery attack. Surrounded by a heat of 100 degrees, it still remained unfazed. Seeing this, the crimson sea dragon added a layer of ice to cool it down, but the black armor insect lord easily broke through with just a little force. Mocked like a clown, it roared in fury, its mouth wide open, spewing out debris. Fuang Tu was so frightened by this scene that she froze in place. At the same time, Tran Thu suddenly sat up in horror and shouted, "It's not good! It wants to attack Miss Fuang Tu!" As Dali also panicked and warned, "Miss Fuang Tu, watch out! The black armor insect lord, like a madman, keeps attacking relentlessly, but continues to charge forward. Its supreme power makes you feel oppressed. Is this a battle of black iron level? Too strong." Suddenly, one of its claws lunged toward Fuang Tu's face, but then suddenly stopped. So at a critical moment, the crimson sea dragon quickly froze it to save her. But before he could rejoice, the tough ice was finally shattered by the powerful black armor insect lord. Above, the crimson flame dragon and the crimson sea dragon are exerting all their strength to destroy it. The scene of the battle was witnessed by the two figures living in the mountain villa. "Damn it! What's up there?" "It's a dragon." The woman couldn't believe her eyes and kept asking, "Is it a dragon?" "The dragon is flying." The voices of the two tiger guardians who just spoke quickly drew the attention of the black-armored insect lord. It loudly summoned its swarm to attack. Snorting and hissing, the black-armored bugs responded to the order and rushed toward the mountain house like a horde of zombies. Fang Tzu realized its plan and turned pale. "I can't let it do this. It wants to attack innocent people." The ice dragon, cold sweat pouring down her face. All she could think of was 4 words. "There's no time left." At the critical moment, Tran Thu jumped out from the bushes like a superhero to reassure them. "Fuang Tu, don't worry. I'm here too." You shout loudly to summon your contract beast. Sim, gigantification, wind pressure. As soon as it was released, it engaged directly with the black armor bugs. The slim build stored energy, making its body larger and even its head shinier than usual. Then it used its rebound power to knock the black-armored insects high into the air. Fuang Tu watched this and praised, "Impressive, right? I didn't expect Slim's level to be so strong. It's nothing, really nothing." He tried to force a polite smile, thinking to himself, 3 skills, how could it not be strong? Meanwhile, Shich Hai Lung kept using ice shields to block the black armor insect lord, but its overwhelming power quickly shattered the ice layers. Seeing his kind-hearted brother in trouble, Crimson Flame Dragon immediately stepped in to help. From afar, Tran Thu noticed its dazed gaze and whispered in horror. This gaze, the dark armor insect lord roars and unleashes absolute power, its entire body shrouded in eerie demonic energy. Fang Si saw that the situation had escalated beyond Pickle Bow and urgently announced, "This is bad. It wants to fight us to the end. The Crimson Flame Dragon, the Ice Skeleton Dragon, retreat." Tran Thu shouted loudly, commanding them to stop it, but far beyond their expectations, the black armor insect lord spread its wings and soared into the sky, leaving its followers behind. Seeing this scene, Fuang Tu's face froze, and her expression turned stiff. Are they trying to run away? She quickly jumps onto the back of the Crimson Sea Dragon and then orders the fire-linked dragons to chase after. Tran Thu, left behind and panicking, knew he had to follow even if he couldn't, then shouted loudly to summon his contract beast. I asked, but for some reason the black armor insect lord suddenly fell to the ground, which made me a bit suspicious. Could it be that the people from the Spirit Suppression Office have arrived? At this moment, Phuong Tu and the Crimson Sea Dragon have landed safely. Suddenly, Tran Thu's eyes widened in horror. That's not right. The person coming isn't friendly. You nervously call out Shi's name. As soon as it appears, you quickly jump up. At the same time, Phuong Tu was in a remote forest surrounded by dense trees. Suddenly, a large, dirty black foot with sharp claws appeared. Seeing Tohan, a third-year student at Hua Academy, riding alongside the second wolf, she couldn't help but feel confused. Tohan. He smirked with a perverted smile, his arrogant and sarcastic expression. The legendary genius is nothing more than this. Huh? The black armor insect you want. I don't know when, but the black armor insect lord has already died and even lost a piece of flesh. Looking at its color, Phuong Tu frowned in thought, acting indifferent. Her face was grim, and her voice was full of resentment. The core was gone. Her questioning voice just rang out, "Do you dare steal my prey?" The two red sea dragons and crimson fire dragon are snarling to show off. Tahan still shows no fear and scoffs. An S-rank spirit contract. She thinks she's the only one with two of them. His reckless blood is thicker than his brains. He slams his hand on the ground to summon his second beast contract. The creature with vibrant feathers suddenly appears, the most magnificent horse in the world. Tahan, hands in his pockets, smiles confidently, when suddenly a shadow emerges behind him. "Look at my bag." Tahan looked confused, not understanding what was happening. A sack suddenly covered his head, and at that moment, Dai Lu Te unexpectedly attacked with the legendary frying pan. Dai Li struck Tohan's head several times with the frying pan, leaving him stunned and unbalanced on the ground. Oh, when the host's consciousness is not alert, K. Uwak Lin will automatically return to the beast control space. Phuong Tu kicks him a few times out of annoyance. Huh? Yeah. Fighting me? Next to Dai Luke and Tran Thu happily rummaging through valuable items. Tran Thu, holding the insect shell in his hand with a cunning smile. The young man, unaware of the treachery of society, pats his big backpack happily and reports, "Sister Phuong Tu, I've got everything. Let's go." Before leaving, she gave Tahan a kick as well. "Yes, let's go." The three of them had just taken a few steps when Tran Thu suddenly turned back with a sinister smile. "Wait." While Phuong Tu and Dai Luke were panicking, he ran over to Tohan and spun him around wildly, ending up stripping him completely except for his pink shorts to cover himself. After finishing his masterpiece, he stood up, dusted his hands, and said with satisfaction, "Let's go." Seeing this scene, the two couldn't help but be shocked. "You're really going too far." Tran Thu chuckled mischievously and explained, "Who said this guy was showing off?" "Ha ha, now let's see how he returns." After finishing their chow, they continued their journey, when suddenly a massive figure appeared. Astonishing all three, the visitor was none other than the Imperial Dragon Guard. Fangxi looked up at the sky and explained, "It's the Imperial Guard responsible for handling major events. Not a beast. The guard controlled Little Eagle to land on the ground. Fangxi of the Hua Academy." She quickly nodded and honestly admitted, "Yes, the black-armored insect lord has been eliminated by us. The Spirit Suppression Bureau has already handed that matter over to us. Hand over the corpse of the black-armored insect to me." She quickly pointed towards it. "The corpse of the king of insects over there. Now Mount Tai Ching is fine." After confirming, he immediately announced, "Yes, you can go now." Watching the shadow of the dragon guards fade away, Tran Thu breathes a sigh of relief. "I was so scared that I quickly stood in front of Zhang Dali, rubbing my cheek nervously to block his view of Han Tuo, or else we'd be in big trouble." Fangxi smiled reassuringly and said, "It's okay. They usually don't check specially." She turned around with a smile and reminded, "Let's go, it's late. Stay at the hotel tonight and go down the mountain tomorrow." He nodded in agreement. "Got it." The three of them calmly walked away, one after another. Later that night, in a hotel, Phuong Tu took out an item and shared it with Tran Thu. "This is the blood-red shell of the Dark Armor Lord insect. Keep it and see if your spirit contract can swallow it. If you swallow it, you might gain the skill of the black orb of the black armor bug." After hearing that, he immediately waved his hand to refuse. "No need, my spirit contract already has all the skills I need." Seeing that, she no longer forced you. "Fine, that's right. Your holiday is less than half a month away. When do you plan to return?" Dai Li volunteered first. "I won't go back anymore. I've already been accepted. The school said they will organize training for us, so I will stay here. I'll be leaving in 3 days. If that's the case, Tran Bi, keep going. Sister and Dai Luke are waiting for you in the capital." 3 days later, at the hotel entrance, Phuong Tu and Dai Luke saw Tran Thu off together. As she left, she waved goodbye to both of them. "I'm leaving now. Goodbye. I just looked in and informed the driver to go to the southern dock of the capital." Liu Jia turned around warmly to greet them. noticing that everyone was heading to the southern dock so they could share a ride. Only then did he realize there was someone else in the car. Wasn't it supposed to be empty? The car quickly started moving, and Tran Thu sat inside, staring intently at the person next to her. Does this person look a bit like Tahan? Suddenly the system appeared and gave me 3 options. First, escape and gain a large number of beast tamer powers. Second, seize the opportunity to escape trouble, increasing my slim gold stats by 5%. The third option is to shout loudly. This isn't a kindergarten bus with medicine in bottles, which makes you even more curious about the other person. Everything was fine until we were riding together. This person definitely has issues. Tran Thu seriously considered the options from the system. The first choice, although with generous rewards, involved jumping off a vehicle on the highway, which was very risky. As for the third option, it will stir up trouble and cause chaos. Maybe they think it's worth the risk. You immediately changed your attitude and started acting like a capybara from the martial arts world. No wonder you looked so familiar. Old King, Tong Hook frowned unhappily. You've mistaken someone else. The system recognizes Tong Hu, Tohan's brother. On the surface, he waves his hand with a friendly smile, apologizing. Sorry, wrong person. But inside, he is quietly assessing. It's not a black iron level beast tamer, nor Tuhan. Tran Thu feels her whole body lighten at this moment. Very good. I can now confidently choose both. Now act annoyed, driver. The south dock isn't this way. You're going the wrong direction. Lu Ta saw that things were about to be exposed, so he stopped acting. Kid, behave yourself and sit still. You return to your gentle scholar appearance. Sit still, waiting for you to take me to the distant mountain range. As soon as you finish speaking, you throw a punch right into Song Hook's face and he falls into a dream. Tran Thu quickly grabs his arm, choking him, then grins maliciously before unleashing all his strength to punch the profile picture of Tong Hook. Lu Ta not only fails to recognize the problem, but also adds fuel to the fire. Stop it. Isn't Tong Hook the one who studied martial arts? Hurry up and deal with him. After hearing that, Tran Thu froze for 5 seconds. Martial arts. Tong Hook clenched his fist into a fist and launched a counterattack. Nice, but unfortunately, you managed to dodge the attack and delivered a punch right to his face. You think you're all that, throwing continuous punches without knowing when to stop. Do you still have any martial arts skills now? He lay still, trembling in fear. No. After venting his anger, Tran Thu grabbed Tong Hu's collar and questioned him. So now, taking me to the South Jin City dock. Any problem with that? He was beaten into a mess, crying and begging desperately. No problem. Mr. Liu will take him there. The car quickly changed direction, and Tran Thu, having achieved her goal, grinned triumphantly. Hee, the whole ride was filled with screams. Ah, we've arrived, and you immediately get out of the car leaving Tong Hook beaten up. Someone who is neither human nor ghost. Take me to the hospital, quickly. After a few steps, he took out his phone to call someone and warn them. Hello, Sister Phuong Tu, everyone, please be careful. Tahan has sent someone to take revenge. Yes, I'm fine. I'm heading back now. Everyone, please be careful. After hanging up, Tran Thu continued walking forward. I don't know why, but suddenly I turned back to look at the place I'm about to leave and smile darkly. I'll come back in a year. At the same time, in a luxurious and splendid house, Tahan, holding a glass of wine, angrily scolds his subordinates. You useless fools, can't even catch a high school student. Useless, drag them down for me. His face dark as a pot's bottom, he thinks, Tran Thu, Phuong Tu, Truong Dai Luke, wait and see, I won't spare you. Then he swung his arm and threw the wine glass with force, shattering it into pieces. Time passed quickly like a dog running across the field, and now it was night at the Namjiang City dock. Tran Thu excitedly stretched out his hand and shouted, finally back home. He quickly caught a taxi, and before he even got comfortable, Jia Hao asked for his opinion. Brother, please, can I bring someone else along? You're kind enough to agree if it's on the way. Soon, the car stopped to pick up the second passenger. Tin Tin, dressed in patient clothes, had been waiting at a large hospital. Looking at the bright red sign above, Tran Thu was horrified. Was that person really from Namjiang City Mental Hospital? Seeing Tu Tun standing there smiling foolishly, he quickly concluded, Are you mentally ill? Tu Tin slowly approached and opened the car door, and as he got in, Tran Thu immediately stepped back to give way. In the quiet night, a taxi sped along the main road. In the car, the three of them looked at each other silently, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense and suffocating. Tu Tin eagerly broke the silence. I went to the mental hospital for research. Tran Thu looked at the person opposite, who was half believing and half doubting the research, so they couldn't be a patient. I told you, how can a patient leave the hospital on their own? Thinking this, she changed her attitude to be more friendly and started a conversation. I see you're about my age. I didn't expect you've already done research. What kind of research are you doing? He calmly smiled as someone studied him. After hearing that, you sprayed the glue stiffly. Huh? In a flash, Tran Shu grabbed the door handle and screamed loudly, "Driver, I want to get off the bus." Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around my waist from behind. Tu Tin frantically explained that she was a student, just acting as a chauffeur during the holiday, and that he was forced against the glass door by the man, unable to resist. A chauffeur? Being a chauffeur and also a mental patient? I don't believe it. I want to get off the car. He's holding onto your waist like glue. No matter what, he won't let go. Big brother, I really am a student just trying to earn some extra money. At this point, Tran Thu couldn't hear anything else. Let me go, driver. Please save me. Even though the other person is begging and pleading, Jia Hao can only turn a blind eye for the sake of his livelihood. After struggling for a while, the taxi finally arrived safely, and Tran Thu, annoyed, grabbed Tu Tin's head to question him. I'm here now. Can you get off the car? He immediately let go. And let you go. Of course I can. Then he cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Tu Tin Tin. Let's get to know each other. Then what? Then I'm sorry, but we will definitely meet again in the future. At night, the bright moon rises high, illuminating the entire city. Tran Thu is now cuddling with her beloved bed. I can finally rest peacefully at home. Suddenly, your phone rings with a call from To Nam. You frown wearily as you look at the screen. The guy was just testing the waters first. Has Tran B come back yet? Are you free tomorrow? I have a mission and need your help. You quickly asked again, what is the mission? To Nam announced the job, catching the embezzler in Namjiang. You quickly refuse, not interested. You should go to Tran Lin Bureau for this. He still didn't hesitate to continue. A fee of 500,000. Hearing this, Tran Thu immediately changed completely. Tran B, I've never been used to seeing criminals in my life. I definitely have to help with this. To Nam was stunned and speechless. All right, come to the pork counter at 6 a.m. tomorrow and find me. All right, see you tomorrow. You smile happily with your eyes closed. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, you excitedly thought that you could finally make money again. The next morning, Tran Thu and To Nam arrived at the meeting point. The boy looked around cautiously and asked seriously, have you brought the stuff? He hits the book on your head to scold you, saying, what game are you playing again? Hurry up, check the mission. He was hit so hard he was dazed and unhappy. Fine. Tran Thu carefully examined the documents, then proceeded with the task of capturing the corrupt official from Namjiang. You seem to have seen something interesting, and your eyes suddenly turn cold. Could you use the power of the spirit contract? Is he also a beast timer? To Nam tilted her head and asked curiously, what's wrong? Can't you do it? Tran Thu frowned and then made a decision. It's not that, but he saw that you kept slipping and couldn't stand it anymore. What? You directly asked for it, you need to pay extra. The two of them stared at each other for a while without saying a word, until To Nam happily clapped his hands, turning into a sword. A moment later, in the northern part of the city, the scene was now very beautiful and peaceful. Tran Thu pointed at the moving car and questioned, aren't we supposed to be heading to the west side of the city? To Nam crossed his arms and explained, that information isn't accurate. My internal sources say they are in the north. Hearing that, you seem to have understood as well, so that's how it is. That's right, old Taya. Why did you suddenly take on an extra mission? Are you short on money? He looked outside with a thoughtful expression. The semester is about to start, so I need to earn some money for living expenses. Tran Thu gently pats her shoulder and says, you're really having a hard time. Earning money to support your son isn't easy. To Nam glances at him but doesn't say anything, directly dismissing him. Get out! Not long after, the taxi stopped in front of a tall building. You've gone a few steps, but feel something's off. Are you sure this is the place? Tran Thu looked around with a suspicious expression. Not in the slums anymore, but also not living in a house this beautiful. Seeing your distrust, he firmly reaffirmed his information. This is the place. You may doubt my combat ability, but not my assassination skills. All right, let's go now. The two of them directly approached the building entrance, but the guard saw strangers and immediately stopped them. People who are not residents cannot enter. Tran Thu quickly comes up with a story to fool them. I am a resident of this area. Don't you recognize me? I am the owner of apartment 2 in building 1. I forgot to bring my access card. The guard got even angrier after hearing your lies. What are you trying to do now? There is no building 1 here. Go away. Your lie has been exposed. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and not being able to go inside made To Nam panic. What should we do? If you can't catch him, you'll have to pay for my ride. Trenthu immediately spoke to reassure him. No need to rush. The car has reached the mountain, so there must be a road. Suddenly, someone stepped out to catch your attention. The prey comes right to your mouth. You feel much better. Isn't the road already here? After saying that, you wave your hand to call Tutin, your eccentric friend. He enthusiastically greeted when he saw it was you. Are you the older brother? You took your father out for a walk so early in the morning? That's good. Walking around a lot is very good. It can help prevent memory loss in the elderly. Even though it's just an accidental remark from a stranger, it hit a sore spot for Tonam. In the face of his rage, Tranthu could only hold on tightly and repeat his task, embezzling Namjiang. After his brain was awakened, his face suddenly lit up with friendliness, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tranthu pointed at the building in front and asked cautiously, "Do you live here?" Tuting honestly replied, "My relatives live here." Hearing that, Tonam and Tranthu looked at each other simultaneously, with a radiant glow appearing behind them. Then the two of them burst into crazy, wild laughter together. Ha ha ha! 10 minutes later, Tutin successfully led both of them into the building, appearing somewhat suspicious along the way. "Are you really here to catch the criminals, two big brothers?" Tranthu patted his chest proudly, pretending to be righteous. Of course, upholding morality and condemning evil is our core virtue. Seeing that the other side fully trusts us, he immediately turned and asked, "Old Ta, which side are we on now?" The effeminate man points ahead. After a while on a corridor of some floor, the three of them all pressed their ears close to the door to listen in. Tanam gestured and said, "Get him to open the door here." Tranthu immediately agreed. "Okay." Then he kept knocking on the door and making up a reason to lure the enemy. "Hello, I'm from the repair service. I need to open the door to check the water meter." Suddenly, a loud noise comes from inside, startling all three of them. You rub your chin in thought, what's going on? Could it have been exposed? Thinking quickly, he summoned his contract beast. Summon. It immediately used its collision skill and charged forward, causing the door to burst open. The door just opened. Tranthu rushed in, but was stopped by Tonam. "Wait, let me." A cute, pink little caterpillar with cheese sticks appeared in his hand. Seeing its small figure, he widened his eyes in surprise. "Can it check?" The guy thumbs up and gives a charming smile. Of course, Tranthu, in a frenzy, rushed forward to grab Dao Tonam and question him. "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "You made me break the door," he explained. "It's because you were too quick." "Wait, don't fight anymore, we have the investigation results." Looking at Huang Tiudiep flying away, he immediately gave his answer. "He ran through the window then." After hearing that, you immediately chased after him and urged the others. "Then what are you standing there for? Hurry and chase after him." Tu Ting quickly stops you. "Wait a moment. If you chase like that, you'll be too slow. Get on my bird." With that, he immediately raises both hands to summon the Thunderbird. This scene makes Tranthu think deeply. An A-rank Thunderbird. Are there really so many geniuses now? Even a lunatic has an A-rank spiritual contract. Seeing the two still stunned, Tu Tin shouted loudly to call out, "Tranthu, get on now!" At this moment, below the building, a man with Tran Chong's body rushed out. Corrupt official, Nam Jiang. Jiang Jia was about to take a taxi to escape. Luckily, I ran fast, or I would have been doomed. Suddenly, he noticed something appearing in the sky. To distract him, he deliberately shouted loudly to attract attention. "Hey, the embezzler from Nam Jiang." He looked surprised when he saw the unexpected visitor. "Aren't you from the Spirit Suppression Bureau?" Then Jiang Zhao quickly regained his composure and shouted loudly, "Where did this kid come from to dare block your path?" Tranthu saw that the plan was ready and directed the attack, so it was time for your contract spirit to act. Faced with your anticipation, he could only helplessly explain, "Oh, my lightning bird has no fighting power." Hearing this, you immediately show a confused, questioning expression. "The A-rank spirit contract you mentioned to me isn't combat ready?" He sadly explained, "My Luaidio is somewhat mutated. Its innate skill is lightning fast, and it can only be used to escape." The ultimate point of despair is when Tranthu turns around, and Tonam immediately delivers a fatal blow to him. "My contract spirit is only for investigation." He sighed with a resigned look. "Fine, I'll handle it myself." Then he took out a treasure from behind his shirt, gave the order to Tu Ten to make Luaidio fly lower, and at the perfect height, Tranthu immediately stood up and raised the bag high. You didn't hesitate to jump down and face Jiang Zhao directly. During your free fall, you didn't forget to call your contract spirit. He suddenly launched an attack. A series of his confusing actions left Jiang Zhao and the Shadow Rat stunned in shock. Tranthu swiftly covers him with a sack, trapping him inside. while Zim also uses his massive body to crush the rat on the ground. Everyone here is now leisurely watching Zhang Zhao, who looks completely exhausted, his body emaciated to an alarming degree, and as he approaches Wang Qian, he gets straight to the point. He is the one who visited Namjiang. Tranthu answered very decisively. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was pleased and placed his hand on your shoulder to encourage you. Well done. With you around Namjiang City is bled. A moment later, Jiang Trio was forcefully taken away by the police. Suddenly, from behind, To Nam spoke up. Director Wang, I have something to discuss with you. Then he turned his head down and nodded as if giving an order. You understand. Xu Zhen received the signal and quickly responded. Understood. A second later, she turned her head back swiftly to change the subject. Tintin, what are you going to eat tonight? Huh? It's not even afternoon yet. After speaking, he was momentarily startled, then asked, to Nam in a composed voice, Where is Director Wang? His expression now looked extremely satisfied as he returned to interrogate the suspect, but it only made Tu Tin more confused than ever. Huh? Before he could regain his composure, Tran Thu suddenly ran over, face lighting up with joy. Master Tu, this time we were able to catch the criminals thanks to you. The stability of Namjiang City depends on you, Master Tu. You shouldn't hesitate to praise Namjiang for having many criminals. The people need you from tomorrow, not just from now on, hero. Go check your territory quickly. Capturing criminals is your mission. Tanam beside you also adds his voice. Justice is at your feet. You can do it. Then Tran Thu grabbed Tu Ting and said, Let's go. That sort of duet made him suspicious. No, something's off with these two. Then suddenly he loudly exposed the act. You two want to chase me away to take the reward for yourselves, right? That kid has left you and that guy both physically and mentally stunned. Damn it, this guy's not stupid. Tanam immediately turned around to explain the situation. No way. How can we take the bonus money by ourselves? This is your reward. 500 yuan, however. Tu Ten continued to observe carefully every change on his face. Then without hesitation, he grabbed the stack of money. His face changed completely. So a criminal worth that much money. Their reaction made the two Tran Thu feel relieved. Sure enough, he's still a fool. It quickly turned to evening. He walked happily, glad he managed to fool Tin Tin. Otherwise, the money would have to be split 3 ways. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately transferred the money. Lao Ta, since you gave Tu Tin Tin 500 yuan, your share this time is 49,500 yuan. No problem, right? And To Nam agreed without any doubt. No problem. Then Tran Thu quickly changed the subject, saying, Let's break up here. Goodbye. After a moment of reflection, To Nam finally realized something was wrong. Why was that 500 yuan deducted from his share? But now that he was comfortably sitting in the car, the guy could only stand on the street shouting, Tran Thu, you lied to me again. Time quickly passed and 3 days had gone by. Tran Thu entered the school while thinking, after 2 months of rest. The new semester finally began. Suddenly, 2 people appeared happily greeting him. Hello, Bai, followed by Liu Sangfi introducing himself. Hello, Bai, I am Liu Sang from the 5th class of Imperial Beasts. Hello? Then he happily replied, Hello, everyone. To be treated with such warmth makes Tran Thu feel proud inside. Haha, getting into the special class is really great. Everyone welcomes you. Suddenly, your stomach makes a growling sound. His face suddenly turned extremely pale, and he remembered he forgot to take care of it that morning. As he looked around nervously, Vo Song spoke from behind. Looking at Tran Thu's flustered appearance, Tran remarked, Why is this kid rushing so hurriedly? Inside the school bathroom, after finishing, he felt very relaxed and was about to stand up when suddenly a hand reached out to Tran Thu. The person waved and asked, Do you have any paper? Help! Someone save me! This situation leaves him speechless. Tran Thu can only helplessly hand over the paper to the 2 of them. Here it is. But suddenly he notices something strange. Something's not right. Why do these 2 sound so familiar? After some thought, Tran Thu finally came up with a solution. Damn it! Waiting for you is Tu Tin Tin. Then he turned around to the other room, Ta To Nam's son. Hearing that, he got a little angry. What's wrong with you? I am Ta To Nam. This truth leaves Tran Thu stunned. Are you Ta To Nam? No, you're not his bride. Tao Nam replied awkwardly. It's shaved and the semester has started. If I don't tell her, won't she scold me? Seeing that, they both exclaimed in unison, scolded by the teachers. Could it be that he's still a student? Are you here to study too? Then he confirmed confidently. That's right. The 2 of them froze like statues, no longer knowing what to say. A moment later, Tran Thu looked at Tu Tin with a playful smile and asked, So what about you? Are you also here to study? He also answered very decisively. Yes, that made him doubt himself. No, I am a fake fox at Namjiang Middle School. Why have I never met you two before? Suddenly something came to mind. Wait a moment. Tranthu suddenly jumped and shouted, "Are you not the ones the school paid to transfer to that special class?" Tranthu's face was filled with shivers of fear, surprised that they were really in the same class as him. He silently assessed them again. Tu Tintin was still okay, at least still young. Then Bang Huang thought of the person behind Tato Nam, and suddenly Xiao Wu's voice rang out. "Tranthu, submit your homework during the break to me." This statement left Tranthu confused. Homework? I'm a fifth-year beast tamer class. The teacher doesn't assign homework. Hearing that, she immediately asked, "You don't assign homework?" Then where did Ha Bang's homework come from? Huh? Is it possible that he did it himself? But of course, she wouldn't let it go easily. "I don't care. You must submit it to me today." Suddenly, Wang Qian stepped forward from behind. "Huo Xiaoyu, go back to your seat. No need to collect Tranthu's homework." At that moment, there was a voice of objection. "Teacher, submitting homework is the student's responsibility. Why do they already have special privileges at the start of the semester?" That person is none other than Ton Tu Duong, a student from the special class, who then glared fiercely at Tranthu. "Huh. Seeing that, you must be furious." "Huh, this fatty is already provoking me on the first day?" Vuong Qian quickly explained to ease the situation, stating that Tranthu's cultural score was 396 points. According to the school's rules, scoring over 390 points exempts you from doing cultural subject homework, which made Zi Yang angry. "So, having good grades means you're great? Does that mean you don't have to do your homework anymore?" He firmly replied, "I'm sorry. If your grades are good enough, you can do whatever you want." Then Vuong Qian seriously reminded you, "From now on, remember that you are students of a special class. As long as your grades are good enough, you can disregard the rules." Then Mr. Hung Han reminded them, "Do you understand clearly?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, we understand clearly." Because he heard the satisfactory answer, Vuong Qian was very pleased. "Very well. Now let's start the first activity for the new students to introduce themselves. All the new students, come up here." Following his instructions, those people took turns coming up. They stood from left to right as Vuong Tan Han, Tintin, Tato Nam, and Do Long. The first to introduce himself was Vuong Tan Han Ke Wok Lin, an A-level fire element spirit and a talented beast tamer. "Hello, everyone." Then the second person, Du Long, introduced himself as Da Di A Long, level A, an excellent innate beast tamer. "Hello, everyone." As for Tonam, Vuong Qian solemnly introduced her. Tatonam K's wish spirit is a B-rank searching butterfly. Suddenly, a knife fell out of his body. The next moment, he hurriedly apologized to everyone, saying it was a habit from the pig slaughter holiday when he went out and accidentally brought it along. Everyone in the class was stiff with glue, but Vuong Qian suddenly spoke to ease the tension, saying, "You don't need to worry." Next is the newest student, Tu Tin Tin, K Wook Lin, Ana-level mutant with an exceptional innate talent. After the introduction, he looked at Tin Tin with a puzzled expression and said, "You're wearing something inside. But at school you have to wear a uniform." He didn't hesitate and pulled back her jacket. "This is my work uniform. The director told me I must always wear it." The logo reads Namjiang City Psychiatric Hospital, and everyone was once again stunned. "Damn it, a mental patient?" Someone's voice echoes from outside the door. No, no, no. Let me explain. From Tin used all his strength to clarify everything. "I am not mentally ill. I am doing my duty threefold." But that excuse only earned them more probing looks from everyone. A second later, they all shouted together, "Teacher, I want to ask to leave the special class. I want to, too. Knowledge is expensive, but life is even more valuable. Teacher, let me go." Seeing this, Wusong waved his hand to calm them down. "Calm down. Everyone stay calm." Suddenly, Tranthu's gaze caught something, and the system suddenly appeared, choosing option 1, standing up and saying, "I am an ordinary person. I am the first to withdraw." Reward. Thukngui Trang chooses option 2, silently watching the teacher speak. The reward is a moderate beast control skill. Choose 3. Stand up to comfort your classmates and use the water bag to collect their urine. Reward. Wind breath technique. Level 1. Understanding the message, he sighed helplessly. It seems only someone from the Tran family can resolve this situation. Then, Tran Shu stood up and spoke as a witness. "You don't need to panic. I can prove they only did some work during the break and not Dukan," then quickly slip away and grab the knife from Tanam's hand. He confiscated Tu Ting's shirt and put it into his pocket. After finishing that, it was also the moment when his wind-raising skill increased by 1. Tranthu calmly ordered, Everything is fine now. You two can go down. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Suddenly, Tu Duong dredges up the past. Everyone don't trust them. They are one group. I once saw them in the bathroom, climbing over the partition to peek, hitting a nerve, and all three of them tensed up. Vuong Qin angrily said, "You students go back to your seats." As soon as he finished, he slammed his hand down on the table. "All right, stop causing trouble," Wang Qian shouted threateningly. "Everyone stay calm and don't cause trouble on the first day of school. Just listen to the schedule the teacher is about to announce." He then seriously explained that today there are two activities, the opening ceremony and free time for the students, and there are two more things he needs to tell you. Immediately, Wang Qian raised his phone high. The first matter was that the special class required the students to stay at school. Your room information has been sent to your phones. Please check. The second thing is that tomorrow there will be a beast taming competition to determine your rankings. You must prepare well. Everyone is now going to the opening ceremony. After hearing this, Tran Thu quickly took out her phone, which displayed room 302. It was Tanam and Tu Tin's turn to happily show off to each other. The graduation ceremony was taking place solemnly, while at the same time in that row of buildings. Tu Tin was lying leisurely on the bed, but he was a bit worried. If we don't attend the opening ceremony, we won't get caught, right? Hearing that, Tran Thu confidently replied, "It's okay, they won't find out." A moment later, he asked the two, "By the way, are you guys playing games?" He thought this idea was not good, so he agreed. All right. Suddenly, there are hurried footsteps outside, and the door to Tran Thu's room is suddenly knocked loudly before opening. Annoyed by the disturbance, he grew impatient. Who could be here now? Then Tran Thu hurriedly went to unlock the door, and standing there was a voice filled with a strong, threatening tone. "You are Tran Thu, and those two are Vuong Van's ID card and Hong Ming's ID card." Tran Thu's mind is extremely annoyed right now. Are they here to cause trouble? Tran Thu impatiently said, "Tell me what's going on." Seeing that, Vuong Van also stopped beating around the bush. "Young Master Tang told me to tell you to stay away from Hua Tiu Vu a bit. Do you understand?" That threat left you feeling confused. Who is Xiao? Then he announced that person's identity with a smug tone. After hearing that, Tran Thu couldn't help but look down on Duong Li at 52. "Oh, I thought you were someone important. If there's nothing else, go ahead. I have something important to do." A second later, he directly slammed the door shut, but before he could lock it, another hand stopped him. Wang Yu no longer hesitated and pushed the door open, seeming to think this young man didn't understand the situation. Then he ordered Tonam and Tu Tin, who were on the bed, to leave. "Get out. We have some things to handle." They are still confused and unaware of what is happening. Then, Tran Thu softly advises, "Please step outside for a moment. They want to discuss something with me." Hearing that, the two quickly got off the bed. Tanam even glanced at Vuong Van before leaving, and they closed the door politely. Thud! Suddenly, he moved somewhere deep inside the room. In their surprise, I was about to seek out the mysterious object, but before Tran Thu could have his way, a hand grabbed his shoulder tightly, and Hong Min, furious, issued a threatening warning. "Kid, you're too arrogant." Suddenly, he pulls out a knife from behind his pillow. The moment the knife is drawn from its sheath, the man flinches slightly. Without hesitation, Tran Thu strikes a powerful blow at Hong Min. When he saw the guy trying to retreat, you directly grabbed his hand and decisively pulled it toward you. The situation has now completely turned around. Tran Thu is in control now, but I still don't fully understand the situation. Vuong Van beside him still seems indifferent. "Hong Ming, don't worry. I don't believe he would really dare to cut." His face suddenly darkened. "Is that so? Then you took a run-up and swung the knife down hard." As expected, with that force, the knife was driven straight into the table. Hong Min watched this scene in great fear. "Vuong Van, you saying that makes me feel like you think I'm a fool. Of course you don't believe it, because I'm the one who caught the attacker." Just a moment later, he changed his attitude. "Brother, let's talk slowly. Let's talk slowly." But Tran Thu kicked him hard in the buttocks and said, "Stop talking. Give me quack." Then he turned to Vuong Van, holding a knife, and sat down with his head in his arms. Yet he also obediently followed orders. Then Tran Thu issued instructions. Now the two have their faces against the wall and begin singing the song "Don't Think of Me as Just a Sheep" 100 times. As expected, this surprised them, didn't it? Hong Ming and Vuong Van are now obediently singing. "Don't think of me as just a sheep." Tran Thu, standing behind, spoke up. "You can come in now." As soon as she entered the room and saw this scene, Tu Tin found it very interesting. "Tran Thu, your way of punishment is truly unique. It seems I'll have to follow your example next time. Contrary to his cheerful mood, the other two are in despair, and the grass has turned greener because of me. With such praise, you humbly reply, "You're flattering me too much." Next, Tu Tin changed the subject. "There's still plenty of time this afternoon. Let's go home and prepare some things to stay in the dorm." Tran Thu also immediately agreed. "Sure, I also need to go home to pack my clothes and buy some food." Seeing them leave, Vuong Van glanced back. Then he and Hong Min walked away, when suddenly a sharp slash cut through the air in front of him. A threatening voice rang out. "Continue singing. If not singing 100 times, you can't leave here." So they kept humming the old tune, and the sky became bluer because of me. Wishing that everyone's bodies would be exhausted, Vuong Van painfully lamented 100 times, finally finishing the song. "Boo, hoo, hoo, hoo." He and his companions left in tears. Let's go back. Later, somewhere else, Dong Liet still calmly asks questions. "So, did you teach that guy a lesson?" Night has fallen, and Tran Thu is still leisurely riding his bike on the road. Today was not a bad day. Although he has to stay at school, being classmates with Tato Nam and Tu Tin Tin is also very good. You tell yourself that maybe I don't have to fight alone in 12th grade anymore, but I should go home and bring some more bottles of urine just in case. Suddenly, the system appears and offers two choices. Option 1, you face danger and decide to take a risk to fight back and show your strength, gaining a level-up reward for Beast Tamer. Option 2, you run away, with a hidden potion reward. Option 3, standing on the street shouting, "I want to fight 10 people. Come at me if you want to die." A large reward of beast control points. Tran Thu couldn't help but exclaim, which was dangerous, then riding his bike while thinking. Although all three options are good, if he can become a B-rank beast tamer, he realizes that it also means he can be stronger than Hua Tio Vu and the others. Suddenly, Tran Thu jumped off the bike. He hid in a corner to think and assess the situation. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the tree. Thump, 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 and he looked up in confusion. Do people really play like that now? A moment later, Tran Thu quickly climbed up the tree and observed what was happening behind the two of them. Lu Tian still doesn't know what happened and is busy smashing insects. These damn mosquitoes are so many that Lu Loi becomes suspicious out of frustration. "Lu In, we've been here for half a month. Can we really meet that student?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Tran Thu Tu spoke from behind. "Of course we can." This action startled both of them, and he immediately recognized your identity as Tran Thu. Hearing the noise behind him, Lu Thien involuntarily froze. Before they could recover, Tran Thu struck out and said, "Go down now." The man and Lu Loi were thrown off the branch by this power. Then suddenly a strange light appeared. Witnessing this scene, you are filled with doubt. Spirit contract beast tamer. A few seconds later, Tran Thu immediately gave the order. Slim violently unleashes its aura, moving forward while letting out a cry. Clattering. Slim's expression is extremely fierce. Faced with that situation, Liu Tian also refused to be outdone, and with just one move, he made it stumble. Tran Thu, of course, didn't expect to see this, to be able to break with a single move, and Slim then sadly hugged him tightly. While observing their movements, Tran Thu secretly assessed that when the spirit contract of the Black Tail level C was broken, he suddenly realized something. No, if it's just level C, it probably can't hurt Slim unless this person is a level 9 beast tamer. Right now, Tran Thu is torn between options. If it's just a 9th level spirit contract, he can still try. But seeing that neither of them has made a move, he's quite worried. That person still hasn't made a move. Just a moment ago, my mind was in chaos. The next second, Tran Thu spoke rationally. "Tran Thu, I speak honestly, helping others and aiding the world. I am a talented young man of this new era, and have probably never offended you." At that moment, Liu Liao retorted, "If anyone's to blame, it's because you interfered with others' interests." So he proactively attacked first. Tran Thu's face showed fear, but he quickly regained his composure and controlled Slim to defend. Seeing the fierce appearance of Tran Thu's spirit, a 9th level contract spirit, the 9th level shadow spirit, I began to worry about my own situation. No way, can't fight back. Unexpectedly, Tran Thu signaled his spirit beast to fall into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Liu Liao sneered, "If you can't fight, how can you sleep?" Shadow Panther. Seeing his teammates rushing so quickly, Liu Tian hurriedly reminded him, "Be careful, this student's value is 5 million. Don't kill him. Don't worry, at worst you'll be half alive and half dead." Its claws kept scratching the bubble surrounding Slim, but moments later, the shadow beast's hand was covered in blood, causing Liu Lao to exclaim, "What the hell is that?" Seeing the situation was getting worse, Liu Tian hurried to intervene. That useless thing, watch mine now. The black-tailed scorpion immediately rushes toward Tran Thu. You hurriedly urged your spirit. Zim, wake up quickly. Your expression now becomes very serious. It was the two of them who forced me. Fong is angry, then Tran Thu rides on it and threatens in a commanding voice. You two better be careful. This scene makes Liu Tian nervous. Be careful. He's using his ultimate move. Suddenly, Slim and Tran Thu soared into the air, surprising the two below, then calmly raised their phones, signaled, and smiled. Both of them obediently followed. All right, then I'll say goodbye now. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm leaving. Now, Liu Tian finally snapped out of it. Damn it, he took a photo of me. What if he reports to the police? Liula beside him also chimed in. That kid is too despicable. He said he wanted to fight but ran away. Now we should pack up and run. At the same time, on a crowded street, someone's steps were extremely heavy. Thud, thud, thud. Tran Thu, exhausted, finally escaped. He immediately called someone and said, Uncle Vuong, someone is trying to kill me. I'm sending you a photo. Please find out who they are. A moment later, while Tran Thu was still deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang, indicating a call from Vuong Kien. His quick return call surprised Tran Thu a little. So, what's the situation? Have you figured it out yet? On the other side, Vuong Kien reassured him. Everything has been investigated. He is this year's wanted criminal from Tran Lin Bureau, always missing in action, but unexpectedly came to Namjiang City. Rest assured, I will look into it. Thanks to Tran Thu's photo, the investigation became much easier. Now I just have to wait for my uncle's news. Hearing that, he finally felt relieved. All right, as soon as Tran Thu finished the call with Vuong Kien, he quietly calculated that it might take a long time to hear any news from them. Then, he immediately made a decision. He would go back to school first. Tran Thu seems to be in a better mood. Taxi, today has really been a day full of drama for him. Time passes quickly, and soon it is midnight. The dorm room is now silent. Only Tran Thu remains awake, wondering why someone would pay to have him eliminated. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand why someone would spend 5 million to kill him, despite having offended many people. Whose interests did he threaten? Wait a minute. Benefits. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind. Could it be the powerful drug company? The more Tran Thu thinks about it, the more it makes sense. Earlier in the black market, I was frantically undercutting the prices of Dali Luke medicine, which definitely threatened others' profits. These pharmaceutical companies could really spend 5 million to buy my life. Could it be them? But he still wasn't entirely sure about his suspicion and decided he needed to ask Uncle Joe. As he was feeling confused, Tanam and Tu Tin appeared with bright smiles, but Tran Thu couldn't hide his displeasure when he looked closely at them. You said, can we wear psychiatric patient uniforms as pajamas? Tu Tin's disgusted look didn't diminish her enthusiasm at all. This sleepwear is very comfortable, the fabric and craftsmanship. Before he could finish his sentence, Tran Thu cut him off coldly. Get out! I'd rather freeze to death than submit. Even if I turn cold and go out naked, I won't wear these clothes. Tanam responded with a friendly smile like a beauty queen. Do you really want to give it a try? So all of Tran Thu's determination was gone in an instant. 5 minutes later, the one who had just been trembling was now the most excited. This outfit is really comfortable. After a peaceful night, everyone gathered at the beast taming arena early the next morning. Vosong is seriously starting the lesson. Today is the class-level beast taming match. Are you all ready? The whole class responded in unison, ready. Suddenly, Vosong noticed a problem. Why are 3 people missing? It seems to be Tio Tran Thu, Tato Nam, and Tu Tin Tin. Judging by his attitude, it's clear someone is about to have bad luck. Please wait a moment. Some people haven't arrived yet. Room 302 is unusually quiet at this time. Tran Thu's group was sleeping so soundly they didn't notice anything happening. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared in the room. Nay, the spoiled child is lying on Tran Thu's chest, watching him sleep soundly. Tu Tin Tin, stop messing around. As soon as he muttered to himself, he immediately sensed something was off. This doesn't feel right. Just a second later, Tran Thu's scream echoed throughout the snake-filled room, and immediately afterward, the temperature in the entire area seemed to drop below freezing. Everyone felt a bad premonition deep down, realizing that this time they were really going to sell salt. Only Vosong's face looked extremely grim. When are the 3 of us planning to sleep? Later, at the beast taming arena, Tran Thu was still upset about what happened earlier. Mr. Lee is really cunning. He didn't wake up right away to threaten us with a snake. On the contrary, Tu Tin seemed quite calm. Isn't that because there's something wrong with us? Then he comforted you, all right. Stop complaining and get ready to start the exam soon. I heard that our future resources will all be decided by ranking. This information indeed rekindled his enthusiasm. Ranking decides everything, so it looks like I really have to take this seriously this time. At this moment, a notification sounded. In the first round, Tran Thu will face Ton Tu Duong. Hearing that, Tran Thu was both surprised and very excited. The first half is mine, so he casually left his seat, and when he saw his opponent, Tran Thu was a bit surprised. You're the one I'm fighting against? Then Tran Thu put on a teasing attitude. Fatty, so your name is Ton Tu Duong? That relaxed look makes him angry. Stop talking and hurry up. After speaking, Ton Tu Duong immediately summoned his contract spirit without hesitation. Tran Thu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. This B-rank Kim Trao Thu, his strength is pretty decent. You hide your carefree attitude, but when you meet me, it's only because you're unlucky. Immediately after, Slim appeared on the field, and before anyone could react, the golden claw beast charged forward to attack. However, Slim is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied easily. Kim Trao Thu was blocked before it could even touch him. That scene made Tran Thu very satisfied. Next, it's my turn. Slim activates collision skill. As he finishes speaking, Slim seizes the opportunity to charge forward and counterattack. Its fast and powerful attack left the Golden Claw Beast no chance to dodge, and with just one move, the outcome was decided. Tu Duong was furious, but helpless. Tran Thu wins. The announcement continues to ring out. In the next match, Tu Tin Tin will face Hong Min. Having just won, Tran Thu is feeling quite relaxed. Keep going. Your calmness makes Tu Tin feel more confident. As soon as they entered the arena, both sides summoned their spirit contracts. Xiao Wu observed while offering his comments. The Continental Spirit contract fighting against the flight system has a natural disadvantage. It seems Hong Ming has lost, but Tran Thu thinks differently. Although Tu Tin Tin's contract is level A, it cannot attack. How can Tu Tin Tin win this? At this moment, Lei Diao has already begun using his first move. A thought flashed through Tran Thu's mind as he watched Lei Diao's attack. I understand now, Tu Tin Tin has to do it. Tran Thu is sure he's also thinking about this. East strikes west. The match on the field is still ongoing. Tran Thu observed and analyzed. This is Vuong Quangbao's defense. Then he launched a furious attack. Could see that the current situation was extremely tense. At this moment, Lei Diao suddenly put on a very mischievous expression and chirped, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Its actions made Vuong Qungbao furious, and soon after, it couldn't hold back anymore. It immediately charged forward, wanting to fight Loi Diao. This unexpected turn of events left everyone there stunned and confused. Oh my god, what kind of move is this? But Hong Min quickly realized Loi Diao's plan. Was he trying to trick Vuong Qungbao into stepping onto the arena? So he immediately shouted out an order, "Don't chase. You think that just because you don't want to move, you can't be forced to move?" Then he didn't hesitate and launched his next move, Loi Diao. At the sound of the master's command, Lei Diao immediately grabbed Vuong Qungbao's head. How could Vuong Qungbao endure this anymore? Seeing Vuong Qungbao's face, Hong Min knew right away it was about to lose its temper. Things are not looking good. Vuong Qungbao now looks like if he doesn't catch Loi Diao, he's quitting the job of a monkey starting tomorrow, even as Hong Min is frantically shouting, "Don't move." Just as Vuong Qungbao was about to catch Loi Diao, it suddenly changed direction. As expected, Vuong Qungbao fell off the competition stage in the most humiliating way. I didn't expect the match to end this way. Tin Tin wins, and everyone is staring with wide eyes in shock. Can we really win like that? Of course, Hong Min couldn't accept it. "Damn it, you're cheating," Tu Tin replied with a teasing smile. Kunko doesn't mind scheming at all. Tran Thu greets him with a beaming smile. "Well done, my brother, you have spirit," Tu Tin proudly said. Of course. Just as the three of them were celebrating, the announcement suddenly rang out. In the next match, Tato Nam will face Wang Van. Before the three of them could react, someone suddenly approached them. Wang Van looks very confident, finally able to take revenge this time. Seeing him like that, Tran Thu feels a bit worried. You're not like Tu Tin Tin. Your K Wuk Lin is for investigation, so you can't participate in the fight. Tato Nam calmly reassures you, don't worry, if you can't win, just admit defeat, you won't be at a disadvantage. At this point, there's no other choice. All right, be careful. At this moment, he was completely serious, unlike his usual humorous demeanor, while Vuong Van on the other side also exuded a tough and uncompromising aura. As soon as they stepped onto the arena, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Vuong Van had been waiting for this confrontation for a long time. No more hesitation, summon your spirit contract, and go. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a giant crocodile onto the arena. Even Tran Thu couldn't hide her surprise when she saw it. The B-rank spirit contract, a truly special class full of talented individuals. Tanam calmly looked at the person in front of him, clearly seeing Vuong Van's extreme confidence, as if he had already secured the victory. At this moment, Tonam calmly released Teodiep, and as soon as he saw her, the crocodile lunged forward, using its strength to attack, and indeed, Teodiep couldn't dodge that blow. This scene startled both Tran Thu and Tu Tin. Tran Thu quickly spoke up. Ta Tonam, stop fighting. Accept it. Before he could finish speaking, whispers erupted around him, truly weak, and I don't know what the school was thinking to let him attend a special class without feeling embarrassed. Hearing this, Tu Tin's anger surged to his head. Damn it, why did that bastard say that? What should I do now? Just by looking, I can tell he can't fight back. Let's tell him to admit defeat. Suddenly, Tran Thu spoke up to stop him. Wait a moment. You're thinking of a possibility. It seems he has his own way. At this moment, Tanam appears to be angered. Embarrassed. You tell me who's the one losing face here. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaodie's eyes suddenly changed. Only then did Tran Thu and Tu Tin realize what Tu Nam was about to do. He was planning to use a big move. As the two finished speaking, a transformation occurred on Vuong Van's body, and Tu Tin shouted excitedly as a beam of light appeared. The scene in front of me is so hilarious that everyone around is laughing uncontrollably. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? The bright green light is too dazzling. I can't even keep my eyes open anymore. Vuong Van, you're turning so green. Can someone help me see if Vuong Van really looks that pale? Of course, everyone is happy except for the person involved, Tato Nam. Vuong Van, furious but helpless, resorted to tattling. Master, Tato Nam violated the rules for using skills on beast tamers. But before Vo Song could say anything, Tran Thu rushed in. Teacher, Tato Nam was just adding special effects and didn't cause real harm, so it's not considered a violation. Tu Tin nearby also nodded repeatedly. That's right, and yet you really got convinced by those two. Yeah, never mind. The group of students outside laughed even louder, which made Vuong Van extremely furious. Damn it, this is emotional trauma. Fine, let me see how long your spirit contract can hold out. He ignored all the jeers and tried to focus his mind. At the same time, the crocodile immediately moved forward, clearly aiming for Xiaodi. At this moment, Tanam gently nodded to signal. Just then, Teodiep suddenly released a camera and kept pressing the shutter towards Vuong Van, capturing his current appearance. That scene surprised Tran Thu a little. So that's how the photos of the black market fake drug dealer were taken. Tanam on the other side adds fuel to the fire with a smile. Yes, right now you are like the great bright star standing on stage in front of millions of fans, with the blue light above symbolizing your aura. Poor Vuong Van, now he has fallen into a state of collapse. In the end, Vuong Van just couldn't take it anymore. I admit defeat, but I have one request. Even if he doesn't say it, Tanam already knows what he wants. I understand. I will delete the photo. Then the brave guy turned around and left. Tato Nam and his friends were left with their mouths agape. Turns out, fighting doesn't always have to rely on strength. Under the competition stage, Tran Thu and Tu Tin greeted him with bright faces. Truly our brothers. While they were excited, Wu Shuang suddenly appeared. Be a bit more modest, you guys, rest up, because when the top 20 competition comes, luck won't be on your side anymore. Hearing that, the three of them happily headed toward the spectator stands. The subsequent matches also continued with equally intense excitement. All kinds of spiritual contracts from low to high levels appear one after another. In contrast to the tense atmosphere inside, the sky outside brings a strangely peaceful feeling. Soon after, everyone gathered together and the first round ended. Vo Song Gao announced loudly that the second round, the top 20, was beginning. Then he and the two others are standing at opposite ends of that world. The first match is Tato Nam versus Duong Liet. As soon as she heard that name, Tran Thu was a bit surprised. Is Duong Liet the second-year student? Over there, Wang Yun and Hong Ming seem to have found their savior. Young Master Tang, help me take revenge. Young Master Duong. Duong Liet patted his two brothers on the shoulder reassuringly and said, Don't worry. Then he stepped forward with a fearless look and asked, Do you dare to fight me? Contrary to his tense expression, Tanam looked calmer. What is there to be afraid of? He smirked provocatively and said, Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Once you accept, you won't escape my love's light. Mentioning this makes Duong Liet a bit nervous. I won't let you unleash any skills. As for his thoughts, Tu Nam could only shake his head innocently. The confrontation has shifted from a light tease to tense as a guitar string. At this moment, Tu Nam decides to take control and begins to move forward. Seeing that, Duong Liet also didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. While Lam Dio charged forward with great momentum, Tu Diep slowly retreated backward. That scene made Dong Liet extremely proud. Is this a surrender? You can't! But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Xiao Di dodge Lam Diao's attack. Next, it quickly flew straight toward him. The situation happened too fast for Duong Liet to react. Damn it! So he had no choice but to curl up and run away. Suddenly, To Nam shouted, Tio Vu, why are you taking off your clothes? Sure enough, Duong Liet, who was running for his life, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Where? Let me see. Unfortunately, he was not waiting for Xiao Wu, but Xiao Di. Angrily, Dong Liet saw it pull out the familiar camera. Why are you using that move again? His current appearance makes To Nam very satisfied. That's right. Accumulate materials until Duong Liet can't take it anymore, then Wu Song will step in to help. All right. Ta To Nam, you've lost. Gather your skills and stop. Don't push it anymore. Now he orders Tu Diep to stop. The blue light dissolves in Duan Li's fury, and although he lost, Tuonan doesn't seem to care much. At first I didn't want to win, I just wanted to play a little. Right now, Duong Liet just wants to rush over and fight him. Ta To Nam, no matter how angry he was, it didn't affect the atmosphere there. In the next match, Tran Thu would face Duong Tu Ngok. Hearing his name, Tran Thu immediately stood up excitedly, while Tin and To Nam beside him were even more spirited than he was. Come on, brother, we're waiting for you to take the top spot. At this moment, Tran Thu's face didn't look very good, as both sides had already summoned their spiritual contracts. Before the match even started, Zi Yuetong gently spoke up. Brother Tran, can you give way? Tran Thu showed no objection to the suggestion. I will make sure my sister is safe. Slim would definitely concede, but secretly despises him for using such a trick at his age, so don't blame me for being rude. With just a quick glance, Slim immediately understood what its owner wanted to do, so it moved slowly like a turtle toward the opponent. Oops. As it approached, the eyes of the second prince suddenly changed. Slim instantly fell for the two-treasure trick. Pages. It only saw it swaying and retreating toward the edge of the arena floor. Now, Tu Ngok finally smiled triumphantly. Your brother Biash lost. This unexpected situation makes Tu Nam a bit worried. I didn't expect the spirit contract to be affected by the enchantment either. This time Tran Thu is in real danger. Suddenly a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. No, he's not tense at all. Actually, Tran Thu is very relaxed. This might not be the case. As he finished speaking, Slim suddenly regained his composure and then unexpectedly used a collision technique to attack. Its strike was so powerful that it sent Mi Lang flying into the sky. Seeing that, everyone was so stunned they gaped in amazement. Tran Thu looks truly terrifying when she's serious. Sister, give me a chance to admit defeat. Over there, Slim also looked very proud. Given the current situation, Tu Ngok has no other choice, I concede. Nam really is unbreakable when it comes to a beauty scheme. Tran Thu wins. On the other side, Tu Ngok was feeling extremely sad. Teacher, my spirit contract is badly injured. What should I do now? Seeing that, Vo Song gently comforted her. Don't worry. The school will cover all of Thuong's expenses, and it won't affect your studies. As soon as she heard that, Tran Thu's eyes lit up brightly. The school will pay? He immediately signaled to Slim without hesitation. Next, there was a perfect display of throwing a tantrum. Teacher, my Slim has internal injuries and needs treatment costs. When it comes to being shameless, if Tran Thu is second, then no one is first. Your Kei Wuk Ling is indeed impressive. I truly admire it. Tu Ngok had never met someone so shameless before. Even Vo Song had to be very patient not to throw his student out. Slim the superstar is leaving again. Rest up, the next match starts this afternoon. Hearing that, Tran Thu immediately deflated like a soggy rice paper. Okay, today is a relatively pleasant day. Tran Thu and the others walked comfortably down the classroom corridor. While everyone was laughing and joking, suddenly a voice rang out and Tran Thu was a bit confused when he heard someone calling him. So it turns out they are the defeated enemies from earlier. All Tran Thu could think about now was whether the person approaching had malicious intent. No matter what their purpose is, I'm not worried at all. Don't be so distant, just call me uncle. It seems your smile has angered Duong Liet. Did you hit one of my people yesterday? He tried to control his anger. I've looked into you. You have some talent, from an ordinary class, but managed to infiltrate the special class. So what if I do? At this point, Dong Liet no longer wanted to talk. Just stay away from Hua Tio Vu, and I will forget the past. Meanwhile, Du Long behind him kept provoking him. Young Master Dong, there's no need to be polite with him. His spirit contract is just a form of coercion. Just fight him already. So he looked at him with a mischievous expression and said, Kid, right now I just want to stab you in the butt with a knife. What does that rambling statement mean? His confused expression made Tran Thu feel very amused. Of course, it was to make the little guy open his eyes. Now Dulong realized he had just been teased by him. Before he could get angry, Duong Liet stopped him. I hope you can keep talking like that in the next match. Suddenly the systems appeared and gave Tran Thu 3 options, none of which were normal at all. He was truly speechless with his own system. Now I have to make a choice again. Tran Thu carefully analyzes the situation. Although he really doesn't want Tato Nam to shine her love on Duong Liet, he cannot summon the contract spirit here. After careful consideration, he decided he could only reluctantly go along with it. Suddenly, Tran Thu charged forward, knocking down Duong Liet, his overwhelming aura frightening him half to death. As he was just a few steps away from Duong Liet, Tran Thu suddenly collapsed to the ground, and this unexpected turn of events left him even more bewildered. Actually, the real show is just beginning now. Dong Li, how dare you say that everyone in the ordinary class is a bunch of trash? As soon as Tran Thu finished speaking, all eyes around him turned to him, and Dong Liet hurriedly explained himself in panic. I don't see it that way. Tato Nam kept stoking the fire, his mouth wide open at full capacity. Just now you said that the entire normal class is trash. Even 2-teen got involved. Who do you think you are? When it comes to bragging, no one can beat him, and he dares to look down on our regular class students. 210 gets more and more fired up, even daring to hit my brother Tran Thu. I'm risking it all for you. Seeing the tension rising, Tran Thu suddenly threw a punch at Duong Liet's face, and the two of them started fighting, while the classmates around them just watched. After a short while, someone couldn't take it anymore and rushed in to teach the guy who insulted our regular class students a lesson. As a result, everyone joined in to gang up on Duong Liet. Tran Thu looked at Do Long and raised an eyebrow in a warning. Huh? He was immediately overwhelmed by your aura and tried to find an excuse to escape. I think I forgot to pack my clothes. I'm going to collect my clothes now. Then, Dulong hurriedly ran over to stop me. Stop fighting, please stop fighting. Meanwhile, the notification appeared in front of Tran Thu indicating the mission was completed. You received the Slim Physique reward, increasing your understanding of the ancient transformation by 5%. Tran Thu looked pleased upon hearing this. Oh, and a surprising gain, you get praise. Well done, I could tell just by looking what you were planning to do. Tanam is pleased and proud. Of course, then he sweetened the deal further. But your move was really brilliant, turning him into everyone's common enemy. Tran Thu had already realized that this was not only my doing, and among those people, someone must have noticed that I was acting. After saying that, he turned and walked away. This can only be seen as him bringing it on himself. And that afternoon, at the Beast Taming Inn, the scene before Tran Thu made him startle. Duong Liet, with his limbs in casts, sat in a wheelchair facing Tran Thu. And upon seeing his miserable state, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Oh, what kind of look is this? It really is quite unique. Everyone around burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha. Duong Liet clenched his teeth in humiliation, called out Tran Thu. Just then, Wu Shuang stepped in with a frown on his face. All right. It's time to start the next round. Stop messing around, the broadcast is broken. The announcer will read the notice this afternoon. He will announce that we are starting the first match now. Tran Thu, hearing his name, immediately declared confidently, I will avenge you. Tran Thu chuckled at this remark. Revenge? Are you dreaming? Brother Long Huin Huang always considers himself the tallest among the short ones. Fighting me, it seems your luck isn't very good either. You didn't take long to reply. Yeah, not necessarily the first. Little dragon person, I advise you best not to look. The water here is very deep. You won't be able to handle it. Dulong has already cast his spell on the other side. Stop talking nonsense and start moving. As soon as a dark dragon appeared, it roared fiercely, and Dulong looked forward to the opponent's performance. Let me see what the legendary Slim is really like. Tran Thu asked back. Do you really want to, Z? But Dulong is just putting on a show, so he has more reason to act tough. Are you really going to admit defeat? It's no wonder. Wanting to fight my Ah Long just based on Slim is truly a foolish delusion. He speaks with great arrogance. Ah Long possesses the bloodline of the mighty dragon, truly known as invincible. I'm not aiming at you. Suddenly, Do Long froze, his eyebrows furrowing as his mouth opened wide. Tran Thu's enormous Slim appears right in the middle of the area. Vo Song is stunned as he recognizes the terrifying celestial creature before him. This is the divine technique of giant transformation that Slim has comprehended. Both Along and Du Long were suppressed in an instant. What is this? Tran Thu's Slim enlarges to the maximum, overshadowing even Along. That's why sweat was pouring down Do Long's face. At that moment, Tran Thu proudly introduced himself. "This is my Slim. Dulong Yoralong is a peerless champion. Luckily, my stream is only level F. If it were level A, I would definitely lose." "So you were just bragging about targeting everyone, right? And then what happened?" He lowered his head and couldn't find the words to say. Even though he's afraid, Dulong's attitude remains arrogant. Does he really think he's already won? Aolong then began to channel his spiritual power. Suddenly, Tran Thu snapped his fingers, instantly causing Aolong to lose control. Long looked on in amazement. Does he also have the ability to seal contract spirits? Now Tran Thu is even more proud as he speaks. "Guess what? It's my turn to strike next. Actually, you had already planned this in advance. Slim's pressure after transforming into a giant might be able to seal lower-level contract spirit skills. That dragon just got hit, huh? Now it's going to torment itself." Slim jumps with his round body onto Aolong's head. Now Dulong is cornered. After some time, he helplessly watches Aolong being defeated. Dulong knew he couldn't win, so he had to speak up. "I concede. Stop pressing down, stop pressing down. If you keep pressing, I won't be able to take it anymore." Therefore, Tran Thu arrogantly flipped the bird in mockery, and in the end, Vo Song announced the result. Even he has to marvel at Tran Thu's victory. I didn't expect Tran Thu to be this strong. He subtly glanced at Vo Song for this achievement. The notification board displayed 4 options. Tran Thu, hearing the key point, couldn't help but gape. A chance for bloodline evolution. You're eyeing an idea in your mind. Maybe I should give it a try. Vo Sung felt a chill at this attitude and wondered if this guy had bad intentions. He lowered his head to regain composure and then continued with the announcement. "In the next match, Wang Thanhan will fight Hua Tiovu." Tran Thu's eyes suddenly fixate on Vo Song, but he doesn't want to be noticed, so he became suspicious. "Why are you staring at me so intently? What are you really trying to do?" Tran Thu has some secret plan, and you start to investigate. "Master, I want to ask what level of beast tamer you are." Vo Song isn't afraid to reveal it openly. 2-star Black Iron, what's going on? The moment you hear that name, your glue stiffens. Is this choice playing a joke on me? What can I do against Black Iron 2 stars? In the end, I have to bow my head and retreat. "It's nothing, rest in peace." As he was walking to his seat, Tran Thu suddenly stopped because of Duong Liat, and seeing him, he deliberately provoked him. "Young Master Duong, why do I feel like you look like a mummified corpse just dug out of a pyramid?" Yet Duong Liat just turns away without wanting to argue. Tran Thu's eyes flash with fire, immediately setting the arena ablaze with flames, a fireball soaring straight towards the stands. Tran Thu is determined to attract attention at all costs. Young Master Duong is burning. Seeing the flames below his pants, he panicked and shouted, "Damn it, I achieved my goal, so Tran Thu wants to tease even more. Duong Theo, don't be afraid, I'll help you." Duong Liat roared furiously, his voice echoing outside. Tran Thu deliberately targeted the cuckoo lich with a purpose. When he saw the flames grow bigger, he became even more excited. "Oh no, Duong Theo, the fire is too big." But it didn't end there. Tran Thu turned to call for more help to spread that shame. "Everyone, come help quickly." Tintin and To Nam. Both of them moved towards Duong Liat together after hearing that. They looked at each other, understanding each other's intentions, and so Tin and To Nam joined the group to step on the cuckoo. Duong Liat cried out in pain, "Ah ah!" Tran Thu, being sneaky, deliberately lured Vuong Van and Hong Min in too. "You two stop just watching and come help out. That clueless look makes you use a clever trick. Do you really want to watch your big brother end his life?" Those 2 reckless kids manipulated mentally rushed here in a panic. Just then, Tran Thu counted the beats for everyone to attack Kuk. "Follow my rhythm. 1, 2, 1 step. 1, 2, 1 step." This lively crowd catches Vo Song's attention. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" "Feeling bored," Tanam suggested. "Damn it, just use water." The young men looked at each other confused, while Wang Yun and Hong Ming suddenly realized, oh no, they forgot they could use water. Shen Li clenched his trembling hand into a fist, then grabbed the hand of the one who caused this chaos, his voice filled with resentment. After finishing, he pulled the blanket over Duan Li's head. Back to the current match. The competition among the girls is about to begin. A student looked into the current situation and guessed that Wang Qinghan was about to lose. The girl next to him turned her head and was startled when she saw the pile of debris. Damn it, what's going on? Why are they covering her with white cloth? They were noisily discussing, I want to ask, are you getting ready to attend the funeral? I have a table for the children and one for the adults. Tanam and Tu Tin are playing a tune while selling salt. Meanwhile, Tran Thu is passionately performing a skit, and today is an auspicious day. Duong Liat, inside the blanket, frowned angrily and lost his temper, shouting out loud, Tran Thu, I'll risk my life with you. You're so fragile that you get tangled up like a cocoon, so don't take unnecessary risks. Rest well and recover. At this moment, Quan Hien brought a stretcher and asked, "Where are you injured?" Instinctively, he looked down at the pile curled up on the ground, and this mess really froze Quan Hien in place, seeming impossible to handle here, so he had to take them to the medical room for treatment. Vo Sung sighs regretfully and says, "Yes, she can take a break from today's match." Duong Liet pulls back the blanket in disarray. "No, I refuse. I want to continue the match." Everyone fell silent as they watched him crawl on the floor. Sensing his spirit, he had no choice but to sigh helplessly. "All right, if you want to continue the fight, then continue. Even though I don't want to, I have no choice but to announce it." In the next match, Duong Liet will face Tu Tin Tin. Their earlier mockery has been blacklisted by Duong Liet, and the grudge of stepping on his underwear is unforgivable. "Today I will take you down," Tu Tin calmly replied. "Oh, then I apologize. The match has already begun." Now Duong Liet summons Lam Dieu, and as soon as it appears, it roars loudly. Lam Dieu's imposing presence is overwhelming, yet it is looked down upon with contempt by Loi Dieu. It was psychologically shaken, never expecting to face this day. Then Loi Dieu even flew around as if trying to provoke it. Seeing this only fueled its anger, and immediately the Lam Dieu soared away, chasing after the annoying enemy. Tin stood there confidently and said, "You want to race my bird?" Indeed, a fiery spin from Thunderbird left its opponent stunned. But on the other side, Duong Liet was not falling behind. "Do you think you can still hesitate?" At this moment, Lam Dieu opened its mouth, preparing to strike. He unleashed a fierce, magical attack on Lei Dian that trapped the opponent in an instant. "From Tin Tan, I honestly say, who said I want to win? I just want to criticize you." When Loi Dieu heard its master's voice, its power surged, and it easily broke free from control. Even as Lam Dieu was still stunned, Loi Dieu transformed into a shadow and darted past, with Loi Dieu pinning its sharp claw into the sole of its foot. The force was so strong that Lam Dieu cried out in pain, and soon its vitality began to weaken. From Tin, therefore, became arrogant. "All right, I'll let you keep some face for now so we can meet again later, out of respect for today." Next, he suddenly declared that you lost and then turned back to tell Duong Liet not to thank him. "It's just classmates helping each other." Vo Sung sighed helplessly at them, but ultimately had to announce Duong Liet as the winner. Then, he brought out a box and summarized the current situation. Now the teacher announces the top three as Tran Thu, Hua Tu Vu, and Duong Liet. Then Vo Sung switches to a different topic. Next, we use a drawing of lots to decide who will face each other and who gets a free pass. So all three of them take turns following his instructions. They all opened their ballots together, and Tran Thu gently read the crumpled paper, noticing that Duong Liet was already happily celebrating. "Mine is a blank ballot. Mine is a blank ballot." He hadn't even finished celebrating when Tran Thu crushed his smile. "What are you bragging about? This is what really doesn't need to be a competition. You directly showed what is worth celebrating when the words free fight hit him right in the face." Duong Liet immediately froze stiff. "Damn it! No need to fight!" At this moment, Wu Song announced the decisive battle where Xiao Wu would face Duan Li. In the blink of an eye, Duong Liet was already arrogantly looking down on his opponent. "Tiu Vu, to defeat Tran Thu, I can only eliminate you first. Please forgive me." Xiao Wu didn't bother to reply and directly summoned. The Firebird, soon a majestic giant spirit appeared, causing Duan Li to be momentarily startled, so he hurriedly begged, "Push me away a little." After everything, Luong Liet sighed in relief while Tran Thu cheered excitedly from the stands. "Xiao Wu, just go all out, and it's best if both sides suffer. Leave the rest to me." Your attitude really made Xiao Wu look back. Then she focused again on the match. It turns out Tran Thu had been waiting for a long time, and finally, it's about to begin. But based on your observation so far, although Tu Vu won against Vuong Tan Han earlier, he used up quite a bit of energy. Currently, Hoa Diem is suppressing Lam Dieu, shooting out small flames that make the opponent cry out in pain. Still, Tran Thu could see the glow of the flames dimming, so it seemed she might not win this time. At that moment, Lam Dieu stomped and attacked the flames again, quickly knocking the opponent to the ground. Vo Song then announced the result. Duong Liet won. Tran Thu glanced at the person just mentioned and Duong Liet, who immediately met her gaze without hesitation. Tran Thu was quietly pondering. It seems the first place is now between her and Duong Liet. Suddenly, Wu Song stepped forward with a suggestion, saying that Duong Liet was injured and should rest a bit before fighting again. Hearing this, Tran Thu couldn't help but feel annoyed. All right. An hour has passed. When he felt he had enough energy, Duong Liet took the initiative and asked, "Master, let's start." He really wants to defeat Tron Thu right now. This time, I must regain my dignity. Tanam and Tu Tin are supporting Tron Thu on the other side. Tron Danyut rushes forward, stepping onto the arena with the most arrogant aura contrasting with Tron Thu, while Duong Liet maintains a hostile attitude. In a moment, Vosong's shout rang out, and the battle began. The two's gazes immediately turned serious and sharp, but just a second later. Chuada Sanatalair. Tron Thu casually returned, no longer so serious. But Duong Liet had already begun summoning his spirit. Lam Du appeared with an extremely shocking aura, causing Tron Thu to shout loudly. Wait a minute, so you wanted to remind Xiao that his pants are on fire? Dong Li instinctively bent down to check, just as Tron Thu also called out his spirit to set the trap. Right now, Smile 2 has just appeared and is about to overpower Lam Du. Slim's surprise attack catches Lam Du off guard, yet it still dares to look innocent with its sparkling eyes. Duong Liet is now furious, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I really underestimated you. Soon, Duong Liet regained his composure. Did you think only 3 people know how to humiliate others? Now it's my turn to watch. Immediately, Lam Du spreads its wings and soars again. Amid the tension of the match, Tron Thu looked up at the opponent, expecting it to willingly attack. But instead, it shook its hips, leaving Tron Thu and Slim stunned. The blue wings flap enthusiastically in the air, creating a rhythm that makes Slim furious to witness this scene, while Tron Thu's fiery temper makes him see the shameless path of the traitor. You just pointed your finger to question him and used such a despicable move. Truly the most shameless person in Namjiang High School. The students around were all stunned because it was you who said it. Next, Tron Thu had to remind him, Slim, don't look at her butt. Even if we lose, we must lose with dignity. Slim follows its owner's command to regain confidence and then signals to Tron Thu. Got it! Slim suddenly buries its head into the chubby body. Duong Liet on the other side thought he had the upper hand and looked down on us. So what if I bury my head in it? You don't know how to fly either, so all you can see is the back of my contract spirit. Slim's body is getting bigger, which is why Duong Liet has a reason to mock. Slim, this one must be about to explode, right? Wang Yun and Zhong whisper to each other. Young Master Duong, let's step back a little in case the explosion. Everything inside will be. Hong Min approached to join the others, looking so round. Does it think it can fly up like a balloon? Ha ha! But in just a moment, Slim activated the wind escape skill and flew away. I didn't expect that just one move was enough to hit Lam Du, and with a single strike, Slim made the opponent collapse to the ground. Not only that, it excitedly jumped onto Lam Du's head and smiled like a winner. Dong Li could only watch helplessly as his spirit was suppressed. No, and yet he still had the nerve to accuse. I didn't cheat. Tron Thu waved his hand to deny that. I didn't cheat. I just gave Slim flying weapons. And you even deliberately provoked Duong Liet, plus used other skills to make you look like a fool. Tron Thu was unafraid to argue with him, wanting to humiliate Slim. So how could I just stand by? Duong Liet was so stunned he could only tremble and point at you. At that moment, Vosong stepped forward to declare. All right, Tron Thu wins this round. Everyone disperse and go back to rest. Those kids distracted you for a while. Oh no, I forgot the mission. The notification shows half an hour left to complete the mission. Tron Thu approached Vosong and forced a smile, saying, Master, wait a moment. Don't announce the result yet. I have something to discuss with you. He glanced over at you. Is something the matter? Afraid of getting hit, you raised your hand to affirm, I'm just negotiating peacefully. No ill intentions, I swear. So Vosong wanted to understand everything better. Tell me. Tron Thu scratched his head foolishly and made a request. Can Slim from my team fight against your spirit contract of the teacher? In exchange, Vosong's previously gentle expression suddenly darkened as he looked at Tron Thu with confusion, and facing this serious face made him feel a bit timid. Don't worry, teacher. I will act with restraint. Seeing that the student still wanted to say more, he glanced over and asked, what else? Tron Thu's sweat poured down like a stream as he made the suggestion. And also, please resign so that the young generation can have a chance. I want to become the homeroom teacher for a special class. Please don't hit me. Vosong not only didn't blame him, but also smiled kindly. All right, I will fulfill your first request. Then he summoned the giant Luke Tai and turned to remind Tron Thu. Let your spirit contract be activated. Vosong's gentle expression makes him slightly nervous. Old Lee's smile scared me to death. In the end, Tron Thu still had to summon Slim. With Luke Tai's towering presence, Slim would soon be overwhelmed, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Lao Lai. Now on the arena, Lu Tai is biting Slim's head, but it easily leaps away to escape. Slim happily jumps and dances in the air, clearly showing that Wu Song is trying to intimidate. You still want me to resign? Tran Thu really was scared stiff. I was just joking, it's nothing really. He finished and announced once more that today's match was over. The top three are Tran Thu, Duong Liet, and Hua Tiu Vu, with specific rankings to be announced later. A moment later, he angrily criticized them, saying that honestly, today's performance from you all only warrants one word: poor. Vosung pointed out each person one by one. Duong Liet, your performance is like that of a fool. You clearly have innate advantages but are easily defeated by Tran Thu. Take your time to reflect. Meanwhile, he criticizes the next person. Hua Tiu Vu, when your fire magic shows its skill, you can clearly pause temporarily. Wait until you recover some strength, then you can continue. You keep insisting until you lose, which is a complete waste of talent. In the end, Vosong turned to look at Tran Thu and you. Hearing this, his expression eased a bit, and the teacher was temporarily satisfied. Although Kei Wook Lin was a bit bad, at least her skills were good. After the match, Wu Song seriously reminded everyone to review themselves and waved goodbye to all. All right, let's call it a day for now. Study the cultural subject on your own tonight. Everyone shouted together, 2. Tanam walks down the hallway, hoping for a suggestion. Tran Di, you've been pretending to be a fox here. Is there anything delicious lately? Tran Thu happily assured everyone, I'm sure there's a specialty. Wait a moment, I'll treat everyone to a fancy meal. Although he said that, he ran straight toward the bathroom, which made Tonam suspicious. Is he rushing like that to get us some specialty? Tu Tine just came up with a nickname for the bathroom specialty, but actually Tran Thu is just pressing the system panel. Come out here, my treasure. You smile happily, as if you've got it, because I almost got beaten up by old Lai for this. The system menu shows a skill book dedicated to Tui Mong Sat to strengthen the spirit. Just thinking about it, Tran Thu was already excited. With this skill, combined with others, I can truly be the top of my level. The morning sun shines on the wooden stall. Tanam, looking helpless, asks, Is this the fancy restaurant you mentioned? Tran Thu casually sets the bowl down for Tu Tin. Do you guys understand anything? High-end restaurants usually have simple decor. Tu Tin picked up the chopsticks and wondered, why did you take so long in the bathroom earlier? What are you doing? A mischievous and cunning smile spreads across Tran Thu's face. Secretly, Tanam's eyes full of judgment as he looked in one direction. Oh, look at that person, wearing a hat and a pink jacket in the hot sun. Just as he said on the other side, there's a strange person wearing a thick padded jacket in the sun, acting like a detective. Tanam deduces, I bet this person either has a problem or is a wanted criminal. Tran Thu didn't really care and said, Do you think a wanted criminal is that stupid? Dressing like that clearly reveals their identity. This could be an artist. Suddenly, your phone in your pocket rings. Pressing the device to your ear, Tran Thu's face suddenly turns serious. Ow, Uncle Vuong, what's going on? The man on the other end of the line spoke softly. Little Tran, I caught the 2 wanted criminals yesterday, but one is still on the run. Be careful. He might have already come near your school. Did you say he's heading to your school? Tran Thu's eyes flickered with suspicion. Got it, Uncle Vuong. I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. Then he turned to Tu Tin. Xiao Tin, go secretly take a photo of that person. Tu Tin's face immediately twisted, as if he had been forced into marriage with the demon sect Zoa. Tranby, are you crazy? He told me to secretly photograph the pervert. But then, whether out of loyalty to Trung Nia or a sudden impulse, he curled his lips. All right then, since it's my brother's request, I'll help you this time. Tan sneaked past the guy in the padded jacket, but worried he wouldn't be recognized. So he aimed the lens directly with the flash blazing, startling the other person. Tanam and Tran Thu gasped in shock. Is this considered sneaky photography? Lu Loi shouted angrily. Are you crazy? Tan Tin immediately lowered his head. Sorry. After finishing, he happily whistled as he walked back to his desk. Tu Tin handed his phone to his friend, to him. As soon as Tran Thu looked at the photo, he muttered, Damn it. It's really that wanted criminal. What? The wanted criminal. The system prompt appears before him. Choose option 1, shout out, Black Society, surrender now. Reward, level 6 middle tier enemy control. Choose option 2, persuade the opponent to surrender. Reward, increase Slim's obedience by 5. Option 3, monitor the situation and observe, then act. Slim physique bonus increased by 1%. Liu Loi leaves the table, with Tran Thu leading the way. Let's go, we'll follow him, assess the situation, and then act. The two of them looked at each other and excitedly shouted, "Okay." He approached the car parked nearby. As she opened the car door and got in, the car sped off quickly. Tron Thu immediately waved her hand to catch a taxi. "Everyone got in the car. Hurry up." He pointed ahead. "Follow that car." The other person gave a thumbs up. "No problem." With that, he stepped on the gas and sped off. The taxi quietly followed the black car through the turns before the black car suddenly stopped in front of an alley. Tran Thu immediately opens the door, calling her two friends to get out of the car. They all watched Lu Loi put his hands in his pockets and walk into the alley. The sound of hurried footsteps behind him made him stop suddenly. Lu Loi turned around in surprise, and what met his eyes was a group of familiar faces. Tran Thu exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Lu? Your face looks carefree, saying you're fine after a few days. Why do you look different?" Lu Loi, like a hungry tiger spotting prey, grinned widely and managed to catch a few of you. "Ha, fine. If you really want to surrender, I won't hold back anymore." Tran Thu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What does he really mean? "What do you mean by catching us?" The system suddenly appeared in front of you. 1. Run immediately. Saving your life is the most important. 2. Shout loudly, "Save me, grasshopper." 3. Eliminate the criminal group. Each choice comes with a different reward. Your face turned pale. "Am I really heading into the criminal's den?" A voice called out from afar. "Old Liu, is this your target mission?" Tran Thu became alert from his crooked gait, uneven attitude, and shabby clothes, clearly showing that the people approaching are gangsters. He nodded at Tu Ting as if he understood. Sparks flickering on his fingertips, Loi Dieu appeared, and everyone looked at each other before quickly mounting it to escape. Hu Trak sneered and tried to run, but suddenly the ground beneath his feet trembled as muddy earth arms emerged, grabbing the Lei Diao that caused Tu Tin and To Nam to fall, with the earth element opening its mouth as if to swallow the Lei Diao right in front of it. "Bite your lip and retract the contract." Tu Tin grits his teeth in annoyance. Tran Thu hurriedly analyzed the situation. "This is a soil element spirit. It seems only a ultimate move can handle it." He raised 2 fingers to signal to To Nam, then casually smiled and tried to reconcile. "It's just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding. Is the small note given by the Zhao family to Cao Trak a shining blue starry hat?" Everyone around burst into crazy laughter. "Damn it, Lao Li, you've been caught wearing the blue hat." Seizing the opportunity, Tran Thu secretly reached behind her and silently summoned. Slim, with a cunning look as if about to carry out a secret plan, suddenly appears. Cao Trak shouts loudly, trying to tear the hat off his head. "Why can't you leave?" The people beside him are laughing so hard they might burst, unaware of what's happening behind their backs. "Ha ha ha." Tran Thu climbs up again and slides down. Reluctantly, you reach out and grab onto its mouth as if finding a foothold, then shout, "Hurry up here!" When all 3 of you hold onto Slim, it suddenly springs forward and speeds away. Seeing the prey start to escape, Cao Trak shouted, "Don't laugh anymore, Slim can fly." The earth element surged up, trying to grab the giant Slim. But just a little more, and he would have caught it. But Slim slipped out of reach. And seeing that the earth element couldn't touch it, Tran Thu smiled with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha ha. You sit on Slim's head, take out your phone, and scan around. All you fools smile for a moment, so I can snap your faces to make the Spirit Bureau regret it." Everyone below turned pale after hearing that, and suddenly its body shook violently, causing Tran Thu to hang upside down. He quickly shouted down, but everyone held on tightly and begged it to stop, yet it was too late. "Hot C." Before finishing, Tu Tin and To Nam fell out of her. Both scream out loud. Tran Thu can't believe it, no way. Can this situation be reversed with the 2 Tai Chi? As soon as they fell, the criminal group quickly took control, and Tin looked pale and shouted, "Tran Thu, help me!" Tran Thu, from above, said loudly, "What? Telling me to go?" "You immediately ordered Slim to launch. Okay, heading out now." Slim ran away without looking back. Cao Trak ordered Nguyen To Dat and his men to seize To Nam and Tu Tin. He smiled with satisfaction. "It seems your brothers can't save you anymore." Then he ordered them to be taken away. "If Tran Thu dares to report to the Tran Lin Bureau, then these 2 will be killed." The henchmen beside him immediately responded clearly. They immediately escort both of them away, shouting as they drag them along. "Let's go quickly, don't dawdle." Cao Trak remains very alert, turning his head to check again. The breeze gently blows through the deserted street. In a corner of the street, Tran Thu cautiously peeks out to scout. It seems these guys are quite difficult to deal with. A slight smile curved on his lips as he chuckled softly. Glad he ran away last night when he met those 2, saving the stealth potion. Looking at the shimmering purple liquid in his hand, Tran Thu smirked. This time he could only rely on you. Then he immediately poured it into his mouth, the purple light spreading throughout his body. Ah, this effect truly lives up to the system's reward. The thudding sounds echoing between the buildings grow more urgent as I run. Taking a sip that can hide me for 20 minutes, I've got to make the most of this time. Suddenly, Tran Thu stopped as he came out of the turn, the closed house in front of him catching his eye. Cautiously, he opened the door and quickly darted into the nearby bushes. From afar, a subordinate approaches and stares intently, making him startle. Could he have been spotted? Kai Triet just walked past and closed the door, which made him feel relieved. Turns out it was just closing the door. He turned back to scold the others. "Why didn't you lock the door?" Tran Thu quietly followed behind, but suddenly realized it was only the criminals sitting there. "Huh? Tintin and Tato Nam are not here." Huang Fan's padded jacket is laughed at irritably by Lu Loi. "This armor is really hot, like it's possessed." Neep Vu fake laughs as he carries the box. "Isn't this to lure the people from Tran Lin Kuk here? But Lu, do we really have to eliminate the people from Tran Lin Kuk?" Hearing that, he gently closed his eyes, and his voice grew even more subdued. "The only way to create chaos and buy us time to escape is to eliminate the people from the Tran Lin Bureau." Since his focus has shifted, what about those students? Liu Loi's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. They are all so ruthless. He shivered at the thought, never expecting these people to be so cruel. It seems I need to quickly find Tato Nam and Tu Tin Tin. While Lu Loi is still discussing the plan, Tran Thu turns away. Meanwhile, let's sneak into the main house and see Tonam and Tu Tin tied to chairs, asleep. A look of joy appears on Tran Thu's face. "Stop bothering me." You immediately summon Slim and say, "It's my turn to counterattack now." The hidden potion is thrown to it, and it drinks the invisibility potion. Slim quickly drinks it all in one gulp. Tran Thu gently pats his head and smiles grimly. "Get lost. Slim, everyone don't be pessimistic. After we go out with active efforts, we can collectivize, scale up, and connect. In 3 years, we will stabilize the capital. In 5 years, double the capital, and in 10 years, mobilize funds on the market." It collided with the armor, causing him to fall backward. Liu Lo still didn't understand the situation, so he immediately rushed over and knocked down those people. In just a few minutes, the Yuanbing gang was sprawled on the ground, and he grabbed his phone, connecting to the other end. "Hello, Uncle Vuong. Send someone over here." Tran Thu, I am the unsung hero of this city. Clouds drift away, leaving the bright moon in the sky. Vuong Qin put his hands in his pockets and softly said, "I'll tell you the truth." His serious expression looked at Tran Thu. "How are you going to take down those criminals chasing you?" He scratched his head nervously and made up a story. It seems someone once asked whether the chicken or the egg came first, then got into a fight with a group of people, arguing and starting a brawl. The fight ended with everyone dead, and Vuong Qian was helpless as he watched the blood flowing like a river outside the door. Seizing the opportunity, Tran Thu cheerfully changed the subject. "That's right, Uncle Vuong. This time I will definitely earn the title of good citizen, right? And the reward." In the end, he could only sigh and say the reward wouldn't let you suffer any loss. These people are all wanted criminals. Once the identification is done, they'll be released. But with so much money deposited this time, they might be very busy. "Then you do it, I'll take them home." Vuong Qin nodded in agreement and asked if it was okay to stay a bit longer, then immediately pulled up and dragged his 2 friends away. The next morning, at Namjiang University dormitory, Tran Thu leisurely lay back on the bed, finally able to sleep after a tiring day. But before he could close his eyes, a piercing sound suddenly rang out. It turns out, Tanam was delirious. "Big brother, please don't hurt me. I still have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child." Woken from his dream, Tran Thu Chu quickly sat up, startling the guy. "Did I say that Lao Ta was so scared that he had to tremble?" Tanam looked around blankly, "Huh? So I was just dreaming after returning to the dormitory." Even though I yawned repeatedly, Tran Thu still looked very confident. "Of course it's not a dream. With me here, I will definitely make sure nothing happens to you. Old Ta, you should learn from the monkey. Look at how calm he is." After finishing, he lay back down. "All right, I'm going to sleep now. I have to go to school tomorrow to receive my prize." Little did Tanam know that she was feeling moved inside. Could it really be that Tran B saved us? The next day at school, Vosong announced to the class that today we would officially receive the rewards from yesterday's match. "When you see your friend's name, go up to receive the reward." Holding the paper in his hand, he read the first name, the first person, Tran Thu. People around couldn't help but wonder why Tran Thu remained motionless, and on the podium, Vosong was beginning to lose patience. "The first person is Tran Thu. I wonder what you're thinking inside while sitting still like a statue." He clenched his teeth as if restraining the urge to punch the student. Surely not, Tran Thu, you didn't hear me. To everyone's surprise, Tran Thu suddenly said something bold. I heard it. Mostly I was afraid others wouldn't hear. Vosong's endurance has reached its limit. He was so angry he growled. Tranby, are you coming up here or not? After having my wish granted, I slowly stand up and step onto the podium. Yes, I, Tran Thu, am the leader of Tran Thu. Even Tran Thu acted like a leader and spoke up. Everyone has gathered. I will say a few words. To earn the top position, I must thank those below. Your face shows a teasing smirk. If you weren't so weak, how could I have won so easily? All the classmates listening were so angry they almost choked. Not stopping there, Tran Thu even specifically pointed out one person, especially you. Young Master Duong, I must thank you for trusting me, Duong Liet said through gritted teeth. Despite his anger, Tran remained calm and praised himself, saying finally that he is truly the best, the absolute best. As soon as the words finished, everyone couldn't hold back and threw all their belongings onto the podium. Come down, go back to your seats. Tran Thu continued to sigh. Young people really don't understand anything. Then walked back to his seat amid furious gazes, feeling like he wanted to tear him apart and feed him to pigs. Tanam and Tu Tin eagerly looked at the reward box, which contained a deep ice crevice turned into a lion's internal organs, and the innate skill roaring could temporarily scare enemies. Tanam was amazed and couldn't hide his astonishment. Damn it, these valuable items, these 4 stones are worth 500,000 each, and with this internal organ, it's over 1 million. Hearing that, Tran Thu felt thrilled, never expecting the school to be so generous. But then he frowned, long secretly assessing, the city is good, but not practical. Tran Thu turned to his friends and asked, Tu Tin and Lao Ta, do you have any ideas? I want to exchange these items for beast spirit pearls. Are you crazy? Trading these for divine beast pearls? Although divine beast pearls are quick to obtain, their cultivation effect isn't as good as spirit beast seeds. Tran Thu looked like you didn't understand and said, but I don't need to cultivate. Tu Tin's eyes widened, so where does your strength come from? Isn't it all about using the pet pearl button? Even the prodigies wouldn't dare do that. He softly said, of course not, you wouldn't understand. Then his eyes also filled with confidence as he explained. The practice of cultivation isn't just sitting in meditation. For those who truly understand, eating, sleeping, going to school, and even going to the bathroom are all part of cultivation. Facing their helplessness, Tran Thu delivered a final remark. Wait until you reach my level to understand, Tin said with a troubled voice. Oh. Just as he sighed, he suddenly said, give me the item, I have the path to the Pearl of the Beast Tamer. Seeing the reactions of Tonam and Tran Thu, Tu Tin felt confused. What's wrong? Tran Thu asked simply, what does your family do? Tu Tin scratched his head in confusion and said just a normal family, small business. After hearing that, Tran Thu and Tonam both thought of a good phrase for a normal family. The corner of his mouth twitched. Basic level 15 pet crystals cost 15,000, black iron level 60,000. How can a family be considered normal with such trading? The group whispered below as Vosong announced. All right, the reward has been given. Now everyone, follow me to the Beast Tamer Academy for today's lesson. At the Beast Tamer Hall, Vosong stands on the stage explaining, first, you need to learn how to use your skills flexibly. Then he raises his hand to summon the contract beast. The giant black and white dragon appears, one of the spiritual contracts of the black and white dragon master. One of its skills is binding, capable of controlling enemies and providing a certain armor effect. Vosong called the student Tran Thu and said, bring out your slim. Tran Thu silently lamented, why use my slim as a teaching subject? Immediately, Dong Liet was dragged out by him to be a target for the barrage. Using the life of young Master Dong to guarantee the binding of this snake truly proves effective. Then Tran Thu pretended to be gentle and spoke softly. Teacher, please don't demonstrate anymore. Haven't you looked at it before? Vosong, hearing this, also followed suit. All right. Hai Bai Man wraps around him as Vosong strokes its chin. Bondage is not simple. It is just a control skill, but it has other effects. Do you know what they are? The system panel immediately pops up. 1. It starts from instinct. You bow your head. 2. Thanks to the extraordinary system, you lift your head high to look at the ceiling. 3. Facing Lao Li's gaze, you look back with the same intensity, each choice bringing a tempting reward. Tran Thu sweats profusely, shouting internally, no way, is it me again? The system screen lights up, the Biao Tuo pill, and he strokes his chin thoughtfully. It seems he must make a choice. Tran Thu raises his head, glances around at his classmates, and no one lifts their head. When Tran Thu's gaze met Wu Shuang's, he froze. a look of surprise flashing across his face, as if feeling an overwhelming pressure. Immediately after, he called Tranbi, saying, "Try to say something," while the system displayed that they had won the Bao Tao potion reward. Tranthu stepped forward, pretending to be modest, and said, "Ahem, I just said a few simple words." Then he began to explain. The binding speed is extremely fast. Not only can it control the enemy's speed, but when the host appears to be in danger, it will envelop the host using attack to block, then continue analyzing. The third function is to use speed to contract the body and reduce volume to dodge enemy attacks, while also leaving a few reminders. Of course, the effects of each skill are not innate. Everyone can judge based on the specific situation. Done! He proudly crossed his arms. I've finished talking. Everyone below is whispering, oh. Vo-sung looked pleased and asked, "Where did you learn these things? Did you previously study about binding and teaching?" The narcissism skill immediately activates. Isn't it obvious to anyone with a brain? The people in front of the line are amazed while those behind are silent. Damn it, they've been humiliated. As if to save face, he cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Tranthu was right. The effect of any skill varies depending on the situation, and a damage skill can also serve as a protective skill. After finishing, he called a student, Hua Tiu-vu, and said, "Show your summoning contract spirit so Tranthu can analyze the flexibility of the skill for everyone." Tiu-vu stepped onto the arena, snapped her fingers, and a flame appeared. Tranthu looked pitiful and cheerfully called out, "Teacher Lee, I am just a student." Inside, he was shouting, "How long do I have to teach over 20 students like this? Isn't this just a form of abuse?" Wu Shuang Tindu replied, "From now on, I am the class monitor of the special class." Upon hearing that, Tranthu quickly refused, "I'm not interested in doing that." He immediately threw out a few bait, 2 top-grade beast control stones each month with magical effects, turning him into a good friend. To serve you, Tranthu cannot refuse. Everyone was moved by that shining light. Tranthu explains the fire element to Xiao Wu, telling him that he can choose not to use fireball techniques, and instead release fire based on his mental state. You place your hand on its beak. There are 3 balls in total. You can try to stuff them into its mouth to form one big ball. Also, Tranthu's hand brushes over its soft fur, and you don't need to use your mouth to blow them out. You can use another spot. Its butt was slapped with a smack, like on the buttocks. Xiao Yu hesitated slightly. "Master." Vo Sung then encouraged her student, "Try it and see if it works. Tiu-vu, if you really succeed, that will be a surprise attack." Although a bit shy, she still reluctantly agreed. Fine. Tranthu then pointed to the next person, the next one being Dong Liet. When Duang Liet tried to stand up, he was suddenly hit, and he grimaced as he summoned his spirit contract. Upon seeing Lam Dieu, Tranthu sarcastically remarked without holding back, completely dismissing him and restarting the process. The words made him so angry he choked on his words. A surge of fury rose in Duang Liet's heart. "So you called me here just to humiliate me?" However, Tranthu didn't bother to pay attention, his tone nonchalant as if he was doing something very ordinary. After carefully observing Loi Dieu, Tranthu casually remarked that this spirit contract of yours still can be used. He spent the whole morning evaluating each person one by one, and even until the evening when the sun had gradually set. The work finally came to an end. At this moment, Wu Song finally stepped out to announce that school was over. Tranthu sighed with her 2 roommates. "It's finally over. I've been hoarse all day. Let's go get some food. Wait a moment, I need to go to the school gate to pick up some things." You happily nodded in agreement. Sure. So the 3 of them went out together, and as soon as they arrived, they saw a shiny car already parked. Beside him is a middle-aged man who has been standing there for a while. Du Tian respectfully says, "Young master, this is the Imperial Beast Pearl you need." Tu Tin smiled gently and nodded kindly. "All right. What the hell is going on? Are you the bossy CEO?" Then he turned to hand everything over to Tranthu, saying, "Here's everything you need." Without hesitation, Tranthu opened the box to see shiny pearls neatly arranged inside. After a quick inspection, he closed it again and smirked. "I'm telling you, Xiao Tin, with your family's money, why do you still work part-time at the mental hospital?" Tuo Nam chimed in playfully. "Tranbai, what are you talking about? We're the ones working extra." Xiao Ting is experiencing life. After finishing, he whispers into his ear, "Tu Tin, is it true that you have a stomach illness, suffer from insomnia often, and are also very clean? So their real family is the Gu family, right?" Tranthu is just joining in. "Xiao, is it true that when you're constipated you become cold and say, 'Yeah, go yourself'?" He looked confused, not understanding anything. It seems like both of them are sick. The whole group burst into laughter as they jokingly entered the school gate. And seeing that, Du Tian also couldn't help but smile from afar. It's been a while since the young master smiled like that. As night falls, the space becomes quiet. At the dormitory, it seemed everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Tran Thu's phone vibrated, and he opened it to see a message from Vuong Qian. Tran Thu, come to the Spirit Bureau tomorrow. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight gently shine down, illuminating the peaceful scene. At the Tranlin Bureau, a voice echoes. Tran Thu, does your family have a tank? The question left him stunned, frozen in place for a few seconds. What do you mean? That person is pointing at the photo where 8 criminals are crushed under heavy objects, and our initial assessment is that someone is controlling the tank. After hearing that, Tran Thu's face darkened. Stop joking, Uncle Vuong. Who would dare drive a tank in the city? Vuong Qian propped his chin, a look of deep contemplation on his face. He also finds it hard to believe, so he is still investigating. But then he suddenly adopts a much more serious tone. All right, I called you here not to discuss this. I want to talk to you. Vuong Qian paused for a second, then looked straight at you. We have found out who wants to eliminate you. That news hit Tran Thu like a powerful blow, leaving her stunned. Who is it? Vuong Qian replied in a serious tone. It's a pharmaceutical company in Namjiang City. It seems Tran Thu had a vague suspicion beforehand, and indeed, they targeted her company. He asked suspiciously, do they want to eliminate you at all costs? Have you and they had any business conflicts? Even after explaining everything clearly, it seems that some time ago you sold more than 200 bottles of the powerful medicine at a discount. As soon as he finished speaking, Vuong Qian was so startled he choked on his drink. Spit! He glared and shouted, and yet there's still nothing. So I basically blocked their way to survive. Vuong Qian paused for a moment to regain his composure. All right, regarding this matter, you need to gather evidence before you can make an arrest. For now, be a bit more discreet. Then he handed Tran Thu a card, which also listed the 8 wanted criminals with a total reward of 500,000 Huoxia dollars. Everything is in here, check it out. The boy quickly took it, smiling broadly. Yes, okay. A while later, Vuong Qian saw Tran Thu off at the door and advised him gently, remember to act modestly. He looked innocent. I understand, Uncle Vuong. I will wave goodbye and leave humbly. I get it. Leaving there, Tran Thu walked on deep in thought. The company mainly deals in powerful medicine, but now that he's caught the attention of the Tranlin Bureau, he probably won't last long. An idea flashes in his mind, and he claps his hands excitedly. By then, the entire Namjiang city would have no more powerful medicine. Tran Thu started making plans. It seems it's time for me to get my share of the profit. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and called someone. Has old Wang been released yet? You gather your brothers, I take everyone to make money. Then look up another person in the contacts and call Lao Li to ask for a day off. So the big money you're talking about is to open a shop with us at the black market. You give a thumbs up with a confident look. Yes, I plan to expand the initial stall and rent a shop in the black market to sell powerful medicine. Then you put your arm around his shoulder in a friendly tone, saying that you are the first members I have recruited. Tianba stood up and looked around. So, have you decided on a store yet? Tran Thu pointed directly across and said, I have seen it. It's right here. In that moment, he made a firm decision to gradually overthrow the Love Potion Company starting today. At the same time, at the Beast Tamer Hall, Wu Song's lesson was still ongoing. He announced clearly to everyone that in September, their task was to learn how to use their skills flexibly, and the following month, they would be taken to a different space for training. At this point, he paused and then reminded them, during this time, stay here and practice diligently. Class monitor, come out and supervise a bit. However, the entire class remained silent. At this moment, he finally asked, where is Tran Thu? Tanam replied, report to the teacher. Tran Thu has requested to take a day off. Hearing that, Vo Song was surprised and quickly checked his phone, saying, requesting leave? Why didn't the teacher know? Could it be that you didn't receive her message? I just saw a message from Tran Thu when I opened it. Old Lee, I might be sick tomorrow, so I request a day off. This is a notice, not a negotiation. After reading, his face darkened and he spoke each word with anger. Tran Thu. At this moment, Tran Thu is standing in front of the computer, handling a continuous stream of transactions. In the end, all the top-grade powerful medicines have been purchased. When he finished everything, it was already late at night, and the darkness had fallen without him noticing. Tran Thu, exhausted, stretched his arms to loosen up and let out a sigh, feeling both relieved and drained. After a busy day, we're finally about to open the shop. Turning to Tianba, he waved goodbye and said, today's it for now. In a while our store will open, and we will notify everyone then. Tran Thu grinned and said commandingly, it's getting late. Go back first. The guy cooperated well, bowing as if he were a loyal subordinate. With the boss's permission, after waiting a little longer, he managed to call a taxi. Then Tron Thu returned quietly to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, he threw his bag onto the bed. "I'm back." Tanam and Tutin looked at Tron Thu with suspicion, and noticing their unusual behavior, he frowned slightly. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me anymore?" He forced a smile. "Tranby, your actions today have made the teacher a bit angry." Tran Thu tilted his chin, appearing completely unconcerned. "Why would I care about the small class monitor's affairs? Tutin deliberately provoked you. Aren't you afraid, Tranby? I am the fierce one of Namjiang. How could I be afraid of a tiny teacher?" Then he pointed at Tran Thu and said, "Do you feel your head a bit cool, Tranby?" Only then did she realize what was happening. Cool. Tran Thu felt each drop of water falling on his head with suspicion. Huh? A trap room? He reached out to touch it, his face gradually losing color when he saw his palm was soaked. "That's not right. How can there be rainwater?" Tran Thu curiously looked up to see what was happening, and suddenly a wave of fear washed over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Above, the giant black and white dragon is watching little Tran Thu. He stumbles back in fear, his eyes fixed on what is appearing before him. Realizing it had been discovered, it quickly put on an innocent face. But just seconds later, when Tran Thu moved away, it instinctively adopted a defensive stance. He quickly summoned his spirit beast. Immediately, Slim appeared and stood in front of his master. Without hesitation, Tran Thu leapt onto it, soaring up, immediately ascending. Slim's supple body trembled as it lifted him up. Lak Lei was trying to escape while carrying someone, but as soon as he stepped out the door, he was caught by the black and white giant serpent. It didn't bother to be polite, yanking Slim back. Tran Thu lost her balance and fell face first onto the floor. At that very moment, a pair of feet quietly approached him, and a mocking voice rang out. "Isn't this the fierce enemy from Namjiang?" At that moment, the information panel lit up in front of him, listing various ways to deal with it and the rewards that came with them. Tran Thu muttered angrily, "Damn system." Still playing tricks at this moment. Unsure which option to choose, he finally closed his eyes and picked blindly. "So," Tran Thu fell to the ground and groaned. "I'm doomed." Seeing that you are unconscious, Vo Song froze in place. Tran is gone, and he's a bit surprised. No way. His body is stiffer than anyone else's. Then he quickly steps forward, gently placing his hand on Tran Thu's forehead to check. Vo Song judges that he is sweating. Could he be pretending then? Then he strokes his chin and deliberately raises his voice. "If that's the case, then bury him." Without hesitation, Wu Song guided the black and white dragon out of the forest. He muttered to himself, Is old Li trying to take me somewhere? Starting to feel uneasy? Why has it been flying for so long? Tran Thu thought in panic. Could it really be looking for a deserted place to bury itself? Hakbat Kuman only releases him after taking another step forward. Immediately after, Vo Song coldly orders, "Dig a hole." And at this moment, although he was pretending to lie sprawled on the ground, his inner voice was screaming fiercely, "No." Tran Thu heard the sound of digging fiercely and immediately hesitated. No. Lao Lai really could do such inhumane things. "You pretend to wake up, cough cough." Tran Thu hesitantly said, "Lao Li, I think I can still save him. But Wu Song has no intention of letting go. You don't need to feel it. I want you to feel that today is a good day, and it must be buried." He muttered under his breath with a curse. "Damn it!" Then Tran Thu quietly looked for a way out. It seemed she had no choice but to make a move. She silently reached into her pocket and quickly put a red cloth into her mouth. Next, Tran Thu bites it open, and the liquid immediately spills from the corner of her mouth. I'm not okay anymore." He looks pale and trembling as if he's about to collapse, but inside he's elated, watching to see if the teacher is panicking. Seeing this scene, Vo Song steps forward to assess the situation. He gently touches the liquid, brings it to his nose, and sniffs slowly. In an instant, Wu Song erupts in fury. "Dao, keep digging. I have to bury it today, no matter what." At this moment, Tran Thu silently wept inside. "Old Li, can't you have any compassion for me?" Suddenly, a notification appeared saying you had won a reward. At that moment, Tran Thu was overjoyed inside, thinking, "I did it?" Silently watching the black and white giant dragon still enthusiastically digging the hole, but quickly hugging Vo Song's leg to beg for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. Seeing Tran Thu admit fault, you eased up a little." "Admitting you're wrong? Is this a confession or a negotiation?" "I admit I was wrong. I was really wrong." At this point, Vo Song asked seriously, "So tell me, where did you go this afternoon?" Tran Thu Cheng honestly reported, I went to Genling Bureau in the afternoon and began recounting the story from the moment the moon was obscured by clouds. It wasn't until dawn broke and the sky cleared that Tran Thu finished recounting everything. Once he understood the situation, Wu Song finally let go. All right, I understand. If you dare to do that again next time, don't blame me. Go home and rest. And remember to start practicing diligently from tomorrow. In a month, you'll go to another space. Suddenly, Tran Thu froze. What do you mean, going to another space? Since then, during the day, Tran Thu diligently trained in class to prepare for going to the other space, and at night he and Thienba tried to handle the procedures at the black market shop. Half a month has quickly passed. Tran Thu happily picks up the scissors to cut the inauguration ribbon. Today is the closing day of the Hatin Pharmaceutical Company, and also the grand opening of our Daluk Pharmacy. You excitedly announced the promotional program to celebrate our Daluk Pharmacy's opening. Today, everyone who enters the shop will receive a 10% discount. Phi Lam, holding the loudspeaker, added, "Everyone, come and go, don't miss out." And Cheng beside him spoke loudly and clearly, saying, "If your pet wants to be unbeatable, it must drink the great power." The two of them took turns loudly promoting at the shop entrance. 1 bottle awakens the mind, 2 bottles will never tire, 3 bottles slow down aging. Phi Lam cheerfully shouted, "The powerful potion tastes great. I want to go to another space to fight the culprit. The owner give me the powerful potion. I want to become the strongest spirit contract. My master gave me the powerful potion. 28.888, only 28.888. At the same time, An Cheng's face was filled with joy as he brought home the perfect potion. The relentless sound of chopping blades piqued everyone's curiosity. Limited to M bottles each day. Don't miss out when passing by, absolutely don't miss out. Amidst the bustling scene of the shop, Tran Thu secretly felt proud, finally about to get rich. But when he saw customers buying in small quantities, he couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Why only buy 1 bottle? Hearing that, Tianba slowly analyzed the situation, thinking that since the top-grade powerful medicine needs 40 bottles to reach the limit and costs over 1 million, a discount of only 1,000 yuan might not attract customers. After hearing this, Tran Thu stroked his chin with a look of excitement, wondering if a 1,000 yuan discount was really enough. After pondering for a while, he announced a new policy. Starting tomorrow, the price will be 20,500 per bottle with a limit of 5 bottles. He simply responded with a short yes. Understood. A few days later, while Tran Thu was resting in his room, Tonam and Tu Tin entered, but he paid no attention, lost in his own thoughts. It seems opening a shop isn't that simple. I need to learn a bit more about how to trick customers into buying medicine. Anyway, it's late now. I should go to sleep, and if anything comes up, I'll think about it tomorrow. So Tran Thu went to sleep, and Tonam, noticing his tired appearance, asked, "What does Tran B usually do in the evenings during this time?" He whistled at Tu Tin, and then grinned mischievously. "Why do you always seem so tired when you get home?" It's not that he's worried. If he keeps going like this, in less than a month, even those who work hard could surpass him, Tu Tin said regretfully. Oh, what a waste of talent. But Tonam seemed to notice something. Wait. They witnessed a faint glow emanating from Tran Thu's body. The man stared in shock. Tu Tin, why do I feel like why do I? Then Tonam and Tu Tin shouted simultaneously, "We're about to break through." That event made him look so stunned that he could break through even while sleeping. By the next morning, gentle sunlight streamed into the room. Tran Thu, having just woken up, stretched her arms long to shake off the lingering fatigue, feeling unusually refreshed. Sleeping well truly made a difference. Suddenly, he jolted in surprise when he saw Tonam and Tu Tin looking at him with dark circles under their eyes. At that moment, Tonam spoke slowly. "Do you know what happened last night?" Hearing that, he looked around to check. "What's wrong? Is that huge serpent coming again?" Tu Tin couldn't hold back and shouted, "Are you not aware that you've broken through?" On the contrary, Tran Thu's face remained calm, as if she had already figured it out. "What's wrong?" He and Tonam both looked stunned. "Aren't you surprised?" "Now I'm acting confident. What's there to be surprised about? He's only an 8th-level beast tamer. Isn't it supposed to be easy if you have the skills?" That remark hit the two roommates right in their pride, as Tran Shu leisurely got off the bed and confidently said, "I told you all, even going to the bathroom is a form of cultivation. You didn't believe before, but now you do, right? From now on, follow him, and he will lead you to ascend to the heavens." Those words left Tu Tin and Tonam stunned. Really? Time quietly passed, and the sun rose high. The class had just started, and without anyone saying a word, everyone stood up straight in their places. In the quiet atmosphere, Vo Song's steady voice rang out. "Are you all still here today?" Before I could finish speaking, I saw Dulong raise his hand. "Dulong, is something the matter?" He puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, then summoned his spirit contract while speaking arrogantly. Teacher, you once said that only the strongest can be class president. I believe the strongest person is myself. Hearing that, Tu Tin and To Nam both thought the same thing. How shameless. So today I want to challenge Tran Thu. The vast land of Along is full of fighting spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Thu whispered softly, "Challenge me." Vosong looks very excited. "What do you think, Tran Thu?" He chuckled to himself. "Oh man, I just broke through and someone already came at me. It's like walking right into a gun barrel." At this point, Tran Thu made a condition. I could accept it, but there has to be something at least. Otherwise, even dogs and cats would come challenge me, so what about my studies? Vosong was speechless but had no choice but to go along. So he looked at Do Long and said, "Then use the beast control beads to bet." "What do you think?" He immediately agreed without hesitation. "Of course it's fine. I have no objections. The deal is already sealed. Vosong stepped in as the referee, so you can start the fight now." Suddenly, Tran Thu hesitated as the system panel appeared, showing options and rewards. Tran Thu's face immediately turned into a wicked and evil expression. "Do I still need to think about this?" Then Tran Thu lowered in his voice. Although Do Long really wanted to accept the challenge, he quietly summoned his spirit beast. Du Long asked confusedly again, "But what?" A sense of unease suddenly struck him. As he looked up, he only caught a glimpse of a Slim lurking close to attack. Damn it, another sneak attack. It swooped down from above like a fireball, carrying unstoppable power. Faced with that situation, the great land of Along immediately took a defensive stance. Tran Thu sneered and then spoke sarcastically. "Not bad, your reaction is pretty quick, but did you think I was out of tricks?" Right after that, you switch to serious mode. Slim charges forward like an arrow. It immediately brakes sharply upon command. Slim immediately opens its mouth to suck in the enormous airflow, then puffs its cheeks and blows a powerful gust toward the Az-Dragon, knocking it away. Slim confidently lands after knocking out the opponent, while Vosong is stunned by the faint aura emanating from Tran Thu. "A level 8 beast tamer, you broke through?" He scratched his head awkwardly, accidentally breaking through himself. Seeing his pet being mistreated, Do Long was filled with bitterness. Even if he became an 8th level beast tamer, I, Du Long, am not afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge A-Long fell from somewhere in front of him. Out of kindness, Tran Thu proactively reminded him, "Your dragon is in trouble." "Don't think I'll listen. Your situation isn't stable. Don't be too arrogant. I will turn the tide quickly." He immediately ordered his spirit beast to continue fighting, despite the pain. Dali Along used a locking skill on Slim, rendering it immobile. Just that much already excited Du Long. "Go sell salt to me." Yet Slim still calmly yawned. At that moment, Tran Thu sarcastically spoke up. "You want my Slim to die? My sim can even hit you while sleeping." After saying that, it has suddenly used the giantization skill to grow bigger and enter a defensive sleeping state. Hitting the sore spot, DeLong was filled with rage, not tolerating such arrogance. Along tore it apart, but its claws couldn't touch the flexible Slim, and instead it was counterattacked by the Iron Dream Strike, knocking it away again. Under those circumstances, Slim remains in a fierce state. At this moment, the great land of Along has lost its soul. A moment later, Tran Thu raised an eyebrow in challenge. "Are you going to keep fighting now?" Du Long tried to hold back his anger, but was helpless as the land of Along no longer moved. "I surrender." He then pointed directly at him and declared firmly, "The class monitor is forever the class monitor. Do you understand?" Then Tran Thu turned back to his classmates and raised his voice. "I know there are definitely many people who admire me. Today I will give everyone a chance. If you can beat me, I will gladly give away 10 high-grade summoning beasts with both hands. Of course, if I lose, you have to give me a top-grade spirit beast." Tran Thu paused and asked again, "Do you dare?" While waiting, he silently calculated in his mind that this was the moment to earn their affection. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with each face in the crowd showing a different expression. And Tran Thu, standing on the arena, looked disdainful and issued a challenge. "Does no one dare to fight?" Seeing no response, he deliberately provoked, "How can the dignity of a genius be trampled by someone like me?" Then Tran Thu looked helpless. Well, if no one dares, then suddenly someone appears and accepts the challenge. Let me. Hong Min's gaze fixed on Tran Thu, sharp and unwavering, as he declared without hesitation, "This time, I will definitely defeat you." Suddenly, a blue light radiated from his hand, and then the beast and the barbarian were summoned. It landed with a fierce presence and roared as if showcasing its strength. Seeing this, Tran Thu didn't show any fear, but instead stroked his chin with an amused and slightly intrigued expression. The battle had already begun, and Dewey and the beast clashed fiercely. In an instant, the outcome was decided, leaving the people below ashamed to cover their faces, while Hongmin cried out in despair, "My monkey!" Unlike him, Tran Thu was very happy.
All right, go downstairs. Next person.
At this moment, Dong Liet was lightly tapping Vuong Van's hand with his elbow, making him a bit confused. "Young Master Dong, I really can't win." Hearing that, Dong Liet lowered his voice and made a plan. "Who said you would fight him? Do you understand the wheelchair? Let that strange division drain their stamina, then I will make my move." One palm strike brought him down. In the end, Vuong Van could only sigh helplessly and concede. "All right, is there no one else coming?" He immediately raised his hand and said, "Let me." A moment later, the match quickly ended, and Vuong Van was crying uncontrollably while holding her spirit. "Sob, aim," Tran Thu pretends to be upset. "Is being the champion this lonely?" Suddenly, Slim beside him started to shrink. That image made Duong Liet's expression become extremely excited. The effect of the bizarre Dung's giant transformation disappeared. "It's time now. I no longer hold back and shout loudly. Tran Thu, bullying my brothers, insulting me, Duong Liet will absolutely not forgive you. This time, I will make you suffer a humiliating defeat." As soon as I finish speaking, Duong Liet jumps onto the arena. Lam Du has been summoned for a while, using its strength to help him land safely. As soon as his feet touch the ground, Duong Liet immediately points at the strange orb and says, "Surrender now." Lam Du is rushing over, about to use its sharp claws to grab Shi, while Duong Liet is watching intently. By now, Tran Thu has understood his plan. It turns out he waited until this moment to strike. But he has underestimated my Slim. My eyes keep watching Slim as he enters a sleep state and calmly analyzes. Even if the giantization effect disappears, I can still beat you. At this moment, the Sleep Dream kill skill has been activated, creating a protective net around it. Even if Lam Du uses all his strength to attack, Slim remains still. Tran Thu also fights seriously. Now it's my turn. Slim is still asleep, but that doesn't affect the battle at all. When the wind technique is activated, it releases a strong gust that rises up and then charges forward, causing the bird to panic slightly. But it quickly regains its composure and rushes towards Shi. Just as Lam Du was about to attack, a sharp magic blade caused him pain. Ugh! Feathers also fell from its body, and Lam Du's body gradually lost balance before crashing down hard to the ground. Seeing this, Duong Liet clenched his fists with an expression full of rage. "Tran Thu, stop mocking. While your two henchmen are still nearby, go line up to heal your contract spirit." He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. "Just wait, I will definitely come back." Ignoring that threatening remark, he looked for the next challenger. "All I want to say now is there anyone else?" Instead of the excitement at the beginning, the crowd below was now so frightened they dared not move. Seeing this, Tran Thu devised a new plan. "If that's the case, I can only—" Suddenly, Slim's whole body twitched in unusual pain. It immediately spat out something. Pfft. Tran Thu immediately ran towards it in a panic. "It's okay now, little prince. Are you all right?" Slim looks very weak right now. He can only hold him in his arms and report. "Sorry, Slim is injured. Today's match." Before he could finish speaking, someone interrupted. "Class President, I want to challenge you." That is Lam Tin Than, a student from the special class. Tran Thu looked down on him. "You're a bit mean-spirited. Are you trying to take advantage of others when they're in danger?" He just smiled and explained, "Are you wondering if there's anyone else?" Without giving you a chance to refuse, the spirit immediately summoned a luminous lion. Tran Thu was a bit surprised. "The spirit contract, Lam, even if you win, it's not very glorious." He still appeared calm, so does the class monitor want to take back what he said? Is that not enough, yet? The class monitor is so strong, how could he admit defeat? The crowd quickly chimed in. "Yes, Class President, start quickly." Tran Thu had to reluctantly agree. "All right, then let's fight one more round and issue the command. Slim uses body technique to enlarge." Slim's body keeps enlarging, causing a hint of panic. "It's okay, it's okay. It's already badly injured. It won't last much longer." Then he issued the command. The lion of the luminous lion used the scarlet light. As soon as he finished speaking, fierce lightning bolts appeared around the lion of the luminous lion, and even though Slim was in a sleeping state, he still charged forward to confront him. The distance between them gradually closed, and the confident spirit smiled, sure of victory. However, the luminous lion was easily knocked away by Slim. Tran Thu could only show a look of regret, saying no more fighting, but you all still wanted to fight. At this moment, their spirits were truly overwhelmed beyond words. As soon as the fight ended, Jim suddenly spat out a strange liquid. Seeing this, Tran Thu quickly waved her hand and said, "Stop, no more fighting, give me the pet crystal now." My sim. You pretend to be seriously injured, but if you lose, you'll give up 10 high-grade magical beasts worth 1.2 million. I can't afford to lose. The amount of money successfully dazzled the crowd, and immediately someone appeared to challenge the duel. No way. If it's a rule you set, you can't go back on your word. Tu Duong quickly summoned the golden claw beast to prevent Tran Thu from having a chance to refuse. Inside, you're laughing to yourself, surprised that someone could be fooled so easily. You're too naive. Then he activated his Hollywood-level acting skills and hugged Slim, crying painfully. The crowd below also believed it and kept cheering, "Class president, you can't do this." Tran Thu immediately shows a helpless expression. If that's the case, then so be it. Tu Duong harbors great ambitions and believes he will win. But just like in previous battles, the Kim Trao Thu is easily defeated. But Slim always appears silently bleeding after each fight, looking extremely fragile. Tran Thu continues to act. Then we'll stop here. I'll take Slim to see a doctor. At this point, the crowd had been completely deceived. Everyone wanted to join the competition. Wait, we're still here. He could only sigh helplessly and accept. The spirits were summoned one after another, but all of them were defeated miserably. Even the flying creatures in the sky are no match for Slim. After a series of overwhelming victories, Tran Thu still pretends to show mercy. "Hey, my sim is not doing well anymore. Is there anyone else left?" At that moment, everyone had come to their senses and stood still, too afraid to move. Seeing that, he turned around and left without forgetting to announce that it was a pity. A pity if no one else challenged him, so I'm taking Slim for treatment. Tran Thu suddenly changed to a cheerful expression. The Tui Mong Sat skill and Slim are truly perfect. Tran Thu is so happy that he chuckles to himself as he walks, feeling delighted to have made a huge profit from the beast seeds. He enters the shop and checks the sales. "How much profit did we make today?" Tianba immediately reports the situation. "Not bad. All 5 bottles of top-grade powerful medicine sold out. This result makes Tran Thu very satisfied." "All right. Yes, buy me some ingredients." The enlightenment fruit, the clear leaf flower. Truly impressive. You have devised a new business strategy, and next we can sell other types of medicine and assign important responsibilities. From now on, the store's income will be used mainly to help me buy medicinal herbs, and not only that, Tran Thu is also very generous. And also, your earnings per win are 10,000, while Elder Wong, the shop owner, earns 20,000 per win. Hearing this, both Tianba and Oncheng cheered together happily. "All right. At this moment, I am completely satisfied. These things all belong to my realm." From now on, Tran Thu officially hands over the shop to Lao Vuong to manage, while I focus on practicing alchemy and studying. It's almost the end of September, and at this moment, Wu Song is standing in front of all the students to announce the upcoming activities. Almost a month has passed. In October, the teacher will take you into another space at the normal level of the ice canyon. He seriously reminded you to prepare warm clothing. In that space, you not only have to face powerful beasts, but also adapt to harsh conditions. Vosong also emphasized that you shouldn't bring unnecessary things. Down below, Tran Thu turned to tease the 2 people next to her. "Did you hear that?" He told those 2 to not bring a knife or a mental patient's uniform, which made Tonam and Tintin feel down, while he just smiled happily. After finishing the presentation, Wusong immediately wraps up the activity. Today's session is over, and everyone will gather at school the day after tomorrow. The group of students all shouted in agreement. "Yes, understood." A moment later, Tran Thu's group was walking together down the hallway, and he spoke with a tone full of suspicion. "Have you ever been to another dimension?" Tanam answered without hesitation. "Not yet. Ting Ting is a bit curious. Have you been there before?" Tran Thu's face showed a proud expression. Of course, whether Duong Tan Nguyen is causing trouble depends on this fierce person from Namjiang. He started recounting dramatically, back when I still peed on that ice-blooded rabbit lord. Hearing that, the 2 of them looked extremely respectful. "If that's the case, senior, please advise us on what we should bring." Tran Thu immediately instructed. "It's simple, Lao Ta. Just bring pots, seasonings, and some skewers." Then he put his arm around the person next to him. "Tin Tin, you don't need to bring anything. When the time comes, just tell your family to hire a Baknan beast tamer, and we can do whatever we want." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 turned and left, realizing they had been duped. Tanam even nonchalantly gave Tran Thu the middle finger. "Annoying, you just stood there watching that figure's back. Honestly, why doesn't anyone believe it?"
Then you quietly thought to yourself, but I guess I should prepare my things to go to the ice canyon.
Back home, Tran Thu immediately sat down at the desk and looked up information, focusing intently on the images displayed on the screen. So this is the ice canyon. The sunset is gently shining down on the tall buildings. At this moment, Tran Thu is stretching and has finally finished reading all the documents about the ice canyon. He stands up and hums, ready to go out and prepare his things to head there. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Tran Thu saw the neighbor across, locking her door, and greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Auntie Vuong, that's our neighbor living right next door." "Hello, little Tran. Are you going out to eat?" While chatting, she still didn't forget to hold the doorknob. "Xiao Chen, do you have something to do right now?" Wang just smiled kindly and said, "You want to ask me for a favor?" Tran Thu repeated the words with a puzzled look. "Helping out with something." A moment later, at the elementary school, the crowd was moving very densely. Tran Thu was also among them, busy observing his surroundings, thinking something was happening. But it turned out he was asked to pick up the child. Just then, Nunu was leaving the school gate with her friend. The boy called out, "Nunu." The girl immediately waved and greeted, "Brother Tran Thu." Tran Thu immediately hugged Nunu and said, "Today I'm here to take you home." Suddenly, his gaze caught a familiar figure. "Huh? Isn't that Vuong Chove?" He didn't hesitate and stepped forward. "Vuong Chove, what's going on?" Than Han turned around and was quite surprised to see this presence. "Tran Bai?" She clenched her hand around the edge of her coat. "Nothing. Just a small conflict with a classmate." This piqued Tran Thu's interest. "A conflict? It's not a big deal. Tell me your name. I'm happily telling you this elementary school is my old school." Suddenly, someone from behind appeared and interrupted Tran Thu's conversation. "Who are you? Tell me your name and who you think you are." "Hua Shuang from the special class at Namjiang High School with your younger brother." Seeing Than Tweet's frightened expression, I had my own suspicion. Could this guy have bullied Vuong's sister for a loan? Then Tran Thu introduced himself, saying, "I am a student of Hainamjiang High School." Tran Thu. He also revealed his identity. Hua Shuang, a member of the special class at Banamjiang High School. Only then did he start to get straight to the main point. "Did your younger brother Did you bully someone?" Hua quickly denied it. "I didn't bully him. I just told him he's an orphan." That made Tran Thu think for a moment. Suddenly, the boy pointed at Than Tweet and made a sarcastic remark, and since he was an orphan to begin with, it completely infuriated Tran Thu. He immediately swung his hand up. Hua Xiong quickly ran over to stop him. "What are you doing?" But it was too late, and Hua's left cheek took the full force of the slap. Then Tran Thu finally responded to his action. "What do you want to do?" Of course, punishing this bastard who's still young and doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Hua Duang's face gradually darkened. "You want to go sell salt? If you have the guts, fight a kid. If you're a beast tamer, come to the beast taming hall and fight me." Suddenly, the system interface appeared and new missions fully displayed. There are 3 options: evade, provoke, or severely wound the opponent's contract spirit. It seems he has made a decision in his heart. If you want to go to heaven, Tran Thu has accepted the challenge. Fine. At the Beast Tamers Guild in Namjiang City, the group stands silently facing each other. Then Han tries to persuade Chan Bi. Maybe I should just forget it and not pay too much attention to what children say. Tran Thu doesn't really like this way of speaking. Children's words are also like a double-edged sword. That left her a bit stunned, unsure how to react. Then Han could only watch his figure gradually disappear into the distance. By now, Hua Shuang had summoned the Thunder Tiger. Tran Thu, standing opposite, was quietly assessing the level B Beast Tamer, the level A Thunder Tiger. No wonder he was so arrogant. Inside, he kept evaluating that this strength, among everyone his age in Jiangnan City, few could beat him, but unfortunately he met himself. After showing off his power, Hua Shuang became even more proud. "Seeing my strength, do you still dare to fight me?" At this moment, a golden light is emanating from Tran Thu's hand. "Of course, I'll give you a piece of advice. Hurry up and go to the Central Veterinary Hospital, Emergency Department." The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. "It should be you." He immediately replied, hoping you could still be that old and stubborn later. As soon as he finished, Slim was successfully summoned. Hua Xiong pointed at him and laughed like a monster. "Slim's pressure? Ignore those tricks." Tran Thu remains very confident. "Today, the city's central hospital will definitely have your presence." Now he's ready to enter the fight. So what? Then let's see who is really coming to the hospital. Loi Ho immediately stomped his foot down to get ready, then charged straight at Slim without hesitation. Howling loudly, Tran Thu, witnessing the scene, was not afraid at all and even uttered a cryptic remark. "All right then." Slim is so bored, he keeps yawning. Suddenly, the steel dream technique was activated, leaving Hua Shuang somewhat puzzled by this strange ability. Immediately after, Slim's collision skill was activated, and it charged straight at Loi Ho. At this moment, he realized the situation was out of control. Loi Ho, get away quickly! But it was too late. Hua Shuang could only watch helplessly as Loi Ho was struck in the face by Slim and then flung far away. Then, Slim activates the deadly violence skill again, leaping onto Lei Hu and pressing down fiercely without mercy. The outcome of the match has been decided. When did Tran Thu get so close to Hua Shuang? The dog has been beaten. Now you calmly step forward towards the owner while he keeps retreating backward. Tran Thu calmly raised her hand and a swift slap immediately landed, making Hua Shuang's face twist in pain. Hua Shuang clutched his left cheek and stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. You! Suddenly, Tran Thu turned to Hua with a grim expression. And you too. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous slap landed squarely on the boy's face. Your eyes look sharp. Who gave you the right to act so arrogantly? Having an older brother means doing whatever you want and using your dominance to threaten others. From now on, remember that whatever Wang Than Tweet says in that class will be the truth. Understood? At this moment, Hua was so terrified that he agreed without hesitation. Got it. Your expression immediately returns to your usual gentle demeanor, and you softly pat the boy's head. Good boy. A while later, Tran Thu's group left the Beast Tamers Inn. Fen Hin called out shyly, Tran Thu. She bowed her head to express her deep gratitude. Thank you so much this time. Tran Thu relaxed and smiled. It's nothing. Ms. Fuang Tu told me to take good care of you. It's only what I should do. You wave your hand to say goodbye. All right, it's late. I should head back too. Goodbye. At that moment, Tran Thu was deeply engaged in conversation. Nu, what do you want to eat later? Brother Tran Thu will take you to eat. Nu quickly replied, I want to eat. 2 days later, at the school's Beast Tamer shop, a parent was shaking hands with Wu Song. Teacher Li, I am counting on you with my child. Dad, I have to go now. By now, Tran Vu still reminded him to stay safe and be careful. He approached the class's bus. As soon as she got on the bus, Tran Thu's eyes were drawn to something. Turns out Tin Tin had already reserved a seat for her. Here. Tran Thu immediately arrived and sat down, finally setting off. A while later, at Bangkok Hotel, they had arrived and Vo Song was organizing the schedule. Today we rest in town for one night, and tomorrow morning we will go to the Ice Canyon. He also reminded us that in the afternoon you can go shopping, but don't cause trouble. Vo Song's gaze shifted towards Tran Thu's group, especially the three of you, as if he was secretly planning something. Ha! The more I don't want to cause trouble outside, the more I want to do it. Tran Thu immediately pulled Tin Tin and To Nam along. Let's go, I'll take you to receive your mission. Then the three of them arrived at the guild hall of the Beast Tamer Association. Did you go to the reception desk for the boss-level beast hunting mission? Holding the paper, Lu Xian gently announced a task to track and eliminate the Ice Wolf King-level beast. Hearing this, Tran Thu couldn't hide his excitement. All right, it's definitely it. The document sheet was handed over politely by her. Please take a look. Take it and carefully examine the inscription inside, claiming the Bone Dragon Lord's heart, depositing 50,000 and receiving a reward of 400 million. After some consideration, Tran Thu stroked his chin in thought. With the strength of the three of us, we can't defeat him. But if we can trick old Li. When it was Tu Nam's turn to read, he slightly frowned and handed it back. Well, it's too expensive. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait a moment. Tran Thu confidently pounded his chest and declared, I will take this mission. As soon as he finished, Lu Xian and Tuonan stood frozen in shock. Huh? I was worried you didn't read carefully, so I remind you that this mission requires a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Tu Tin frowned and tilted her head in response. Saying that way, others might think I can't afford it. He then directly showed off his status as if afraid no one would realize he's a big shot. Come on, let each of the three of us take one. Even though the other party appears generous, Lu Jin still cautiously confirms. Sorry, sir, I can only accept once. Do you really want to proceed? Suddenly, a hand quietly touched Tu Tin's shoulder. Tanam leaned in and whispered, Little Tin, let's see if there's a simple task, and maybe pretend a little. We shouldn't take this one anymore. Too expensive. Seeing the guy hesitate, he smiled brightly and waved his hand. It's okay, this is my first mission. Of course I have to make it grand. 50,000 is nothing. Faced with such unexpected wealth, Tran Thu and the guy could only stand frozen, screaming inwardly in frustration. Damn it, he knocked us down. He glanced over as if about to say something else. But then a mocking voice suddenly sounded. I thought someone so arrogant. Huang Vi crossed his arms and stepped forward, still sneering. So that quick kid of yours was rushing to reincarnate? Trenthu still responded calmly with a relaxed smile. Oh, isn't this the colorful brother? Haven't seen you in 2 months. Why are you here? A faint smile appeared on his lips, showing his amusement. Your mouth is still like that, completely fearless, you casually say. It's just normal, just normal. 3rd place in Namjiang. Your words directly triggered his fighting spirit.
Coincidentally, I also want to go to the Ice Canyon.
Zhou Shidwan can't protect you. Just as he let go, a hand suddenly placed on his shoulder. What's wrong? Trying to bully my student? Startled for a moment by that voice, Tran Thu glanced behind him, only for the guy to immediately turn back out of reflex. As soon as he saw the familiar face, a cry escaped before he could hold it back, and Lao Li's anger surged up to his temples, making Huang Vi speak irritably. Sure enough, it's him. Vosong remained unfazed by his attitude, and even emphasized each word as he threatened. Just knowing I'm good, don't mess with my students or I'll bury you in the ice canyon. As soon as the words left his mouth, he could only stand still, completely unresponsive. As he walked away, Tran Thu gave a thumbs up with a satisfied smile. Teacher Lai is really awesome. But before I could enjoy my victory, he leaned in to question me and told me not to cause trouble. By the time I turned around, I had already caused trouble with the black iron beast Tamers. Seeing him so angry, the boy quickly raised the document to cover his face. Isn't it really just a small conflict from before? Just glancing at the mission details on the paper, Wu Song suddenly froze. Huh? Kulang Bangshung, a level lord. Suddenly, Tran Thu's eyes spark with hope. Teacher, are you interested? Can you defeat the black iron level beast lord? Maybe, but not to finish it. To avoid casualties, he suggested that if you really want to take on a mission, it's best to choose a simpler one, like harvesting herbs or defeating normal monsters. After listening, Tran Thu happily nodded and said, yes. His finger quickly glided over the electronic tablet, selecting the flower-picking and lion-hunting missions. Then he turned around to chat casually. Let's go. On the way back, Tran Thu turned to ask, Tutin, you have so much money. Why don't you set some attack skills for your Thunderbird? Tuting happily raised his hand to correct him. There are 3 skills to set up. That just sounded, and the whole group squinted in annoyance and said in unison, Do you have cruel money? Cao Tu saw that the sky was turning evening. Vosong gently told them to go back and sleep. Without waiting a second, Tran Thu and Tonam responded in unison. That makes sense. Let's go. Let's go. He watched the 3 figures chattering as they disappeared into the distance, muttering to himself. Children are truly good. The next day, the early sun shone through the windows and bathed the entire building in a vibrant glow. At the gathering area, everyone was standing still, waiting for the teacher's signal. Let's go. Today we are heading to another dimension. As soon as the words finished, the whole group turned around and walked away in unison. Snow covered the forest, and the students lined up before the stone gate, ready to enter the transfer zone. Everyone closed their eyes at the same time, holding hands as they passed through the thick curtain of bones. After a moment, Tran Thu also stepped out of the white snow and slowly opened her eyes. The mission area appeared ahead, where the icy mountain pass stretched quietly covered in snow. He yawned repeatedly and muttered in complaint. Oh my God, this ice canyon is so cold, but it's completely different from the previous space we went to. Vosong came over to remind us that this training lasts half a month, and you must not go too deep into the canyon, or you might encounter ferocious beasts. Also, no solo actions are allowed. You must follow the arrangement. 3 people form a small group. He paused for a moment before continuing to emphasize the reward. The team with the biggest harvest will receive a valuable beast resource worth 2 million huaha. Then he raised his hand to introduce the people behind them. Each team has a dark, iron-level guardian beast accompanying them. When a life-threatening danger appears, they will step in to help. But in return, you will be taken back to the spirit suppression base, and this training session will end. Finally, he announced the news they had been waiting for. The training officially begins now. Immediately after, everyone split into groups and dispersed in various directions. Seeing that Tran Thu didn't move, Tu Ting and Tonam both wondered aloud. Tran Thu, why haven't you left yet? You grinned mischievously with a teasing look in your eyes. Are you stupid? This isn't Lam Tin, of course we have to fly. Take out your Loa Dieu. Hearing such a reasonable statement, Tu Tin clapped happily. Oh, that's right. Then, he released a flickering stream of energy from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the Thunderbird with its powerful form appeared before the group. As soon as it received the signal, it spread its wings and carried the entire group into the cold sky. Looking around at the surroundings, he excitedly shouted, Higher! A little higher! Following the rhythm, Tran Thu excitedly reached out his hand forward. Today is the day we start conquering the ice canyon. Tin immediately charged forward together. Just as the atmosphere was boiling, suddenly a giant little eagle swooped down from the clouds. He and Tonam froze instantly upon encountering the giant creature, their faces pale as if they had lost their souls. The boy was no different, panic-stricken as he shouted, "Oh no, a black iron-level beast, run quickly!" Lloydiu's eyes flashed with a cold light as it beats its wings loudly in the sky. Crack! Its body shoots forward like an arrow straight at the exhausted little eagle. Seizing the opportunity, Lloydiu soared high, then suddenly unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning straight at the beast's head. Roar! Ambushed, Little Eagle was furious with fiery red eyes flashing with anger. Then it charged straight after the target it had challenged. Just as he lit a cigarette and was about to exhale smoke, Vosong saw Tran Thu's group being chased by a beast. A barrage of gunfire from security personnel was unleashed towards Little Eagle. What is going on here? Seeing it paralyzed and dropping to the ground, Tanam admired that it was truly a beast that knew no fear. Suddenly Vosong spoke, making everyone turn around in surprise. "Congratulations, your training session is over." That made Tran Thu frown and protest in frustration. "Teacher, don't joke anymore, we haven't even started yet." Tu Tin also eagerly joined in this plea. "Teacher Lai, give us one more chance. We promise not to bring black iron-level beasts here again." That pleading attitude softened his heart. "All right. Then remember this before I could finish speaking. All three of you jumped onto the Loidieu and flew away in an instant." Everything happened so quickly that all I could do was stand frozen, expression blank as a statue. Drifting through the air, Tu Tin nervously asked, "Are we running like this? Teacher Lai won't be angry, right?" Tran Thu grinned slyly and said, "It's okay. Pretend you didn't hear anything." His reasonable response made him feel relieved. "So, which direction should we go now?" At that moment, the system displayed three options. First, go hunting near the spirit control station to capture a large number of magical beasts. Second, be honest within the designated area to gain more aura or stay in the 500-meter canyon for 3 days to exchange for violent killing skills. After careful consideration, Tran Thu chose to head down to the lowest part of the canyon. Tin, hearing this, eagerly glanced over and pointed to guide Lloydiu. "Old Ta, besides evil people, can your butterfly also sense the dangerous beasts around?" "Can you? There are a bunch of ferocious beasts below us." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of red stones suddenly shot toward the group. The chaotic scene left both you and Tu Tin stunned and pale with fear. The sudden crisis without warning made you shout in anger. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Tu Tin panicked, turning around and stammering anxiously. "Tran Thu, what can I do now?" There's no way to turn back, so Tran Thu raised her arm high, surging with spiritual energy. What else could she do? "Attack!" After saying that, he didn't hesitate any longer and excitedly jumped down. The burst of energy summoned a giant Slim to catch him, while Tin and Tonam watched anxiously from above. "Be careful." Below, Tran Thu lands gracefully, her dress billowing behind her. "Hoo, hoo!" You ride the Slim and shoot forward like an arrow, crashing straight into the ground and knocking the beasts away in all directions. "Open your mouth wide for me." Right at the edge of the snow, an ice lotus quietly appears amidst the white expanse. As soon as he saw it, he froze in shock. "What? Is that the starry snow lotus?" The creatures that were knocked away earlier are now falling around Slim, looking like a beautiful display. After glancing around, Tran Thu quickly assigned tasks. Lao Ta keeps an eye on the nearby ferocious beasts. Xiao Tin, if danger appears, be ready to fly up at any moment. I will gather herbs. Tu Tin immediately agrees. "All right, everything is arranged, so you squat down with the sparrow in your hand and start harvesting." The atmosphere remains quiet until Tonam suddenly seems to notice something and is startled. And then he hurriedly reported in panic, "Tran Thu, there's someone behind us." Without hesitation, Tu Tin quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Tran Thu, jump on the bird!" Hearing the call, Yu turned back and grabbed his arm. Just as you settled onto Louis Dio's back, Tu Tin reminded you to sit firmly. Immediately after, he guided the Thunderbird to soar into the sky, narrowly avoiding Lam Dio's attack. Seeing them leave, Duong Liet narrowed his eyes in displeasure, thinking, are they that quick to react? Recognizing the familiar face, Tran Thu immediately frowned in annoyance, so he was up to his sneaky ambush again. He showed no hesitation or guilt and even provoked further. "So what?" You also didn't hold back and responded with a knowing smile. "It's nothing. Just wanted to give you a snow avalanche as a gift." As soon as the words left his mouth, Slim looked uncomfortable and charged down like a tornado. It slashed through the wind with its claws and rammed straight into the mountainside, causing the entire area to shake and making his face break out in sweat. "Damn you, you're really something." and as expected, the white cloud above was shattered and poured down like a wave. Duanglit watched this scene in shock. Is this really an avalanche? So he and Lam Dieu hurriedly flapped their wings and fled, shouting for help. The people below, having just witnessed the scene, felt restless and immediately scattered, then rushed away one after another. Hurry and run, hurry and run.
Oh my God, is it a big disturbance like that? Feeling the danger, he shouted loudly, "Tin Tin, hurry up, accelerate!" Receiving the signal, Tu Tin immediately commanded the Thunderbird to soar into the sky.
The white streaks on the cliffs slide down rapidly, sweeping everything away in an instant. Seeing the situation calm, Tran Thu lets out a relieved sigh.
Phew, we're finally safe.
Tanam, standing beside me, also muttered a teasing remark, almost getting himself killed. However, this snow avalanche took out many people. Hearing that, he shrugged, happily dismissing responsibility. It's all Tuyet's fault. After hanging in the air for a while, Tu Tin Wan asked Tran Thu, where do we go next? Based on the mission choices, he looked ahead to the deepest part of the canyon. As long as we can find a level 1 mutated beast, we can basically secure the first place. He immediately responded with an excited look. All right. Immediately, the three of them rode the Thunderbird and shot forward like arrows, officially starting the hunt. At the same time, in a distant corner, a pair of legs was quietly watching their every move. The entire process had just been seen by Vo Song. He smirked and watched with interest. Quite brave indeed. After a gust of wind, the Thunderbird led the three of Tran Thu into a deep, narrow mountain pass. The cold air sweeping through made everyone shiver like dried fish. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and sighed, wondering why the temperature felt so much lower. As soon as they touched the ground, Tu Tin and To Nam hurriedly pulled their jackets up to their chins, so I quickly did the same to avoid freezing to death on the way. Just then, a strange sensation swept past, startling To Nam. As soon as he assessed the situation, he quickly reported that there were 8 level 8 ferocious beasts ahead, a group of demon beasts to the left with an unknown number, and 2 level black iron beasts in front to the left. After hearing this, Tran Thu began to calculate in his mind that around the level black iron beasts, there are usually medicinal herbs. Thinking that, he decisively gave the order to fly a bit higher toward the black iron level beasts. As soon as he issued the command, Tu Tin immediately raised his hand to signal. Then, a surge of spiritual energy burst out from his palm like a flood. In an instant, Thunder Eagle appeared and carried them straight into the sky. At this moment, on the distant mountainside, 2 snow spirits are surrounding a shimmering flower, with streams of spiritual energy pouring out brilliantly like stars. Tran Thu suddenly stared and shouted out loud, "It's the ice flower! It's the mission we accepted!" Suddenly, the system appears offering 3 options. Leave to receive a level-appropriate beast, seize the ice blossom to get explosives, or kill the ferocious beast to increase Slim's attributes by 5%. Seeing that, Tran Thu stroked his chin and remained silent, while To Nam and Tu Tin looked confused and puzzled. After a moment of consideration, he frowned and asked, "Kaitid, old Ta Xiao Tin, do you think my Slim can wipe out those 2 snow spirits?" To Nam didn't reply, only placing a hand on your shoulder and shaking his head as a response. Tu Tin crossed his arms and shot a sharp glare. "I want to report that you want to harm someone. Their reactions directly made him go crazy. Don't you trust each other that much?" To prove my strength, Tran Thu raised her hand and released a surge of energy, then smirked confidently. "Looks like I will show you my true skills." Xiao Ting was about to steal the medicine. In an instant, Slim was summoned and appeared right behind all 3 of them. Tran Thu squints and surveys the terrain as if calculating something in his mind. Once the target is identified, Slim immediately charges straight down the edge of the nearby cliff. Immediately afterward, he clenched his fist and gave the command. Slim shouted loudly, intimidating them. Receiving the order, it took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "P up, up." The sound that echoed out was completely out of sync with expectations, shocking Tran Thu to the core. As the noise rang out, strange movements made Tuyet Tin immediately turn her head and alert. They growled cautiously before charging straight at Slim without hesitation. But instead of panicking, it calmly rolled over to sleep and activated the dream sleep technique. This mechanism acts like a wall of protection blocking all their attacks. Seeing Tuyet Tin lured away, Tran Thu quickly shouted, "Hurry, now's our chance to steal the medicine." Loi Diu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, sweeping across the sky before accelerating fiercely and shooting forward, swept up in a whirlwind. The sudden change in power left Tran Thu stunned. "You didn't have this skill before. Hiding your true strength," he replied calmly without beating around the bush. This skill was set after the competition ended. Hearing that, Tron Thu seemed to fall apart, and tears streamed down her face in frustration. Annoyingly, I was tricked again. Loidieu started flapping its wings and gradually descended, bringing all three closer to the edge of the rocks where the item was located. Tron Thu carefully reached out to pick the ice leaf flower, but at that moment, Tuyet Tin immediately turned around all at once, sensing their treasure was being stolen. Feeling the danger approaching, Tron Thu quickly turned around and shouted, "Hurry up!" Tu Tin and To Nam each grabbed him and lifted him onto Lei Diu's back. As soon as the three of them settled, Tu Tin immediately ordered it to accelerate. Following the command, it shot straight into the sky like a missile tearing through the wind. The two snow spirits could only stand there growling in frustration as they watched the cunning humans go. And seeing the furious beasts unable to do anything, Tron Thu laughed with delight. "Ha ha, couldn't catch me." Then, Tron Thu repeated the summoning of Slim to attract attention, while he leisurely collected the items. Over the next 6 days, Tron Thu and his companions used only that method to dominate the ice mountain and provoke the wrath of the fierce beasts for stealing their treasures. And after 6 days, Teodiep was sent out by Tonam to observe the situation. Meanwhile, the three of them leisurely enjoyed the delicacies in line. Tu Tin, holding the skewers, turned to chat. "Tron Thu, our harvest isn't bad either, right?" Hearing that, he immediately boasted about his harvest, which of course was not bad, already holding the top prize in his hand. Then happily raised the skewer and shouted enthusiastically, "Let's replace wine with meat and celebrate a bit." But before clinking, Tanam suddenly sensed something was wrong and hurriedly urged, "Hurry up, pack your things, someone is coming." He immediately put his hand on his forehead, beginning to receive the signal from Xiao Die, 300 meters to the left, moving slowly straight toward us, probably planning a sneak attack. Tron Thu tightened the strap and quickly made a plan. "Don't rush, just escape now." What if in the end they are the ones left empty-handed? A moment later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed loudly. A group of heavily armed people appeared, their aura fierce as they marched forward. From behind the cliff, he immediately recognized that the opponents were a team of beast tamers. "We can't let them go any further," so all three rushed forward to block the way. "Who are you?" Lukhan led the way with a smug smile, clearly sensing your contract spirits. Without stopping, he arrogantly tilted his head and threatened. "Hey kid, hand over your stuff and get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." But not only are they not afraid, Tanam even speaks up and says, "Big brother, we are special training students with Tran Lin Quan above us. Do you really want to fight us?" After hearing that, he paused briefly, both surprised and suspicious, then turned around and saw the shadow of the guard lurking in front of the cave entrance. But Lukhan still refused to back down. "What if the Tran Lin Quan? Do you dare to say he won't fight?" The three in front of him didn't say a word, making him even more arrogant. "Kid, think carefully. Once they strike, your training will be over." Tran Thu slowly lifted the bag in his hand and suggested, "If you want the herbs, you can come get them alone." Seeing his cooperative attitude, Lukhan eagerly stepped forward with a smug look, as if he was sure of victory. "Haha, it seems you're smart enough, but your greed blinds you from noticing the subtle glances between Tran Thu and To Nam. Sir Trang, a special love, especially for you." As soon as those words finished, everyone with him burst out laughing as if they were mocking. While they were still giggling and pretending, he suddenly darkened his face as if insulted. Overwhelmed by a surge of uncontrollable anger, Lu Han shouted loudly, "You little bastards, do you want to see your ancestors early? Then bite the bullet and charge forward fiercely." "Then don't blame me." But Tran Thu's face darkened and her lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Want to fight me?" Seeing that he's being provoked, he unleashes his energy without hesitation. "You guys are the ones truly aiming for ascension. Slim was summoned by you and immediately charged at them in collective shock. Help, what is this? Is this poop?" It quickly used Fei Niu's body to crush the entire group mercilessly. At the same time, the three of Tran Thu swiftly soared onto Lei Diao's back to disperse. "Before leaving, you still turned your head to tease us. We'll go ahead first." The group of monsters. After finishing, Lei Diao flapped his wings, carrying the whole group and soaring into the sky. The whole group just managed to create some distance when Slim also disappeared into the void. Lu Han struggled to get up, his hair standing on end in anger. Damn it, daring to mock us and not tolerate insults. He quickly concentrated his spiritual power into his palm to see how I would deal with you all, then mounted his spirit beast and quickly glanced at his teammates lying helpless. "Xiaoli, take care of the injured. I'll go help them seek revenge." In an instant, Lu Han rode the wind and sped after Tran Thu's group in the distance. Tanam was looking around when suddenly he realized the guy was right behind him. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly patted Tran Thu's shoulder to warn him that he was about to catch up. But Tu Tin showed no sign of panic and confidently said, "It's okay." Without hesitation, he raised his hand to unleash his power, using the small thunder skill. The energy on Lei Diu's body immediately erupted, surging like an overloaded high-voltage grid, and then it shot forward at a breakneck speed comparable to a jet engine. Tran Thu slightly tilts his head towards Tu Tin with narrowed eyes full of suspicion. "Isn't your skill mostly used for escaping?" Yet he shrugged proudly. Of course, protecting his life was the most important. The indifferent reply left Tu Nam frozen in place as he and Tran Thu quietly turned their heads and exchanged glances filled with understanding. Why do I suddenly feel sorry for that person? It comes from a faint sense of compassion that Tran Thu unexpectedly speaks up. "I advise you to save your strength and not waste it. You're not speaking out of kindness. Anyway, your skills can't beat Xiao Lei, but Lu Han doesn't care at all. Kid, today you will definitely pay the price." Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, To Nam frowned with pity. "There's no need to be so stubborn." At that moment, an image transmitted from Xiao Di through his eyes made him startle. Let's take a few more seconds to look carefully, the man's face turning pale as he hurriedly urges us to run. Damn it, run now, a large horde of ferocious beasts is heading straight for us. As the words finished, the scene before him suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned. A horde of monsters with swirling dark energy charging straight at them. When his vision cleared, Tran Thu immediately recognized what was coming. "It's a swarm of ice shards. While observing you, he judged, it's coming to a head. So many ice falls, could there be something inside?" Just as he feared, among the fierce beasts in the sky, one completely outshined the rest appeared. The black iron-level icefall lord suddenly found itself surrounded by countless icefalls. Tin Tin turned to Han Tran Thu and asked, "What should we do about Tran Bi? There is at least one ice-level lord falling here. Right now, some information appears in front of you. Option 1 is to clear the icefall pond and receive the reward of the silent tomb. Option 2 is to shout loudly as you are about to die and retreat to get a reward. Option 3 is to go deeper into the canyon and use the attacker to stop the bat swarm." Thinking of the unyielding tombstone, a flicker crossed his eyes. What is the meaning of the additional reward for Option 1? Then Tran Thu lowered his head, observing the bottom of the abyss and thinking to himself, "Now we are below 500 meters. If we go further down, we'll definitely encounter stronger beasts." Finally, you decisively chose to go down in the matrich, and Tu Tin nodded without hesitation. "Fine." Ignoring the poor bird fighting alone against the falling ice, the black bird immediately swooped down, following its master's command. Lu Han watched this scene with great anger. Damn it, they really aren't afraid of selling salt. After saying that, he clenched his jaw, his furious gaze blazing amid the snowstorm. Then he commands the blackbird to soar high to break away from the flock of falling ice, where in the deep mountain crevice, the icebirds gather in a flock, waiting for the right moment to attack. Tran Thu instinctively curses. "Oh my god, are these falling creatures crazy?" Still chasing To Nam eagerly, adding fuel to the fire, below there is a herd of ferocious beasts. The boy grits his teeth and decides to go take a look. Loi Diu rushes forward at top speed, with the two creatures chasing each other around the flower bushes. Tran Thu made a new discovery and excitedly pointed. "Oh my, the ice orchid level 2. Tu Ting and Tu Nam both spray the glue at the same time. Even from that far away, you could see it. You smile so provocatively to deny it. Talent is talent. Stay silent. Let's go pick some ice leaf flowers. The two of them happily let it go." Fine. They immediately saw Ku Lang Bang Shuang sleeping peacefully beside the flowers. Tran Thu frowned and said, "What a coincidence. We even happened to meet Ku Lang Bang." "Come on, don't stir up trouble. Let's pick some ice lotus flowers first." Then he reached out and plucked a few icebone flowers with the help of the spirit. Ku Lang suddenly widened his eyes in shock when he saw his precious treasure vanish into thin air. He had a bad feeling, so he turned around to check. "It's over. We've been spotted. Let's run now." The Loi Diu immediately kicks up the wind and clouds to escape, but in the chaos, it forgets the icefall creatures chasing after it all this time. Loi Diu, changing direction to escape, saw Ku Lang crawling towards them, and the three of them and the beast found themselves in a dilemma with no way out. Ku Lang, determined to the end, called his brothers to rise up together. They all simultaneously tilt their heads back and roar to intimidate. "Grr! Grr!" Tu Tin panicked, tearing at her hair with both hands. "What should I do?" Tu Nam, infected by him, is also scared and sighs. "Looks like we can't escape now." Only Tran Thu remains calm, reassuring the two. She stays composed like a fly, letting the flowers fall around her. The falling bird instinctively lunged with its claws to grab on, while you beside it tattled to try to incite the two sides into a fight. "Lanka, the thief is here. Just like that, the two spirit species, manipulated mentally, stare at each other in confusion. Both the wolf pack and the flock of birds see an easy target and rush in out of familiarity. The alpha wolf lunges forward, snarling and fiercely slashing with its claws, while under human influence, the two groups of beasts tear into each other passionately. Hiding behind the large snow mound, Tron Thu peeked up to observe and couldn't help but marvel. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Tu Ting sat beside, also wide-eyed in amazement. This is truly a rare sight. The battle is reaching a tense point. Although the falling snow is smaller than the wolf, they know how to use tactics to overpower their enemies. He carefully observes the situation and judges, "Damn, this giant wolf isn't stable anymore. It's bitten badly. Move quickly." Meanwhile, he quietly noticed a strange space behind the large rock, which was really unremarkable and not stimulating at all. Tu Tin and Tonam suddenly jumped in surprise because of a scream. "Oh my God!" Tran Thu accidentally provoked a big wolf and quickly ran away. "It's a level lord ice wolf. Run quickly." I only stepped back a few steps before summoning a spirit. Slim, with its elastic properties, was used by him as a door to block the Wolf King. Seeing the urgent situation, he once again called for the Thunderbird, but he never thought about the possibility of the Lord freezing Slim. Oh no, he's frozen now. Finally, Tron Thu called back the spirit contract and said, "Hurry up and withdraw it. Sim can't hold on anymore." The gate no longer posed any obstacle as the fierce giant wolf's head emerged. It speeds over to where the Loi Dieu is flapping its wings, as the young men riding it shout, "Stop shaking your hips and let's go." The Kulang Thongmin opened its mouth to unleash a long-range attack on the opponent. Loi Dieu spread its wings and flew away, but still had its tail frozen. This sudden event made it lift its head and scream. The pain, like an adrenaline shot, pushed it to charge forward at full speed. Tran Thu is a bit nervous riding the roller coaster in the sky. Your bird really doesn't know what fear of death is. It didn't take you long to find happiness, haha. Tu Ting has had her eyes closed for a while now. Oh my God, we almost fell down. I don't know how long it's been, but the two kids warmed by the fire listened to Tu Nam's orders. Today was really too dangerous, Tranby. Let's go upstairs. Tran Thu's face changed instantly, the anger in his eyes impossible to hide. Daring to freeze my Slim, I couldn't hold back. Then he hurriedly rummaged through his backpack. Finally, he tightly gripped the nozzle in his hand, his face glowing with an unusual brightness. "It's done." Then he turned to his companions with a sinister smile. "Brothers, now is the time to strike back. Can't these two chickens understand what you're thinking?" Tran Thuak On tilts the orange liquid and declares, "I want to blow up those bone wolf packs." Everyone watched the battle from afar. Tanam asked seriously again, "Tranby, do you really want to make them explode?" "Of course, Tranby, I say it and I can do it, and besides, don't you guys want to complete the mission?" Ting Tin's gentle nausea made her face turn pale. But what if the explosion goes wrong? Suddenly, Tran Thu chuckled loudly and patted both of them on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, even if we don't die, we can handle ordinary beasts. And at that point, only level lord beasts will remain." He confidently explained that we would find another way to get Lao Li to act. Isn't that already completing the mission? Then he casually crawled across the snow without caring about his friends. "Next, watch me." Soon after, Tran Thu quickly closed the distance with the injured Kulang, but suddenly his eyes widened in horror. "Oh no, we've been spotted?" Tran Thu carefully hides from the wolf, thinking to himself that for safety's sake, it's better to go back first. You lie face down, grit your teeth, and retreat step by step. Finally, you manage to reach your teammates, and Tu Tin exclaims in surprise, "Why did you come back?" As Tran Thu looked up, he saw countless creatures rushing toward him. Why are there more ferocious beasts here? At that moment, the ice-howling wolf also raised its head and roared at the sky. Tanam saw everything and immediately shouted a warning. Tran Bi, on the other side, also faced 7 ferocious beasts. The snow wolves, following their leader's command, rush across the snowfield. 7 fierce beasts are charging from the front, and behind us countless other ferocious creatures are closing in. We're surrounded? The fierce Lang immediately bared its fangs and claws, while the ice falling from the opposite side also refused to back down, threatening to fight to the end. The two sides stared each other down with murderous intent. Ting's face was filled with fear. When will this cycle of revenge finally end? Is it really worth it just for a flower? Tanam seriously asked his teammate, Tran Bi. The big battle is about to start. Maybe we should go. With so many ferocious beasts, we really can't satisfy them all. The hand holding the liquid explosive tube clenched quietly. Tran Thu tilted her head and firmly opposed, "No, I can't do it tonight. I won't be able to sleep well." He might regret it for a moment, but if he doesn't detonate it, he'll regret it for life. Then he smiled brightly to reassure them. Don't be afraid. I planted the bomb and will run away. Old Lee is probably hiding in the shadows, and if anything happens, he will definitely come to save us. On the other side of the battlefield, the wolf pack leader roars as the confrontation begins. Immediately, the two species charge at each other like they don't know tomorrow. The scene is chaotic with flying rocks and debris. Tranthu seizes the opportunity to urge everyone on, and without hesitation, throws the liquid explosive straight ahead. Go, King of Explosions! The fragile glass boy shatters, releasing the high orange substance around him. He just turned to check the situation and comforted Lei Diao. Hurry up and get ready to run. All three of them coordinated to ride on its back and escape. Even though they were flying in the sky, Tranthu remained indifferent, casually tossing the test tube behind her. I throw. The explosion falls and quickly ignites a large area, ignoring the fire behind me. I secretly think that a real man wouldn't look back. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared beside Lei Diao. Old Lee heard an unusual sound and instinctively glanced over to check. Then he hurriedly shouted to Li Vosong, Lao Li, run quickly! Was he too relaxed to react in time? But moments later, his face turned pale. It was a devastating explosion echoing through the snowy mountains, with smoke rising high into the sky like a giant mushroom cloud. Vosong widened his eyes in disbelief. A nuclear bomb. Then he quickly followed the direction where the bird was flying away high and fast. At the Tranlin Quan base, those hiding from the dangerous explosion witnessed the scene, and Commander Lam Tuong, the enemy, immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle and attack, quickly assembling. Li Vosong, riding the spirit, shouted loudly, All three of you, stop right there! The Thunderbird immediately screeched to a halt midair upon hearing the command. Tranthu quickly pretended to be clueless. Oh, teacher, your snake is so cool, it can even fly. Is this the starflight skill? Vosong was furious at the unruly student. Stop beating around the bush. Where did you get the nuclear bullets? You smirk slyly, sweat running down your temple as if hiding something. Are you okay, teacher? Scientific weapons are useless in space. He angrily slammed straight down onto the chaos below. You mean, isn't that a nuclear bomb? Isn't a nuclear bomb capable of blowing up a glacier? Now it has alarmed the Tranlin Quan. He nervously tries to look away, thinking, oh no, this is serious. Then Tranthu smiled slyly to deny everything. Teacher, I didn't do it. My wish is for a peaceful world, so I wouldn't do something like that. Vosong had no choice but to let it go with these reckless kids. All right, whether I did it or not, remember that if anyone asks, you all must say you don't know. The three young men immediately agreed. Yes, master. Suddenly, the tail of the black and white demon dragon was frozen by ice. He quickly realized something was wrong. This isn't good. The two Icebone Dragon Lords are chasing after us. As Tranthu looked up, he saw a flock rushing in like a storm. Oh no, there are 5 Ice Lord Raptors here too. Now you have to swallow your saliva and pretend you're okay. We are surrounded by 7 lords. They stared at each other in shock for a long time. Tranthu was the one who dared to ask. Master, what should I do now? Vosong responded by punching down on your head. How so? Of course, we run away. 7 of them. Do you really think we can fight back? Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of me. Option 1, decisively run away to escape. Option 2, try to soothe the Beast Lord. Option 3, risk everything and fight. Tranthu muttered to himself. This choice still needs thinking, of course. His words were cut off as he patted Loi Dio's back and had understood his meaning, shooting forward like a missile, causing his shout to echo loudly. Let's run! Seeing this incredible move by Canada, Vosong's mouth twitched, but he still watched the ferocious beasts behind him carefully. Then he realized their danger and immediately shouted, Watch out, Chanbi! Tranthu flew far away and suddenly turned back. Unknowingly, their distance from the ferocious icefall creatures had become very close. The Alpha opened its beak and bit down hard on the wing of the Thunderbird. It fears pain, and its body unconsciously trembles. The 3 of them sitting on the contract spirit's back are swaying and about to fall. Nevertheless, it still tries to stay rational, trembling its legs in an attempt to throw away the ice. The poison from the savage beast's fangs weakens Lei Diu's body. It can no longer spread its wings and begins to fall freely, as Tin anxiously asks Tranthu for advice. No, I have to recall Lei Diao now, Tranthu. He suppresses his anxiety, raises his hand to summon the spirit, and all 3 lose their mounts, falling freely onto the snow. The pack of wolves waiting all this time open their mouths, ready for prey. Tranthu flips over to summon the contract spirit. Slim's face looks serious as he appears in midair. The whole group immediately turns their eyes toward him, then instinctively all grab tightly onto Slim's mouth. The three brothers cling to the spirit to slow their descent back to the elders. The three hold tightly onto Slim's mouth to reduce their freefall speed. Tanam finally lets out a sigh of relief. It seems like everyone is safe now. But right now, a fierce ice wolf rushes at the spirit, making him panic. Oh my God, it's happening again. The savage beast's mouth opens wide, biting down hard on the body of the contract spirit, causing it to bleed tears from the pain.
Trento called out to Slim anxiously. Overcome with fear, Slim gradually became invisible.
All three lose their grip and fall straight to the ground. Slim is in trouble. The ice bats decided to ignore it and chased after them to the end. Suddenly, the blue dragon from underground leapt into the heart of the battle. The demon beast, distracted by the chase, accidentally collided, and the Ice Lord, stunned and confused, plunged headfirst into the ground.
Mother Black and White Dragon took the opportunity to catch those young men.
Vosong asked Han seriously, "Are you okay?"
Tran Thu replied on behalf of everyone. "No problem, but
the current situation has shifted from a group of demon beasts hunting 3 people to hunting 2 snakes. Teacher, are you sure about this?" Seeing him painfully taking notes, I can only say, "Teacher, there's no need to write a farewell letter so early." Ko Kim Nen Nuk Mat Lung Chong, Vosong Len Ting Khit Le Bon Tre. Write it down, or you won't make it in time. Ignoring his rambling, the boy pointed at the strange snake and said, "The black and white dragon is gone. Isn't there a green one now?" Poor Thansa is being attacked single-handedly by the Demon Alliance, but that doesn't stop the idle monsters from continuing their assault. The Kumang immediately turns around, ready to fight it one-on-one. Tranthu's mind quickly calculated and immediately made a decision. Wait, we can still fight. So all 3 of them were utterly confused as he kept rummaging through his bag. Seeing the test tube in his hand, Tonam's eyes almost bulged out. "You're not planning to blow up that mountain pass again, are you? You'll get caught and end up in prison." He was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat. "What? Are you planning to use this to blow it up?" Tranthu angrily retorted after hearing that. "Are you all colorblind? The colors of these 2 bottles are different. This one is red." But inside, he was extremely scared. Luckily, answering Lao Li's question earlier earned him a reward. This time, there's still a chance. In the end, Tran Thu forced a smile and handed the potion directly to Vosong to see if Juman Hakbak would drink it. Even holding the medicine, he hesitated and asked again, "It won't explode, right?" Deep down, he couldn't be sure. Maybe it wouldn't, but outwardly he denied it confidently. No way, no way. Because he trusted his disciple, Vosong immediately threw the potion bottle to Kei Wook-lin, understanding his master's intention to use the snake's tongue to grasp the bottle. The crimson eyes of the Kumang bulged with countless blood vessels, the special potion seeping into its body causing agitation. "Something's wrong, get down quickly. It seems the black and white Kumang is about to explode." Before they could react, the black and white dragon threw them off its back, and all 4 landed safely on the ground. Then Tranthu immediately glanced at the struggling black and white dragon. Could it be already cooked? From Teen and Tonam sniffing the air, the smell of grilled snake meat doesn't seem too bad. After hearing that, he sighed helplessly and said, "Well, it's almost over anyway. Before going to rest, it's happy enough to have eaten the meat of the black and white demon dragon," which Vosong found very confusing. Then he led the brothers to start cooking. "Master Li, come help out quickly." Seeing this scene, he was so angry he spat blood. Finally, he angrily shouted at everyone to get out, and the mighty black dragon suddenly stopped. This surprised Wusong a little. "Huh? It seems the medicine is working." Its eyes suddenly show more white. The giant serpent's body twisted in the air, its black and purple aura flickering around it. Once it regained its intelligence, it saw the blue snake being overwhelmed by a horde of monsters. The giant beast immediately used its innate ice skill, opening its mouth wide to gather blue energy, while a similar magic circle appeared above, and countless ice spears joined the battle. Tranthu Khan seized the moment and shouted, "Master Li, recall the blue giant beast now." The green snake shrinks on command and coils around Wusong's arm. The ice formation on the other side narrows its range of activity to trap all the monsters. He was extremely panicked and cursed. Dear God, the range and attack power are over 10 times greater now. The first giant wolf was attacked by many ice spears, and soon after, both wolves and raptors were covered in wounds. Thanks to your quick thinking, you quickly realized something was wrong. Teacher Li, they're about to escape. Vosong still calmly crossed his arms, a slight smile on his lips, as if he understood the master's intention, the color in the giant beast's eyes gradually turning blue. The defeated enemies suddenly scream in pain as their wounds burst open, while only it stands alone in the fog controlling everything. At that moment, Tranthu finally let out a long sigh, relieved to have escaped danger. But the Kumang started to show signs of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. You were hit in the face and froze up, unable to move. Here. Then you kindly went over to check on it, completely still. Tu Tin took out the jar with a silly smile, so the black and white dragon didn't die, right? Even angry, Wu Song still held his chin high and declared, "What do you mean bad? It's just losing blood." But then his face grew serious as he questioned what exactly this thing was. Why is he so domineering? Hearing that, he felt guilty and tried to avoid eye contact. "I don't know. I picked it up in the shared bathroom." Tranthu ignores their gossip, focusing entirely on the body of the wolf. "Huh? You're still not selling salt?" Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately raised his hand to summon the spirit. "Teacher Lai, you rest first. I'll handle the rest." You put on a wicked look that looks just like a villain, and today is the day Slim takes action to attack the 7 Black Iron Lords on their trip to the Golden Spring. It's getting cold. The Lords should be running out of breath now. The falling ice knows its life is in danger and huddles together in fear. Tran Lin Quan, riding his beast, flies to the scene of the explosion, and Lai Kai suddenly opens his mouth in shock. Under the snow-capped mountain, Tran Thu smugly watches Slim punish the ferocious beast. "Ha ha ha, let's see if you dare to mess with me now." Just then he had a premonition and turned around to look behind him. "It's over. Tran Lin Quan has arrived." A soldier riding a beast approached to ask what was going on. "Old Li, what's the matter?" Vo Sung calmly replied. "The previous explosion blew apart these beast lord monsters. My student wants to pretend he killed them. What a good talker." After hearing that, he had to force a smile through his tears. Li Kai nodded without any suspicion. "I see. So that's how it is?" Then he continued to the main point. "Right. Do you know what caused that explosion so we can escape?" Tran Thuong immediately ran to hide behind his master. Vo Sung had no choice but to lead his men in denying everything, completely unaware of what was really happening. He accepted this explanation and reminded them, "Yes, this glacier pass might need to be temporarily sealed off for a while. You should leave here first." He was still talking about now, so we're leaving now. Then suddenly he paused to observe his student. His eyes now gleamed with wealth and prosperity as his hands swiftly packed various items. I'm rich. He clenched his lips in helplessness, with nothing left to say. The towering, snow-capped mountains deep inside are the heavily guarded spiritual military base. In the middle of a room, Wu Song loudly instructs the students, "This training is temporarily over due to someone's involvement. Everyone rest for the night, and tomorrow night we return to school." The kids are obedient, got it. The tall building stands silent under the crescent moon. Tran Thu is now excitedly checking the spoils, and this harvest isn't bad either. "I won't hand over the heart of this icy wolf anymore. I already told the guild to send someone to buy it, and we'll split the money from the sale." While you were busy calculating, the total value of what was left was probably around 20 million. Vo Song quietly opened the door and then deliberately raised his voice to announce the answer. "You startled me," instinctively clutching the treasure bag. "What is the teacher here for?" He awkwardly smiled brightly as he divided the spoils, then he put his hands into his pockets to probe. "So what? You don't want to?" Tran Thu was crying, but no tears would come. No, it's not true." "Of course I will give them to you. When I get back, I will sell these things." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "No need to sell it outside." Yutain just entered and declared, "I will buy it. Tomorrow I will have someone send the money to you. I don't need my share anymore. Just split it among you guys." Then he happily smiled, with everyone giving a thumbs up in approval. Suddenly, he glanced to the side as his phone vibrated with a new message. Tran Thu checked the notification and immediately said, "You received that mission to find me." That person said they wanted to use 11 million to buy this icebone wolf heart. Then he stood up to discuss with those around him, but he invited me to the Beast Tamers Guild of the first city of Dai Hung. The next morning, in front of a major administrative building, the 3 of them waited outside the first high school of Daxing City, saying, "Almost there, we'll have over 10 million soon." But the voice on the other end of the line was like a cold splash of water on his head. "Hello? The number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Tran Thu's expression turned serious. What's going on? At the same time, the system also issued a notification. Choose 1 to wait patiently, 2 to meet the buyer directly, or 3 to leave. Just then, a carefree young man ran past the 3 of them. Seeing that, Tran Thu smirked wickedly. "Brothers, wait for me outside." I don't know how long it's been, but I disguised myself and walked out happily. Tin and To Nam stared in shock and wondered, is that even possible? Thanks to this method, you successfully disguised yourself as someone else. "Hello, I'm delivering food for the principal." Then he drove to the first city Dashing Beast Tamer School. Tran Thu carried a sack into the corridor to listen in. Vuong Tun, do you really want to challenge me? I could easily crush your little snake with one punch. Stop talking so much. Ao Duong said if you want to fight, then fight. The familiar feeling made him think, isn't that the person who bought from him? In the arena, two people are preparing to compete. Ao Duong Bao angrily orders his spirit, Snow Lion, to fight the disgusting Tu Tung snake. Across from them, Wang Qing also refused to fall behind and charged forward to show that cat what you're capable of. The two contracted spirits obeyed their masters and charged at each other. Tran Thu watched the dull fight and commented, isn't this just inviting death? Who would use claws to attack a snake's mouth? Just like the fierce golden snake bit down hard on Snow Lion's paw, then lifted its leg away from the venomous snake. You can't stand it, so you start yelling. Idiot, using the freezing skill only slows down the spread of the poison, so just chasing after it isn't enough, right? That reminder really opened his mind, and he was right. Then he pointed and shouted, Frenzied Master, use the freezing skill! Snow Lion immediately froze its poisoned claws and seized the opportunity to rush forward and counterattack fiercely. The temporary ice wall pushed to the front line made Kim Sha stagger. Seeing his spirit beast unconscious, Vuong Tan was furious. A reckless fool daring to cause trouble here. Tran Thu deliberately ignores him. I'm here to deliver items for Ao Duong Bao. Duong Bao's young man quickly understood the situation. I am O Yang Bao. Are you Tran Thu? You're directly offering your goods now. Go ahead and check. Finally, open the sack to reveal various top-tier treasures. The crowd watching could only marvel. It's the heart of a level Lord Beast. Having money really is a good thing. After asking for permission, he feeds the Snow Lion. I bought one earlier. If I can comprehend the skill, I won't need the other one. Tran Thu crossed his arms and confidently said, Don't worry, you'll need to use both of them. On the spirit realm side, the heart of the ferocious beast begins to take effect. It struggles to activate its full power, but after a while, that spiritual energy deflated like a balloon. He clenched his fists and cursed. It seems the heavens and earth still haven't fully understood. Yang Bao sluggishly accepts the remaining piece and questions further. How do you know I can't comprehend it? You smile broadly and explain casually. The more money you have, the less lucky you are. Lion Snow absorbed more energy and broke through the two claws, strengthening them into icy frost talons. He praised wholeheartedly, and you said it was very true. Suddenly someone interrupted. Skills only need to be learned once, and the most important thing is how to use them. Chitan stepped forward sternly, scolding, Can't you guys do better than this? Tran Thu felt extremely annoyed after hearing that. What do you mean, I am the best at my job and knowledgeable in all kinds of skills? That makes sense, right? The man challenged outright. You know everything? Everything? Well, that's perfect. I'm gathering the contract spirit skills of the students to teach them how to use their abilities flexibly. Then he handed the exam paper to you. If you're good, just do it. The system appears with options. 1 is to leave decisively, 2 is to fold your hands and oppose him, 3 is to teach the students how to use their skills. He laughed as if he had just conquered the universe, never expecting to activate 2 options. Then Tran Thu quickly grabbed the stack of papers. Let me. Finally, I step onto a bridge to find a quiet place. Tran Thu stood beside Ao Duong Bao examining the exam paper, frowning slightly as he silently judged that this was no surprise for the #1 high school in Daixing City, with a special class of only 10 students, all A-rank contract spirits, and 2 level 8 beast tamers. Then he looked up at him, and with Ao Duong Bao being an 8th level beast tamer with 8 skills, it seems having money really allows him to do whatever he wants. Tran Thu, lost in thought, stroked his chin, pondering what he might be thinking. The next move directly naming him will make him confused. Ao Duong Bao's burst of aura can best bring people closer. Additionally, when the bone aura appears, it will obscure the opponent's vision, so learn to use it wisely. Chitan, standing behind, was startled and muttered, Oh my God, he really knows. Then the arrogant elder raised his chin to the sky and said, I think I should be your homeroom teacher. At this moment, only enthusiasm remained in Duong Bao's eyes, and it wasn't impossible for the elder to do so. He got played hard but could only endure, then quickly turned hostile and told Tran Thu to leave. All right, I know you know everything. You can go now. He also calmly accepted the result. Yeah, he soon stepped out of the school grounds. The phone rings to confirm the receipt of 11 million yuan. He checks the message from Yang Bao. Boss, let's have dinner together tonight. Tran Thu remained silent for a long time and accepted. Fine, I'll choose the place to go. Once the discussion was over, Tran Thu put his phone away and couldn't help but smirk.
With so many rich and foolish clients, he needed to build good relationships. Who knows, maybe he could still scam something from them later. Next, Trin Trang adjusted his collar and thought to himself that Tin Tin and the others should go back. This was something he should handle alone. Tran Thu relaxed and let the crowd admire him. Many of his underlings respectfully bowed in greeting. Boss, boss. Yang Bao lazily sat on the sofa and also spoke up. The boss has arrived and you happily chat with him. Do you really need to be so extravagant when inviting others to eat? Not only do they cover everything, but they also hire so many bodyguards. Rich kid. He shyly shook his thumb. I'm not a second-generation rich kid. My father is the one. Tran Thu had nothing more to say and bowed farewell. Sorry to bother you. Yet Yang Bao still patted his head. I really want you to teach me how to win against others. You immediately wave your hand dismissively. Huh? Teaching me how to fight? I won't. To prevent you from refusing, he played his trump card. Big brother, whatever price you ask for teaching me is fine. Just point in that direction and you can take as much cash as you want. With so much money, how could Tran Thu handle it? Talking about money would affect their relationship. All right, I'll teach you one free trick. The final secret of fighting is to strike from the shadows. Then the two young men huddled together and whispered, I can. The private room was unusually quiet and he was seriously negotiating the price. If you have any questions later, you can send me a message. We've just met, but it feels like we've known each other for a long time. Just one question. I'll take 10,000 for it. Duong Bao, feeling pressured, respectfully offers a red envelope. Thank you, big brother. Tran Thu reached out his hand, feeling like a new way to get rich was flowing in his heart. A few days later, Tran Thu taught Yang Bao a new combat skill every day and focused on guiding him properly. 3 days later, please. At the train station waiting area, Tran Thu waved goodbye. All right, that's enough. Send me a message if anything comes up. The mobile phone lights up with a call from Tato Nam. He casually answers and waits for a response. Hello? Then suddenly you started shouting loudly in the middle of a crowded place. What, is Namjiang #1 high school coming to our school? Hold on for 2 more hours and I will arrive. At the Beast Tamers Inn, a scene unfolds with spirits lying scattered on the ground. The only creature still able to move is a red bird. Lam Tu Hien, the young man, provocatively puffed out his chest. Before leaving, the principal specifically told me that Namjiang Second High School is hiding a big trick, ready to scare people, which is really ridiculous. He openly mocked Xiao Wu's group, not even able to handle 2 words from you. Now I want to ask, is there anyone else? Everyone was so ashamed they didn't dare to lift their heads. If not, I declare that you, students of the special class of Namjiang Second High School, Tu Hien only cares about laughing and joking, unaware that Tran Thu is quietly approaching. Seeing this, a student immediately retaliated with a water bag. A certain female student cheerfully shouted, Tran Thu, you just covered his head with a bag, and declared, and here's my dad too. Then he took the opportunity to punch him. Because of the sack over his head, Tu Hien was quickly defeated. The black fairy saw its owner in danger and lunged to attack, but Slim swooped down from above and completely pinned it down. Tran Thu, looking bored, shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare cause trouble in our class in just 2 days then. Then he arrogantly touched his nose and added, still daring to be on my turf and ask if anyone else is around, really asking for a fight. Finally, he turned to the teacher and asked for permission. What should we do now? Then he chose the answer based on the system's request. Tran Thu casually lifts Tu Hien like a fly, startling Vo Sung. What do you want to do? Your answer leaves no room for criticism. It challenges the special class of Namjiang #1 High School. The onlookers all staggered in shock, and just as they had taken a few steps, he suddenly stopped, his voice tinged with curiosity. Teacher, I just remembered. I miss when Sister Fuang Tu was still here. The damage Tran Thu caused was huge. The school rewarded her with 1 million. Vo Sung, feeling sad and unwilling to face it, was blocked by 2 young men on his path. Not wanting to cause a fuss, he gently asked, Let's go, Teacher Lee, so we can go to the school to discuss business. What? You want the teacher to give you 2 million? He seems really angry. You want to go alone and challenge the special class of Jiang #1 High School? Suddenly his face turned serious. How can you believe I will succeed? Tran Thu helplessly glances at the young man lying on the floor. Maybe you should kick Tu Hien with your foot. I'll show the teacher how, as a beast tamer, I can fight back against Lam Tu Hien. Now that it has come to this, Min Tai stands up coldly observing Tran Thu, feeling a bit of anticipation and noticing her courage. Let him try and see what happens. At the same time, Kalo Fat Fo agreed to finalize it. Hearing that, you smile in a chilling way. Ha ha, then I won't hold back anymore. Tran Thu looked down from above at Tu Hien lying unconscious, then raised his hand to slap his avatar.
After waking up, the first person he saw was him. He was so scared that he stepped back. "What do you want to do?" Tran Thu suddenly smiled maliciously, wanting to fight you. In the beast taming pavilion, two contestants stand facing each other in the large arena. Tu Hien regains his composure and summons a spirit. "If you're seeking a duel with me, do you want to go back and see your parents? I'll make it happen for you." The ice dragon appears boldly in front of the public to see your true strength. Slim remains as usual, looking down from above at his opponent. He watched the whole process and cursed in anger. Damn it, another sneak attack. Seizing the opportunity, Slim kicked the severed leg to send Bing Lang flying far away. Tran Thu Li passionately argued, how can the actions of a beast tamer be called a sneak attack? Then he crossed his arms and smirked triumphantly, just like a villain. Min Tai, looking pale, asked the person next to him, "Is this the top student in our class?" Vo Song can only try to defend the beast tamer and hope to win. The scene of the two pets chasing each other looks extremely childish. He quietly places his hand on his boss's shoulder to comfort him. All right, the principal isn't here to watch a fight. Bang Lang is being chased pitifully by Slim with a fierce expression. Tu Hien won't allow his beast to act like this. It looks like I have to use a deadly move. Bang Lang immediately turns around on command, transforming its tail into countless cords rushing toward Sim, whose face already shows a smug expression. Wait a moment, the constricting ropes around it are tightening more and more. Slim cleverly activates sleep death, so even if Bang Lang attacks with all its might, as long as it remains asleep, it won't be hurt. Now it's Tran Thu's turn to show off her smug attitude. It's my turn now. Slim broke free from the sleep dream curse state, enlarged his body, and tore all the binding cords, facing Tu Hien Quiet more fiercely than ever. Is that all? You image beast, accelerate? Bing Lang quickly escapes from in front and moves behind Sim. He also cautiously channels energy into the summoned beast. No matter how much bigger it gets, it can't defeat my spirit contract. Tran Hien casually waved his hand and unleashed a new secret technique. Is that so? Then try this. Slim begins to take a deep breath, but the stagnant air causes his body to swell. Finally, his residual image disappears on the spot and suddenly appears behind the ice wolf. Still in his familiar style, Slim absolutely does not forget to use his signature move of overpowering with brute force. Slim grits his teeth and struggles to crush Bing Lang. After tormenting its opponent, it happily jumps back to its spot. All the students of Namjiang No. 2 School are so stunned their mouths gape open. Here on the arena, Bong Lang lies unconscious, covered in fresh blood. Whether alive or dead is unknown. The outcome is clear. Tu Hien, though unwilling, still declares, "I concede." And Tran Thu was so aggressive that she flipped him off. Is that all Namjiang No. 1 High School has to offer? The students outside also join in mocking. Is that all Namjiang's No. 1 High School has? Tu Hien could only lower his head in silence, accepting defeat because I am simply too weak. But right after that, he continued to act tough and provoke. Don't think that Namjiang No. 1 High School has no experts. If you dare to come, I guarantee you'll be carried out. This threat carries no weight at all. As Tran Thu nonchalantly sighs, oh, Tu Hien doesn't bother to argue. He just turns and leaves. Just wait and see. I will definitely come back. But, he didn't know that behind him you were smiling maliciously. After walking a few steps, Tu Hien suddenly felt the surroundings darken. When he looked up, he froze in place, and before he could do anything, Tran Thu had already thrown a bag over him. After finishing, the boy clenched his fist behind him to strike, then took the opportunity to interact a few times before Tu Hien, still confused, was thrown backward by inertia and fainted on the floor. Meanwhile, Tran Thu leisurely rotated his shoulders as the brothers carried him back to Namjiang No. 1 High School. The students outside also enthusiastically followed the order. Seeing the scene before him, Tai Min was so shocked he couldn't speak. Before he could fully recover, Tran Thu placed a hand on his shoulder and Ai asked, "Principal, do you now believe in my abilities?" Tai Min immediately became submissive, turning his head away and no longer daring to deny. Just waiting for this moment, you start executing the plan. If that's the case, Tran Thu's mood is now extremely excited. In 2 days, I will make Namjiang's No. 1 High School run with blood. Outside, Vo Song quietly observes the chaotic scene around him. Great. Class president is awesome. Knowing Tran Thu's reckless streak, he carefully warned him not to use nuclear bombs. He still appears obedient and well-behaved for now. Of course, not long after, the blinding sunlight shone over the entire school campus. On the court, Tu Tin was walking with Tran Thu and To Nam. Today has truly been an incredibly refreshing day. I originally thought our school was about to be crushed, but I didn't expect the situation to turn around.
Then I asked again to be sure, Tranby, are you really confident you can make Namjiang number 1 high school bleed next week?
Only then did Tranthu dare to speak honestly, but not entirely sure I need to prepare thoroughly. But immediately an idea came to mind.
Xiaotin, does your family run a beast taming business? Do you sell any lord skills or something like that? By the way, I want to ask if I can get a discount too.
He quickly offered an exceptional promotion.
Of course we have it, if it's you, a 10% discount. Tranthu immediately confirmed the order.
Okay, then help me ask if these 3 skills are available.
After returning to the familiar dorm room, the final important call finally ended.
Tu Tin relayed all the information he received.
Tranby, I told my family to check it.
Those 3 skills are not available, but there is an equivalent innate skill. Ho Kim Vaughn's growling intimidation. That can break through the opponent's skills. Tranthu's eyes immediately lit up. How much is it worth? He naively held out his hand to quote the price. 400 million. Even after the discount, you still look stunned after hearing it.
What? 400 million? 2 days later, at the dormitory of Namjiang No. 2 school, Tranthu was a bit incredulous when he saw the item in Tu Tin's hand. This thing is worth 4 million. He immediately straightened up and said, yes, don't underestimate it. This is a divine item. If that's the case, you decide to accept it solemnly, holding it carefully as if lifting an egg or catching a flower. I get it. With an item in hand, Tranthuang has no reason not to try it right away to see if it works.
Here he goes again, sincerely clasping his hands in prayer, trading his roommate's 10 years of lifespan for it, determined to master it. Thanks to that, Slim's skill has improved by 1. You're so happy you pump your fist in celebration, but then your face turns cunning as you say, today is the day I wash Namjiang No. 1 high school with my blood. After gearing up, Tranthu led his team to the rival school's gate. Upon meeting, he greeted warmly and introduced himself. Hello, we are students from Namjiang No. 2 high school here to challenge you. Tu Tin looked at that fake face and was speechless, then waved them away like swatting flies. Sorry, we didn't receive any notice. Please go back. Tu Tin irritably asked back. How could that be? Our principal said they had already communicated, but he asked a question that made him tense up like a string about to snap,
and he said there was no notification, so you should leave quickly.
What's going on here?
So it's the head of high school No. 1, Jiang? Due to immediately turned back to report, Master Lam. They are students from No. 2 high school, here to challenge us to a fight. Lam Jiang, hearing this, felt furious and directly pointed at them with disdain. Second high school dares to come here and act arrogant? Except for 3 years ago. Since when has your school been able to stand tall?
Did Lam Tu Hin beat you all so badly that you've gone stupid? Tranthu is no pushover. Just a few words already stirred everyone's hearts.
Teacher, didn't you tell them to take Lam Tu Hien home? You didn't bury him, did you?
Vo Sung quickly came up with a clever excuse. What are you talking about burying something?
I told them to take him to the hospital. Maybe now they are treating his beast photo, but his face started to turn pale because of Tranthu's sigh.
Old Lee, I must have misunderstood the teacher. He's still such a kind person. You keep turning to chat with Lam Jiang. Your school's Lam Tu Hin has already fallen to me. He doesn't even believe in a single %. You're lying. Step aside for me.
Are you that arrogant? How dare you tell me to go away?
Sensing trouble, Vo Song tried to stop him, but was too late.
Don't get agitated, just fight directly.
His eyes blazing, he charged forward like a mad bull. A kick aimed straight at Lam Jiang's face sent him flying backward. Duzi immediately radioed, Call the police. Call the police. We have an intruder." Lam Jiang lay on the ground, unable to get up. "Who exactly are you all?" Over here, Tran Thu casually brushes off the dirt on his pants. Then he put his hands in his pockets, looking very impressive as the dragon's heir. Just as he was about to deliver another blow to his groin, he heard a shout, "Who's there? Are you daring to cause trouble here?" The person in front of you is Jiang, the head of the special class at number 1 high school, Wang Feng. After checking the information, Tran Thu immediately stopped all movements. Huh? A black iron level beast tamer. Unable to fight the opponent directly, he immediately creates a summon for Vo Song. "Teacher, someone is looking for you." In these awkward situations, he could only force a strained smile. To ease the tense atmosphere, Vo Song cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm Li Vo Song, the head teacher of Class 2 at Namjiang High School." But Wang Feng only looked more suspicious. "Are you bringing students here to cause trouble?" He still maintains a hypocritical attitude to explain. "How can this be considered causing trouble? We are challenging according to the rules, and this principal is just joking around with my students," Vo Song added, noticing Lam Jiang behind him. Returning to the main issue, Wang Feng appeared extremely arrogant as he issued a challenge. I originally thought that even though you came here to challenge, I would let you go. It seems this time I can only teach you a lesson, he confidently declared without knowing what was coming next. Vo Song still had a smile on his face, while Tran Thu looked a bit anxious when she heard Vuong Fong agree so easily. Follow me. They keep staring at his back and you still won't stop complaining. I want to see how you cried and ran out of Namjiang No. 1 High School. Not long after, everyone was gathered at the beast taming pavilion of the school. Vuong Fong confidently announced, "The students from Namjiang No. 2 High School want to challenge your class," and everyone immediately mocked and ridiculed. Is the second high school crazy? The worst student still dares to come here and challenge us? Ha ha, that's hilarious. Have they all gone crazy? How dare they come here to challenge us? Tran Thu, hearing these words, also started to get annoyed. You immediately summoned the stream, but it only made them more complacent. A pressure stream? Damn it, isn't this going too far? They're really crazy. Teacher, let me do it, let me do it. The students below are all clamoring one after another. Just then, Dong Yuan stepped forward to claim the throne. Don't anyone compete with me, let me go up. After someone challenged, Tran Thu Man gently persuaded, Old King, I see your class is so strong, why not make a bet to make it more exciting? Unexpectedly, Vuong Fong fell into the trap when agreeing to the bet. What did he want? He immediately made an incredibly generous offer. Simply put, if I can defeat your entire class, I want 20 high-grade beast orbs. If I lose, I will give you 40 orbs. He thought Tran Thu was naive, so he grinned widely, pointed to the students below, and said, Dong Yuan, you go. After being assigned, Dong Yuan was very excited, thanked the teacher, and said, Leave everything to me. He just summoned his familiar while taunting, and I will show you the difference between the No. 1 and No. 2 high schools. Before he could finish speaking, he jumped into attack, causing both to fall into a passive position. Seeing his summoned beast being crushed mercilessly, Dong Nguyen could only shout angrily, You evil scoundrel, sneaking attack again. But Tran Thu paid no attention to that, just yawning boredly. Sorry, time is tight. The next to witness such an organized display, the group below fell silent like a temple, prompting me to speak up and invite them. Weren't you all just trying it out earlier? Why is no one saying anything anymore? Just as Tran Thu was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Let me do it. Van Vu confidently steps forward and then summons the Death Beast. Go ahead. Her appearance surprised him a little. A level A spirit contract rushing in so early. Since the match hasn't started, Vu has nothing to fear about stepping out. You're not considered too weak at my beast death pit, and the male students below cheer with great enthusiasm. Van Vu, just defeat him. What can a Slim do anyway? The students of high school No. 2 are too arrogant, which only boosts Tran Thu's spirits even more. Defeat? Yes, I really must defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Slim immediately charged at his opponent like a moth to a flame, finally knocking the Tujak beast to the ground with its paw on the arena. The audience was stunned. How could that be? Did his move already defeat Van Vu? With renewed spirit, Slim charged forward and defeated another beast. Even the little bird wasn't spared, and the two big monkeys were bullied by Slim until they cried. In the end, Tran Thu could proudly declare herself invincible. So lonely. The male students of the No. 1 high school were all stunned, while Wang Feng's expression was just as grim. Seeing the situation was not looking good, he immediately ordered his men. Zhang Thin, you go ahead. Then I will immediately gather energy in my palm. If that's the case, let me end this fight. Tran Thu and Slim watch silently as he shows off. Watch carefully. In an instant, a summoned beast appeared right above his head. Come out, storm lightning bird. As expected, it surprised the boy a little. The level of the storm thunderbird is E. Zhang Tian is ready to face the battle on this side, starting to move. Meanwhile, Tran Thu is still lost in thought. No wonder he's putting on such a show. But he quickly came up with a plan to counter it. However, his skillful hand gathered a dazzling golden energy to show off. If I am No. 2, then no one is No. 1. Slim, as if empowered, charged straight at the opponent. Feng Lei Bird was not yet finished with its attack, so it was quite surprised, and as a result, Slim struck it with a shocking move. Even Zhang Tian was so surprised he could only stand there with his mouth open, but Tran Thu was very pleased with that. What are you pretending for? Slim keeps going. Seeing Slim fly toward Feng Laodu, he immediately became alert. Anything else? Next, he urgently ordered before things got worse. Feng Laodu, quickly move away. Luckily, it managed to fly up quickly. Otherwise, it would have been hit by Sim's devastating headbutt. Because of his fighting spirit, Feng Loi decided to counterattack. He tried to gather an energy sphere at his mouth once more, but that only made Tran Thu more excited and eager to strike back. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Slim kept charging straight at the opponent while he looked very pleased. Wait for the next life. Fong Doi-du was knocked down hard onto the arena. The students of number 1 high school were stunned by what just happened. As for Tron Thu, once again she proved herself unbeatable and invincible. Truly a lonely existence. They were so annoyed by you that they froze in place. After everything was done, Tron Thu didn't forget his main task. Please settle the 20 high-grade beast crystals. At this point, Wang Feng still stubbornly tries to salvage the situation. Why rush? Isn't there still someone who hasn't joined yet? You shamelessly give that guy a judgmental look. I really don't know how you have the nerve. At this moment, the system presents 3 very interesting options. Tran Thu is so delighted that her face twists into a strange shape. Oh, this choice comes just in time. Then I decided to go all out alone. I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone sitting there is trash, so charge forward together. Wang Fengzi, feeling confident, eagerly gave the order.
You're the one talking, so everyone charge forward.
In the blink of an eye, fierce magical beasts appeared threateningly in front of Slim. The group behind them was just as eager. He's too arrogant. This time, we definitely can't let him go. Crush him completely. The summoned beasts immediately formed a circle around Slim. Seeing it unleash a new skill, they laughed so hard they spat. How can they not be embarrassed to be so adorable? But immediately all the magical beasts were struck and spat blood on the spot. On this side, Tran Thu was wearing a sinister smile. Ha ha, he's starting to struggle. Slim follows the command and leisurely lies down on the first summoned beast. With its massive body, it rolled from place to place before charging straight at the last beast. Before it could react, Jia Hua outside stubbornly tried to turn the tide using an attack skill and got injured. All the summoned beasts, after regaining their senses, combined their final moves. Since their attacks were all deflected back, Slim appeared very relaxed. Without giving the opponent time to prepare, it charged straight at them, causing everyone to be knocked back. As they looked at the scattered beasts on the ground, the group on the other side fell into silence. Jia Hua and Dam Thu alternated in exclaiming that this spirit beast was ridiculously strong. Unlike any contract spirit level they had seen before, is this a mutation? At that moment, Tran Thu received more good news. The charge skill level increased by 1, boosting all of Slim's yellow attribute stats by 10%. Wang Feng flinched from afar when he heard him call out. Now, he has surrendered. Without waiting for his response, Tran Thu arrogantly waved his hand and signaled, "Let's go." Seeing their figures, Wang Feng suddenly felt worried. It seems the competition at Second High School Jiang is about to rise again. Not long after, at the gate of Second High School, Tran Thu eagerly introduced a business deal. "Teacher, when you return, please tell the principal that a school costs 2 million, fair prices without cheating the old or the young, and if he wants, he can find me anytime." Vo Song's expression was a bit forced, but there was no other way to refuse. "Okay, I understand. I will go find the principal. You guys head to the beast taming pavilion first." Then he quietly watched the eager figure of the boy leaving, and only now did he let out a long, sorrowful sigh. It seems the principal will have to shed a lot of blood this time. Soon, Tran Thu's group arrived at the beast taming pavilion. In addition, Duang Liet's group was there, and surprisingly, they had successfully challenged the single team to a duel. Wang Yun, standing behind, was so scared he hadn't even fought yet. "Young Master Duang, maybe we shouldn't mess with him. We really can't beat him, but he still acts so heroic. What is he afraid of? Wait for me to catch up to his level with an A-rank spiritual contract. How can I still not beat him?" Seeing Tran Thu's group approaching, Hong Ming anxiously asked again, "Boss, are you sure?" Duang Liet clenched his fist with determination, foolishly saying, "I must fight evil forces to the end." But his face afterward showed some hesitation. "Say nothing. He's coming over now." He stood frozen in place as Mac Tran Thu gently passed by, then suddenly stopped and shot a deadly glance at the opponent. Just this one sentence from young Master Duang is enough to make Duang Liet break out in a cold sweat. Duang Liet tried to face Tran Thu, but his face was already pale. "You still act intimidating, with a voice that's 3 parts cold and 7 parts deadly. Your clothes are nice." The statement before this point left Duang Liet's group speechless. Seeing the person leave, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The atmosphere grew very gloomy. When Vuong Van sincerely advised, "Boss, do you really think that being like this can get revenge?" Not long after, in Vo Song's classroom. "Okay, class is dismissed for today, everyone." The school day ended. Seeing a good opportunity, Tran Thu informed Tu Tin and To Nam. "You guys go ahead. Liao Li and I have something to discuss." Then he happily approached Vo Song. "Teacher, what did the principal say?" His face suddenly changed, but he remained calm enough to make up a story. The principal still needs to think it over a bit. This answer leaves him dissatisfied. What is there to consider? You can't do it. I still have to handle it myself. Tranthu happily stepped out of the class, constantly thinking about her business. How could she possibly stop making money? Only Wu Song, who at this moment cannot relax his facial muscles and looks worried, and shortly after, he indeed went to find Principal Tai Min. As soon as he saw you, he started to see some potential. Tranthu, is there something you want to tell me? Tranthu got straight to the point. Principal, do you want second high school to become famous throughout Namjiang? Mentioning this, Tai Min's eyebrows slightly furrowed. I do want to, but the cost of training the special class at the school is already very high. No need for more words, you immediately lower the price by 1 million per school. Regarding this proposal, he hesitated a bit. Although Tranthu's Kwok Lin is only a forced level, his ability is not inferior to Fuang Tu, maybe even better. But in the end, he still decided to take a risk to earn respect. Fine, as long as you can defeat 6 other schools in the city, I will transfer the money to you. Hearing about the money, Tranthu's eyes immediately lit up like headlights, and he made up his mind. Returning to the dormitory, Tanam and Tu Tin were questioning him. Tran B, do you really want to challenge 6 other high schools? He said with a big smile as he explained the reason. There's no other way. The school really gives too much money. Then we moved on to another topic. That's right, Xiaotin. Does your family have a basic black iron beast or something? Even though over 90% of it is reckless blood, Tranthu still has some reservations to help me. I'm afraid that if the other schools lose, they'll mock me. But Tu Tin enthusiastically suggested a different approach. Indeed, you don't need a black iron beast tamer to help. Just tell the Namjiang City media. If a level slim wants to challenge a genius from the 6 high schools, there will definitely be many reporters following. He explained convincingly and then concluded with a very clever remark. Who would dare to mess with you then? Tranthu's eyes sparkled like hearts when she heard about the cash prize, and she could also attract some sponsors to earn extra money. No need to think anymore. He directly snaps his fingers to show his agreement. All right. I'll arrange it. A second later, he immediately picked up the phone and called someone. As soon as the other end answered, Tranthu enthusiastically introduced himself. Hello, Uncle Chow. I have a money-making opportunity. Are you interested? Many media outlets competed to publish attention-grabbing news, and it quickly became the day when Tranthu challenged her opponent in the morning at the school dormitory. Before you leave, Tunam gave some encouragement. Tranbi, you have to do your best. I already bet on your victory. Feeling suspicious, Tranthu immediately frowned. What do you mean I have to win at all costs? He didn't hesitate to explain the whole story. Don't you know? This time, the challenge has someone secretly betting. Some say you'll beat those 6 high school rivals. Others think you'll fail, and the current odds are 11. You hear it, but don't seem very excited. You think so highly of me. At this moment, the system presents 3 options that make Tranthu's dark side flare up. You don't hesitate and make a decision. If that's the case, then I definitely lose. This statement surprises Tonam and Tu Tin. Are you trying to pretend? The next response only leaves them speechless. What do you mean, pretending to fight? I've fought so many battles. A careless mistake is understandable. Then I even proudly declare that secretly betting is illegal. I am the protector of Namjiang City. I absolutely cannot tolerate this, so after tomorrow's fight, you must withdraw quickly. Tranthu sincerely advised, but her face immediately revealed her cunning. This time, whether it's dirty money or clean money, I, Tranthu, will take it all. At that moment, I felt extremely proud of my ideals. Adults don't choose, they all want. By now, Tu Ting and To Nam are still in shock, both exclaiming in unison, truly fierce opponents. Not long after, at the Imperial Beast Pavilion of Namjiang High School, everyone flocked to watch the competition. Below the stands, cheers mixed with curses create an incredibly lively atmosphere. Keep it up, Tranthu, you trash. In front of all the cameras, Tai Min sincerely encouraged him. With such great momentum, you have to try your best. Tranthu confidently announced, Don't worry, teacher. I have my plans, and then he leisurely stepped onto the stage, hands on hips, standing tall and beginning to walk. Over on the other side, the opponent is also eager to join the fight. Le Hien, you go first. He still kept his hands in his pockets and slowly approached the arena, then dramatically jumped up with great flair. Le Hien struck a pose in front of Tranthu while introducing himself. I am Le Hien. The A-rank Dark Element Spirit is not weak, but he quickly calmed down and threw off his outer coat, responding with full spiritual power. Tranthu immediately descended from above. They both wear matching outfits with their spirits, making them very eye-catching. This flashy entrance makes viewers feel embarrassed. Before the start, Tranthu quickly took a few photos. First a cool schoolboy style, then a cute pose with Chumo's room, and finally a charming and stylish look to show off his sharp jawline. Seeing that the opponent's online persona was a bit over the top, Tai Min cleared his throat and reminded him, "Tran Thu, it's time to start the match." Luckily, you were still alert enough to turn back, but you didn't forget to send a passionate air kiss to the press. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Finally, Tran Thu is back on the stage. "Are you ready?" He continued to wave his hand and summoned the sim. "I'm going up there. Be careful." As soon as it landed, it immediately used gigantification, causing Lehian to break out in a cold sweat. As for Tran Thu, he's even more fired up. "Slim, crush it for me." Slim continues to use the charge skill and quickly rushes toward the opponent. The shadow element remains calm, only the body gradually becoming paler. In just a moment, it completely blended into the middle ground, avoiding the impact of the opponent's headbutt. Meanwhile, Slim was utterly stunned, and even Tran Thu couldn't have predicted this. Huh? The skill of disintegration. On the other side, Lei Yin momentarily felt proud. "You want to beat me? Based on your Slim, I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. With the main character's aura, how could you give up so easily?" Tran Thu immediately unleashes her powerful ultimate move. Duayan continues. "I want to see if your dear transformation can last longer, or if my collision can endure longer." A contest to catch me ensued between the two beast tamers, but in the end, the shadow element couldn't hold out and revealed its true form, while Slim remained as strong as ever. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted loudly, "Now was the time." Slim sped up, aiming straight at the opponent's stomach. He charged fiercely, sending the shadow element flying dozens of meters toward the stands, and with this result, Tran Thu couldn't help but show off. Even an A-rank spirit contract is just like that. All the students below are stunned with their mouths open. He quickly pulled out a speaker from somewhere and placed it on the arena floor, so it blared loudly in front of them. "Next, next." Everyone grew cautious in response to his arrogant attitude. Tran Thu faced everyone's intense gazes, feeling a bit surprised, but no one moved. "In the end, you have to change your strategy." "All right, everyone charge. If you win, you'll get 40 high-grade beast crystals. If you lose, just give me 20. Hearing that, Taming bristled. "Kid, don't bully too much. Who in our Namjang No. 3 high school isn't a genius? 6 people have level A spirit contracts, the rest are level B spirit contracts." Tran Thu felt a tingling in her ear. "So, does that mean the principal agreed?" No matter how tough he acts, he's just as cowardly as anyone else. Of course, he didn't accept. "Do you think I'm a fool? I already knew the outcome of Namjiang's No. 1 high school long ago." That made the corner of his mouth twitch a few times. "So, you're still here bragging?" Both of them immediately looked at each other in silence, realizing that Tran Thu had to step back this time. "Oh, then let's change the rules and go easy this time. I won't be strict anymore. Everyone, level A and level B, come up together. No need for magical beasts whether you win or lose." Tran Thu loudly asked for their opinion. "What do you think?" Tam Yi, expecting this, didn't hesitate any longer. Not long after, Slim stood alone amidst a circle of magical beasts, unleashing its immense power and easily defeating each opponent one by one, ultimately landing triumphantly with absolute victory. The person so stunned they were gaping was Tai Min, watching Tran Thu fight against Nam Jiang Thang from High School 3 with a radiant glow surrounding her. Tran Thu was truly shining in that moment. Being invincible is truly lonely. As time passes, the moonlight shines over the entire dorm balcony. Seeing Tu Nam focused on his phone, he couldn't help but be curious. "How are the odds, old Ta?" Thanks to Mantrin performing at the very top of Tran Thu's limits, the result was announced. "The odds are 5-1. You're definitely going to win." Hearing that, he began to execute his plan. "Yes, tonight before midnight, use his ID card to help me bet 10 million on a bet I will lose." The more he spoke, the more Tran Thu's face and smile lost their humanity, until the moment I stole from the rich to give to the poor. Tanam, watching from outside, didn't dare to comment. After that day, Tran Thu challenged a different school every day, making him a media sensation. There is no doubt that Tran Thu wins every match. With opponents defeated so humiliatingly, they burst into tears on the spot. The final match is coming up soon. The match against Namjing Special High School has attracted many sponsors by now. As usual, Tran Thu arrogantly steps onto the stage, saying nothing, just go ahead and attack. Before he knew it, he saw stacks of money flying in front of him, and 50 million yuan was about to be born. But life isn't like a dream. Tran Thu's instincts immediately warned him. Why does something feel off? However, he only let out a slight cough, then spread his arms with a fake friendly gesture and stepped forward together, but only Yao Long raised his hand to speak. Tran Thu was momentarily overjoyed, thinking they wanted a one-on-one challenge. Unexpectedly, he poured cold water on us. Today, our special class chose not to fight. Not because we're afraid, but because the timing isn't right yet. So we admit defeat. The statement was made clearly and directly, causing Tran Thu to be so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. The group of students took turns responding. We surrender, but only made him more frantic. No, I can't let them accept defeat like that. He immediately flared up, fiercely bristling, I oppose. Yao Long was no less bold when he stepped forward and argued, so we already conceded defeat. Are you now objecting to the challenger? This made Tran Thu fall silent for a moment before he took out a loudspeaker and broadcasted. Calm down, calm down. You can definitely motivate them to fight. Thinking it through, you immediately made a sarcastic remark, conceding defeat before even fighting. All of you in the special high school are just a bunch of cowards. Yeah. Outside the special high school, the sun was getting brighter and brighter, but the students inside were extremely tense. The battles of beast tamers mainly rely on spiritual contracts, but if the owner's personality is too weak, it will affect the outcome of the fight. Tran Thu also used an example to make her lecture more vivid, illustrating your class's history. Even with a prestigious background and an A-rank spirit contract beast, I still defeat them time and again. And it even leaves a psychological scar. The crowd below burst into laughter. So that's why he tells his stories with even more passion. Do you think he's given up? Are you scared? Let me tell you all. Even now, he still wants to fight alongside the evil forces against me. Tran Thu declared firmly in front of everyone, finally ending with a very philosophical statement. This is the true spirit a genius should have. He may be defeated, but he is never truly beaten. The group of students below gradually clapped in admiration, and Tran Thu's eyes immediately lit up. It's time now. Take this chance to try again. Does anyone still want to challenge me? But suddenly, the tense silence was broken. It also makes Tran Thu nervous. Could it be ineffective? Fortunately, a voice from the crowd interrupted, asking everyone to step back. It was Ao Long, who was now full of enthusiasm and wanted to challenge. You hear and almost cry tears of joy. Oh my God, it's finally here, truly a benefactor. Too excited, Tran Thu almost said the wrong thing. Okay, may I ask your name, An? Your name? He responded confidently, wishing Ao Long well. As soon as he finished speaking, he was warmly greeted by the boy. Very well, please come in. Nhua Long also stepped onto the arena arrogantly. Fine. In a short time, the two of them were already in confrontation. One side is Tran Thu, shining with the glow of the main character, and the other has nothing but courage. He immediately creates a spectacular vortex. Then Long, go forth. The viewers below start to show a glimmer of hope. Then Long sounds very powerful. Who would have thought it was just a tiny worm? And they all fell silent together. Someone couldn't hold back and said, Big brother, how could you dare to have such a worm of yours? Another female student passionately advised, Slim fighting a worm, what kind of match is this, just go down? Seeing Na Long's panicked expression, Tran Thu was even more flustered. Oh my God, he's confused. Then she quickly forced a smile and started to walk. He forcefully swings his hand forward, and Slim appears heroically right behind him. Get up! It shows a deadly dangerous expression, scaring Than Long into tears. Seeing this scene, the spectators couldn't help but be terrified. It's over. On the arena, Sim charged fiercely at the opponent, but suddenly lost momentum and slid to the side, then glided past Than Long like a gust of wind, leaving him utterly puzzled. Following instinct, Slim headbutted the barrier of the stands. Tran Thu also played his part in the act seamlessly. Master Tran, I admit defeat. A dazzling display that even Ngoa Long couldn't catch the information. Did I win? But the audience has already started to doubt. What the heck is this? Did Tran Thu lose? The Demon King. Nam Jang was defeated by an unknown nobody. Is this just to act? They immediately start scrutinizing him, making him sweat profusely. A forced smile still on my face, but my heart is storming. What should I do? Quickly, Tran Thu turned towards the audience and then put on a very earnest display. I know you're all very surprised right now. I am undefeated in the hearts of the people of Namjiang City, but in the end, you just pointed at Slim sleeping in the distance. My Slim's obedience is too low, you can see its wise eyes. Although Slim's assist was a bit off target, luckily Tran Thu reacted just in time. Oh, even with its eyes closed, its intelligence is so high that it won't follow commands, so I lost. Rest assured, I will train harder in the future. As the obedience increased, he spoke more and more passionately, successfully escaping the pressing move earlier. That's right, that's right. In the end, it's still a Slim F grade. At this moment, he clasped his hands and loudly declared, Tran Thu, I bid farewell. Then she decisively turned and walked away without a wasted move, leaving the students witnessing in awe. Truly, a real king. Not long after, in the dormitory room, Tran Thu couldn't hide his devilish expression as he looked at his phone. Ha ha ha. The money finally arrived in the account, only to be caught by Tu Tin on the spot. Was he pretending just for this little money? But you immediately argued back, is this really just a little money? Here, take a look at the screen showing the receipt of the money as proof. Tran Thu pressed it close to his face and emphasized, this is 70 million. Then he turned to To Nam to find an ally. I'm asking if old Ta has a chance to make 700 million. Would you ignore it? He just forced a smile and looked away. Tran Thu didn't need a response and simply put her arms around their shoulders. This can't be true. No one would easily ignore that amount of money. After leveling up, you quickly discussed business with Tu Tin. That's right, little Tin. Does your family sell a large quantity of beast spirit pearls? I want to buy 40 million. Why do you need to buy so much? Tran Thu has no intention of hiding her own affairs. Leveling up, I'm about to reach the 9th rank of Beast Tamer. Time has passed, and it's already been 3 days. Inside the Beast Tamer shop, Wu Song is explaining the plan. You are now in November. After a month of effort, your combat abilities have probably improved a lot, and now the training course begins. His face remained completely calm as he explained in detail. This training course lasts for 2 months. In 2 months, whoever levels up their beast the fastest will take the top spot. As soon as Tran Thu heard this, she knew she was sure to win, since she would be the fastest to level up. But Day suddenly froze when he saw Vo Song point outside. The training location isn't the Beast Tamer Pavilion. Everyone get ready. We're heading to the new starting point now. Not long after, the blue bus pulled up right in front. I already felt excited. Could it be that we're heading to another dimension? Vo Song had to resort to force. All right, the ice canyon is now sealed off. I can't take you there. Get on the car quickly. Soon, the car sped along the main road and then stopped right in front of a magnificent place. Tran Thu immediately noticed it through the window and recognized it as the city's best beast-taming school, his hand unconsciously stroking his chin in deep thought. So this was the place. To attract and cultivate talented beast-tamers, Namjiang City has tirelessly established numerous beast-taming academies of all sizes throughout the regions. The most prominent among them is the Beast Tamer Institute, regarded as the best training ground, but its high fees have deterred most people. Part of the reason might be that the largest area there is not for competitions but solely for cultivation. Only when Tran Thu officially steps into this place can he truly understand how incredible it is. I didn't expect the school to be so generous. After they had observed enough, Wu Song suddenly announced, from tomorrow on, we don't need to listen to lectures anymore. Every word was emphasized as if no one was allowed to forget it. Your only task each day is one. It's all about training. Then he smiled the brightest at the moment of the clear introduction. This is the highest level training room in the city, costing 100,000 yuan a day. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Finally, Wu Song concluded with them. Now go and experience it yourselves. Now, Tran Thu's group all look eager to jump in and try right away. No words are needed anymore. In the end, they all focused on cultivation during this rare opportunity. Time flew by, and soon their training was over, and they had to return to Namjiang Second School. Tu Tin stretched himself with a face full of refreshment, surprised by how abundant the spiritual energy of this beast-taming master was. He couldn't help but smile, always kept a grin on his lips. Training a bit has made me feel completely relaxed. As for this, Tran Thu also squinted and assessed. It's okay, it's okay. Deep down, he had already thought differently from the enthusiastic appearance he showed. Compared to the system's reward, it's just like that. Contributing some enthusiasm is enough, and tomorrow I'll look for a chance to slip away. Suddenly, Tu Tin's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Seeing the message inside, he immediately informed you that Tran B, your treasured pet, has arrived, which even surprised Tran Thu herself. Already so quick? Then the whole group went outside to wait for the delivery. Not long after, the bodyguard happily stood beside the trunk. Young master, everything you need is here. Tran Thu, full of excitement, approached happily, the 40 million pearl beast gem in hand. He was overjoyed to see the stacked crates. It was finally here. Its appearance at this moment has saved Tran Thu countless troubles. It seems that a breakthrough to become a level 9 beast tamer is no longer far away. Time just keeps passing faster than a dog running across the field. Nightfall covers Namjiang City in the blink of an eye. And while the family is sound asleep, there is still a Tran Thu quietly grinding experience points with his mouth, chewing for so long that he only managed to finish a barrel. I'm exhausted, But my body's clock isn't something I can easily fight against. It hasn't been long before Tron Thu collapsed. Forget it, go to sleep first and continue tomorrow. The next morning, students at South Jiang's second school lined up waiting for their turn. Then the vehicle carrying the city's, even the nation's, future headed to the most prestigious language beast training school here. And then Wushuang once again stated directly without many words, "Today is the first day of official training. Go to your individual training rooms." A few minutes later, the students focused on their strength had already settled into their spots and concentrated all their energy. When Tron Thu sat still, he received 4 options from the system. First, focus on your cultivation, and there's nothing to worry about. Second, using the pet pearl to level up will grant a large amount of beast power. The third is to cause trouble and be chased by Levo Song to get the Perseverance Potion Guide, or directly retreat to gain an additional wind technique under the morning sun. The beast training ground appears full of solemnity. At a time when the family was quietly focused on their cultivation, a shadowy figure secretly disrupted the serious atmosphere, and it turned out to be none other than Tran Thu successfully completing her escape mission. However, the corner of his eye accidentally caught something. Unexpectedly, Vo Song had already prepared with the black and white demon dragon, which surprised him. Old Li, facing this mischievous disciple, was so familiar that he calmly smiled. "Good morning." Tran Thu now could only stand there helplessly accepting his fate. Whether his skills were good or not didn't matter. He felt the manual was important, so he obediently lowered his head and retreated inside as if programmed. When I land on the training cliff and strike a cool crab pose, my face darkens because of the current situation. Old Li is watching outside, and it seems I can't escape anymore. Tran Thu's mind kept racing and making decisions. It seems he only has one option left, so he took out the beast-taming pearl he had prepared, not just sitting there obediently, but carefully observing his surroundings step by step. His eyes flicked left and right as if searching for a breakthrough point, but this thing was too boring. Then, as if realizing something, Tran Thu smirked with excitement. "Oh, I got it." Soon I chose the third option suggested by the system, which was to cause trouble by finding someone to fight. But before I could act, the deadly aura from Vo Song made me freeze. It was so clear that Tran Thu didn't even have time to turn around before panicking and screaming silently. "Lao Li, when did you come in?" Then, without waiting for him to say a word, "I know my place. I'm going to cultivate now." Long muttered angrily as he left, "I'll still choose to be a good person first." So he gave up all options and sat down to start an endless brawl in all sorts of poses better than yoga. Wu Song, feeling uneasy, watched for a long time before finally satisfied, seeming to think he wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Finally, he decisively left, while Tran Thu had already gone to meet Chu Gong. In the blink of an eye, time flew by, and the sky above had already turned into a romantic sea of stars. It wasn't until this moment that he slowly opened his eyes. It turns out he had to wake up because he was starving. Tran Thu had already prepared everything in advance, so he ate dinner. It wasn't just regular food, but also the grilled dishes he brought out himself. Then I looked around and fumbled for something else. Turns out, the toolkit is essential when going out to eat. In just a moment, Tran Thu managed to open his favorite Pearl Pet grill shop. The higher he levels up, the more he has to risk eating. If he doesn't eat now, he won't have the chance later. But whatever is meant to happen will happen, and even with different materials, the thick smoke cannot be stopped. However, he looked around for a long time before finally realizing it in confusion. No, it was only now that he stood up to check around why the smoke was spreading so quickly. And then the scene before his eyes left Tran Thu in shock. The large training hall suddenly caught fire, and everyone hurriedly ran away in panic. "It's on fire!" A sudden scream echoes through the solemn space of the cultivation hall. Fire has broken out. Everyone rushes to escape in panic. Run. Now. Meanwhile, Vo Song had just finished sharing his thoughts in the bathroom when he heard the alarm of the fire. He didn't have time to fix his clothes or shoes, but hurriedly escaped from the place first. The students of Namjiang Second School were also stunned by the unexpected situation in front of them. What just happened? Why did it suddenly catch fire? After all these years, this is the first time I've heard of the Beast Tamer Master catching fire. Everyone's gaze, especially Cat Hong's, unconsciously turned towards Tran Thu. It's so suspicious. Could someone be behind this? But no one said anything further, and you suddenly flinched and hurriedly stepped forward to declare, "How annoying. Don't let me catch that arsonist." I don't know if it's because of his passionate words or something else that made all 3 of Cat Hong's people fall silent with ellipses. It turns out that Vo Song had arrived earlier and was even smiling with squinted eyes at Tran Thu. "If you catch the arsonist, what will you do?" "You still proudly insist on fighting him." He simply directly took the culprit away without wasting time thinking. Very good. Then let's see the camera footage as it leaves. Time passes like a stray dog out of control. 10 minutes have gone by in the blink of an eye, and no one notices until Vo Song's deafening scream shakes the entire area. Tran Thu, do you still dare to cook food at the Beast Taming Academy? In the office of the Beast Taming School, he couldn't stop scolding. And if you still dare to grill food here, why not do it at the gas station instead? Tran Thu again scratched his head and explained with an innocent tone that makes anyone want to flip the table. He has grilled in other places before, and even in public restrooms, but never at a gas station. The teacher already warned you, then you immediately use that as an excuse to sneak away from danger. Then I will go. Unfortunately, Wushuang is not so easy to deal with. Hearing this, he immediately summoned the black and white dragon. With speed twice as fast as his legs, Tran Thu could not compare to it. Within seconds, he was violently sent back to his original position. His anger had already reached the breaking point, only missing the sound of an explosion to complete the effect. Want to run? I hurriedly waved my hands and said, no, no.
Teacher, I just wanted to go pay the compensation. Only then will he be satisfied and let me go.
The teacher took me away, and only after everything was settled was Tran Thu finally released, annoyed. I'm so angry. A barbecue meal costing 300,000, and now he's blacklisted. It's unbelievable. Now Vo Song just wants to roll his eyes at this thoughtless student. You think it's hard to believe too? It's enough to say it like that. Luckily, I wasn't imprisoned afterwards. But then, his tone suddenly turned serious. Tell me honestly, do you really not want to cultivate? You responded with a nonchalant tone. It's not that I don't want to cultivate, but I have no talent and can't absorb the basic Beastmaster energy. This is incredibly hard to believe. It makes Wusong's soul tremble. So where did your beast tamer level come from? Tran Thu could only pout and dodge, half truth and half fake, determined to find the way to the end and make him suspicious. What do you mean? You didn't say anything more about this and just pleaded with puppy dog eyes? Master, I promise that at most this year I will become a level 9 beast tamer. Please don't keep me here anymore. Forgive me. Seeing that, he didn't pursue the matter further but made a proposal. But only if there was a deal.
If I can't complete it, I will give you 300 million. Tran Thu didn't hesitate at all and spoke firmly to seal the deal. When everything was settled, the moon once again hung high in the sky. The boy calmly stepped out, holding the guidebook he had just received from the system. Because of the difficult times managing Tran Thu, Vo Sung couldn't help but feel moved deep in his heart. He truly is a legendary figure. On the deserted street, Tran Thu trudged forward in disappointment. It's still too early now, going back feels too boring. Suddenly, a light bulb flashes above his head. Maybe I should check out the black market shop. Saying that, he immediately called a taxi and went straight to the black market without wasting any time. Soon, Tran Thu arrived at the hideout and coincidentally ran into an acquaintance. When Elder Vuong Thienba saw who it was, he was stunned and froze in place. Young Master Tran. He and his subordinates immediately show proper respect to their superior. Hello, young Master Tran. It's normal for you to be used to coming here early. No need for Tran Thu to say much. Tianba ran over to report. The current sales in the shop are very good, selling out every noon, but hearing that news still surprised me. Sold out. My mind quickly ran through future plans. If I want to pass the Imperial City School exams later, strength is the most important. If I can't break through to become a 9th rank beast tamer, reaching Grand Master level in my potion skills might still get me recruited. He really is someone who focuses on action. Just after thinking it over, he started to get excited about something. In the end, a new advertisement board was finally made. The pharmacist in the shared restroom mixes potions with a success rate of 80%, including perseverance pills, defense strength potions, body shaping, willpower pills, jump force potions, and speed burst. Then they didn't stop there, but turned to give orders. Where are my clothes? Give it to me, he immediately responded. In just a moment, everything was arranged perfectly by Tran Thu. Everything was ready, only one title was missing. Then Lu Thuong arrived at a familiar place that hadn't appeared in a long time, where the person making the drugs in the shared bathroom had re-emerged into the scene. But as soon as he stepped in, Chao Vu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and he was so surprised that he was stunned. Peanut, the great god, it's really you. The joy is clear on Chao Vu's excited face, unexpected that the black market's rumors are true. After hearing this, Tran Thu gradually remembered that he had once seen someone mixing drugs in the bathroom and heard him say it was him. Without hesitation, he immediately approached the first customer. So, are you interested in mixing the medicine? It's all free, completely free. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, Joe Wu isn't interested right now. I don't need it, but I can help promote it a little.
So, I happily went live right away. Hello, everyone. I finally found the pharmacist in the public restroom. I didn't expect them to show up. Not only that, he politely asked Tran Thu if the great god might reveal his face, and he nodded in agreement. And then Tran Shu rushed in to greet everyone. I am the person providing free medicine in the public restroom at Namjiang Black Market. Comments of all kinds of emotions surged up. Damn it, is it really him?
Isn't he the fierce one? Husband, scold me. I want to hear the message.
You miracle, hurry and run. You've caused a big problem. In front of Joe Wu's bewildered gaze, he slowly read and responded to her group.
You are so fierce and handsome, I want to marry you. Everyone, don't mind my appearance.
I hope everyone focuses more on the meaning behind the words. Thank you. At this point, he doesn't know what to say, as he watches Tran Thu continue. I will definitely go support the brave one. Anyone who tries to stop me, I will risk everything against them. No one can stop me. Baby, from now on I'll be fierce for you. I love you, and you love me too. Maamoa, the more I hear, the more confused I get, so Chao Vu decides to find out for himself. Huh? Why are the comments so gentle today? It turns out there are no gentle words at all. The comments are just spam with the same content. The aggressive one is coming. Run quickly. He just stands there with that confident look on his face, staring at Tran Thu. Big brother, are you really reading the comments? What could be different up there? Tran Thu didn't show too much emotion and directly flashed a dangerous look, or perhaps emphasized each word to prove that he was right. Take a closer look. Chao Vu, facing a Tran Thu like this, would be nervous. I've checked carefully. You're not mistaken. After watching them talk for a while, the viewers' group was confused. It turned out to be a classic commentary improvisation, with light years as a unit of time. If you're not convinced, then argue it out. Don't you feel like the atmosphere is a bit dead? What's there to argue about? Don't let things drag on too long. You immediately speak up. All right, let's get back to the main issue. Next, present the promotional slogan for the live room 6, number 6. Play around, joke around, mixing potions aggressively is almost a crime. Free of charge is true. Come find me quickly. As soon as I finished speaking, the knocking on the door started non-stop. So it turns out it was Kai Hao who rushed over after hearing about Tran Thu's return to the scene, and he asks, "Are you the fierce one? I want to mix 2 levels of medicine." He immediately agreed confidently, no problem, then turned back to the screen to report. Everyone, watch this. A new medicine is about to be born. With a straight back and steady steps, he entered the drug-making hideout as if preparing for battle, making viewers marvel that he's truly a pharmacist in a shared bathroom, not forgetting his initial focus. And soon after, 10 minutes later, he emerged with the promised masterpiece. Hao lich su tien tuai, kam on kong dodu, huan tuan tin tuong vao den ting kuko. And just a few seconds later, the fox was summoned right before his eyes. It obediently obeyed whatever its owner gave it. Suddenly, its eyes flashed in a strange and unusual way. The next moment, the fox spirit's body surged with energy, jumping and bouncing non-stop at lightning speed. Kai Hao's eyes immediately turned into sparkling, star-like lights, truly magnificent. This medicine is real. Even those witnessing couldn't help but shout out, "Damn it, it's real. I have to go now. Don't compete with me up there. I'm on my way." The person who makes medicine in the shared bathroom is famous for good reason. Tran Thu's lips had already curved into a triumphant smile and shone with arrogance as she announced through the livestream, "Seeing is believing. My strength, everyone has seen it. Come find me." A series of cheers and excitement echoed under the romantic night sky. Charge! I will definitely be the first to rush in. Now, the entire bathroom is so crowded that I don't even know if someone who truly needs to can get in. And then came a flawless move from Tran Thu, with everyone excited and eager to receive the free goodie. During busy times, time flies so quickly that the brightly lit buildings have gone dark because it's so late. So I stretch and relax. It's really over. Today finally ends. Suddenly, Tran Thu's eye corner noticed Joe Wu still following behind him all along, so he raised his eyebrows and asked a necessary question. Huh? It's so late. Why are you still here? He seems a bit shy, but also straightforward in revealing it. I want to ask the Great Lord a question, with a serious look straight at Tran Thu to ask the Grand Minister why he is giving free medicine to others, showing no trace of embarrassment here. He immediately responded with a breath full of compassion for love and peace, and as soon as he finished, he dismissed the others. All right, go back now. Chao Vu, upon hearing the answer, was already teary-eyed. What kind of saint is this? Not only that, Tran Thu issued another order to Thian Ba. Old King, tomorrow I will fix the bathroom a bit and add a window,
After I finish preparing the medicine, I will hand it out immediately. He agreed right away.
All right, young Master Tran. These noble words only elevate your image further in Zhou Wu's heart. As expected, the great person is extraordinary, and from that day on, for his own goals, Tran Thu has been mixing medicines for free every day in the black market's communal bathroom. Such dedication deserves recognition,
And the reputation of the great power pharmacy spreads far and wide, with customers rushing in so quickly that everything sells out in seconds.
10 days later, as sunlight shone through, the bathroom was deserted. The red bar indicating Tran Thu's mastery level in alchemy was nearly full, almost no white left. The excitement and bright smile on his face proved that all those sleepless nights were worth it. He's finally about to break through. After breaking through the skill potion, the alchemy speed also increased. Staring intently at her spirit,
Slim has also consumed a lot of potions. It seems that in a few days his beast mastery level will also rapidly advance.
And then suddenly someone came to block Tran Thu's path, and it was none other than A2, who posed a question that sounded more like a confident assertion. Tran Thu's puzzled face shows a clear question mark, and she looks so innocent that anyone would think they just escaped from a date. I am A2 from the 333 Pharmaceutical Company. My lingering breath slowly caresses his ear, teasing him gently. Are you free now? A2 has no intention of stopping this intimate act. I want to invite you over, even to the point that Tran Thu can't say a word.
May I ask you a little about the medicine at my house? But of course, you won't be the type to just stand still.
The romantic atmosphere quickly shattered when Tran Thu broke it apart. No, it's too late now. The school has closing hours, and she even smiled sweetly, saying, if there's anything she doesn't understand, she can come find me tomorrow. But Atu is not someone who gives up easily, so she closed the door at just the right moment. With a deliberate goal to make Tran Thu understand what a real mess is, she quickly pushed the ambiguity to a new high. Tonight we can talk slowly, but you, who clearly don't understand romance, rejected me harshly. No, I still have to train tonight. Then he hurriedly ran off, just like Hong Huang the fierce beast, almost causing her to interfere with his breakthrough time. Seeing this, she didn't bother to chase, but reported seriously over the phone that the mission had failed. Watching his back as he left without even turning around, Uftu concluded that he might not like women, and prepared an alternative plan. At the dormitory early, with no trace of the lights from Namjiang's second school, Tran Thu silently focused on practicing based on the rewards from the system. And then he suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes opening wide with brightness. It turns out the energy surrounding him has reached a new level, his mastery of breakthrough medicine has improved, and the level of beast taming has risen to level 9. Tran Thu eagerly studied to see if the system had any additional rewards, then noticed the gift from the system, a potion that unlocked the black iron level. Before he could find out anything, Tonam's voice rang out. A smile and excitement were clearly visible on his face as he boasted, I just broke through to level 8. Unfortunately, by the time he realized it was too late, Tonam's panic and disbelief have reached an all-time high. Did you also break through to a 9th rank beast tamer? Facing this situation, Tran Thu remained calm and asked back, is there a problem? Tonam's voice sounded so helpless that it was as if he could collapse at any moment without a sad background music.
We are tired every day like a dog, but still can't catch up with you.
But as a companion, not only did you not comfort me, you even teased me happily. How could Kun be more tired than you? Then he stopped pretending and just told the truth directly. Honestly, if he wanted to catch up with me, there was a way. Tran Thu's suggestion, which sounded like a joke, was for his family to prepare millions of magical beast pearls, and that would be enough to catch up, making Tonam realize clearly what respect truly is by raising his hand to Tran Thu. Get out. Then you continue this topic of leveling up with excitement overflowing in your words. But I suppose I should also visit the Beast Taming Academy so everyone can see my breakthrough. The next morning, the gentle morning sunlight fell on the backs of the 3 Tran Thu as they slowly approached the Beast Taming Academy, but after just a few steps, they were stopped and not allowed to go further. Tanu smiled brightly, just as expected. Sorry, sir, you are on the blacklist and need to pay a risk fee. He showed no hesitation at all with his towering pride, simply swiping his card. Then she didn't say a word more and proceeded, and it really went through successfully. Tamnu also did not linger or intend to block. Having already swiped her card, she invited him to take it back. Then the 3 of them once again stepped deeper into the Tao School of Beast Speech with great momentum. It hasn't been long before they encountered the scene of Vo Song reminiscing. Recently, everyone has made breakthroughs. Tran Thu then stepped forward, her smile brighter than the sun. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. But arrogance and provocation are always ready to slip from their lips. Does anyone want to challenge me? Even for your current self, it's nothing more than an ordinary matter. Please step forward. But everyone present had long since witnessed Tran Thu's terrifying power and remained silent, unable to speak. Even after leveling up, their legs still trembled and retreated loudly. By the time everyone regained their senses, only Luet was left alone ahead. This clear difference made him raise an eyebrow and clap. As expected from the young master, then let's get started. Although it's a bit beyond expectations, he didn't hesitate at all. Tran Thu, do you really think I will be afraid of you? A continuous stream of lightning energy surrounds him. Let me tell you, thanks to my exceptional talent, I've already broken through to level 8. Today is the day you pay your debt. With an extremely fierce momentum, Lam Diu was officially summoned to face the enemy, while Tran Thu remained completely unfazed and full of fighting spirit. Well, it's about time I see for myself. The little Slim from back then has now grown so huge that it appears arrogantly in response to your announcement. Is it true that level 9 can defeat level 8 with a single move? This presence directly caused both the students and Li Wusong to turn pale and scream out loud. What? For Duong Liet, it was like a bolt from the blue. You've broken through to level 9? His internal energy is so overwhelming that he's bleeding from the frustration. And then, with confidence and a desire to quickly show strength, Tran Thu stepped forward to urge him on. Yes, let's begin. Unexpectedly, Duong Liet, who was full of determination, has begun to waver because of his clear level. Then he proved what it means to know when to tighten up and when to loosen by grinding his teeth and giving up. Who would want to fight a monster like you? I'm not fighting anymore. This blunt statement leaves even Tran Thu speechless. Just then, Wusong interrupts their meaningless conversation. That's enough. Now everyone here, go back to your training rooms and focus on your practice. This boring and unchallenging ending made Tran Thu sigh in disappointment. Regardless of whether he looked embarrassing or not, Dong Liet was the first to run away from that hideout. Yes, teacher, I'm going to train now, just as you're about to join the others in the training hall. It's a pity that due to what happened earlier, Wusong can't trust Tran Thu. Wait a moment, let me have the master check it first. This leaves you unsure of what to do. Teacher, it doesn't have to be like that. But the students of Namjiang No. 2 school, before they could leave, all agreed in unison, feeling it was absolutely necessary. Vo Song raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. Look and see, that's what the people think. In the end, Tran Thu had no choice but to let his treasured belongings fall into his teacher's hands so he could see what he was carrying. From a drill to bags and various items like a dryer, green liquid, a scale, and spices that left him speechless. Then I will make a firm decision not to allow any compromise here. I will keep these items of yours and return them to you on the way back. Then, without hesitation, he turned to urge the young disciples to go straight to their positions. Disperse now. Go back to practice quickly. But Wusong was unaware that Tran Thu's silence and lack of apology, combined with his characteristic insincere smile while still holding a powerful weapon, were a sign that he was prepared. Fortunately, I still had this. Under the gentle sunlight, the atmosphere around the beast cultivation arena was serious yet peaceful, but inside, someone was deliberately disrupting the calm. Everyone, good evening. It's none other than Tran Thu, cheerfully encouraging everyone. Training is a divine matter. You must definitely keep going. His tone was no different from mockingly mocking with sarcasm. Even now that I am a level 9 beast tamer, I am a responsible person when it comes to my words. Every point of my beast-taming power is hard-earned. But I still remember how I looked before, even though I am now a level 9. It's a pity you didn't get to enjoy this feeling for long before it was cut short. Tran Thu, are you crazy? Vo Sung, overwhelmed with rage, arrived just in time to save the other students. Tell me honestly, what are you doing, teacher? However, you responded very calmly, as if it were an obvious truth. You care about your friends. As class president, you need to understand everyone's situation. They are all the future of the nation. Clearly, after so many incidents, he has long realized that Tran Thu is someone who is inconsistent inside and out, speaking like a human. In the end, you finally panicked and had to pretend to be honest. This answer made the veins on Vo Song's face and neck stand out more than ever. You're not pretending, right? The murderous aura keeps pouring out with every word, biting through his teeth. Let me see how your 9th level is. Today, I'll fight you. Immediately, I scare Tran Thu Kin into trembling and retreating. But the system unexpectedly presents related options. First, nod and say, I also agree to receive the Black Iron level physique potion. Second, refuse outright to uphold the respect for teachers and gain a level 2 reward. Finally, look for an opportunity to ambush and acquire a large amount of summoning power. I immediately dive into a thorough analysis. Although all 3 options have great rewards,
seeing Vosong furious right in front of me. I want to break through to the black iron level before the exam, and what I need most now is summoning power. Finally, Tranthu let out a long, relieved breath, knowing she had made her decision. It seemed she could only become a brave warrior, so she immediately put her plan into action. Look, Teacher Lai, a flying saucer. I didn't expect this move to distract him long enough for me to get my tools out. It was the bag that seemed to have been taken by Vosong Tichthu long ago. And then Tranthu even smiled with a cunning grin. With cunning perfected to the extreme, Tranthu seized the perfect moment to attack. Old La, you can't blame me for this. Unfortunately, experience and knowledge belong to Vosong, which are not easy for you to grasp. His eyes now blaze with intense anger at Tranthu's teasing attitude. What do you want to do? You immediately shrink back, sweat pouring down your body like a stream. No, it's nothing. Then again, I still managed to think quickly enough to find an excuse to escape. I'm out chasing flying discs to contribute to the national aviation industry. But those ignorant words only make Vosong so angry he bursts out laughing. From this point on, no matter how hard Tranthu tries or pleads for mercy, he cannot avoid receiving the heartfelt gifts meant to teach him to become a better person from him. Witnessing this scene, Duong Liet is deeply moved. It's not just a wound healing, it's the end of the world. A feeling of relief spreads across his face, and finally, heaven opens its eyes. When the door opens again, Vosong, feeling relaxed, leads the way. Behind him, Tranthu seemed to have long been accustomed to the scars on his face. Worldly matters could not scare this man. It turns out he's just someone who likes to act cool in front of everyone, always facing things calmly. Following that, you still persist in pretending to be strong, causing Tanam to hesitate and not know what to say. Before long, darkness covered the dormitory. For Tranthu, whether excited or dejected when returning, he hurriedly invites him over. Tranby, are you going to have a meal? Now the black aura of disappointment from failing the system's mission still lingers, but I want to keep training. He says that, but he doesn't really want to go hungry. That's right. Please bring me 3 bowls of beef noodles, 4 meat buns, and a hamburger. Tanam saw Tranthu looking so dejected, and also felt sad. It seemed she was truly hit hard this time. Meanwhile, the students from Namjiang No. 2 school, stimulated by Tranthu's 9th-rank Beast Tamer achievement, became even more excited and focused. Soon, 2 months had flown by like a bright new day, and Vosong faced everyone to deliver the announcement. Today marks the end of our 2 months of training. Let's get straight to the main topic. Next, the ranking of cultivation is announced, surprising everyone here and him. First place goes to Tranthu. You, with that smug look and no shame, walk forward. Thank you all for your efforts. Luong Liet, on the stage, couldn't hide his hatred and envy. Dulong, have you always wanted to protest that rankings can't be based on levels? Instead of himself, he has no hesitation at all in pushing him forward. Now is the time to protest, but Dulong still actually obeys. As Vosong handed Tranthu the first-place certificate, he suddenly jumped out and shouted, "Teacher, make him uncomfortable enough to furrow his brows." This abrupt change made Tranthu silently watch Dulong's step-by-step approach. Of course, he wouldn't just sit still when the familiar tool was already prepared. He immediately felt a chilling sensation down his spine. But Dulong stubbornly continued to oppose, saying, "Teacher, I believe that the crane isn't just in the bag anymore. Tranthu has also summoned half of Slim's figure. A bright and equally threatening smile is essential. What about the ranking?" That alone was enough to make him feel embarrassed all over. Following that, Dulong immediately lowered himself and forced a polite smile. "I feel like this ranking is truly very reasonable, just as you were still feeling satisfied with this answer." Very good." Suddenly someone patted your shoulder as if to interrupt the conversation. It turns out it wasn't anyone else but Wu Song watching all along. "All right, let's go back to talking about something normal." Then he didn't wait for their reactions and started announcing that tomorrow would be the first day of the 3-day New Year holiday. After the holiday, the teacher will take you to Duel Spirit School to fight alongside Beast Tamers in Daiheng City. This special phrase left Tranthu utterly amazed. The battle spirit master. His thoughts kept flashing through his mind continuously. I heard about the Duel Spirit School before, but I've never participated. I hear it's a huge dual spirit arena run by the government. He became contemplative when recalling the information he knew, as the government conducts monthly rankings and awards special prizes to boost popularity. I never expected we could join too, and then a figure flashed past, catching Tranthu and Wang Tanhan's attention. Your memories are instantly triggered. In the past, Wang Tanhan went to the Spirit Underground Arena to pay off a debt.
So she happily ran over as soon as she finished thinking about it, and Than Han wasn't annoyed to be called back, but gently asked the question. Tran Thu? Is something wrong? You asked directly with a look of excitement on your face.
Have you ever been to the Underground Spirit Arena before? Do you have any experience you'd like to share with us?
The place I went to before was private, not like a government facility, but I didn't get to say much before she suddenly changed her attitude. That's right, Tran Thu. Do you have time tonight? She's in a very cheerful mood and won't take no for an answer. We want to invite you to dinner. That night, Tran Thu's voice asking herself echoed in the dormitory. Why invite me to dinner, of all things? Tanam's imagination instantly soars through space and time. Could it be that they want to? You replied with your calm face, clueless about romance, as if they want you to teach them cultivation. This statement leaves him speechless. Forget it, there's a reason you're single.
Wherever you want to eat, we'll go with you.
Tran Thu didn't bother overthinking and cheerfully announced, Then let's go. Let's eat together. Soon, the three of you arrived at the meeting spot with Than Han's group. Tran Thu raised an eyebrow, assessing the scene before him. This top-tier hot pot restaurant was right here, and they were at table 234. Then she muttered and glanced around, noticing table 234 shortly after, where Xiao Wu was shyly chatting with Than Han and Ha Bang. I didn't expect that just a glance would make Than Han so happy to catch you. Tran Thu, we're over here. A piece of meat is slowly dipped into a bubbling hot pot of spicy broth. The scene of a large hot pot restaurant with many people dining appears before your eyes. Xiao Wu carefully prepared everything and shyly offered it. Tran Thu, eat this. Meanwhile, Than Han even let Tran Thu enjoy the feeling of burying his face in a pile of fruit. This is also very delicious. Ha Bang happily scooped a portion of food and placed it in front of him. This one, too. You accidentally found yourself in a very awkward and embarrassed situation, surrounded by three beautiful girls all smiling under the warm lantern light. Only Tu Tin and To Nam are completely singled out and criticized, their expressions clearly judging the entitled young men sitting over there. At that moment, he finally spoke up to let everyone know he was still here. So, what exactly did you invite us here for to have a meal? Than Han's attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees. We didn't invite you. Those harsh words immediately made To Nam freeze in place. He tried to take a deep breath to endure this embarrassment, then skillfully changed the subject. So what do you want to do by inviting Tran Thu? Hearing that, Tran Thu also found it reasonable, while still chewing loudly, so what do you want with me? She looked flustered, like an 18-year-old girl just discovering love. Another hand gently touched the corner of his shirt to get his attention. In that matter, Xiao Wu directly expressed the true intention of all of us on behalf of the rival. Actually, I invited you here just to hang out. Thanks for helping us earlier, and by the way, I wanted to ask which school you're planning to apply to. Her beautiful face suddenly shone brightly, like the stars above. After graduation, we want to be with you. In the end, he was talking nonsense while she was talking about something else entirely, and Tran Thu completely misunderstood the situation. Are you trying to compete with me to choose a school? No way, right? I applied to the Hua Ha Academy. Xiao Wu's face suddenly darkened, as if his entire pink dream world had collapsed in an instant. Her eyes gazed into the void with a dreamy look. Forget it, we just wanted to thank you, so we invited you to dinner. You become even more confused. Huh? What do you mean, forget it? A glass of fruit juice suddenly appears in front of me, I take it. It was so sudden that it left Tran Thu a bit confused. Huh? The three beautiful women cheerfully raise their glasses and toast together, while he watches in confusion as the night quietly falls. Modern skyscrapers rise under the darkening sky, dotted with floating clouds and illuminated by the bright moon. The friendly group of girls waved goodbye to Tran Thu after they had walked away. And even now, he still managed to ask the most clueless question. So what was their reason for inviting him to dinner? Nam looked at the other person with a very judging gaze. Being single also has its reasons. Tin nodded continuously beside him, showing agreement. Tran Thu was about to add something else, but then the urgent announcement appeared right on time. The Beast Tamers Association just announced a new mission to hunt and eliminate a pack of level 9 ferocious beasts, with 2 different options and corresponding rewards. Your expression suddenly showed surprise. It's an urgent mission. I'm carefully considering it in my mind. Now Slim has already broken through to level 9, and if he had a bit more beast control power, then Tran Thu turned to ask his friend for his opinion. Old Ta, Xiao Tan, I have a mission for you. Do you want to take it? Tuo Nam and Tu Tun both confidently agreed without hesitation. The nighttime natural scenery with towering, layered mountains appears. In front is a dense vegetation covering a vast area as Tranthu slowly steps out of the car that had been waiting for them. The three young men quietly observe the scene carefully, holding a paper with details about this dangerous mission. The mission involves exterminating the level 9 fire snakes that appeared on Taiping Mountain. Yesterday, the city of Nanjing offered a reward of 1 million yuan to prevent danger to the people, and it was suggested that their cold tolerance is relatively low. Tanam asked again to confirm what Tranthu was planning to do. Tranthu's answer was already very clear from the beginning. Just do it. The young beast tamer's silhouette faces the tall mountain standing proudly under the moonlight, as if inspiring those determined to conquer the summit. The entire lightning bird continuously emits electric sparks as it rushes down from the dark night sky, following the guidance of the small spirit ahead. Tanam suddenly announces, over there, the thunderbird immediately changed the direction of its wings. Suddenly, something caught Tranthu's attention. Looking down, you see a swarm of fire snakes raging in the area they have taken over from the villagers. You carefully give instructions to the spirit, and sure enough, it's here. Loidu, stop now. Don't go over there so quickly. Then extend your hand to summon the magic circle. Go now, Slim. Immediately, the giant Slim rushes down at lightning speed. One of the fire snakes, seemingly asleep, suddenly opened its eyes in alarm at sensing something unusual, but it was already too late. Slim's fierce attack officially begins now. They won't let the enemy run rampant in their lair. Her mouth begins to gather an immense amount of heated air, and Tranthu feels extremely excited as she shouts loudly. They begin to clash. Slim quickly charges at the opponent under the owner's command, and the two face each other directly despite the unequal numbers. However, he showed no sign of fear and instead proudly declared, "You think a little skill can burn my Slim? You should look in the mirror." As a result, the round yellow face forcefully collided with the fire snakes, creating a deafening impact. After witnessing the entire scene, Tanam's mind went into overdrive beyond Pickerbow. Damn it. He's determined to get to the bottom of this with Tranthu no matter what. Tranthu, honestly, how do you raise Slim like this? Clearly it's just a contracted spirit of the same level. He honestly answered with a proud expression, mainly using his heart and the power of boundless love. The fire snakes were so frightened by Slim's threat that they crawled back into the cave, even though they didn't have a single leg. Tin also looked so stunned his face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. Stop it. But from the way I see it, unless there's a surprise, the fight is probably about to end. As Slim returned to his owner, Tanam blurted out a curse so loud it was hard to believe. Damn it, is it really over? But he quickly faced opposition from Tranthu, who, based on the pitiful tears of the tiny Slim, decided to handle the hammer. The first thing that caught his attention was the two golden apricots now completely turned gray. Can't you see Slim's black butt through all that? Something has gone wrong. This time it's a fire snake with a completely different form from the ones earlier. Its enormous size is enough to swallow the nearby towering mountain whole. Tranthu, upon hearing this, realized the danger of the enemy. A dark iron lord. Hurry and run! The thunderbird suddenly speeds forward like a lightning bolt, its wings sharply angled back to prepare for retreat. At a critical moment, a notification suddenly appeared before him, offering 3 options. Leave Taiping Mountain to save his life, give up and prepare to fight, or report the situation to the Spirit Guard with 3 corresponding rewards. It includes a condensed version of the explosive, and Tranthu's mind suddenly recalls the terrain around this area, with 2 fingers resting under his chin, showing a passionate fascination with the explosive. This gave you a brilliant idea, and as soon as you thought of it, you immediately signaled to Tun, who was controlling the Thunderbird. Xiaotin stops. Tranthu suddenly stands up and boldly declares in the middle of Thantien Baknyat, "Our brothers are getting ready to fight." Tanam immediately protests angrily. "Are you crazy?" Tu Tin was so scared that she couldn't believe what she was hearing. That is a level Lord Fire Snake. The moment you subtly reach into your pocket, you receive a condensed miniature explosive. You proudly raised it high into the sky. Of course I'm not crazy, look at this. This made the 2 young men cry loudly and cling to Tranthu's legs with all their might. "Boss, this isn't another dimension, it's Lam Tin. You're breaking the law like this. Do you know that? There are already many people looking for you after that mountain pass incident. If you do it again and someone gets hurt, you'll truly become a criminal. Calm down, but your mind has been made up long ago. Nothing can shake it. I've thought it through. You can rest assured." I even put on my most trustworthy smile to reassure my 2 friends. I will be cautious, so it should be fine. Sharp thoughts are forming rapidly in my mind. This time, it's just a condensed version, not like the previous one, and the bonus reward is real explosives. I can choose not to use them, but I can't do without them.
Duan Tranthu turned to give the next order to Tu Tin. Xiaoting, tell your bird to speed up. The thunderbird immediately spread its enormous wings, continuously emitting dazzling blue lightning. Below is a Lord-level fire snake, already equipped with a fire cannon in its mouth, ready to fire at the enemy above at any moment. You calmly guide him step by step, keeping a little distance. At the moment the fire snake opens its mouth full of sharp fangs, a sphere of intense energy is shot out, with sparks flying everywhere around it. However, with agility and superior speed, the thunderbird can easily dodge the attack without much effort. Things are not over yet. It continues to accelerate forward fiercely, determined to give the enemy no chance to attack again. This is also when Tranthu unleashes her trump card and makes you taste defeat. The giant bird never intended to confront directly from the start. It just flew past the top of the fire snake's head so its owner could throw the potion into the enemy's mouth more easily. The snake, with its winding length, thought it had just caught a delicacy and swallowed it without hesitation. Tranthu immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Run now! Loidieu quickly fled at top speed following the order. His figure suddenly blazed like a lightning bolt tearing through the space. He even took out his phone to snap a selfie, capturing the moment he and his companions impressively outperformed the Packer bucket. In less than 5 seconds, a devastating explosion suddenly erupted with fierce force, with shockwaves rolling like a raging tornado and huge clouds of dust billowing high into the sky. The ground is shaking violently now, and the blinding flash of the explosion quickly covers a large area. Elsewhere, Li Wusong is sitting and enjoying a hot bowl of noodles, but he's not at ease. Damn it, I immediately recognize this terrifying creation as belonging to my precious disciple Tranthu, as the scene shifts to a place not far away. Thick white smoke obscures the view, and the air is heavy with the acrid smell of explosives and dust, making it extremely polluted. Suddenly, the faint figures of 2 suspicious individuals appear standing on the top of a mountain, looking like silent ghosts watching everything from above. The mysterious person in the black cloak suddenly questioned, saying, "Is this all done by Tranthu?" Atu quickly confirmed with a firm nod. Yes, the subordinate has investigated thoroughly, and the incident at the ice canyon was also caused by him. Tranthu's group rides on the back of the Thunderbird, continuing to fly over the area just affected by the massive explosion. Below is a huge crater left behind, with dust still lingering in the air, forming patches of thick gray smoke. Tutin's face is pale from the cold. Does he really have a plan? You just know how to scratch your head and grin foolishly, saying, "This thing?" Heh. Tonam couldn't help but worry and quickly reminded him, "Hurry and run, there's no more Taibin Mountain. The Spirit Suppression Bureau will definitely come to investigate. If they find out about us, we'll really be going to jail." Thinking it over, he immediately signaled the bird to prepare to turn around, which was also the right move. The group then withdrew from Taibin Mountain after causing a big commotion, not noticing that a suspicious figure in a black cloak was riding a flying creature nearby, quietly observing everything from start to finish. The 3 young men finally returned to the city. Now it is a quiet night with no one passing by on the street. Tanam then spoke up to discuss the daring adventure earlier. I asked Tranthu, "Are we still submitting the mission?" Tranthu just sighed heavily, unable to submit or collect any of the fire snake's scales. Tutin knew that blaming his friend wouldn't change the situation, but not venting his frustration was unbearable. Clearly running away is over now. The mountain has already exploded. So, he turned to continue asking for the other person's opinion. "I'm asking you, Tranthu, what exactly was your purpose in blowing up that mountain? Does it include the grave of your enemy?" That question directly caused Tranthu to freeze stiff on the spot, and he casually lied, saying, "You might as well make up some meaningless reason. There are no fireworks during the Lunar New Year. I just wanted to create a little atmosphere, blow up a mountain to boost the spirits of the people in Namjiang City." At that moment, suddenly, Tranthu's phone in his pocket started ringing non-stop. You end up pulling it out with your hand to see who just called, but the name displayed on the screen makes you even more confused beyond PERB, Old Lee. Tranthu quickly softened his tone and gradually greeted the person on the other end. "Hello, Teacher Lai." Vo Song seems capable of penetrating electronic devices to shout at that destructive kid face to face. "Tranthu, did you cause the Taiping Mountain explosion? Everything happened exactly as you predicted. As expected, you even try to dodge in every possible way." "Oh, what did the teacher just say? What Taibin Mountain? I don't understand." He immediately lowered his voice and warned him back. "Stop pretending with me. I just arrived at the scene. It's definitely your trace. Listen carefully. No matter who asks you, you are not allowed to tell the truth. Is that clear?" Maybe because of a headache, Tranthu's finger quickly pressed the end call button. You just put your phone in your pocket and sighed carelessly. The teacher is really impatient.
There's really no other choice. Both Tunam and Tutin beside him cast judgmental looks at their friend. That silence clearly spoke 1,000 words. The guy irritably asked for your opinion. What do we do now? Tranthu looked up at the dark night sky and immediately made a decision. It's getting late. Everyone go home now. The 3 young men will part ways here for now, each heading in a different direction. At Tranthu's residential area, tall buildings stand majestically under the cloudy, gray night sky, creating an eerily quiet cityscape. He slowly ascends each step of the staircase. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pair of legs appeared standing right in front of him, causing him to startle. It was none other than Atu, a beautiful woman with 2 ripe, tempting curves and an alluring figure that's hard to look away from. Her long, flowing hair adding an elegant and enchanting aura suddenly greets the other person with her sweet, honeyed voice. Little second brother, Ma. Tranthu Azai suddenly let out her sweet, playful voice, soft and gentle, as if it could melt into the air. We meet again. Tranthu's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed with a look of existential doubt. Why did you come to my house? The skilled hand inserted the key into the lock to open the door. If you want to ask about the medicine, come to the shop and find me tomorrow morning. I will directly set the condition with the other party. If not, wait for my parents to return. Unexpectedly, A2 suddenly grabbed hold, causing me to freeze in place just as I was about to leave. But I can't wait any longer. I even boldly pushed Tranthu against the doorframe. A2 now has complete control, his beautiful face gradually turning red like a tomato. Tranthu breathes into his sensitive ear, carrying a hint of warmth and a sweet fragrance. I want to know the result today, then start tempting the innocent son in every way possible. You don't need to worry about whether your parents will come back or not. It turns out that before coming here, Atu had planned everything very carefully. I've checked, and tonight your parents won't be home. Since your full hips can easily trap a strong man, we can stay at your place tonight. The 2 ripe peaches gently move to a higher position. The tight-fitting dress reveals a beautiful curve, like the shape of Vietnam on the world map, speaking in a secretive tone. However, despite all the delicious treats offered to Hyom, the only detail that caught Tranthu's attention was that my parents wouldn't be home tonight. Yes. A2 once again pressed the fragrant and nutritious fruit basket close to his body to increase his affection. Yes. Tonight we can do whatever we want. The tempting invitation suddenly sparked a great idea in the young man's mind. Do whatever he pleased. That is to push the beautiful woman with full electricity and water services aside with your hand, while also refusing the temptation that no one can resist. So hurry up and go, don't waste my time. Before Atu could react, he was already greeted with a dismissive wave goodbye. If you have any issues, come to the shop tomorrow. Tonight I have to stay up all night refining pills. Ah! I suddenly froze in place, unable to process what had just happened. The alchemy workshop's door slammed shut with an unforgiving bang. That kid's actions seriously hurt the pride of the great beauty. Atu took a deep breath, trying to swallow this annoying anger. Well done. But in the end, you couldn't hold back and just exploded, shouting loudly all over. Tranthu. Meanwhile, Tranthu Vochi was just thinking about the free evening when her parents were away, wanting to enjoy watching TV in the living room and practicing alchemy for a long time. He gently presses this button on the remote control, finally able to experience it once. The sharp image on the screen and clear sound make him nod in satisfaction repeatedly. So beautiful. Hearing that, he immediately pulled out a bunch of tools to prepare for his work. Tonight is the night of my intense alchemy practice, while Atu outside is passionately scheming to break into someone else's home, her eyes burning with determination. No, I can't let myself lose like this. At that moment, the open balcony window caught her attention. Got it. She is extremely confident in her looks and her ability to seduce men, and I will definitely make Tranthu fall for me. Tranthu was closing his eyes to focus on practicing when suddenly he sensed something unpleasant. He subtly glanced his blue eyes to the side to observe the situation. Suddenly, Tahua realized that Etu, dressed in an alluring bunny costume, had already sneaked into her house. Hello, I've been standing here since this afternoon. He even swung 2 proud watermelons back and forth right in front of the young man still staring blankly like a yellow deer. Mr. Tranthu. After that day, Atu repeatedly appeared in front of Tranthu like a true stalker, mainly to have plenty of time to flirt with her whenever she wanted. One time, she simply stood quietly outside, observing her target through the glass door. No matter where Tranthu goes, he is always found, and trying to hide in a corner is completely useless. A new day begins under the clear sky and drifting white clouds as the blue bus moves along the road. Inside, you can see Tranthu crying uncontrollably about something, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. At that moment, I was truly terrified. clutching Tonam's arm tightly and constantly questioning. You all say, who is she really a spy sent by to stop my studies? Tutin also came to Bay.com with this blockhead. Do you think she came to interfere with your studies? Tranthu replied with complete certainty. That's right. If no one suddenly came to find me to study, then intentionally coming at night would only be to stop me from learning. Tanam really wants to fight the young man who owns dozens of milk cartons but doesn't know how to enjoy them. There's a reason you're single. Even now, you're still acting clueless like a little deer. What does this have to do with me being single? The guy and Tutin just kept suppressing their judgmental looks at the one crying and whining over there. Old Ta shouting. At that moment, Vosong suddenly announced loudly, Everyone, please be quiet so the teacher can say a few words. Mr. Tuton will explain the upcoming competition. We are about to arrive at Dashing City. Tomorrow, we will start participating in the beast taming competition. The competition requires a team of 3. Remember to form your own team and add a few important details. Additionally, and at the end of February this year, a city-level beast taming competition will be held here. If you can achieve first place, you'll qualify for the provincial beast taming tournament. Finally, it's a strategy for those aiming for the top. The provincial beast taming competition only requires a top 5 finish to earn points. The invitation to participate in the competition from Wushuang has already been listed beforehand, so I hope some of you absolutely won't be lazy and must work hard, right? Even Tranthu finds this a bit strange. Why are some of you mentioning my name? But the provincial-level beast taming tournament quickly brings back memories of the past. That year, Fuang Tu ranked first in the city tournament with her S-level spiritual contract. But in the provincial competition, she only placed 15th. Even someone as strong as her couldn't win. And she continued to explain the rules of the contest. Trantu, you must participate in the beast taming match as part of your team. Tanam and Tu Tin immediately raised their hands, eager to join. Teacher, do you even need to ask? Of course, it's us 3. Unexpectedly, he faced fierce opposition from the old man. No, you must choose someone with fighting ability. I enthusiastically reveal my special ability. Teacher, I can torment my opponent and dispel the light of love. The young man's next response was even more useless. Well, I'll give him 10 points for confidence, even if it's completely unfounded. Master, my lizard can spit water. A huge surge of anger immediately appeared on Vosong's broad forehead, along with a firm refusal. Get out! Both of them, without prior arrangement, reply in unison. Yes, sir. He angrily calls out Tranthu. Did you hear me? Tranthu has no choice but to accept her fate. I heard you. Oh my, it's all because of me that the teacher is so lingering and unforgettable. After a long while, the bus finally arrived at the destination. Vosong Sungfong stepped out first, ready to open the door and get off. Tranthu suddenly felt very strange because his movement suddenly froze in place. Why is he walking so slowly? That was also the moment when he widened his eyes, his mind completely collapsing in horror at the terrifying scene unfolding before him. A crowd led by Yang Bao and Azi had been waiting in line for some time. Tak Fong and his men are all impeccably dressed, with his subordinates standing behind him respectfully bowing at a 90-degree angle. Hello, bigger brother. The other students started to whisper among themselves in utter confusion. Who is this? What kind of formation is this? Waiting for someone? Azai immediately greets with a charming wink. Brother Tranthu. Tranthu, with a grim expression, pulls Yang Bao aside to discuss life's matters. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? He just responded with an even more clueless smile. I'm here to pick you up. Duang Bao, speaking in human language, shyly pats the other person's shoulder to smooth things over and says, I heard you're about to join some kind of spiritual arena. I want to observe and learn a bit. But that doesn't explain at all why A2 over there appeared. Tranthu was determined to get to the bottom of it. So what about her? Why is she here too? Kid, you didn't send her as an undercover agent, did you? Seeing that the other person was tense like a stretched string, he didn't dare to joke around anymore. It's not the master. Today was the first time I met her. She was the one who spoke to me. She is the master. She was the one who told me. Today the master is here. From Tin and To Nam took the opportunity to tease their friend. Master? You can only helplessly rub your temple. Oh, a multitude of sharp suspicions are forming in your mind. It seems there are still dark forces behind the scenes, and their intention to stop me has not yet ended. If she has already arrived, then I can only make sure that everyone sees I am confident in passing this test, then turn to grab Yang Bao's shoulder and give him detailed instructions. Your master has given you a task. Watch over this girl and don't let her leave your side. He immediately gives a highly confident thumbs up. Okay, master, I'll go now. Tranthu cautiously glanced at Vosong waiting in the distance. Then I'll go inside first. The teacher is still waiting for me to check in. The other party obediently complies once again. Yes, master. Feeling it wasn't convincing enough, he directly grabbed Yang Bao's collar and threatened him one last time, to be sure. Remember to watch her carefully, making the poor young man sweat nervously. Understood. After temporarily sorting everything out, Tran Thu accidentally brushed past Azai. Her eyes now were filled with passionate love hearts, and seeing that, a cold shiver ran down his spine. This time, the group of students lined up at the reception desk to pick up their keys and assign rooms. Just then, Wu Song took the opportunity to ask Tran Thu about the small incident earlier. Tran Thu, what are they looking for me for? You tactfully choose your words to downplay it and find a way to talk to me. With years of teaching experience, of course, he wouldn't easily trust his troublemaker student. The teacher warned me that if I dared to cause trouble in Dai Hung City or blow up bullets again, he would bury me. Tran Thu could only swear and promise everything. I understand. I promise I won't cause trouble anymore. I understand perfectly why his attitude towards me is so harsh. If I use explosives again, I'll definitely attract attention. Vo Song's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. All right, go ahead. This time let me do my best. The teacher arranged a big room for me, and I'll stay alone this time. Tran Thu responded defiantly and then went to the reception desk to check in like everyone else. Fine. Although he appears calm on the surface, inside Wu Song's heart is always filled with heightened vigilance mixed with unceasing worry. I can't let my guard down with that kid Tran Thu, or else things could get very complicated. The quiet night gradually falls over the high-end resort hotel below, as he curls up on the warm bed with white sheets, ready for a good sleep until morning. It's fine now, time to sleep. But once again, trouble comes when suddenly someone keeps knocking on the door outside. Tran Thu immediately sat up, instinctively turning her eyes toward the source of the suspicious sound. Who would come looking for me at this late hour? Could it be that the old men are missing me? I didn't bother to think much and quickly went out to welcome this uninvited guest. Unexpectedly, it was Duangbao and Atu who both came to your room late at night. The master simply walked in without any concern, as if it was no big deal, leaving Mac Tran Thu frozen in place with anger still unsaid. You suddenly gave him a somewhat unfriendly shoulder pat. Didn't I tell you to watch over her? And little did I know that Yang Bao is actually just a straightforward young man. Yes, you told me not to leave her side even for a moment, so I came to find you and brought her along. Master, I just informed the hotel that all the rooms are fully booked, so I have nowhere to stay. May I stay here tonight? Stay here, and what about her? Yang Bao confidently asserted that of course he was with us. This bed is big enough for the three of us to sleep on. Shu Shu, come up here quickly. In this awkward situation, he didn't know what expression to put on anymore. After stopping him, Tran Thu gritted his teeth and said the junior brother's name. Comrade Ao Duong said not to let him react, so he quickly grabbed him, just like catching a kitten, and asked him to step outside for a moment. With a cold and emotionless tone, I want to have a private talk with Atu for a moment. Finally, before Duangbao could react, he was already locked outside, while Tran Thu went straight to the point. What exactly does she want to do? A2 shows no embarrassment at all, and even appears seductive. What do you want to do? I didn't expect this. I didn't say a word before pulling the person directly. The sudden attack left him extremely panicked. Damn it. It didn't stop there. Atu even directly pressed against Tran Thu and fell over. What's going on here? With this atmosphere, of course she wouldn't miss the chance to stir things up. Of course she wants to talk to you, Tran Thu. Those slender fingertips gently brush against each other. How many times has you, Tran Thu, refused me, to the point that I completely fell down below? Can't you really satisfy me even a little? His face also became dreamy with each of her words. Just one time is enough. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the abyss, suddenly Yang Bao burst in and stopped the story from going too far. Master, I went to the front desk to get the room key, and when he finally saw the scene in front of him clearly, he nearly popped his eyes out. To him, Atu was never gentle or polite. Get out! Yang Bao's face turned pale, and he gradually stepped back, saying sorry and excuse me. But this commotion woke Tran Thu, who said don't go. Next, he said nothing, and simply took out the familiar bag, the same reason he had used countless times before. Look, the flying disc, but time after time, it always works in an unexpectedly effective way. With a sharp gaze and seizing the moment, he immediately prevented Atu from carrying out any more violent actions. Only then did Tran Thu finally breathe a sigh of relief, exhausted, and then raised his eyebrows to assert that Duangbao could not refuse. This room is for you. You still haven't forgotten to give orders with that commanding tone. Remember that no matter where I go, she can only stay here, even sneering each word.
If she still comes to find me, our teacher-student relationship will end here. I'm not sure if Duong Bao understands yet, but he still obediently responded. Got it. Next, Tran Thu couldn't wait any longer and wanted to leave this place immediately. I'm leaving now, no need to make it convenient. Don't forget to close the door and happily say goodbye. Bye-bye, my good disciple. His sharp gaze flicked over the back door and revealed a cunning look no different from a villain. Then finally, in the next second, the righteous light radiated from him everywhere, and no one disturbed his study anymore. The three of Tran Thu went together to Vosong, who had been waiting here for a while. You look exhausted and lifeless, covering your mouth with your hand as you yawn deeply. The teacher cares about the student's condition. Are you feeling okay today? Did you not get enough sleep? Tran Thu Tam's dark circles look like they've drained all his energy, and he sluggishly nods. Yeah. Remembering last night, Tunam and Tu Tin cornered you and accused you. Tran B, you see, they came to your door themselves, and your behavior was really too much. They just angrily drove Tran Thu away and sneered. Tonight, go back and sleep. My brothers and I don't want to delay your plans. You stomped your foot down, trying to hold on, but they had made up their minds, grabbing your arms and dragging you out like a criminal. As soon as the three of them entered the room, they witnessed an extremely suspicious scene. Atu, with her hands tied behind her back and lying face down on the bed to highlight her alluring curves, smiled happily, then turned back to the present, and Tran Thu found it increasingly difficult to explain, scratching her head in annoyance as she replied casually, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Bo-sung saw that and didn't press further, only reminding him, wait a moment, before getting on the bus to eat something to replenish himself. Let's go now. You drag your exhausted body onto the bus. Tanam and Tu Tin sat on the last bench, leaning out to look at you with mischievous eyes combined with a twisted smile. Heh heh heh. Based on their vivid imagination, they immediately guessed that Tran Thu had been through a fierce battle. He leaned in and whispered teasingly, How was last night? Because I haven't rested, I'm feeling very irritable now, fighting until dawn. The scene of the fire jump contest with Atu appears in my mind. I fought with her all night long. In the end, Tran Thu could only sigh and complain. The inner demon is truly terrifying. The bus arrives at the Dahung City Spirit Arena, and everyone gets off one by one. The staff there immediately announces, Master Lee, the match has been arranged. The first to fight is your friend Tran Thu. His face brightened, regaining a bit of his vitality. Am I the first one then? I turned around and caught Vosong's scheming gaze. You have nothing left to be unclear about. It seems Teacher Lee really wants to see your true strength. Down below, the host Lok Kim holding the microphone shouts loudly, followed by the 9th level Beast Tamers match. He enthusiastically introduces with the Beast Tamer from the Lam Thien Beast Tamer group, Hua Duong. Hua Duong frowned and coldly stepped toward the arena. Lok Thien continued to point at the other competitor, a Beast Tamer from Namjang No. 2 High School, Tran Thu. He confidently smirked and calmly observed his opponent, while both of them simultaneously scrutinized each other with their eyes. Lok Thien raised his voice and declared, The official match now begins. Lang is summoned from the void. It has claws and sharp teeth that can easily tear apart prey. Hua Duong felt lucky today and decided he must buy a lottery ticket on the way home. I never expected my opponent today to be a student, and that the contract spirit was only one. Before I could finish my sentence, my face changed 180 degrees, looking incredibly unbelievable. Sman Thu stood there with her arms crossed, showing no concern for his attitude. Slim beside her was dozing with her eyes closed, even softly snoring. Hua Duong sneered and pretended to be a saint, saying, Little one, just admit defeat directly, or you might suffer a humiliating loss today. You've heard similar words so many times your ears are covered, losing badly. That's not necessarily the case. Then, he casually rummaged in his pocket, as if hiding from someone, leaving Hua Duong puzzled. What do you want to do? Meanwhile, Slim took the opportunity to quietly approach the village. After a moment of searching, Tran Thu took out a handheld speaker and arrogantly addressed the audience, warning, Attention Beast Tamers Tamers. Peace. The fierce opponent from Namjang is entering the arena. I hope you all know your limits and surrender directly. Don't resist uselessly, no one will pay for your treatment. He was so angry after being fed butter that he just wanted to beat the boy up to vent his frustration. Truly a stubborn student who isn't afraid of death. I will show you that Beast Tamers are not just delicate flowers in a greenhouse as you think. Tran Thu calmly reminds, Is that so? Then you should check the status of your contract spirit first. Hearing that, Hua Duong was startled, and his instinct told him something was wrong. What? Over there.
Lang's lower body was crushed by Slim's enormous body, blood constantly spurting from his mouth. His fury burned fiercely, his bloodshot eyes condemning him for daring to ambush. You smile innocently and say, "So what if it's about a beast tamer's affairs? Come on, admit defeat." Slim cooperated to increase the weight, causing Lang to grimace in pain and spew fresh blood. Hua Duang clenched his teeth, unwilling but forced to endure. "I admit defeat." Now he was satisfied, deliberately adding insult to his pain. "I told you, no one will pay for your medical bills. I repeat once more, if you face someone as fierce as Namjiang, I will surrender immediately. Don't expect to find luck because facing me is a bad omen." The one you call Hua Duangtin is trembling and too scared to reply. He pointed at you and swore, "Just wait and see. I will definitely come back." The arena door opened, and Tran Thu calmly stepped out in front of hundreds of spectators. They couldn't believe it and whispered excitedly, "How could Tran Thu do that? He's too powerful." Although it sounds a bit sinister, he smiled brightly to reveal his white teeth, pretending to be modest but actually secretly showing off. "It's just normal. Everyone doesn't need to get excited." Vosong really can't stand this smug look, so he patted his shoulder, warning him not to get too proud too soon. Tran Thu choked on water and saliva. He temporarily ignored you to focus on other students. "Xiaowu, next is your turn." She nodded with a cold expression. "All right," the boy cheerfully encourages in a soft voice. "Come on." She simply brushed past Tran Thu as if he wasn't there. Xiaowu's word makes you feel like you're communicating with a cold, lonely breeze. On the arena, Hua Diem and Ho Liet Diem cautiously probe each other. He is quite surprised and tense when he sees that Liet Diem is a spirit contract level S. Although his Slim can fight against level A spirit contracts, level S is impossible. Tran Thu frowned, silently assessing Haviem. It seems this person might be his rival. Ho Liet Diem suddenly swung its claws swiftly, leaving Hua Diem no time to react and grabbing it painfully. Lak Kim confidently declared that Haviem would win this match, smirking arrogantly. The outcome was no surprise. Even Tran Thu, despite being prepared, was stunned by how fast it happened. Xiaowu lost. Lak Kim continued to do his duty. In the next match, he sighed in disappointment and turned away. Probably nothing more worth watching. He looked towards the stands, searching for a place to sleep for a while. Then chose a spot half in shadow and half in sunlight, lay down and started snoring. As night fell, the arena still shone brightly. Suddenly, he snapped awake, a runny nose still swollen with mucus. "Oh, where is everyone?" Tanam and Tutin looked at him with evaluation. Their match was over, so they went back first. At this moment, Duang Bao happily runs over, ready to hug him. "Are you awake, master?" "Wait a minute. Why are you here? Are you forgetting the mission I gave you?" He hurriedly and awkwardly corrected himself. No, I still remember to keep a bodyguard at the school." Yang Bao smiled brightly like a flower, showing his sincerity. The disciple came here to invite the master to a meal. Seeing the benefit, he put his arm around him like a close brother. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go." They all moved together to a nearby famous restaurant. As soon as they stepped inside, they ran into Vosong's group. He was also surprised and turned around, then immediately pretended not to recognize him, but Tran Thu didn't give him a chance. He greeted warmly, "Master Li." "So it's you, Tran Thu. What a coincidence. You're awake? Let's all have a meal together. Unfortunately, you are born with a face thicker than a city wall." "Yes, I am awake." "It's already so late. Everyone is here, eating." Just as I was about to agree, I suddenly noticed Haviem's figure. "Huh?" Tran Thu observes the familiar face. "This guy is definitely the one, the person on the arena today." He suddenly stopped and chuckled. "So you're here too, sis?" Haviem looked at Ha Bang with a mocking expression. "My useless older sister." Tran Thu frowned in suspicion, remaining silent as she watched the situation. "Are they sisters?" Xiao Wu, who is naturally hot-tempered, was so angry she slammed the table and stood up. "Hey, why are you talking like that?" He scoffs with contempt and insults. "Oh, so they are the defeated general's subordinates." She gritted her teeth, trying to hold back in the face of his condescending attitude. "Can the defeated general's subordinates still be arrogant in front of me now?" Haviem keeps talking more and more arrogantly. "They're just a bunch of useless trash." Habang's face darkened as he clenched his fists. He waved goodbye and, seeing his sister now, I felt that Dad's initial decision to abandon her was truly the right one. The trash is only worthy of being with trash. Keep being a trash if you want. Vosong Dong Dong blocks his way with murderous intent, but Haviem remains completely unbothered. What's wrong? Trying to bully the weak just because you're bigger? He also knows that with his status he can't discipline him here. And he turns hostile faster than a smiling pancake, gently patting him on the shoulder with a hidden meaning. Be careful when you're alone. Haviem arrogantly leaves, not needing his concern. At this moment, the system menu appears offering 3 options for Tran Thu. 1, praise and build a good relationship with the opponent. 2, turn a blind eye. 3, retaliate immediately. Whichever is chosen, a generous reward awaits. He silently signaled to Tonam with his eyes. He understood and nodded in response. From Tin quickly and quietly closes the door. Then, Tonam swiftly summons Little Butterfly. It took off and flew straight toward Javiem's back while Teodiep swooped in, creating a bright blue glow above Javiem's head. He was startled and panicked. What is this? Right now he looked like he was covered in lush green grass, frantically and chaotically crawling around. Get out of my way. Tran Thu took the opportunity to pull out his phone and snap some photos. You deliberately provoke Javiem, your hand movements still not stopping. Hoo, my brother, you're about to sing, he snarled in fury. You want to ascend to heaven, huh? Tran Thu smirked wickedly and then turned to run away. Tsk, tsk, tsk. To live the peaceful life, there must be a little chaos. Han Wiem, overwhelmed by anger, was about to summon the spirit contract, but Wusong quickly stopped him. Wait a moment. He clenched his wrist tightly and warned coldly, Do you want to attack my student in front of me? Haviem gritted his teeth, veins bulging with anger, but in the end he understood the situation and restrained himself, walking away. Just wait and see, I won't let you get away with it. The other students watching this scene felt extremely satisfied, truly exhilarated. It seems dealing with fools still requires a tough skin. Insulting someone in our class even from afar will be punished. Let's see if he still dares to bully Ha Bang. Ha ha, blue hat guy. Ha Bang's cheeks flushed red as she shyly approached. Thank you, Tran Thu, you smile naturally. It's no big deal, just a small matter. Suddenly, Tran Thu froze, noticing something unusual. Huh? You haven't completed the mission yet? Looks like I still have to take action myself. Immediately proceed to prevent Ha Yan from escaping, and before leaving, wave goodbye and say, Don't thank me too early. This isn't over yet. Old Lee, go out for a bit. Everyone head back first. Vosong reminded him, don't overdo it, and no bombs. Tran Thu quickly agreed, understood. The passionate students cheered him on. Tran Bi Yu Wu. Tran Bi Wee Vo. Over there, Havim still hasn't gotten over this anger. Damn it, they dared to release spirit contracts within the city area. His face darkened, vowing to take revenge no matter what. Now I will call the Spirit Suppression Bureau and make them pay. He can't wait any longer, so he pulls out his phone to contact them. Hello? Is this the Spirit Regulation Bureau? Haviem is focused on reporting and doesn't notice Tran Thu quietly approaching from behind. Just now, someone from Namjiang No. 2 High School took advantage of his distraction to quickly cover his head with a bag, blocking his view of that strange thing, and you smiled coldly before kicking Haviem to the ground like trash, with a kind heart telling him, I'll deal with you. His legs trembled, and he rolled on the road. Tran Thu keeps kicking him again, and Haviem screams in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Even though his body trembles with fear, he still dares to threaten. Do you know who I am? You dare hit me? Seeing his pathetic and miserable appearance makes you happy. You're all talk. Tran Thu gathers all his strength to deliver a fatal blow to Haviem. Suddenly, the sound of breaking eggs echoes in the quiet space. The insult to the man's honor is unbearable. Even if punished, he must summon the contract with the spirit. You bastard, I want you to die. Liet Diem Ho appears from nothing, snarling and rushing to bite you. Because of Javiem's emotions, it is now extremely agitated. Claws raised and growling. Sparks fly past Tran Thu's face. He sneers contemptuously, just wanting me to die? As he finished speaking, his hand moved slightly, golden spiritual energy flickering. Slim was summoned right above the tiger demon. At this moment, its sharp teeth are ready to bite and tear at Tran Thu. Slim uses his massive body to crush Holiet Diem. It was crying in pain, tears streaming down its face. Although Haviem was obscured by the cloth, he could still sense its condition. He was startled and stunned. He clenched his fists tightly, his face showing a sinister expression. It's your turn now. He fearfully stepped back, dodging. Don't come any closer. Tran Thu grabbed another pillow and threw herself at him, then punched and kicked him relentlessly. Haviem helplessly screams for help. Save me. After a while, the atmosphere returns to silence. Blood stains his hands and clothes red. Ignoring Javiem's disheveled appearance, he spoke coldly and threateningly. Will he still dare to call others useless in the future? This sentence helped him realize Tran Thu's identity. You're from Namjiang No. 2 High School. You stomp your foot down on him, pressing him into the ground, speaking harsh words. Even Tran Thu increases his strength, pressing harder. I am just a righteous messenger. Then you kick Haviem in the butt, sending him flying like a ball. He thumbs down in warning and says, "Remember this. If you keep pretending, it will only get worse than today." Tran Thu deliberately cracks his knuckles with a creepy sound. "Now run forward with your head down without taking out the sack, or he'll rush to do the same, looking more pathetic than ever." "Don't attack. I'm running. I'm running." The system immediately announced that the mission was complete, and the reward was a large number of beast control powers. Finally done, he let out a relieved sigh. As expected, he still had to do it himself. The pedestrians on the street all turned their attention to the strange moving object. What the hell is that? Oh my god, a bag of urine has turned into a spirit. Tran Thu calmly put his hands in his pockets and left the scene. He went back to join the others. Vosong had been waiting there for him for a long time. "Is it all settled now?" Tran Thu Kyo proudly tosses his hair. "Isn't it supposed to be easy for you to take action?" You blush with emotion, rubbing your cheek and shoulder against him affectionately. "Actually, I didn't expect the teacher to worry about me like that and wait outside the door." Vosong shivered and casually clarified, "I was overthinking. The teacher's worried I might drop a nuclear bomb." Tran Thu was so hurt that he froze in place, biting his lips as he silently cried, pretending to be pitiful. He helplessly smiled and advised, "Go home and rest early. Tomorrow you still have to go to the spirit arena." My mind is still spinning in a daze, as if I forgot something. The image of Atu being silenced and restrained suddenly flashes through Tran Thu's mind. Vi Min suddenly remembers. "Wait, teacher, hold on. I'm coming after Vosong." Tran Thu sat on the ground, affectionately clutching his leg with shining eyes. "I want to discuss something with you, teacher." The next day, at the spirit duel arena, lively sounds echoed from inside. Tran Thu, full of energy, sat in the stands, finally having a good night's sleep. "Tonight, I should still sleep with Lao Li." Suddenly, a sharp voice reached out, catching my attention. "You're bullying my students." Haviem's teacher, Liu Thai, stood arrogantly with her hands on her hips, her face showing clear resentment, while he, humiliated, stood silently beside her. Habang and the other students covering their mouths burst into laughter at his battered and bruised appearance. They turned around unwillingly, giving a thumbs up to Tran Thu with the mischievous wink of the culprit. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Tran Thu, with a simple mind, was about to admit it. Vosong immediately snapped out of it and stepped in front of him to interrupt. "What kind of student are you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." She frowned in anger, then smirked deliberately, trying to provoke him. "You dare to do it but not admit it. Is this how Teacher Lee teaches his students?" But he still remains very rational, pretending to be innocent. "What do you mean? Are you provoking me?" The crowd behind starts to get noisy. Haviem suddenly caught Tran Thu's sinister gaze, and he was so frightened he turned pale. His arm trembled as he nervously called out to Liu Thiu. "Miss, she's just pretending to be righteous," Liem Min reassured. "Don't worry, she will definitely seek justice for you." Haviem feels more confident after finding support and nods in agreement. He glared at Tran Thu, then turned to Wu Song to express his attitude. "If you deliberately shield your students, then our only meeting will be at the spirit arena." Suddenly, a crack appears in space, and two pairs of glowing eyes, one red and one yellow, peek through. The black and white giant dragon and another contracted spirit tore through the portal and charged at Liu Thi, glaring fiercely. He coldly confirmed if she was sure. She was stunned, her eyes wide with horror. The S-rank spirit summoner. "You're Li Vosong." Mr. Bin casually waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. "Do you know me? Then please go ahead." Liu Thai broke out in cold sweat like rain, nervously trying to smooth things over. All the students are young and impulsive, able to handle things themselves. Her attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and she cleared her throat to correct herself, saying, "We are teachers. We shouldn't interfere in the kids' affairs." The others, seeing this, wanted to dig a hole for her to crawl into. Wu Song glared at Liu Shu in warning. "So, what are you here for?" She quickly changed her purpose. "I just wanted to ask if you are bullying my students." The man nodded with satisfaction. "What if it was our students who bullied them?" "Ha ha, I was just asking casually." Liu Thi felt danger and hurriedly pulled Haviem away, disappearing like a gust of wind. "If you already know the outcome, then I have nothing more to say. Goodbye." Tran Thu smugly thumbs up and says, "Master, you're so awesome." Vosong doesn't respond to the compliment, coldly dismissing him and asking, "What exactly did you do to him?" He fell into deep thought, stroking his chin in contemplation. Then suddenly his expression turned cunning as he took a piece of paper and quietly watched Haviem's sluggish back. Suddenly, he slapped the paper onto his back that read, "I am Haviem, I am a fool," and he looked around in confusion. The imaginary scene ends, and Tran Thu innocently replies, "I didn't do anything. Just what a righteous person should do." The others remain silent, clearly not trusting his character. Their protection touched Ha Bang's heart. "Thank you, Teacher Lai and Tran Thu." He modestly smiled and said, "It's nothing. You can scold me instead of scolding my friends." Her cheeks flushed, and after this incident she admired him even more. Ha Bang hesitated, about to confess her feelings. At this moment, the loudspeaker suddenly interrupted, and staff member approached to announce, "Tran Thu, it's your turn to go to the arena." You no longer pay attention to her and turn to Vo Song. "Master Lai, I'm leaving now." He pats Tran Thu on the shoulder and encourages him. "Go ahead." They both watch his confident back. Ha Bang clenched her heart, pounding with excitement, silently calling out your name. Tran Thu Lak Kim's powerful voice stirred the atmosphere. Perhaps everyone had been eagerly awaiting today's match. Today's match is very exciting. He enthusiastically introduces one side as the 9th-ranked beast tamer on the leaderboard a month ago, Lin Yuan. Then Tran Thu continued to emphasize that there is one more interesting opponent. Even though he has only fought once, he left a deep impression on everyone, that fierce student from Namjiang No. 2 High School, Tran Thu. He leisurely put his hands in his pockets and stepped onto the arena. Lakim waved his hand and announced the start of the spirit battle. Tran Thu repeated the same move as in the match with Hua Duong and naturally took out a loudspeaker. "You arrogantly warn that no matter what my rank is, facing me is always tough." Lin Vian's face turned purple with anger at your cocky words. "Be obedient and surrender. Healing fees are really expensive." He grits his teeth and activates his spiritual power, not wanting to waste more words. "Start moving." The blue and black spiritual energies blend together and spread through the air. The blue-tailed beast appears summoned by Lam Vien and pounces toward Tran Thu. He disdainfully twitched his ear and summoned Slim, which directly charged with its shiny head to knock away the green-tailed beast. In the stands, Haviem felt a sense of familiarity, suddenly stood up and whispered, "Hey, it's him. He's the one who ambushed me yesterday." The green-tailed beast is no ordinary opponent. It flicks its tail to attack, and despite Slim's large body, it moves swiftly. It leaps lightly to dodge. Lam Vien thought he had the upper hand, speaking condescendingly. "He's just a sneaky bastard, and he dares to fight me? Little one, if you run into me this time, you're doomed!" Tran Thu confidently smirked, but he wasn't so sure. You calmly control your spiritual power to activate Tui Mong Slash, causing it to fall into a deep sleep and even drool. Strangely, a thin barrier covers its entire body, preventing the green-tailed beast from attacking. It frantically swings its tail to break Slim's barrier. Tran Thu calculates the timing. He's doomed. Slim, seemingly asleep again, suddenly moved towards the blue-tailed beast, aiming to collide with it. The blue-tailed beast reacted slowly, choosing to headbutt Slim. The internal organs are severely injured, causing it to lose its fighting ability and collapse to the ground. Slim seizes the opportunity to leap high and finally delivers a decisive blow with his massive body to the green-tailed beast. It was bleeding and spitting out fresh blood. Seeing this scene, Lam Vien finally regained his senses. Duong tears up in pain and screams loudly, the blue-tailed beast. Tanam and Tu Tin clap and cheer loudly for the ultimate ferocity. Vo Song said nothing, but the smile showed his joy. Tran Thu, proud with hands on hips, laughed loudly, dazzling everyone. Lam Vien is still stunned from the shock just now. The speed of the blue-tailed beast is incredibly fast. How could he have predicted it? Tran Thu pretends to be profound, stroking his chin for show. Natural talent, just average talent, nothing special. And after finishing, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a heroic silhouette. He was stunned, muttering to himself, "Innate talent, a genius." Tran Thu Bin calmly stepped down from the arena, and Vo Song was waiting to greet him, showing a very good attitude. If he kept this up, he might have a chance to reach the top 10 in this spiritual combat tournament. He smirked, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Top 10. His eyes suddenly caught something. The system display showed 4 options. From lowest to highest, Tran Shu needs to achieve a ranking, with the bottom being top 30 and especially first place. The higher the rank, the more generous the reward. Tran Thu's eyes widened in amazement, barely holding back a scream. Gigantification. You regain your composure and start calculating. Now, gigantification is the skill Slim uses most often. Without this gigantification skill, Slim's combat power would be reduced by at least 70%, as expected of a divine relic. You start to imagine its potential power in the future. If I could increase by one more level, it would probably be easy to eliminate the contract Spirit Lord level. The reward excites Tran Thu and fuels his fighting spirit. It looks like this first place will be mine. The loudspeaker interrupts your thoughts with an announcement. Second-year male student Duong Liet is fighting Haviem. Please get ready, Duong Liet. Hearing the opponent's name, Duan Li was moved to tears of indignation. No way? Why would an 8-star beast Tamer fight a 9-star beast Tamer? Even Lakim feels sorry for him. Sympathetically revealing that their teacher asked them to say it so they could quickly improve their strength, Tran Thu thumbs up in full agreement with Vosong's idea. He was bewildered, not understanding what strange behavior you were showing. Duan Li displayed the heroic spirit of a warrior going to his death without turning back.
Everyone, let's bid farewell to Duong Theo. Give him a proper send-off and cheer him on with applause.
Come on, little doe. Come on. This tragic scene leaves Vosong speechless. Is it really that serious? He pats his shoulder to comfort him.
It's okay, go ahead. The casualties of the contract spirit won't affect the beast Tamer. Duan Li looked pale and couldn't find any joy. Are they trying to make me sacrifice myself? The whole class boosts his courage. Go on, young Master Duong. Stay strong. We support you. He resolutely turns away, tears of sorrow falling and sparkling in the air. Haviem still kept that unpleasant face. Duong Liet clenched his teeth in fear. Tran Thu predicted the outcome of the match. It seems Haviem won't spare Duong Liet this time. As soon as it started, Holiet Diem charged straight at Lam Dieu. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth aimed at Lam Dieu's head, finally biting down on the neck and tearing the prey in half. He closed his eyes and sighed. As expected, there was no miracle. It's over. Then, with a sigh, I bid farewell to the endless, and there's nothing worth watching after that. Master, I'm going to get something to eat. Tanam and Tu Tin quickly raise their hands to ask for permission. Teacher, I'm leaving too. On the arena, Duong Liet is sitting on the ground crying over his unfortunate lam bird, while Haviem stands beside with arms crossed. His face darkened, the fire of hatred burning fiercely in Tran Thu's eyes. This time, Haviem definitely won't let you go. Tran Thu puts his arm around Ba Ko Tu Ting and To Nam as they chat animatedly. Suddenly, he feels a tickle in his nose and sneezes. He rubbed his nose suspiciously and asked, "Who's missing me?" At that moment, Tu Tin panicked and pointed at the sky, cursing. "Mom, there's a big bird." The system prompt promptly appeared with 3 options: run away, eliminate Tiet Vu, or cover its head with a urine bag, corresponding to a reward based on difficulty. Tran Thu quickly grasped that the key was the Lord Tiet Vu Tu. Stay calm and plan how to deal with it. Xiaotin, soon let the mutated creature bring me up. He nodded decisively. All right. Tran Thu was not afraid at all. In fact, he was very excited now. I will show them what a real man is. The Thunderbird appears, summoned by Tu Tin, lightning swirling around its entire body. After they settle on its back, it immediately takes off, soaring straight toward Tiet Vu. Compared to each other, it's like an ant and an elephant. The closer we get, the more clearly we can feel its threat. All 3 of them stared wide-eyed in shock, and Tu Tin began to suspect. Tran B, can we really do this? This bird is bigger than you. Tran Tu, who had already chosen the 3rd option, now quietly withdrew his hand, his mouth contorted, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Sometimes a giant beast is better than a tamed one. Tran Thu gently touches the word spirit and makes a decision fitting the situation. Let's get out of here, Thang. Wait, something caught your attention. Tran Thu realized that Tiet Vu was ignoring them and targeting someone who happened to be in its line of sight. His heart almost leapt out of his throat as he shouted a warning, "Ao Duong Bao, get out of the way." Young Baiao remains frozen in place, seemingly too frightened to react, pupils constricted, waiting helplessly for the fate of a level lord beast. Tran Thu quickly activates spiritual power to shield, while Ao Duong Bao and Slim transform into a giant form, rushing toward the target. Too fast, too dangerous, Slim rammed its back with its head with perfect precision, then safely landed. Meanwhile, Tiet Vu was heavily injured and fell freely. I don't know if today is Duong Bao's bad luck or what, but even falling, it chose his position to collide. At the moment Duong Bao's soul is leaving his body, a hand grabs his collar. Tran Thu yanked him free, pulling him to safety. Tiet Vu crashed heavily to the ground, causing a loud explosion-like impact. You seized the opportunity to give the order. It's a good chance, Dewey. Charge forward now. Duong Bao is crying desperately while holding Tran Thu's leg. Master, you are my savior, my reborn parents. Hoo-hoo. Slim, full of fighting spirit, jumps high and initiates a brutal attack to decisively finish off Tiet Vu.
Although on the brink of death, Tiet Vu still struggles to break free. The continuous electric shocks cause it to spit blood, and its fur emits a burnt smell. Tanam still can't believe what he's seeing. A black, iron-level beast, actually dead. His face turning pale, he muttered in Tranthu's ear, "Are you that exhausted now?" Right now, he is extremely excited as he looks at the system notification about winning the skill reward of Sitting Close +1. He scratches his head playfully and winks, pretending to be modest. "I'm really sorry. With such strength, I actually secretly feel lucky. Maybe this lord was already injured before, which is why he's so weak. But taking advantage of his weakness is truly brilliant." Tanam, who was somewhat dissatisfied, was completely intimidated by Tranthu's showy attitude. Suddenly he was startled, realizing the identity of the shadow in the sky. This person is the Imperial Guard. Vuong Hianduong gradually approached them with a commanding presence. Tranthu and Slim silently looked at each other, agreeing that they must quickly swallow the good stuff. Slim instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and descended onto Tiet Vu's body, extracting its heart and stuffing it into his mouth. When Hianduong arrived, he saw the bloody scene and asked in shock, "Have you eliminated the Tiet Vu beast?" And they all unexpectedly performed Oscar-worthy acts together. I awkwardly smiled and admitted it was me. Serving the people is what I should do. Hianduong suspiciously pointed at me, confirming I am the fierce Nam Jiang Tranthu. Hearing that, he was startled and said, "My instinct tells me something's wrong. You know me." His attitude became indifferent. I wasn't used to it before, but now I am. Xianyang casually probes, hearing that the story of Taiping Mountain and the Ice Canyon is connected to him. Despite his heart pounding with tension, Tranthu still tries to remain calm on the surface. "You're suspicious now, but you keep your composure and pretend to be uncertain. What about Mount Tai? I once went to the Ice Canyon, but unfortunately I didn't know who it was. The insane obsession caused the canyon to explode." After finishing, he clenched his fists to show his stance. "But don't let me catch that person. If I do, I will beat them every time." Hianduong still doesn't fully trust. "Are you really not involved?" Tranthu awkwardly nodded and stammered to prove his innocence. "It definitely has nothing to do with me." Luckily, he's not stubborn about this. "Fine, if it's not you, then go away." Hianduong released the spirit contract and said, "If you've finished off the Iron Beast, then this corpse will belong to you." Tranthu let out a relieved breath, finally daring to wipe the sweat off his brow, almost exposed. After clearing all obstacles, he turned to his teammates, drooling with hunger. "Let's go. Everything's settled. Let's roast the Iron Beast and have a feast tonight." Night gradually falls, and beside a stream in the outskirts, smoke drifts lazily. The four of them sit in a row, waiting for the 9-iron beast, whose outer layer has turned golden and emits an enticing aroma. Yang Bao looked at him admiringly and said, "Master is truly amazing. You just wave your hand modestly." Then, Tranthu rubbed his hands and hinted, "But I saved you. Shouldn't you do something in return?" He immediately understood and smiled confidently, "Yes, I have prepared it." After saying that, he pointed to one side and boasted, "Master, look, you're satisfied and praising." "Good boy, very obedient." As he turned around, Tranthu's expression changed completely. "Why is it you?" Atu leaned against the tree, striking a pose. "Mr. Tranthu." Tranthu's cheeks flushed visibly, and his voice was trembling. "This matter?" Atu slowly stepped closer. "I found you." Duongbao smiled ambiguously, completely unaware that he had just set a trap for Tranthu. "Ha ha ha, I told my master to go there. My master said, you saved me, I should show some gratitude. I kept thinking, then brought the master here, not giving you any time to react. She pushed you forcefully against the rock behind you." Tranthu's body stiffened, stammering as he cursed. You can't do anything." Atu responded, "That's right. If you've done a good job, there should be a reward." The woman casually sat on your lap, her hands wandering around. "Brother Tranthu, are you right? Hurry up and go." Tanam and Tutin quickly grabbed Duongbao, who was still stunned and running away, leaving them some privacy. "We're leaving now. You're crying and begging us to stay. Don't go. Finally, we can have some peace." Atu excitedly cuts hair. Let's continue. Slowly move closer to Tranthu's face. One hand gently caresses his chest, the other gradually moves downward. Just as he was about to succeed, Tranthu angrily intervened. "Enough. You keep acting like that, I won't hold back anymore." Unfortunately, this trick didn't affect Atu at all. "How do you want to be so unkind?" You immediately took out your phone and chose the simplest, innocent method. "Hello, is this the Zhenling Bureau? I want to sue someone for trying to harass a minor.
I'm speechless at your childishness, but I have to admit, sometimes kids can be surprisingly effective.
5 minutes later, she was handcuffed and taken to the station. Tunam and Tu Tin watched in shock. Did they really take her away? They gave a thumbs up to show their admiration. You're amazing, bro. Tran Tu awkwardly grinned, her mouth stretching to her ears. What else could there be? Don't they even know who I am? After dealing with the grilled tetsu meat, they return to the hotel. Footsteps echo down the quiet corridor. He sinks onto the bed, relaxing his body, finally able to sleep alone. Tran Tu relaxed and hugged the pillow, nuzzling it like a child, feeling so comfortable on his beloved bed. Suddenly, he froze, as if he had forgotten something. Then I suddenly punched myself in the head to wake up. Oh, right. Today I also defeated a metal beast. Tran Tu immediately sat up to check, to see what skill he could learn from swallowing the heart of the steel beast. He activated the spirit power circle, and the system displayed a notification. Wind control skill level up. After acquiring the new skill, Tran Tu launched into a sprint mode, and the sounds of fierce battles echoed daily in the arena. He and Slim teamed up to sweep through enemies, spending every day in the beast arena. Tu, after a month of tears behind bars for disturbing minors, wants to cry her heart out, deeply regretful of her actions at that time. During this month, a few spiritual beasts appeared suddenly in the city area. They soared freely in the sky, but were quickly caught by the spirit guardians, their large bodies forced into the luminous restraining nets. A month later, the streets were lined with lanterns and colorful streamers. Tran Tu and the others walk side by side, sharing their thoughts. Feeling like the past month has been anything but peaceful, he observes the magical beasts being controlled by the divine guardians, noting that ferocious creatures are also causing chaos in the city. At this moment, Wu Song approaches to answer the question, possibly because a new space is about to appear. He calmly explains the reason that spiritual energy recovery has been nearly 1,000 years and a new different space appears at regular intervals. However, my teacher feels that this new space is relatively dangerous, as the fierce beasts appearing this time are quite large. Tran Thu's eyes shine brightly like headlights, showing his excited mood. The new space is dangerous. He patted your shoulder and warned you, it's fine whether it's dangerous or not, doesn't concern you. Even if it appears, it will take 2 years. By then, I was already in university and ready to leave. Today is my match against Haviem. Vosung's face serious as he warned you not to let the teacher down. Haviem's fighting stance flashes through my mind and I smirk maliciously. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. The deafening sound echoes through the arena as familiar warnings repeat, and the fierce Namjiang enters the battle. I hope everyone understands one thing. Surrender directly and don't resist. It's useless. Lak Kim threw the speaker away, stirring up the atmosphere. Yeah. Dear spectators, hello everyone. Perhaps from the recording you can tell that today we will witness an exciting match. He points to Tran Thu, the fierce Namjiang player who has remained undefeated in 65 matches. Then to his opponent Haviem, who has a top-tier contract spirit. Lakim raised his voice to stir everyone's curiosity. Who will be the undefeated champion today? Let's wait and see. All the students of Namjiang School raise their hands enthusiastically. Keep going, Tran Thu. Keep going. Chumoy sends them a loving air kiss. Thank you all for your support. Haviem looked at you with a smile, finally waiting for this day. He thinks he's right and analyzes everything. If I'm not mistaken, your stream is level A, right? Even the top bloodline in Class A, if not, you wouldn't be able to defeat others. He gritted his teeth and said each word fiercely. Today, I will show you what it means to suppress the bloodline of the top-tier spirit contract. Haviem's blood boils in his body as he hurriedly summons the spirit contract. Tran Tu, I'm sending you to meet your master. Holiet Diem growled, emanating a kingly aura. However, Tran Thu remained calm, even sneering in contempt, with top-tier bloodline suppression. He also activated his spiritual power to summon Slim. Then let me see how your S-rank spirit contract can defeat my Slim. Unlike the mighty appearance of Liet Diem, Slim is incredibly adorable. It confidently lands to face the enemy. As Slim and the fierce tiger clash, the tension in the air is extremely intense. Liet Diem seems to sense the aura of the one who defeated it last time. It growls in caution. Seeing that, Tran Thu sneered and said, Looks like your sick cat is a bit scared. Are you going crazy? Haviem annoyedly denies it. You're overthinking. Just as he was about to act, the system suddenly appeared. Huh? The 3 options are, use Slim's butt to crush Holiet Diem, accept defeat and reconcile, or use a bag of urine to fight back. Any choice comes with a reward. He almost didn't hesitate and chose the third option, quickly pulling the sack out of his bag. Haviem broke out in a cold sweat instinctively. What do you want to do? Tran-Tu politely turned back and asked Lahim if he could open the protective device. It's used to prevent the summoning spirit from being affected by the contract spirit, and it is opened during each match. The shameful memory of that day flooded back, causing him to scream in panic. Absolutely do not open it, he wants to assault. The staff immediately responded, Sorry, this cannot be opened. You sigh regretfully and put away the bag. All right, it seems you're pretty lucky too. Seeing that the two competitors were stable, Lak Kiem took the microphone and announced the start of the match. Haviem, impatient, hurriedly urged Liet Diem to use his skill. It inhaled deeply, then opened its mouth to fire a fireball at Slim. Slim jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Tran-Tu calmly controls its actions to respond to any situation. It activates the dream sleep technique, a transparent barrier covering its entire body. The fireball hit the barrier and immediately disappeared. Slim seemed to have fallen into sleep. A faint snoring sound echoes. After confirming safety, it suddenly opens its eyes and emits a unique sound belonging to the Slim race. Using it as the center, each layer of sound waves spread outward. The sound waves disoriented Liet Diem, making her dizzy and causing her eyes to spin wildly out of focus. But as it was caught off guard, Slim immediately activated the collision skill, transforming into an arrow that shot straight at the opponent. Liet Diem gradually regained consciousness and hurried into a defensive stance. Unfortunately, it was too late, so it could only directly resist with its hard head. In less than a second, Liet Diem was knocked away. Fresh blood splattered into the air as its body fell backward beside Haviem. He stood there in shock, still stunned by the sudden turn of events. Sui Then leapt forward, using his momentum to crush Liet Diem in a final blow. The crowd erupted in excitement, standing up to get a better look. So I won then. Vosong also silently prayed for Tran-Tu. Haviem's body trembled as he clenched his teeth and whispered, I lost. His arrogance was shattered, and he was lost in self-deception. No, it can't be. You must have cheated. His whole body felt like falling into a freezing, cold abyss. I hope this is just an illusion. That's right, you cheated. Otherwise, how could I have lost? Haviem desperately blinked, refusing to believe he had been defeated like this. I want to report that you cheated. Tran-Tu witnessed his shamelessness reaching a new level. Cheating, you subtly glanced at Liet Diem lying helplessly beneath Slim, exposing Haviem's dirty mind, untrustworthy ability, and stubbornly accusing others of cheating. He sneered with disdain. Having Liet Diem follow you really is a waste. Slim increased his strength to crush him in response to Tran-Thu's words, his expression turning cold as he calmly said, If you don't want to admit defeat, it's not impossible, but this spirit of yours. He chuckled mockingly and leaned in close to Tran-Thot, who was truly terrified. Haviem stammered, unable to speak, as what he said earlier now seemed like a joke. No matter how unwilling you are, he still has to admit it. Damn it, there's nothing more I can do. Haviem, suppressing his shame, bowed his head and said, I give up. Lak Kiem immediately declared loudly, Tran-Tu wins this round. All the spectators were extremely impressed by his consistent performance. Together they shouted that Tran-Tu was invincible. Tran-Tu is invincible. He runs his hand through his hair in a cool pose. Unbeatable. It's truly lonely. Haviem gritted his teeth, glaring at him with hatred, vowing to himself, I won't let you go. Tran-Tu walks down the stage leisurely. Vosong still stands there waiting for him as always. You're back, Tran-Tu? The old man sincerely praised. Your performance is very good. You were given some colored medicine and immediately opened a dyeing workshop. And your nose also grew longer. It can't be any other way because she's too strong. The other students have seen a lot, but they can never get used to Tran-Thu's personality. Vosong rubbed his aching head and pressed his temples to get rid of the pain. Don't be proud anymore. Sit down and watch their match. You follow and sit between Tu Nam and Tu Tin. The next match is Tu Tin's turn, and the battle is extremely fierce, while Tu Nam's side faces a much calmer confrontation. Habang single-handedly slaughtered her opponent, nothing major. As night fell, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Vosong stands in the middle of the auditorium and announces that today's match is over. He clearly announces the latest news. Additionally, I wanted to say a few words to you all. Due to the timing of this year's Lunar New Year holiday, we will finish our journey early and leave Daxing City in 2 days. Hearing this, Tran-Tu quickly raised her hand to ask, if we leave early, how can I possibly get first place? He is also helpless about your impatience. Don't worry, 2 days is enough for you to secure first place. Everyone disperse. Remember to pack your things first. He sighed in frustration and stood up to agree.
All right. Then their mood brightened again as they put their arms around their friend's shoulders and said, "Let's go back." They strolled side by side under the gentle moonlight, the breeze softly rustling the trees, creating a whispering sound. Suddenly, a person pointed at Tran Thu Mok Leo. "Uncle, it's him!" Tran Tu. You were startled, turned around to look for the voice's owner, and asked who it was. Havim, feeling confident after finding support, swaggered and said, "I am Ngo Luke, with a few scars from sword wounds on my face, which only add to my fierce presence." A quick glance told me this thug's not someone to mess with. Tran Thu smirked, her eyes subtly flashing with mockery. "Oh, you called your parents?" Ngo Luke's face darkened as he directly got to the point. "Lucky for you, you didn't bully my nephew, huh?" You casually wave your hand, drawing the guy's attention. "Bullying? Let me tell you, big brother." Tanam and Tutin quietly stepped back and slipped away. Tran Thu, showing no fear, pointed directly at Haviem. "When did I bully him? Was it because I defeated him at the spirit arena?" Hearing that, he widened his eyes and gaped in shock at how shameless you are. "Your attitude is polite, but your tone is sadly submissive." "Then I apologize. Next time, I will definitely bow my head and admit defeat before Hathiu." Tran Thu then winked playfully, showing no fear. "Is that okay?" VM angrily exposes Tran Chan Tuong, saying it's not about the dual spirit school, but about what you did to me that night. You still stay calm and pretend to be innocent. Can you explain a bit more about what happened that night? Otherwise, others will think I'm a pervert. Ngo Luke was convinced by your reasoning and put his arm around Haviem's shoulder. "Xiao Viem, what did he do to you that night?" He stammered nervously, worried about you. At this moment, a plate of spicy land shrimp flew towards them. Haviem, already alert, immediately warned, "Hey, be careful!" He wasn't just an ordinary thug from the street and quickly reacted, smashing the spicy lobster dish with his fist, but this caused the hot sauce to splash all over Ngo Luke's shiny head and clothes. Haviem sighed, feeling angry on behalf of his uncle. The three Tran Thu looked at each other. He gave a thumbs up to praise, then they all split up and ran in 3 different directions. You shout, "Master Li, someone wants to eliminate us, save us!" Ngo Luke's clothes are still steaming. He grits his teeth and says each word sharply. "You want to run?" As soon as he finished speaking, he moved quickly and was about to reach Tran Thu, grabbing his collar tightly, causing him to freeze, pale with cold sweat. Suddenly, a stream of deathly aura shot past, startling him and making him turn his head. In his line of sight was a giant serpent with a wide-open red mouth ready to attack. Ngo Luke briefly tensed up, then suddenly snapped out of it and discerned clearly. Summoning a half-commander, unfortunately in this city area no one can use a spiritual contract. This time he is truly angered by you, veins bulging on his forehead. "Tran Thu, this time you will definitely die at my hands." Ngo Luke clenched his fist, ready to fight him. Tran Thu timidly stepped back, but there was no way out. Only then did he realize he was truly afraid. Could it be that the fierce Namjiang is really about to fail? Just as he was caught in a dilemma, he noticed 2 familiar figures walking nearby. Tran Thu's eyes turned into shining stars as she excitedly calls out, "Sister Huang Tu, great strength." They heard it, immediately stopped and turned to ask, "Tran Thu, what's wrong with you?" This disturbance also caught the attention of Ngo Luke and Haviem, who looked teary-eyed and pitiful. "Help me save her." Her face darkened, and the surrounding atmosphere grew gloomy. "Who gave you permission?" Huang Tu bent her knees and then lightly jumped up. She angrily raised her leg, aiming to give Ngo Luke a kick to punish him for bullying my sister in the underworld. Dai Luke clenched his claw handle and rushed to support. "Brother, I'm here!" Tran Thu watched the scene in front of him, swallowing saliva in amazement. "Wow, that's really fierce." Fang Si and her multi-purpose claw kept launching relentless attacks. In the end, Ngo Luke and Haviem were both covered in wounds, and she finally stopped. He asked teasingly, "Do you want to keep going?" Ngo Luke instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, begging non-stop. "Please stop hitting me. I am from the No family in Daiheng City." I thought that famous reputation would make them cautious, but it had the opposite effect. Does Fang Si frown? She stepped forward and grabbed his collar, her face full of fierce anger. "Are you really one of the No family?" A strong hand slammed down on that battered head. Ngo Luke shouted in despair, "That's enough. Everything should have some limits." The more she said that, the more she clenched her fist and punched forward. Is there a limit? He couldn't take it anymore. His posture was utterly cowardly. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Everyone is a notable figure, still accepting Huang Tu's relentless blows, crashing into the wall. They are notable, right? Liu Wu hugs his head and admits fault. "Big sister, I was wrong." She was not satisfied and kicked him repeatedly in the butt. Really messed up? My 2 brothers beside me are now pale as mummies,
and Da Luke is trembling as he points ahead. Tran Bai, can you handle this move? Tran Thu shook her head rapidly like a fan. I feel like even the beast can't handle it. Just then, Phuong Tu glances over and gives the order. Tran Thu hands the urine bag to her. Instinctively, he salutes Commander Q, which confused her a bit. Why are you so excited? Tran Thu quickly knelt down and lifted the bag as if offering a treasure to the king. Miss Phuong Tu, please. Her current expression is hard to describe. Bang Tu reached out her hand, thinking to herself, is this kid already scared stiff because I frightened him? Forget it. Let him be. He threw it at Ngo Luke without hesitation, putting it on himself and leading his nephew to run around the city in a circle. The man immediately picked it up and followed. Yes. Carrying Haviem on my shoulder, I run away. Tran Thu's eyes are like countless stars shining brightly with admiration. Impressive, Miss Phuong Tu. It gave me goosebumps. She brushed her hands off and stepped back. Tell me, what trouble did you cause this time? He smiled and started to nag. This story is quite long. Let me tell you both. The three of us walked down the quiet street, talking for a while. And that's basically it. Phuong Tu strokes her chin thoughtfully and makes a suggestion. I see. All right. If he causes trouble for you again later, just tell me and I'll help you deal with him. Tran Thu pretended to be fine and moved on to the important matter, saying, there's no problem hitting him. I can do it too. But if both of you are here, I want to invite you to the Duel Spirit School tomorrow. Dolly was surprised and asked, what for at the Duel Spirit School? He smiled knowingly and grabbed both of their collars to announce, of course, just by watching me perform. Seizing the moment as Tran Thu steps onto the arena, Lok Kim eagerly introduces him. Today's competitor is Tran Thu Bok Chin Bok Tang from Namjiang High School. He skillfully creates an energetic atmosphere. As the new star of January, Tran Thu might win first place in the spirit ranking. He excitedly turns to interview the person next to him. As far as I know, there has never been a student from Dahung's Spirit Arena who won first place. Is it possible that you, Tran Thu, want to break this record? Tran Thu confidently raised her hand high, asserting firmly that of course only she could break the record. Suddenly, Lok Kim changed his attitude even faster than flipping a pancake, hesitating for a moment before confidently announcing, we also have a similar case. He is the top-ranked beast tamer in the December Spirit Arena, Wang Tzu Shan. Now what we are looking forward to is today's match. Tzu San slowly steps into the center of the arena, his brows almost touching as he carefully assesses his opponent. Tran Thu looked up at the stands and immediately recognized the familiar figure waving enthusiastically. Phuong Tu smiled brightly, not forgetting to boost his spirits. Come on. As if drawing more strength, you smile faintly and signal to your opponent. Let's go. Slim was quickly summoned, his large, jiggly body like jelly happily landing on the ground. Tucson sneered and said, ha ha, you talk big, but it's just Slim. He arrogantly summoned his spirit. Watch this. The Thunder Beast gradually appears, covered in lightning bolts, exuding a dangerous and intimidating power. Tran Thu was a bit surprised and sighed. The A-rank Spirit Peak Thunder Lightning, no wonder he's so confident, but my Slim is not to be underestimated either. He laughed with a mocking smile and boldly issued a challenge. Then let me see who is truly the king between level A and level F. In an instant, the Thunder Beast unleashed its attack, each strike rushing like the wind to hit its target and defeat it. Slim was momentarily startled by such a swift assault. The speed of this skill is so fast that there's no time to react, but it easily regains its composure, delightfully absorbing the lightning bolts as if savoring a freshly cooked dish. Tran Thu calmly analyzes each move of the opponent, resulting in paralysis. If I fought another beast, I might win, but unfortunately my stream has a divine skill. Its whole body is like a solid shield now, preventing any lightning from passing through. With a swift and decisive style, he straightforwardly ordered, "Go die, you little brat." Sim received the command and immediately used all his strength to form himself into a missile stance, charging forward, but his opponent was no pushover at this moment. Beast Lightning dodged the attack more lightly than ever before. It didn't rush to give up, but kept attacking continuously, and Beast Lightning continued to evade easily. It seemed like these two spiritual contracts shared the same quick-witted mind. Tran Thu slightly raised her eyebrows in admiration. Was he that fast? From Duong, observing the opponent's slight change in expression, immediately kicks evenly. It seems you also have a weakness. You're tired of his arrogant attitude, refusing to admit defeat and fighting back. And he has more weaknesses than you think. Slim Tui Mong is deadly. Slim calmly falls asleep, showing no concern for the danger lurking right behind him. He still maintains his arrogant expression as a challenge. You think only you have these two skills? Thunder Beast, wielding lightning claws. The moment it received its master's command, it roared loudly, shaking the entire space, and immediately extended its claws, ready to send its opponent to the afterlife. The Thunderclaw roared, charging forward like a starving beast after 3 days without food. Its front paws stabbed straight into the opponent, claws ruthlessly slashing forward. Even if the golden energy causes bleeding or breaks its claws, it still clings stubbornly. Finally, the pain overwhelmed it, and it roared loudly. Tran Thu Ha, he sneered. It seems your claws aren't sharp enough. Tucson remains calm and speaks softly. So what about this then? The Thunder Beast raises its head high, 2 horns gathering a sphere of energy before launching it at Slim. Its target is the seal on its forehead. Tran Thu suddenly realized the intention, wondering why he kept fighting after being knocked back, and understood he was waiting for the sealed explosion to trigger. Now Slim frowned and activated all his spiritual power, as if turning on his combat engine. You smirk slyly, pretending to sympathize, but it's too late now. Slim curls up into a ball and in just a few seconds shatters the energy shield around Thu Loi Kwang. It uses collision and brutal close combat skills to turn the tide. Tran Thu looked directly at Tucson and declared, "The Thunder Beast is using an unstoppable ultimate move. You're going to lose this time." At the same time, Sui leapt into the air and landed softly on his back, leaving the audience stunned by how quickly the battle ended. Then they gradually regained their composure and cheered excitedly. Tran Thu quickly composed himself, turned around, and waved goodbye with a truly lonely champion's gesture. Somewhere else, 2 figures are watching the entire match on a big screen. Trin Tung carefully assessed that such abilities could only be the result of a high-level spirit contract. Indeed, this Tran Thu is not simple. He immediately ordered A2, release a Hong in 2 days, and do whatever it takes to make Tran Thu ours. A nodded without hesitation, firmly and clearly obeying. Meanwhile, Tran Thu was still reveling in his victory. So, now, are you powerful or not? Because of that attitude, Phuong Tu and Dai Luke froze for a moment, and she kindly praised the boy a little. His strength is indeed not bad, but after your match, don't you need to go back to class? You looked like a fool nodding along. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Tran Thu didn't know what bad idea she was thinking of and suggested to her, Miss Phuong Tu, come with me. Teacher Lai always mentions you. He remembers you doing that. This is a minor matter, so she agreed immediately. All right. A moment later, they arrived right in front of the door, feeling excited, and he called out as he walked, "Teacher Lee, look who's here!" Suddenly, he stopped in surprise at the appearance of some people. Huh? It's Javiem's group, and this time Tien Tran, Ngolok's brother, is also here. As soon as I saw them, all the positivity in my words vanished, and I snapped irritably, "Why are you here?" Yuan Hong quickly stepped in to help. Mr. Tran Thu, they are the new sponsors. That's right. This month's top prize includes some lordly ingredients, and they also sponsored 5 million. Having said that, he carefully hands the gift box to the powerful figure. The reward is all here. Tien Chen stands nearby, showing regret. Yesterday, my nephew and my younger brother caused trouble for Tran Thu because of a misunderstanding. I and everyone else apologize to you. He glanced at the check next to the gift box. This 5 million is our apology. And he happily raised his hand, wanting to make peace. I hope that you, Tran Thu, can forgive the past and turn enemies into friends. Suddenly remembering something important, Tien Tran immediately sternly requests, "One more thing. I hope you won't interfere in our family affairs anymore." What do your family affairs have to do with us? Habang belongs to our special class. He casually shifts the trouble to Vo Song. Even if I don't care, can our homeroom teacher just sit back and do nothing? And then shamelessly hide behind him to threaten. If you dare bully Ha Bang, he will be the first to bury you all. Vo Sung, although upset, had no choice but to let it go. Yes, Ha Bang is my student. Please, 3 of you leave now. Tien Chen's face darkened with rejection, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Is this person going too far? It's too much. What exactly did we do wrong? All right, after you apologize, just leave quickly. The 5 million can be considered as protection fee. As long as you stop causing trouble for Tran Thu, we won't bother Haviem either. Are you charging my NGO family protection fees in Daxiang City? Just relying on you guys? She slightly smirked and decisively waved the card. Is that not allowed? He was momentarily surprised, instinctively grabbed it and checked. As soon as Tien Chen read the other inscription on the card, he shouted in panic, "You are a royal dragon guard." When he looked up, he met a cold gaze that seemed ready to kill. He trembled with fear, finally suppressed his emotions and immediately bowed his head in surrender. Sorry, I was too abrupt. This 5 million is my gift for Miss Fuang too. He quickly waved his hand and signaled, let's go. They immediately turned around and left, leaving Tran Thu with a feeling of satisfaction like never before. His eyes lit up with admiration as he gave a thumbs up. Impressive, Sister Fuang Tu, taking the opportunity to seize the moment. Sister, you always do one for us, okay? Fuang Tu chuckled knowingly and promised, I'll wait until you become the boss of the Imperial Guard. Both of them exclaimed love words at the same time. Damn it! Wusong couldn't help but feel annoyed by the childishness of the students and reminded them, all right, no more noise. Let's go home and celebrate the new year. Mr. Chu carefully advised, the car is waiting downstairs. Dali, Fuang Tu, you guys come along with everyone. They politely responded with smiles. Everyone hurriedly left, each looking forward to celebrating the new year soon. Tran Thu happily drapes her arm around Dali, humming a song. We're rich, we're rich. Habang saw you about to leave and hurriedly ran over. When Tran Thu heard someone calling her name, she immediately turned back to check. She shyly suggested, stay a little longer. I have something to tell you. Habang shyly glanced at Tran Thu, and the atmosphere was now filled with a sense of romance. You look confused and ask, Habang, what do you want to say to me? Without hesitation, she immediately rushes over and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. She quickly steadied her emotions, a bit shy and afraid to look at you. Thank you for protecting me like that. After saying that, she hurriedly left, her heart pounding wildly from this intimate act. Tran Thu was stunned for a long time, constantly marveling inside. Habang, her overconfidence suddenly flared up again, her face now resembling a famous painting by Munch. Are you thinking that because you won first place from her, you want to use the beauty trap to kill yourself? A fleeting thought that just crossed his mind made him panic and shake his head to deny everything, finally asserting with certainty that he must not hesitate. His heart only focused on studying. Suddenly recalling the intimate touch just now, she blushed like a ripe tomato. But Tran Thu seemed to be lost in the magical moment that just happened. She is truly very soft. Suddenly, Dali suddenly interrupted sharply and shouted to remind her, Tran Thu, let's go. Feeling suddenly annoyed and displeased, he frowned slightly and responded casually, yes, the morning sunlight covers the sky, filtering through the tall buildings and shining on the busy street below as they slowly step off the bus, chatting leisurely. Tran Thu suddenly remembered something important. That's right, Dali. Sister Fuang Tu, I just sent a message to our parents earlier saying that both of you are coming home too. He happily relayed that they said they would come over to your house for dinner. Fuang Tu had no reason to refuse and accepted it willingly. All right. Just in time, I also have something I want to give you. As soon as we stepped into the living room, the three of them immediately gathered around the object was placed on the table. A small bottle that looks beautiful and sparkling, making it impossible not to notice its attractiveness. Tran Thu suspiciously asked, Miss Fuang Tu, is this the thing you want to give me, or did you get it from some black market or something? What black market? This is developed by the Huaha Academy, capable of increasing all attributes of the contract spirit by 10%. Hearing this, he immediately looked up. All attributes. His emotions change 360 degrees, tears welling up as his voice becomes choked with emotion. Sister Fuang Tu smiles, pats his shoulder encouragingly. No need to thank her, just do your best in the exam and don't let others look down on you. Tran Thu, with a cheeky smile, denied it. Are you saying that you could sell cheap products? He enthusiastically explained, you want to start a company, and with such an awesome product, isn't it possible to dominate the medicine market? She snapped in anger, directly kicking out without any mercy, and uttered words of love. Get out, hurry up, and let Slim drink. He smiled foolishly, scratching his head, and gently reassured the person in front of him. I was just joking. Slim couldn't help but rejoice, waving its short arms excitedly as Tran Thu gently fed it medicine, just like coaxing a child with candy. He watched with interest as it gradually absorbed the power. Then it was time to witness a miracle. Tran Thu gently smiled and advised, watch carefully. Slim quickly picks up on its owner's signal, ready to broaden everyone's horizons. Its chubby body instantly swells up and floats in the air like a magical jelly. Witnessing such an incredible transformation right before his eyes, Fuang Tu kept marveling. It became so huge. Slim shyly blushes at the compliment, happily closing its eyes and making adorable sounds. Popping up. Tran Thu quickly received the point addition notification, and he happily stroked his chin to evaluate. Adding 2 more attributes isn't bad either. Fang Xi cheerfully encourages. So, you really have a good chance of getting into the Hua Academy? She then thoughtfully reminded him. Spend this time studying. I'll be waiting for you at the Hua Academy. They shake hands and vow to work hard together to meet at the imperial capital. One day passes like that. Tran Tu, deep in sleep, was awakened by the blaring ringtone. Why can't you fly away? The world is full of peace while you sleep and yawn annoyingly. Who is that? Lazily inching forward, slowly picking up the phone to answer. Hello? Fang Xi from the other end of the line shouted angrily. Today, Tu Tintin promised to have dinner with her. Give me 3 minutes to appear in front of her house. Tran Tu's face was as dark as a pot, still not fully recovered from the ear torture, finally decided to throw the phone under the blanket and go to sleep, ignoring him and continuing to sleep. Before even lying down, he instantly sat up again, the reminder from earlier echoing in his mind. 3 minutes later, he hurriedly threw on his coat and urged himself to hurry up. After a while, Tran Thu's group had gathered in a traditional-style restaurant. You seem a bit curious, I ask. Little Tin, why do you suddenly want to invite Sister Huang Tu to dinner today? Tu Tin shyly scoops food into the bowl of the person next to her. Isn't it because I really admire Sister Huang and want to get to know her better? Huang Tu blushed and was about to respond politely, but suddenly the ringing of the phone interrupted their conversation. She suddenly changed her attitude, standing up seriously. All right. Tran Tu asked anxiously about the situation. What's wrong? She hurriedly recounted the incident. Crown Prince Hung appeared with a horde of ferocious beasts. Everyone eat first. I'll handle something quickly. At that moment, the familiar notification screen appeared, catching his attention. Now faced with 3 options to resolve the situation, he was forced to take an action to receive a reward. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the 3rd option on the list. Wait, Miss Huang Tu, I'll go with you. Tran Thu quickly gave the order, your little tin summon bird. Tu Tin eagerly followed the command, okay? Luadiu receives the command and gradually appears in the sky, its entire body covered in a stunning blue hue. Tran Thu directly addresses the matter. Miss Huang Tu, where are we headed now? She seems accustomed to your quick and efficient manner, comfortably reporting the destination to the authorities first. Tain couldn't help but feel excited about the upcoming trip. Okay. Luo Diao immediately ordered everyone to fly into the sky as the night gradually darkened, making it easier for them to carry out their plans. At this moment, in the town's spiritual bureau, a formidable army loomed into view, with Wang Huang leading with the disciplined demeanor of a captain, clearly demonstrating her authority and status. Huang Tu just arrived, anxiously inquired about Captain Wang's situation, asking where the beast horde appeared and what their characteristics were. He quickly reported the information accurately. These beasts look like black apes and are now heading south. She pondered for a long time before boldly guessing that it was a black-tied beast. He carefully took out a pre-prepared envelope and politely offered it as a gift. This is a token of goodwill. Tran Thu looked a bit shy and said, just give it to me. No need to be so polite. Before he could touch the envelope, a slender hand slapped him as a warning. Huang Tu confidently said, I will handle this properly. No need to worry. You can take this back. Then he gestured. Xiaotin, let's go. He immediately commanded the lightning bird to fly to the designated location, carefully inspecting every corner and moving from above to close to the fields. Huang Tu frowned slightly in worry. These ferocious beasts are a bit hard to find. Tanam heard and immediately reassured him, don't worry, I'm here. She was overjoyed as if she saw her savior, the spirit of hope probing. Good. The guy shyly scratched his head, chuckling, and then said, Xiaodi, show me where that beast is. Xiaodi received the order, slowly closed her eyes, and began her search. Suddenly, she opened her bright blue eyes when she received a signal from afar. He happily announced to everyone, I found it. Tiny Echo swiftly led the way with Lei Eagle following behind, as thousands of ferocious beasts now stood ready to attack their prey. Tanam, trembling with fear, clings tightly and sobs. Damn it, so many fierce beasts. Trentu Nyu wanted to pop her eyes out at the horrifying scene. Damn it, so many it seems I can only use my unique secret technique. They seem to be caught in a trap, just watching as he smiles strangely and pulls out a potion. Damn it. Tina, panicking, turned to ask for help from those nearby. Sister Huang Tu, stop her quickly, or else she'll cause an explosion like the Ice Canyon and Mount Taibin again. All senses seem to be awakened. Huang Tu screams in anger when she realizes the culprit of what just happened. Damn it, was it really you? He immediately made an excuse, saying it was just an accident. Ha ha ha, just a coincidence.
Before launching its attack, the beast suddenly turned around and spotted its target. Without a second thought, it lifted its leg and charged with incredible speed. Lei Diao was ambushed and staggered back a few steps, the beast like it had lost control, charging at him and roaring. Tran Thu immediately sensed the danger and shouted a warning. "Get out of there! He's attacking from behind!" Fang Xi, full of confidence, told them, "Don't worry, just protect yourselves well," and then immediately raised her hand to the sky, revealing two black holes in the universe. The Crimson Flame Dragon and the Crimson Sea Dragon are summoned simultaneously, surrounded by a powerful energy. The beast's attack hits Luidio's body, but surprisingly, that alone causes it to suffer a severe punishment, heading towards the fire attack of the Crimson Flame Dragon. The entire body of the beast began to burn with countless flames of various sizes. It howled in extreme pain, and the flames continued to spread to its minions. They were soon engulfed in a sea of flames like a barbecue grill with garlic, as the furious beast used its other abilities, splitting into multiple copies to support the battle. This surprised Fuang Tu a bit, the split ability. Luidiu turns back, determined to take revenge on the annoying monsters. Taking advantage of their distraction, the Crimson Sea Dragon also appears from behind, freezing them with a single flap of its wings. Her gaze was full of disdain, but unfortunately she was still too weak. The Crimson Flame Dragon was not inferior, busy flying over to join the fun with a burst of fire. The ferocious beasts, having just endured bone-chilling cold, now faced the flames of Mount Hoadiem, falling one after another onto the ground. The spirit contracts kept a close eye on the situation without blinking. Fang Xi gently descended from the Thunderbird. "I'll go see what's happening." Indeed, most of the ferocious beasts had been scorched, but what was strange was that she had no idea she was in their sights. Dongming from afar, with his high-grade sniper rifle, tried to aim precisely at Fuang Tu, feeling proud as if he was certain to win this bet. "Ha ha ha, you're about to kill the genius of the Huaha Academy." The system immediately issues an urgent mission to Tran Thu. 1. Trust in a possible future. 2. Speed up the Thunderbird to dodge the bullets. 3. Summon Slim to block the attack. Just those 3 pieces of information are enough for him to recognize the bullet. Could it be? Thanks to the perfect 10 out of 10 eyesight, he easily identified the location of the ally. Sniper rifle. Tran Thu panicked and tried to shout as loudly as possible to warn that Fuang Tu was ambushed. Fearing that something was wrong, he summoned his spirit contract, Sai. At the same time, the allies sounded the horn and made their declaration. She's definitely dead. She only now realizes the danger. Slim has successfully and precisely blocked the bullet. Fang Xi stared at the blood splattered everywhere, unable to recover from the shock. Sensing the danger approaching, Tran Thu urgently shouted an order. The Luidiu escapes to behind Slim. Dai Luke is stunned by the confusing scene before his eyes. What the hell is going on? He clenched his teeth in anger. Someone ambushed him, and just then he received the reward notification. The death and chaos potions are in hand. He immediately orders his spirit to fight without hesitation. "Sim, activate the shield." Dongmin was a bit surprised, his face darkening as he was blocked. He wouldn't give up easily and immediately summoned the spirit contract to continue attacking the target. Ai appears majestic and confident, as befits its master. He swiftly leaps onto it and takes control without hesitation, charging straight at the large figure before him. Tran Tu looked suspicious and asked, "Are you the one who ambushed me?" Dongming slowly stood up and sighed. "I didn't expect to be ruined by a level 9 beast tamer." His eyes seemed to want to swallow the enemy, each word threatening. "I hope you will still be as lucky next time." "What do you mean you didn't expect this? I was very calm about it." He sneered sarcastically. "You really are fearless, aren't you? It's funny, next time I'll use half my strength to deal with you." Then I turned and walked away. "Goodbye. You can't help but judge that arrogant attitude. You really know how to act tough, but when you get angry, you decide to pull out the medicine bottle you've been keeping safe. You think you can run away after pretending? Do you think you're me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tran Thu threw her item directly at the fleeing figure. The container holding the blood-red substance spilled onto the bird-like creature. Dongming realized something was wrong and couldn't hide his panic. "What's going on?" A deafening scream echoes as the bird loses control and crashes to the ground, causing a powerful shockwave. He painfully drags himself away from the scene. What on earth is going on? Suddenly recognizing a familiar figure, his face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, it's those guys." Tran Thu slowly stepped down the stairs. "Oh, who is that in front of me?" He and his brothers all showed a sinister look, eyes like vampires seeing blood. "Why aren't they running anymore?" Dongming quickly looked for an excuse and said,
I think there's a misunderstanding in this matter. Do you believe it? He asked with a strange smile. Oh, do you think I would believe that? I don't know where you pulled that threatening bag from. Next scene, I feel like you've seen enough blood and gore already. Tran Thu Tuk then grabbed a plastic bag and signaled, "Let's fight now." He still doesn't seem to know fear, suddenly attacking without warning. "Don't push me." Before he could unleash any energy, Phuong Tu confidently stomped on his head. She begins to enter a state of continuous attack. What do you mean? Still want to resist? Now all that can be heard are screams of panic as they are beaten into submission. Tran Thu suddenly had an idea. A sly smile appeared on her face. Maybe we should quickly bury the power and go along with it, her eyes suddenly shining brightly. I suggest you find some tools somewhere. He chuckles happily and starts cooking. Everyone freezes for 3 seconds, their mouths gradually stretching out of control. Where did these things come from? Phuong Tu silently tries to stop her. All right, stop causing trouble. Let the Imperial God investigate this. Tin is like the last thread of reason left in the team, I agree. A black iron-level beast tamer aiming to pursue and kill students from the Hua Ha Academy. He seriously expressed his opinion, sensing there might be some conspiracy. She also had the same thought, boldly speculating that he might even be working for some organization. Dongming gradually regained consciousness from the surrounding noise, slowly opening his eyes to assess the situation. He clenched his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He slowly reached into his coat pocket, secretly taking out a hidden weapon while no one was paying attention. Tran Thu was about to join in the fun with everyone, but as if reminded by his ancestors, he immediately looked down to check the person pretending to lie still. He hasn't realized that his actions have been exposed and calmly presses all the buttons on the remote. The boy senses danger and urgently shouts a warning to his teammates. Watch out, he's trying to blow himself up. Without a second hesitation, he urgently summoned Slim to protect his life. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and it used all its might to stop Dongzhen with its massive body. Only after it landed safely did Tran Thu finally let out a relieved sigh. That was too close. If we hadn't moved in time, we might have been blown to pieces. Frowning, Phuong Tu decisively ordered, "Let's head back first." He understood the other side's intentions and nodded slightly in agreement. All right, only Phuong Tu. The swift-flying bird appears, with each person climbing onto its massive body to move. It quickly flew them back from the suburbs to the bustling city center. In the blink of an eye, Phuong Tu's group arrived at the heart of the town. She didn't fix it anymore and just said goodbye, then went to submit the mission and casually mentioned this to the Imperial Guard. You guys go home first. Tran Thu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, hesitating for a moment before waving goodbye. See you later. Tu Ting and Tu Nam also smile happily. Goodbye. Her figure gradually disappeared on the busy street, and the others returned to their own tasks. Tran Thu Hao was eager to invite them out, saying, Let's go, everyone. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted their conversation. You're confusing yourself. Old Wang, what does he want from me now? Tianba tearfully reported the incident as he answered the call. Young Master Tran, something's happened at the shop. Someone said our medicine is fake, and now they want to report it. You were stunned, confused, and speechless when you heard the news. What? Everyone is now starting to pay attention to the activity at a shop across the street. The crowd around gradually gathered to watch, pushing so close that all I could hear was a helpless voice saying, I told you, we don't sell fake medicine. Please stop causing trouble here. The Than Kong group shouted angrily, repeatedly demanding their money back. Tianba found himself in a difficult position, unsure how to handle the situation, until he noticed a familiar figure appear, and his eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline. Young Master Tron, you're here. Tran Thu calmly inquires about the situation. What's going on? The man quickly reported the situation. This person came to buy 10 bottles of medicine from us today, but after the purchase, they claimed it was fake, and then started causing trouble at the door. You responded calmly, with a face full of confidence. All right, I understand. I am the owner of this shop. If you have any requests, just tell me. Fei Yang directly made his demand. Pay the money. Chung Kong is just adding fuel to the fire. You're the boss. We have no other demands, only one. Sell fake medicine and pay up. You slowly twisted back and asked, so you have evidence that my medicine is fake. Is it based on your hair or what? Pretending to see through the hidden conspiracy, you act very surprised. Based on your group, you are teaming up to harm us. They couldn't help but be startled when their secret was exposed, instinctively glancing at each other in worry. Lu Ji refused to give up and continued to demand his rights, saying, What do you mean by working together? We don't know each other, so stop talking nonsense and pay up. The other two quickly agreed, saying,
Selling fake medicine means paying up, no more nonsense. That's right. No matter what, the medicine you're selling is fake. At this moment, Van Hu suddenly appeared and intervened to help, saying, if you really want to prove whether the medicine is fake or not, there's another way. He casually suggested a solution. Just prepare a little of the powerful medicine here, then let everyone's spiritual contract drink it to verify the authenticity.
He doesn't seem very smart. His words also reveal some flaws.
What a coincidence. I also come from Nam Thuong School of Medicine. Maybe we can collaborate on the formulation and compare notes.
Tran Thu gently observes and says, so you were waiting here for me to arrive. Carefully analyzing the timeline, deliberately looking for the person who accused me of selling fake medicine, then challenging me to a fight, and finally stepping on me to take my place in the black market.
You don't hesitate to play along with them in a good show. No need. I think it's better for the Tranlin Bureau to judge whether it's real or fake.
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello? Is this the Spirit Suppression Bureau? He was a bit panicked and hurriedly refused. No need to bother the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Just a contest is enough. The sound of the call ending echoes. Tran Thu ponders silently, staring directly at the system screen in front of him, carefully calculating his next move, and finally deciding to accept the challenge. Fine, I will fight you then.
All right. He clapped his hands to order the items to be brought here.
The henchman quickly brought up the tools as ordered.
Boss Lee, here it is.
Tran Thu smiled excitedly. As expected, they had prepared in advance. He arrogantly pulled away the white cloth to reveal the crafted vials.
Smiling, I confirm we're starting the contest. My potion is ready too. Let's begin.
Unfazed, he calmly opens the reward box in front of him. Let's begin. Suddenly, coming up with a bold idea, he immediately shouted to stop.
Wait!
He challenged his opponent excitedly. Do you dare to blindfold and drug me? Are you joking with me? Looks like you're not brave enough. Without giving the opponent a chance to reply, you keep insulting them as useless. He was so stunned that he couldn't speak, only managing to say you before falling silent. Tran Thu held the blindfold up in front of him, looking completely calm. What do you mean by you? Quickly put it on and take a good look. The young alchemist raises his hand, smirking with confidence. He relies on his mind, not his eyes, to craft the potion.
Tran Thu placed the test tube down and signaled to start. Van Hu watched the situation without knowing what to say, but quickly began to act. On this side, he is seriously using the microscope to measure each ingredient carefully, while Tran Thu has his legs up on the table, throwing things around casually. Witnessing this strange situation, the audience can't help but be surprised, feeling like his posture and movements are somehow off. Another person also turned to ask his friend, is the public restroom guy really okay? Suddenly, the blindfold was ripped off, and Tran Thu held it high, confidently declaring that he was done.
The whole audience fell into an endless murmur. The public restroom brother paused. So is it finished now? This speed is impossible, especially with my eyes closed. Hearing those few compliments, I couldn't help but feel proud. Usually this speed is impossible, but I have a system surprisingly, right? I hacked it. Then he turned his face towards Hu to provoke him, paused, and said, I've finished the concoction. You can try it out. He was so focused on his own product that he didn't notice his surroundings, so he was quite surprised when he received the news. What? Recovering his composure, Van Hu immediately pounced to question him. It's not even been 30 minutes yet. How is that possible? He quickly smirked arrogantly. If others can't, it doesn't mean Tran Thu can't either, so he had no choice but to step over and observe his opponent's Chung Guo. Then I'll see. You didn't forget to add one more sentence. Take a good look. Wen Shu picked up the test tube, completely amazed by it. Did you really finish it? Then he turned back to ask Tran Thu, are you really blindfolded and drugged? You didn't bother to explain anything, just gently handed over the blindfold and said, or maybe you should try it. He quickly grabbed the toy, adjusting it back and forth as he put it on, truly unable to see. As planned, Tran Thu smirked mischievously, thinking he had fallen into the trap, then quickly threw a punch at the opponent, saying, take this! Van Hu immediately fell backward from the blow. He roared with raging anger, you're really unreasonable! You guys, today, all for the powerful medicine I prepared is free. Whoever comes first gets it first. Everyone is so happy. Oh, this is great. Free of charge, I want a bottle. Tran Thu quickly pointed from above and said, don't rush, go inside and find the shopkeeper to buy. Everyone below was bustling around. I want it too. I want it too. Wen Hu angrily yanked off his blindfold, looking resentful, thinking to himself, better to retreat than face embarrassment. Tran Thu quickly realized his plan to escape and narrowed his eyes, asking, do you want to go? He ordered his teammate standing among the crowd, Dali, go after him, and he raised his hand to signal understanding, quietly saying, "Okay." Van Hu hurriedly left the scene, but not long after, he was stopped by a large man with a stick. "Where did your companion go?" Tran Thu then leisurely looked for someone, noticing Dai Luke heading this way. As soon as he saw him, he quickly waved to signal Tran Thu, who eagerly went over to ask, "Is it resolved?" Dai Li smiled broadly and relaxed his hand. Of course, he pointed to Wen Shu lying flat behind, overwhelmed by onions, making Tran Thu can't help but praise him. "No wonder he's your boy." Then the two of them linked arms, chatting happily as they left. "Let's go home." He just got up painfully and immediately picked up his phone to report. "Hello, teacher. I got beaten." After that day, at the very modern high-rise buildings, Tran Thu moved casually between the black market and home when suddenly a notification sounded. He quickly picked up his phone to check the new message from Huang Tu. "It seems the meeting place is at a certain coffee shop," Tran Thu asked with a caring attitude. "Miss Huang Tu, have you really managed to find out that person's identity?" She gently placed the paper down and replied, You immediately recited all the details on it. Lu Bin, 28 years old, leader of the beast taming team with a contract spirit, from the Fire Beast, studied at Namjiang University with no criminal record." Tran Thu slammed the paper down in anger. "That's not right. Why isn't there any information about weapons and explosives? You only realized something halfway through. Could the organization behind the enemy have the ability to block the investigation by the Imperial Dragon Guard?" He raised his hand to his chin and reasoned, "The last time they failed, so there will definitely be a next time." At this point, Tran Thu unzipped her bag and exclaimed, "That's right, an experiment bottle is pulled out in front of both of them." "Miss Huang Tu, just this one." He slammed it onto the table and began explaining, "This is a violent elixir that can instantly increase the contracted spirit's power tenfold." Tran Thu continued to take out a similar vial of liquid. "This is an explosive that can blow up a fortress, causing her to gasp and stare wide-eyed. You keep presenting plans that can turn the tide no matter who you face. But if you can't turn it around..." Tran Thu suddenly becomes serious and points, saying, "I will definitely come to visit after dinner." Then Huang Tu, seeing through him, appeared disappointed. "Can you expect anything from me?" Witnessing that attitude, his entire face immediately darkened. "I will cut your sister's enemies into 100 pieces, no matter who they are. She is full of emotion." "All right, I'm sure nothing will happen to you." Huang Tu then changed the subject to something else. "That's right. You wanted to take the Imperial exam to enter the Huaha Academy, right? I'll take you to meet someone." Tran Thu's mind was filled with questions. Who was this person she was about to meet? In the quiet of the city, a voice suddenly echoes. "Little Huang Tu." Deep Bin gently smiled and then warmly invited us in. "Come in." Tran Thu stepped inside, looked around, and thought to herself, "So there's an old man here. So that's how I met him. He's from the Resources Bureau." Then he grabbed the hand of the person next to him to inquire, "Ms. Huang Tu, what is this old man's background?" She glanced at him with a faint smile, quickly responded, and then deliberately paused before adding that she was the gold-ranked beast tamer and the chief judge of the Namjiang City College entrance exam. Hearing this, Tran Thu's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" You turned to look at Diep Bin's back and assessed that this old man is so powerful. After learning that Diep Bin was the one grading her, Tran Thu smiled and prepared to flatter him. "Ha ha ha ha." He immediately ran over with a look of enthusiasm. "Uncle Diep, let me help you massage your shoulders. Not only that, but I also plan to go all out with a beauty tactic to win over the old man. Mr. Diep, you've been alone all these years. Maybe I should introduce someone for you. I know an elderly lady who lives near the square and is quite beautiful." Hearing Tran Thu say that, Diep Bin's face was full of question marks. Does it look like this guy took the wrong medicine? Even Huang Tu standing nearby feels like fainting. She cleared her throat, trying to save some face. Professor Diep, my teacher, told me to visit you." Then he places a box on the table and gently bows to show his sincerity. "This is a small token of my respect. I hope Professor Diep will take care of my younger brother when the time comes." Diep Bin also didn't hesitate and immediately opened the box, revealing an extremely expensive potion inside. Seeing this, both the old man and Tran Thu were wide-eyed with amazement. The old man frowned deeply and said thoughtfully, "I wonder if this medicine has cost your son quite a few points in his semester. You're still in shock. The 3-dose medicine that can boost all attributes is already extremely rare. And this medicine?" Diep Bin refused without hesitation, looking dignified but still courteous. "Take it back home. You can't break the rules, but if this kid has real strength, I'll give him some points." Hearing that, he smiled and spoke to her with a relaxed yet confident tone. Sister Huang Tu, don't worry, I can rely on myself to get a high score. You are the Imperial Dragon Guard. You can't commit a crime and still act. Huang Tu still felt a little worried, but decided to go along with her younger sibling. All right.
Mr. Deep, I want to ask if I can become a Black Iron level beast tamer before the exam.
Can I directly be accepted into the Huaha Academy? As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man shot a suspicious look mixed with disdain. A Black Iron level beast tamer, you? Are you dreaming? How many years has it been since someone like that appeared? But Tran Thu didn't care, still kept a smile on her face as she asked persistently, Ha ha, whether you're dreaming or not, let me tell you. If you become a Black Iron level beast tamer, will you be directly admitted to Huaha Academy? Seeing your determination, I also reply straightforwardly, if you really can do it, I bet my beast taming business, and I guarantee you can be directly admitted. Thanks to the old man's guarantee, I immediately felt excited, secretly happy inside. That means I don't have to worry about the exam anymore. Slim's potential will make a difference. A moment later, after the two Tran Thu had left, Diep Bin still watched silently, his eyes full of quiet anticipation. He wondered, a Black Iron level beast tamer? At the same time as I was walking back, suddenly my mind remembered something. That's right, Sister Huang Tu. My father said we would celebrate the new year at my house today, and the powerful ones have already arrived. So let's go home now. Hearing that, Huang Tu also softly agreed. He hadn't had a chance to say anything else when suddenly the pocket rang with a phone call. You take out your phone and grumble. Who else is calling now? Unknown number. Hello, is this Tran Thu speaking? I am Chao Ngu Jiang, a teacher at Nam Thuong University of Pharmacy. I called today to ask if you want to enroll at Nam Thuong University of Pharmacy. Before Tran Thu could reply, he froze at the next words from the other person. I can admit you directly to the university. But then he suddenly hesitated, a thought flashing through his mind. They want to recruit me directly. Even though I haven't become a Black Iron level beast tamer yet, suddenly the system panel appeared before him. Option 1. Agree to enroll in Nam Thuong University of Medicine and receive a grade A potion. Option 2. Refuse, saying it's not suitable for him. The reward is a huge beast. Choose 3. Ask if the opponent can withstand a nuclear blast and receive a book of lightning spells. Looking at the information on the board, Tran Thu couldn't help but feel panicked. The achievement of becoming a master is truly attractive. But what I said is completely different from that choice. Can your department's walls withstand a nuclear attack? I already made a different choice in my heart, but I chose this one. This question made Ngu Jiang on the other end of the line freeze, only able to utter a single word. Huh? Van Hu beside him also looked puzzled. What did you say? Without waiting for any explanation, you answered honestly right away. If I can't stop it, I'm sorry. I won't choose. You left that guy with a careless disconnect sound. Van Hu frowned in disbelief. Are you really going to just turn it off like that? Ngu Jing paid no attention and simply turned away coldly. It seems we have to find another way. After resolving the complicated couple, Tran Thu smoothly put her phone into her bag. Pang Si beside her tilted her head to ask, What's wrong? Is there a university that wants to admit you directly? Hearing that, he couldn't help but show off a little. Yes, I rejected them. Tran Thu, I just want to attend Huazhao Academy. There was a hint of worry in her eyes as she hesitated to advise, Are you sure it's okay to be so direct? He only casually put his arm around her shoulder and suggested, Let's go, Sister Huang Tu. Don't keep Dai Luke and the others waiting. Time waits for no one, and before you know it, the moon will be hanging high in the sky. In Tran Thu's small apartment, everyone gathers around the dining table, creating a warm atmosphere. After a hearty meal, Dai Luke suddenly suggests, Tran Bi, tonight is New Year's Eve. There's nothing to do tonight. How about we go out and watch the fireworks? Huang Tu, sitting beside, also agreed, so she said, Then call Then Han to come along. Tran Thu had no reason to refuse that suggestion. Okay. She immediately stood up and went to the balcony, quickly dialing her phone. Hello, Then Han. Come outside soon to watch the fireworks. Everyone quickly moved their positions and gathered outside. Lying on the lush grass under the night sky and gazing at the sparkling stars, Huang Tu suddenly spoke. Then Han, you have to try hard for the university entrance exam. When the time comes, I will protect you in the capital. Okay, Sister Huang Tu, I will try my best. Oh, right, Sister Huang Tu. Isn't Tran Thu also planning to take the exam for Haha Academy? Hearing that, she tilted her head to the side and casually asked, Yes, Tran Bi, is it stressful for you to apply to the Haha Academy or not? But before finishing her sentence, she suddenly shouted out loud because of the empty space where her foot had been standing. Tran B, Phuong Tu sat up, looking around with a dazed expression. Why is Tran B nowhere to be seen anymore? Than Han also looks just as confused. I don't know either. Suddenly, your loud shout behind us made both of us turn around instinctively. I'm here! In just a moment, their eyes widened and their mouths gaped as if they couldn't believe what was hitting them. Tran Thu still looked excited and proudly showed off her fierce firework version of her achievement, while Dai Luke stared in shock at the giant toy, shouting in amazement. Damn it, when did you do that? You're grown up now? He ignored the terrifying story, and everyone still confidently declared that New Year's celebrations naturally required preparation. Tonight, he would be the young man unleashing his idealistic fireworks across the city on New Year's Eve, and without hesitation, he took out a lighter to ignite them. Tran Thu's face was full of excitement as he shouted, Everyone, today is the moment to witness a miracle. As soon as the words finished, a magnificent fireworks display erupted in the sky. After admiring his masterpiece, he couldn't help but indulge in a little self-praise. How is it? Is it beautiful or not? But at this moment, Phuong Tu sensed something was wrong, and a series of questions appeared in her mind. This doesn't seem right. What is that sound? It's like a bullet shot. At the same time, Wang Qian was sitting leisurely on the sofa at his home when the phone suddenly rang. As soon as he picked up the phone and managed to say hello, the other side urgently reported that an unidentified explosion had occurred on the outskirts of the city, and he was leading people to check it out. He seemed to hear thunder in the clear sky and exclaimed in shock, What? Amid the joyful atmosphere of New Year's Eve, Tran Thu and her friends happily watched the fireworks. In the dark sky, the bright words Nam Du Hui are illuminated by exploding fireworks all around. Before she could enjoy the moment, Phuong Tu suddenly realized a big problem and cursed under her breath. Damn it. She immediately summoned the Crimson Sea Dragon and warned everyone not to do that, as it would attract the attention of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Phuong Tu quickly ordered it to fly in front of the burning firework box and immediately assumed a ready stance. Shich Hai Long opened its mouth, aimed, and released a stream of icy air. In just a moment, the firework box was covered by a giant sharp ice block. A moment later, the heat caused it to shatter, revealing the extinguished firework shell emitting black smoke. After finishing the task, she grabbed Tran Thu's hand and said as they walked, Hurry up and go. Don't attract the people from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. You're so flustered trying to reassure them. What's the big deal? It's just fireworks. But he was immediately slapped in the face when he saw a group of people approaching, saying, They're really here. Tran Thu turned pale with fear, sweat uncontrollably dripping down her face. Did we really alarm the Spirit Suppression Bureau? Who led the group earlier was Wang Qian, looking around before starting to ask, Was that your doing just now? I immediately waved my hand to deny it. I didn't do it. I also heard the sound and knew someone was causing trouble, so I rushed to the scene. Tran Thu shook his head, appearing thoughtful, and unexpectedly found that the person had already escaped. Then he clenched his fists, showing a righteous expression and a determined promise. Uncle Vuong, give me some time. I will definitely catch that person. Do you think he will believe me? Then Vuong Qian signaled the armed forces behind to lead him away. The soldiers were ordered to immediately surround him, leaving no escape route, making him freeze in fear. After a night of experiencing all kinds of emotions, Tran Thu now sits with her chin resting on her hand, looking lost and questioning life. Since you're sitting on that worn-out bed behind bars looking so hopeless, Dali suddenly turned to the girl next to him and asked, Miss Phuong Tu, are we really not going to bail him out? She looked at him coldly, without any mercy, and declared that he needed to learn a lesson, or he would keep doing the same next time. After enough of this, she urged him to leave, saying it's late and it's time to go home. Although he felt reluctant, he agreed nonetheless. The two callously left, leaving Tran Thu alone in the lonely, unending cell. The next morning was a beautiful day at the town's spiritual bureau. Wang Tian frowned at your fault, saying, Next time, be a decent person and don't repeat it. He immediately bowed his head sincerely to admit his mistake. Yes, Uncle Vuong. He waved his hand to signal and then turned away. You can go home. After finishing, they each went their separate ways. Vuong Qian returned to work, while Tran Thu got into the car to head back. He was about to get into the car when suddenly the phone rang, and he quickly answered. The voice of Phuong Tu came from the other end. Tran B, can I borrow your thunderbolt for a moment? A pack of fierce beasts has appeared. He asked in surprise. What? Suddenly, 3 options appeared on an electronic display in front of Tran Thu. As he read the mission details and carefully considered, although the third choice was very tempting, setting off a bomb in Namjiang City. Tran Thu had just been temporarily detained for using explosives, so he was still haunted by it and shook his head to refuse. Don't think. Immediately, he made his decision without hesitation. Sister Phuong Tu, I want to go too. One fine day, the bright morning sun shone on a luxurious mansion. When Tu Tin saw the lunch the butler just brought, he ruffled his hair and groaned, "Why do I have to eat this in the morning?" The butler, a fan of Hao, was used to these complaints and gently explained, "Young master, there's nothing I can do because your current progress is too slow, and the old master has instructed that every day you must eat at least 30 pearl beads to tame the beast." Hearing this, he seemed about to collapse, tears streaming down his face, and honestly, I wasn't happy at all. While Tu Ting was still mourning, his phone suddenly rang nonstop, and he immediately answered, seeing it as a lifeline. "Shen Bai, calling me so early in the morning, what do you want?" After waiting a moment with no response, Tu Tin called again. "Hello, Tran Bi. Hello, little Tin. Can I borrow your bird for a moment?" Hearing this easily misunderstood remark, he couldn't help but tease back. "Huh? What are you talking about so early in the morning? Hurry up, I don't have a contract with the spirit messenger. Wait for your bird. Let it come to my house in 10 minutes to pick me up," Tu Tin reluctantly told Fan Hao. "Sorry, my friend needed to see me for a moment, so I can't train today." "It's okay, young master. You can let little Lei go and continue practicing later." That remark crushed Tu Tin's hope of skipping training, and with money, he still didn't feel happy. Not long after, a thunderbird appeared in the sky, carrying the two of them as they flew toward a mountain range. Tran Thu sat on her friend's spiritual beast, unable to help but think of someone, surprised that Xiao Tin hadn't come. Fang Tu didn't reply, but instead stopped her, saying, "You better not go anymore. It's very dangerous there. With Lord Bai Yin leading the team, I worry something might happen to you. You don't even bother to care, and then nuzzle into her shoulder to act cute." "It's okay. I have Slim to resist now." "Sister Phuong Tu, let me go. I really want to go." But in Tran Thu's mind, she was secretly plotting her true intentions. "If there's a gap, I might get new materials." Keep calling her in that sweet, dripping tone. "Miss Phuong Tu. Miss Phuong Tu is making the other person lose patience." Finally, annoyed by the disturbance, she had to compromise. "All right, let's be clear. We mainly handle normal beasts. The rest is up to the Imperial Dragon Guard." Hearing this, Tran Thu immediately cheered happily. "All right." While flying peacefully, suddenly Loi Dieu was startled as if sensing something unusual. It quickly slammed on the brakes, ignoring the falling feathers around it. The Loi Dieu turned sharply and flew away at top speed without hesitation. The sudden change in the flight path made him panic and curse. "Damn it, it's so dangerous ahead, even Loi Dieu just flies away." Seeing you seem hesitant, Phuong Tu suggested, "If you're scared, unexpectedly, you're not afraid at all and even show a sinister face, then you must go even more." He secretly plotted, thinking that if some dangerous beast was exploited by him, it would be very beneficial for Slim. She warned him when she saw his determination, but Loi Dieu didn't listen. Tran Tin couldn't be bothered, saying as he pulled out something, "This isn't something that little Loi can decide." Sneaky Jian Shao raises his bag to threaten. "Little Loi, if you don't fly away, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tran Tu continued shouting loudly, making it turn pale with fear and unsure whether to fly away or not. Lei Dieu quickly swooped back along the same path, not daring to delay even for a second. Phuong Tu couldn't help but immediately give a thumbs up in amazement. From above, the two witnesses watched the fiery battle between the spirit contracts. At this moment, the Fireball Gang is gaining the upper hand. Tran Thu watched the spectacular fight with his mouth agape, surprised at how powerful the white-silver contract spirit was. Then, Phuong Tu gently patted your head and kindly said, "Let's go. Don't look anymore," to the space debris location. She ordered the spirit to move out. "The Thunderbird, go." Still, it seems you have a reason to stay here, so you pat the opponent's shoulder as a signal. Wait a moment. Your action makes Phuong Tu so annoyed that she has to curse. "What the hell are you trying to do? You absolutely must not fire the nuclear missile." But you just smiled smugly and said, "Don't worry, I won't throw." Then you raised 5 fingers and began channeling your internal energy to summon Slim. I just feel that such an exciting battle scene would be incomplete without my participation. In the blink of an eye, Jim appeared and surrounded all the contract spirits ready to fight. It opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the fireballs in front of it. They were caught off guard and froze in place, waiting for death. Lion Dung was surprised by Slim's sudden appearance and exclaimed passionately, "So the Imperial Dragon Guard has come to support us. Isn't that a golden rank?" Then it unleashed its terrifying roar attack by letting out 2 adorable sounds. Pam Kwok Lin stiffened her legs. Her face froze. Meanwhile, Tan Xuan and Tu Min sighed in exasperation at the humorous scene. Fang Si looked bored, but Tran Thu quickly changed the subject. Was the terrifying roar useless against them? He had to force a smile to hide his embarrassment, so he called Slim back, pretending nothing happened, and withdrew Slim into the space. In just a moment, he recalled it from Luadieu's back, leaving a fire ox below, stunned and unresponsive.
Seconds later, it started to emanate, panting heavily, with eyes blazing with murderous intent.
The remaining ones, refusing to give up, all charged forward, shouting in anger, aiming at the Luadieu in the middle of the battlefield. Damn it, it's ruined. Let's run now.
Hopefully, Luadieu in the sky easily dodges the fire spear attack from the firefish. Now you know what skill is, right?
At this moment, they could only watch the Luadieu gradually disappear into the sky, crying out helplessly, but unexpectedly, the old woman. It turned out Tan Shuyan and Tu Min were still on the battlefield, and immediately they targeted them for Shung Feng to charge again. Right now, Fuang Tu, witnessing the chaotic fight from above, exclaimed in worry, then prepared to fight more fiercely, before turning her back on Tran Thu to confront the opponent.
Tranbai, do you want us to be expelled?
And he just smirks and tries to persuade her. Miss Fuang Tu, are you just making excuses or not explaining? Turns out you plan to ruin the village's reputation with lies. Lord Baingan already looks very cunning. Surely he is hiding something sinister in his heart. Then he confidently declares, I only provoked him, ruined his plan, I have my own intentions. Still, she doesn't quite trust you yet. Why are you so excited? Are you telling the truth? After hearing that, he clasped his hands together and looked extremely happy. Of course, but she just sighed in boredom. How could she be untrustworthy at all? After a moment, to change the subject, he turned the other person's head to look ahead. Sister Fuang Tu, look quickly, the space portal is here. She noticed the abnormality in the central node. Indeed, a space corridor was gradually taking shape as you said. Under the clear sky, Hian Yang was waiting for Fuang Tu. At that moment, where did Tan Shun suddenly appear behind him? He asked with a bored expression. Mr. Fuang Tu still hasn't arrived yet. After hearing that, he just responded with a smile. Maybe it's coming soon, but Zimming took it as a joke. He spoke with a tone that was partly sarcastic, partly mocking. 7 parts like 3. Is the genius from the Yuaha Academy scared now? Tan Shuyan's face suddenly turned serious at that sarcastic remark. He immediately retorted, Tiet Tu Min, you'd better watch your words. The argument grew more intense. He crossed his arms and sneered. I'm telling you, Tan Shuyan, no matter how good your S-rank spiritual contract is it really necessary to treat her like that? But he just shook his head dismissively. People are not the same. Suddenly, Lei Diao arrived with Fangzi and Tran Thu, and it was Fangzi. Tan Shuyan exclaimed with delight, She's here! The two of them now look incredibly majestic and imposing. After landing, Xianyang took the initiative to greet her. At last, she has arrived. This one is Tran Thu, who waves back and then asks with a puzzled look, Tran Thu, why is he here? Fang Tzu introduces you to her comrade, saying, He's my younger brother, here to help. Hearing this, Tran Thu happily replies, Good, your arrival is timely. Lead them to guard here. If anything happens, report immediately so I can go to their aid.
All right. Now she can see 2 men watching her from afar on the back of the spirit-contracted beast. He crossed his arms arrogantly and asked, Are you Fuang Tu? I heard your strength is very powerful. I'm quite interested in you. But she seemed a bit disappointed and asked again, Who are you? Hearing that, Tu Min felt even more pleased and became more arrogant about himself. I am Tiet Tu Min, a genius from the demon school. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from somewhere. Fuang Tu recognized it as a threat, immediately channeling her internal energy and shouting, Get ready to fight! Tan Xuan follows her orders clearly. Everyone summons their spirit contracts and prepares to fight. Tran Thu silently pondered for a moment, planning to take out a strange red potion from his pocket. But Fuang Tu noticed and caused his face to turn pale. Do not use that potion. Be good and give it to me. Hearing the threat, he was forced to comply reluctantly. Fine. But she also discovered another threat, the pair of blazing red eyes floating in the air. Both of them were terrified by the ominous sign. In an instant, the entire pack of red fire monkeys and their leader revealed themselves fully. Tran Thu shouted in fear as the dangerous enemy was close by. Sichuan monkey sister Fuang Tu is Sichuan monkey. At this moment, an Sichuan monkey is about to ambush her from behind. Seeing that, he shouted a warning, Watch out, Fuang Tu! And suddenly fell silent.
stunned by the impressive sight before his eyes. Fuang Tu stands among the terrifying monsters, her voice ringing out firmly. Shich Hai Long. The crimson fire dragon turns to look at its master when it hears her call its brothers, and realizing she is in danger, it rushes over urgently. The dragon activates its fire-breathing mode and unleashes a stream directly into the battlefield, breaking the encirclement around Fuang Tu. Arriving late to join the fight, Zich Hai Long can only watch as his comrade's flames scorch the ground. Seeing its incredible adaptability, Tran Thu gasped in shock. Damn it, is it that strong? Is this arrogance? The Shichua monkey screams loudly in pain, chattering fiercely, yet they stubbornly grit their teeth and refuse to leave. Seeing the stubborn ones still alive and kicking, the fire dragon erupts in fury and unleashes all its strength to create a massive blast of peace. As danger approaches, the drunken monkey suddenly uses lightness skill to shoot up like a missile to avoid the heat shock. Enraged, it clenches its fists, gathering strength to face the opponent directly. With a surprisingly strong body, the lonely monkey leaps into the air and throws a punch at the dragon, landing a powerful fist right in its throat, causing the Sich Hualong to suffer such pain that it doubted its life for 5 seconds. The Crimson Sea Dragon, seeing the situation turn chaotic, retreated in fear. The monkeys all pounded their chests loudly, ready to defend their territory against the uninvited guests. Fuang Tu sensed something was about to happen and turned around to warn him. Tran Thu stepped back a little. Without a word until now, Ziming saw their mistake and signaled to his teammates, "Let's go." As the battle cry sounded, everyone charged in, fighting chaotically to the point that it was impossible to tell who was on which side. Amid the chaos, Tran Thu leisurely drags Loi Dieu to watch the fierce battle with a bag of Jiangxiang Puo popcorn in hand. After a while, the poorly skilled fire monkeys lie defeated on the ground after receiving special care from the opponent. Suddenly, a growl echoed through the mountains, causing Tan Shuyan's group to stop in their tracks. With her super-sensitive ears, Tran Thu vaguely recognized that familiar sound as a silver-white beast. Although there's no definite answer yet, he still worries and gives Fuang Tu a heads-up first. Miss Fuang Tu is careful, and she responds cautiously with a nod. Her spirit was as tense as a stretched string, immediately summoning her spirit to prepare for battle. The Crimson Sea Dragon charged forward through the fog of bones and shadows, and the fierce beast appeared with a powerful roar. A tense atmosphere enveloped the four of them. Tzu Min let out a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" The monster stepped forward slowly enough for Fuang Tu to observe its form and speak first. "It's out. Inside is Lord Bai Yin, but he hasn't arrived yet and is still in another dimension." Hearing this, everyone breathes a sigh of relief, and Tan Shuyan, feeling more relaxed, mutters, "That's great." Before they could rejoice, Fuang Tu suddenly changed her expression, uttering a cryptic and ambiguous remark. But they were almost there. Hearing that, Ziming's heart raced wildly, fear clearly written on his face. "Let's run now before it's too late." She looked directly at the despicable person without any hesitation and responded straightforwardly, causing the atmosphere to tense significantly. "Mado Academy, do you teach him to be a deserter soldier?" Tran Thu also imitated that person, opening a mocking tone. This is clearly what the second male high school student Zhang taught. Fang Xi's expression darkened immediately as she turned back. "What did you say?" The powerful impact of that statement made him tremble so much that his cowardice was exposed. "You heard wrong." He shook his head and sighed, so contemptuous he didn't even bother to hide it. "A university student who still wants to run away. How shameful." Tran Thu still kept a calm expression, but deep inside she let out a relieved sigh. Luckily, she's a 12th grade student and can strategize a retreat to see where she can run to. Before he could do anything, the system panel suddenly appeared, startling him. 1. Standing still and observing will increase proficiency in ice healing potion to a great level. 2. Step forward to reveal a relaxed back and receive 2 black iron beast spirit pearls. 3. Use explosives to destroy the autospace tunnel and increase all attributes of the Golden Slim by 5%. Tran Thu looked at the system menu, hesitating over the 3 options that appeared. Although all choices were good, he paused, briefly conflicted, then glanced at option 3. But his dark eyes and the flick of his amber bottle betrayed a teasing, sinister smile. He would still choose 3, not for any other reason, but to bring joy to others. Fuang Tu, not knowing what this damn kid is planning, shouted like a Hadong lion. "Damn it! What do you want to do?" Tran Thu confidently declares that living with illusions of being a hero is a failed act from the screen. "Sister Fuang Tu, do not stop me. I will fight for the country." "Will." Seeing his self-absorbed act, she was so fed up she gave him a slap of enlightenment on the head and fought back. Feeling that talking was useless, Fuang Tu suddenly snatched the explosive from his hand without warning. Tick Tu. Her voice softens, but her eyes reveal her helplessness as she looks at the young leopard in front of her. Don't mess around. Even though this is the outskirts of Namjiang City, how could the power of the explosives affect the city? Tran Tu rubs the pain on her head. Li Nei tries to explain, but now she can't do without exploding. Fuang Tu frowns and asks again, her tone icy and merciless. Why, faced with that threatening gaze, you immediately shrank back and blurted out some ridiculous excuse because the semester was about to start? Powerless against such stubbornness, she erupted in fury and uttered a single commanding word. Get out! After a roar like a dragon spitting fire, Fuang Tu could only let out a long sigh. Oh, just as her anger subsides, her mind switches to Sherlock Holmes mode, quietly slipping into her own world of deduction. Even if she calls for help now, it will take a long time, and by then another Lord of the White Silver will appear. Fuang Tu looked up at the two spirits soaring above, letting her thoughts run sharply through her mind. Now there are only two options. Use the Bao Tao potion or an explosive. The Bao Tao potion can quickly grant my red flame dragon the strength of the White Silver, at least buying us a little more time. Amidst the confused gazes looking up, only Tran Thu seemed as calm as if reading her mind. Understanding Fuang Tu's worries, he decisively stepped forward and said, if the Bao Tao medicine isn't very effective, and we can't buy enough time until Vuong Hien Duong and the others arrive, we will die. Fuang Tu thở dài, danh phải chấp nhận. Vì thời gian con lại không cho phép cô ấy do dự thêm nữa. But there is still something that makes her uneasy and hesitant to speak up. But the other space is guarded by Lord Bai Yin. Seeing the hesitation in Danji's eyes, Tran Thu immediately called the spirit creature relaxing nearby, startling it. Loi Yu understood his intention in just a second, panicking and shaking its head rapidly as if afraid of being dragged into the mortal world. Even though Loi Yu shook his head so hard it might break his neck, he still grinned shamelessly. What do you think of this sack? The bluebird, speechless, accepted its powerless fate and no longer protested. Vu Tu patted its head in admiration, unaware that the bird's tears had choked and fallen. Go! Fuang Tu coldly glared at the two black-clad men and ordered without any hesitation. You are responsible for handling the monsters outside the space corridor behind us. Remember not to let any of the beasts escape. Even though my skills are still poor, I like to show off and ask back, what do you want to do? No need to explain, Fuang Tu softly warns. Just follow the commander and don't ask unnecessary questions. Now Tran Thu and I have to go over there. Remember, if any of you let one escape, I will deal with you. Fearing the chilling pressure, Tu Min immediately lowered his tail and nodded submissively. It's over. With Tran Thu's help, it was easy. Fuang Tu quickly mounted the Loi Dieu and looked down, reminding once again. Then we'll go ahead, you guys follow behind. The bluebird, after receiving the order, didn't hesitate and soared into the sky at lightning speed. After it had flown far away, Tu Min turned to Tan Shuyen and said, Let's go. He quickly responded with a deep voice that was completely different from before. The conversation ended quickly, leaving behind a desolate scene after the two boys hurriedly ran into the distance. The gateway to the space corridor hovers in midair, spinning like a fiery sphere. The four of them immediately stop, their eyes fixed on it. Fangxi glanced at her companions and whispered, We're at the space portal now. Then she tilted her head back, her gaze stopping on Tran Thu. Let's go first. He nodded slightly and hummed in agreement. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look back and say, We're going in, make sure to watch this place. Tan Shun gave a thumbs up and replied with a single word. Sorry. He and Tu Min watch as they disappear into the swirling golden space vortex. As soon as he passed through the gate, a raging sea of lava appeared below. Tran Thu glanced down instinctively, his eyes narrowing instantly. Damn it, there are so many ferocious beasts. You didn't hesitate to draw out a pipe filled with orange liquid and shouted loudly as if about to drop an atomic bomb. Watch my explosive! Hearing that, Fuang Tu's spirits all fled, and she quickly reached out to stop him. No, we're too close to the passageway, it'll affect Lam Tin, and we can't escape either. Tran Thu suddenly froze, her eyes seemingly fixed on something, then muttered, This is the saliva dripping greedily, your head nodding eagerly. Totally agreeing. She looked at you with suspicion, wondering if she was so easily convinced. What did you see? Tran Thu's eyes remained fixed on those bright spots which were emanating from countless burning red fruits. His expression was more captivated than when seeing the fire spirit beauties. Truly a blazing fire, a flaming tree. Fuangtu frowned secretly in doubt. Can he really see that from so far away?
But before she could ask further, she quickly glanced back as if sensing something. In less than a second, she shouted a warning and pushed Tranthu down. Careful! A giant fire tail swept across where they just stood, eyes wide with shock as they watched the creature's figure pass by. What just happened? The Lord of White Silver, looking like a giant mutated lizard engulfed in flames, is rushing straight toward them. You just saw it and immediately turned pale, urgently shouting like an alarm bell. It's the White Silver Lord. The Thunderbird sped up and flew quickly in a different direction. Damn it, even a reptile like you dares to chase after me. Immediately, a cunning smile appeared on its face as it gave the order. The Loi Dieu, seeming to understand its master's intent, its sharp eyes blazing, then turned its head and spat a glob of saliva contemptuously at Lord Bakungan, sticking firmly to his head like a blatant provocation that made him roar furiously. Tranthu sneered sarcastically, teasingly saying, "Go ahead and chase me. Even if I can't beat you, I'll make you so disgusted you'll die." It looked up at the Thunderbird, flames blazing fiercely on its body, then suddenly opened its mouth to spew a giant fireball at them. He was caught off guard and froze as if cursed. "Damn it!" Loi Dieu opened its mouth and shouted. The sound echoed through the space as it spread its wings and sped forward, with Lord Bai Yin still fiercely clinging on and fighting. It launched a series of fireballs at Tranthu. He dodged a deadly strike, his eyes flashing with tension, the plane rising slightly before it suddenly accelerated, leaving a blazing trail behind. Lord Bai Yin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of flames even more ferocious than before. Tranthu looked back with a grimace and shouted loudly, "The fireball is also chasing after us." You glance at Loi Dieu and shout anxiously, "Little Loi, your master said you have a new skill. Use it now." Its eyes sparkled as if it understood the command. Then it spun around like a roller coaster keeter, gaining momentum and streaking away at supersonic speed. Fengzi closed his eyes tightly while Tranthu's hair was blown back by the wind as he shouted, "Damn, the speed is too fast." At that speed, Lord Bai Yin was left far behind in no time. He closed his eyes and let out a breath of relief, almost becoming a delicious grilled meat just a moment later. It's too dangerous. Lord Bakungan is truly too twisted. Luckily, Xiaolei has a new skill. He glanced ahead, his voice suddenly cheerful. Ha ha ha. As soon as the Loi Dieu landed, Tranthu shot forward like an arrow, rushing into the vibrant red fruits. This was the moment to harvest. Tranthu excitedly hugged the pile of spoils, completely unaware that a herd of beasts had just appeared behind him. Luckily, Pi Ruot Loi Dieu managed to fly over and pull him away, just as they pounced. He smiled so broadly that his eyes squinted, proudly showing off his harvest as if a treasure was calling his name, making Tranthu excitedly shout out, "Little Loi, let's go deeper. There are surely better things ahead." Fuangtu frowned and reminded him to stop flying so carelessly and focus on the task. If he hesitated any longer, something might go wrong. "Don't be afraid. With the fierce presence of Namjiang here, even the savage beasts will be driven back." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp claw swung towards them. Luo Diao immediately tilted his wing to dodge, turning aside with a scream. Tranthu's face changed expression as he looked back. Is there really a beast that doesn't fear death? Avoiding the coconut shell only to meet the coconut. Having just escaped death at the hands of Lord Bai Yin, they now face the fierce pursuit of the blazing tiger with a ferocious aura, while Second Lord is not to be outdone, clinging to them desperately. He frantically looked around, glancing east and west as Shichhua also joined the fun, like a festival of beasts vying for dominance. "I'm tired of you now." Sweat pouring down like a river, pale face muttering, "Damn it, the 3 Bakungan lords aren't stopping there." Tranthu glances behind. At this moment, the 4 white silver lords also just joined the game, making his eyes widen in shock. The Loi Dieu spreads its wings and soars into the sky as the 4 Bakungan lords below roar in fury, their bodies engulfed in blazing flames. Tranthu takes out a vial of medicine and reveals a sinister smile. Looks like it's time to witness a miracle. You look down and ask your spirit, "Little Lei, how's your skill?" Loi Dieu chirps twice in response and then flies toward the mountains. Tranthu begins to pose and explain his feelings again. In that case, let me say a few words before it explodes. First, I feel truly honored. Are you crazy? Hurry up and detonate it. How dare you argue with this fiery lady, she muttered to herself. Girls shouldn't be so crude. Be gentle, and then decisively throw the potion down among the white silver lords waiting to attack below. After completing the mission, he quickly ordered the little thunder spirit. Receiving the signal from his master, the Thunderbird tilted its head and let out a long scream, with countless lightning bolts swirling around its blue feathers. With just one bang, Lei Diao's speed nearly broke the limit, soaring away from the scene. Below, the white silver lord stood frozen, watching the vial spin in the air as it gradually fell. In the moment the potion hit the ground, it caused an explosion with destructive power comparable to an atomic bomb. Luckily, Lei Diao waited for Tranthu and Fuangtu to get out of the blast radius. The scorching heat wave and the tremors also awakened the dormant volcanoes in the area, causing them to erupt violently. The white silver lords could only stare in shock at the series of events unfolding in an instant. By the time they reacted, there was no time left to escape. They could only accept their fate of being buried in the boiling lava. The scene is a hellish landscape of red flames, with only the thunderous roar of erupting volcanoes remaining. Tran Thu, from afar, excitedly witnesses the spectacle, even pulling out her phone to record. So thrilling, she must capture a little memory of this. Suddenly, Fuang Tu pinched his ear, making him grimace and shout out in pain. "I'm hurt, she's not in the mood for joking. I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible. Don't provoke anymore. Run now, we're targeted by the fire dragon." Tran Thu was startled when he saw a cloud of fire approaching them, and upon closer inspection, it was a huge, angry fire dragon roaring fiercely. It flaps its enormous fiery wings fiercely in the sky, determined to catch the two of them at all costs. The two monkeys race each other to see who can fly faster. This is a life-and-death race. Suddenly, the fire dragon cheats by ambushing from behind, shooting a fireball towards the Thunderbird. They are about to reach the space corridor. Tran Thu anxiously urges, "Speed up and enter the corridor quickly." The green bird swooped straight into the blazing vortex, with the fireball shot out by the fire dragon closely behind. Finally, Lei Diao and the two others fully entered the space corridor. Tran Shu turned to look back, letting out a sigh of relief for escaping from the pursuit of the Fire Dragon Palace. Almost as Loi Dieu entered the tunnel, the vortex was about to disappear. Flames crashed down on the nearby volcano. Immediately, a terrifying eruption of lava occurred, with the molten flow suddenly hitting the nearly dissipated vortex. Only when Lei Diao flew out of the space corridor did Tran Thu finally feel completely at ease. Phew. Finally back again. He happily waved to the two people waiting for him. "You old fool, get lost." Suddenly, the expressions of the two people changed as if they saw something terrifying. Then immediately they rode their beasts and fled in Tran Thu's bewildered gaze. A column of fire suddenly erupted from behind, making him start and turn around. "Damn it, I'm being chased. Loi Dieu, get out of here." Luckily, it was moving so fast that it avoided the blast from the explosion. The deafening rumbling sounds kept ringing out, and Loi Dieu could only keep flying forward blindly. Not far away, the explosion didn't spread to this area. Hien Duang just defeated a fire ox and finally finished it. Now he's going to check on Fang Sai and the others. Suddenly, his keen senses detected that something was wrong. No, that's not right. Turning around in panic, Xianyang was stunned to see everything was empty. "Where's my mountain? Where is my passageway?" I suddenly think of that terrible explosion. Could it be that at this moment, Tan Shuyen and Tu Min also hurriedly come to deliver the news? "Lord Vuong, I want to report." Before they could speak, the Thunderbird appeared behind us. Tran Thu sat calmly above and asked, "What report what?" Tu Min quickly turned pale, silenced, and wiped sweat from his forehead as the group dismounted from the spirit beast and approached Xian Yang. "Fuang Tu, tell me what exactly happened on your side. Why have both the mountain and the passage disappeared?" She and Tran Thu exchanged meaningful looks, understanding each other's thoughts without words, and his heart grew anxious, fearing his secret would be exposed. The explosive was extremely important and couldn't be revealed, or he might be taken away for research. Tran Thu's mind raced wildly to come up with the most convincing explanation, thinking about how to lie convincingly. Finally, the central nervous system zone has displayed the result. It's there. He cleared his throat and slowly recounted the event in vivid detail like a textbook, as we desperately fought to kill the first pack of ferocious beasts. But immediately afterward, we heard the howls of Lord Bach Ngan Vong from another space. As Tran Thu spoke more passionately, Fuang Tu and I moved to another space to prevent the danger. The heroic and intense tone made everyone focus and listen, trying to buy more time. But in that other space, we encountered the fierce beast King Bach Ngan from the volcano. Then you slowly led the story to the climax, and by that time we had already provoked it. The distance between us was at least a few thousand meters, and it even gestured wildly to reenact how bravely they fought the monsters. A blazing white light appeared in its mouth and directly attacked us, not forgetting to mention the contributions of my beloved comrade. Luckily, the speed of the lightning was quickly mutated, allowing us to escape the space corridor successfully. In the end, Tran Thu summarized, everything in one sentence. But even so, the power of the skill still pierced through the space, resulting in the current outcome. After finishing, Tran Thu was also covered in sweat, forcing a forced smile as he delivered the final line about what we had encountered, convinced that his fabricated story was so exaggerated it couldn't be criticized. Tran Thu looked at Hien Duong with shining eyes. His performance was excellent. Maybe he had already convinced him, but deep down he still harbored many unanswered doubts. He was also present at the glacier pass on Mount Taiping. Could it really be him? Tran Thu was sweating nervously, while Long Wei kept staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Finally, he spoke slowly, saying, "I trust you for now." Tran Thu let out a sigh of relief, as if he had just paid off his monthly debt. Yet deep down he still couldn't let go of him. It seemed he still had to go back and investigate. Then he casually pretended to ignore and bid farewell to Tran Thu. "If the danger has been eliminated, then our mission is basically complete. Everyone, disperse." After Long Wei's group disappears from view, you turn to the side and tease a little. Finally, everyone leaves, but if they had used torture to extract a confession, that would be a problem. Then happily asked for her opinion with a mischievous face, just like a city boy. "Miss Phuong Tu, where are we going now?" She replied briefly and went home to meditate in seclusion. Although the other person's face was grim, Tran Thu still cheerfully obeyed the order. Soon, a few days passed. During the day, Tran Thu went to the pharmacy selling herbs obtained from another space, and at night he began diligently cultivating in seclusion. Time passes quickly, and a month later at a modern and well-equipped school, students file into the classroom one after another, and the opening ceremony is finally about to begin. Tran Thu is also in high spirits, having already made a friendly flower crown on the first day. "Hello, everyone." You casually sit down and scratch your back like an old man, and the semester hasn't even started yet. I'm about to go crazy being cooped up at home. But before they could chat for long, Vo Song entered and announced news no student wanted to hear. The cultural exam will now begin. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the class looked at Tran Thu with piercing eyes. Their strange behavior made Son Raga wonder why they were all staring at him. Tu Tin, understanding the situation, replied, "Last semester, your cultural subject grades were the best. Everyone wants to beat you." Tran Thu only then realized the problem. "Oh, I see." So they were overthinking again this time about the top spot. He hadn't finished speaking when he uncapped his pen and put on a triumphant, provocative face. "I am confident now." After shouting loudly, he immediately focused on working on his exam, even carefully checking each question again. Once confident, Tran Thu decisively stood up and said, "Teacher, I want to submit my paper," then confidently walked up to hand the exam paper to the invigilator. Then he turned his head down to the class with an arrogant look. Tran Thu pointed at himself with a teasing gesture and said, "Unmatched, so lonely." "So, your statement made everyone below tense up. They all threw things, ran away, causing you to scramble wildly to find a hiding spot." Tsk, tsk, tsk. The young people who don't understand. Only Vo Song looks at him with a contemplative gaze. "Tran Thu here, in a private office." A report voice echoes through the quiet space. "Exactly." Min Tai was drinking water and was startled. "What?" Vo Song still looked at the other person with a serious expression as a confirmation. He crossed his arms and asked again, "Teacher Lai, do you really want Tran Thu to be the team captain for the monster competition?" After that conversation, the school held the exams over 3 consecutive days. On a fine day at Tran Thu's school, Vo Sung stood on the podium and announced, "Now, let's start announcing the results." As expected, what you declared the day before has come true. Tran Thu continues to rank first in chemistry. He didn't say anything else and ended the class immediately. "Today in the afternoon, we will continue training at the beast taming pavilion. Class is dismissed now." Suddenly, Vo Song grabbed Tran Thu, and the teacher asked her to stay behind to discuss this with her. He waited until no one was left before starting to make small talk. "Now everyone has gone." Vo Song immediately got to the main point. "The teacher has negotiated with the principal, and we decided to let you lead the team in the beast taming competition." He was so shocked he couldn't believe his own hands. At the same time, the system menu appeared in front of him with option 1 to refuse Lao Li, completing the task and earning the title of the Fierce One with the default effect of having the system reward. Option 2 to agree with Lao Li, completing the answer sheet and gaining a large amount of beast control power. So Tran Thu was momentarily confused, and at this point, the options still remained the same. Helplessly, he could do nothing but sigh inwardly, and choosing seemed unnecessary. It seemed I couldn't escape this system. Seeing that Tran Thu hadn't responded for a long time, Vo Song made another proposal. "As long as you make the leader, you already have the answer in your mind before hearing it. But if you agree to that, isn't it just thinking?" Tran Thu refused the first one. "I oppose." He pounded his chest proudly. I want to learn. No one can stop me from immersing myself in Hai Duong's knowledge.
He immediately announced a huge reward of 20 million. If you break the record at Namjiang Second High School, they will give you 20 million. This huge sum of 20 million has successfully caught Tran Thu's attention. Blinded by greed, he rushed to hold Vosong tightly, pleading desperately. For the school's honor, I will give my all. He then finally smiled softly. All right, the teacher will announce this to everyone this afternoon. Tran Thu immediately agreed. Yes, I will. Seeing you happily walking beside your friend, Vosong couldn't help but fall into contemplation, hoping that this time it would truly succeed. It wasn't long before a few days had passed, and he stood before his entire class to announce that he had something to say to everyone today. The citywide beast taming competition has started registering, and Namjiang Second High School will also participate. Vosong looked at everyone with a fierce gaze and a burning determination. If I can win first place in the city level, I can then represent Namjiang City in the provincial competition. Then he looked at Tran Thu and introduced the last 3 people chosen by the teacher. Team leader Tran Thu, team member Hua Tiavu, and Duong Liet Wong. Suddenly he spoke up to interrupt. Teacher, I object. Tran Thu points at Ha Bang, listing a bunch of convincing advantages, and insists I don't want Duong Liet, I want to go with Ha Bang. Ha Bang's combat ability isn't too strong, but her Ice Wolf is the main control. You and Xiao Wu both have attack capabilities. Adding another control ability would be even better. Duong Liet angrily stood up to argue. Tran Thu, you're going a bit too far. He turned to Vosong to explain repeatedly, Master, the beast takes strength as the main factor. Duong Liet shouted loudly to clarify his intention. I want to replace Tran Thu. I want to be the team leader. He had already made his plans long ago. Now was the time to take back everything that was his. Yet Tran Thu remained unfazed, even smiling with a deep, knowing look as if he saw through the opponent. Does he feel that he has broken through to level 9 Beast Tamer and thus believes he has the ability now? Tran Thu patted his chest, looking extremely excited. Duan Li, do you really want to fight me? Seeing your fierce spirit, Duong Liet hesitated but held back, clenched his fists to reassure himself, and tried not to worry. He silently told himself that now he was a level 9 Beast Tamer, one of the top 2 experts in the class, and he didn't believe that Tran Thu could have leveled up during a single break. Thinking that, he stepped forward boldly to challenge. Of course, you found it amusing and turned around to head to the arena, calling back behind you. Then let's settle this here. The battle begins as Tran Thu extends her hand to summon her cute cheese stick spirit contract. The giant slim creature appears, exactly matching its master, and looks incredibly aggressive. Duong Liet is stunned and steps back. Damn it, last semester I was only at 20 meters. How come now it's already at 30 meters? If I can't fight, I'll just cheat. He turned to cry and accuse you to the teacher. Teacher Li. Vosong pats his shoulder, clearly delighted to see him in trouble. What are you looking at the teacher for? Don't worry, our school's infirmary has enough space. I have no choice but to slowly step forward. My body twisted like a coconut tree soaked in fish sauce. In front of everyone his eager eyes, Duong Liet summoned his spirit with all his courage, calling out his wind beast. But with that mistake, just one strike from Slim was enough to make his master and servant tremble in fear. He turned to Vosong Temple and begged, Save me. But life isn't that easy, my dear. The old man pretended not to hear anything, turned to the side and shouted loudly, Start now! As soon as the command was given, Slim immediately launched a surprise attack, activating its roar skill to shout directly in the opponent's face. Duong Liet stared blankly, like a CPU overloaded, while the Fengxing beast beside him was stunned and unable to stand. Then, with its round and bulky body, Xin leapt into the air and activated its violent attack, crushing the unfortunate Fengxing beast beneath its flesh, leaving Duong Liet in shock. It struggled wildly, trying to escape from the heavy Slim pressing down on it. The classmates around were stunned, speechless at this violent scene. Tran Thu sneered confidently. So now Duong Theo still wants to join the beast taming match? Duong Liet, unwilling, clenched his fists, but no matter how tough he was, he knew his limits. He knew he couldn't win, so he gave up immediately. He quickly made up his mind and said, I think Ha Bang is a better fit. Anyone who tries to stop her, I will risk everything against them. His quick change of attitude left the spectators speechless. Hearing what he wanted, he was satisfied and took Slim away. Meanwhile, Duong Liet felt heartbroken, staggering over to see his beloved crushed and lying flat on the floor. The entire arena suddenly fell silent in the blink of an eye before the swift match. Seeing this, Tran Thu spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Does anyone else have an opinion now? Then he quickly glanced at the audience. From the crowd, he loudly called out a name that made him panic. Dulong smirked and mockingly retorted.
I think you seemed a bit dissatisfied just now.
Tran Thu smirked mockingly, glaring provocatively at Dolong. He dared not meet her gaze, frowning and lowering his head. Then suddenly his expression changed completely, smiling brightly to deny everything.
How is that possible? What did the class monitor say? I was the first to support him. Seeing that he knew when to back down, you didn't pursue it further.
Very good. I am pleased with this attitude. Then he turned to Vo Song and announced, Teacher Lai, the match between Hua Tiuvu and Ha Bang as a team has been approved.
Maybe next month, the Beast Tamer competition will officially begin. During this time, you should practice a bit and negotiate strategies to try to win first place.
Tran Tu answered confidently. Okay, at the same time, Ha Bang stood behind you, blushing shyly. He took the opportunity to provide more details about the competition, and regarding this year's exam, we have received the latest information. The culture subject remains unchanged, but the Imperial Beast Department affects the combat section. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably be sent to another space. A hazy screen with a layered view of the Trio Huang Hon mountain range appears, likely an extraordinary location, Liet Duong Son Kao. Vo Sung continues, except for Namjiang City, contestants from 4 other cities will also participate, and the number of participants will reach over 5,000. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Tran Thu, his face dark with warning, and also made it clear that anyone daring to throw something like a nuclear bomb would face legal punishment. The boy understood the hint, but took the literal meaning as a challenge and felt resentful. The teacher simply needs to check your ID card. The scene of the exam location is filled with fiery monsters and beasts that make you ponder. However, Liet Duong Son Kao. The terrain of this different space is simple, and the examiners are very convenient. But if I want to cause trouble, I still need to think of a way. Vo Sung looked down at the students and said, From now until the exam day, there are 100 days left. You must work harder. In March, continue practicing real combat skills. 2 people form a team and compete against each other. Then he began dividing the groups according to the list. Now, the person whose name the teacher calls should come forward. Li Kuandolong, when everyone has gone home and has their own group, Vo Song immediately chased them aside. The groups are organized. Everyone go to practice now, Xiao Wu asks nervously. Tran Thu, do we need to practice some skills? Tran Thu sneered and waved it off. It's not necessary. Being reckless will ruin everything. I don't know why, but Ha Bang's face is still as red as a gak fruit, and she frowns as she speaks. So what do we do now? He suggested. Let's go fishing. And the 2 of you adjust the skills and talents of the contract spirit for me. Nothing else matters. The 2 girls felt reassured and happily held hands, listening to the instructions. All right, then we'll go adjust now. Suddenly, the system panel appeared with 3 missions related to the upcoming match and extremely attractive rewards depending on each choice. Tran Thu immediately seized the opportunity and raised her hand to speak. Teacher, I want to request a leave. Vo Sung, feeling annoyed by the unruly students, shouted, It's only been less than a week since school started, and you already want to take a break? Are you deliberately trying to oppose me? The student quickly responded coolly, No, I just want to plan the strategy. If you give me a week, I can easily win first place in the match, he said with half doubt. Really? I confidently replied. Absolutely 100%. If justice can't prevail, then use dirty tricks and schemes. You point at the 2 miserable guys in the distance and say, if the teacher doesn't let me rest, I will fight Duong Liet and Do Long every day. The 2 could only gape in shock as they got hit, even while lying down. Tran Thu casually left the training ground, revealing that his third choice, forcing opponents to surrender before the match, was his decision. Next, I, the fierce Nam Jiang, will awaken the nightmares of the high schools. Before that, you took out your phone with a sinister smile on your face. Then he dialed the number. Hello, Ms. Fuang Tu, are you free? Under the clear sky with white clouds and golden sunshine, his voice was light as he said, Let's challenge the high schools one-on-one. After the call, Tran Thu and Fuang Tu quickly arrived at the meeting point to prepare for action. She looked around and then slightly curled her lips into a confident smirk. Starting from high school number 1, you excitedly responded, But in front of them is the gate guarded by Du Tu with security standing watch. How do you plan to get inside? You put down your lollipop, confident that a kid can't trouble a player. The immortal must have a clever plan. Tran Thu calmly approaches him, politely greeting an old acquaintance. Boss, it's me. Do you remember me? Du Tu is still confused and hasn't recognized the person in front of him. Tran Thu smoothly repeats the actions from the past when he kicked your instructor away with 1 foot. Only then does he realize the situation and screams like a dog being slaughtered. Damn it, it's you.
Seeing the other person so irritable, you hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, I came to your school today for a friendly exchange. Then I have a proposal. Please open the door so I can come in."
Dewfrom bristled and refused to let the stranger in, insisting I haven't received any notice. Faced with this awkward situation, just a confident smile was enough. The tycoon saw he was too stubborn, so Huang Tu stepped in to help her beloved younger brother, still acting as the older sister. She arrogantly took a power card out of her pocket and ordered the door to be opened. Du Tu was stunned in shock, thinking this was a product of the Duengu Longwei. He had no choice but to accept defeat. "Please come in." Tran Thu spray on the glue, not thinking of tricking people, just as simple as weaving a basket. "Is it that easy?" Huang Tu happily put away the card. He frowned to himself, thinking that it was time to find the old king to make a fake one. After settling everything, the righteous and upright group entered the school through the main gate. Inside the classroom, Wang Feng stands on the podium assigning tasks to the students. The beast taming match is about to begin, and the teacher has decided to make Jiang Tian the team leader, with Wen Wu and Lin Jixian as team members. After finishing the presentation, he asked again to confirm. "Do you have any opinions?" The students responded clearly and politely in unison. "All right." Just before he finishes the class, if no one objects, suddenly a hand reaches out. Tran Thu's firm voice rings out. "I oppose it." Everyone around was very surprised, talking among themselves excitedly. "Who is that?" Tran Thu and Huang Tu walked confidently past the surprised and confused gazes. Wang Feng immediately ordered them to leave. "Tran Thu, what are you doing here? Get out of here quickly." She doesn't bother to show respect to elders and even argues back. "Master, please don't rush to send my brother away. Let him finish speaking first." Too humiliated to be looked down on, he angrily retorted, "Who does she think she is? Why should I listen to you?" Huang Tu looked straight ahead, teasing lightly. "Why should you listen to me?" She calmly casts a spell, her palm emitting a dazzling light. Then 2 magic circles appear, her aura growing more domineering. Of course, it's based on this. A water dragon and a fire dragon emerging, growling fiercely and making the atmosphere tense. Wang Feng instinctively stepped back a few paces in fear. Damn it, 2 dragon soul contracts. Now I finally realize the true identity of the person in front of me, but unfortunately it's too late. Standing before these 2 handsome young people, Wang Feng's body involuntarily trembled with fear, almost soiling himself. Tran Thu slowly stepped forward and asked, "Old Wang, I didn't come to cause trouble, but to say something. I am here to propose that you all directly give up the beast taming competition because I will participate." That statement truly ignited the emotions of everyone below. Jia Shu was the first to speak up. "Damn it, do you still think this is last semester? That's because you're at a higher level. Now everyone is on the same level. Do you think having Slim means you can do whatever you want?" Dam Thu quickly followed along. Never seen anyone so arrogant. "If you have the guts, then get on the arena and fight." Tu Kai and Vunin also joined in for fun. "Damn it, take me there. Yes, let's settle this on the fighting arena." Even though cattle usually follow the herd, Tran Thu still calmly cross arms and taunt. "So it's still the old rule. All of you fight one against me." The students below can't take it anymore and decide to go up together for a solo fight. Damn it, they're too arrogant. Surprisingly, among the defeated, there was still one outstanding individual. Zhang Tianhong Hach seemed confident of victory, saying, "I don't need a crowd. I alone am enough." He looked straight at you and declared resolutely, "That time I was careless, but today you will definitely lose." Tran Thu sighed, tired of how immersed he gets in his acting. "Oh my, you can act even more than I do. But you didn't say a word and still kept a bright, excited smile on your face. Then let's see." Slim immediately appears, arrogantly looking down at his classmates. Everyone unconsciously stopped in awe, stunned by the giant shadow before their eyes, feeling it was almost unbelievable. Just a long yawn from it was enough to make someone tremble in fear. Thinking back on what I just said, Tran Thu now calmly retorted with a sneer. "The one trying to show off, isn't it you who wanted to fight me alone? Let me see your true power of the storm wind technique." Of course, Zhang Tian wouldn't dare to be arrogant now. He just remained silent, even showing signs of confusion. Then he turned to the treacherous classmate who even wanted to challenge our entire class. "So everyone, let's fulfill his wish. Let's all charge together." Indeed, Zhang Tian's truly dirty personality really surprises me. His ability to turn his back even faster than I do. Lam Jiang shouted orders, "Charge together." Everyone rushes forward like flies. "Got it!" Then a chaotic battle erupts, with Slim holding his own, starting to activate the dream slaughter. The students order their beasts to attack. Dewey opens his mouth as a bright golden stream of energy begins to gather, and his body continues to swell. The small creatures were confused and didn't understand the situation yet. Suddenly, they leapt into the air and continued to expand, absorbing the golden aura. Perhaps the other beasts had already figured out the problem, but unfortunately it was too late. They are crushed under Slim's dominance, and a wolf howls in pain. It turned to attack other targets, and of course, Tran Thu's Slim is the ruler of the world. They fight and win wherever they go. Their influence is so strong that when they attack the spirits, all they can do is scream as they are caught in a whirlwind, leaving clouds of dust in every direction. It seems I still have to take action myself. He immediately raised his hand high and summoned what he was proud of. "Come out!" Storm Thunderbird. It received its master's order and immediately flew out, ready to fight. Lightning sparks gather around the massive beak, sending shivers down the spine. Between the sharp iron jaws, a flashing lightning orb quickly takes shape. That move was aimed directly at Slim without hesitation, forcing it to grit its teeth to withstand the attack. Trying to hide the pain from a blistered, sizzling piece of skin, Tran Thu still bluntly mocked and provoked him. "Is that all you've got? You think you can break my Slim with just that?" You wave your hand to summon a glowing orb that vibrates intensely. Soon, Slim's ultimate skill is activated. A layer of golden light envelops it like a suit of armor, rushing forward to strike back so quickly that only an afterimage is visible. The round, plump body, like a giant balloon of spiritual energy, soared straight into the Storm Eagle, with such force that the opponent quickly fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Slim continues to attack the opposing spirits from every angle, leaving all the students stunned by their agility and strange movements. It is invincible. At this point, even Wang Feng, no matter how stubborn, has to speak up. "We surrender." Tran Thu's satisfied and confident expression is clear. That's more like it. Seeing the scattered spirits on the floor, you don't hesitate to mock them. Admitting defeat a little earlier might have prevented all this. Both teacher and student in that special class just stood, frozen and face-to-face in shock. Wang Feng suddenly shifted his attention and asked cautiously, "I have a question. Do you want to know my secret to success?" Wang Feng straightforwardly asked, "Do you agree to tell me?" The students behind also eagerly wanted to take notes. Tran Thu also openly stepped forward to answer, "I believe that to succeed, there are 3 main points. First, perseverance." The special class immediately started taking notes and nodding in understanding. He continued to step forward and cause trouble, and hearing this, they were so stunned that they all exclaimed in unison, "Is this also considered a secret to success?" But Tran Thu still calmly continued. Third, persist in causing trouble. Even the special class group could only gape in amazement, speechless, which made you even dizzy but still sigh. In this era, honestly, no one would believe it. Then she turned to wave at her friend and said, "Miss Fuang Tu, let's go to Namjiang High School." She immediately agreed. Watching both of them leave slowly, the special class could only sadly bid farewell in their hearts. Take care at Namjiang No. 3 High School. "Over here!" Slim is shouting fiercely into the tiny spirit's face, eyes full of rage, and with just a few turns he sends the enemy flying far away. The arena falls silent. Tran Thu waved goodbye to Tu Da before leaving. "Well then, goodbye everyone." As soon as he disappeared from sight, the teachers here turned pale and whispered in shock. "Damn it, he's too brutal." So, how can they fight back? They can't hit or touch him. A week later, Tran Thu's group was happily grilling meat outdoors, and he was smugly holding a skewer of grilled meat. I didn't expect students from Namjiang to be unable to fight back. In just a week, all the schools have already conceded. Fang Si, standing beside her, immediately scolds her like an older sister, saying, "Don't be too arrogant. Even the highest mountain has higher peaks, and the most talented have those more talented than them, so you should keep trying to improve yourself." But Tran Thu remains indifferent, only focused on the skewers. "Who wants to come eat skewered meat? Tomorrow is the beast taming competition. Do you have the guts?" Holding a skewer of meat in her hand, she shows excitement on her face. "Tomorrow, I will return to the capital, and the opening ceremony is coming up." The continent finally spoke up from beside me. "So will I." Hearing this sad news, he sighed in disappointment and regret. "It's a pity you missed the most heroic moment of Min Than Dung." But then he quickly lifted his spirits again, raising his glass and shouting, "If that's the case, we'll meet in the capital." The 3 of them raised their glasses together, promising to meet at the capital. A few days later, on a night not far away, Fuang Tu happily waved goodbye. Tran Thu also enthusiastically bid farewell to them, and soon the taxi drove away. Tran Thu stood with her hands on her hips, her face showing determination. "Next is my battlefield.
The next day, at the gymnasium, the stands were completely silent. Vosung immediately sensed something was wrong. His serious face showed worry, and he nudged your shoulder. Did you do something? Using nuclear bombs to destroy other schools? Faced with this question, Tran Thu also had no words. Lao Li's first reaction was nuclear bombs. Does that make sense? He immediately pounded his chest and declared solemnly, No, Tran Thu, you rely on your strength. Oh, using virtue to subdue people. Tran Thu's eyes subtly glance at other students before suggesting, Say something, and they immediately become extremely stunned. Everyone carried a look of unwillingness but still tried to cooperate. Yes. You see, I told you I was right, but he still couldn't hide the doubt on his aged face. Weakly, he asked, How can you believe him? From the stage, Ta Huyen raised his voice to attract everyone's attention and invited the high school teachers to draw lots. Vosong, sitting in the stands, immediately cheerfully responded, Let's go. Everyone quickly gathers and heads down to the arena. Tran Thu suddenly looked maliciously at the classmates. Next, it will be us. From his eyes, it's clear he's full of anticipation and determination. On this side, Dongwu and Piao Qi both show very unpleasant, grimacing expressions. You still remember the promise from last week, right? Both nodding like chickens pecking at grains, but also full of fear. Remember that. Receiving the correct answer, Tran Thu happily squinted her eyes and smiled. Good girl. The students could only hold their breath at this appearance. The stands fell silent once again as the last explorers returned. Kung Hao immediately cheered, Teacher is back! Standing before all his students, Vosong's voice became serious. We are facing Namjiang No. 3 High School. Hearing this, Tran Thu subtly turned to look at the opponent. They all trembled under that gaze. Soon, the live broadcast screen lit up, signaling that the match was about to begin. The guests and judges have also taken their seats. As the introduction echoes throughout the hall, today marks the 981st beast taming competition of Namjiang City. Under the stage lights, Shen Lang excitedly introduced to the audience. I believe the high school contestants are all ready. The first match, Namjiang No. 2 High School versus Namjiang No. 3 High School. Let's welcome the players from these two high schools. As soon as the words finished, Tran Thu and her teammates stepped onto the field with unstoppable energy. Even though they are about to face the match, their opponents still walk out calmly and confidently, not keeping the audience waiting. A word has announced that the crucial moment has arrived. The match begins. The crowd around is very lively, and cheers rise up from the mass of people. The aggressive one. The aggressive one. Yet your spirit remains brave and unyielding. As soon as the command was given, he immediately launched an attack to show off. Wang Deng noticed the flashes of lightning in his opponent's hand and became alert. The two behind are no better, their faces soaked with cold sweat from who knows when. But as the team's ace, he quickly regained his composure, encouraging himself. Wang Dong, I have never failed before. Tran Thu didn't respond, only faintly smiled with confidence. The opponent still firmly maintains their stance, showing determination on their face. It will be the same today. The audience below grew even more excited by this verbal duel. Oh, it's getting interesting. Wang Bang turned around and called out loudly, MC. The excited crowd started guessing what ultimate move was coming next. Another person is even continuously praising him. I've heard since the beginning that Wang Dong from Namjiang No. 3 High School is not only exceptionally talented, but also incredibly confident. A crowd is watching the stage eagerly expecting a good show. Wang Dong is fighting a fierce opponent. It looks like today will be very exciting. Sam Lang responded partly to excite the audience and partly to satisfy his own curiosity. So, is there any request? He furrowed his brows, looking very dangerous, but his words were as light as a feather, carrying no sense of shame. We surrender. The two words just spoken made the audience gape in shock. 3 parts amazement, 7 parts confusion, and the excitement from earlier vanished entirely. Wang Dong, who had surrendered, was unashamed and even boldly reaffirmed his stance. Yes, surrendering. This move leaves Tam Lang beside him feeling disappointed and a bit helpless. You're still so passionate and dedicated even when surrendering? The outcome is already clear. He declared the winner before of Wang Dang's incomprehensibly proud look, Nam Jiang Thang, second in high school. When the two opponents passed each other, Tran Thu's gaze briefly met his. He couldn't help but admire him and nodded in praise. Buk Wang, you're impressive. In the following matches, viewers gradually realize something is off. It seems all the teams are trying to lose, and the monsters are performing scenes that are clearly not fake. One by one, the teams took the stage to face Tran Thu's group, and before he could do anything, they immediately forfeited.
I surrender. When facing other teams, they might try to lose. But when facing you, they turn pale and give up. The finals arrived quickly, and Shen Lang took the stage to announce the crucial moment of the competition. Next, we welcome Namjiang No. 2 High School and Namjiang No. 5 High School to compete for this year's championship. As soon as the words are spoken, the three members of Tranthu's team stride confidently onto the stage, looking as if they have already secured victory. Yet their opponents are nowhere to be seen, not even their shadows. The entire hall falls into silence, momentarily confused about what is happening. Seeing that, he casually looked for an excuse to smooth over this awkward situation. It seems the students from the 5th high school are a bit tense, and let's give them some time. Before the words even finished, a blank sheet of paper suddenly floated into the air, standing out in the auditorium. The white flag of surrender gently falls onto the stage under his gaze, while the judge's side looks visibly annoyed, but can only sit still. An embarrassing scene makes Natban unable to sit still, and he angrily orders Wusong to tell Tranthu to see him for a moment. The audience can't watch any matches, and Jiahan also starts to feel upset. What kind of game is this now? Is this really the finals? There must be some secret deal going on. Tham Lang was forced into a difficult position and had no choice but to reluctantly announce the results. It seems our second high school has given up on the match, so let's congratulate the students of Namjiang No. 2 High School. He took Tranthu's hand and raised it high in declaration. Although her words carry Huanhua's meaning, her expression is extremely unpleasant. After 3 years, they finally achieved first place in the entire city. Habang and Tuvu both looked confused and asked, "Are we already champions before we even started fighting?" Tranthu didn't answer directly, only urging them to hurry up. "Don't ask, go on stage and accept the award." He took the trophy for the champion with one hand, laughing happily without noticing the furious expressions of the judges in front of him. "Ha ha ha, receiving this award truly brings me fame after my efforts." While you were celebrating with the award in your hand, Wusong came to deliver the news that Mayor Tranbi is looking for you and is waiting for you beside the city hall. He then leaned into Tranthu's ear, smugly delivering some bad news. "If you go to sabotage the match, you're doomed." "Huh? I'm being targeted now?" Soon, the two stood up before the door of destiny. Tranthu immediately hesitated, saying, "Master, are you really not coming with me?" Vosong seemed to have been waiting for this day for a long time, with a look of satisfaction. "Go ahead, I'm busy choosing your grave site. As the teacher's student, you must have a resting place too." Those words made him turn pale with fear, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "It's not necessary either. Whatever is meant to happen, will happen. Take a deep breath to steady your emotions." After a while, Tranthu finally mustered the courage to knock on the door. The person inside quickly responded, "Please come in." Just those 2 words are enough to make his face turn pale. Despite his fear, he still stepped forward cautiously and asked the person in front of him, "Is the mayor looking for me?" Contrary to Tranthu's expectations, Nip Bin was very welcoming. "Sit down, don't be nervous, just treat this place like home." Only then did he dare to relax, letting out a sigh as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. Once he realized he was safe, he spun around and leaned back in the chair as if he were at home. Tranthu didn't hesitate at all, casually laughing with a wide smile beneath Nipban's wide-eyed shock. This scene was so shocking that he exclaimed out loud, "Oh, Tranthu, I keep wondering in my heart, does he really consider this his home?" Still unaware of the problem, Nyetho asked again, "What's wrong, Mayor?" He doesn't dare to speak frankly about this scene, only finding an excuse to brush it off. "We're just talking a bit, no need to take off your shoes. You might be a little confused, but you still obediently put your shoes back on." "All right." Once he saw the situation was under control, Naibin chose not to confront directly, but started with a compliment. "Your strength is quite impressive. With your sharp mind, you quickly understand the situation. So this is just trying to cause trouble for me. Looks like after thinking it over, they act humble, but it's only barely acceptable. Unfortunately, I cannot defeat my master." That statement surprised him enough to ask your master again. In just a moment, Tranthu successfully turned the spear aimed at himself towards someone else, namely Elder Diep, sitting at the resource management office. The name just mentioned immediately made Niep Ban's face change color. "So, it's Elder Diep?" Seeing the other person believe it so wholeheartedly, I then put on a smug look and said, "Yes, it's him. I begged to be his disciple. My nature is to respect the elderly and love the young, so I have no choice but to accept it." Seeing that the other party was not easy to provoke, he changed his attitude. "If it's Elder Diep, then you should go back." Through Niep Ban's words, what could have been a serious blame now feels as light as a feather. "I can forgive you for ruining the beast taming competition this time, but he won't let it go so easily," and immediately sets a condition. "You must win first place in the provincial level competition." Tranthu nodded without hesitation. a determined glint in his eyes. Okay, he had escaped danger just in time, gently wiping sweat from his brow, almost doomed, but luckily he remembered Elder Dieppe quickly, hoping they wouldn't investigate. Huh? Where is old Lee? At this moment, a message also appeared on the phone screen.
Teacher took them back to school first, and remember to come back early tomorrow. I don't really care much, quickly dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. All right, see you tomorrow.
At the same time, Neep Ban, looking mysterious, makes a phone call in the room. Hello, Shu Chi Liu.
He's usually shrewd, so quickly find out the truth and help me investigate whether Elder Dieppe has taken on a disciple.
The Beast Taming School is modestly located in a small forest area under a clear sky with a few clouds, and Wu Song stands inside the classroom as the vehicles carry out their teaching duties related to this taming method. Tran Thu clenched his teeth in frustration as his heart shattered, thinking that Lao Li told him to go home early to celebrate him, but it was just his teacher worried he would be late for class. He immediately imagined the upcoming confinement and his face twisted in frustration. There's only a week left until the provincial tournament. Do I really have to go to school like this for a whole week? Tran Thu kept asking himself the question but couldn't find an answer, feeling so bored that he let out short, long yawns. He tried to lift his eyelids to stave off sleep, but inside he couldn't help but silently whisper the words. It's so bland, but as soon as a clear sound rings in my ear, I immediately toss aside my gloomy mood like clearing waste. The system, perfectly attuned to your thoughts, offers 3 options with generous rewards. Waiting for the provincial exam to earn a powerful flower, heading south to improve your rushing skill, or crafting medicine to enhance your strength potion. Tran Thu stared at the screen, continuously tapping her calculator in her mind. Although all 3 rewards were excellent, if only the assault skill could be upgraded by one. But when he thought about the cruel face of the spirit contract in his family, his mind couldn't help but weigh the options. Slim's skill is at level 9, and he even prepared a plan for it to run wild, making his heart feel like it was about to bloom with joy. At that moment, no matter who I face, I won't be afraid anymore. After a long internal struggle, Tran Thu decisively raised his hand to interrupt the lecture. Teacher, you're standing in the middle of the crowd laughing loudly as you drop a heavy bomb. I want to take a leave. Vo Sung's face showed no emotion, only coldly spat out the word, get lost. Seeing that he was unmoved, he let out a breath and silently decided that this was the only way. You channel your energy into your hand, turning to look at your classmate with eyes flickering with light. Li Ji, you've been practicing pretty well lately. Let the class monitor give you a few tips. Slim suddenly charged forward on command, scaring him half to death. His whole body trembled reflexively, tears welling up as he desperately begged Vosong for help.
Teacher, you helplessly pointed at my blank face and just died. All right, Tran Thu, stop now. Just let me take a break from school.
You're used to asking for more benefits like the Trung sisters, so you're chattering for extra perks. But since I have nothing to do when I go back, I might as well let me go to Nam Thuong City first. Tran Thu paused for a moment to change her posture, then confidently waved her hand to present her intention. Oh no, it's a learning exchange, waiting for the match to wake everyone up. Vosong stood still with his arms crossed, listening to the chatter, quickly realizing the road ahead was difficult, and immediately turned his vehicle to shift his focus to the person beside him. Dulong didn't need to hear more, and copied Duang Liet's status. The 2 words, Sir, full of frustration, kept spilling out. Caught in the same immobilizing move twice, he clenched his jaw tightly to prevent himself from losing control right there. Vusung had no choice but to take out his phone, tapping furiously while trying to comfort himself. All right, stop causing trouble. In just a moment, the screen shows a successful ticket booking for the trip to Nam Thuong City. He quickly holds it up in front of Tran Thu, hoping to send this brat away as soon as possible. This is our ticket for this afternoon. You just wait and you'll be grinning from ear to ear. No one can keep up with how fast Lehigh changes his mind. Yes, thank you, teacher. The system is also fully operational and always hot, gaining an extra charge skill. At last, the long journey has brought you to Nam Thuong City. As soon as you step off the bus, you stretch your limbs and greet the day with a spirited cheer. Nam Thuong City, Tran Thu, I have arrived. The 3 of us didn't delay any longer and moved together to the departure gate amid the bustling noise of the bus station. The city of Nam Thuong welcomes everyone with a sunny day, golden sunlight spilling over each skyscraper. Tran Thu leisurely strolls with the 2 girls, exploring the new environment. We haven't gone far when Xiao Wu suddenly tilts his head and asks, Tran Thu, do we really have to go out for dinner tonight? The money teacher Lai gave us isn't that much. He didn't wait for her to finish and patted his chest confidently, saying, It's okay. Both she and Ha Bang looked at him with bright eyes and exclaimed together, Are you covering for us? He quickly shook his index finger in denial. No. Then Tran Thu pointed an accusing finger at Tiu Vu and revealed his plan. Tonight, he will be served. Her reaction to this shameless act was to freeze up and burst out laughing. My mother would be speechless. Whether willingly or not, they all went to a nearby restaurant to fill their stomachs. The bright red pot placed in the middle of the steaming table contained simple dishes with rich flavors. Tran Thu comfortably picks up her chopsticks first, not even bothering to be polite. Habang, eat a bit more, little Vu Bao, don't be so polite with her. She was holding a piece of meat and suddenly blushed as she called out. Although the smile was a bit shy, her hands and feet moved quite skillfully. The victim, seeing the two shameless people devouring their food, was so angry he lost his words, grinding his teeth and swallowing his frustration. While Tran Thu's group was busy feasting, a voice belonging to Haviem rang out from the crowd as they approached. It's been a while since he last saw Mr. Liu. He kept chewing and thought to himself. The voice sounded so familiar. Not seeing him, he continued happily introducing, "This table is reserved. Feel free to sit down." Lu Nya responded satisfied. "That's quite formal." Tran Thu's eyes sparkled like headlights as she quietly made her judgment. "Haviem, huh?" You didn't hesitate to stand up and greet. "Oh, little Ha, it's been a while, and you're getting more and more disheveled." First time seeing this kind of rough exchange. Lu Nya hesitated briefly and asked the person beside him, "Wiem, your friend seems a bit unfriendly, huh?" His face suddenly showed a suspicious red cloud, and he hesitated for a long time before managing to say a few words. "This?" He didn't understand his teammate's awkwardness and immediately turned to threaten Tran Thu. "Buddy, arrogance doesn't mean you have some real strength," he asked calmly but firmly. "Is that so? Do you think you have a lot of strength?" Just as Lu Xia was about to charge into a fight, Ha Yan suddenly regained his senses and reached out to stop him. "Don't! Luke, let's go and don't cause trouble with him." "What's wrong?" "It's just a level 9 beast tamer." Ha Yan hesitantly looked at the 9th level beast tamer labeled above him, but the words caught in his throat and couldn't come out. Beads of sweat the size of beans covered his face, his mouth opening and closing without speaking a word. But after a few eye movements, just like Zhang Lak, he gathered all his courage and poured out a shocking past. "He has beaten me before." Lu Xia was struck speechless by this bombshell of information. Is his tone automatically rising that high, so powerful? He wisely swallowed his pride and turned back to remind his team. They hadn't even had time to eat before they had to swallow their anger and leave, hungry. Tran Thu's provocation failed, so he had to express his regret. "Oh, wanting to test new skills is impossible. Running away in battle makes you a useless coward." Xiao Wu just at the right moment gave a suggestion that sounded more reasonable. "If you want to meet someone who's not a useless person, maybe you'll have to wait until the match a week later." "All right. Then we'll wait for the provincial raid match. But first we have to..." Habang tilted her head curiously and asked, "What should we do?" You brandished your hand boldly, revealing a daring plan to cause trouble. Over the next week, the trio of troublemakers finally arrived at the planned location. Tran Thu takes Habang and Xiao Wu to Nam Thuong City High School. Everyone is dressed like well-behaved students, but unsurprisingly, the group is stopped by security without mercy. Before the professional schedule, even a senior spirit master has to use glue. Tran Thu had run out of options and secretly switched to the familiar wall-climbing tactic. But when he turned back, Yen Du was already standing there with a bright smile, waiting all along. All the final tricks had failed. He picked you up like a chick and threw you back over the school gate. They all grudgingly returned to Nam Thuong Hotel, accepting their fate of bowing and kneeling for a whole week, while Tran Thu lay sprawled on the bed, filled with boredom and complaining in her mind. I never expected someone as fierce as Nam Jiang to turn the tables. Suddenly, there was a knocking on the door that pulled me back to reality. Xiao Yu is standing outside, shouting loudly to urge them in. "Tran B, today you've drawn your opponent for the duel. Hurry up." My teammates are getting anxious, but I still have time to sigh. After LeMay slung his backpack on, Tran Thu announced, Here, 1 girl and 2 boys quickly head to the Nam Thuong City Spirit Arena." The steady footsteps entered the large hall, neither fast nor slow. He looked at the reporters working and immediately guessed they were conducting an interview. But since it doesn't concern me, Tran Thu still followed the 2 beauties to the resting room. And as he saw the crowded scene before his eyes, his mind started racing wildly. There are a total of 32 teams. He rubbed his chin excitedly, dancing wildly in his mind. Who will be my first opponent? Lost in his illusions, Tran Thu was suddenly jolted awake by the system's notification. A familiar interface appears, but this time there are only 2 options. Choose one and wait quietly for the draw to begin. The reward for completing the beast taming law is limited. Choose option 2 to use a special method to make everyone remember you. The reward for completing the beast taming power is an additional 5%. The boy looked left and right a few times, then wondered to himself, is this reward free? Ah, after the dark head was enlightened, Tran Thu shouted inwardly with a contemptible smile. It's happening! He stepped in front of the other contestants to begin his performance. In the alley, if everyone has gathered, I will say a few words. Unaware of the awkward situation around him, he continued to grin and act out his own performance. I'd like to introduce myself briefly. My name is Tran Thu from Namjiang City. Please just call me Uncle. I am immersed in my own choice, regardless of whether others agree or not. I want to inform everyone of something. Note, this is not up for negotiation. After a long, roundabout story, Tran Thu Jiang threw a nuclear bomb. If you meet me, just surrender immediately and don't hope for any luck. The crowd erupts in chaos, just like cats stepping on their tails. Oh, who do you think you are? Do you really consider yourself a genius? There are even people shouting insults at the top of their lungs. Namjiang City is where? Frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. The only one who didn't react excessively was Haviem, who even secretly sighed, as if a few harmless words didn't bother him at all. Moreover, they even dragged him out to be a witness. I know everyone is a genius, but between people, life is always more important than dignity. Haviem understands this very well. Tran Thu approaches him as he is working on the nest and encourages him. Haviem, please share safety knowledge about preserving lives with everyone. Hurry up. A familiar wave of fear made him stammer only 2 words. That. The other students witnessing this shocking scene were left speechless with amazement. Now everyone shared the same thought. Javiem's expression was probably due to intimidation. Who could threaten him? They all nervously exchanged glances, but it all pointed to the one showing off beside him. Could it be that because he couldn't beat Tran Thu, he was defeated by him? When the system announced that Slim's defense had increased by 5%, he stroked his chin and thought to himself, these people are really ignorant. That alone was enough to leave a deep impression on them. This brief interlude was quickly interrupted by the announcement, inviting the competitors to draw lots to decide their opponents. He smirked maliciously, his mind filled with excitement for the glorious future ahead. The moment of true combat has begun. Tran Thu decisively leads his team forward. The 3 of them, filled with fighting spirit, stepped into the spirit arena, each one approaching the ballot box. It's now Tran Thu's turn to reach into the box. Haviem watched nervously. Please don't draw us, please don't draw us, please don't draw us. He's trembling like a dried fish, not to mention the strange looks from those around him. Is it really that bad? What's meant to happen will happen. You pull out the invitation and read it, a sinister smile appears on your suspicious face. Tran Thu glances at Haviem behind him and speaks in a chilling voice as if rising from the underworld. It seems we are quite destined to meet. With an explosive surge of emotion, he howled in despair at the heavens and earth. Damn it, could it really be true? Dunya stepped forward, patting his shoulder to reassure him and boosting his confidence. This was a team match. One strong person wasn't enough. Hearing this, Haviem regained his fighting spirit. All right, I will try to defeat him. Tran Thu, after finishing her task, still looked at her opponent with a friendly yet deadly gaze, and soon it was Jiehua's turn to draw the lot. He also grinned mischievously just like Tran Thu earlier, while Dam Thu frowned and looked displeased. At that moment, Suo Chai finally picked up the microphone to give a summary. The contestants had already drawn lots. Tomorrow, the beast taming competition begins. Please, all contestants, prepare yourselves and show the pride of your city. Tran Thu's team is full of shining willpower, completely different from Haviem, who still looks gloomy and frowning. Until everyone leaves, how could it be that the 2 rivals meet again, by some coincidence? He shows a fierce streak, smirking provocatively enough to make the opponent's skin crawl, then quickly runs away, avoiding everyone like the plague. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Let me go! Habang nervously asked Tran Thu, what should we do tomorrow? I definitely can't beat Haviem. He immediately gave a thumbs up to boost morale. It's okay. With me here, I'm sure we can do it. That should help put your mind at ease. Understood. The next day at the Spirit Arena, Wang Than stood before all the contestants and made a solemn speech. Hello, everyone. The Southern Trade Fair is held once a year. I hope everyone can showcase their full strength. After just a few words, he quickly ended his speech. No more talking. I declare the official start of the match. Meanwhile, over at the other side, where the competitors are watching Wang Than on the screen, Tran Thu is listening to the news and pondering, at least at the gold level. At the same time, Jia Qi and Tao Nguyen appeared together to state the rules. Now, I will announce the match regulations. Our match is a team duel, with the team as the main focus. Next are the prizes for the match. You explain with such enthusiasm that even your sunglasses are shining. The winning team will have 3 chances to designate skills. Even below the gold level, there are also 100 million Hua Day. Then Tao Nguyen listed more rewards. The second prize includes 1 skill designation opportunity and an additional 50 million Hua coins. The third prize is 30 million Hua coins.
Where you speak, your eyes light up and your mouth waters. Such generous rewards.
After the announcement of the rules, Tao Yuan declared passionately, "Next, we will begin the first round between Nam City and Dai Sing City. Go Namjiang City!" The audience below cheers just as loudly. The fierce Namjiang champion defeats Dai Hung City. The crucial moment has arrived, and the 3 members of Tran Thu's team stand up together. The first match is between Tran Thu's team and Haviem's team at the Spirit Arena in Nam Trong City. He and his teammates muttered to cheer themselves on, but some were trembling and unsure.
I can fight, I can fight. While I was rambling on, you already started casting your spell.
From the hand emanating a golden sunlight-like magic power, Slim quickly appears. It quickly grew into a huge, towering figure. Yang glared threateningly at Haviem. "Can I beat you?" When he saw that Slim, he was already nervous and could only move his mouth. "What can I possibly fight with? What exactly is this?" It twitched, causing its whole body to suddenly shake, surprising everyone. Gold-colored Slim. The fans sitting below were also wide-eyed and stunned when they saw Slim. Its aura is too strong, definitely not an imposed spirit contract. Damn it! Turns out the knowledge in books is all lies. Reality is the only standard. Inside the command seat, Ha Hao watched the match on the screen and was stunned. "Minister, is this really Slim?" He's got a habit of analyzing himself aloud. The golden yellow Dewey is divided into 2 types, one with the innate talent of the light attribute. After examining for a while, Ha Hao concluded that one has the innate talent of a defensive form, clearly the form of defense below. Its physique is its main attribute. If I'm not mistaken, it has a divine skill of gigantification, and its level is extremely high. Thinking then, he shook his head in disbelief. It's impossible to reach level 8 in gigantification, but he quickly turned his gaze back to the stands to continue watching. When he became a first-level beast tamer, he comprehended a divine skill, and each level up coincidentally triggered a giant transformation. Ha Hao narrowed his eyes, his eyebrows almost forming a 4G network. It seems that this person named Tran Thu has some kind of secret. He immediately turned to ask his superior for advice.
"Minister, do you want me to investigate him?"
Wang Qing also immediately issued the order without hesitation. "Yes?" As the image of Tran Thu smugly smiling still appears on the screen and he turns back to the arena, a bunch of information suddenly pops up and catches his eye. The system shows the rewards that Tran Thu must choose. Option 1, achieve top 16 in the provincial level competition. Reward completed.
With a large number of beast control powers, choosing 2 to reach the top 8 in the provincial beast duel, the reward is completed. An additional violent close combat skill, choose 3.
Winning the top 4 provincial beast battles completes the reward, and Sim is granted a bloodline evolution opportunity. Choosing 4 secures the top spot in the provincial beast competition. The reward is achieved, earning the title of reverse champion, with the default effect, showing the contempt of the people of Namjiang City. When you read to the last one, your hands and feet go weak. Is choosing 4 serious? It's as if without this title, the people of Namjiang City wouldn't look down on me. But I quickly regain my composure and analyze each point. Are you going to school with these 3 options just to aim for top 4? Bok Duong really wanted to run away then, but he still had to ask Haviem if they should fight. He salvaged the last bits of shame and made a bold decision. Fight! Haviem switches to a serious mode, assigning tasks to his teammates, first taking down the 2 others, then surrounding and attacking the Chaos Monster. After speaking, he begins summoning his spirit. The fiery fox spirit enters the battle, charging at Slim, ready to fight. The other 2 members also gather their courage and determination. All right. Bok Duong immediately calls upon his spirit, "Come out, Kuk Bang Diu." Duanfang quickly moved to Mok Tin Lin's side and followed suit. When everything was ready, Haviem loudly declared the start of the battle. "Come on and fight here." This time, Habang and Tuvu simultaneously unleash their fire and ice phoenixes. The battle between the spirits officially begins, with both sides charging into the fight. Slim starts the battle by releasing a powerful magic that fills the entire space. The fire beasts are knocked out by the attack, and it's obvious that Haviem is furious, wanting to explode with rage, especially after being ambushed again. Tran Thu saw him get flustered and laughed happily, ha ha. Slim suddenly gathered all his strength, then launched a powerful spell like a flying arrow toward his dazed opponent. His chubby body crashed into them, causing them to tumble to the ground. It's really unfortunate for the fox spirits. They've already been beaten to a pulp at the start of the fight. Yet Slim still winks to show off his victory and pride. The wood spirit also loses momentum and falls on his butt to the floor. Before they could regain their composure, the enemy charged again. Ha-Yuan hurriedly warned his teammates in panic. Don't worry, quickly recall your spirit contract. But it was too late, using a move to crush and overpower it mercilessly. Only pity for Bok Duong, who didn't know what to do, but mourn his beloved spirit, my elemental wood spirit. In the face of danger, the cleverness of the extreme ice bird quickly came into play, freezing your cold bird. My blazing fire tiger quickly attacks. Duan Feng agrees without hesitation. The extreme ice bird releases a long stream of ice at Slim to control him, then immediately transforms its body with a spell. Liet Deem secretly sneaked around to attack from behind, but just as it lunged forward with sharp claws ready to strike, Slim quickly cast the Iron Dream spell to create a shield around himself. Its shield blocked the sharp teeth of the firefox, and even the beak of the ice bird couldn't pierce through its barrier. It's my turn now. Immediately, Slim soared into the air. It looked up at the two enemies waiting below. A sinister expression that defies description, combined with a chuckling laugh that makes it even more eerie. Ha Wiem saw that treacherous face, and for a moment, all his fighting spirit vanished. We concede defeat. Tang Nguyen stepped forward with the microphone to announce, let's congratulate the Namjiang team for their victory and advancement to the 16th strongest team. The spectators around are cheering loudly. The Divine Beast Dung Heap is the best. The Divine Beast Dung Heap is the best. Tran Thu casually crossed his legs, humming a familiar song, enjoying the relaxed feeling after the victory, still seemingly unable to believe what just happened. Ha Bang and Xiao Wu spoke in unison. Are we going to keep winning like this? Ham Ho's reassuring face, which looks like those playboys, makes his words seem untrustworthy. Don't worry too much. We will face many more situations like this. Then they didn't hesitate to yawn repeatedly in the crowded place. Xiao Wu and Ha Bang, our next match will have to be at least a week later. He calmly turned to ask about the upcoming schedule. Do they have any plans? Once again, the two of them used the same nerve to casually respond while reading books in the hotel. Tran Thu spray glue stiffly, shooting into the gaze as if she had just discovered an alien. No wonder it's you guys. Ha Bang felt a bit shy and quickly responded, so what about you? What do you plan to do? He grinned mischievously, and of course, amid the clattering sound fading into the air, a massive betting table was brought in and placed right in the middle of the room as a signal to start the game. Cao Jiang confidently announced, looking for fun. Tran Thu cheerfully explained, the fierce and seductive dealer is dealing cards online. To keep everyone entertained while waiting, I find a little fun for everyone. Without hesitation, I shoot a QR code at a participant, scan it directly on the table, and place an online bet, choosing which team to support. And that's not all. I continue to present convincing reasons so that everyone doesn't suspect anything shady. I only charge a 20% handling fee for the winners. Everyone try your best to perform. The crowd below looked like they had fallen for a trick, their faces all stunned as they watched his performance. Tran Thu put his hand on his chest and confidently declared, everyone don't worry if there's trouble from the aggressive Namjiang. Hut will take responsibility. Then suddenly his attitude changed even faster. He flipped the pancake and threatened in a serious tone. Also, if anyone dares to report me for violations, I'll fight them once, and if I have to kill, so be it. Suddenly, Vuong Tun's urgent voice rang out. Mr. Tran Thu, I have a little matter to discuss with you. Can you come out for a moment? As soon as I finished speaking, I was greeted by a huge door-shaped table right in front of the entrance. He roared in fury. Take this back for me! Then straightforwardly scolded the troublemaker. If there's a next time, your qualification to participate in the match will be revoked and handed over directly to the Tranlin Bureau for handling. You quickly raised your hand to show you're innocent. This wasn't my doing. Although he was angry, he didn't want to waste time here with me. Once the other person was seated, Vuong Tan took the initiative to speak. I want to ask you a question. Tran Thu calmly made a condition. A question worth 1,000,000 yuan. No bargaining. He was completely speechless in front of this playful personality and couldn't say a word. In the end, he had to hold back his emotions and decide to introduce himself. I am the Minister of Education of Nam Thuong Province. In other words, I am in charge of the province's exams. You immediately broke out in a cold sweat, so shocked you couldn't close your mouth. Is this person really that formidable? You quickly step forward to shake hands and show respect, instinctively knowing this conversation must be taken very seriously. I will definitely know the question from Minister Tran Thu, so I will say it out loud. If not, I will listen against the wall. Vuong Tun chuckled as he recalled the old story. And what about the 100,000 yuan fee? Tran Thu immediately played dumb, pretending she had never mentioned that issue. What fee are you talking about? He couldn't help but feel helpless in front of the young man before him. You little brat! He quickly regained his usual serious demeanor and directly probed. I want to ask you, is your spirit contract really with Slim? Vuong Than hesitated a bit to explain. We have discussed this matter. Slim couldn't possibly grow that big. Just as he was about to answer, the system menu suddenly appeared again, as if it understood all the troubles he was facing. The screen lights up, showing the options. Option 1. Reveal the reward system. What the hell is choice 1? The coffin cursed. The system quickly suggested other options. Choose option 2. Lying about the contract is not a lie. The reward is 3 basic level pet pearls, choosing 3 to play to your strengths. The reward is the burning elixir. Tran Shu let out a heavy sigh and silently chose the third option. It seems things have come to this point. I can only talk nonsense now. The boy confidently insists that it's Sim. His face gradually darkened, revealing a sly smile, but it was a bit unusual. He began to use his tricks, lying non-stop without blinking. Every day, Slim absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, integrating it into his body. And the more he absorbs, the bigger he becomes. Tran Thu unhesitatingly admitted that he had already grown to that extent not long ago. Vuong Tundan felt something was off and immediately interrupted. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, you shamelessly insist it's true that he's cultivating the invincible Tuijiak technique. The old man was stunned, speechless, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Stop. What kind of technique are you talking about? He asked nervously. Hearing the confirmation from the other side, the champion of the supreme Tuijiak law was stunned and stammered. Are you the one who received the transmission? The one who... Tran Thu cheerfully corrected herself casually, interpreting it as my translation. Keep up the nonsense talk. Normally, Minister Slim can also read and write. You didn't hesitate to turn it into a genius. I even signed it up for a specialized dance class to improve its skills over the weekend. Vuong Tun's mood was extremely confused at this moment, so he hurriedly looked for an excuse to leave. What do you mean? The Ministry of Education has matters to attend to. I need to attend a meeting. Saying that, I pause the conversation and stand up. For now, that's enough. Don't forget to pretend to stop him. Minister, are you just going to leave like that? I haven't finished talking. Tran Thu enjoyed recounting things that weren't even true. I haven't even told him that during free time, my sim was also self-learning programming. He didn't even bother to acknowledge the other person's presence and just left, forcing him to stop talking. Hey, Minister, you know that person isn't far away yet. Try to say a few more words to stall him. Oh, this minister is hopeless. He can't even handle this. The words, not good enough, hit Vuong Than like a punch, his whole body stiffening as if struck in the heart. Time passed quickly, and after that day, everything seemed to return to normal. Vuong Than had his men confiscate Tran Thu's table to intimidate the people. During free time, or when feeling bored, he could only stay in the hotel to cultivate. And then a quiet week quickly passed. At the arena, lively cheers and excited voices fill the air. The first day's match has come to a perfect end. Taoyuan clearly states, followed by 16 teams competing for the top 8 spots. Please come up to the stage to draw your opponents. The crowd rushes onto the stage. Everyone was eager to have the priority in drawing lots, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually became more lively. Tran Thu showed no sign of embarrassment and straightforwardly said, I want to trade 20 years of the other contestants' lifespan so I can draw a weak team. Suddenly drawing the lottery as I wished made his eyes light up. Damn it, is it really that effective? He suddenly turned around and declared with the look of a killer, let me go all out in the next match. Everyone around them trembled all over, praying silently that luck would not turn against them and make them his opponent under the clear blue sky, the sound echoing loudly from the arena. Namjiang High School fights against Namkon High School. The match begins. Tran Thu's group, even just standing still, exudes an unpredictable aura of dominance. The crowd below is frenziedly shouting. The fierce Namjiang champion charges forward for me. Everyone is opening their mouths to show their enthusiastic admiration and defeat them, the fierce champion. The pressure from all sides makes the 3-track men sweat profusely. Everyone instinctively froze in place. Habang couldn't help but lean out and ask, why are you so fired up? Tran Thu tapped his forehead with his fingers, casually performing the basic flamboyant gestures without being captivated by him. He's just a legend. He self-hypnotized and chuckled coldly, happily ignoring the 2 girls beside him who were staring blankly in disbelief. Jap Min, provoked by this taunting act, lost his temper and shouted loudly, Stop saying useless words. With a always attentive and understanding attitude, he smiled brightly and responded to the opponent.
All right. I won't hold back anymore. Let's start quickly. As soon as I finish speaking, I immediately channel my spiritual power into my hand to summon the contract spirit. The red, yellow, and green trios charged forward with fierce momentum, each trying to showcase their strengths. This situation made him somewhat confused, forcing him to confirm again. Hanbing Lang is at the top level. Zhao Ming suddenly becomes very optimistic, giving a thumbs up while gazing dreamily. It looks like this time we have hope. The three spirits on his side are showing fierce attitudes to save their master's position. Tran Thu casually walks away, then seriously assigns the tasks. Xiao Wu, you hold that tiger back, Ha Beng to follow behind Xiao Huang. The two girls, connected via Bluetooth to their brainwaves, shouted together. Tio Vu immediately called out to the spirit to join the effort. Fire flame control, it understood her meaning, spreading its fiery wings and flying straight toward the hunting leopard. Han Bang Lang was not inferior, shouting loudly, its icy gaze glaring, as it moved gently from behind, making Tio Hao pale. Chapmin loudly commands the contracted spirit to open a path of its own as the little hound attacks Slim. Since there's no need to deal with the seemingly dangerous Han Bingling, it smiled contentedly and crossed its arms in a defensive stance. The little hound swung its staff, unleashing a strange move, with layers of crystals shimmering with dazzling light rushing forward. Slim grit his teeth and used his back to block this dangerous physical attack, but before he could recover from the impact, the little hound charged forward again. Tran Thu quickly turned to remind his teammate, Habang, to use the water ice abyss. She clenched her fist and shouted loudly at her spirit beast, "Little wolf, ice abyss!" It hears a familiar voice and immediately turns to search for the target. After locking onto the position, waves of energy radiate from Xiaolang's body like the surface of the sea. Chapmin sensed the danger and quickly gave instructions. Use your skills, little Earl. It's very obedient, quickly throwing the thick purple liquid into the central node. Slim Tai Beva Troy falls for the little lord's control technique. The sticky, slimy feeling made his face scrunch up like a monkey's butt. Tran Thu hesitated before speaking, having been enlightened. Is this some kind of control skill? The three opponents clenched their fists tightly and shouted. We're almost winning, he sneered disdainfully, unafraid to pour cold water on them. What's there to be happy about? It's just like that. To prove what he said, Slim only needed to use a powerful move to cleanse all the impurities on his body. Once he was clean and fragrant, he immediately frowned and activated his revenge mode. In just a blink, its whole body bounced like a ball. Then Slim, with a fierce move, pressed the attack right on the enemy's head. Little Hound just tilted its head back and was so scared its jaw almost dropped. Little Hound stood still, trembling with fear at Slim's overwhelming presence. Chapmin, worried something might happen, shouted loudly for Tio Hao. As he turned around, Tio Hao's body suddenly began to change. Seeing this, they were both very surprised and exclaimed, "This is Tran Thu reluctantly looking at it. Are you so determined?" Then he turned his head to find another target, causing the man in goo to startle involuntarily. Then choose a different one. Quickly, he ordered his spirit to attack. Seam attacks Man in goo. It immediately charges forward. Man in goo, fearless, stared at it with a murderous glare and then charged forward fiercely. Both of them fought with all their might. The power from the headbutt earlier caused an explosion around them, shattering the earth and rocks into pieces. The fierce attack knocked it out cold. A moment later, the predator stirred, letting out a piercing scream. Seeing its change, Xiao Wu anxiously asked Tran Thu, "Did you use some skill? Why did the hunter become like that all of a sudden?" Tran Thu looked at the pitiful appearance of the hunting leopard for a moment, before pretending to seriously think. But your answer left Ha Bang stunned too. The feeling of substitution was too strong, as if the world had become himself, and he was scared. Then he looked over at the group of Chapmin. "So, are you still fighting, brother?" All three of them bowed their heads and sighed. "Forget it. We won't fight anymore. We admit defeat." Tao Yuan quickly grasped the situation and happily announced that Jiang No. 2 High School was competing against Nankan No. 3 High School, with No. 2 Namjiang High School winning. The crowd below immediately cheered in unison, fierce and fierce. Tran Thu heard this and smiled. "Yeah, but then he immediately put on a narcissistic look, truly undefeated, but very lonely. The two girls below could only blush shyly at his actions, so embarrassing. At night, the moonlight illuminated everything. Tran Thu smiled and said to them, "Today is enough. See you next time." They also happily said goodbye. "See you next time." Then the two happily held hands and left together. He quietly watched their figures fade into the distance. Then Liu Lo went back to the room to get ready for bed.
suddenly startled and confused as his phone kept ringing in his pocket. Tran Thu quickly took out her phone and pointed to Phuong Tu. She frowned slightly, filled with curiosity. Why is she still calling now? Tran Thu quickly answered the phone. Hello, Sister Phuong Tu, what's wrong? Do you need something? Phuong Tu gets straight to the point without hesitation. Yes, I have something I want to talk to you about. Do you still remember Liu Bing? Nea Tho asked. Who? Are they the one who owes us money? Hearing that stupid, provocative tone, Phuong Tu shouted angrily, causing the boy to tremble. It was the black iron-level beast tamer who attacked us last time. Later, her voice softened a bit. I've managed to find out that the person is from an international organization and may have a base in Nam Thuong City. You're still there competing, right? Be sure to be careful. Tran Thu was extremely alarmed. What? Are you at your place? Phuong Tu nodded gently. Yeah, I called to remind you. Remember not to cause trouble there or attract their attention. That's all. I'm hanging up now. And with that, the call quickly ended. You just shook your head with a wry smile. Truly impatient. Then many system menus appeared before your eyes. Each screen shows a different option. The first option is to be humble until the fight ends and then return to Namjiang City with a reward of an average amount of summoned beast power. Choose option 2 to report directly to the Imperial Guard and investigate this organization's stronghold. The reward is completion with all of Slim's attributes increased by 10% and a large boost in the number of summoned beasts. As if sensing something, Tran Thu quickly turned around. He approached the window, the stronghold that Miss Phuong Tu mentioned. Looking at the brightly lit building across the street, he wondered if it was the place. Suddenly he remembered Phuong Tu's warning that the stronghold was in the center of Nam Thuong City. Suddenly an idea came to him, so he casually took out the burning potion, but then Tran Thu frowned seriously, thinking that there were people in the office building and directly launching it could cause injuries. He decided to clarify the situation before blowing it up. After thinking, he immediately took out his phone and called someone. Hello, old Ta. Send your clone over here so I can borrow it for a bit. After that day, while there was still some time before the second round, Tran Thu sent people to investigate the situation of the office building. Tran Thu quickly gathered the information. One day, alone under the office building, he was quietly observing. He looked around, thinking to himself that this was the place. After glancing around, he grabbed the burning potion to enter, but suddenly the phone rang, making him startle. Tran Thu quickly answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Wu? What's going on? The draw was done today. Are the matches about to start? His voice slightly lowered as he listened to the report from the other side. So they only have an S-rank spirit contract? Then let them wait. Then he looked up at the building and told them to wait until he finished burning it down. I'll come after I finish burning this. The other side immediately became a bit curious. What building are you talking about? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him. Tran Thu frowned slightly. This person recognizes the familiar features of the other, suddenly realizing they are part of a criminal organization. Without hesitation, they quickly end the call, saying, I have something to do. I'll hang up now. After finishing, he turned to look at the man with a knowing gaze. Lu Tin was walking when he saw someone's lost wallet on the street. His eyes lit up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and he had already picked up the money as he stepped out the door. Hey, buddy, I lost my wallet. He was unwilling to lose his luck so quickly and shouted loudly, How can you prove this is your personal wallet? Tran Thu calmly smiled and replied, There is my ID card inside. You'll see for yourself. Hearing that, the man hesitantly opened it to check. Inside, it just says his bag is gone. Suddenly, everything around him turns as dark as ink. Damn it, why is it so dark outside? Outside, Tran Thu quickly covers Lu Tin with a bag, then swiftly punches the man. While fighting the car, a loud shout from afar echoed, Gun! There's a gun! Tran Thu turned around in surprise to see the trembling man. Has he been discovered by passers-by? What are you looking at? He was so frightened by you that he stammered, Brother, I was wrong. After saying that, he quickly ran away and disappeared, only leaving behind a sentence. I didn't see anything. Tran Thu sneered and said, You're really young. Then he continued to drag Luke Tin away to deal with him. The screams of pain kept echoing. 10 minutes later, Tran Thu calmly leaves the scene wearing the new clothes he stole from Lu Tin. Standing beneath the building, he whispers, I came here for the Dark Organization, while Luke Tin was beaten badly and left in the bathroom. Tran Thu tried to stay calm as he entered, but his mind was restless. Based on what Lu Bingfang said, this office building now has people with Dark Organization, so I can. But after just a few steps, On Ka spotted him and stopped him, causing Tran Thu's nerves to tighten like a guitar string. I've been recognized. He looked at the back in front of him without hesitation and seriously asked, Lao Lu, how is the progress tonight?
The boy immediately became so anxious that he broke out in a sweat, and he was a dark steel-level beast tamer.
Seeing the other side remain silent, Ka pressed closer to get to the bottom of it. Have you arranged the escape route for the personnel already? What about the work afterwards? His nagging voice kept pouring out.
It sounds like you're just reading aloud. I'm not blaming you guys. As a contact person, you should be more cautious. If you make a mistake, it could cause trouble for the operatives. Taking this opportunity to vent his feelings, he also reminded him of the past. Last time, Liu Bing also failed in an assassination because the contact's investigation was unclear, which alarmed the Imperial Guards. After a few minutes of passionate explanation, Ka narrowed his eyes, feeling ignored, and then frowned in confusion.
That's not right. Why are you so quiet today? Just as he turned around, Tran Thu made him freeze in place, his face quickly freezing over. Tran Thu, unable to avoid it, could only sigh in disappointment. It seems he had to take action himself. He quickly pulled out a smoking pipe from his vest. Without hesitation, Tran Thu threw it straight to the ground, causing a massive explosion. As the smoke billowed fiercely, he hurriedly ran away on all fours, the flames raging and swallowing the space, instantly blurring the scenery ahead. Tran Thu, seeing Ha struggling behind, became excited and enjoyed my anger. Leaving the chaos behind, he ran off with a loud, echoing laugh. Ha ha. Even when he reached the gate, Tran Thu didn't forget to turn back and tease a little more. This is the price you pay when you want to take revenge on the fierce Nam Jiang. The boy swings his hand and calls Slim to join the fight in time. As soon as it saw you sitting still, it flapped its wings and shot straight into the sky before quickly escaping the chaos. Mr. Ka sluggishly ran outside the gate, shouting angrily into the air, "Stop!" Just as the plan is running smoothly, Tran Thu stands behind the wall grinning widely, with the expression of a seasoned mastermind. He nods in satisfaction, a smug smile on his face, ready to chase after the fierce Nam Jiang. Just dreaming. Not letting the situation cool down, Tran Thu kept tapping on his phone, while giving everyone a big surprise. Seeing the results match what he was waiting for, he was excited like he had just received full scholarship news. It's done. Tran Thu calmly walks away, acting indifferent to everyone else. The task is done. Now it's time to head to the spiritual arena. You just stepped outside for a long lunch, and the chain of explosions has already started, sweeping through the entire building as scheduled. Just as you were about to sit back and rest, Bao An suddenly sat up as if electrocuted when a series of blazing cameras appeared before him. Manhan just received the news and quickly reported that the fierce man from Namjiang was the arsonist. Vo Kook didn't bother to look at him, his deep gaze hiding a long-buried layer of anticipation. Could that fierce man from Namjiang be Tran Thu? At this point, in the underground office building base, Manhan wasn't entirely sure. Maybe Fuang Tu's mission was exactly what he had gotten involved in. Fei Shindu clenched his fist arrogantly. Do we need to seek revenge? Kang Wuji stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not yet. Let's retreat first. He turned back and told his subordinates, let's deal with Tran Thu later. A while later, at the entrance of the underground base, a group of people was secretly clearing something away. Suddenly someone shouted, Liu Vo Kook, why are you in such a hurry? Vo Kook turned to look at the person. It's you. Vuong Tan stood there sneering. No wonder he was able to escape the pursuit of the Imperial Dragon Guard back then. It turns out he had joined the Black Dusk. The things Vo Kook did are unforgettable, like hunting down Bak Nyan King-level ferocious beasts. That's not the only thing he did. He also recklessly led them to the Tranlin Bureau's stronghold, with even more ruthless tactics. The Tranlin general and the ferocious beast fought each other, and he took that opportunity to eliminate all the remnants of the Tranlin general. Vuong Tun clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger. It's been 10 years, and I'm finally about to settle this score. Vo Kook still looks very arrogant. You're no match for me. Vuong Tun, at this moment, just points to the sky. I am only delaying time. Your opponent is above. He smiled coldly. Governor, you can act now. The guy saw sweat pouring down non-stop. The celestial ice phoenix king, a majestic ice phoenix, gradually descends. The one-eyed man is the governor of Nam Thuong province, the only royal-level beast tamer in the entire province, and it was only when he saw the heavenly ice phoenix king rushing toward him that Wuji became afraid. No, run now. Vuong Tun immediately understood his plan. You want to run? He immediately sealed off the surrounding area. Now Vo Kook can't escape anymore. Meo Meo suddenly appeared and let out a cry. At this moment, Hua Tiu Vu and the others are already waiting at the spirit arena in Nam Thuong City.
Tran Thu is now very happy because she just received a notification from the system about her prize. All attributes of Slim are increased by 10, adding a large number of beast control points. Seeing the two women's extremely displeased faces, Tran Thu was stunned. What's wrong with you all? Your sudden overconfidence has flared up again. Are you impressed by how handsome I am? Hua Tiu Vu straightforwardly gets to the point. Did you set the skyscraper on fire just now? All the criminals near the building have now been captured. Thought Tuan finally felt a bit relieved, knowing they had caught the culprits. He suddenly turned back and asked, do you know who reported the incident and who set the building on fire? Was Vuong Tan Chin Chun Tu the first thought that came to mind? The criminals are being moved away one by one. Vuong Tan thought that his current idea probably wasn't very plausible. Maybe it wasn't. He's just a high school student after all, not that powerful. He politely replied to Thang Tuan, I don't know right now, but I will investigate. Thang Tuan saw this and didn't press further. Yeah, I'll leave the rest to you. Then he rode the Sky Ice Phoenix King and left. Vuong Tan then secretly ordered an investigation into Tran Thu. Meanwhile, at the schoolyard, Hua Tiu Vu and the others were discussing something when Tran Thu arrived. Ah Bang still finds it a bit hard to believe. That thing in the building wasn't really him, was it? Hua Tiu Vu is more inclined to trust his instincts. I feel like it was him. Tran Thu just arrived. I don't understand what they are talking about. Huh? What? What are you two talking about? Which building? I don't understand anything. When they heard the noise, they turned back immediately. Ha Bang was the first to speak. You're here. Ha Bang still felt suspicious. Could it really not be you? Hua Tiu Vu nearby reminds you. Ha Bang, are you stupid? He's the fierce Nam Jiang. You believe his words too? Moreover, he just said he wanted to burn down the building. Tran Thu chuckled and explained, don't joke, it's cold outside, I just wanted to keep it warm. He kept urging his two friends. All right, it's time to compete, or they won't be able to wait anymore, he thought to himself. As long as I don't admit it, who can find me? The arena is now fully prepared. The hosts speak together. Next, we will witness the match between the fierce Nam Jiang and number 5 Nam Thuong High School. Let's look forward to Nam Jiang's performance this time. He turned to Tran Thu, and they were already ready. Let the aggressive one come forward. The three of them stride onto the stage with full confidence. While in the stands, everyone keeps shouting, aggressive, 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 aggressive. The host quickly signaled the start, and the match began. The three people on his side each unleashed their spirits. Someone in the stands was stunned to see this scene. Damn it, how is that thing so big? Taking hormones? But some people argue that taking hormones can't be that fast. Are you sure you're not just pumping air? It's clearly not that big. The opponents are trembling with fear, but Ham Duke remains arrogant, which is a bit amusing. Tran Thu also politely addressed the opponent. You may begin. Ham Duke confidently steps forward, not to confront but to signal, wait a moment. He directly points at Tran Thu and says, I want to fight you alone. You're not panicking at all? Have you just discovered an incredible skill? Tran Thu agreed readily. All right, then let's have a one-on-one fight. Han Duke immediately expressed his desire. Thanks. He can fight at any moment now. He's ready. After he finished speaking, a stunning girl appeared, and the shadow element was summoned within her fiery figure. Tran Thu's eyes flashed with a clear sense of satisfaction as he looked greedily, as if counting down to the end, and was also an S-rank shadow element spirit. Unfortunately, if necessary, other teams could still win. He subtly moved his hand, and several streams of golden light immediately surged back, knowing where to gather without even calling out. You meet me. Your arm stretches straight out in front. A decisive move with each word dropping the temperature. Still have to be a devil. Han Duke showed no sign of fear. Instead, he laughed loudly and threw out a taunting remark. Is that so? Then let's see. As soon as the words finished, Elemental Shadow received the silent command and charged forward. Dim, summoned, was also ready to fight. The shadow element roared, unleashing a jet of pure purple energy. He curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes revealing innate arrogance. You're about to die. A burst of purple light erupts and spirals straight toward the Slim without hesitation. Tran Thu glanced at the attack, a slight sneer on his lips. Is this your trump card? It's just like that. You raise your hand to give an order and speak clearly as if issuing a command. Psst. It reacts incredibly fast. He charges straight at the opponent with his spear thrust skill activated. Just as he's rushing forward smoothly, an energy sphere suddenly changes direction and hits him, leaving him stunned and unable to dodge. You stand still, but your head spins like crazy, asking this and wondering about that. The rare immobilization skill. It's waiting for Slim's time to run out on his skill. Seeing the shadow element almost hit Slim,
Tran Thu was so furious he shouted loudly in the middle of his ride.
As he was speeding forward, the owner shouted a command and he immediately slammed on the brakes in midair and turned around.
Hamduk's face showed confusion, then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Why did they stop?
Is he giving up?
I'm about to win.
He clapped his hands loudly, laughing out loud as if he'd just watched his favorite show of the day. I'm about to win. I'm about to win.
Tran Thu glanced at Hanbing and spoke in a low, meaningful voice. Hanbing, you understand.
No need to ask again. She immediately understood and shouted loudly. Hanbang Lang, go now.
Little Lang leapt up to block the direct attack, enduring the full force of the shadow element's impact. The devastating collision caused it to spit blood and sway, unable to get up immediately. He quickly deduced that these beams of light would weaken.
This summoned god is very well prepared.
Han Duchi's eyes widened with anger, and his furious voice echoed loudly everywhere.
Aren't you supposed to fight alone?
Xiao Wu feels it's time to unleash her full power and immediately summons more spirits on the spot. Lit Dim unleashes a blazing firestorm, continuously firing a series of fireballs at the dark element. While the opponent is distracted, Slim seizes the opportunity to counterattack from behind, channeling his energy to rush forward. It quickly forced the shadow element to the ground face down, in just a blink of an eye. The shadow element was injured to the point of spitting blood, with a look of pain on its face. The entire arena fell into an unusually silent hush as the surrounding spectators stared in shock at the unexpected battles unfolding below. Hamruk yo maktia chi thang vào Trần Thu, chui rua vi phẫn nộ. Trần Thu, you're cheating. Tran Thu put on an innocent, naive look, deliberately raising her voice half a tone. Cheating. I didn't do that. I am indeed fighting alone. Then he casually raised both hands towards Ha Bang and Xiao Wu, with a deceitful smile on his face. It makes sense for the three of us to fight alone against you. And not stopping there, he turned to look at Tao Nguyen and casually asked, What do you think, MC? Tao Nguyen looked a bit awkward, a forced smile appearing on his face.
I don't know how to answer this properly, so I quickly turn to the audience and shout, What do you think?
The entire audience erupts as if rehearsed, with Dongtan shouting loudly, The most aggressive. So cool, so aggressive. It seems everyone already has the answer. Principal Yuan raised his hand confidently to announce the interim results. Nam Thong High School versus Nam Jiang High School. Nam Jiang No. 2, High School wins. Tran Thu turns to the audience, raising both hands in celebration amid thunderous cheers. Ha Bang still couldn't believe we could win so easily and hesitated to ask again, Do we really have that much strength? He tilted his head to look at her, a smug smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fighting can sometimes be that simple. When the sun tilts westward, Tran Thu stands before Ha Bang and Tio Vu and says softly, Goodbye for now.
After parting ways with them, he put his hands in his pockets and hummed a cheerful tune as he walked away. But not far. His steps suddenly halted. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw something and softly exclaimed,
Huh. Recognizing the person approaching from the direction, the name Vuong Tan immediately echoed in my mind. Immediately, Tran Thu stood at attention, hand raised to his forehead in a military salute. Hello, Minister. Vuong Tan frowned, staring intently at him before asking, Han, are you the one who sent me the message? The boy widened his eyes, looking confused as he didn't understand what he was saying. Huh? A message? What message are you talking about? He crossed his arms and looked serious as he questioned.
Did you set the fire that caused the skyscraper to burn?
Tran Thu quickly clasped her hands together and bowed her head in confession. Then you looked up and recounted everything at length.
At that moment I was nearby using the restroom, feeling a bit of heat in my buttocks, thinking it was a health issue, but it turned out to be a fire burning.
Without letting you speak further, the man quickly signaled with his hand.
Forrest, what are you talking about?
The man's face darkened and he shouted angrily,
I don't have time to joke with you, just tell the truth.
Tran Thu raised his hands in surrender. No way.
Then he started to speak seriously again. Recounting what happened.
I saw that battle, and if even the governor couldn't put out the flames, could it really be an ordinary fire?
The image of Slim appeared in my mind as I continued. Moreover, my Slim is all attribute, which is equivalent to no attribute at all, so it can't cause significant damage, and therefore it couldn't have produced such a strong fire.
This fire clearly has nothing to do with me. Tran Thu's eyes showed determination, firmly asserting that you may falsely accuse me, but I believe justice will never fade away. Vuong Thanh nghe câu chuyện của cậu nhủ thế, nghe một câu chuyện tinh cấm câm rông rẹn rồi lệ. Rồi tiến lại vỗ nhẹ vai cậu, sau đó chậm rãi buộc dì tiếp va giọng viện cậu trúc khi rồi gì. All right, do your best in the competition. You stand still, watching his back disappear into the distance. Then he let out a long sigh, crossed his arms, and thought to himself that even if he managed to fool him into leaving, he couldn't go wandering outside anymore. He had to see if the system's reward bag was effective. Then he happily turned around and walked on, while Vuong Than froze in place. He reached into his pocket to take out his phone and called Wu Song. "Lao Li, I hear that Tran Thu is your student." With his hands in his pockets and a confident stride, Tran Thu walks briskly, a bright smile on his face as if he just hit the jackpot. Suddenly, Chu Chu was stunned with her mouth agape as a blue LED screen from the system appeared before her with the words, "Bloodline Evolution." Instantly, both she and Slim looked excited, their eyes shining brightly with joy as if they had just received an SSS star level. Tran Thu suppressed his excitement and quickly pressed the button to use the reward. As soon as it was activated, Slim closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the skin upgrade to take effect. It gradually swelled up and then fell asleep like a steamed bun in a pot, with blinding halos of light flashing around, making him step back and shield his eyes. He quickly clasped his hands together with sincere determination, producing a crisp popping sound, then knelt reverently, hands clasped tightly, muttering nonstop. The Supreme Elder's urgent decree is like an order from the law. If I can truly reach level S, I will cleanse my heart and no longer be a fierce man of Namjiang. As time passes, the shadows of evil retreat toward the horizon, painting a warm orange glow. The sun gradually withdrew its shadow, making way for the moon to slowly rise behind the dark clouds and shimmering stars in the night sky. Suddenly awakening from sleep, Tran Thu was stunned like a lost yellow deer when he saw the scene before him. Huh? Staring at the golden Slim shrouded in mist gradually fading, he looked on in confusion, questioning himself. So it's really over? Look around carefully to see if you missed anything. With that clueless look, is there some kind of divine tribulation or something? In the end, he had to accept the truth before suddenly remembering to check the Sim's attributes. The screen displayed a flashy array of information after the upgrade, but it boiled down to just a few sentences. A giant golden Slim figure, kind and sleepy, with strong defenses, diverse skills, and potential but limited strength. This result is like a thunderbolt, causing Tran Thu endless suffering. So, it's just an increase in the potential assessment stat? He knelt down on the ground, looked up to the sky, and cried in despair. I have given myself a chance to cleanse my soul. My gaze gradually loses focus as my lips mutter words of self-pity. Unfortunately, fate does not permit it. When the sadness eased somewhat, he stood up quickly to absorb the power. Fortunately, my basic attributes have leveled up and I've gained a new talent, increasing my combat power by about 15%. Watching the golden combat aura in his hand, Tran Thu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At least leveling up 2 contracts to S rank shouldn't be a problem. Having just gained some benefits, he gazed at the bright moon in the sky and muttered, "Time to head back now." The torchlight reflecting on the sky cast a calm silhouette of him on the street. Soon, Tran Thu returned to the hotel, located amidst the bustling city with bright lights shining from tall buildings. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, he suddenly froze, as if paralyzed by Master Vo Song in front of him. "Oh my God. Old man Lee, your eyes turn into 2 sharp blades and shoot straight at me." His attitude made Tran Thu sweat profusely and panic like a fawn seeing a wolf. Is this about the skyscraper? Without hesitation, he activated his survival instinct and ran as long as he could breathe, decisively turning to escape. But unfortunately, the more seasoned the ginger, the spicier it gets, as a large hand like a Buddha's palm reached out to stop his fleeing attempt. Caught instantly by Vo Song, Tran Thu could only pretend to be indifferent, then awkwardly greet, "Master Lai, what wind brought you here?" In response, he shot a murderous glare, his voice filled with the turbulent waves of emotion, saying, "It's not the wind, it's fire." Tran Thu turned pale as a banana leaf, screaming inside that it was indeed about the skyscraper. In the end, you still sit safely and listen to Vo Song's advice. Tran Thu hears the teacher's words and confesses. It's clear that his words come from the bottom of his heart, but they still leave you stunned. He's done his research. You haven't caused any casualties among the staff, only disrupted public order, and even burning down someone's building would only result in 20 or 30 years at most. The more he spoke, the more he was moved to tears as if giving a farewell speech. I was only in my early 40s then. Can we start over? That's right, I will hire the best lawyer for you. These words made him look speechless with a ... expression. Seeing your unwavering dedication, Tran Thu decided to speak the truth before he spewed more pearls of wisdom. Forget it, I will tell the truth to the teacher. I used all my vocabulary and body language to tell the whole story from start to finish. That's how it is, like this, like that. After telling the story until his mouth was dry and his tongue parched, he firmly concluded with a righteous statement. That's how it is. I am protecting the people from harm. But he raised an eyebrow, showing disagreement. Protecting the people? I think you're actually the biggest threat.
Vosong stands up and asks very seriously, Tran Thu, can you agree with me on one thing?
Tran Thu noticed his tense attitude, so she straightened up and responded, What's the matter?
Unexpectedly, he tearfully and earnestly begged, if there ever comes a day when you truly leave the net, don't say that I am your teacher.
The teacher doesn't want to be restless when he's old.
After hearing this, you get angry like a pufferfish and are about to explain when your phone rings in your pocket.
Ringing, ringing, ringing. Wusong accidentally saw the name on the screen and explained coldly. See that?
Even your sister and I are advising you that you're a good person. As soon as you answered the phone, a clear female voice rang out from the other end. Little brother, did you set fire to Nam Phuong City Center?
Well done. He couldn't have predicted that they were two peas in a pod, staring in shock with their mouths agape. Tran Thu, seeing this, even praised you by complimenting herself. This is something a good citizen should do. Of course, Tran Thu won't ignore fighting against evil forces. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Phuong Tu directly expressed her curiosity.
So how did you manage to find Hakda's stronghold? Even our Imperial Guards couldn't figure it out.
This is also the question that Vosong wanted to hear, so he stretched out his hand to listen. However, he deliberately glanced at him and outright refused, making him angry but unable to do anything. A secret. Hearing that, she was not disappointed, only offering a kind reminder.
Then be careful, Hakda might come after you for revenge. Tran Thu confidently assured her, Don't worry, even Long V can't investigate it. Hakda won't be able to find out either.
She heard this and felt reassured, saying goodbye. All right then, let's do that.
Why are you sitting so far away, teacher?
I wonder how the previous conversation made Vosong think and question. Did Phuong Tu tell you to do this? Tran Thu didn't answer, but deliberately changed the subject.
All right, Teacher Lai, don't overthink it. I still have a competition to attend. Without waiting for him to say more, I left the room and even remembered to say goodbye.
All right then, good night, teacher.
Your lawless attitude makes me forget my role as a teacher and curse this damn bastard.
But Vosong's determined and upright nature made him restless. No, I can't ignore something this big. He thought for a moment, then immediately took out his phone and kept calling someone. As soon as the other end picked up, he quickly got to the point. Simwei.
Hello, Minister Wang, let's meet up.
Yes, the morning sun gradually peeks through the clouds, its first light slipping through the glass windows of the tall buildings.
After that day, because Teacher Lai was there, Tran Thu behaved very well and didn't go out causing trouble. Time flew by like a dog running in the field, and finally, a month after the competition, it was held right on schedule.
Apart from Tran Thu, Habang, and Hu Tuvu, the other three teams are competing. Early in the morning, when the sun was already high, knocking sounds echoed, drawing the attention of the students in the room.
Vosong glanced around and then frowned, asking her question. Xiaovu Habang Tran Thu answered calmly, without hiding her friends, probably still sleeping. This answer obviously hits a sensitive nerve and makes him dissatisfied. Sleep?
With such an important match, he's still sleeping. The boss immediately lost his temper, turning around like a robot and muttering to himself, then went to find him, leaving the two girls to look on helplessly. By now the sun has risen high, shining its sparkling light through the glass, illuminating the clear blue sky and white clouds, while Tran Thu curls up like a cat in her nest, looking content, unaware of the impending disaster. Vosong stands there silently, emanating a murderous aura like a killer, making Radha's subconscious scream non-stop. Why do I keep feeling something strange? His huge face with a cold expression uttered the only two words. Startled by the sudden ambush, he screamed like a cat stepping on its tail. Oh my God, old Lee, you ended up being dragged to the arena, exuding a breath of life that shows no regrets. On the stands, Tao Yuan looks very handsome as he introduces his own team. Next, Namjiang Second High School invites players from Nam Thuong Second High School. Vosong didn't say a word, just patted Tran Thu's head and urged him on. Hurry up, it's starting. He looked completely calm and said, Don't rush, if I don't get there, they won't make a move. Even though he tried to hold back the volcano about to erupt, Tai Yang still jittered like he was dancing disco. In the end, he couldn't hold it anymore, kicked him in the butt and shouted loudly, Go now! Tran Thu helplessly hurried down the stairs under Teacher Lai's deadly gaze. Suddenly, his toe slipped unexpectedly, causing his entire body to lurch forward and fall. His hands flailed in the air as he shouted in panic and urgency, Move out of the way! The fall was so sudden that Tran Thu's body hit the ground with a loud thud, and he pressed himself close to Habang, causing her cheeks to flush with a pink hue. Habang, are you okay? Her face still blushed like a shy, ripe tomato as Li Shi called out your name, Tran Shu.
Xiao Wu suddenly broke the romantic moment between them with a loud cough. Let's go! The match is about to start. At this moment, Tran Thu also couldn't hide her embarrassment, standing up and reaching out her hand to Ha Bang. Come on, get up first. The young girl's heart still pounding caused her to respond a beat late. Oh, her delicate white hand reached out and placed itself on the boy's hand in front of her. The surrounding atmosphere seems to be filled with pastel pink and Bring Bing's heart. As Ha Bang's mind spins with swirling thoughts, all focused on their clenched fists. Unable to bear the shyness, she suddenly shouted and ran away like a flying arrow. Tran Thu stood there with a big question mark in her mind. Why does she keep feeling that Ha Bang is somehow strange? The cold wind swept across the wide arena, as if fueling the tense atmosphere thick with gunpowder, ready to ignite. With a clear voice, Tao Yuan raised the microphone and shouted loudly, signaling the start of the upcoming battle. The match begins. Trang Ingyu stands at the head of the opposing team, casting disdainful glances and taunting with arrogant words. Are you ready to admit defeat? Facing that arrogant and unbeatable opponent, Tran Thu merely nonchalantly let out a questioning sound. Huh? Still that arrogant and annoying attitude? She keeps mocking. Your spirit is strong, but it can't withstand our combined strength. You're not someone who easily backs down. You only respond with a trembling look. Is that so? Suddenly, the three of the opponent's spirit contracts appeared simultaneously in the arena. Just after summoning the spirit, she couldn't hide her triumphant smile. So what? You and Xiao Wu exchanged glances without saying a word. The rare plant spirit contract, the healing spirit form. No need to say more. Both of them immediately used their spiritual power to summon their helpers into battle, and in an instant, flames appeared with a fierce aura ready to fight. Tran Thu gently smiled, feeling a sigh of relief deep inside. If it weren't for leveling up her attribute, this time she might have really lost everything. Unfortunately, he quietly watched his spirit contract from behind and silently judged that his sim had become stronger. The opponent didn't know what expression to show because in Trang Ningyo's eyes, these actions were no different from weak struggling before being defeated, and there was still one more that refused to transform. You confidently signal with your hand as if throwing a match into a boiling oil pot, saying 2 of you are enough to poke the bear, but when hit back, you act innocent, making the enemy team furious and cursing loudly. You're too arrogant, and this time we won't let you go. The thunderous roar of the gorilla signals the start of the official battle as the golden metal begins to spread, covering its hand like cooled lava. Next, the sturdy helmet was finished. Finally, its entire body was quickly covered by that solid armor, activating the metal armor. Without waiting for the command from its master, the giant gorilla charged straight at Sim. From a motionless stance, its fiery eyes suddenly turned a strange white, as if its consciousness had just been invaded. Without any warning, it suddenly charged at the moment when the teammate spirit was performing a move. Slim was caught off guard. Although they sensed something was wrong, they couldn't react in time as Slim gradually fell into a deep sleep, and their owner was left stunned witnessing the brothers turn against each other. Why did Liet Diem suddenly attack Slim? Tran Thu Kuo blurted out a curse. Damn it, Xiao Wu, are you betraying us? The other side immediately explained, my spirit contract has been manipulated. It seems he has noticed a strange feature on his own fire spirit. Xiao Wu quickly pointed it out to him. Look into its eyes. The fierce battle continues. Sim, and it collided in the endless chaos. She was tense, furrowing her brows with a troubled mind and no solution in sight, so she had no choice but to ask Tran Thu what to do now. Unlike Xiao Wu, I remain completely calm, confidence never fading from my face. Don't worry, I am here. Then he turned to signal another teammate. Habang, just called, nodded in understanding. Habang quietly approaches Slim, who is dozing off. Its size suddenly enlarges thanks to a powerful technique. Everyone in the audience was surprised by what was happening before their eyes. Oh my God, it's growing bigger again. Seizing the opportunity, Trang Nio calmly spoke. This is the moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Slim quickly opened his mouth and drew in a stream of bright blue energy into his body. Tran Thu pointed her finger and shouted, Go Slim! At this moment, Slim swelled up like a balloon and began to fight back. The monkey was terrified by its enormous size. Is this beast really that powerful? No way. She immediately had to give the order. Charge at them. The gorilla obeys. Its eyes glow red and emit golden lightning. The lightning from the 2 contract spirits collided, causing a deafening explosion. The audience in the stands cheered wildly, even taking photos with their phones. Wow! The spectacular moment when Slim swiftly dodges the ape's close attack, even making the little one startled. Immediately after, the little submissive was also enveloped in a mysterious light. Tha was startled and shouted, Not good! Its target is my little submissive! After hearing that, Trang Ngyu raised his hand to channel energy and said, No problem, leave it to me. She shot out a lightning bolt that wrapped around the gorilla's leg, making it even more furious as it received a boost of power. The additional energy from her made the gorilla leap high into the air, while Tran Shu just smiled smugly as if everything was under control, and finally unleashed his ultimate move. Slim uses the wind control technique. After receiving the command, Slim also summons a fierce gust of wind to lift it into the air, resembling a floating cloud. Its target is the purple-winged butterfly. Then it rushes quickly toward the purple contract spirit. But the purple-winged butterfly still successfully defends against Slim's attack. Seeing that, Hoak Lam also begins to channel his internal energy to support his contract spirit. Is that all? Then you're underestimating my violet-winged butterfly. The energy flow surrounding the purple butterfly grew even more intense. Slim charged forward, intending to overpower her, but the spirit contract still flew to the side to dodge the attack. So what if he just watched the fierce battle and said it was underestimating? Then he turned to tell Ha Bang. Ha Bang silently raised her hand to unleash her icy energy, and in an instant, the purple-winged butterfly was completely frozen. The unexpected turn of events left Trong Ningyu stunned. What? And Thang Dot could only marvel at the ice attribute. Hoak Lam immediately denied it loudly. No, look at its mouth. When did Little Lang appear inside Slim's mouth? It's Xiaolong. With Xiaolong in its mouth, Slim crushes the purple-winged butterfly with its own weight. Mid-game victory belongs to Tran Thu's team. He raised both arms triumphantly. We won. Right now, Tran Thu's group and Vo Song are celebrating their victory at the barbecue stall. They all toast together and cheer loudly for today's semifinals. Ken Tiovu sincerely gives a compliment to him. Tran Thu, you truly have a gift. Then she sighed in admiration, acknowledging that you are much stronger than us, but you responded modestly. Oh, what kind of talent is this? Everyone knows what my true talent is. After hearing you speak, Wu Song immediately retorted, committing a crime with talent, right? Come here. Tran Thu was chewing skewered meat and frowning at him, so why call it a crime? It's hard to hear, so he immediately changed the subject by beating the village drum. That's right, when is the final? I want to go back to Namjiang City. You closed your eyes and nibbled on the skewered meat. I remember my friends now. Everyone else, after hearing that, was stunned and their faces fell. They remembered your epic prank, even when you cheated by secretly covering someone's head with a sack, and then laughed triumphantly afterward. Xiao Wu Mubak explained to him that your friend might not remember you very well, but still, he held his head high arrogantly. How could he not remember me? I am the most charming male god of Namjiang High School. Vo Song and Tiu Vu could only look at each other in admiration. As for Xia Bing, she chuckled and said the finals might have to wait a little longer. She then added that the losing teams still need to compete against each other to determine their exact rankings, and based on the schedule, the finals can't start until mid-May. Tran Tu pondered after her words. So it's not far off now. He propped his chin on his hand and thought that with his current progress, passing each day through sleep, he could become a black rank beast tamer before the exam. At this point, he just darked murmured with satisfaction in front of Vo Song. The provincial level match is settled. The exam is settled. The past few days have truly been very favorable. It seems like he's trying to tease Vo Song again. That's right. He turned to the teacher and said, Teacher Lee, I want to buy laxatives. Do you have any suggestions? The strongest point can't take care of itself, which makes him startle and feel nervous. What do you want to do? Do you want to drug the students of 2nd Middle School Nam Thuong? He waved his hand and shook his head. Not really. But Vo Song didn't want him to use such dirty tricks at all and shouted angrily, cursing, Damn it, why are you being so unreasonable? Can't your intelligence and talent be used for the right path? Why do you refuse to be a decent person every day? Still, you ignore those harsh words and pucker your lips. I believe there are countless ways to win. I just want to use a special method. Is that wrong? Then he deliberately teased Wu Song by turning his nose up, opening up a completely trouble-free path. This only made the old man even more annoyed, and he raised his shovel to intimidate him. No, I can't do that. Otherwise now you will bury me, and only then will you admit defeat. All right, I'll do as the teacher says. Quickly, he offered Mr. Nguyen a plate piled high with skewered meat. Master, please try the skewers. But that action only made him more alert. It seems I need to watch Tran Thu carefully this time. On the way back, Tran Thu was humming contentedly, while Vo Song quietly advised Ha Bang. You will have to go out for a while later. Ha Bang, you must not betray the trust of your teacher. Yes, sir. Teacher, I understand. Don't worry, I will watch over him. He thought to himself, maybe whether he can regain the reputation of Namjiang City depends on this moment.
The morning sunlight filters through the tall buildings as Tran Thu, in a small room, stares intently at her phone with a serious expression like studying an ancient martial arts secret. His eyes suddenly lit up as a hospital symbol appeared on the screen. I found it. He locked onto his target, secretly pleased, and based on the coordinates, this place has the drug stash. A wicked smile spread across Tran Thu's face, like a villain about to strike. He put away his phone, sketching out the basic plan in his mind. Lao Li was temporarily out, and this time no one could stop him. Then he grabbed his backpack and prepared to go out. But as soon as he reached the door, Tran Thu suddenly stopped, letting out a soft sound when he saw Ha Bang appear unexpectedly. He looked at her with a suspicious gaze. "Ha Bang, why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" She stammered each word with a face as red as a tomato. "The teacher told me to watch over you, so I've been listening for any signs here. Even though I'm confused, my eyes keep noticing something unusual about her. Are you watching over me? Why does your face look so red?" He stepped closer and sincerely asked, "Are you okay? Let me check if you have a fever." Then reached out to place his hand on her forehead to manually check her temperature without a device. But Ha Bang startled and pushed away, refusing. "No, nothing's wrong." Tran Thu, temporarily taking a break from her high EQ, still doesn't understand and keeps probing. "Why are your ears also red?" Then he quickly touched Ha Bang's earlobe, and this touch made her immediately feel embarrassed to the point of staggering, which startled him with the intense reaction. Ha Bang Tran Thu quickly rushed over, successfully catching her as she nearly fell, and hurriedly expressed his feelings. "Be careful, Ha Bang." She nervously turned her face away and asked shyly, "It's so late. Where do you still want to go?" Tran Thu, with a calm face, quickly made up an excuse. "I'm a bit scared staying alone in the room. I want to go out and watch people. Feel some human atmosphere." Ha Bang was stunned for 2 seconds, her eyebrows slightly furrowing as if she couldn't believe her ears. Fear and terror. For some reason, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, and instinctively she blurted out, "If you're scared, why not stay with me tonight?" After saying that, she suddenly realized her words didn't sound quite right. Ha Bang quickly whispered to clarify, "Xiao Wu and Teacher Li went out and I'm the only one left in the room." Tran Thu didn't bother to notice her blushing face and only asked, "Is Xiao Wu not here either?" Ha Bang nodded slightly, her gaze drifting as if just meeting his eyes would make her smoke. "Yes. Teacher Li said he would go with him." Hearing that, I couldn't help but smile mischievously, realizing that today, Xiao Wu wasn't here either, and I felt incredibly happy inside. Heaven is helping me out." She covered her blushing face so she didn't see that wicked smile, stumbling over her words as she explained. "Actually, Tiu Vu and I sleep in the same bed," and you quickly shouted out with excitement. "That's great!" Ha Bang nodded shyly as she made the suggestion. "So let's rest now." After saying that, she secretly looked up at him, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. In an atmosphere that was silent as paper but filled with a vague, mysterious allure. Suddenly, Tran Thu wrapped his arm around Ha Bang's waist, causing her to look on in surprise. He suddenly hugged her close with a mischievous tone, saying, "Resting so early doesn't suit our youthful spirit." Instead, he leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Let's do something else." Ha Bang's eyes immediately lit up, and a bold phrase appeared in her mind. "Other things?" Ha Bang asked quietly, full of doubt. "What do you want to do?" Tran Thu smiled mischievously, like a rogue knocking on someone's door at midnight and replying with a hidden meaning. Just as she was about to recover or think further, he swiftly kicked the door shut with a bang. Seeing that, Ha Bang blushed and snuggled into his arms, pretending to be shy and coquettish. "Actually, my room might be a bit better." Tran Thu was surprised and froze, repeating with doubt. He tilted his head to Ha Bang, his voice filled with confusion. Why would he need to go to her room? A sudden idea flashes through his mind, making him excited, and he quickly asks, "Does your room have a medicine for diarrhea?" She looks at him with wide, incredulous eyes. "Laxative." Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just seen an alien landing on Earth for the first time. "What do you need laxatives for?" Tran Thu immediately put on a scheming face, as if preparing to do something inappropriate. "I need a laxative to do something." As soon as he finished speaking, Ha Bang turned to stone. So what he meant was, "See a laxative." With almost no emotional intelligence, Tran Thu casually delivers a devastatingly harsh remark. "Ha Bang, I only consider you a good friend, so we can do this together." After saying that, he looked at her with bright, trusting eyes full of brotherhood. "You won't betray me, will you?" Those 3 words, good brother, cut straight into Ha Bang's small heart like a divine blow. Tran Thu didn't notice her face had darkened like a stormy sky and kept asking earnestly, "Ha Bang, you won't tell Teacher Lai, right?"
I won't. I'll change my clothes first and go with you later. After hearing that, Tran Thu cheered happily. Good friends. Only you still look gloomy, standing there silently questioning life. A moment later, Ha Bang slowly followed behind Tran Thu, who was as joyful as winning the lottery with a bag of medicine in hand. He turned back, put his arm around her shoulders, and looked as if he had achieved a great feat. Thank you, Ha Bang, for today. Good brothers, we've got the stuff. Let's call it a day. She could only sigh in response. All right. Neither of them said a word. They both silently parted ways and went to their rooms in a slightly awkward atmosphere. For some reason, Tran Thu suddenly glanced at Ha Bang's back, feeling that Ha Bang was very strange, but he quickly dismissed it as his imagination, then looked down at the spoils in his hand, his face bright and cheerful, as if no one had ever been sad in his life. Never mind, what matters is the task. He returned to his room and immediately started brewing like a true artisan. After a while, the strange potion was finally finished. Tran Thu cheered excitedly, finally finished. He raised the potion, thrilled as if he had created a treasure to protect his family, his eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. Don't think that even a basic or gold-level beast tamer won't go crazy over the divine spirit. Tran Thu burst into triumphant laughter, his voice echoing throughout the room like a declaration of a great human invention. Ha ha ha, this medicine is only available in heaven. How many do humans have? You smile slyly with a proud expression and declare, naming it the pirate's diarrhea medicine. The next few days, Tran Thu started sleeping and training, and in the blink of an eye, it was already May. On the night before the exam, he took out the homemade medicine, feeling a surge of excitement at the sight of that treasure. Tomorrow is the exam. It's time for the outlaw diarrhea medicine to show its power. But before he could smirk and choose his line, a sudden series of knocks echoed loudly, accompanied by a deep, serious voice. Tran Thu, open the door. The call makes him feel like he's been struck by lightning, panic rising in his heart, just like a criminal about to be caught. Who could be here at this hour? Here. Could they have figured out I want to buy drugs? Tran Thu quickly hides the pill bottle in his pocket, hands and feet flustered as if trying to dispose of evidence. Quickly hide it. After finishing, he finally ran out the door. That's all. Tran Thu reached out to unlock the door, still muttering like an old man. Someone knocking on the door late at night. As soon as he opened the door, Tran Thu immediately faced the stern face of Vo Song standing tall outside. Just one glance into his eyes made him startle. Master Lai, what's wrong? He scrutinized every expression of the boy with piercing eyes. You look a bit strange. Then he strode into Tran Thu's room. His wary eyes scan everywhere, searching for something. He turns to carefully examine every corner of the room as if he has caught a whiff of deception. Seeing that, you turn cold all over, sweat pouring down your body. Teacher Lai immediately glances over when he hears you call Wu Song. Seeing that look, he froze like stone, his face turning pale and bloodless. Suddenly, the old man narrowed his eyes as if he had just discovered something suspicious. Without saying a word, Vo Song strode straight toward Tran Thu and looked at him with suspicion, as if to say, You seem pretty guilty, huh? A simple word is enough to make him shiver like a leaf in the wind. Inside, he's screaming. Teacher Li has found out, but outwardly he still keeps his composure. If there was no Teacher Li, what exactly is he here for now? Vo Song then seriously and straightforwardly explained his purpose. The teacher came to remind me about the duel tomorrow, so I shouldn't oversleep. Hearing that, Tran Thu Nhu was relieved and let out a breath of relief. Is that what this is about? You recovered your spirit as fast as 5G and started bragging without blinking? Yes, I will wake up early tomorrow. Without giving the other person a chance to speak, I quickly pushed the door open and shut it. Master Li, I'm sleepy now. I'll go to bed first. See you tomorrow. But he still remains suspicious, so I ask you with a displeased look. What are you so nervous about? All you get in response is a cold, dismissive door slam. Vo Sung, furious, stomps away with his legs wide apart, wiping his mouth with a look of rage. Damn it! This brat is truly disrespectful. Inside the room, as the shouting outside faded away, Tran Thu let out a relieved sigh. Phew, finally gone. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the hidden medicine bottle, his eyes shining with determination, ready to use it before Teacher Lai noticed. You quickly take out your phone to call Ita Fong Ngu, secretly grateful for someone's great kindness. Luckily, Ha Bang handed you the phone. Better call now. Tran Thu smiled and confidently canceled the appointment with the opponent, her voice sweet as honey. Hello, Ta Fong Ngu from Nam Thuong First High. I'm Tran Thu, want to invite you for a late-night snack. Vo Sung laid the way, and the three of them hurriedly followed. As they passed through the door, he suddenly stopped and asked Tran Thu,
You didn't give them laxatives, did you? Hearing that, he immediately turned pale with fear, desperately wanting to help but feeling powerless. But then he remembered what he had said on the phone last night. In the evening, our two teams shared a meal together as friends. Noticing the other side's silence on the line, Tran Thu hurriedly pressed for answers. Hey, hey, hey! Hearing only the long, beeping response made you furious. With that frustration, you firmly confirmed your suspicion. Without you, how could Tran Thu be the kind of scheming villain secretly drugging others? Vo Sung turned around and shot a suspicious look, then added a firm and decisive answer. What? I don't believe it. He sneered and boasted about his newly acquired tough control. I don't even know what your virtue is like. Before we set off, the principal granted me a special privilege. While Tran Thu was stunned, speechless, the couple behind covered their mouths and giggled when they heard him reveal that once he caused trouble, he could be directly eliminated and then cooperate with the police. Ignoring this brief interlude, everyone sat seriously in the hall listening to the introduction. Today is the long-awaited beast taming competition. Tao Nguyen, standing on stage fulfilling his role as a proper host, introduces one side as Nam Thuong First Middle School, which has been winning championships for years, and the other as the strongest dark horse in Namjiang City. Fong Ngu's team shows tense expressions upon hearing him mention the opponent, whether it's Vuong Vin Hung or a newcomer. In contrast, Tran Thu and his team smile confidently, ready to face the challenge. While the people on stage are still stirring the crowd's excitement, we'll see what happens next. Then, Tao Yuan raised his hand to prepare for the eagerly awaited segment, inviting the two most dazzling teams today to the stage. The crowd in the stands erupted, everyone cheering enthusiastically, Go Nam Thuong Nyat Trung, the #1 genius Ta Fong Ngu, while the other side, feeling a bit annoyed, also shouted with all their might. The bandits from Namjiang charged forward and defeated Nam Thuong Nyat Trung, winning against everyone. When Fong Ngu just appeared, Tran Thu extended his hand in a polite gesture. He responded coldly with a hum, as if to say hello, then turned his loving gaze when ignored. He also didn't hesitate to shoot lightning from his eyes in response. The referee's voice boomed loudly across the arena, interrupting the silent exchange. The battle begins, and Fong Ngu's team simultaneously prepares their techniques. The powerful contracted beasts are summoned instantly. Even on the opposing side, Tran Thu couldn't help but marvel at the extreme ice crystal deer, the haunting blood-winged bird, and the celestial thunder beast. He chanted to summon his spirit while breaking apart. All of them are S-rank contract spirits. Truly difficult to fight. No wonder they dared to refuse my invitation. Slim, hearing the summon command from him, immediately led his brothers to show off just as impressively as them. Both sides have played their trump cards, and Fong Ngu begins to command the formation deployment, fighting according to the plan. Bang Chio responds enthusiastically. The heavenly thunder beast opens its mouth and unleashes a lightning ball, its attack flying straight toward the golden egg on the opposite side. Slim couldn't dodge in time and was hit painfully. They stand in the arena with spirits full of fighting spirit. Fong Ngu arrogantly taunted, "It's no big deal, just keep following the plan." Tran Thu doesn't care who you are. Do you think I dare not attack? On the other side, Slim prepares to activate his attack skill. Fong Ngu summons a spirit beast, which roars fiercely to assert its dominance. Suddenly, something was wrong ahead, and Tran Thu became worried. Slim was locked down by a freezing skill. The spectators kept worrying about it. Slim is trapped now. The bandit is finished. Favored by fans over Tran Thu, Fong Ngu enjoyed teasing him even more, as expected. You don't know how to fight back. On the other hand, Tran Thu remained calm thanks to the help of his two friends. Bing, help me. Both of them are getting ready. Xiao Wu ordered the fire flame spirit to unleash bursts of fire to melt the ice, and the large ice block couldn't withstand the heat and started to crack and smoke. Xiao Wu saw the effect and was pleased. Just a little more time, and the fire flame spirits could break the ice barrier. Fong Ngu has been watching and finally steps forward to speak up. What a rotten mouth. You want to break my ice spear? The two behind also supplied the scent, thinking only you had teammates. Then they launched more spirit beasts to fight, causing the haunted fire spirits to be severely injured, and two more large spirit beasts blocked Xiaolang. They bully the weak and strong, causing Han Bang to also fall into despair. Ha Bang anxiously calls out its name, Han Bang Long. Han Bang Long stands up, but Tran Thu is more worried about its life. Withdraw now. If this continues, Han Bang Long might suffer permanent damage, which would be a great loss. Ha Bang had no choice but to obey. All right, then Tu Long was recalled back. Jiklok shifts its target to the floating fire flame while it is distracted. Meanwhile, Tran Thu is still paying attention on this side. Xiao Wu is determined. Don't worry, I can resist. Her expression is extremely firm.
The fire phoenix and flames seemed to have gained 3,000 times more power. Its whole body blazed with fire, helping Slim escape. Slim, tense, facing all the sparks and flames, while the haunting whispers distract, taking the chance to attack from behind as Jock Lock also strikes from below. With the celestial thunder beast unleashing its attack, the flames clash fiercely, leaving it scorched and wounded all over. It screams in agony, each wound bursting into flames. Seeing his spirit being oppressed, Tran Thu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Maybe it's better to stop. Suddenly, there was a positive change, and Slim's ice gradually melted away. Tran Thu cheered happily, unexpectedly succeeding. "You encourage its spirit," Slim roars. Fat Slim bursts into the air, breaking through the entire reinforced ice block. It yells out and then hypnotizes all the spirit beasts. Their focus shifts to Sim as it pumps blood, fighting desperately for the survival of the homeland. Thomine quickly lost its effect, and the haunting memories awakened. Jiaklok regained his composure, and the celestial thunder beast returned to normal. Tran Thu watched the whole scene in shock. It's not good. They've woken up. The celestial thunder beast launched its first move, a bolt of lightning rushing toward Slim, causing it to go berserk. They are dirty tricks, playing dirty to attack Slim. The fight was a close battle, just like the fiery clash earlier. Slim, unfortunate, kept taking hits, and its chubby, shiny body was now covered in wounds. Tran Thu angrily looked at the minions. Damn it, these guys want to fight with endless stitches. Han Bing Diao and Hua Diep Diao can't fight anymore, only relying on the simulation, which can't be solved. Is it really that this time we will lose? Xiao Wu didn't let you be humiliated, so she patted your shoulder and said, No, we won't lose. Then she gave another command. Hua Dim Diu, the most pitiful creature in the world, continues to fight once more, soaring wildly and unleashing a burst of fire at Jiaklok. Overwhelmed by the heat, Jock Lock was stunned like a candle. The two spirits kept fighting each other without end. Each shard of Jock Lock's ice was absorbed by Slim. Following its master's command, Slim continued the attack, then transformed into a giant ball threatening the spirits. Feng Nu and the others realize it's not good, and Feng Ngu orders them to hold the line. The haunting bird and the thunderbolt both become furious after the previous suppression, but Slim activates his blink skill, making them unable to see through it. In a flash, it soared above the nightmare bird, using its limp body to prepare for a descent. But the nightmare bird couldn't withstand it and was thrown far away. Slim regains the upper hand in the battle and activates an internal accumulation skill, pulling the haunting bird back towards him. Jiao Lei, seeing his friend battered and exhausted, runs up to help. Huadim noticed its unusual behavior and flew to block the front of the double wings fight. Slim, having the upper hand over the haunting bird, looked at the bully and couldn't help but become more twisted. The innate ability accumulated from the beginning is now unleashed. This time, Slim will overpower the obsessed bird. Tran Thu ordered the fireflame bird to retreat, trusting that Slim had regained its spirit and placing all his faith in it. Slim can handle it. Xiao Wu obeys the order and withdraws. Go back. Slim, the sleek firebird, stands confidently in front of the remaining two spirits. At this point, Tran Thu, confident in his perfect control, no longer thought you had lost. While he had the upper hand, the Feng Ngu group was hit with a huge shock. Tran Thu did not keep them waiting. Slim seeks revenge for the Fire Ember bird. Slim, with a vengeful attitude, charged straight at the two spirits in front of it, attacking repeatedly, smashing the shadowy bird, then shifting focus to the celestial thunder beast. It bounced up like a ball and then dropped down like a flying piece of meat. The celestial thunder beast exhausted its strength after choosing its attack. The audience below the arena can't believe their eyes. They cheerfully shout, Slim Thofi is the champion. The bandit is the champion. Tran Thu's team celebrates their victory with the round Slim. Even the teacher has to admire. Damn, she's too powerful. MC cheers happily. Nam Jiang Tam Trung wins. Xiao Wu looked at you with gratitude. This time, Tran Thu was lucky to have you. On the contrary, Tran Thu modestly shook his head and said, If I was alone, I definitely wouldn't have won. You both did very well. Han Bing blushed at the compliment. You keep being a good person and look after the wind spirits. Don't be discouraged, life is always full of ups and downs. Your encouragement isn't welcomed by them. All right, let's go. Inside, I was still cursing and insulting myself. Clearly good words, but why do they sound so vulgar? The announcer on the stage declared to the winning team, Today, we have witnessed history. The three from a small town all won their matches and took the championship. Next, I invite Nam Jiang Tam Trung's teacher to step onto the stage to receive the award.
as the teacher gradually approaches them. The crowd continues to cheer. You bandits are awesome. Really impressive. A spectator steps forward to help Tran Thu capture a memory. The photo has recorded a special moment for him, but what Tran Thu cares about isn't the picture. Let's go. After the photo, it's time for the interview with the champion. I like this part of the interview the most. The paradox defies your expectations. The audience gradually starts to leave. Let's go, let's go. It's over. What do you want to eat tonight? I'm inviting you. It's over, it's over. Tran Thu got hit with a big avocado like this. No way. Isn't this supposed to be an interview with the champion? Then give me the money. Give me the money. Tears welled up in his eyes. Don't go. The game is over, just as you didn't expect. Isn't the champion supposed to be famous? Suddenly, a hand reached out to save him from his moment of despair. Hello? May I interview you? Classmate Tran Thu. Tran Thu felt like he had struck gold, so of course he grabbed the microphone and ordered the co-team to snatch it. What are you standing there for? Keep filming. The moment Tran Thu has been waiting for has finally arrived. First, Namjiang City can win the championship, mainly because of my incredible strength. Their incredible intelligence and irresistible charm make it clear that my two teammates are also very talented. Every word from Tran Thu makes Ha Bang even more moved. She continues to look forward to his interview. As for my teacher, I might as well not mention him. He's been beaten so badly he's black and blue. I am skilled in everything from bomb explosions to negotiations. If anyone wants to collaborate, they can come to me. I am Thofi Namjiang, representing myself. Besides, anyone who wants to sign can do so in advance. Each part sells for 990,000, and Guruo is furious at his unscrupulous profiteering. Hurry up and turn off the camera, but she was too slow and got pushed aside by him. Come on, don't be in such a rush. Let me say a few more words. Isn't there any local tycoon interested in buying this dazzling prize? We need 1 billion yuan to bring home the Ha Glory champion title. She angrily snatched the microphone from your hand and was scolded by Tran Thu, truly clueless about romance. Vosung angrily pulls Tran Thu away. All right, let's go now. It's really too embarrassing. I'm still stubbornly blaming them for not understanding me. At a certain restaurant, they were also celebrating and congratulating Namjiang for winning the championship this time. The teacher asked out first, so how should we split the rewards? The prize money should be divided evenly and each person gets a skill set. Tran Thu has no problem playing fair. The two friends accompanying him instinctively glance at each other. Han Bing shyly suggests the reward money be split evenly with everyone getting a skill set each. Tran Thu happily agrees, asking what skills they will prepare. But Xiao Wu had a different idea. I don't want a skill system. I want to pay the elderly. Seeing my friend look a bit confused pay? Isn't your company the 666 drug company? How did it come to this? Xiao Wu was angry and relaxed his facial muscles. It's not about the competition. My family has already spent nearly 200 million yuan. Tran Thu's overthinking about the Thing King flared up again, and his family bribed officials, causing his two friends to lose patience. Master Vosung also had to shake his head in frustration, worried about Nam Thuong Nyat Trung's plans to deal with Slim. I told him to buy a skill, otherwise he thinks the A-level alliance can last that long. When Tran Thu heard this, tears welled up in his eyes. He was deeply grateful to Xiao Wu for bothering him so much. In Namjiang City, the cheerful chirping of birds signals a new day has arrived, the quiet yet hurried atmosphere. Everyone was waiting in line to catch the train and go find food. As soon as Tran Thu stepped off the station, the train happily inhaled the dusty air here. This familiar feeling really is still the best in Namjiang. Still having battery, you reach out to Huich Vosong and start a conversation as if you just remembered something important. Old Lee said last night that your suggestion was really good. I truly miss home and my friends at Namjiang Second Middle School. That strange way of speaking gave him goosebumps, thinking you might have multiple personalities. So you remember how to bully them? With that cold expression, it's clear the teacher isn't listening. He just chuckled and pretended to switch the channel. What did the teacher say? No longer daring to compete with him, Tran Thu decided to go forward with the two girls. Go home, go home. As he stepped off the last stair, he suddenly froze at the sight before him. Not only him, but the three others following behind also froze stiff from the loud noise echoing in their ears. Welcome home, the champions. I don't know when my classmates started waiting, but suddenly a huge red banner was shoved into their faces, celebrating Namjiang Second Middle School's victory and the triumphant cheers. The champion. The champion. He scratched his head and smiled, trying to appear modest, but his eyes couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. It's nothing much. Amidst the bustling crowd, Naibin slipped through and quickly approached to greet with confidence. Humble as ever, Namjiang City is proud of you.
Taking the chance to meet a distinguished person up close, you casually asked, "Mayor, do you have a few $100 million or so?" Hearing this, his face immediately showed a bitter smile. Really annoying. To avoid being put in a bad situation, he shouted to everyone, "Let's welcome the champion." The plan was a complete success, as everyone rushed to hug him. Welcome, champion. Welcome, tournament champion. The unexpected event made him openly curse Nyepban in anger. If he didn't want to give, then don't give. It's so annoying. Surrounded by the crowd lifting him into the sky, he was so frightened he tensed up and silently recited Buddha's name to keep from falling. After a while, in a quiet residential area of the city, Tranthu looked around and sighed, finally at peace. Recalling the painful memories just experienced, the exhausted mind involuntarily shed tears, constantly signing. Seeing the trembling hand like Parkinson's, he couldn't help but look terrified, signing until his hand was almost useless. Just thinking about the money that disappeared without a word made him collapse emotionally. But at least it was free. Overcoming those tangled feelings, he slowly headed home, feeling excited and unhappy. Let's go home and rest. Tranthu gently opens the door and the boy happily greets without seeing anyone. Mom and Dad, I'm home. As soon as Lin Dan appeared, the sound of footsteps ran straight into my ears. Hearing the sound, he knew something was wrong, so he sharpened all his senses and entered defense mode. But before he could do anything, the old woman shook his shoulder forcefully. Son, you're finally back. Her face was pale, and she could only shout a few simple words. Hurry and check on Dad. He's like he's in a trance. That just fell into my ears, and my mind was a mess, not knowing whether to panic or worry. What? He entered the resting room and slowly approached Tran Vu. Dad! Seeing no response, Geez. Tranthu asked again, Dad! Suddenly he stood up, holding incense in one hand and keeping incense in the other, then delivered a long, incoherent speech. Why don't you transform into a dragon? It's been so many years, don't hide anymore. That performance just now hit me hard, leaving me stunned and lost, unable to find my way back to reality. Seeing my father worshipping reverently in front of the fish pond, Tranthu was so scared that her mouth was wide open. But after thinking for a while, realizing that the person in front of her was a family member, she could only let out a sigh full of resignation. You stand silently beside Tranvu, gathering your strength and asking, Dad, what are you doing? He doesn't say anything, then roars at the talisman he tightly holds in his hand, awakening the bloodline contract spirit to reach the pinnacle of his life. Although looking pale, Lin Dan still leaned in to whisper and explain the origin of the incident. Seeing how formidable Slim's abilities are, her father firmly believes that her talent comes from him and feels certain that her fish is a divine beast. She shook her head, sighed, and quickly handed everything over to her son to handle. If this isn't a delusion, then what is it? Hurry up and advise him. Seeing how tense Mom looked, Tranthu could only take a deep breath and accept that it was her turn to act. This is reckless. Mom, don't worry, I'll go talk to him right away. However, things happened so quickly that he had to stand still for a moment to think. After a while, he hesitantly went to his room to wait for his child. A few minutes later, under Lin Dan's watchful eyes, Tranthu stepped out holding something in his hand. His face lit up like the lights at the end of a tunnel. You're here, joyfully raising the box with 2 words, Long Men. Without hesitation, he walked straight toward Tranvu, his voice full of determination. Dad, this won't do. You have to let it pass through Longmon. The paper box in his hand quickly caught her eye. Lin Dan saw that and immediately stepped back 2 paces, muttering irritably without hiding her frustration. You two really are sick. Without hesitation, she turned and left the scene without a second thought, too lazy to care about the 2 of them. Father and son Tranthu stared intently at the foolish goldfish, gradually swimming into the paper box. Since there was no progress, he started frowning and questioning. What exactly is wrong with little Huang? Are you feeding it some strange elixir? If not, why is little Huang wandering around like this? Hearing his words, he stood helplessly beside him. What do you mean lost and wandering? Staring at the pond with the small fish inside, he fell silent, lost in thought. Before he could finish his sentence, Tranvu cut him off with a fierce glare. Lunging his gaze at his son with suspicion, the father knew he was about to make something up when he saw his child's eyes. Tell the truth. When you're in a dangerous situation, your brain quickly forces you to speak words that can't be more foolish. All right. I accept. I bloom. The man frowned, demanding in a husky voice as if trying to extract the truth, speaking briefly, feeling like he's losing the game. His once heroic tone now lacking energy. Truly blooming. This time, Tranvu didn't ask further, but his eyes burned with murderous intent.
Tran Thu broke out in a cold sweat, waiting for his father's next attack. No need to negotiate, he swings the broom, shouting and scolding without missing a beat. You're not telling the truth, are you? Fearing that the father would go crazy, he hurriedly confessed everything. All right, take your medicine. Fuang Tu is the one who gave it to you. Finally, a word that reaches your ears, he sighs heavily as if trying to intimidate. That's more like it. On the outside, I nod along, but inside, I just want to get out of this situation immediately. For the past 20 years, no one believed my lies, and telling the truth was the same. My blood of madness has run out, leaving you with a kind father who cares for his children. That's right, your son is about to take the exam. When will he return to school? The sudden question leaves you stunned as she classily continues to tell this long story. The system interface suddenly appeared with 3 options. 1 for university to get a good job, reward with 3 bottles of patience-grade black iron elixir, or 2 to activate the summer break mode. Rewarded with 2 explosive potions, 3 dropped out and became a security guard, choosing the only way to surpass friends at all costs. Reward 1 vial of silver-grade intelligence potion. A cold sweat slowly forms on your face as each word appears. By the end, my soul was already hanging somewhere else. What kind of crazy choice is number 3? He pushed the first person in the opposite direction. His finger clicked on the system panel too. Starting the state, huh? Don't forget to turn back and say goodbye. The teacher said you're too tired. Take a few days off to rest. Dad, I'm going to rest now. Tran Vu sighed at his son's actions. Looks like I still need to have a talk with Teacher Lai. Then the sun began to rise to its peak. Tran Thu was still sleeping soundly, and his phone was ringing loudly. Old Lee, Tran Thu normally reached for his phone. Everything's fine, but then another hand stopped him. Tran Vu looked at the phone screen. Do you want to answer the call? Let your father help you. He intentionally turned on the loudspeaker to say this. Teacher Lai's voice could be heard even from the North Pole. Tran Thu, what do you really want to do? Then your father deliberately played the village drum. He's leaving now. Tran Thu was startled awake. Your father is going too far. Teacher Vosong heard your lazy tone. He's even more furious and dares not to pay attention. It's Monday already. Are you still not going to school? Tran Thu sweat profusely, but still kept talking nonsense. Why go to school? Go to school. I'm on break now. Teacher Vosong isn't arguing with you anymore. Stop messing around. Hurry up and go to school. Today you need to register for the exam, or you'll miss it, and the teacher will bury you. The competition is still the most important thing, so Tran Thu had to leave the laziness behind. Did you finish it today? I'm coming right now. He grabbed his phone from the bed and hurriedly put on his uniform. Don't forget to say goodbye to Dad. I'm going to school now. Tran Vu watches his son happily as he heads to class. This kid, Dad is letting you rest. Tran Thu arrives in front of the grand school, and the female students are delighted to see him like an idol. Hello, Class President Tran Thu. Champion. The male students are just as enthusiastic. Hello, Class President Tran Thu. Hello, Champion. Since you are warmly welcomed by everyone, I didn't forget to say hello back. Hello, everyone. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind Tran Thu and tapped his head, almost making him lose his mind. You're angry and shouting. Who is that? How dare you attack my fierce Nam Jiang? Vosong Toi frowns as he looks at you while preparing your exam card. What are you so proud of? You're the only one left in the whole class. Are you still going to take the exam? Thi looked downcast as she followed Teacher Lai, who was standing on the podium, gazing at the students. You students are free to review, but Tran Thu and the teacher go to the office. Tran Thu had only taken a few steps when his words pulled him back. You have a habit of being startled and always think the worst of the teacher, but is it really old Mr. Lai who wants to bury you? In Mr. Lai's office, the kind teacher offers you a cup of tea, but to Tran Thu it feels like poison. This is poison. This is poison. Teacher Lai glances sideways and understands. Don't worry, there's no poison. Immediately, Tran Thu finished the cup in one gulp. That's right, the teacher praised me. Then she took out a card and said, Give me a treasure. This is a pass. During this period, be good and don't affect your classmates' studies. You can go anywhere you want, but don't cause trouble. Tran Thu is pleased that he finally got a new item. Are you really letting me rest? So I won't hold back anymore. At the city's black market after that day, Tran Thu began wandering everywhere. And very quickly, with only 10 days left until the exam day, he calmly headed to the Beast Tamer Guild. It's been months since we last met, so now it's time for you to keep trembling before me. Inside, many contestants have brought their own spirits. Tran Thu Ngao Ni swaggered in with the door wide open, drawing everyone's attention, and praised their excellent training.
As a class president, I feel very ashamed. I haven't paid much attention to everyone's studies until now. Today, I will personally guide everyone a bit. After saying that, he summoned Slim. Maybe everyone's level of beast taming has already increased.
You can all charge together. If you can defeat me, each of you will receive a reward of 5 million Chinese yuan. Your challenge excites everyone and makes them eager to try, but Tranthu also added an extra condition. Of course, the entry fee for the duel is 100,000, and the winner will get 50 times that amount. Don't miss out. Hearing about the money made them hesitate, the 10,000 registration fee, and the crowd dispersed. Disband, disband. Tranthu can't even try to hold on.
Oh wait, I'll only charge 50,000 for the entry fee. Is that okay? Then they gradually lowered the price to 3,000, 1,000, and only when it was the last resort. Did you agree? Fine, I won't charge anymore. It's free. At this moment, only 2 young men are staying with you. Tranthu feels scared. Hey, don't mess around. I don't want to experience the blue light.
Tanam saw people going north to Kwang and causing trouble. We're brothers, how could I hurt you? This exam depends entirely on you. Tranthu can't stand that guy's attitude. You're not planning to cheat, are you? That would be illegal. Tanam waved his hand dismissively.
What are you talking about? How could I possibly do something illegal?
Then he explained to you about the exam. This year's test is to assess workability, and the group will propose ideas. The 4 of them formed a group. Tranthu was confused and still didn't understand what was going on.
Why didn't I know about this? Tanam kept rambling about the exam.
Yesterday old Lee announced it, so maybe you didn't go. He forgot to send you a message. Hearing this, Tranthu broke out in a sweat. Maybe he didn't forget to message me, but I had already blocked him. His face turned pale as he stared at the phone. He couldn't lift his spirits. That's fine. The 3 of us can be a team. Tranthu is confident that he has the battle-ready spirits on his side. Teutin's lightning speed is unmatched. He has reconnaissance abilities. Together with my combat ability, we are unstoppable. However, the exam scores will be based on each person's performance. You all want to achieve good results, so you must win. Tranthu has to cooperate with those tricky guys, so he needs to change his attitude constantly. I suggest we go straight for an all-out attack. Liet Duong Son Kao. Both allies looked at each other with confusion. Clever like you, my hometown is full of tricks. They didn't hesitate at all, then flipped the bird. Get lost. Tom Nam sees the bait is strong but not tempting enough, so he puts his arm around a classmate and goes to find a more reliable teammate. I think I can find someone more trustworthy to form a team with. I agree. Tranthu has lost both of her teammates in the upcoming competition. Oh no, I'm not joking. You should persuade them to come back so we can form a team. When the time comes, no one can stop them. And even if they're excited, they have to ask if this news is true, which makes Tranthu angry and look very displeased. Tanam and Teutin breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Sung Feng is making a plan. Then for the next 10 days, we'll train together a bit and then give each other a hand to boost team spirit, hoping for a big victory this time. The 3 of them put their hands together and shouted, "Great victory." Over the next 10 days, Tranthu and the others from Tintin and Tato Nam trained together to regain their original coordination. The spirits also met again, thanks to their reunion. 10 days later, the official exam began, and Tranthu looked back at the university gate with a touch of nostalgia, realizing that the time had finally come. Hey, Lost Road student. Tranthu paid no attention to their conversation, something that ordinary people find difficult. I will introduce the wooden badge, the item he raised that made them angry. Where did you get that from? Strictly no extra items allowed. Tranthu wears the wooden badge on his chest, with the words displayed that can only be revealed through a special skill. The champion of the beast taming competition, the fierce Namjiang, is actually Tranthu. The 2 guards change their attitude towards you. Your Tranthu is about to start the exam. With the title of Beast Tamer, Tranthu could be a knight for life. How did you know I was the champion of the Beast Tamer tournament? The 2 guards were helpless before your level of nobility. Tranthu patted the guard's shoulder and then left. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. When your back contrasted with the 2 guys, the guards only then realized they had mistaken you for a fan. I told him I was always looking forward to it, but I don't know. Tranthu confidently walked through the university gate, surrounded by students. Guardian deity, guardian deity. Oh my god, it's Tranthu. Damn it, it's Tranthu. Am I taking the exam in the same location as the great god? Tranthu enthusiastically embraces everything. Oh, winning is truly joyful. The exam is about to start, and the atmosphere has become more serious than ever. The candidates are now sitting properly at their desks, passing their exam papers to each other. Hey, here is your exam paper. Tranthu abuses his authority to open the system panel. Option 1. The exam scores meet the admission threshold for regular universities. Option 2. The scores meet the admission threshold for key universities. Option 3. The exam scores meet the admission thresholds of prestigious universities. Option 4. The scores meet the admission thresholds of the Huazhou Academy. But the thing Tran Thu cares about most is whether Ku Dai can be further enhanced so that Slim can be defeated again. This time the reward is a divine skill, and I must definitely get it. All the formulas for math, physics, and chemistry raced through Tran Thu's mind. She carefully wrote down each solution, happily accepting the challenge, and it was going well. Then she raised her hand to signal the teacher. "Miss, I want to submit my paper." "You've only been working for half an hour and you want to submit your paper already? The whole exam room is focused on you." "You're submitting your paper now?" Tran Thu straightforwardly said without hesitation. "Yes, I am in a hurry and go to the podium to submit my paper." Teacher here, still joking with the other students. "Go on, everyone. Keep it up. Your confident and smug demeanor is bound to make others angry." The school's banners are just as thoughtful. "Congratulations to the students who succeeded in the university entrance exam." Vosung saw Tran Thu come out and felt a bit guilty. He still wanted to confirm once more. Tran Thu then teaches you a lesson in humility. "Tran Thu, how dare you submit your paper before everyone else? I will kill you." The two of them chased each other desperately around the yard. Vosung uses all his strength to swing the sword in his hand. If this hits someone, they are definitely doomed. Watch this. Tran Thu let out a long scream, twisting desperately to dodge the deadly strike. He missed his target and was left even more furious. "You still dare to dodge? You're more innocent than Du Aya," running and nervously explaining. "Teacher, I didn't hide, I finished it already." Vo Song, like he was infused with a soul-reviving elixir, still cautious but calm, asked again with doubt. "Is that true? You just passed through the gates of hell. How dare you lie?" Quickly raising both hands to swear, "I swear it's true." I pull the air behind me, deciding to forgive this kid. "All right, I'll trust you this time." But then your attention shifts to the toy that just attacked you. "Where did you put the stick?" He ignored that clueless question and shifted the focus to you. "How did you do in the exam?" "Since your life was safe." Tran Thu started to act mischievously again. "Say that then if someone in the country scores higher than you, Shao will have diarrhea." He immediately scolded, knowing full well that a dog's mouth can't grow ivory, and blamed you for bringing someone else into it, truly. Bosung ignored the unsuitable location and immediately turned on the music. The teacher told me. Just as I was starting my introduction, Tunam and Tu Tin spoke up at the same time. Teacher Lee Tran Thu. The old man awkwardly paused his lecture and turned around to ask a caring question to cover up. Why are you both going out so early?" While the mastermind is grinning happily for escaping, he then asks the two a familiar question. "How are things going?" Tanam stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering deeply. How should I put it? After some hesitation, he shrugged his friend and replied with a familiar metaphor. "If you and Xiaotin score below the average, Dulong will have diarrhea." Vosong was exhausted and helpless, so he could only give a thumbs up as a sign of praise. "You really are good friends." He let out a breath, hurriedly shooing them away so they wouldn't be in sight anymore. "All right, stop standing here and go home quickly." But before everyone teleported away, he also reminded them to gather at school in the afternoon and tomorrow take them to another space for the beast taming competition. The three of them leaned in close, giggling happily, and together shouted, "Yes!" Then everyone shoulder to shoulder with Bako Nyangang left, leaving Tio Sai's back to Vosong. He watched after them, his heart tangled, and recalling the strange attitude just now, he blurted out, "Gone, Lan. Skipping this little interlude, the bus convoy still keeps to schedule, trailing each other down the road." The students filled all the seats on the bus, all trying to keep order. The only one breaking the serious atmosphere was Tran Thu, who looked around and then blurted out a sharp comment. "After so many days, we finally arrived in a different world." The familiar sound reached Vosong Tamha's ears, and he immediately looked around. As soon as he came into view, he startled sharply. Tran Thu's hair stood on end as he kept wondering inwardly, what was Lao Li looking at him for? But with nerves as thick as a pillar, he cheerfully reassured himself. "Never mind, the car will find a way once it reaches the mountain." Soon, the convoy stopped in front of a rather ancient building. Tran Thu stood up abruptly, stretching with a loud shout. "We've arrived!" The other students gradually follow one after another to get off the bus. "Hurry up," and urged the two brothers, the starfruit trees. "Let's go down too." Tu Tin gave a short as a sign of agreement. But before he could lift his foot, Vo Song called out to him. "Tran Thu, stay here." Approaching with a fierce expression, he made the boy extremely confused. Sweat beads like peas pouring down his face, his mind was frantically rolling the dice. What does old Lee want to do?
No need to wait long, he pointed at the middle of his face and shouted loudly, "Raise your hand!"
Vosung shot a piercing glare like lightning, his entire face tense as if he wanted to devour the opponent alive. Tran Thu stood opposite and silently sighed in admiration. The two teachers and the students exchanged glances silently in the quiet space. The boy nervously swallowed and wondered quietly what they were trying to do. He said nothing, immediately approached him, stroked his chin, examined him from head to toe, and even squatted down to rummage through his backpack. Seeing this, Tran Thu adopted a carefree attitude as if he had nothing left to hold on to. After a few minutes of measuring, Vosong Thich confiscates a suspicious item and throws the bag back to you to return to your brother. He still keeps a cold expression, crosses his arms, and delivers the verdict. You can go now. Tran Thu, with a big question mark above his head, daringly asked, "Teacher Lee, what are you doing with my sack?" He didn't quite understand you and calmly issued a warning, saying, "This is a special time. You must not do anything reckless." The response was not what he expected, so he pouted and sighed. "All right," but inside I couldn't help but grin. After all, without the sack, I still had something else. Tran Thu hurriedly gathered with her two comrades. "We just got off the car and apologized right away. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go." Tu Ting kindly smiled and said, "No problem, no problem." Vosong followed closely, still worried, and added a reminder, "Remember to go to bed early tonight." He looked like a model student, standing still with a serious promise. "I got it." Once comfortably settled on his beloved bed, Tran Thu encouraged himself with a little show, then relaxed and prepared for tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he snored steadily until morning, the sunlight shining on his back, but his breathing remained even. The entire nostalgic space quietly rests under the blue sky. Today's weather is perfect for a picnic. The next day, the convoy set off again towards a different testing site. By the time the sun tilted, they had arrived at Liet Duong Mountain Pass. The students rushing out made the surrounding space become noisy and lively. Tran Thu took a deep breath, stretched out her arms, and declared, "Finally, it's here." Before they could settle down, the instructor in charge announced through the loudspeaker that this year, the beast taming department only has 2 subjects, practical combat and potential assessment. Now, after lining up, you will proceed to register for the potential assessment. Follow the instructions carefully and line up one after another in front of the entrance. His mind still hadn't regained clarity after hearing the information. Are these the only 2 subjects for this year's exam?
Huh? That's when Tran Thu looked at Dia Bin standing among the judges and thought to himself, should I greet him now, even though he usually acts so aloof?
Before he could decide, the system issued a blocking notification. Tran Thu quickly skimmed through 3 options. Participate in the exam, reward with powerful beast taming, skip the exam and get black iron intelligence pills, or cause chaos with bombs to become a hero for a second as a silver-white beast tamer. After processing the information, his eyes shone brighter than the headlights, while his mind danced wildly. Finally, the moment arrived. There was a way to level up. He instinctively reached into his pocket to sort through the options, unaware of what secret Tran Thu had concealed, which made his steps lighter and more graceful than before. He stands at the entrance, raises his head arrogantly, and declares inwardly that he's about to cause trouble. Tran Thu pulls out the explosive tube from his pocket, feeling regretful inside. But halfway through, he decided to turn back, shoving it back into his pocket while quietly recalculating. According to the plan, he still chose the 3rd option. When the image of the pair Tu Fong and Ban Tik appeared in Tran Thu's mind, all his plans came to a halt. Unfortunately, besides the Deep family, the other 2 judges were also at the gold level. Looking at the high-quality Guardian team in front of him, he also imagined his own fate. Even if he became a Bakugan level, he would surely reincarnate right at the scene. The desire to survive made him obediently join the team like a quail. But as soon as Tran Thu took his position, the system popped up to split the rewards, granting a large number of Bakugan-level beast taming rewards. I frantically waved and spun around to attract the attention of the 2 brothers beside me. "Damn it, Lao Ta Xiaotin, why is there smoke?" The disadvantaged couple immediately turned pale as they watched the flames passing by, and both instinctively executed their escape plan. Vosong, witnessing the chaos, immediately became furious. "What kind of artistic behavior are you guys doing again?" Tu Tin turned pale with fear, trembling as he betrayed his best friend. "Tran Bi, are you setting yourself on fire?" The nearby students, hearing the keyword setting oneself on fire, immediately became chaotic. This voice sounds a bit familiar. The fierce Jiang is lying down, while others cover their mouths in fear. Damn it, is it really Tran Thu? Someone with eyes as bright as headlights, finally heaven has taken down the demon. This chaotic disorder quickly drew Diep Bin's attention,
as Elder Summoner Tintin appeared to suppress the entire area, shouting loudly for silence. Or the kids just a moment ago were chattering like sparrows. Now they all keep their mouths shut tight. The old man, exuding authority, walks over to the fire performer to show concern. Trantu, what exactly is going on? You look helpless and keep waving your hands. I don't know either, Bontich said hurriedly, boldly guessing. Old Yeep, why do I feel like this is breaking through? Grasping the meaning of this, I am left pondering. Breakthrough? Tranthu stared intently at the hand surging with energy, a vague truth gradually emerging in her mind. Could it be that the beast control power is a reward from the system? Diep Bin didn't bother to think and immediately denied it, saying, "What nonsense is that?" He doesn't practice cultivation, but when reality slaps him in the face, it doesn't matter if he's a noble or a commoner. Before he could finish speaking, he hurriedly corrected himself. No, it's really a breakthrough. The three esteemed judges all gasped in shock. Diep Bin exclaimed in shock, "You can break through without practicing." In front of the helpless audience, Tran Thu ignored the intense heat waves tearing around him. The students only now come to their senses and confirm together that the breakthrough suddenly made them the center of attention. So he smirks confidently. Tran Thu happily stretched out his arms, enjoying the effortless level-up process, while Diep Bin watched helplessly as the contestant broke through at the exam gate. Words stuck in his throat. The old man promptly reabsorbed his spirit energy, then turned to calm the remaining students. All right, everyone else, line up first. Along with the sparks flying around, urging voices echoed in the space. As he sat down to meditate, some students couldn't resist taking pictures with their phones. Tran Thu calmly sat cross-legged with the flickering flames surrounding him, the sound of crackling echoing in his ears. Outside the exam site, the students lined up obediently, listening to Trin Tuong announce the results for Class C. He patiently read through the list in one go. The last person called was in Level B, but you outside still sat in meditation for 3 hours afterward. Tanam looked on anxiously, wondering why it was taking so long. It's been so long. As soon as he finished speaking, I managed to open my eyes. Zheng Tao, still exhaling a puff of smoke, quickly approaches to consult. Tran Thu, are you ready to start? He calmly stood up from the flames and responded immediately without hesitation. Maybe. He reached out to show his E-level beast contract, secretly feeling proud. Ha ha, let you all experience a little. The students hadn't had time to leave and all stared in shock with their mouths open. He shared their feelings, still trying to gather information despite being scared stiff. You are the champion beast tamer with such a low level, how is that possible? After regaining their language skills, the students, both boys and girls, exclaimed, how could our many high-level ABC spirit contracts be defeated by an E-level? He is the only one here still maintaining his composure. Diep Bin calmly reminds him and takes careful notes. As Zheng Tuo responded, Tran Thu suddenly jumped back in surprise, panic rising like a pig caught in boiling water, hurriedly raising his hand to stop him. Wait. Feeling that my reaction was a bit too intense, I chuckled awkwardly and explained to everyone, I just broke through a little. Wait a moment. Tran Thu silently controls his spiritual energy to circle around him, using his actions to answer everything. Besides the familiar red and yellow flames, purple lightning bolts that seem dangerous flicker around him. With extensive combat experience, Diep Bin spread his arms to warn everyone. Fall back! As soon as he finished, a surge of energy centered on Tran Thu suddenly shot outwards. Then, Dui Mang's blazing red eyes appeared dramatically behind him, and everyone in the school exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief at this miracle. Your spirit beast, once looked down upon as a low-level E rank, suddenly transforms into a giant mountain, intimidating your classmates. They are stunned by reality and stubbornly ask again, damn it, did you really break through? The other group simply covered their eyes and denied the harsh, unreasonable truth. The KA Spirit contract is so powerful, the training speed is so fast, and it's all because of the bloodline evolution upgrade. All that remained in Zheng Tuo's ears were desperate screams. Mom, I don't want to study anymore. The gap between people is that huge. When the familiar purple gate opened, Diep Bin excitedly said, It's not over yet. The space portal has appeared. Old Hai Long stroked his beard and smiled so broadly he seemed to blossom, as Tran Thu's second contract spirit after the black iron was about to arrive. He stands tall in the air, quietly waiting, as it gradually materializes from the smoke, its black metallic body shining like ink, highlighting its glowing jade-green eyes. It tilts its head back and roars loudly, its voice echoing through the space to welcome its master. The whole group watched as the enormous portal emitted a dark energy that made everyone wary.
Vuzi was so frightened that he kept guessing what kind of spirit contract the fierce Namjong would have. An A level or a D level? Could it be an SS level? Taduong nodded in agreement, appearing wise and profound as he analyzed. It's very likely, after all, his monster dung heap is also Super S level. Ma Kiem is very excited by this spectacular scene. Come out quickly, hurry up! Suddenly, the anticipation becomes overwhelming. From Teen's side, Vu's loud cheers add to the excitement. Tran Bai is pushing hard. We're about to break through. Tran Thu is a bit speechless at his enthusiasm in this situation, but he's giving it his all. Still, he was influenced by the fiery atmosphere around him and reached out to pat Slim's head as if to boost his energy. But looking at the thick white fog ahead, he also felt excited and hopeful. Surely a divine beast was about to appear. In response to that hope, a figure resembling a wolf flickered in and out of the smoke. Dai Bin hurriedly praised and guessed it seemed to be a contract spirit of the wolf type. Not too weak. After a while, the thick fog gradually dispersed, revealing the appearance of the spirit that had been hanging over Tran Thu's mood all this time, causing it to finally settle down. The excitement that had lasted only a short while made him suddenly startle and brake the car abruptly. Wait a minute. The more I observe that appearance, the more my inner feelings surge, my eyes filled with thoughts. I am completely shattered from this beautiful dream, staring wide-eyed at the shock. Why do I feel like it's husky? Ignoring its owner spraying glue, it happily runs over to show its joy. Gao gao. The people around are all filled with confusion. None of them can close their mouths. Hey, isn't that a husky? Afraid it's not enough, it keeps striking a cool pose and then climbs up to show off again. Tran Thu's whole body feels like it's fallen from heaven, confused and clutching his head. Is this just messing with me? If I can't see it with my eyes, my heart won't hurt. I hold my emotional wounds and decide to check the spirit power, hoping things will get better. Forget it. Let's look at the attributes first. The system quickly displayed Husky's profile, showing the contract information of the elemental beast, an energetic and intelligent personality with a D potential rating, an ordinary beast mastery talent. He finally collapsed, silently screaming in despair. The scenario wasn't supposed to be like this. Long Phoenix, Divine Beast, or at least a White Fox Keelan or something. But the harsh truth hit him hard, making him cry tears of pain, for this was also a rare elemental beast husky. Suddenly, a hand patted his back firmly as if trying to pull Tran Thu out of his sorrowful state. Tu Ting is very understanding of your friend's suffering. Tran Bi, it's okay. Cheer up! Tanam warmly puts his arm around you and happily offers some encouragement. The spirit contract is definitely a heteromorphic creature, unlike Husky and Lam Tin, and much more intelligent. Contrary to those positive thoughts, Tran Thu smirked with a crooked smile, his eyes twitching constantly. Are you sure? In front of them, Husky showed no heroic or majestic aura, but was rolling around on the ground, begging to be scratched on the belly. Tu Ting and Tunam could only silently look at each other, trying to think of a word to salvage that fallen image. He didn't want to watch Husky make a fool of himself any longer. Ngaon Gan resigned to his fate and said, I'll take it back first. A stream of blue aura rose from his hand, but before Tran Thu could act, the energy from Dai Hung beside Diep Bin suddenly drew Husky's attention. It gradually shed its foolish look, bristling and growling, taking a deep breath to focus and gather strength. Following Husky's skill activation, fireballs appear floating in the air, heading straight for the enemy. The magic projectiles explode in an instant, causing Da Hung to startle and quickly adopt a defensive stance. With its formidable strength, it skillfully dodged the dangerous missile attacks. The students standing nearby were stunned, everyone amazed by this extraordinary and overwhelming confrontation. The speed boost skill is too fast. Trin Dien's performance was so impressive that Diep Bin had to secretly admire. Even his black bear almost couldn't dodge. After a series of mental blows, Tran Thu finally felt proud and unexpectedly happy. The old man noticed that fleeting thought and reminded the opponent, All right, stop showing off, withdraw now. Lost in the joy, he obediently listened. Okay, use your skill immediately to retract the 2 void spirit contracts and return. After a long and intense commotion, the judge's verdict was more devastating than ever. A grade E evaluation. The stroke of the brush wasn't even finished when Tran Thu suddenly rushed over to stop Trin Tuong, startling him. Hey, wait a moment. Huh? Did you just level up? You reveal your true nature like a sneaky merchant, explaining so convincingly. No. Isn't it that I have 2 children? 2D combined, according to Tran Thu's calculation, is equivalent to SSS level. Got it. Trin Tuang was scared stiff by Lai Lei's arrogance, and a bunch of questions suddenly popped up in his mind.
Suddenly, Deep Bin interrupted the ridiculous act with a serious announcement of the next challenge. No more trouble. Now it's time to start the 10-day practical test. Of course, with such a long survival period, the old man also had to reveal the necessary requirements of this challenge. Students, form your own teams. As soon as they heard, everyone hurried to find trustworthy allies, and countless invitations filled the air with excitement.
Form a team, form a team. The three of us are enough. We've already formed it. Maybe we're mentally prepared. The lively scene before her made Tran Thu gradually accept her lonely fate. All right, Habang was wandering around looking for him, and as soon as she spotted his back, she silently called out Tran Thu. She slowly approached, hesitating before speaking, but he was so engrossed in strategizing that he didn't notice her nearby. It seems I need to make a stronger impact so that this combat project scores the maximum points. Suddenly, the opponent's close friends appeared and forced Habang to swallow her invitation. Tanam clearly shows his intention to form a team. Tran Thu, you're here, and you're also very satisfied. The three brothers are essential. She had to give up the chance to team up with Tran Thu, leaving a sigh of regret. Oh, now that the students have a place to hide, Diep Bin continues to explain the rules. The teams are now divided, with one teacher supervising each team. The three of you were chatting and discussing your battle plans when suddenly, Domin approached and spoke. Tran Thu quickly interrupted to prevent everyone from overthinking, and announced that it was time to start. Although he appears calm and experienced on the outside, he knows how to create a friendly impression when introducing himself. Tran Thu, I am your invigilator. Domin performs a gentle social greeting before the exam continues. I've heard about you. I'm looking forward to it. Before finishing his sentence, he inhaled the smoke from the lightning bird soaring upward. It paused in midair, its gaze seemingly urging Domin not to waste any more time. He automatically interprets its thoughts into words, hesitating before confirming. Is Master Volium that pathetic? Ignoring that small matter, he began the mission by ordering the summoning of the spirit. Go away, bird. Come out here quickly. From amidst the lightning, it spread its majestic wings just as impressive as thunder, and Domin quickly mounted the beast to chase after Tran Thu's team and oversee the operation. The group of young people, though moving quickly, remained cautious, carefully observing the terrain around them and calculating advantages for the upcoming real combat days. Tutin always trusted Tran Thu like a team leader, so he naturally asked for her opinion. Tran B, how are you? How far have you flown? The landing point is very important for the subsequent actions. He didn't dare to decide right away and had to consider carefully. I think so. In the hardest times, Tran Thu looked at the options provided by the system. 1. Directly go to the depths of Liet Duong Son Kao. 2. Set up camp and start the rest period, lying to the other contestants. The silent thoughts slithered along the erupting mountain slope, and the danger level of Liet Duong Son Kao was even lower than Than Nguyen Forest, mostly just ordinary beasts. Tran Thu stroked his chin thoughtfully, feeling no pressure at all and deciding to go deeper to get a higher score. After confirming the direction, he happily gestured with a point and flew inward. Hearing that, Tu Tin didn't bother to ask further and just nodded in agreement. Fine. As soon as Lei Diu received the order, his whole body suddenly lit up, sparks of electricity coursing through him with a crackling sound of power. Then he sped off swiftly, leaving Domin behind. Seeing this, Domin was amazed and felt a bad premonition. But after a short while, he shook his head to dismiss the negative thoughts and decided to just follow and figure things out later. With that decision, he immediately commanded the bird to stay close behind. What was that sound? To find out, Tonam immediately summoned a spirit, and Xiao Di went down to check. Seeing that, Tran Thu also turned to urge, Xiao Tin He, lower yourself a bit so I can respond without hesitation. And so, Lei Diao immediately descended as instructed. A moment later, Tonam held the spirit contract in his hand and accessed the information. Xiao Diep said they are level 9 mutated ferocious beasts. After hearing that, he pointed at the monsters and announced that 3 of the mutated digging animals are the offspring. When the mate detected an unfamiliar presence, everyone immediately tensed up and growled menacingly. However, the scene was hardly intimidating. Instead, it made him feel intrigued. Just in time, I can try a little tin, lower a bit more. The next second, Lei Diao received the order and flapped its wings, swooping down a bit more. The distance is just right, so Tran Thu raises his hand to summon the spirit beast here, Husky. In an instant, a surge of energy erupts and it appears amidst the light. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted a challenge. Woof, woof. The 3 mutated earth diggers become furious upon hearing that sound. Tran stands beside them with a sly smile, showing them what the aura of a black iron level truly looks like. Receiving the command from its master, Husky immediately took a stance and unleashed a burst of power that made the three mutated earth diggers recoil. Seeing this reaction, he became even more delighted. Do you realize you're afraid now? Attack him, Husky. But before they could show off, a sudden surge of strange energy made all four contracted spirits and fierce beasts freeze in place. A space portal for summoning beasts quietly opened in the sky and hovered as if silently calling. Husky tilted its head, hesitated, then stepped forward to sniff a few times, as if something was drawing it in, and it entered without hesitation. The sudden disappearance of man left Tran stunned.
What the hell? What kind of situation is this? Tran ruffles his hair and grimaces like a monkey eating chili. Why do I have this kind of spiritual contract?
While you're still going crazy, Tanam gently pats your shoulder and whispers,
Tran, the digging beast is about to go crazy from your disrespect.
At this moment, it looked visibly angry, with a face full of frustration as if forgotten by the entire world. Unable to bear it anymore, it bared its fangs, raised its claws, and opened its mouth wide, ready to attack. But just then, a hand reached out, pulling with a surge of endless energy. In an instant, Slim was summoned and fell heavily from the sky, landing right on his butt. Tran grits her teeth in anger, truly clueless. Doesn't she see that I'm a bit troubled too?
Once everything was in place, Tin approached and softly said, "Let's just go." He smiled and replied, "Yeah, let's head back."
But before they could leave, the ground suddenly trembled slightly beneath their feet, startling Tran. Huh? At first it was just a faint ripple in the mist, but gradually the disturbance became clearer, making him suspicious something was wrong.
Without hesitation, Tran quickly gathered the group and said, "Hurry up!"
As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them immediately jumped onto Lei Diao's back without hesitation. Then the surrounding ground trembled heavily, debris rolling from the direction of the impact, and suddenly an invisible pressure descended, causing the earth to crack and shatter into large pieces. A giant burrowing beast slowly emerges with a surging momentum like a wave crashing ashore. The three of them stare in shock and shout in unison, "Damn it, it's a king beast." Tran furrowed her brow and stroked her chin. Pondering this, then she pointed at the stunned monsters after giving birth. Could it be that the three mutated earth-digging beasts are descendants of the Beast King? At that moment, the group of students who had been following suddenly panicked and ran away. Oh my God, we really shouldn't have gone in the same direction as the aggressive Nam Jiang.
As soon as I stepped out, I ran into a pack of beasts. Watching them scramble to escape left me speechless. I never told you to follow.
The desperate cry of the burrowing beast echoed through the dust cloud. Clattering, the young animals immediately swarmed around the growling king beast as it roared back to life. Ket. Seeing the situation turn tense, Tin hurriedly asked Tran, "Which way should we run?"
Du Min, hearing this, pouted in boredom. "This is truly the trouble caused by the three saints, and you still want to run away."
But contrary to expectations, Tran suddenly pounded his chest confidently and said firmly, "Why run?
We caused this trouble, so we must take responsibility to resolve it. If we run away, what will the others do?"
Seeing your confident declaration, he was overjoyed. It seems that Tran is a good person. I was mistaken about him. However, as soon as he turned around, he immediately met 4 pairs of eyes staring at him intently. Seeing that unusual expression, Tin tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Did you get the script wrong?" Behind him, Tonam also stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and guessing, "Or has Husky influenced you?" Tran casually pushed the guy away and clarified, "No, mainly I just want to get a high score." This bizarre situation was enough to make Du Min lose patience with the group of students in front of him. In the next instant, he raised his hand to unleash his energy source, and we attacked first, excitedly planning that if we couldn't win, running away wasn't too late. In the blink of an eye, the giant Slim appeared above the head of the earth-digging beast lord. Slim frowned as he faced the group of digging animals staring in shock at the creature that had just fallen from above, while the young beasts looked confused, each showing their own puzzled expression. In the center, the beast lord's eye sockets flash with crimson, and he coldly roars, launching an attack. Immediately, the horns glow and release red lightning as the innate skill of tearing apart is activated. Clink, clink, clink. Slim remains unfazed, merely glancing at the incoming energy with an expressionless face. Tran stands by watching, waiting for the right moment to shout, "Sim Thui Mongsat." As soon as the command is given, it activates a mirror-like protective layer around Tui Mongsat, and the red lightning crashes into it but leaves no damage. Then Slim immediately activates the counterforce reaction, unleashing a powerful energy that shakes the entire area. The small beasts hit by the attack fall to the ground, crying and whining. Wah! From above, Tunam watched this scene in amazement. Damn it! Even the digging beasts know how to fight back. Looking around, Tranthu also agreed. They truly did not attack first. These digging animals are crying out as if they want to cause trouble. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention. No. Down below, near Slim on the ground calling Pop, I see a strange color and wonder why. Clearly Slim has opened Tuimong, but why is there blood? Suddenly, a thought flashes through Tranthu's mind, shocking him to the core. Oh no, there's another trick like this. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered it to use the violent assassination technique. As soon as he finished, it took a running start and leapt up forcefully. The moment it left its position, a fierce beast appeared beneath, ready to strike. A one-star black iron earth-shaping beast lord. Watching this scene makes Tranthu even more certain of his earlier guess. Sure enough, Slim charges straight down from above with murderous intent and ruthless violence. The beast below, just able to lift its head, was suddenly stunned and immediately burrowed deep into the ground to escape. At the same time, Slim descended powerfully into the empty space, causing the entire area to shake violently. Tranthu chuckled happily. I've got you cornered, so I'll crush your little brother. No more wasting time. Keep giving your instructions. Slim volunteers. Slim frowns and lets out a sound as if he understands clearly. Peep, oop. Then it charged forward, rolling like a ball, smashing everything in its path, causing the small beasts to roar. Clattering, they were thrown into the air and fell down, crying out in helplessness. A few seconds later, a few of them were lying flat on the ground and couldn't move. After figuring out how to surface, the land-digging beast quickly commands, kvetch, 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 splitting up to run in different directions. Hearing the alpha's orders, they all rush out in different directions. The remaining students saw what was happening, turned pale, and shouted loudly before rushing toward us. No one told them to do so. Everyone suddenly grabbed their necks and ran quickly. The earth-digging beast lord panted heavily, glaring fiercely at the obstacle in its path. Its body trembled with each breath, power clearly gathering in every pulse. Slim on this side also dares not act rashly, just standing still and watching with a tense face. Dumin above observes Tranthu's group in deep thought. It seems that after some observation and conclusion, a great battle is imminent. Slim and the earth-digging lord face each other, glaring but neither making a move, completely frozen in place, looking at the beast with the formation on its body. Continuing like this isn't the way. After some thought, Tranthu made a decision. It seems he needs to lure it a bit. Then you suddenly jump up and shout, really loud, "Huh!" As if they had a telepathic connection, it raised its hand in response with a clattering sound, then lifted its round, shiny buttocks to shake provocatively. The earth-digging beast lord saw this and immediately turned red in the face, furious and growling loudly. And then it suddenly lunged down, piercing through the earth and rocks before disappearing without a trace. Watching its movement made Tin panic and it dug into the ground again. In the next moment, the ferocious beast suddenly burst out behind Slim, causing him to scream in terror. Slim was behind him. At the same time, the landlord Mole King suddenly swung its claws down fiercely. Without time to dodge, it was caught by a slash that caused significant damage. Want to run? Then he shouted loudly, "Husky!" Immediately after being summoned, it spat fireballs relentlessly, with a fierce attack targeting a single goal, one of which struck the deadly weak point of the earth-digging lord beast, causing it to cry out in pain. Husky wagged its tail and looked back at its owner with an expectant expression. Quickly praise me. Seeing the chaotic scene it just caused, Tranthu and Slim couldn't help but be a bit shocked, and finally it had some effect. But the fierce beast still refused to fully surrender, so he immediately gave another command. Let out a terrifying roar. As soon as it received the command, it opened its mouth wide and let out a loud echoing sound. P-P-O-P. The sound reverberated straight into the earth-burrowing beast lord's head, causing its body to stiffen before flipping over with all four legs pointing to the sky. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, Tranthu placed his hand on Tin's shoulder and commanded, "Little Tin, catch it." He got really excited when he heard that. All right, sit tight. After saying that, it immediately commanded the Thunderbird to flap its wings and fly swiftly toward the beast lying on the ground below. Then it swooped down quickly, claws grabbing the soft part of the land-shaping beast, the Lord of the Earth. Then it flapped its wings vigorously and lifted it into the air, perhaps for the first time. But the sudden movement startled the beast, which opened its mouth wide, ready to attack. Seeing that, Tin immediately shouted, "Release the Thunderbird, it's about to unleash its skill." It responded with a reply as if it understood. "Chip, chip!" Without hesitation, it released its claws, causing the earth-digging lord beast to fall freely downward. At that moment, Transhu didn't hesitate and shouted loudly, "Collision attack!" Upon receiving the command, the round creature immediately radiates concentric spirals of energy around its body. From the air, the digging beast lord suddenly trembles, a look of panic flashing in its eyes. At this moment, Shin struck the king beast's stomach hard, making it scream in pain. It hurt so much, so much. By the time Slim braked, the digging beast had already spun around several times. Seeing that, it was so delighted that sparks flew from its body and its speed kept increasing. In an instant, its roar of punishing the digging beast echoed like a drum. The pitiful beast king, with its mind spinning, could only cry out in pain. Sui happily laughs out loud, clutching his stomach. Pup! From afar, Do-min, riding on the back of a beast, witnessed everything and sincerely praised. This kid also knows how to surprise others. Seeing Tranthu enthusiastically cheering for Slim, he kept praising him. I didn't expect that after just becoming a black iron beast Tamer, he could already defeat other level-appropriate lords. In the end, Do-min concluded, the younger generation is promising. Tranthu saw Slim charging and digging the earth like playing with a ball, amazed and exclaiming. Then he directed Husky to breathe a fireball. Husky's entire body is covered in sparks. It was about to grab the flower when it heard your voice. Immediately, it licks its lips happily, ready for action. Receiving the command from its owner, Husky unleashes a powerful stream of fire. I don't know how it aimed, but the fire burned Sim's float, making him jump in shock. Tranthu saw the predicament and was so angry he grimaced and cursed loudly. "Oh my God, you stupid dog! Stop whining and listen to my commands." At the same time, the Beast King fell to the ground with a loud thud like a sack of rice. Although in pain and nearly fainting, it still heaved a sigh of relief, finally touching the ground. Suddenly, it widened its eyes, with countless blood vessels constricted around the pupils. From the sky, Slim's roasted fishing float descended, ready to make intimate contact with its face. Just as Slim lands, the volcano behind erupts with a loud boom. Only then does Tranthu smile happily, still grateful for Slim's help. Then Lei Jiao slowly descended near the unconscious burrowing beast. Tuonam appeared out of nowhere, standing coldly and eavesdropping, though he thought he should show a bit of himself. He chuckled mischievously and pulled out his large pig-slaughtering knife. Even Do-min, watching from afar, was surprised. "What are you doing? You're even carrying a pig-slaughtering knife. Can this cut through a level lord beast?" Instead of speaking, Tuonam smoothly grabbed the knife and leapt over the giant burrowing beast. After finishing, he happily turned to show Tranthu and Tu-tin that there would be food tonight. Do-min looked so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out as night fell. Tranthu's group set up camp and relaxed, enjoying roasted king beast meat. Tu-tin was eating meat and asked, "Tranthu, do you have any battle plans for what's next?" As he was chewing and about to reply, he suddenly felt something was off. Next, at this moment, the system panel appears, offering 3 options. Handle the Beast Lord, eliminate 2 Beast Lords, or destroy all 3 Beast Lords. Seeing the tempting rewards, he immediately adopts a capitalist attitude. "We had no plan initially, but now we do." Then you tell Tu-tin, "Tomorrow we will continue to head deeper inside." The next day, the whole group, including Tranthu, was taken by Lei Dieu according to the plan from last night. Sitting on its back, you frowned thoughtfully, realizing that to complete the mission, relying only on Slim wouldn't be enough. You needed to train Husky a bit. Thinking and acting quickly, you immediately raise your hand to summon it. "Come out, Husky." Immediately after, Husky was surrounded by a surge of electricity, and, seeing its owner, it joyfully barked out loud. Tranthu's son, holding a bag of unknown origin, with eyes shining like a lighthouse. Tuonam and the other person freeze for 5 seconds, unable to believe it. Wasn't this bag already taken by Lao Li? Tu-tin was just as surprised, so why is it still here? Remembering a bit of the morning at home before leaving, Tranthu was staring intently at the Damchio object. Recently, old Lai has been very cautious around me. He hesitated for a moment before holding the item in his hand, worried that the teacher might suddenly want to take back his bag. Then he carefully folded the cloth bag and finally, with a mischievous look, tucked the small pouch into his shirt. Thinking that way, in reality, he was secretly challenging Tuonam's group. Suddenly, he sat down in front of Husky and cheerfully ordered it. Husky spits out a fireball. It obeys its owner, arching its back and showing its white belly as it rolls around, acting cute. Suddenly, Tranthu expertly wrapped it in a sack like a dog thief, causing Kai to panic and cry out loudly in fear. Still, Tranthu didn't really care and just threw the bag down harshly. It fell and hurt itself, then lay flat on Lei Dieu's body, whining. Only then did Tranthu take off the bag with a very sinister expression. Order Husky, who is sulking and sitting upright, to breathe fire again. It was extremely upset, tears streaming down its face. Moreover, Tranthu still hasn't forgiven him, pointing at the sack to manipulate his psychology, saying, "Look at this." Only then did Husky finally frown and blow a strong fire at the target he chose. It finished feeling frustrated, but just patted its head in a half-hearted attempt to comfort it. Yeah, very obedient. Even more disappointing than the eye of the spirit. But since he's not its owner, he can only sigh helplessly. Yet another child haunted by a sack. They kept walking until the next day, with a bottomless abyss beneath them, and only glowing red eyes snarling. Tranthu, seeing this, happily thought that they were probably far from the entrance to the space. Then he pointed and said, "Stop here." Tranthu's group landed on a barren patch of land, and since it was already evening, Tranthu suggested they rest here for the night. Tin replied, "Then I will set up the tent." Suddenly, from afar, Xiao Di hurriedly flew toward Tonam. It uses its own language to report something to him. Tonam was surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Then he announced Trandi that there was danger nearby. Tranthu was not too worried and casually took out a glass tube with a strange substance to reassure him. "It's okay, don't worry. Let's rest tonight and go hunting officially tomorrow." Seeing you like that, Tu Tin and Tonam were startled and asked him questions. "Trandai, what are you doing?" And the guy just shouted directly, "Damn it, don't mess around." Unlike those two panicking, Tranthu remains calm and handsome. "Don't worry, I was just a bit bored." Tonam and the others clearly didn't trust him much. "Are you bored and have nothing to do, so you're playing with a nuclear bomb?" It barked woof 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 and then went into the barrel that Tranthu was holding. A surge of electricity shot through your head, forcing you to react quickly. You swiftly grabbed the bag. Just as Husky jumps, Tranthu holds out the sack, and the poor Husky crawls back into it, with its head tightly tied inside. It was struggling inside while Tranthu was outside holding the bag and scolding it. "You dare to mess with me?" In the end, you threw the bag somewhere else and added, "Stay there." After finishing, you breathe a sigh of relief and can go to sleep. Then Tranthu crawls into the tent and reminds Tutin and Tonam to rest quickly. Those two still seem quite lively, but Tutin just replied, Then Loidiosa went down to rest beside the tent. To be cautious, Tonam placed a surveillance device facing the tent. After finishing, he also lay down to rest on the back of the beast. By the next morning, Tranthu's group had started packing up and leaving. Tonam, exhausted, stretched and yawned. Suddenly, he was startled and widened his eyes. Oh no. Even though he didn't say it aloud, he was shouting inside when he saw Tranthu's 3 people dressed like they were in a hospital. "What's going on? Are these 3 crazy? Why are they wearing patient clothes here?" As for the 3 others, Tonam is still excitedly praising. "Tutin, this fabric is good. Has it been improved?" Tutin happily gives a thumbs up after being praised. "Sure, the temperature is now 40 degrees. Wearing this outfit won't make us hot." The 3 of them mounted the Thunderbird. Tranthu outlined the plan. Old Ta, find the mutated beast. Now we only fight level mutation. Although Tonam was a bit hesitant, he still agreed and summoned Tu Diep without any problem. It began using its abilities to sense the direction. Receiving the signal from Xiaodi, he immediately headed towards the 1,000 meters ahead where a level black iron mutated beast was spotted. The 3 of them set off to hunt the beast, leaving Donam and the flying beast behind. Tu Diep is covered in sparkling dust, flapping its wings as it moves forward. At the same time, Tranthu's voice echoes, "We're almost there. Behind Tu Diep are the people riding on Loi Dieu, and you keep reminding to follow Tu Diep." Then, Tranthu's group passed by a pack of firewolves resting. Seeing them, Tranthu looked quite pleased, as expected. A level Haktiet mutated firewolf. Then he gave the order, and the Thunderbird descended, listening to his command and landing near the 7 fire crows. Tranthu's group hid behind a large rock, and he signaled to prepare. At this moment, a firehawk has detected something unusual and growled to alert the entire flock. Grow, retreat quickly." The fire beast's alertness surprises Tranthu. Damn, so agile and quick? Still, you not only stay calm, but get even more excited. Then I won't hold back anymore. Next, you summon Husky. "Husky, come out." When summoned, it sits facing Hoako and barks. "Let's go." Hoako gently growled in response. "Yeah." Strange thing is, Husky isn't afraid. It even walks around it and sniffs, making it freeze like a phone stuck on 2G signal. Tranthu couldn't bear to watch anymore and had to call for help, Slim. Suddenly, the giant Slim falls from the sky, ready to crush the fire cannon. Only then does the fire cannon realize it has been tricked. To prevent it from escaping, Sim quickly used his oversized body to pin it down and even shrank the fire cannon back to size. But it still couldn't struggle free. After witnessing the quick match just now, Tonam had to be amazed.
Your skills are so fast, and as the battle begins, the giant transformation is almost over. Tran Thu didn't explain much and simply said, "Just watch."
At the same time, Sim stopped shrinking, which surprised Tonam even more, and he could even control the skill exponentially. What is the benefit of the black iron level star? Tran Thu modestly waved his hand and said, "We should focus on dealing with this mutated light demon dog now." While the fire cannon is angrily watching you, clearly ignoring its feelings. He ordered Husky, who was eagerly waiting for the command, and Husky charged forward, showing off a fierce expression and barking loudly. Following his master's command, Husky ran up and stood in front of the fire cannon. Husky sticks out its tongue, staring intently at the fire dog. The fire dog, feeling the gaze, glances away and barks loudly. Suddenly, Husky rushed forward, growling, scaring it so much that its fur bristled like durian spikes. Husky's attack caused multiple large explosions, leaving DM Quien unable to resist. Not stopping there, it continues to cast a death magic mouth. This time, the ability is an ice curse, and DM Quien is frozen solid and unable to move. Tran Thu proudly looked at Husky and praised it. It was roasted and then frozen. Husky really knows how to plan ahead. Over here, Tonam and Tu Tin are holding crosses and praying. Amen. You walk over to DM Quien's corpse, fiddling with it with a delighted look, and remind him. Stop saying amen and take the royal beast pearl first. Once you find the gem, hold it up and call out, "Let's go to the next place." The two Dong Than responded, "All right." After a while, Lady Diao waited for everyone to fly away. A few minutes later, all three of them landed and sat together around the campfire. Tran Thu holds the piece of meat and laments, the powerful beast struggling a bit. "We haven't found the Lord for a day, only 3 bloodline mutated beasts. You suggest we keep moving forward and see what happens?" Tanam shook his head, showing disagreement. "Even going deeper inside, there's no guarantee you'll find it. It would be great if we could create a coincidence, like at the Ice Canyon." Tu Ting also raised his hand to disagree with your opinion. "Come on, that time attracted many fierce beast lords." He nodded and turned to him hesitantly, but the Ice Canyon.
Tu Ting visualized and analyzed the explosion. The Ice Canyon Lord was completely wiped out because they enjoyed burying others.
Hearing him say that, Tran Thu hesitated for a moment. After a moment of thought, he stood up and decided to move somewhere else, starting to hunt normal monsters tomorrow. With nothing more to say, the two of them immediately agreed. All right. Slim seriously chases after the beast to catch it. For the next 6 days, the three of them began slaughtering ordinary monsters. 6 days later, Slim stood proudly in front of a group of rabbits, frightening them. The three of us are sitting comfortably on the Thunderbird's back watching a show. Lao Ta Xiaotin, do you think we still have a part in this? Tanam shyly explained with tears in her eyes. Yes, we tried our best, but really couldn't find the Lord. Tran Thu sighed in frustration. Oh, then you fell back and looked up at the sky to enjoy it. So, in this world, being strong is also wrong? That seemingly ordinary remark left Tu Tin and Tonam speechless. Below, Husky and Slim happily chase after the ferocious beasts. Gao Gao! Tran Thu poked her head out and ordered it from the winged bird. Slim stops, shakes itself a few times. Even though it doesn't want to go anywhere, it still moves, feeling sad. Husky swooped down to sniff the beasts, confirming they were edible, then happily grabbed each one to put into the bag. After finishing, Husky flew up to carry the bird, holding a bag of food in its mouth. Tran Thu took the bag and sighed as if she were a hunter having a hard day. Suddenly you suggest confusing them. Oh right, let's stay nearby tonight. What if you show your sharp teeth with excitement and those rabbits lead the Lord here? Then we will become rich. That day they lit a big fire to roast rabbit meat. Husky happily squealed and jumped around excitedly, then sat down and let out a long howl. Tran Thu quickly covered the meat bag with her hand, startling him. Husky sank down dejectedly, crying. You bite into the large piece of meat with a displeased look, thinking if things continue like this, the exam will become somewhat calm. But is it that I can't show the fierce aura of Namjiang? Tu Ting, sitting beside, replied, Everything is going very well. Our victory is complete, and we have definitely gained extra points. He calculated that our team accumulated 255 points over the past few days, so we should have at least 185 points. Just 185. Husky still approaches and nudges Tran Thu, begging. He looks at its excited face with helplessness. Tran Thu had no choice but to give it a whole chicken. Something worthless. Husky, now human, decisively refused. It points to the demanding jars of spices, and Tran Thu feels even more hopeless, but can only let it go. Maybe he's also quite a picky.
When he saw you sprinkling spices on the meat, Husky's eyes lit up. It happily enjoys the delicious food, while Tu Tin on this side is feeding Loi Dieu, reminding Tran Thu. Tran Bai, you're already at the level of black iron, so you need to pay attention to the right food for the spirit contract. He explains everything clearly to you. The beast domain isn't enough to sustain the energy consumption of the black iron level. They need to eat every day. A proper diet and high-quality food can enhance the strength of the spirit contract. Tran Thu happily responds with a smile. Okay, when we get back, I'll have Dolly set up a proper menu. Tanam is feeding Xiao Di over here. Come on, you should have a little too. Tran Thu suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, Does it eat meat? Hearing that, he quickly clarified nonsense. You don't like meat, understand? Hearing that, Xiao Di's face momentarily froze. Then she sneered disdainfully at Tonam. Xiao Di immediately showed signs of discomfort. It writhed in anger, leaving all three of them helpless. Tran Thu glanced at the probing look and asked, Are you sure you don't dislike meat? Tanam denied and questioned back in protest. This meat isn't toxic, right? Suddenly he realized the problem and stood up shouting, No, there are powerful monsters approaching. Xiao Di's eyes shine brightly as he guesses it's not just one. After deciphering its question, all three run up the hill together. Tanam pulls Tran Thu up while Lei Dieu patiently waits. He turned back and looked behind him, feeling uneasy. Could it be that our slaughter of ordinary ferocious beasts these days has caused the beast lords to unite? Suddenly the two of them turned back curiously and asked, Do it? Tran Thu waved his hand, immediately refusing to do it, and at most the little prince could only fight one. From the spirit stone, Husky is climbing up. Wasn't there still a husky? It happily enjoys the piece of meat, ignoring everyone. Tran Thu gently called out, Husky. Seeing its clueless expression, he crossed his arms in frustration. Are you trying to be funny? The two of them immediately raised their hands to push away, apologizing awkwardly. Sorry to bother you. Tran Thu reached into his pocket and fumbled around. Wait a moment. He pulls out a bottle of black diarrhea medicine. Tran Thu's devilish face makes them fear and step back. Damn it, don't get agitated. We can't be angry at those savage beasts. Yes, yes, yes. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. You smile angelically and point at the bottle. It's just an ordinary medicine. Are you thinking of something? They were startled and cursed back. It's just normal medicine, you idiot. Tran Thu lifted it and turned away, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, I have control over it. Then he jumped down from Loi Dieu's back and quickly grabbed a piece of meat. Tran Thu pours the medicine from inside and happily asks for help afterward. Old Ta, mark the rabbit meat a little. Little Diep then glows to create magic, her eyes flickering, wings flapping rapidly, and the areas emitting blue light are all toxin containers. Now let's go and see what kind of fun is waiting for us. The fragrant pieces of meat spread their aroma, and the group hid behind the rocks to observe. After a while, the Fireclaw leopard appeared, a large bird with golden feathers and the sharp eyes of a white tram rooster, while the black crow also made an appearance. The four spirit beasts eyed the delicious meat, surrounding it cautiously as they slowly approached, but none could resist the allure of the food. Tran Thu's group watched eagerly, ready for the upcoming spectacle. Hua Trao licked its lips eagerly. The white-feathered rooster and the black crow couldn't resist and took a bite right away. The Kwangduk bird and the Fireclaw hawk didn't hesitate to bite into the large rabbit meat. The white tram chicken and the black crow also ate enthusiastically. Does Tu Tin worry that these lords won't explode into pieces? Swallowing a nuclear bomb would mean death, right? Hearing that, Tran Thu angrily shouted, Are you colorblind? Nuclear bombs are gray. I can't believe you don't know that. Your words only deepened their confusion, and suddenly Tran Thu's face turned sinister. Although they won't explode, they'll still be uncomfortable. The smile loses its humanity when making a decision, so tonight we will act. The four spirits quickly finished eating, each one full and bloated. Only then did they become wary of each other, their eyes filled with arrows of resentment, and then they all turned their heads, each running in a different direction. A look of joy immediately appeared on Tran Thu's face. The symbol had already entered their bodies. He immediately turned around and signaled Tu Tin and To Nam to follow. It didn't take long for Lei Dieu to catch up and find Kwang Duk Dieu's nest. It is commanding the entire flock to follow and then takes flight ahead, with the others trailing behind. But at this moment, Kwang Duk suddenly froze. Tao Tao couldn't stop him, causing him to burst through the sky between the blue sky and white sun. Kwang Duk's entire body fell freely from the sky. The constant crashing sounds made it droop its feathers. Experiencing this for the first time, Kwang Duk Dieu felt helpless enough to shed tears. It bowed its head, trembling as it left the place to vent its sorrow. Just when it seemed everything was over,
The chattering sound rang out again, forcing Kwangduk-do to hurriedly return to its old hiding spot. The foul smell quickly spread everywhere, forcing the entire flock to cover their noses with their wings in utter resignation, but it showed no signs of stopping and kept releasing fumes non-stop. After just a few minutes, it collapsed completely exhausted on the spot. Tranthu seems very pleased with her work. Ha ha ha. Then he volunteered to crawl up the rock so I could go first. At that moment, Kwangduk-do suddenly sprang up, trembling all over. Tranthu quickly hid behind the rock. Damn it, I thought it had just been taken down. Not long after, it gathered all its strength and dropped a really big bomb. The spot where you're standing is just behind it, so that's the direction you chose. Damn it. It smells so bad. Tranthu quickly took out a sack. Luckily, he still had one. Just needed a little modification to make a perfect mask. After putting on the mask, Tranthu continued crawling closer to Kwangduk-do. You found a suitable position right behind it, more or less. Taking advantage of its inattention, Tranthu immediately summoned Slim. By the time it realized the spirit's presence, it was already too late. Slim's enormous body crushes Kwangduk's bird, rendering it immobile. Tranthu happily brushes off his hands. Truly, very simple. Now he finally called Tutin and Tonam, saying, "Come out, don't hide anymore." He immediately signaled Loi Dieu to fly over. "Let's go." After observing the situation, Tranthu reminds them they haven't noticed yet. Fly up first. Although Slim has control over the people below, the Kwangduk bird still keeps struggling to escape. When the opportunity arises, he gently pets and calls out to Husky. Having received the order, it immediately went into attack mode, releasing countless golden orbs from its mouth. Kwangduk-do couldn't escape, lying still as it took the full brunt of the attack. It cried out in pain, as if signaling for help. The entire flock, flying in the sky, quickly received the signal and only then realized their leader had been taken control of. The Kwangduk bird shouted in anger, as if to say, "I'm risking everything with you guys." Then they all changed direction and flew toward Tranthu's group, forming a net of Kwangduk-do in front of them. Seeing the situation was not good, Tranthu warned cautiously, "Get away, don't confront it. There are too many birds. If they collide, it could cause trouble. Don't waste time." Tutin quickly signaled Loi Dieu to fly up. The wings fluttered like blades, slicing through the air as they flew rapidly toward them. One of the birds suddenly turned back and screeched, ignoring them. The entire flock immediately changed direction and surrounded Slim. The Lord shouted an order, "Kill the one on me first." Upon receiving the command, the entire flock unleashed their innate skill, feather slash, sending countless daggers toward the spirit. Seeing that, Tranthu couldn't help but praise. This beast is somewhat clever, knowing to run away first. Then Slim activated the Tui Mongsat state, and a yellow protective layer appeared around it. It was like a shield blocking the fiery rain of slashes, but only for a few minutes before a series of explosions echoed out and Slim's body disappeared into the smoke. The protective layer was broken. A long gash was cut across its body. Tranthu couldn't believe it. The 100,000 slash could break Tui Mongsat's defense, so it seems only quick and decisive strikes will do. He immediately ordered Husky to charge, catch the bandits, but first capture the king. Kill the Lord first. A stream of blue light shot out from its mouth directly at Lord Kwangduk-do. Husky tilted his head back and howled, spewing a blazing fire that startled even Tranthu. Seeing the rain of fire falling toward them, Sui quickly dodged to the side. Another loud explosion echoes, and as the dust settles, Kwangduk-do's body is revealed, causing the entire flock to scream out in horror at this tragic sight. Immediately afterward, they hurriedly fled, fearing they would become the next victims. As Loi Dieu landed, Tonam grabbed a knife and laughed loudly, revealing a pile of good materials. So Tin asked what we should do next, and Tranthu cheerfully replied, "Of course, go deal with the remaining 3. After dealing with the bright-winged bird, they continued their journey, following the trail all the way to a volcano where they finally found the Fireclaw. At noon, all the spirits are fighting hard. By evening, everyone happily captures this glorious moment together. Tranthu happily looked at her phone, feeling pretty good now that they've defeated 4 lords. We can find a place to rest for a bit. After completing the mission, Loi Dieu flapped his wings and flew away, but they didn't notice that a shadow had been lurking behind them for a long time. As night falls, only the lonely moon continues to shine. Hut Ki and Loi Dieu lean on each other, enjoying the quiet of the late night. Tranthu is just now slowly opening his eyes after a long sleep. Oh, it was such a comfortable sleep. Tanam, who is beside him, suggests they find something to eat. As she stepped outside, Tutin couldn't hide her extreme excitement. "Let's eat." Just then, his dog-like nose began to work. "Tranbi, do you smell anything?" Tranthu closed her eyes and let her senses drift to detect the foul smell in the air, then suddenly pointed directly at each person. Damn it, who hid the monster's feces? You suddenly turned around and looked behind with a cold gaze, only to see Husky happily barking a few times. Gao, gao! The three of them froze instantly, and Tonam even suggested, Tron B. Is that your diarrhea medicine? Did we not deal with the hung beast's corpse, or was it eaten by another beast? Hearing that, Tran Thu looked uncomfortable. Maybe not. It's also the first time I used it. Next, try to change the subject by pushing the other two to find something to eat. I'm so hungry I can barely stand it. So the three brothers continued riding on the back of the Loi Dieu. All right, I'll let you off the hook for now. However, every nerve in Tanam's body kept tingling. Is this smell maybe a bit too much? They all instinctively pinched their noses at the same time. Tu Tin barely managed to say, I can't take it anymore. In situations like this, Tran Shu starts acting recklessly. Don't worry, I brought something with me. Seeing you pull out all sorts of things from nowhere, they were sweating cold sweat. How did you manage to stuff all this in? The magic bag has reached the bottom. Tran Thu exclaimed happily. Found it, then take out 3 masks. Here, take it. Tanam and Tu Tin immediately counter with their second trick, spraying glue to block the way. But this method still doesn't reassure him, and Bang Huang also notices that you're still carrying a gas mask. Did you plan to put in diarrhea medicine from the start? Before Tanam's accusation, Tran Thu immediately defended herself. How could it be? I just have extensive survival experience. What if I end up in a toxic environment? He and Tu Tin both crossed their arms and showed a devilish expression before believing. Hurry up and urge them. All right, put it on quickly. Let's go now. There's no other way. Tanam had to hurriedly wear it before the mask broke, so he could breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the atmosphere returned to normal. Suddenly, a very affectionate call came from behind. It was Domin and Du Tho flying over. Because he was busy with many things, he shyly scratched his head and asked, Can I borrow a gas mask? Hearing someone in need of help, a bold idea suddenly came to Tran Thu's mind. He waved his hand happily and said, Teacher, luckily you are our supervisor. If it had been someone else, I might have lent it to you already. Can Domin immediately jumped to questions about this student? Tran Thu propped his chin and playfully said, The fierce Nam Jiang student has never beaten around the bush. Even with a premeditated plan, he still hesitated when showing his price with 5 fingers. Just one sentence. 500,000. Domin rubbed his head in frustration and could only stand there muttering to himself, annoyed that someone was extorting the teacher at the exam school. Without waiting for him to say another word, Tran Thu launched into a multi-level marketing pitch. Teacher, just 50,000 will get you incredibly fresh air. But Domin still firmly refused. Come on, I don't have any money. Seeing the guy leave, he still shouted his sales pitch. You have to seize the opportunity. Master, it didn't end there. Tran Thu then smiled wickedly. He wants to follow us, so let's fly toward a smellier direction. Tanam and Tu Tin, infected, immediately agreed. All right. Loi Dieu quickly flapped its wings and flew ahead. Half an hour later, Domin, who had been following behind, finally left because the smell here was too terrible. There's no other choice. I have to pay the weak price, just a little cheaper. 50,000, is that okay? Tin and Tran Thu immediately turned their heads back with a wicked smile. Tanam and Tran Thu both happily agreed to the deal. He firmly threw the mask towards Domin and caught it. Receiving the mask, he immediately put it on and let out a relieved sigh. At the same time, the flames fly across the migration group. They happily take off, soaring high to enjoy the warm sunshine. Suddenly, the water below shows signs of movement, constantly making sounds as if something is stirring. The surface instantly freezes over, causing sharp, rigid waves to rise up. The thick ice surface rising above the lake made the air feel colder. The fire demons were stunned by this. They spit fire trying to break through the thick ice, but the more fire they use, the thicker and more numerous the ice layers become. Watching the ice gradually rise and cover the ground, the frenzied beast slowly steps up from beneath the ice. It roars loudly in anger after being awakened from a long sleep. Kuang Su's roar echoes across the sky. All the surrounding animals, from small to large, trembled in fear as they heard it. Domin exclaimed in panic. The terrifying pressure blocks their path with a huge ice sheet. Tanam and Tu Tin seem to think he's a big guy, at least level black iron. Tranbi, what should we do? Tran Thu smirked and said, Let's think this through first. If we can't win, then run. He then pointed in a direction for Loi Dieu. Little Loi, let's go. He immediately shouted, You fools, are you crazy? Domin anxiously called back, Don't go, I haven't even guaranteed I can win. Hearing that, all 3 of them exclaimed in shock. You can't win the fight? He confidently affirmed. That's right. Seeing that, the hidden 100-point love points clearly appeared in the minds of the 3. They eagerly volunteered to fight, And on the last day of the exam, some even stepped forward to give points. This is the maximum score we can achieve here.
The shock caused by the appearance of the white lion has caused quite a chaos among the native ferocious beasts.
All the witnessing students are so stunned they almost fall over. What is going on? They are so panicked that they are sweating more than a waterfall. Is the beast here already taking medicine? Damn it, it can't be that unlucky. At this very moment, Wusong noticed the Thunder Eagle, which was especially familiar in front of him. And with all the events he had to handle beforehand, he was certain of it. Oh my god, it's Tran Thu again. With such a big commotion this time, what did he do? Digging up a ferocious beast? Then he decisively gave an urgent command to all the cubs. Disperse now! As soon as he finished, they all ran away quickly without looking back. Meanwhile, Tran Thu and his group are on the Thunderbird at the source of the commotion, facing a series of options to deal with the situation. The options are to have Do Min act, to calmly run away, to fight to the death with the king for the engraved hero's tablet, or to seek the king's forgiveness. The choice is clear, but Tran Thu identified the common point. This time, the options given by the system are all about giving up. It seems this beast is truly formidable. This makes him fall into deep thought, but then he glances at the precious treasure below and thinks, herbal medicine and rare stones, just that alone is enough for Tran Thu to decide. So maybe I should give it a try. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his contracted spirit, Sizzle. Similarly to its master, it was unafraid and furrowed its brow as it charged straight at the fierce lion-level king beast. Thud. Of course, Tran Thu would never forget the unique skill of the giant spirit, followed by a move that forced the white lion to dislocate its jaw. Never stopping here, he also called out to command Tu Tin's spirit contract. At this moment, Lei Diao just swooped past, separating Slim and the beast, creating an opening for Tran Thu to raise his hand and recall. Slim pulls out, and suddenly, out of nowhere, he has a bunch of special medicine bottles. Next, at the same time, the white lion was still shaking its head after the dizziness caused by Sim's headbutt. By the time he truly regained his senses, it immediately activated a fierce energy that caused a Zhen Dong. In just a moment, the previously exposed area was completely covered, making Tran Thu feel so excited. Have all 7 ferocious beasts arrived? He was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he seemed extremely excited. It looks like he can only cause trouble once. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the items in his hands away. It turns out that just one station and that potion are the source of the catastrophic explosion, as a series of deafening rumbles echo non-stop following Tran Thu's words. This can only explode once. Let's head back to the base quickly. You firmly emphasized to Tu Tin that returning to the base is the only way to be safe. He didn't ask anything, just nodded in acknowledgement. Then he immediately commanded the Thunderbird to escape from the thick smoke and bones, soaring high and far at an incredible speed. Even more frightening, aside from a few injuries, the white lion's strength remains abundant. It roars with authority and commands its companions. Yeah, keep chasing. Somewhere nearby, someone is drinking water and not at all at peace. So it's actually Diep Bin enjoying a moment of peace who suddenly has to sit up and pay attention. What's going on? The very next second, he spat out water in shock upon witnessing a chase scene between a monarch-level beast and a thunder spirit bird, and Tran Thu, who had just arrived, was no longer the excited person from before, now screaming like he was being slaughtered. Old man Diep saved his life. At the same time, Diep Bin was already furious at the chaos he had to face. That damn brat is causing trouble again. Even though I scold him, when students are in danger, I won't back down, even if the enemy is a king-level beast. His tightly furrowed brows and decisive movements of his hands reveal a seasoned Yip Bing. In just a moment, a tall figure with a presence no less than a white lion was summoned. It turns out that not only is it not inferior, but the power and size of Great Hung just summoned make the Beast King in front of me look like a puppy. Truly, except for it, the rest all flew away like a kite with a broken string after Great Hung's roar. And just at this moment, Vo Song, after organizing the students, ran over with anger clearly etched into his brow. A day without causing trouble, and your hands and feet start to itch, right? In just a moment, the black and white serpent is summoned with an oppressive breath. Then the white lion made Tran Thu's group run back and forth, just like a toy ball for Dai Hung and Hak Bak. Remember that only the Fool Trio could finally breathe a sigh of relief in peace, finally safe. Besides, you also forgot to turn and ask Vo Song with a suspicious tone. That's right, I saw everyone returning already. Did the exam end early? Of course, it was replaced by a scolding even more fierce than armor from his position. You even said that I caused chaos in another dimension, forcing us to end early. The blame coming so suddenly like this rainstorm made Tran Thu really panic. I didn't do anything, why me? As soon as he finished speaking, Domin quickly interrupted and presented the evidence to Vo Song. This is the exam record. As Diep Bin and the old man focus on the weekend movie segment, Tran Thu on the other side already knows what she has done and keeps retreating, whispering to her companion, "Let's go quickly." Unfortunately, the black and white giant dragon doesn't make it easy for everyone to seize the chance to escape from this danger. His sharp eyes showed no anger in Diep Bin's imagination. He has stolen the treasure of a prince-level lord. Where else could he go now? Sweat dripped down the young Tran Thu's face as if he didn't need money, and his lips were trembling. So is he planning to settle the score later? Even though he was caught, he still struggled to defend himself with a helpless tone. "What is that?" Everyone listened to my explanation, and despite Tran Thu's frantic protests, Vo Song's attitude remained unchanged. "In the end, you explained yourself until you ran out of breath, but it seemed like nothing changed." That's just how it is. At this point, Diep Bin also feels helpless and decides to let it go. "All right, you should go back to the hotel and rest first." In the end, Tran Thu finally had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief, as if she had managed to deceive them. Tu Tin beside her also relaxed a little, indeed. But To Nam, feeling quite unstable, clung tightly to the source of the event and burst into loud tears. Hoo, I was so scared just now. This look is not only unworthy of sympathy, but also crushed by both Tran Thu and the others. Get out. Soon this place returned to silence. The sky shifted to night with terrifying eyes lurking. The quiet late night is truly perfect for those who need to do things in secret. A figure resembling, or perhaps even Diep Bin, seemed to have realized something and headed back to the scene of the White Lion incident from this morning. Under the gentle morning sunlight, the bus slowly started on the road with no other vehicles in sight. Tran Thu relaxed on the chair and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Finally, almost home. Then she turned to ask Xiao Wu's group how the three of them did. She replied calmly and modestly, at a level that could easily get her into a prestigious university in the capital. Than Han, over on the other side, looked a bit shy as he continued, I will also attend university in the capital, and Ha Bang is not much different." "Me too." Hearing this news, Tran Thu naturally knew her own outcome and had to shout out, "Then that's good. If anything happens, you can come to Hua Ha Academy to find me." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to gather all her courage and was about to speak. Unfortunately, before Ha Bang could express her feelings, he blurted out a cheesy slogan that killed the mood. "Everyone is friends. Get 10% off." With just one word, it shows how powerful Tran Thu's ability to destroy a romantic atmosphere is. And only when the sun is about to set does the vehicle carrying the nation's future finally stop amid cheers, returning home at last. Tu Tin, coming from behind, couldn't help but feel helpless as he assessed you. My brother, being single is also understandable, but with a guy like Tran Thu who seems to lack emotional connection, it's too hard to explain. "What do you mean by saying that?" He didn't bother to explain and just changed the subject. "Let's go, we're here, get off the car." Even though I still don't understand everything, I don't pay too much attention. All right. Once the students return, the parents' greetings will surely be waiting early. "How was the exam?" "I heard there was an unexpected incident at your testing site." The constant inquiries kept ringing out. "Are you hurt?" Even Tran Vu approached with concern, saying, "Son, are you okay?" But just as Tran Thu was about to reply, his warm, fatherly concern suddenly shifted to a more urgent matter. "Are you all okay? Is the other space also safe?" The words that contradicted the crowd left him stunned. What is going on here? Shouldn't a father normally ask about his son's situation? And also, it's fine if you're worried about your friends, but why are you concerned about another dimension? Doesn't that mean the father already understands his son perfectly, given his cheerful and bright demeanor? And then, Tran Wu is no different from a friend accompanying his son. "Let's go now. I will take care of you and bring you home to enjoy some good food." Suddenly, before leaving, Tran Thu called out, "Tio Tin?" Tu Ting immediately turned around and raised her eyebrows in suspicion. What's wrong? That old familiar bag suddenly reappears right in this situation. Tran Vu was stunned. "Where did you get that?" Except for those directly involved, all the students and parents who saw it were frightened and stepped back. Tran Thu helplessly held the bag, which seemed to contain something. "What are you afraid of?" "I didn't mean to do anything." "You happily hand the bag to Tu Tin. This is your loot from today. Handle it." Tran Thu thought about the spirit creature as he spoke. "Also, I'm not sure about the White Lion's treasure. Your family's beast-taming business might fetch a good price." Tu Tin nodded happily, then waved goodbye to him and turned around, saying, "See you later." The sky finally darkened, and the moonlight illuminated the entire city. At Tran Thu's house, he and his parents were enjoying dinner together. Lin Dan happily asked while serving food, "How is it going, son?" Tran Thu grinned widely, making a drunken gesture with his eyes and hands. "Fine." Tran Vu scoffed mockingly and confidently headed into the factory. Because he didn't want to be looked down on, he started to get angry and determined. Going to the factory? No way, his son would take over the Huaha Academy. His mother smiled reassuringly. The Huaha Academy is also good, and by then, Phuong Tu Dai Luke will have friends too. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Oh, right, I forgot to tell Phuong Tu Dai Luke. Then, in Tran Thu's room, he lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. Tran Thu sent a message in the chat group. Both close friends Zuo Nan and Tu Tin are fine with the goat. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the phone saying, "You have successfully leveled up to Black Iron and can now log into the Beast Tamer Guild account." The news surprised him, so fast. "I just reached Black Iron level not long ago. I didn't expect the online guild would send news so quickly. Truly a state-run website." Tran Thu hurriedly pressed the link button on the screen. The recognition system immediately appeared. It scans your entire face. When it's done, the system notifies that Tran Thu has successfully logged in. It then displayed 3 tiers from top to bottom: golden, silver, and black iron. Of course, Tran Thu pressed the black iron button without hesitation. The system continued to display 3 options: treasure trading, information exchange, and beast mastery experience. Seeing the amount he had to pay for the items, Tran Thu was shocked and nearly lost his mind. Damn it, why is everything so expensive? He sighed as he held his phone and started crying. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Suddenly, Tran Thu remembered something, his eyes shining like car headlights, and he just remembered he still had a customization skill. His face turned serious as he kept tapping his phone repeatedly. It seems he needs to plan carefully. After a while, Tran Thu felt dizzy and stopped watching. This website's system is too complicated, so he tosses his phone aside and plans to ask old Lee about it tomorrow. Soon, he falls asleep. After a long time of tinkering, it was already late at night. While still deeply asleep, a call from Tu Tin Tin suddenly came in. Tran Thu was immediately awakened, groggily pressed the answer button. Who is this? Early in the morning, Tu Tin excitedly shouted, startling Tran Thu so much that she almost dropped her heart. Tran Bai, we're about to get rich. Tu Tin suddenly remembered something. What did he mean earlier when he said, you got rich? Then he stood up, leaned close to Tran Thu's ear, and whispered, your stone is worth nearly 100 million. You're nibbling on your fried dough stick when suddenly you panic like you've seen a ghost. Nearly 100 million. Nearly 100 million. From Tin calmly analyzes that this stone is called a divine treasure, classified as black iron, with only one function: permanently increasing attributes. 2 stones, one with fire attribute and one with light attribute, can boost attributes by about 10%. Hearing that, Tran Thu's eyes sparkled with happiness as she thought of Husky. The attribute boost was just right for Husky. I'll sell it. Tran Thu looked at To Nam and Tu Tin discussing and said, with the 200 million sold, we split the money evenly. He happily stretched his arms and then relaxed, finally having finished dealing with the increase. Where are we going later? As soon as he finished speaking, he yawned deeply, and To Nam answered his earlier question. Laoli is hosting a class party, but he looks frowning and not very happy. Anyway, I see you're very sleepy, so why don't you go home and get some rest? Tran Thu confidently, with a face full of self-assurance. No problem. Sleep at 4, wake up at 7. King Yama, I feel healthy, so I'll do as I say. Yeah, I'll do as Yanidiyama Apui. Tin Feng, let's go ahead now. It's getting late, so we should leave. Tanam drapes her arm around Tu Tin's neck, smiling happily. All right. After walking for a while, the 3 of them arrived at a very beautiful restaurant. The place was bustling with people dining. Tran Thu stops in front of a bag, and the 3 of them confidently stand and look inside. The people in the restaurant saw him panic and shout out loud. Tran Thu has arrived. Seeing everyone's panic, Tran Thu spoke to reassure them. Don't worry, today I won't exist. I won't bring out the sack. Keep chatting. Tran Thu came here to meet Vo Sung. Seeing him, he immediately said, Master Lai, I have something I want to ask you. Everyone in the shop let out a relieved sigh. It seems he really won't do anything to us. He looked at Vo Song innocently and asked, Teacher Lai, do you know any skills that would suit my husky? I want to give it a new skill. Many names appeared in his mind, but they were all crossed out. I'll let you think about that. At the large high school, teachers all look ahead to observe something. The screen shows the actions of the students, including Tran Thu Tu Tin and To Nam, who are happily spreading diarrhea medicine on a roasted rabbit. Its smoke forced the White Lion and Lei Diao to run away, leaving their pants behind. The teachers watched in stunned silence at the scene.
Xin anh dừng dậy trong giận dữ. Vậy là chuyện mà một học sinh cấp 3 cụ thể lắm sao?
Cao Trock sternly retorted.
In theory, it's not like a high school student, but in practice, haven't we already investigated his identity?
Mu Wiem also replied seriously. Compared to domestic wanted criminals, there's no issue. He then asked him, what about international fugitives? He looked confused and hurriedly explained, not that serious, right? But Cao Trock became extremely angry. I think that's enough. Let me see. Mock Wiem holding the iPad in Lou's search, I checked, and indeed there were no records. Daibin was also helpless before their laziness, saying there was nothing. Sinhan seriously asked for everyone's opinion, so what should we do now? Give him a score or the maximum? Cao Trock quickly waved his finger to oppose, saying, I don't think it's right. His behavior is too arrogant, and he doesn't seem to consider the consequences. Then he solemnly explained, luckily, this is an exam with supervisors watching over. If it were a normal situation, who knows how many casualties there could be. I suggest 180 points, while the maximum is 250. But Jiang Yan disagreed with Cao Trock's opinion. I don't see it that way. I think both his combat experience and beast taming skills are very good, so he should be accepted. Thinhan also agreed, and I also share Professor Jiang Van's opinion. He was interested in analyzing the details. A student daring to attract the attention of feral beasts already scores maximum points just for having a fearless heart. Moreover, Shinhan shrugged and cheerfully retorted, since when do students from Huaxia fear accepting troublemakers? At first, the goal was to truly cultivate talented individuals. Wasting resources on ordinary people isn't worth it, right? Cao Trock felt so angry he almost vomited blood. You didn't bring the angry guy, so I will continue discussing. If that's the case, then let's agree. 254 points are considered an intermediate score. Dibin and Jiang Yan both agreed. Agreed. Mock Wiem happily confirms the deal is settled. Tran Bai, do you think the innate skill of Fire Flame Coverlord to maintain attack suits Husky? The phone screen displayed information about a sustained attack skill, with damage increasing by 1% and an additional 3 minutes of duration. Vosong, confused, explained, that's not right, I still feel something's off. Using only one skill can only increase damage by 1%, so the fight can't last long. Then he looked at his phone and said, Husky doesn't have many skills to add either. Maybe we should look at something else instead. Tran Thu hesitated but agreed. Then I'll follow the master's advice. The system suddenly appeared before him with 3 skill options: Sustain Attack, Unleash Lightning, and Spear Assault. Each time she completed one, her score increased by 1. Tran Thu felt delighted, her smile gradually losing its humanity as she reveled in her joy. Isn't it time for the level-up skills to come? An idea occurred to you. Wait a moment, teacher, I want this. From that day on, Tran Thu started adjusting each item according to her own ideas. In the following days, he dedicated himself to studying new herbs to enhance his strength, as time quietly passed until the official announcement day arrived. At this moment, in a lively internet cafe, excited murmurs spread. Oh my God, there's a master. Come quick and see, she's got 605. Everyone's eyes are glued to the screen, chattering. Over 600 points, right? A student from the special class? The moment the results appeared, the girl burst out laughing with joy. Oh my God, I passed! I passed! While everyone else was celebrating loudly, Quat Tran Thu casually said, young people really still lack understanding. Hey, teens, Lao Ta, what scores did you guys get? Tanam widened his eyes, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at the result display showing 625 points. Next to Ahim, Tutin also looked shocked and quickly responded with 642 points. Hearing that incredible number, Tran Thu nodded in satisfaction and pressed to view. Very good, now it's my turn. The score data immediately displayed 400 in culture, followed by 20 in potential, 245 in combat plus 20 from the provincial exam, and finally a total score of 685. As soon as everyone saw the results, they all buzzed with excitement. Oh my God, you got the maximum in culture? Is this even possible for someone like you? This is the real expert. Just now, a total score of 605 means nothing. The crowd cheered loudly, but Tran Thu just shrugged lazily like a lazy scholar. No big deal, just a perfect score. Everyone, please stay calm. I'm just a poor student. At that moment, someone shouted loudly with shining eyes upon recognizing me. Oh my God, this person is the aggressive Nam Jiang. Tran Thu. As soon as they heard the idol's names, everyone rushed over, shouting, The fierce one is the fierce one. My fierce one, I love you, please sign for me. Seeing the situation starting to get out of control, Tran Thu muttered to himself. Damn it, the situation is getting worse. Without hesitation, you turn around and run to save yourself. Run fast! Tutin and Tonam are left trapped in the chaos, shouting and struggling in desperation. I'm not aggressive. Don't kiss me. Don't pull down my pants. Let go. Outside the internet cafe, Tron Thu took a deep breath and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, everyone dispersed, probably okay now. But as Tutin hesitantly stepped out, she started complaining non-stop. Tran Tu, it's all because of you. He looked so frustrated with that lipstick smudge all over him. I got kissed by a bunch of men and ended up in a terrible state. Seeing her helpless state, Tran Thu was stunned. Where is old Ta? Tutin slowly wiped his face, exhausted. The situation is too chaotic. I can't see clearly, maybe a bit desperate, still staying inside the 3 zones, not daring to go out. Who said that all of a sudden? Tanam appears completely unharmed in the morning, but her legs are trembling violently. Seeing that he remains intact without a scratch, Tron Thu praises him. Well done, old Ta. You do have some strength. Tutin happily leaned on his shoulder and teased, If you're okay, why are your legs trembling like that? Yet, Tonam only shook his head silently with an expression of helplessness. He lifted his face with tears streaming down. My pants were torn apart by someone. Then she choked on her words as if she had lost something irreparable, while the other 2 just stared blankly at the wind-blown area. Tonam looked sadly at Tutin and Tran Thu, holding back a laugh, and asked, What are you still looking at me for? It's getting late, let's go home. Both of them trembled and immediately turned their heads away in agreement. All right. In the end, the 3 of them left that place calmly, as if nothing had happened. They had just walked a little way when they suddenly stopped, then turned to put their arms around each other in silence, as if they had already understood each other. And then all 3 burst into laughter, their triumphant voices echoing through the busy streets. Ha ha ha! That night, in Tran Thu's quiet house, he muttered to himself, maybe his achievements could get him into the Huaha Academy. I was just watching Slim and the mischievous Husky tearing up the corner of the room, thinking nothing was out of the ordinary when suddenly I remembered that tomorrow the admission notice and the custom skill would arrive. Tran Thu suddenly remembered the faces of acquaintances in the Huaha Academy, all geniuses like Sister Fuang Tu, then turned back to his spirit and muttered calculations. Besides leveling up Husky's skill, I also need to prepare some items for emergencies. Suddenly, a sly smile crept on his lips. Time to make some diarrhea medicine. Thinking quickly, Tran Thu closed his eyes and focused his spiritual power to swirl around him. His hands moved non-stop among the ingredients to prepare the potion. Time passes and the morning light gradually fills the house. I yawn tiredly and stretch, finally finishing my training. Then I climbed into bed, pulled the blanket over my body, hoping for a peaceful, beautiful sleep. But before I could even close my eyes, there was a knock on the door, followed by a message from a girl. Tran Thu, the Imperial Guard escort has arrived with the supplies. Hearing this, you immediately sit up, throw the blanket aside, with bright eyes. That's the customized skill kicking in. Then he happily ran over. Come here, come here. As soon as Tran Thu opened the door, he saw Tiet Vu standing there with a box in his hand and a bright smile, saying, Hello, Tran Thu. I am the person in charge of escorting the materials for Tiet Vu of the Imperial Guard. And then he handed it to you, emphasizing that this was the material for the customization skill. Tran Thu excitedly nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing the item in his hands makes him so happy. That was tough. Then, unable to stop the smile on his face, he finally managed to give Husky a new skill forever. It looked confused when called by its name, barking and pointing at itself, but didn't say anything else as Tran Thu grabbed it and dragged it away. The door of the small room swung open immediately after a forceful kick. In an instant, a blinding beam of light shot through the gap, and the lightning bolt above Husky suddenly disappeared, leaving Tran Thu stunned. Seeing his efforts turn to nothing, he snarled in frustration. Did you fail to comprehend? Then he turned around to look behind him, where there were still some weapons, untouched. Luckily, I bought an 80% share. I don't believe you need to use everything to comprehend it. Without hesitation, Tran Thu immediately pressed it down and forced it in a somewhat rough manner. Eat for me. Suddenly, a devastating wave of energy burst out from its entire body like a breaking tide. But everything was no different from the beginning, when the light flickered and then went out. Still, it kept repeating the process a few more times with faint hope. However, the result was no better, making Tran Thu so angry he wanted to flip the table and overturn the chair. The continuous painful shocks that yielded nothing also made Husky feel sad and frustrated. And you are no better, tears streaming down your face after 7 attempts and still failing. Looking at the remaining item in your hand with despair, there's only one last chance left. Not a second wasted, Tran Thu quickly shoved it into Husky's mouth, and Han Hok issued a warning. If it didn't succeed, it would be eliminated entirely. Finally, Heaven did not disappoint the dog and its owner. As soon as the lightning flashed, it succeeded in breaking through. At the same time, the system immediately appeared before him with a notification of completing the Level 2 attack maintenance skill. The next damage increase is 3% and lasts for 3 minutes. Seeing that the mission was complete, he finally relaxed and leaned back. Feeling relieved that he had succeeded, almost wanting to deal with the dog. Next, after finishing speaking, Tranthu immediately absorbed the Divine Clone Technique book. He happily watched the data panel appear, showing that the first-level clone uses active skills and creates short-lived copies, inheriting all skills except the clone itself. After reading everything, he finally stood up, stretched, and let out a long breath. It's finally over, and there's even some time to try making a diarrhea medicine now. And so Tranthu, chuckling to himself with excitement, hurriedly began preparing. Suddenly, loud knocking and shouting from outside interrupted him. Tranthu opened the door. Hearing the familiar voice, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is Elder Diep the acceptance letter for my enrollment? Thinking that, I quickly stepped forward to open the door. However, before Deep Bin could say anything, Deep rushed in enthusiastically. Too thirsty. Uninterested in his surroundings, the old man headed straight for his only target, then took a long sip that Tranthu couldn't stop, causing Diep Bin to immediately turn back with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's okay. Glancing at Diep Bin sitting relaxed on the chair, he then asked cautiously, Grandpa Diep, are you here to give me the acceptance letter? That's right. When he saw the boy eagerly accept it, he asked, Where are your parents? Tranthu replied while examining the item in his hand. They've just gone out, so it's fine for you to read it alone, he said and did it. As soon as Tranthu opened his bag, he saw that it was the admission notice from Hua Academy. So, kid, do you want to make some money during the break? I have a student taking on a mission in another dimension. Are you interested in joining him? Hearing that, you didn't bother to beat around the bush or set conditions. The task doesn't matter. What's important is the reward. After thinking for a moment, Diep Bin frowned and gave a figure. Divide it by 9, and you get 5 million. Seeing such a small amount, Tranthu quickly lost interest. Only 5 million for the task. Choosing that reaction of yours left the old man wide-eyed in shock. Huh? That provoking look makes the old man angry and shout, Is there something wrong with your mind? You think you'll get 90% and the rest? Yet you shrug your shoulders in protest. Isn't that wrong? The fierce Nam Jiang has always been a meat eater. When did he start drinking soup? Then he looked up at the sky confidently. Let me think. If being so free that it causes stomach pain, I will accept. Diep Bin irritably repeats his words. What do you mean by being so free that you get a stomach ache? Suddenly, the old man's stomach growled loudly, interrupting their conversation and causing both to freeze, clutching their stomachs, making him suspicious inside. Damn it, no way! Even a gold-ranked body can get a stomach ache. Tranthu immediately glanced at the cup on the table and was shocked to realize that this diarrhea medicine also worked on a gold-ranked beast tamer. I can't let him find out I did this. Thinking that, he placed a hand on Diep Bin's shoulder, pretending to be worried. Are you okay, Mr. Diep? The old man still didn't understand what was happening, so he got up unsteadily, bid farewell, and looked a bit annoyed. I'm leaving now, but if you really want to accept it, just give me a call. As he moved, he pondered in confusion. This can't be right. I am a gold-ranked beast tamer. How could I have a stomach ache? Could it be? Diep Bin's gaze lingers on the last object his hand touched, lying still in the corner of the glass. Seeing his reaction, Tranthu was startled. Something's wrong. Is Mr. Diep about to find out? Diep Bin's hand still couldn't escape his stomach as he suspiciously looked at Tranthu, and noticing the unstable situation, he quickly struck a chord with a whistle. What kind of water? Are you blind? How could you not know that everything happening at Liet Duong Son Ka was caused by your poison, which led the beasts there to run amok? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man fell silent, and Dam Chiu watched him with an unreadable expression, leaving Tranthu no choice but to honestly admit. All right, I admit it. I conducted an experiment. Seeing Diep Bin getting angry and about to lose his temper, I immediately covered my head with my hand. But you have to clarify this. I didn't want to poison him. Did he drink it himself? The boy just clutching his stomach, Diep Bin hurriedly stepped outside, but still turned his head to intimidate him. Kid, I'll deal with you later. Tranthu watched the old man leave and could only shake her head in disbelief. This is so unreasonable. I won't introduce anything like the square dance again. At that moment, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang loudly. I won't let it ring anymore. I immediately answer the phone. Hello, Sister Phuong Tu? She sounded lazy and bored on the other end of the line. Tranthu, do you have any plans for the holiday?
At this moment, he slumped into a chair and started to joke around, planning to earn some money to buy tights and then put them on his head. Hearing this joke, Fuang Tu immediately scolded him, "You crazy, come visit me during the holiday. The beast taming squad needs to add a teammate due to a situation, and you're already at black iron level, so come help me for a bit." At that moment, the system popped up in front of Tron Thu with 4 extremely bizarre options, 3 of which involved acquaintances. Looking at this data, my head is spinning. What are the 4 options? Husky's intelligence, or choosing skill books? After a brief moment of hesitation, he blinked and quickly answered his phone. "Okay, I'll go to it." As soon as he finished speaking, the other side hung up without hesitation, and he looked at the screen gradually darkening, thinking to himself that he should meet with Xiaotin and the others first. Then he dialed immediately, "Xiaotin, going out for a bit tonight. I'll treat everyone to dinner." That afternoon, at a magnificent building with a prominent green dome against the vast sky, Tron Thu stood with 2 friends, looking extremely panicked. "I told you to choose the place, not to cheat me." Your face isn't very happy as a gloomy atmosphere begins to spread. Moreover, you point to Vo Song happily standing beside you before turning to them. "Ooh, why did he also come?" Tran Thu stared at the menu in shock. "Is it that expensive?" The more you read, the more tears fall. Behind Tu Tin, he calmly ordered, "Give me this, this, and this." He finished speaking and quickly folded the menu. "That's settled then." Tran Thu kept reading more and more like a person in a daze. Tu Tin, seeing this, then said, "Tran Bi, don't look anymore, I'm treating today." "You're crying," and suddenly asked in surprise, "Huh?" He gently said, "I'm about to go abroad, so I invite everyone to a meal before I leave." After confirming that what I heard was not a hallucination, Tran Thu threw the menu on the floor. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why suddenly want to go abroad?" Tu Tin happily sat down at the table, and my father said he found a very skilled foreign beast tamer for me to learn from for a while. He finished talking about his own matters and then asked about others. "What about you guys? What do you plan to do during the holiday?" Tanam replied casually, "I've been a bit tired these past few years, so I plan to travel." "You also mentioned your plans to go to the capital." After hearing that, Wu Song felt uncomfortable. "Did you change your crime location, and what about Fang Zai?" Seeing his expression like that, Tran Thu also felt helpless. He explained, "Why do you call it changing the crime scene?" "This is called going to the capital to contribute." From Teen sensed the tense atmosphere, then raised his beer, regardless of what contribution it was. "Today we will eat and drink to our fill. Tonight we won't go home until we're drunk." The other 2 also cheerfully shouted together, "No drink, no leave." Everyone raised their glasses, and all 4 of them toasted together, with only the undefeated man remaining sober, while the other 3 were tipsy. "The other 2 are already drunk and rambling." "Xiaotin, when are you coming back from abroad?" "Don't forget us, brothers." Hoo, Xiaotin, I will miss you." "That's right, do you still have your patient uniform?" "Give me a set." Vo Sung secretly smiled at the 3 of them. Youth really is a good thing. He placed his hand on Tran Thu's shoulder to hold her back. "Slow down, don't let her fall." She quickly pushed his hand away and confidently said, "I'm fine, I'm not drunk, I don't need to be helped." Vo Sung looked helpless and said, "I am not drunk." Suddenly, Tran Thu's phone in his pocket started to vibrate. Ting, ting, ting. Pick up the phone and listen. "Hello, Ha?" Before he could finish his second sentence, the phone was snatched away, and he put the device to his ear. "Habang, the teacher and Tran Thu are on Jiangjing Street. He's drunk and bothering you to pick him up. I can only manage a few more steps before I fall back into the chair." "Lao Li, I'm sleepy now. I want to go home." Vo Sung smiled at Tran Thu. "I'll let you go home later, but first I have a surprise for you." The moment you hear the word surprise, your eyes light up. "Just give me the money. I don't need surprises." After saying that, she rolled over and went back to sleep. He didn't answer, he just looked behind him. Still needed that. Tran Thu. At this moment, Habang approaches, and Vo Sung sees her and says, "Your surprise has arrived." Vo Sung quickly pushed the boy's person closer to Habang, startling her. Habang hurriedly caught Tran Thu. Tran Thu, are you okay?" The plan was successful, and he immediately ran away towards the 2 of them. She carefully observes, seeming to have been moved. Habang feels a little shy. "Xiao Wu, let's take him home." "All right." He can only smile to himself from afar. "I can only help you up to this point." At Tran Thu's house, Xiao Wu kept ringing the doorbell repeatedly, but then she sadly turned away as no one was home. Habang was helping Tran Thu and looking worried. "So, what do we do now?" Tu Vu thought for a moment, then said, "I have a way." Her eyes began to light up. "What's the plan?" Xiao Yu smiled brightly and said, "There's a hotel nearby. Why don't you take him there?" Han Bing quickly hid her smile and looked flustered. Wu quickly regrets not waiting Manga and urges not to hesitate anymore, as I will have to go home soon. She also adds, if you don't arrange things properly for him, you'll be left alone later, and he will have no choice but to sleep on the street.
Habang blushed and looked at Tran Thu, finally making a decision. All right, then let's take him to the hotel now. At the hotel entrance, the two of them are helping him inside. This is the hotel. Inside the room, she gently covers him with a blanket.
Xiao Wu saw that everything was fine and said,
I should go now. Habang was startled and looked up. Wait, I'll go with you too. As she stepped out the door, Tran Thu had already collapsed face down on the floor inside. Habang heard the sound and turned around to look. Tran Thu hurriedly ran over to help you up. Xiao Yu stood at the gate watching this scene and could only smile, then winked at Habang. Come on! And with that, Xiao Wu slammed the door shut and awkwardly said, But I'm alone. Habang looked down at Tran Thu, suddenly blushing. My heart is beating faster and faster. She leaned down, her lips close to Habang's and his, almost touching. Suddenly, Tran Thu opened his eyes, startling her. Habang became flustered. I just wanted to see if you were awake. You thought there would be a romantic scene, but there wasn't? Tran Thu started vomiting. Oh. Habang was so stunned she couldn't speak. The gentle sunlight shines through the white curtain. Tran Thu wakes up, holding her head in pain. His face changed color as he looked down. What? Where are my clothes? Tran Thu looked around, then suddenly realized this was a hotel. Her eyes widening in shock as she remembered she was drunk, and she screamed in fear. In Miskus, I'm ruined. He sat on the bed like a lost soul just as the door opened. That sound pulls your soul back. Tran Thu looked in that direction, and now the person opening the door is Habang. She came over to ask how you were doing. Tran Thu, you're awake now? Habang quickly hands Tran Thu the bag with clothes. When Tran Thu sees her, his face flushes bright red. Habang, he's starting to imagine what happened last night. Tran Thu quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. Don't come over here, ah! Habang froze, not understanding why he reacted that way. After leaving the room, Tran Shu shyly said, That thing, last night was really embarrassing. He naively explained, I was drunk and didn't know what I was doing, so I misunderstood you. Sorry about that. She looked at him with a gentle expression. It's okay, Habang also added. I've already taken your clothes to the laundry, and I'll call you once they're done. Hearing that, Tran Thu was also surprised. He turned and said, I probably won't be home anymore after I finish washing. Tran Thu then shared her plans. I plan to go to the capital for a while. Habang froze stiffly. Huh? You won't be here for the whole holiday? She hesitated as if she wanted to say something, her whole body tensing up. Habang shyly called Tran Thu. She smiled gently and said, I also want to go to the Imperial City during this holiday. Can we go together? Suddenly, a surprised exclamation rang out inside the Starbucks in the evening. What? Xiao Wu stared with wide eyes as Habang's face turned red like boiling water, quickly confirming again. Are you and Tran Thu planning to go to Dado together? Under the curious gazes of the class, she lowered her head shyly. Yes, at that time, we will meet in Daxing City and fly together to the Imperial capital. Hearing this, she became even more excited and immediately rushed over. All right, Habang, you're taking the initiative now? Suddenly, she looks serious and begins to thoughtfully rub her chin. It seems like something just flashed in her mind, so Xiao Wu immediately cheered up. Got it. Immediately afterwards, she stood up and kept urging me to go. Come on, I'll take you to buy some things. The whole thing happened so quickly that Habang hadn't even had time to understand what was going on and could only stare in shock. Oh, so there's no need to discuss it. She was taken straight to the lingerie shopping area while her mind was still reeling. As she glanced around, Habang immediately blushed furiously while Xiao Wu analyzed the strategy. These are all weapons used for the decisive battle. Before she could protest, she quickly grabbed each item, and after some deliberation, she directly took the one she liked the most. How about this one? Habang now just wants to crawl into the ground to get it over with because she's so embarrassed. Seeing she didn't object, Xiao Wu immediately happily threw the item into the shopping basket. Very good, just take everything. The cart is now filled with all the items she selected, including a mysterious love box. And then he embraced her with a bright smile. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind to blow. At the same time, Tran Thu was busy packing her bag, placing each item in while muttering to herself, then glanced at the admission notice beside her and nodded in approval. And there's this too. After finishing everything, he happily announced, We're done, we can set off now. Tran Thu opened the door and stepped out, happily saying goodbye. Mom and Dad, I'm coming to the capital to visit Sister Phuong Tu. It's unclear why Tron Vu is smiling mischievously, thinking he's genuinely worried about me and paying attention to safety,
So I feel excited. Thank you for your concern, Dad. I understand.
However, his next words made him bleed on the spot. He meant that others, including fierce beasts, should also pay attention to safety. She bluntly pierced through the warm wall that Tron Thu thought was a barrier. Oh, filial piety between father and son. But as soon as I peeked open the door,
Deep Bin's familiar face appeared, making me jump. Oh my God, am I in trouble now?
Tran Thu just opened the door and immediately faced the familiar face of Deep Bin, Mr. Dieppe. Then, overwhelmed with panic, he hurriedly closed the door again with a serious look. Surely he did it wrong. But before I could turn around, he rushed over and grabbed me off the ground. "Wanna run?" He slammed the door shut and stood in front of Tran Thu with his arms crossed, scrutinizing. Where could he run to now? Afraid of being eliminated, he knelt down again and searched. "Mr. Dieppe, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Deep Bin's face is now as black as a pot's bottom, that diarrhea medicine. His hand on your shoulder makes you panic. Don't hit the face. But in exchange, the face of Dieppe Bin, full of satisfaction as anger erupts, is truly so satisfying. Give me a little more. This unexpected reaction left Tran Thu stunned and confused, and he immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, Mr. Dieppe, are you a pervert?" Hearing that, Dieppe Bin cleared his throat to defend himself. What are you talking about? I'm just asking normally then." And then I scratch my face awkwardly and reveal a secret.
Recently, I've been constipated. Unfortunately, regular medicine doesn't work, but your medicine is very effective.
So I want to add a little more. The shocking story left Tran Thu gaping. Even a platinum level can suffer from constipation. Your excitement is making the old man a bit annoyed. How can a platinum-ranked warrior eat so much beast meat and have slow digestion? You force a stiff smile and quickly reply,
Fine, as long as you're not here to seek revenge, everything will be easy. Then you turn around and start rummaging through your bag. Wait a moment.
Tran Thu took out 2 items and happily exclaimed, "I found them." Looking at the ingredients in your hand, Dieppe Bin paused in disbelief. "Are you using this sack to hold the medicine?" He scratched his head and chuckled. "I think it's practical." The old man didn't bother to pay much attention. That's fine, too. Quickly taking care of the urgent matter, he hurriedly left. "I'll take this home to use. Contact me if anything comes up." Tran Thu nodded, okay, but after Dieppe Bin disappeared into the distance, an important thought suddenly came to mind. Oh no, I forgot to tell him the dosage. Cold sweat dripped down. Thinking of the ending, he silently pondered in despair. Forget it. The golden level body might be able to hold on, but if I really can't, I'll come in person when I get hungry. Now I have to hurry and catch a ride. I didn't expect Ao Duong Bao to act so showy, even promoting all the way to the bus station. It seems I need to try a bit harder. Thinking of this, Tran Thu quickly strode toward a familiar person and called out loudly. Ao Duong Bao heard the familiar call, immediately turning back with a bright smile. Teacher Tran said nothing, but raised his thumb in praise, saying the kid was not bad, on par with him. And just as he finished, he spread his arms wide with a big grin. Later, please look after me, teacher. Then he looked at Tran Thu with curiosity. That's right, teacher. Why do you remember the city of Dai Hung? But he didn't respond right away, and instead looked at the crowd gossiping excitedly. Wow, an outstanding student. And that person's teacher might even be stronger? So admirable. That scene pleased Tran Thu. The effect was quite good. Then he calmly replied to Duong Bao, I want to fly to the capital. Hearing about the chance to help, he immediately excitedly suggested, Teacher, can you just tell me to ride in my private plane? This made him so confused that he had to confirm again. Do you have a private plane? Not bothering to hide it, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, that indifferent attitude just made him sigh. Wealthy people really are cruel. However, Tran Thu raised her hand to decline that kindness. But just this once, I'll go tomorrow. Maybe next time. Suddenly, Duong Bao's eyes lit up with excitement. So tomorrow, can you come to my party tonight? At the same time, the system panel presented 3 options. Accept the free meal ticket, upgrade the summoned beast, or refuse without taking anything, or reveal that the top scholar will gain an additional wind technique skill. He briefly pondered upgrading his space of beast control, a reward he had never seen before. Could it be because he was already at the black iron level? Thinking of this, Tran Thu was startled and realized that this reward only appeared after reaching the black iron level, so he quickly slung his arm around Duong Bao's shoulder, excited. Sorry for the inconvenience. Where do you usually dine? The luxurious car slowly drives up and stops in front of the gate of the old villa surrounded by vibrant gardens and tranquil water. As soon as Duong Bao and the other person stepped down, The servant immediately bowed respectfully.
Young master has returned, and Tranthu just gestures casually. No need for formality, no need for formality.
The guests saw the owner of the estate return and gathered around to listen in. Young Master Ouyang, this is my master. I've clearly introduced him.
Then he happily stepped forward and invited you, master. Let's go inside. As they entered, a voice called out from behind.
Xiaobao. He turned around and saw Feng Yu's face standing behind Feng. The very next second, he was shocked to see the person beside Yang Bao. Oh my God, it's you. Tranthu was no better, exclaiming in amazement, oh my God, Ta Feng Ngu from number 1 middle school in Nam Thuong. Yang Bao saw Tranthu and Feng Ngu standing awkwardly facing each other and couldn't help but be curious. Brother Feng, do you and they know each other? Suddenly remembering something, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, oh right, I forgot that the master hit your cousin back then. After a few seconds of silence, he took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. We're not strangers who fight each other after all. After finishing, he extended his hand to introduce himself. Hello Tranthu, I am Ta Feng Ngu, the cousin of Ao Duong Bao. You don't mind the past anymore and comfortably hold that hand. Hello Tranthu, the teacher of Ao Duong Bao. Then suddenly, he pressed close enough to lean fully on him with an extremely innocent look. It was a rush, and I had actually wanted to invite him to dinner. Today really is a coincidence. Your shamelessness is truly top-notch. Feng Ngu chuckled half-heartedly. Ha 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 ha, thank you. He immediately straightened Tranthu and quickly changed the subject. Let's go inside. Hearing that, you also happily nodded and said, no problem, and let's go in and start the party a bit earlier. Then, all three of you stepped confidently into the DH residence. Seeing Duong Bao's group arrive, Duong Liu greeted cheerfully. Xiao Bao and Feng Ngu are both here. This is the one I've been waiting for. You immediately switched to deep acting mode. Tranthu, you come from Namjiang City? Hello, sir. Seeing you suddenly trembling and acting silly, Duong Bao standing nearby couldn't help but wonder. The teacher's unpredictable reactions caused the paper Tranthu intentionally hid in his pocket to finally fall out. Seeing it lying on the ground as intended, he pretended to be surprised. Whoever dropped my admission letter by accident, you all mock and ridicule, then pick it up arrogantly and show it off. The outside of Hoaha Academy looks too grand. Honestly, it needs to be a bit more modest, or I wouldn't want to go at all. The other three just stood there, stunned, watching the scene unfold so naturally with such incredible acting. To break the awkward silence, Yang Bao quickly introduced himself. Dad, this is my teacher. Tranthu, you've taught me so much, I couldn't have gotten into the Hoaha Academy without him. Yang Liao warmly stepped forward to shake your hand and said, nice to meet you. A young hero already at the black iron level at such a young age. Then he happily reached inside his coat. You helped little Bao get into the Imperial Academy. Of course, my Ouyang family should repay you and present you with an item from the Tianhua Beast Taming Group. Little Tran, take this card. If you go shopping outside, you can also visit the Tianhua store in the capital. Are you the owner of the Heavenly Flower Beast Taming Group, sir? Tranthu raised the card with a surprised look. I never expected Ao Duong Bao to be the heir of the Tianhua Beast Taming Corporation. It seems worthwhile to take him as my disciple. He also thought to himself that talent and strength could indeed bring status. Then he continued to stare intently at the water sphere forming. Forget it. I won't think about these things anymore. Now I need to see what effects my summoned beast space can bring after leveling up. Smart Spirit Husky immediately appears and jumps around happily in front of him. Hey dummy, can you feel any difference? Then the two of them looked at each other for a long time without saying a word. Tranthu could only helplessly shake his head in frustration. Forget it, Husky's IQ is too low. I should summon a different one then. Same, is there any difference? It exclaimed excitedly. It makes me sigh in helplessness again. Oh, I wish I could awaken a random spiritual contract. Then Tranthu simply gestures to recall them. Still need to keep watching. After finishing, she casually takes out her phone and needs to ask Habang what time they're leaving tomorrow. The call has been showing for a while, which makes you feel a bit suspicious. It doesn't seem like Ling's intuition about something being wrong has led Tranthu to the next plan. It's already night, I should go out and check. As I reached the entrance hall, I could hear the sound of an argument clearly. Habang, don't push my limits. I saw a group of people gathering nearby. Hakan, very angry? Asks his daughter. So Bang, today is your younger brother's top scholar celebration. How could you accidentally meet him and not join? She looked extremely annoyed as she replied, I was just passing by. This only makes him angrier as he grabs her. How can this little girl talk to her father like that? The others shouted in unison, that's right, she didn't listen. While Haviem was pushed back so hard she nearly lost her balance and fell. Tranthu also secretly thought she should make her move now. Suddenly, the system announced options. 1. Adopt a gangster style with a skill to maintain attack. 2. Shout stop and run to gain a charge skill, or escape with Ha-Bang and her mother to receive the speed drug. Tran-Tu then sneered maliciously and grabbed a sack that suited her purpose, while Ha-Viem was calmly crossing her arms, waiting for the show to unfold. Ha ha! Ha-Bong! Let's see how you handle this time. Suddenly, he felt a chill and quickly turned his head to look at what was heading straight for him. This is Tran-Thu softly chuckling and whispering to the other person that it's me, while tightly grabbing them into the sack. As he let out a few cries for help, you quickly covered Ha-Viem's mouth. Stop struggling, your father's side is even more impressive. No one will notice us. Then he pushed him down into a corner. Tran-Thu suddenly became excited and clenched her fist. Ha ha. Next, Ha-Viem is still struggling to break free. Save me, save me. So he immediately threw a powerful punch into his stomach, while Tran-Thu was still massaging Ha-Viem. And Bin-Ha on the other side was voicing his frustration. Dad knows that leaving that year made you hate him. Hakan, without any guilt, even pointed his finger at her. Today is my younger brother's celebration for passing the Imperial exam. Dad hopes you can join us. Hati also chimed in, That's right, Little Bang. Your younger brother has now been accepted into the Hua Hua Academy. You should apologize. A harmonious family is the most important thing. Suddenly, she was drawn to the movement in the distance. What caught Ha-Bang's eye was Khan, who was repeatedly physically assaulting Ha-Viem with a hood over his head, and she unconsciously smiled faintly as his expression softened. That's right, there's no grudge between you sisters. Little Viem, come and say a few words to your sister. But now he finally realizes that the familiar figure has disappeared. Where is my son? Then everyone was drawn to the commotion behind them, and Gao Jing immediately raised his voice to question angrily. Who are you? Who gave you permission to hit my son? Tran-Tu, after hitting him, immediately kicked Ha-Viem back to him, returning the child he secretly loved. Ha-Viem and you, go to where Ha-Bang is standing. Ha-Bang, let's go. She smiled happily and replied yes. He held her hand tightly, and Tran-Thu boldly pulled her away. Seeing this, Hakan's anger exploded to the fullest. He stopped, having hurt his son and wanting to leave, but he had touched the No family who dreamed of leaving Dahong City. He then turned back with a mocking smile and said, Go, family. I believe you're not Mr. Ha, right? Mr. Ha-Viem hurriedly ran over to try to persuade him. Dad, let them go. Don't say anything more. He's the fierce one from Namjiang. But after hearing that, Ha Jing became even angrier and shouted, What fierce one from Namjiang? This is Daihong City. What can a guy from Namjiang do? Tran-Thu paused again and turned to look at them. Incompetent Namjiang, so I'll just let the card fall to the ground and leave it there. He calmly bends down to pick it up and then holds it up in front of everyone. Sorry, I lost my card. This is a guest of honor from Tianhua. Tran-Thu looked resigned. Looks like I have to call Brother Ouyang now. As he turned away, I heard someone trying to dissuade him. Hey, Tran-Thu, don't! Thien Tran calmly steps forward. Tran-Thu slightly frowns and turns his head back. Thien Tran extends his hand toward him while giving orders to the two others. Zhao Viem, Hakane, apologize to Tran-Thu now. Sorry, Brother Tran. As soon as he saw the words Tianhe Beast Empire on the letter, Hakan couldn't help but feel angry and curse under his breath. Damn it, he could only pretend to be his son. Sorry, only then did you nod in satisfaction. That's acceptable for now. Then he stroked his chin and provoked the opponent. That's right, little Viem, I just heard you say not to challenge my limits. She smirks maliciously and steps closer to him. Now that I've challenged your limit, what do you want to do? He trembles all over and reluctantly answers. Then I will set a different limit. Hearing that, Tran-Thu had to show a very satisfied face, very good, very timely, then turned to ask Ha-Bang for her opinion. Do you want to fight them? She simply shook her head and replied, No need, then tightly held your hand. Let's go. You follow her to the door, but don't forget to glance back. All right. The two of them continued to walk away, both with very serious expressions on their faces. Tianchen stood nearby, smiling kindly at them and seeing off Tran-Thu's friend, then became extremely furious and cursed Hakan and his son. You two idiots, get out of here! At the same time, in the elevator, she shyly spoke up. Tran-Thu thanked him, and he responded with a very modest wave. It's just a small matter. I only do what is within my duties. Is that all she sees now? Tin-Tu bearing your name? What responsibility? Tran-Thu then smirked mischievously and revealed. The aggressive duty was Ha-Bang's turn to sigh in helplessness and walk away. Seeing that, he was completely confused and curious. What? She kept shaking her head, changing the subject. It's nothing. Let's rest now. We have more flights tomorrow. He quickly responded to her.
All right, but my heart is still trembling inside, still holding hands. Before long, a new day has begun. The plane speeds through the sky on its flight path, while inside the cabin, Tran Shu is gazing at the scenery outside. Abang, sitting next to her, asked curiously, "Tran Thu, what are you thinking?" "So you casually revealed your true feelings." "Habang, tell me, if I threw a bomb from this height, would it turn the whole world into a dazzling fireworks display? Is she joking or what?" Suddenly you said something that could easily cause misunderstandings, and I felt a bit suffocated. She was completely panicked by Tran Thu's state. "Don't tell me you really want to open the window and throw a bomb." Through the overthinking brain, she increasingly feels that her thoughts are correct. She really wanted to do that. Only then did you suddenly realize and look at Habang. Why is Habang so scared? In the end, she could only pretend to be helpless as always. Forget it. Then try to explain it to her again. How could that be? I'm not the one sticking my head into the area that's erupting, so don't worry. But all she could think of was the phrase about sticking her head into a place undergoing transformation. Tran Thu still shook her head affectionately and said, "Do you still not understand me?" 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed at the airport. Only then could she breathe a sigh of relief, finally out of danger. At this moment, Habang fell into deep thought. Luckily, they didn't actually open the window to throw the explosives, or they would be doomed. Then she calmly asked the other person, "Where will you go later?" "Just answer simply and take you back to the hotel first." "Are you really prepared for this trip to the capital?" My mind was soaring just now, but there's no trip to the capital. I just want to go with you. I'm well prepared. I plan to visit the capital first to get familiar with the environment here. Tran Thu nodded reassuringly. "All right then, be careful and stay safe." Then he added to her, "Let's go, Miss Phuong Tu has arrived. Let's go back to the hotel first." He quickly waved goodbye to Miss Phuong Tu. The scene shifts to a luxury hotel building. After taking Habang to her room, he gives her a few words of advice. "Habang, Phuong Tu and I still have something to discuss. You should rest first." After saying that, Tran Thu pointed to a shop across the hall and said, "I am in the room opposite. Call me if you need anything." She simply responded with a nod, and seeing Habang's expression as she watched him turn and leave, Phuong Tu couldn't help but smile, feeling excited and intrigued. Just as he turned toward her, Chi Phuong Tu stepped in. So she approached Yan Yan and teased her a few words, then immediately asked Tran Thu directly, whispering to her to find out what her relationship with Habang was. Phuong Tu looked on eagerly, leaning in to look at Tran Thu, making the boy a bit flustered and break out in sweat. "We are friends." Hearing that, she was even more determined not to let her little brother have a chance to escape. "It's just a friendship. Why would she come to the capital with you then?" He pulled down his backpack and quickly explained himself, saying she wanted to come here to get used to the environment first. Ang Ten Phuong Tu Nhu sat up quickly and focused on the main issue. "Oh, adapting to the capital's environment, huh?" Tran Thu helplessly pulled her gossip-loving sister back to the main issue at hand. "Let's get to the main topic, Ms. Phuong Tu. Which space do we need to go to next?" She suddenly realized then. "Oh, right, I almost forgot." Contrasting with her earlier casual expression, her tone suddenly became much more serious, mentioning a dangerous level of another dimension. As soon as he heard this, his eyes immediately sparkled like stars in the night sky, revealing a look of excitement in his words. "Isn't the danger level high because there's a silver-ranked lord there?" Fang Sai was extremely angry at this expression of yours. "She wasn't this excited when she was with Ha Bang just now. When you mention this, you get excited again." Tran Thu suddenly got scolded and was completely confused, not understanding a thing. Why is Ha Bang involved with Ha Bang? Now she regrets not being able to turn iron into steel, helpless before her brother's pitifully low EQ. "Forget it. This matter depends on your understanding, and I'm afraid it's impossible. We should still wait for us to return from another dimension. We've said everything that needs to be said." Before leaving, Phuong Tu also reminded him to rest today and said she would take him to visit the Hua Academy tomorrow. The next day at the Hua Academy, a white supercar slowly stopped right by the roadside. Tran Thu and Phuong Tu both stepped out at the same time, and he couldn't hide his excitement in front of the grand school gate before him. A year later, I never expected to be accepted into the country's top Royal Beastmaster Academy. Before I could respond, my phone suddenly rang. "Hello, sir. It seems they have something more urgent to deal with." She then turned to him and said, "Tranby, the teacher has something to discuss with you, so go ahead and explore on your own. I'll come find you later." Tran Thu quickly agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I will explore on my own."
Seeing your sudden unusual enthusiasm, Phuong Tu immediately warned him sternly, "Keep a low profile and don't cause trouble, even if you're a royal-level beast tamer." He gestured confidently as he spoke, but his words sounded like promises from a boyfriend who won't do anything. "I promise I won't cause any trouble." Sure enough, it didn't take long before her attitude changed even faster than flipping a pancake. "Even I, a legendary beast tamer, am not afraid." Suddenly, the image of 3 hard-working bees diligently sucking the ground surprised Tron Thu and made him marvel. Huh? Such diligent training in the morning, starting physical exercises so early. However, he didn't pay much attention to them for long and turned to look at the mission screen that had appeared in front of him somehow, the reward arriving just in time. After reading it, he didn't hesitate and reached out to grab an old, dirty bag prepared for his not-so-ethical actions. Tran Thu didn't bother to hide and flew out with a sinister look, searching for a target around. Let me see who the lucky person is today. In the end, he chose Wang Chung as the target for this mission. Approaching quietly and slowly, it's him. The incident was not yet over when suddenly a supercar sped into the school grounds from afar, its engine roaring, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of the school. Seeing this scene, he was so angry that he shouted, "Kid, you're speeding!" As he finished speaking, he tensed his muscles, took a deep breath, and leapt up. Tran Thu stared in shock, unable to process what was happening as Vuong Trin suddenly leapt down to block the reckless yellow car. His strong body seems capable of lifting the entire car and throwing it into the pen. It just charged straight ahead. Fortunately, Vuong Trin's skills were fine. He could stop the car with just one hand. Tran Thu watched the scene in front of him in horror, his mouth agape and speechless. Vuong Trin increasingly exerted his strength, golden sparks like lightning bolts forcing the supercar to stop. After dealing with it, he angrily shouted into the car, "You little brat, get out of here!" Lang Tran was not afraid at all of his strength and even confidently struck a cool pose to greet the man in front of him. "Teacher Vuong, it's been a long time since we last met." Vuong Trin, whose temper is even hotter than ice cream, didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking and raised a hand, ready to punch him. "Lang Tran, you think just because you've graduated, you can do whatever you want, huh?" Your handsome demeanor didn't last long before your teacher Vuong gave you a friendly slap on the face. The attack was too fast and too dangerous. He couldn't defend himself and was thrown several meters by Tan. He slammed into the poor tree in the distance, with such force that the entire trunk cracked apart. Having tasted the familiar punch, he finally smiled and begged for mercy. "I was wrong, Teacher Vuong. I was really wrong. It seems he's gotten used to being beaten up so often." Lang Tran, unscathed, stands up and makes a promise. "You won't dare anymore in the future." Vuong Trin looked at him, furious. "Get lost. If you keep running like that again, I will directly revoke your graduation diploma." He responded obediently like a puppy. "All right. Hurry up and grab your slippers and go quickly. I used to be sneaky before." Goodbye, Teacher Vuong witnessed this scene firsthand from the beginning until now. Tran Thu breathes a sigh of relief from behind. Lucky me. Luckily, I didn't get involved with that old man, or I would have been the one hit by the tree over there. I look at the poor tree standing there, already shot and cracked on the other side, and silently think today could have been my fate. Tran Thu was lost in his thoughts when suddenly Vuong Trin praised him. "Kid, well done." Mr. Tiansat smiled kindly and started a conversation with you. "I think you wanted to save me just now, right?" Hearing this, Tran Thu was startled and stepped back. Oh no. He turned pale and looked away, scratching his head, unsure how to start the conversation properly. Is it a misunderstanding? In the end, you had to shamelessly admit it, your eyes shining like a well-behaved kitten waiting for a treat. "That's right." Before he could finish speaking, Vuong Trin interrupted. "Yes," he noticed what Tran Thu was holding. "What are you doing with that sack?" Your smile immediately disappears, your face twisting in distress. Quick-witted, he put it on his head and shouted a reason that was absurd but couldn't be more reasonable. "Sun protection, sun protection." It seems he's afraid you'll discover his bad intentions, so he runs away desperately. "Sir, I have something to do. I'll go ahead now." Vuong Trin just smiled and let it go. That strange kid, he's been gone for a while, only now does his face recognition neural network start working. But why do I feel like this kid looks a bit familiar? It seems that it was Vuong Trin's vague guess, the fierce one from Namjiang. After running as far as he could, Tran Thu leaned against a nearby tree, exhausted and panting. Damn it! Why does it feel like every corner of Hua Academy is filled with powerful experts? He looked around at the people nearby, sweat dripping from his forehead in turn. No, if he randomly approached someone to greet. Remembering Vuong Trin's powerful strike earlier, he turned pale with fear. What if he encounters something like that again? Who would choose a disadvantageous path for themselves?
Without hesitation, you pick the safest option. And sometimes even disguise techniques don't seem so bad.
Thinking quickly, he hurriedly shoved the sack into his shirt pocket and completely abandoned his plan to cause trouble. At first, he ran straight to the training ground, where the three were still diligently doing push-ups. And seeing the familiar scene before him, he couldn't believe his eyes. Are these three still here? It's like a bolt from the blue.
Is Tran Thu not impressed by their determination, with the sun overhead and no sign of fatigue? Could he be a black iron-level beast tamer? The three Kihuan still continued to do push-ups tirelessly, ignoring Tran Thu's presence.
Suddenly, he spoke to break this tired atmosphere.
Li-sun, have you thought about how to answer Teacher Liu yet?
Li-san's face was now covered in sweat from exhaustion, but he still managed to muster some strength to respond. Before he finished thinking, if he couldn't give the teacher a satisfactory answer, he feared he would have to endure more suffering. Leading Lang beside him isn't much better. Nan's face looks like a monkey's butt as he tries to squeeze in another complaint. Oh, why did we choose such a mentor? Tran Thu just met them, but felt like she had known them for a long time, fitting right in with Li-san's group. Yes, I do regret it. I didn't want to choose that teacher back then. Li-san's tone was a mix of weariness and frustration. Yes, I regret it now too. If I could choose again, I definitely wouldn't pick this mentor. Tran Thu pretended to agree and go along. Yeah, next time we should be more careful. But do we still have a next time? Liu Feng suddenly approached from afar, and Kai Huan looked up quickly, recognizing who was coming. Teacher Liu. All three immediately straightened up in a disciplined stance within seconds. Hello, Teacher Liu. Seeing that you still don't realize, Kai Huan softly reminds you. Don't do that anymore. Teacher Liu has arrived. Get up quickly. He obediently stood up with a friendly icon on his face, and a system notification sounded in his ear, indicating he had obtained the human disguise potion. Only then did he realize the unfamiliar face, and his expression clearly showed surprise and panic. Damn it, who are you? I won't answer right away. I turn to walk away and only reply vaguely. Let's just pass by and continue our conversation next time. Liu Feng didn't react much, but his gaze was fixed intently on the uninvited guest. After scrutinizing him for a while, he suddenly paused, as if he had realized something. Tran Thu, stop right there. Damn it, I've been spotted again. Is that person really an enemy? At the last moment of life or death, he suddenly pointed elsewhere to distract them, saying, Look, there's a fool. It might not seem very clever, but it successfully distracted Liu Feng's group, allowing him to slip away easily. He was so annoyed by your childish trick that his face darkened with anger, and the energy surrounding his body suddenly erupted without warning. Do you want to run in front of me? Soon, that burst of power charged at him from behind. Everything happened so quickly that Tran Thu opened his mouth in shock. Liu Feng used his spiritual energy to grab Tran Thu by the collar and hang him in the air. What are you running for? I am a professor at the Huaha Academy. Liu Feng. You glance at the scar on his face and the trembling gold necklace. 7. Are you sure he's a professor? He looks more like a criminal. He pointed directly at Tran Thu to state his intention. Stop messing around. I called you for nothing. Later, when you enroll, become my student. This strange turn of events left him stunned, countless questions flashing in his mind. Huh? What? Liu Feng smiled kindly and patted Tran Thu on the shoulder. All male students can choose a professor as their advisor. I think you're okay too. Suiting my taste, you're quite awkward in your understanding. Have you heard about your story before? I honestly admit I watched your exam clip and gave you the highest score, right? Hearing that, you clutch your chest and breathe a sigh of relief. If he's not an enemy, then I feel safe. Who is this person? Why is Professor Liu treating him so well? I don't understand. He angrily turned back and scolded them. Hurry up and get out of here, or you'll get beaten by your classmates. And it really makes me lose face. They were startled and terrified, immediately running away and denying everything. Liu Feng continued to look at Tran Thu and ask for his opinion. What do you think? Do you want to become my student? He asked. Arrogantly, setting a condition. I can make you my student, but lately I've been a bit broke. His eyes also turned into currency symbols, challenging him with a price of 1 billion to transfer the money. Liu Feng doubted humanity. This was the first time someone dared to treat him like this. 1 billion, I'll give it to you, Tran Thu said seriously. Master, accepting students should come with some fee. 1 billion is reasonable. He started to get angry, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. I've only heard of apprenticeship fees, but never of fees for accepting students. You all keep acting arrogantly because you don't know me. You want to get to know me. Suddenly, a thick fog of evil energy surrounds Liu Feng, and he seems to transform into a demon from hell. Kid, don't you know my title? This scene makes Tran Thu a bit nervous. Teacher, just as you were hesitating, a voice saved you. Tran B, Fang Si, sweating and looking anxious, hurriedly approached and tried to calm the tension in front of Tran Thu. Hello, Professor Liu. The boy is your younger brother. Did he do something to make you angry? On behalf of the boy, I apologize, teacher. Liu Feng's attitude is gentle. So it turns out Tran Thu is your younger brother. If that's the case, it's fine. I decided to give him some motivation. If he performs well after enrolling, accepting students' fees isn't impossible. Fang Sai listened in a daze, collecting the tuition fee. He explained innocently and nonchalantly. The teacher wants you to be his student, so you definitely need to charge a fee. No problem, right? Liu Feng, in a good mood, says goodbye to them. All right, I have other things to do. I'll go ahead first. See you later. She politely watched his back and said goodbye to the teacher. After seeing he was gone, she pressed her finger against Tran Thu's chest and scolded him. Do you really not know what it means to be afraid of death? Liu Feng is known for his hot temper throughout the school, and you still dare to provoke him. He doesn't care at all, and arrogantly declares that anyone who bullies him will cause the Huazhou Academy to explode. After finishing, everyone around turned their attention to Tran Thu, glaring and evaluating him fiercely, as if to say, is this guy trying to blow up our school? No matter what they were doing, everyone stopped their actions and approached Tran Thu with a threatening aura. Huang Tu quickly noticed their suspicious behavior and shot a cold glare to warn them. Huh? The crowd immediately froze, everyone looking fearful as if facing a beast. This person seems to be Huang Tu. Just slip away, I can't get involved. After they disperse, she continues to advise him, saying, I suggest you choose Professor Liu Feng as your mentor. Don't harm the other teachers. Tran Thu's mouth twitched in disbelief, never expecting Huang Tu to be such a sister. She also felt she cared too early and left. These were all things from when I enrolled. Then she changed the subject. My sister's team has some matters to attend to, so that's all for today. Go find Dai Luke. It's been a long time since the three of us gathered. He happily agreed. At the Spirit Master University, the campus is designed to be environmentally friendly. Dai Li is sitting on the ground playing with the claw in his hand, wasting time. He lazily swings the claw and complains, so bored. Finally, when will Tranby and the others arrive? At this moment, a muscular thug with a shaved head quietly approaches. Loivan quietly lifts his leg to strike him, but Dali slips his hand, causing the claw to fly backward, and he immediately panics at the unexpected turn. Loivan didn't have time to pull back his foot, and his heel struck the bottom of the claw hard. It shot out forcefully, hitting the ground several times, startling Dali. He cautiously turns around to look for the culprit. The man kneels in pain, clutching his leg and shouting angrily. Damn it, what kind of trap is this? He picked up the claw and then pretended to ask kindly, Are you okay? Loivan looked up in surprise, about to reply. I seized the opportunity with great strength and slammed my claw into his face, trying to ambush me, didn't you? Without waiting for him to recover, I continued to strike a few more times. Seeing that Loivan's head was so tough, I decided to hold back. Leave. Leave. He ignores the man lying helpless on the ground and turns to walk away. I should go back first. The man forces himself to stay upright despite the dizziness, angrily blocking and stopping him. Loivan steadies himself and chases after him. The man grits his teeth and blocks the way, threatening him. You want to run after beating me? Deliet sneers contemptuously. I think it's you who should be running. He suddenly sensed something was wrong, frowned in confusion, and looked around. Huh? At this moment, a sack covering the light above his head made him panic, his pupils bulging out, and Loivan's irises shrank in surprise. Fangxi and Tran Thu each grabbed a sack and jumped on him, covering his head. He immediately couldn't see anything and only knew to scream in panic. Oh no, who are you guys? They keep kicking him hard in the legs. He looked at him coldly, daring to lay a hand even on the fierce Jiangnan brothers. They continued to beat him up. Dali quickly explained when Lavu approached. Sir, they are not students from our school. Forget about it. Then he enthusiastically joined the fight, kicking Loivan in the butt. Wow. This scene leaves him speechless. I was scolding him while chatting with Tran Thu. Tranbi, I didn't expect you to get into the Huaha Academy. Fangxi asked curiously, Dai Li, why are you provoking students from other schools? I smile casually. It's nothing. Since you're close to an upperclassman from the same school, she's just jealous. Dali was shyly scratching his head. He's the one from the live stream you often watch earlier. Lin Chu is at Bak Nyan level, she cheerfully suggested with a bit of interest. Let's tour your school and chat at the same time. He still hesitated to strike Lei one more time before agreeing. Fine, let's go. The three of them ignored the trembling guy lying there and left. He hurriedly took off the sack, his face bruised and swollen, speaking incoherently. You people from Fuangtu, speak harshly to leave a warning. If you want revenge, come to Hoaha Academy. Tran Thu Dang threatens with murderous intent. If you dare cause trouble again, I will blow up your school. Your face looks fierce, threatening with a gangster pose. If you don't get out of my sight within 10 seconds, I'll keep fighting. Loivan, terrified out of his mind, panicked and ran away as a cloud of smoke rose beneath his feet. Ah! You loudly count down 109, 8 Dali, and Fangzi sneer contemptuously as they watch him. Lavu sweat drops down his forehead, nervously confirming. Are Dai Li and these two your friends? He gently smiled and politely replied, Yes, I was planning to give them a tour of the school. The old man cautiously reminded them not to cause trouble inside the school. Sir, rest assured, we are all civilized young people. If he had not been holding that blood-stained bag when he said this, it might have sounded more convincing. His face turned expressionless, and he let out two unclear laughs. Ha ha. During the day, Lin Chu University becomes truly peaceful and relaxing. Fuang Tu, Trun Tu, and Dailuk head to the laboratory building when suddenly a male student approaches with a friendly demeanor. Hello, Miss Fuang Tu. She immediately raised her hand and smiled politely. Hello. Then two beautiful girls cheerfully said in unison, Hello. Fuang Tu also responded politely. Hello, everyone. Seeing her being courted like a top star, Tran Thu stepped forward to tease. I didn't expect Miss Fuang Tu to be so famous at Lin Chu University. Fuang Tu calmly explained, I've been here a few times and have even used my strength to handle a few people. After hearing that, he felt intrigued, a sudden idea flashing through his mind, and he said, If that's the case, then everyone around, please stop for a moment. Tran Thu suddenly slung his arm over Dailuk's shoulder with a heroic look. Let me say this. If you face off against Dali, you're also confronting the fierce Tran Thu of Namjiang. Hearing this, everyone suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at him in shock. Contrary to the majority, Daliu's eyes sparkled with excitement after being protected, but then Tran Thu cleverly added the final remark. Of course, a beast tamer at the black iron level can look down on me. Hearing this, he immediately fell for the second trick. You're truly my good brother? Fuang Tu watched them from the side, like watching two fools. Stop talking nonsense and disperse the crowd. Everyone can go wherever they want. Only then did the whole group finally breathe a sigh of relief. They immediately ran off as if they had rockets on their feet. A while later, at the entrance of the laboratory, Dali carried the legendary claw and confidently pointed at himself, saying, All right, this is my territory. Today, I will personally go to the kitchen so you can taste what real delicious food is like. In an instant, the smell of food filled the laboratory. The three of them cheerfully raise their glasses, and Fuang Tu excitedly drinks half a cup in one go. From now on, the three of us will all be in the capital and can meet every day. Tran Thu took a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, while also announcing, That's right, Xiao Tin and Lao Ta will also come to the capital to attend university. A series of good things keep happening, making Dali unable to hide his joy. They are here, so we might as well form a team. After he finished speaking, he looked forward to hearing what he had to say, and then changed the subject. Also, when it comes to the menu of the Kewok Lin Dailuk, please adjust it for Unfortunate. When did we start talking about the menu for Dali? Weren't we just discussing Lao Ta and Little Tin earlier? Tran Thu hesitated and cleared his throat, then cautiously asked, What level menu do you want? You stare with your mouth open and shout, And what about ranking? Tran Thu happily makes a choice, then says, That must be the highest level. Hearing this, Dali just scratched his head awkwardly and said, I just enrolled. What I make can't really be called a menu. It's called breeding, only able to feed the contract spirit well. Then I hesitated a bit and said the highest level can only be my master, but my master only values geniuses. Getting to the point, Tran Thu happily asked again, Only valuing geniuses. Then Qiu Niao pointed at himself arrogantly, so why not read my ID number? Fangxi and Dali both feel embarrassed to use you because they think you're shameless. Tran Thu slams the table with determination. If that's the case, let's go see your teacher later. Not long after, a piercing scream came from the teacher's office, asking me to help you make a menu. Trin Tan frowned suspiciously at Tran Thu. It's you. He immediately waved his hand and refused, saying, Go back. I've already made an exception for Fuang Tu before, and I absolutely cannot do it again.
Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of him, showing 3 different options with special rewards. Tran Tu looked at the options from the system and pondered silently. Although one reward was very tempting, he seemed to think of something important, his expression becoming passionate. Lak Loi is a reward I agreed to in a different space from Sister Phuong Tu. If you can add one, the powerful figure in front of you keeps trying to persuade him. Teacher Tran Thu is also a student of the Hua Academy. Please help him. After some hesitation, Tran Thu decided to use his spiritual contract to conquer the opponent. Trin Ten seriously refused, saying, if the Hua Academy recruits 500 combat beast students each year, asking me to prepare menus for all of them would keep me very busy. Suddenly, a husky rushed over from afar, barking loudly to scare him half to death. As it licked his face, he looked annoyed. Damn it, what is this? It keeps running back and forth on the table to show off its talent. Tran Thu stands confidently to one side and raises her hand. Why didn't you look at my Ku Lin first? It abandons that talent. Trin Tan stiffly sprays glue and looks at Husky. The spirit contract. He listened to you, carefully observing it intently. Then he pointed at it and shouted loudly, isn't this a D-level elemental beast? Are you asking me to make a menu with a D-level spirit contract? If it were SS level, I could help. You shake your head mysteriously. Teacher, it's different. Trin Tun was skeptical. There's a difference. It looks even more foolish than a regular elemental beast. Now I suspect this might be Lam Tin's husky. Seeing himself insulted, it immediately grabbed the book on the table to retaliate, which only made him even more furious. Damn it, don't chew my book. Husky not only ignores me, but also destroys everything recklessly. Go. Trin Tien restrains his anger, grinding his teeth as he warns. Everyone, leave now or today's menu will be dog meat. The husky tilted its head innocently at him before continuing to play and jump around. Go. Then it transforms into another form and plays with itself. Trin Tun was extremely amazed when he saw that. You have 2 huskies. He suddenly thought of something, his face changing color. That's not right. Trin Tun turned to question Tran Tu. This is the split technique. Trin Tun was stunned and extremely shocked. No way. How can an elemental beast skill be able to comprehend a split body technique? That's not scientific. Tran Thu Nhu predicted his expression in advance, so she remained quite calm. Teacher, what do you think? Is my beast element talented? Dai Lu Badi wholeheartedly praised you, saying yes. My teacher, this friend of mine, is truly a genius, and he just graduated from high school. He heard that and froze stiff. Just graduated and already at the black iron level? Trin Than frowned, his face turning grim. Where is your remaining spirit contract? Tran Thu immediately responded to his request. I've already upgraded to level 4. You seem confident, but I'm worried this office won't last. Look at this. Trin Ten is completely stunned right now. Damn it, both of your level D spirit contracts have divine skills? That's a bit hard to believe. Tran Tu was pleased to be praised, but still acted modest and somewhat reserved. Trin Tan was convinced by him and finally agreed. All right. I will prepare a free black iron level menu for you. Then he asked seriously, Go ahead, I will have Daliang deliver it to you in a week. Can you cover the food expenses? He shyly begged, Teacher, is there any way you could make a menu and maybe give free food for 2 years or sponsor a little? Dali and Fang Sai couldn't believe their ears, and both cursed. Damn it! The two of them worked together to cover for each other. She forcibly pulled Tran Thu aside, while he quickly bowed his head to explain, Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. After a while, the 3 of them were outside. Dali couldn't take it anymore and angrily scolded you, Why are you so unreasonable? It was hard enough to get the teacher to make a free menu for you, and now you want to take advantage. Tran Thu acts as if it's nothing special, and then explains to him that being a good person means being good to the end. Seeing Buddha off all the way to Western Heaven is no problem. He then patted your head and scolded you. That was a big issue. At that time, the teacher agreed to make the dishes because of Phuong Tu's extraordinary talent, but he still charged 100 million. You scream in horror. 1 million? Lin Chu makes that much money? Calmly helping you understand, what do you think? My mentor is a king-level spiritual master, one of the top experts in the country. He is a renowned power in menu creation, charging at least a few 100 million each time. Tran Thu sighed heavily. Burning money. The two of them were chatting excitedly when suddenly Phuong Tu approached and interrupted. Tran Bi, let's go. It's time to head to Hua Academy to get ready for work. Are you finally going to another world? She whispered close to his ear. Dali, please take good care of Habang. Then she linked her arm with Ko Tran Thu and said, We're going out for a while. Dailuk looked puzzled and asked, Habang, why is she here?
Suddenly, Fuangta shook his phone to signal he understood and immediately checked his phone. The message on the screen was from Fuangtu. "She is your future sister-in-law, take good care of her." He smiled happily, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is going to be interesting." In the morning, the white clouds drifted lazily, looking beautiful and relaxing. Jining angrily stood up and questioned, "What? Fuangtu, do you want this person to go with Alin and us to another space?" Thendi also doesn't quite trust Tranthu. "Sister Fuangtu, are you sure he can do it?" Then she assessed him from head to toe, noticing his somewhat inexperienced look, and that he didn't seem capable of handling a fierce beast. "Let's not talk about then, when we still have to take care of him." Tranthu smiled brightly like a flower. "Your eyes are very accurate. I really haven't personally eliminated a fierce beast before. I think nuclear bombs are much better." All three were stunned by the scare. "Huh? Nuclear bomb?" Fang Sai sighed in disappointment, thinking they really were too naive to believe Tranthu was an honest citizen. "You were about to explain, that's it." But she spoke up to urge you on. "All right, stop talking. Let's go to the beast taming pavilion first." They all stood up at the same time and said in unison, "Okay. Everyone will meet at the beast taming pavilion in the Huazhou Imperial Academy later." Fang Tzu issued a command. "Xiao Kao, start the hunting activities for this round." She immediately grabbed the computer and followed the instructions. On the screen appeared a series of important information. The otherworldly swamp of living wood. Danger level. Jining read it and immediately felt worried. "Sister Fuangtu, are we hunting in this space again?" "In the dangerous level other space, the swamp of living wood is all of medium grade." She directly voiced her suspicion. "Now, Lin is not here, so her brother will take her place. I'm afraid Fuangtu still firmly believes in his abilities." "It's okay, Tranthu can take this position. Tell me the details of the situation." Then she summons her contract beast. Fang Si, a 2-star black iron beast tamer with a super S-level fire dragon. Contract spirit mainly for attack and an S-level icebone dragon mainly for control. Next is the introduction of the second member, Nintundi, a 2-star black iron beast tamer. Her contracted spirit is a S-rank giant beast, mainly defensive, with a wind curse at A-level, focusing on speed. Of course, Team 3 is also quite impressive. Is Kyunguit a 2-star dark metal beast tamer? The contracted spirit is a demonic eye of super S level, mainly for investigation, purification and healing at level A, primarily for treatment. Finally, partner number 4, Liu Jining, a 2-star dark metal beast tamer, with a contract spirit of an alluring red butterfly at super S level, mainly controlling and wielding an A-level black thunder attack for offense. Tranthu watched the display of the 4 beautiful sisters' talents and couldn't hide her amazement. Wow. Seeing Tranthu just standing still, she immediately reminded her to move. "Your little brother's turn now. You snapped out of it when you heard your name called." "All right." You quickly showcase your abilities to everyone. Tranthu, a 1-star black iron beast tamer with a D-level spirit contract, commands Slim, a giant yellow beast mainly for attack, control, defense, and being clingy. It blushes shyly when it sees pretty girls. The 3 of them froze stiff as if glued in place, but Tranthu still maintained her determined expression and continued speaking. Level D elemental beasts mainly focus on destruction and attack. Husky just appeared, baring its fangs and claws, looking fierce. Slim and it laugh and jump happily together. Everyone watching this scene is filled with question marks. Then D looked skeptical about life and asked, "Do you really think these 2 things can go on adventures with us, Fuangtu?" She turned to firmly confirm. "No problem." Then she made a request to you. Tranthu fought them off to prove herself. He eagerly agreed right away. "Sure. Done." Tranthu suddenly remembered something. "That's right. Miss Fuangtu, can I use the medicine?" He holds up a glass vial containing the prepared liquid. Like this. Fuangtu's little heart almost jumped out of her chest. "Oh my God, don't mess around. I'm not crazy, am I?" She shouted angrily. "You told me to use the contract spirit to fight and scare Tranthu so much she trembled." "Fine." You quickly put away your playful demeanor. "Husky Sim, go ahead." On the other side, Fuangtu had already returned to her gentle girl image. Both of them also stepped forward, indeed only stopping and waiting for this one sentence. All right, they each summoned their spirit contracts. The Dark Thunder and the giant beast, Thak Nam. The atmosphere on the arena gradually heats up as Fuangtu declares the start. As soon as she finished speaking, Husky immediately launched into action. Its attack was so fast and powerful that Xiao Hei couldn't dodge it. Seeing that, Qining was extremely dissatisfied. So sinister and ambushing. Tranthu responded with a very disdainful smile. So polite, so polite. At this moment, Husky has entered his most aggressive state. Gao Gao. It kept launching fierce attacks, forcing the opponent into a defensive position, constantly dodging but ultimately unable to escape Husky's trap. It only let out a painful cry, showing it was seriously injured. Chip? Chip. But Husky had no intention of giving it a chance to rest. That scene scared Qin Geng half to death. Xiaohei, get out of the way. As she finished speaking, Husky's attack tore through the air, but this move seemed ineffective. And only now did Qin Geng dare to breathe a sigh of relief. The dodge was successful. However, just 1 second later, the attack everyone thought was a dud suddenly transformed in an unexpected way. This time, even if heaven itself appears, it won't save Little Black. The scene was so surreal that only Ngung was stunned into disappearance. Oh my god, what is that? Even Thandi beside me can't hide her shock. The ice sphere still contains Lok Loi. This husky is a full attribute spirit contract. Then both of them stared blankly at the husky happily jumping over there. Only Ngung felt like the universe was mocking her. My S-rank spirit contract is being suppressed by this D-grade thing. It's too late now for her to realize that Husky is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Little Black seems to have been provoked. It immediately concentrates all its power with the determination to deliver a final blow. After gathering enough energy, Xiaohei attacks directly at Husky without hesitation. At that moment, Slim suddenly appears. It directly uses its body to absorb Xiaohei's lightning. The scene leaves Jie Ning utterly amazed. Huh? It ate it. It swallowed the skill. You only see Slim looking extremely satisfied after absorbing that move, focusing on digesting Xiaohei's energy like a nourishing supplement. And just as Slim opened its eyes, a commanding presence radiated from its gaze that made everyone wary. And in that moment, Thachnam suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unease. But before Thachnam could react, Slim suddenly leapt into the air, releasing a terrifying aura as it prepared to crush its opponent with brutal force. Thandi smirked coldly, her eyes full of contempt. Trying to suppress my beast of resistance, Thachnam? It's still a long way to go. As soon as Thandi finished speaking, Thachnam immediately entered a defensive stance. Seeing that, Tron Thu Chi faintly smiled with a hint of meaning. Just a second later, the giant Slim, as if inflated by baking powder, swelled up, bringing a sense of oppression that enveloped Thachnam. The fight isn't over yet, but Ngung Yam feels her tiny heart has had enough stimulation. Is it supposed to be this big? Thandi, standing beside her, also turned pale and looked helpless. In front of them now is a giant Slim, resembling a moving mountain. Her face couldn't hide her panic. My skills have been sealed. The Behemoth Rock Cave is a 2-star Black Iron Spirit contract, now controlled by a 1-star Black Iron Slim. Thendai is almost completely helpless. This Sim suddenly stops speaking to reassure her. Leave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Black charged forward once again. Sparks of lightning shot out from all over its body like lightning bolts, aiming straight at Slim. The dense lightning bolt striking Slim's body made it pale with fear, and in an instant, Slim's appearance became utterly tragic. However, Tranthu didn't seem worried at all. The attack power is too strong. At this moment, Thandi has regained her confidence. I can fight back. As long as we defeat Slim, we can win. All right, it seems Husky has sensed the danger now. It snarled and growled menacingly, and then Husky suddenly launched a powerful attack. But no one can step into the same river twice. This time, Little Black managed to escape successfully. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Husky continued to unleash his fire-breathing technique, but despite his fierce momentum, it still couldn't harm Little Black. Tiny Black is no longer the same as a few minutes ago. It has returned and is more formidable than ever. Despite the tense situation, Tranthu remains as calm as ever. You want to fight my Husky? Then you're mistaken. He secretly despised them, thinking that as long as they kept attacking Slim, there was hope. But I won't let you have that hope anymore. With that in mind, Tranthu immediately shouted loudly, Husky! As soon as you finished speaking, the Husky on the arena suddenly transformed. Woof, woof. This situation truly exceeds Qin Ngung's expectations of split consciousness skills. Thandi also couldn't hide her panic, staring intently at Husky, suddenly only considering one possibility. No, it might just be a similar skill. The textbook says that Beast Element and Divine Technique clone have nothing to do with each other. While everyone was still confused, the two Huskies simultaneously howled with full energy.
Woof, woof, woof. Then both of them simultaneously unleashed lightning, aimed straight at Thachnam.
The power of that strike was no joke. The protective layer around it began to crack and gradually split apart. Before Thach Nam could react, a blazing ice sphere shot through the air at incredible speed, crashing into him and shattering into countless fragments. Creak! In the end, Thach Nam couldn't hold back and let out a mournful scream. Witnessing that scene, only Ngung and Than Di finally had to accept the truth. We lost. In response, Tran Thu offers a somewhat hateful smile. Truly, being the champion is lonely. Seeing the result of this match, Than Di sighed in disappointment. I didn't expect we would lose. Even after experiencing it firsthand, Qi Ning still can't believe it. Is your KUOC spirit really a level D? At this moment, Tran Thu, full of pride, took out a small notebook and began to record seriously. The first battle at Huaha Monster School was a preliminary assessment. E's assessment is realistic. D's assessment is comprehensive. The Blackbird's initial assessment. A's evaluation is genuine. E's is comprehensive. Tran Thu's words hit like a thunderbolt, shocking the two beauties so much they almost fainted. Even Phuong Tu was speechless at his indifference. All right, stop recording. Anyone looking at her would clearly see the 4 words of extreme satisfaction on Tran Thu's face. All right, now you finally notice the expressions of the two people facing you. Senior Sister Liu, Senior Sister Nin, why do your faces look so unpleasant? 1 second later, Ji Ning immediately turned and left before Tran Thu could provoke her to the point of anger. Ha 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 ha, the stone-headed beast. Oh no, the beast stone cave is injured. I'm heading to the infirmary. I'm injured and need to go to the medical room. After they leave, Kyo Nguye approaches with a very excited look. Miss Phuong Tu, you're right. Everything must be based on plants. In this case, Phuong Tu refused to give an opinion, only able to sigh helplessly, and 3 days later officially went to the swamp to collect live wood. Hearing that, Kyun Guyet happily nodded and said, Okay, see you later. Tran Thu is in a very excited mood right now, so I'll go ahead first. Wait, Tran Thu. Hearing that, he turned back with a confused look. What, Sister Phuong Tu? Immediately after, Tran Thu showed a knowing look. No need to praise your performance today, it's just basic skills. Your arrogant attitude makes Phuong Tu furious. I swear I won't praise you. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Why do you feel that leaving me here for a while will cause your beast squad to disband? After some chatting, Phuong Tu finally revealed her true intention. Can I let you see my spirit contract board? For Tran Thu, this is just a small matter. He immediately swiped to open his notification board. No problem. The contract information showing your spirit contract with Slim and Husky appeared there. The more Phuong Tu looked, the more stunned she became, feeling increasingly doubtful of her own reading comprehension. Are you sure you didn't Photoshop this notification? After reviewing the notification, Phuong Tu concluded that this cannot be Photoshopped, but it also can't be like this. Then she seriously explained to Tran Thu that even when she advanced a small realm or leveled up a skill, it couldn't reach such a high level. In contrast to her enthusiastic explanation, Tran Thu shrugged confidently. That makes sense. Every time you break through, you level up 2 or 3 skills. Who says you can only upgrade 1 skill each time? Your attitude really makes Phuong Tu speechless. Putting that aside, she pats your shoulder and gives some advice, saying, Don't tell anyone about your spiritual contract information. Tran Thu instinctively scratched her head and said, All right, I'll go now. Suddenly, Phuong Tu raised her hand to call her back. Hey, you're Husky. Tran Thu Tin playfully wants to correct it to say it's your sister's Husky. He was excited but suddenly froze as his face stiffened. In front of Tran Thu were 2 Huskies fighting each other. You're sick of this scene and still threatening with your right hand. Damn it, are you crazy or what? Hurry back now. Then he sighed and complained, That's so troublesome. Phuong Tu has secretly judged all along that this is the real demoness. Even pretending to be Peng Langjin, she doesn't act like this. She thought of something and held Tran Thu back, suggesting, Wait, just go to the hotel with me. But Tran Thu had no suspicion at all. Okay, at the towering building in the city center, Phuong Tu kept hovering around Habang, trying to observe, and even covering her mouth while smiling, which confused her. Sister Phuong Tu, what's wrong? Habang was really stared at so much, she almost burst into tears. Is there something wrong with me? But Phuong Tu just smiled softly and denied it. No, I just want to look at you. A second later, she stepped closer, her dangerous expression making Habang feel uneasy. Phuong Tu rested her hand on her hip, her gaze full of intent. Not bad, not bad. Our little Habang has really grown up. Her cheeks are already flushed, softly reminding me. Sister Phuong Tu, at last, the other party has let go to the main topic. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I came to ask you something. Phuong Tu straightforwardly asked, Do you like Tran Bi?
The sudden question caught Ha Bang off guard, and now she was even more embarrassed than before, her face flushed and stammering without knowing what to say. Then she gathered all her courage and admitted honestly, "Yes, I like Tron Thu." Fang Sa greeted warmly, as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. "Very good. I accept this sister-in-law. But right now she has a big concern. Gen B doesn't understand what love is. I'm afraid this will be difficult for you." Ha Bang felt very sympathetic upon hearing that. "Oh, right. You've actually hinted many times before, but Phuong Tu only caught 2 hints, so she made a suggestion. If the hints don't work, then just be clear." Ha Bang suddenly looked like a puppy waiting for the next words. "Huh?" This adorable look made Phuong Tu can't help but pinch her. "Next, just wait. I've arranged everything for you over these 2 days." With that, she stepped outside. Phuong Tu looked around like a professional spy as she made a phone call. "Hello, Dali. I need to talk to you about something." At the same time, Tron Thu was in the kitchen tinkering with something. After wiping the sweat from his brow from all the research, he finally figured it out. Tran Thu had been eagerly waiting for this experiment, so it was time for Husky to come out. As soon as he heard, he immediately summoned the fierce Husky to appear. Sim peeked out from behind, and as soon as Tran Thu saw it, he couldn't hide his worry. "Are the wounds from today's battle already healed?" Speaking of which, Tran Thu realized that the leveling effect of the beast taming space might be healing wounds. You analyzed this with Da and then suddenly burst out laughing, too stingy with money. Then Tran Thu waved to call Slim. "I'll take the medicine first." This action of yours makes both Slim and Husky happy, and now Tran Thu is very proud of his achievement. These 4 important medicines can boost the combat power of the 2 spirit contracts, and then collecting the live wood can be done with complete peace of mind. At this moment, the phone in your pocket rings. By instinct, Tran Thu guessed it was Dai Luke. At this hour, someone calling him also made Tran Thu curious. What is he calling me for at midnight? Tran Thu quickly answers the phone. "Da Li, what's the matter with you calling me?" On the other end suddenly spoke up. "Hello, Tranby. I want to invite you to dinner tomorrow night. Please take some time to dress up a bit more." This remark from him makes Tran Thu wonder. "Dress a little better? Do you think I usually dress slaloppy?" Dai Li didn't say anything else, and immediately said goodbye. "All right, that's settled. See you tomorrow night." After ending the call, he forced a smile and informed the 2 people watching over him. "Done, Ms. Phuong Tu." She's just presenting her plan again, while Ha Bang blushes furiously. "Next, we need to choose clothes so that tomorrow night can be successful." From afar, Dolly saw the sexy outfit inside the box and couldn't help but exclaim, "Tisk, tisk, tisk." It seems the next day has arrived. Right now, Tran Thu is standing in front of a shop. "I don't know what Dolly wants to invite me to eat. I need to buy some food." Standing still, something suddenly caught his attention. "Huh? What the hell is this?" In front of Tran Thu is Cow Track. "Just seeing that guy was enough for you to show your disgust. Truly unlucky." "What the hell is that?" Cow Track snorted coldly in annoyance before arrogantly asking the other person. "You don't know me?" Tran Thu casually denies, then criticizes. "It's just that I feel unlucky." Cow Track was so angry he was speechless and couldn't say anything else. Tran Thu simply ignored him and then approached the staff to order a few more items. That Kotrak suddenly interrupted and showed off some authority. "Hello, this is my membership card." So he was given a stern order to not let any petty people disturb my VIP area. Ngui Lam nodded politely and welcomed him. "All right, please follow me." So Tran Thu's curiosity was piqued. "What's on the 2nd floor for you guys?" Ngui Lam politely explains that it is mainly for VIP guests and bows to reassure the guest, saying, "But sir, rest assured, we will serve you just the same." At the same time, a mission menu appeared with 3 options. As soon as he read it, Tran Thu excitedly suggested, "I want to go up there too." Mr. Wei Lam hesitated slightly before announcing that the 2nd floor was required. Without needing to hear the rest, Tran Thu understood immediately and raised his membership card. Wei Lam was instantly stunned. To clarify, Ngui Lam asked, "Sir, may I check a little?" Tran Thu was really upset. Why not check the old man? Although the current situation makes things awkward for him, Wei Lam still has to try to explain. He is a professor at the Huaxia Cultural Institute. On mission. Accordingly, Tran Thu reminded that he didn't want to waste more time at the Cultural Institute, so he handed over the card for the staff to check. "All right, then hurry up." Ngui Lam immediately took the card. "Okay." Then she placed it into the verification machine. "Please wait a moment." Ngui Lam reassures the guest in front of her. "It's almost done. The results will come soon." Ngui Lam politely returns the card to Tran Thu. "Sorry to keep you waiting. The check is complete." And then she went ahead to show the way. "Now, I will take you up to the 2nd floor.
Ngui Lam's demeanor exudes the elegance of a refined staff member, inviting him this way. On the second floor of Tianhua restaurant, in front of Tran Thu, is Cao Truck sitting at a tea table. He turned to Mingui Lam and asked her to help him with this menu, and Cao Truck, who immediately noticed someone he disliked, wondered why. Huh? Why did you come up here? Tran Thu never misses a chance to provoke him. I came up here on my own 2 feet. Kotrak turned away without even bothering to pay attention. Yet Tran Thu still deliberately provokes him. Did I just blow up your family's ancestral grave? And you successfully drew Kautrak's attention, causing his temper to flare and almost biting the other person. You call me a curse. Does that mean you have a natural talent for it? It really makes people furious to death. So Tran Thu politely stood up. Sorry. May I ask if I have caused the explosion of your family's ancestral grave? Kutrek was momentarily unable to understand as Tran Thu kept teasing him non-stop. Isn't this still a sign of potential? He gritted his teeth in anger and spat out insults. If I had known this earlier, I would have stopped you and the Huaha Academy from tarnishing the sacred ground of the top-tier beast tamers. Tran Thu can easily counter and stop him without much thought. You are the judge who scored me, and that's why you want to clarify things clearly. It's not like I provoked you. Do you want to stop me? Tran Thu couldn't accept what the other person just said and kept questioning. Based on the scoring criteria, I am not qualified in Huahua Academy, right? Kautrak stood up and gestured towards the opponent, saying, Don't say I won't explain to you. This time it's Tran Thu's turn to get angry, huh? And he even dares to provoke my fierce Nam Jiang. Seeing his back, I can't help but feel annoyed. It seems he truly has no idea what happens when you mess with me. A flood of thoughts raced through Tran Thu's mind. Diarrhea medicine, nuclear bombs, sacks, and he clenched his teeth, already thinking of a way to deal with him. A servant from behind stepped forward and softly called, Sir. Danfeng's face showed a look of awkwardness. The type of game meat you need is in large quantities and spread across the entire country, so it will take some time to gather. Despite the awkwardness, Tran Thu didn't hesitate for long, and the other party immediately replied, 5 days will be enough. He nodded and asked, Ooh, do I need to pay a deposit then? Then Danfeng smiled. No need. The VIP card grants special privileges. Really? That good? Then a look of calculating benefits appeared on his face. Is there any other advantage besides this? Tran Thu's shoulder rubbed against the staff like some multi-level marketing scammer trying to lure others, like offering credit. Danfeng helplessly exclaimed, Oh, you hold up 5 fingers. You can lend money, but only up to 5 million. Immediately, Tran Thu looked disappointed. Is that all? Danfeng scratched his head and continued. Besides this, the VIP card gives a 10% discount on all products and allows pre-ordering skills. Getting to the point, he touched his chin and asked again, placing the skill in front of him. Tran Thu then instructed, Then pay attention to the Furious Wrath skill. The other person nodded confidently. All right, I understand. You turn around and leave, so I'll wait for your news. The moon hangs high outside the building, and Ha Bang's face is blushing with embarrassment. Everyone asks, Did Tran Thu come? Fuang Tu's hand gently rested on her shoulder to reassure her, saying, Don't worry, we've arranged to meet him. He will definitely come. And when the time comes, the boy will arrive. Hearing that, Ha Bang softly replied, Yes. Dali suddenly came to inform us, Tran Thu has arrived. He winks mysteriously and snaps his fingers, and the seat suddenly becomes empty. The screen goes dark, and Fuang Tu gently kisses Ha Bang on the cheek, encouraging her, Hang in there, baby. The sound of footsteps continues to echo. Dai Luke and Fuang Tu quickly hide behind the kitchen shelf, with him still holding the guitar. Both of them smile with anticipation. Ha Bang nervously tightens her dress as the door opens and the man of her dreams walks in. Tran Thu stepped in, puzzled by the empty room. Huh? Fuang Tu and Dai Luke said they would come for dinner. So why is no one here? Seeing the strange silence and the gloomy atmosphere, he muttered to himself. And then Tran Thu tried calling Dai Luke, but no one answered on the other end, leaving him stunned. Without hesitation, he kept calling. Tran Thu decisively turned and walked away. I should head back first. Suddenly, the sound of a guitar echoed, and Tran Thu turned around curiously. Who is that? Ha Bang, wearing a pink dress, steps into the light and looks at the opponent, startling you. Ha Bang? She turns around and gracefully performs a ballet dance as fluid and elegant as water. That scene made Tran Thu's cheeks flush. After finishing her dance, the embarrassment made Ha Bang freeze. Tran Thu, you're so confusing. Your eyes seem to be asking about what just happened. This is you. Her shy hand goes to the back of her neck, her face flushing. I have something to tell you.
At the same time, Phuong Tu's strong shoulder was squeezed tightly in excitement as it was about to start, and Habang gently held his hand. Tran Tu, since the first time I met you, I felt that you are a very good person. Your eyes lowered, and even though you are treating this world with a disrespectful attitude, I know you are very kind. Habang remembered when she was bullied. He was also very enthusiastic and caring for others. Then the moment Tran Thu rushed forward to protect someone. Finally, she smiled, knowing that knowing you was the happiest thing in my dark life. Then Habang hesitated, and although it was a bit abrupt, I wanted to tell you that I like you. Tran Thu finished with a sentence that left her stunned. So today, are you trying to praise me? Fang Xi and the big boss are both full of question marks. Habang was stunned, wanting to refute. Huh? No, I just want to tell you. Tran Thu's face is full of confidence, as if she understands everything. No, so you want to accept me as your big brother? Furious, Phuong Tu gripped Dailuk's arm tightly. Is this supposed to be a confession? Why does the kid think Habang wants to make him the boss? Next to him, Dailuk was trembling and crying but forced himself to endure, while Habang on the other side was extremely embarrassed. Why do you think I want to make you the boss? Tran Thu confidently said. Didn't you say I am a good person? She also didn't deny it. Yes, but you keep saying, isn't it that you feel I am the light of your life? She agrees, that's right. But Tran Thu clapped his hands together happily and concluded, so isn't that right? I am a good person and your light. Isn't it what you wanted me to guide you so you can improve? Tran Thu warmly put his arm around Habang's shoulder, saying, you really don't need to trouble yourself like this. We're good brothers, and you're also Chief Phuong Tu's younger sister. If you need me to protect you, just say the word. Don't worry, even though we haven't sworn brotherhood, we are still good brothers. Her face was now distorted. We're good brothers. Tran Thu proudly said, of course, we are good brothers. Behind the counter, Phuong Tu clenched her fist so tightly she trembled. She angrily struck away the powerful force, shouting loudly, Tran Bi. Is your mind on fire around Phuong Tu? Suddenly, an arm held her back. Sister Phuong Tu. Habang shook her head from behind. Just leave it. With Tran Thu's thick skin, he would immediately start yelling. Why did Sister Phuong Tu hide there? Could she be planning to ambush us? Phuong Tu crossed her arms and said, you're truly hopeless now. She took hold of Habang's hand. Habang then turned around and pulled her away. Let's go. They left ahead of Dailuk and Tran Thu, who watched in surprise. He sighed helplessly. Oh, Tran Bi. After saying that, Dailuk also ran after the two of them. Sister Phuong Tu, wait for me. Tran Thu asked with a question mark on her forehead. What's going on? The night falls with the moon rising. Dali quickly caught up with the girls and asked Sister Phuong Tu, the plan has failed. What should we do? Phuong Tu frowned, determined not to lose. If Tran Bi has already gone too far, then we might as well go all the way. A look of horror appeared on his face. What? You want to bury him? Her response was a silent look. Then Phuong Tu turned to her and said, we need to use a stronger tactic. Habang blushed shyly, but her voice was full of determination. Yes. Now it's Dali's turn to be confused about the sisters' plan. At Habang's hotel room, Phuong Tu's cheeks flushed when she heard the call. Miss Phuong Tu. Habang stepped out in a sexy pink outfit. Is that okay? Tran Thu walks back to the hotel, confused. What's wrong with Sister Phuong Tu? It's midnight. She mysteriously takes my room card, tells me to go for a walk downtown, then suddenly calls me back. A sudden flash of realization crossed his mind. Could it be? Tran Thu's face darkened as if he saw something horrifying. Could it be that she wants to get rid of him? You swipe the card and the door opens. Then something pops up on the bed and catches Tran Thu's eye. He pulls out a bag from somewhere and grins maliciously. You want to play dirty? Next time then. Tran Thu quietly approached the bed, then suddenly flipped his leg and prepared to throw the bag at his opponent. Suddenly, he hesitated. Under the blanket, Habang wears a seductive outfit and has a captivating figure that leaves Tran Thu stunned. Habang, why are you here? She hooked her leg around his waist and pulled Tran Thu down in a panic, causing him to fall on top of Habang with her sweet smile. The two face each other, almost touching lips. Habang gently wraps her arms around Tran Thu, her voice soft as water. Tran Thu Phuong Tu's words flashed through her mind. Habang, you really understand Tran Bi. If you don't make your feelings clear, the boy will keep pretending. So tonight you have to tell him what's on your mind. Tran Thu shyly called out to him, suddenly grabbing his collar. Habang remains calm as she tells Tran Bi not to move, then leans her head slightly lower. That made Tran Thu wonder, what's going on? Taking advantage of his distraction, Habang leaned in, her lips pressing against his, leaving him stunned as Tran Thu
The fierce Nam Jeng watched helplessly.
Ambushed unexpectedly, in the dimly lit room, the two bodies pressed close on the bed, sharing the most intimate of exchanges.
Ha Bang focuses on hugging Tran Thu's neck, deepening the kiss. He still has his eyes wide open in confusion. Wow. You're gradually getting carried away by this feeling of comfort, instinctively intertwining your fingers with hers. Right now, all that's in your mind is one thought. It's so soft. She gently moves her hands to remove Tran Thu's outer coat. He lets out a soft moan. Ha Bing immediately sat up, flipped him onto the bed, and quickly lifted his shirt to reveal his toned abs. She whispered softly, "Then B." Tran Thu's cheeks are red like a tomato, and her teary eyes evoke a feeling of being trampled by others. Ha Bang was momentarily stunned by his adorable look, then she covered her mouth and burst into laughter, never expecting him to be like this. She held her cheek and honestly expressed her feelings from the bottom of her heart, so cute that it made her like him even more. Ha Bang honestly expressed her feelings. "Tran B, I have liked you for a long time. That was just my moment of excitement earlier, but don't worry, I will take responsibility for you." She shyly avoids eye contact and hints softly, "If you agree, whatever you want to do to me today is fine." Tran Thu stammered in surprise to him. "Can you repeat that to confirm? Anything goes?" Hearing those words from him made Ha Bang feel extremely embarrassed, and she nodded slightly in agreement. Ha Bang started to imagine the age-restricted scenes they would do. At this point, she was also looking forward to it. "Maybe I will cooperate unconditionally." Tran Thu suddenly became more confident. "If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." She cautiously agreed. Just as Ha Bang's heart was pounding with tension, your voice suddenly rang out.
"The content ruins this atmosphere. Is it the Spirit Suppression Bureau?"
"I want to report that someone is harassing me." Ha Bang was caught off guard, her eyes wide with shock.
A few minutes later, say, the blaring sound of police sirens stopped at the hotel entrance, and they quickly took Ha Bang away.
The other three stood there watching. Dali and Phuong Tu couldn't believe it, and turned to look at Tran Thu, who was smiling brightly as she questioned, "Did you call the police to arrest her just because Ha Bang forced a kiss on you?" Phuong Tu looked at Tran Thu helplessly. The atmosphere was very strange right now. Very. "You're truly a straight steel man, still proud to preach morals. Men should also protect themselves well when they go out. She angrily punched you in the head and ordered you to protect your head. At most, you have an hour to release the girl to me." Tran Thu tears up in pain, gently rubbing the still smoking bump she just made. Phuong Tu's face is serious as she scolds, "Even if you don't like the person, you can't do that." "Tran B, Ha Bang truly likes you." This shocked him. "What? She likes you? I thought she only desired my body." Dali and she are both speechless, like a block of wood, but now they are witnessing it firsthand. Bang Tzu truly had no choice but to sigh wearily, a flame of anger igniting around her as she gritted her teeth and urged, "Let the girl go now." After a long while, they took Ha Bang back to Tran Thu's room. Phuong Tu awkwardly drapes her coat over her and comforts her, saying, "Don't be afraid mischievous kids don't understand things, it's okay now." Seeing Ha Bang silent and sad, she irritably points at him. "Hurry up and come here to apologize." Your limbs stiffen as you tiptoe closer, and Tran Thu awkwardly stands in front of Ha Bang. Phuong Tu smiled kindly and softly warned, "Sorry, you're giving me goosebumps." Ha Bang looked relaxed and tried to stop her. "It's okay, Sister Phuong Tu." She honestly admits her mistake and shows her determination. "This was caused by me, it's not Tran Thu's fault, so there's no need to make things difficult for her." "The road to victory is still long. I believe we still have a chance." Tran Thu's cheeks flushed as she called out emotionally, "Ha Bang." Dali and Fang Si were excited, thinking that this fool finally understood. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. He gave a thumbs up to Ha Bang, confirming her identity. "Sure enough, he is my good brother." They both gasped, feeling that there was no hope left for him. Phuong Tu was overwhelmed and decided to end the painful situation. "All right, it's late tonight. Let's all go home and rest. We have to go to another space tomorrow. We can talk about anything later." Dai Luke quickly agreed with her. "All right." Only Tran Thu was still standing there hesitating. Ha Bang, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped, smiled gently, and waved goodbye to him, saying goodnight. He awkwardly waved back and said goodnight. At this moment, her attitude made Tran Thu realize too late. Does she really like me? It is late at night, and the city is silent, the bright moonlight shining down on the modern skyscrapers. Inside the hotel room, Tran Thu is deeply asleep on the bed, unaware of what she is dreaming, her body twisting and her mouth constantly giggling. His mind is now filled with the scene of Ha Bang kissing him earlier that afternoon. their clothes scattered on the ground, their smooth skin pressed close together, her soft, slender hand gently caressing Tranthu's abdomen, his face flushed and lips pressed tightly in tension. At the farewell scene, he suddenly woke up in a start, sitting up in panic. The next morning, it was still early, so only one car was on the highway. Tranthu sat listlessly in the passenger seat, her dark circles under her eyes and yawning widely, catching Fuangtu's attention. She asked with concern, "Why do your eyes look so dark and tired? Did you not sleep well last night?" Hearing that, he froze in shock, and his hazy memories immediately flooded back. He felt guilty and quickly turned his attention back to the main topic. "No, I slept very well." So Tranthu pretended to casually bring up an unrelated matter. "Older sister, Luke Hawk. Older sister, Nin. How are the injuries of your contract spirits? That day you acted too aggressively, not realizing the difference between us." Fang Si glared coldly and warned in a low voice, "Shut up." Tranthu quickly straightened up and obeyed. "Yes, understood." The car stopped in front of an ancient building, and he stepped out, stretching comfortably. He finally arrived. Fang Si instructs Ji Ning in the driver's seat. "Luke Qingung, go park the car and bring our luggage to the hotel. We'll go to receive the mission first." She immediately agreed. "Fine." The four of them walk inside side by side, with Tranthu stomping forcefully on the floor. He arrogantly demanded loudly, "Bring out the high-difficulty mission." Everyone present focused their attention on him, secretly sharing the same thought. The elder. Then Tranthu added another condition. "If it's a mission that requires a deposit, don't show it to me." The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched and their excitement completely disappeared. Tendi and Kyun Guyet quietly kept their distance, not daring to acknowledge him. Chan Fuangtu, veins bulging. That's really true. At this moment, Tranthu cheerfully called out, "Come see the mission, sisters." Tendi and Kyun Guyet jumped in surprise, froze for a moment, then finally accepted their fate. "All right, let's go." She gently presses the button to view the mission. The system interface displayed a multitude of tasks and their difficulty levels, as Tranthu happily stood among countless virtual screens with children just choosing, while adults like her wanted to do them all. Your hand keeps clicking on different missions, hunting poisonous scorpions, catching giant blue frogs, collecting deadly flowers. Unlike your excited state, Fuangtu's face is distorted with doubt. "Are these all white silver level lords? Can we really do this?" Tranthu confidently declared with a confident tone. "You need to have a dream. What if it actually comes true?" She thought it made sense and happily agreed. "Fine then. If that's the case, then take it all." With her support, you become even more motivated. The people around looked at Tranthu with admiration. Indeed, a master. After a while, they had completed all the high-difficulty tasks and leisurely walked through the Beast Tamer Guild's door. The crowd watched with admiration and envy. Is this the demeanor of a true powerhouse? Once fully equipped, the four of them moved deep into the small town just as Tranthu was about to step into the fog, when a voice stopped him. "Wait a moment." Fang Tzu-Chu carefully handed them a few medicinal pills made from soaked wood with spiritual energy. "Although the black iron body can resist it, there will still be some impact. Please take this antidote first." He quickly took it and threw it into his mouth. Once done, the group set out to complete the mission. Tranthu led the way to scout the situation. And suddenly, he opened his eyes in shock as the thick fog obscured his view. There is a long, winding ladder ahead leading up to an unseen point. Is this the Tranlin Quan stronghold? Focusing himself, Fuangtu turned to remind, "Let's go." They chose the path down below. Tranthu suddenly noticed something. Each door is guarded by a person. The solemn atmosphere makes him marvel like a country bumpkin in the city. "Oh." Tranthu whispers to his teammates that there is a spirit guard watching over the entrance. And Fuangtu, with a serious expression, places her hand on his shoulder, ready to fight. The five of them immediately assumed their stance, activating their spiritual power to summon their contract spirits. Tranthu was filled with anticipation. "Okay, Sister Fuangtu." The different spirits appear one after another, their bodies brimming with power. Slim was also full of energy and determination. Fuangtu quickly sensed something unusual. Why does it feel like something strange has infiltrated here? "Hurry up!" He excitedly cheered like a child, interrupting her train of thought. "Let's go. We're departing." Under the guidance and protection of the spirit, they head straight for their target. At the highest level of the Tranlin Quan stronghold, it is heavily guarded. Chief of the Spirit Suppression Bureau, Tran Trong's face shows that the situation at the Living Wood Swamp isn't looking good. Has the geologist arrived yet? Tranthu's group follows closely behind, walking through the silent space. He frowns, wiping the sweat off his face. Why is the weather so hot today? Fang Si also sensed something was off.
A bit strange. We've already gone deep into the living tree swamp, but all the white bones around have already melted and it's very quiet. She narrowed her eyes and suddenly realized it was not right. She announced in a low voice to everyone, "We have reached the end of the space," and they are all puzzled. At the end, Phuong Tu seriously explained, "This is a forbidden zone. You can also think of it as a space barrier. In theory, passing through the space barrier could lead to another dimension." Hearing this, you roughly understood, so the entire space was within the dimension, just shattered into countless pieces by the white bones. She assessed the current situation. According to the expert's explanation, that's how it is, but there's no way to verify it. The white bones are too dangerous. Anyone who goes in will be torn apart. Finally, he cautiously decided, "All right, let's retreat first and see what's elsewhere." Tran Thu immediately agreed. All right. The others had already turned to leave, only he was still looking around, but thanks to that, he noticed something strange. Tran Thu was stunned, gazing in one direction. "Miss Phuong Tu, I want to ask you something. I speak with doubt. Does the forbidden space disappear if it vanishes?" This question makes Phuong Tu startle and stop in her tracks. She turned her head and firmly confirmed, "Of course not." "What are you thinking? If it were to vanish, wouldn't all the spaces connect together?" Tran Thu calmly points to the gap in space. Only then is it certain. The four girls looked at each other in confusion, a series of question marks appearing above their heads. Huh? Phuong Tu was so scared she froze for a moment. What's going on? No way. The structure of other spaces is all circular. The forbidden space is equivalent to an infinitely tall cylinder covering the area. Theoretically, such a large tear should not occur. At this moment, the space-time tear suddenly explodes, causing the ground to shake. Tran Thu and she gasp in unison. A fierce beast, a tall black tree with a full body of dark wood, rises up, with shimmering golden spiritual energy flowing along its trunk. Its claws tightly grip the white lion, and you can't help but feel a surge of horror. What a fierce beast! A king-level creature from Liet Duong Mountain Pass, and it's been trampled on. Fang Xi's mood is extremely tense as she merges with the rare space. Hurry up. Ascend to the wind title. They act with the fastest speed, and Tran Thu borrows strength from her. The system appears at the right moment with 3 options. 1, to escape and save your life. 2, to seize a treasure on Wang Baiyan's body. Ba defeated the 2 kings with corresponding rewards and suggested support below. Tran Thu quickly glanced at the system options and compared the rewards. After considering all options, he finally decided that choosing neither was a good choice. He turned to look at Phuong Tu with eyes full of hope. "Miss Phuong Tu, do you think we can manage this?" Before he could finish his sentence, she, already familiar with this look, stopped him and asked, "Are you crazy from being so poor?" That's King Bok Nan. Just Ning and Kiu Nuit cover their mouths and whisper to each other, truly young bulls not afraid of tigers. He confidently and blindly believed in himself, loudly declaring, "No, the fierce Jiangnan kid has never left without a fight, and King Bok Ngan must have some money too." Phuong Tu was truly speechless on his behalf. Her attitude became calm and resolute, ignoring Tran Thu. "All right. No wonder you're my sister's younger brother." Thendi lowered her title and let her brother go. Hearing that, he froze in place, never expecting she could be so ruthless. Phuong Tu deliberately stepped closer to tease, "Tranbi, have you finished writing your last words? Are they any different from what's on the tombstone? I'm useless and can't defeat King Baiyan's army, but I can do this much." Kyun Wheat pretends to be sad as she waves goodbye. "Junior, rest assured and go now." Zaining quickly took out her phone, capturing the final moments of Tran Thu's life. "She kindly showed you a freshly printed memorial photo. Do you want to use this kind of image on the tombstone? Consider it a small offering from your senior." Suddenly I feel like the unluckiest younger sibling in the world. "Hey sisters, why don't you go into the funeral business? You would definitely do very well." Phuong Tu thinks you've come to your senses and no longer want to risk your life? Then let's go. Tat Fong skillfully flies through areas unaffected by the battle of the 2 fierce beasts. Tran Thu remains stubborn to the end, licking his lips with a greedy look. "Sister Phuong Tu, don't you have the potion to boost your power? Let me go. I'm confident I can win this round." She was silent for a moment, realizing she couldn't change his mind, so she agreed that this potion could be used to bring them back. Tran Thu still wanted to tempt them. "Do any of the spirit contracts want to try? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get close to the 2 kings, and it's not even dangerous." Slim and the other spirits sweat nervously, turning away to pretend they're not involved, and only try to persuade him calmly. "Tran Thu, let it go. Even if it's not dangerous, we're still young." He shook his head in refusal.
the tempting reward making him want to take a risk. Let's try. What if it fails?
Fang Si reminds Tran Thu of the most important condition, but without a contract, no spirit dares to try.
He immediately cast an evil look at Husky. Isn't it already there? Then he grinned slyly and placed his hand on its head. Ha ha ha, you fool. Its body keeps trembling uncontrollably, like a weak cry of pain. Woof woof. Tran Thu used forceful measures to coerce Husky, opening her mouth. Its eyes shimmered with a pitiful look, trying to sway Tran Thu's faint conscience. Gao Gao, unfortunately, you were not moved at all, even threatening coldly.
If you keep hesitating, I will bury you for good.
The cleverness of the wise, it quickly split into 2 clones. You should also be surprised and praise it. Huh? Your IQ has improved. Husky's clone opened its mouth wide, waiting for Tran Thu to feed it medicine. It decisively swallowed without hesitation. You gently pat its head to encourage it. My little warrior, go now and bring back the Lord Bakugan's protective talisman. Husky, full of fighting spirit, charged forward, leaping off the back of the Tat Fong Tuok and joining the battlefield, heading straight to the fierce combat zone. Tran Thu's group found a safe spot nearby to hide and observe Husky's actions. It stopped beside the tangled roots as if sensing a strange aura, then turned around. Husk used its acting skill to pretend to be pitiful. Gauga, we're the same kind. The white lion immediately looked at it with a worried expression.
Yes, its offspring are very dangerous. Don't go near it.
The 2 sides started a fierce argument. That is my child. It's obviously my child. Meanwhile, Husky quietly approached the shining foot of the bough. It eagerly observed its target, then quickly opened its mouth to bite. At this moment, a thick root suddenly moved. The Thu Yu gently stroked Husky's head with affection. The white lion growled in anger. Let it go. The spirit beast is certain that it is my child. Suddenly, Husky noticed another bough's leg resting on the tree branch. It skillfully climbs up on all 4s, easily dodging the trees from 4 directions and then gently wrapping around Husky's body to lift it up, causing the white lion to tense up. What do you want to do? The Thu Yu releases Husky from the conflict and loudly argues. What does that have to do with you? It's my child. The Tran Thu group was so shocked their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open. This is really hard to believe. That white lion believes Husky is its child. Can we really just accept that the black tree also thinks the same? You feel like the 3 circles are collapsing. What is it thinking? Can a tree give birth to a dog? Kyungwit stammers in horror. Isn't this just too absurd? What kind of drug did you use? That's too crazy. Tran Thu quietly calculated the time. I see it too. Husky, the drug is about to lose its effect, so I'm passing on your identity. It immediately signals the clone. Gao Gao. The clone bites the leg of the guard and quickly returns at full speed. The white lion also sensed its action and then unleashed its power to challenge. You're safe now. Let's settle this once and for all. A series of Thu U's roots burst out of the ground. At this point, both sides, disregarding everything, rush into battle to determine the winner. Tran Thu softly reminded everyone. The medicine is about to wear off. Let's get ready to run. As he finished speaking, the medicine also lost its effect. The 2 fierce beasts suddenly regained consciousness and abandoned their quarrel, turning their rage towards the common enemy. We've been tricked. Seeing this, Tran Thu broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly urged everyone to run. No, the 2 fierce beasts have realized we've tricked them. Run now. The energy of the cursed beast surges fiercely. Roots tightly bind the white lion's ankles, preventing it from moving. Seizing the opportunity, a sharp, sturdy root pierced through its flesh before ruthlessly flinging the heavily wounded white lion aside. All the roots lose control and dance wildly in the space. Tran Thu's mood becomes extremely tense. She's going crazy. A series of roots shot toward them at the same time. Tat Fong Tuok turned his head and sped up. The roots relentlessly pursue, crashing everywhere in the forest, causing other ferocious beasts affected by them to appear, one after another. Tran Thu turned back angrily, shouting, Damn it, isn't stealing the Guardian's leg enough? I didn't blow up your family's tomb. Do you really need to be so furious? Quickly, he suggested a solution. Sister Fuang Tu, we can't delay any longer. Use the explosive medicine. She immediately nodded in agreement. All right. She took your hand to help you get closer to the mouth of the Tat Fong Tuok and gave it the medicine. After swallowing, the aura around it changed and spiritual energy surged within its body. It accelerates, widening the gap with the enemy as a scream of terror echoes from its back. Everyone's faces were distorted by the wind. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, Tran Thu tried to speak. What did Miss Fuang Tu feed my spirit contract? Why is it flying so fast? Oh? At this moment, she was speaking unclearly and calmly. Tat Fong Tuok continued to run away. The chasing demon beast caused the entire forest to shake violently, with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. On the other side, it is still considered relatively quiet for now, with a figure leisurely patrolling, not much different from what an expert would say. This is probably a space fusion. Suddenly, Lu Jin notices a spirit beast rushing toward him from ahead. Huh? He immediately recognized the familiar mark, the symbol of the Spirit Guard commander. Tran Thu's tears streamed down her face as she cried out in agony.
Old Master, save us! I shouted loudly to report the situation.
There is a pack of ferocious beasts chasing us. Lu Jin calmly clasped his hands behind his back and assessed the situation. It's just a bunch of ferocious beasts, no need to worry so much.
You guys head back to the stronghold first. I'll handle everything else.
Tran Thu hurriedly gave the order, not forgetting to express his sincere gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your mighty strength.
Then we will take our leave now. He frowned, showing disapproval.
Indeed, young people are not yet calm enough in their minds and still need to train. Besides, he is quite curious. Now, let me see what kind of beast could make the genius of the Huaha Academy become like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the graceful beast swooped in, causing Lutan's spirit contract to panic and tremble. He's no better off than it is. His face is twisted in agony, his voice hoarse from screaming. Oh my God, the Baknian King Beast. Tran Thu turned back and watched the battle scene behind her, as if filming a blockbuster. He clasped his hands in prayer, hoping the elder was safe. Soon after, everyone rushed outside. Chiu Yu felt uneasy. The White-Silver King had appeared, and Lam Tin would surely come to aid, possibly even mobilizing royal beast tamers. She was extremely worried. Miss Huang Tu, have we caused too much commotion already? Immediately, Tran Thu showed a righteous look, saying, if anything happens to VM alone, I will bear it. Hearing that, Huang Tu sneered, so now I am HaVM again, right? At this moment, she saw a streak of light shooting into the sky, indicating that things over there were not looking good. The elder has sent a signal to call in the reinforcement army, and Huang Tu hurriedly ordered, don't hesitate anymore, let's leave here quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Tran Thu nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. Seeing you now, I almost thought Sun Wukong was using his cloud to zip around, but in the end, you still flew back to the inner city. Right now, your face is full of joy. You finally made it out. Today has been so exciting. They both suddenly stop and turn their gun-like eyes toward Tran Thu. Who can be blamed for this? Hearing that, Huang Tu looked at her teammates all safe and felt a pang of guilt. Blame me, but right after that she cleverly turned to you, so I won't take you out again in the future. Soon, the moon hung quietly in the sky. The hotel was immersed in silence. In the private room, everyone is gathered listening to Huang Tu's announcement that the Tran Lin Quan has sealed off the living wood swamp. She feels a bit regretful. It seems we can't let go during this time, so let's cancel this plan. Then he pointed directly at the mastermind behind all the trouble. Don't expect to cause any more problems. Stop for a moment. Huang Tu warns that the leader of the Tran Lin Quan team is now investigating the swamp explosion. He has met us before. If you cause any trouble, he might suspect that we are involved. Be more careful lately. Called out by name, Tran Thu quickly looked away. Fine. During this time, the fierce Nam Jiang will be the good person. Those words put her a bit at ease. All right, rest up. Tomorrow we head back to D2. Suddenly, Huang Tu looked mysterious. That's right, wake up a little earlier tomorrow. I have only one surprise for you. Yeah. The next morning, in front of the hotel, a shiny car slowly stopped at the entrance. Tran Thu pointed at it, trembling with anger. Is this the surprise you mentioned? However, Huang Tu not only smiled brightly, but also posed next to the luxury car. Exactly. Isn't that a surprise? The glass door slides down to reveal Ha Bang's familiar face inside. Now, the 82nd disaster of the fierce Nam Jiang has arrived. That day, Ha Bang drove around the city with the two of them. Sitting in the back, Tran Thu kept sneaking glances at her, but unexpectedly got caught. Ha Bang tilted her head and looked at him, a slight smile curling on her lips as if she had just discovered something interesting. The moment his gaze met that smile, Tran Thu quickly looked away, pretending to observe the street. Huang Tu glanced at them, feeling suspicious about the unusual atmosphere, then gently nudged his arm and asked with a hint of meaning, "What do you really think? What are you thinking about?"
Of course I believe that. You keep stammering and can't say a word.
Is that so? She suddenly grabbed your ear tightly. Tran Thu, I don't care what you think, but you have to remember one thing. Ha Bang is very kind, and you can't hurt her. And so, Tran Thu remained silent throughout the entire trip. After finishing the tour, the three of them returned to the hotel. Bangza softly announced, "Let's rest now. In the remaining half-month, I will take you to explore."
As if granted amnesty, he quickly waved goodbye. I'll go ahead now. Then she turned to Ha Bang and said, let's go back to the room. As soon as they returned to their private space, Tran Thu stretched her arms wide to shake off the fatigue. Suddenly, he was surprised when he saw something. It turns out to be a note from Ha Bang. I've already washed your clothes, rest assured, and relax. Tran Thu blurted out. Then Ha Bang suddenly remembered something and rummaged through the pile. Wait a moment, maybe it's just pajamas. I didn't expect even personal items to be cleaned so thoroughly. You're blushing all the way to your ears. That's Ha Bang. Just then, the doorbell rings, making you jump. Qing's men are hiding those things. They're here, they're here. Tran Thu regained his composure before opening the door, and standing before him was Ha Bang looking shy. You were so nervous you broke out in a sweat. Why did you come here? Ha Bang held out the item and said, I thought you might have trouble sleeping after what happened yesterday, so I brought the inhaler for you. But Tran Thu, not very perceptive, replied simply, Don't worry, I won't have trouble sleeping. So harsh that she forgot a lump. Is that so? Maybe I was overthinking it, so I'll just take it home. But just as she turned to leave, he hurriedly called after her. Wait a moment. Suddenly, I feel like I might not sleep well, so maybe you should just leave it. I was a little happy just hearing that. Okay. Then Ha Bang smiled brightly, like a spring breeze. Then I'll head back first. Don't rush to stop me again. Wait a moment, I'm a bit confused. What's wrong? Tran Thu looked directly at the other person. You really like me? That question made Ha Bang freeze and stiffen up. After a long moment, she finally mustered the courage to admit it. Yes, just thinking about a beautiful girl liking him was enough to make his heart soar. Back in Tran Thu's room, he kept teasing her endlessly. All I can think about now is Ha Bang's face. Tran Thu, I like you. After a moment, he glanced at the inhaler she gave him. For the next half-month, Phuong Tu kept taking Tran Thu, Ha Bang, and the others on trips everywhere, only bringing them back to Namjiang City when the semester was about to start. During this time, Ha Bang's gentle nature gradually opened the door to Tran Thu's heart. Soon, the holiday ended and the new semester was about to begin. In the private room, he stared intently at his phone with a passionate look, revealing that he was admiring a picture of Ha Bang. In the end, Tran Thu finally made up his mind. He typed each word slowly and seriously, as if writing an entrance exam essay, and finally sent the message, Ha Bang, let's go to the capital together, to enroll tomorrow. The next morning in the imperial capital, Ha Bang went to pick up Tran Thu as planned. As she drove, she was lost in thought, never expecting Tran Bai to invite her to the imperial capital and even take her to school. But why didn't he say anything? Or does he still think we're just old friends, since the school is only a street away, and it's convenient for him to give me a ride? Ha Bang glanced over softly, seeing him still calmly looking out the window, her heart suddenly feeling very lonely. It wasn't until the car stopped at the school gate that neither of them spoke first. At this moment, her emotions reached their lowest point. As expected, he was just passing by. Ha Bang's heart was tangled like a ball of thread, and she could only sigh. Cheering herself up, she forced a bright smile and said, I'm at school now, so I'll head in first. But, as she turned around, Ha Bang's expression immediately grew somber. Her eyes lowered in silent disappointment. At that moment, Tran Thu suddenly called out to Ha Bang. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Let me take you in. Her face lit up again. All right. Then Tran Thu followed with the luggage, walking slowly with Ha Bang to the dormitory. Finally, we have arrived, Ha Bang called out to Tu Da. I'm here, thank you for bringing me here. Then I'll go upstairs. You deliberately stayed behind to wait for his reaction. However, Tran Thu deliberately avoided it. As Ha Bang was about to turn away, she heard a hurried voice calling from behind. Earlier you said, you like me? Does that still count now? Those words made her open her eyes in surprise. His attitude is very serious. I have thought about it carefully during this time. You are gentle, adorable, and kind. Truly, you are a very good person. Completely different from the fierce Nam Jiang. Hearing this, To's heart was filled with a vague fear. Does he want to admit he's a good person and then officially reject me? She softly whispered, I am not as good as you think, Tran Thu. So at that moment, Tran Thu also spoke up. But are a fierce person and a good person not complementary, born to be a perfect pair? So before starting our university life, let's go on a date. Tran Thu emphasizes once more, let's date. Before she could react, he placed a sweet kiss on her lips. They remained lost in happiness, saying from now on, whether facing storms or good times, we will face them together. Yeah.